The air warped, blood-red eyes materialized above me, my eyes, as the goblin god of the hunt. My system pinged. I'd entered a super-dimensional game, bound to a dust-level world fragment, my race, a lowly prisoner goblin. Initially, my goblins were pathetic, weaker than wild dogs. But then, the system's logs flooded my mind, faith points, civilization points, the steelback effect. Suddenly, my goblins weren't scrawny, they were hulking brutes, their skin shimmering with a silver-black sheen, their strength skyrocketing. The doubters on Blue Star's forums, the ones who mocked my choice of a prisoner race, delete their words. I'm not just surviving, I'm thriving. My path to becoming a god player has begun, and it starts with conquering this dust-level world, one brutal hunt at a time. I even tossed a void anchor into the endless void, searching for relics to boost my world, while a level 4 space crack opened near my home, a chance to snag even more powerful drops. The Human Federation might have underestimated me, but they'll soon see the power of a goblin god. T04 World Region. Under this phantom sun, the forest felt awfully deep. Pairs of green eyes, constantly trembling, glimmered in the darkness. A hulking goblin warrior, tall as a black bear, held a stone spear, moving silently, swiftly, a predator stalking its prey. His cruel eyes gleamed with a faint excitement. Kill! He roared. We've hunted this pack of first-order steel-backed boars for ages. For the glory of the god. Another cried. This hunt will surely please the great god. A strange roar echoed through the jungle. Asterisk, call out. Call out. Call out. Asterisk, thick, powerful green arms hurled stone spears, piercing several massive steel-backed boars. Ow! The boars bellowed. As jungle overlords, they'd only ever been the attackers. This brutal assault was unprecedented. Their eyes burned red with fury, and they charged, a thunderous stampede toward their attackers. The faint silver-black sheen along their backs, the source of their steel hides, shimmered as they collided, the ground shaking from the impact, yet the goblins' killing intent remained unshaken. Die! Tear them apart! The massive goblins, their green bodies rippling with muscle, weren't to be outdone. Leaping through the undergrowth, they easily dodged the charging boars, then attacked from the flanks, their sharp claws tearing into the boars' bellies. Asterisk, laugh. Asterisk, asterisk, chi-chi. Asterisk, black and crimson blood spurted, greasy organs spilling forth in a gruesome mess. After a chaotic struggle, the huge black shadows stilled. The steel-backed boars lay bleeding, their eyes lifeless, their defiance extinguished. But the goblins didn't flee this perilous jungle with their prize. Instead, they lifted their heads and let out a deafening roar. Then, piling the boar carcasses high, they began a primal sacrificial dance. Great god of goblins and the hunt! They chanted. We praise you. For your pleasure, your loyal subjects offer this magnificent hunt. Accept this sacrifice. As the dance reached its zenith, the very air around us began to warp. Asterisk, hum, asterisk, a pair of blood-red eyes, symbols of terror and cruelty, materialized above the jungle canopy. They gazed down impassively upon the dancing goblins, an overwhelming pressure emanating from them. But the goblins didn't fear, they rejoiced. For those terrifying blood-red eyes belonged to our Father God, our great loving Father, the goblin god of the hunt. His presence meant he watched over us, and might even bestow divine grace. This was our greatest honor. Soon, the boar carcasses withered, blood-red mist descending from above. My goblin warriors felt their depleted energy instantly restored, they were stronger. Great Father God! The shouts rose again. Log, it is detected that the lifespan reaches the standard, 18 years old, which is enough to withstand the erosion of dust in a very small amount of time. Log, congratulations on successfully entering the superdimensional game. You have bound the superdimensional imprint and obtained the status of a free citizen without a star. Log, the world fragments are being randomized for you, and the T04 world area, dust-level world fragments have been randomized for you, and the material richness has been identified as rich. Log, the initial race is being randomized for you, the initial race has been randomized for you, Goblin, the quality is prisoner. Log, your race, Goblin, has placed a home in the world fragments. Log, civilization point +10. Log, faith point +100. Log, your believers performed primitive sacrifices to you. Log, your faith point plus 236. Log, you have sent down divine grace. Log, your believer defeated the First Order Warrior level Steelback Boar, and you got the special effect Steelback. Log, your believers performed primitive sacrifices to you, and you got Totem Hunting Divinity 0.9%. Above the dense jungle, I couldn't help but smile, watching my goblins busy themselves with the boar remains and retrieving their spears. For now, I could only manifest as a pair of eyes within my world fragment, limited to areas my believers had already explored. Thankfully, I have a system that lets my followers drop items upon killing. These drops directly strengthen them, my goblins, I mused. Otherwise, I'd have no idea how I'd survive in this brutal superdimensional game. I remembered my initial shock upon entering the game and discovering my starting race was a lowly prisoner goblin. These scrawny creatures couldn't even beat wild dogs, let alone survive in this brutal place. But now, they were burly warriors, thanks to me and a little help from the drop system. Blue Star, my home planet, is immense, vastly unexplored. Decades ago, the superdimensional game arrived, opening the way for all intelligent life to enter, claim a world fragment, and become a god player. Astonishingly, anything gained in the game can be brought back to Blue Star by spending faith points, essentially granting us limitless resources. The most powerful god players can even manipulate stars, tear apart the void, and conquer the universe. But it's not all good. Entering the game binds you to a dimensional imprint. If your world fragment is conquered or destroyed, you die in reality. The endless void operates under the brutal laws of the dark forest. Discovery by another being almost certainly means war, and war means death. Even worse, the superdimensional game destabilized Blue Star's spacetime continuum, causing space cracks to open, unleashing countless monsters. Humanity's population is now a mere third of what it once was. Knowing the game's cruelty, the Human Federation was forced to enter, seeking powerful allies for defense. This makes the starting race of each god player incredibly important. Your initial race defines your lower and, to a large extent, your upper limit. Four main quality levels exist for initial races: mythical, monarch, war, and prisoner. Prisoner races are zero-level creatures, with a few becoming first-level fighters. They can't reach higher levels, break the confines of their world, or form true civilizations. Goblins aren't the worst, a few reach first-level fighter status, up to third level, as adults. Other prisoner races, like dwarves and halflings, rarely reach even first level. War species are plentiful, individually strong, and excel at warfare. Monarch species are long-lived, powerful, and dominant. Mythical species are legendary, almost mythical beings. I was always a top student in time travel simulations, consistently ranking first, even using war species to defeat monarch species. Everyone in District 2 of the Human Federation admired me. Until I entered the game, and fate dealt me the goblin prisoner race. The Human Federation's Cosmic Warfare Department approached me, offering a war species race in exchange for a contract. I refused. I opened the superdimensional forum, people were still discussing me. Why haven't I seen Lorden since the imprint binding? Don't you know? He rejected the Space War Department, thinking he could use a prisoner species to defy the war species. Is that even comparable? Prisoners have zero potential. What a loser. And your comment is pretty salty, right? Right, why wasn't *I* invited by the Space War Department? Even a sales contract, anyone could sign that. What's to discuss? We won't see him again soon. Yeah, I bet he'll be dead, killed by wild beasts in his tiny dust-level world fragment. Goblins are bottom tier. Hey, selling yourself to the Space War Department means no freedom, but I'd rather survive. Hey, did you hear? Shiman Shing, the guy I bloodied earlier, signed with the Space Exploration Department and got a subdragon race, a high-level war species. Seriously? Apparently, Yalong people have a 1 in 1,000 chance to evolve into low-level Tian Longren. Shiman Ching's soaring. Good show, huh? Shiman Ching and I had a bit of a disagreement. No Princess Hathaway, the current royal family of District 1's Jishi Empire? Yeah, What about her? Beautiful, but anyone who tried writing about her got arrested. Shame. That's not it. Her starting race? Angels. Angels. Yeah, a first-generation wild angel. Heard that too. Apparently, federal counselors from the extreme Greek Empire found a new star with a surrendering wild angel. Too strong. That's a super powerful ally. Ally? You can't just cuddle up to that kind of power. Certainly not with your puny jackal race. What about gnolls? I've built a tribe, hunting wild beasts. At least I'm surviving. Horde +1. Sycophancy works. Heard that all players who activated the superdimensional imprint were assigned to the T-World community, different regions only. The T-World community forum is up. Really? No World Community Forum? Unexplored, maybe dangerous? Maybe not. We're all newbies, it's unlikely we'd get assigned to a high-danger group. Enough. Any bigwigs got spare resources? I'm in T04, my believers just built a tribe and are under siege by suicidal Lancho chickens. Urgent. Easy. Lancho chickens are tenderest steamed for 2.5 hours, but you'll pay the price. Please, boss, PM me. I closed the forum. I didn't care about other God players' opinions. Without my cheat, I'd have signed that sales contract in a heartbeat. But, I'm hanging in there. I opened my God panel, God, Lorden, Divine Power, Totem, Incorporeal, Rules, Hunting, 43, 7%, Bloody, 23, 1%. Position, Goblin, Shin Emblem, a pair of blood-red eyes, Divine Art, Spear of the Hunt, Frenzied Bloodline, Goblin Blessing, Anchor of the Void, Believers, Goblins, Level 1345-35, Goblin Warriors, Level, Civilization, 23 points Faith, 793 points, Warehouse, Special Effects Steelback, World Fragment, Dust Level, 340 square kilometers resources rich, bred first-order beasts and resources with a thought. I appeared above my goblin tribe, watching them distribute the spoils. Even with this system, I envy players who started with monarch or mythical species. Still, it's better than a player with no intelligent life at all. If your starting race is unintelligent, with no way to get a different one, you become another player's underling. Someone nearby has to be willing to take you on. I manifested my crimson eyes above the tribe. Powerful divine energy surged, and my goblins worshipped fervently. My loyal followers, I'm pleased with your recent sacrifices, so I bestow divine grace. I applied the steelback effect to my goblins, selecting 35 warriors. Log, you have consumed the special effect steelback. Log, you have consumed 350 faith points, and the selected objects are 35 first-tier warrior level goblin warriors. My goblin warriors changed dramatically. Roar. They roared. Their green skin thickened, gaining a dull silver-black sheen. Their already formidable muscles bulked even further, becoming terrifying. Tier, Goblin Warrior Tier, Goblin Elite. Giant Goblin Elites appeared. Each stood over, meters tall, like massive brown bears, even more fearsome. Race, Goblin, Quality, Prisoner Species, Level, Elite, Tier, Special Effects, Hunting Blood, Steelback, Bond, Wolves, Range, All Goblins, Bond Wolf Pack. When more than 3 goblins are together, the combat power and fighting spirit will be improved to a certain extent. Special Effect Hunting Blood, when entering the hunting state, agility, strength, fighting will, and endurance will all be slightly improved. Special Effect Steelback, when you enter the battle state, your skin will be attached with a layer of steel film, making you less likely to be injured, and it will be easier to recover after injury, and your toughness will be slightly improved. Right. These elites are only second tier now, but thanks to the Wolfpack bond, their group combat should rival third-tier intelligent races. I felt a surge of excitement. Even high-level war species don't advance that quickly. Levels are one thing, strength is multifaceted. Second-tier elites, whiteboard fighters, heavy knights, dragon warlocks, arcane scholars, even juvenile dragons and newborn elemental lords aren't equally powerful. Resources are a problem. Tribal expansion, stronger believers, world fragment expansion resources are paramount. I looked at my happy tribe, then frowned, glancing at the world fragment, dust grade, rich entry. World fragments are categorized: dust, constant sand, boundary island, miniature planet. Resource richness: bad, barren, passable, rich, treasure. As the top performer in past superdimensional simulations, I know about different world fragment sizes and resource richness. Mine only has a few first-order beasts, at most. Rich is a lie. Passable is generous. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Relics? To get resources, trade, relics, or world war. I looked at my world fragment, the size of a county in my past life. My spiritual sense was weak, it could only support one level of native life. Even with the system upgrading these 35 goblins, the resources here are maxed out. It's not rich. Unless there are relics. I muttered, trying to stay positive. My starting race was a prisoner species, but I'm still intelligent. My world fragment is dust level, but if there are ruins, it's not the worst. I rejected the Space War Department's investment. They won't give me a second chance. Other war companies won't offer help. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. My family background is average. Both parents sold their world fragment resources. Trade is out. Besides relics, there's only war. My mind focused on the anchor of the void on my screen, transforming into a 3D virtual stone anchor. Type, divine art, name, anchor of the void, special effects. Consume varying amounts of faith points to create a void anchor, throw it into the endless void, and find the world fragment you desire. Consumption, from 10 faith points, 2 hands, both hard at work. I muttered, setting my parameters. World type, fragment, maximum spiritual power level 3, required consumption, 400 faith points, create. I waved my hand, golden light flooded the screen. Instantly, a stone void anchor materialized, displaying tiny golden chain-like imprints, locks, and a pair of golden eyes for spying on targets before engaging. Go! I tossed it. The anchor vanished in a flash of golden light. Then, I sent a mental message to my tribe chief, issuing an oracle to search for ruins. Watching my goblins mobilize, I felt a surge of anticipation. What will this ruin be? I wondered. Ancient knowledge? Material treasure? Civilizational remains? Regardless, boosting a barren world fragment to rich is huge for my goblins. And if it's nothing useful, I can trade it in the T-World community. As I prepared to join my exploration team, my superdimensional imprint blared with urgent alerts. Human Federation Blue Star Guard Department, dear player, a level 4 spacecraft has opened near your real-world location, Joe City. Danger is minimal, low-risk alert issued. Level 4 spacecraft. I froze. Level 4 is the lowest type, only admitting third-order master-level lifeforms. For Joe City's defenses, it's almost harmless. Under the standard human system, first level equals a knight with basic psychic abilities. In heavy armor, they can dominate small battles. Second-level beings are becoming inhuman, their life sublimating. My goblins, with their hardened skin, are virtually invulnerable to normal weapons. Third-level masters grasp an artistic concept, sensing the laws of reality. They're virtually unstoppable. Spacecrack's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme appears sporadically, small cracks open anywhere, releasing a few monsters. Crucially, blue star monsters have unique properties. If my elite goblins kill them, I might get valuable drops. Without hesitation, I logged off. Instead of the blue sky, I saw my small, old-fashioned courtyard, tucked away in a remote location. Level, -2, warrior, elite, master, extraordinary, lord, title, legendary, epic, demigod, blue star, district 2. Joe City, Outer City, Long K Street. Mostly small, unremarkable houses. In this superdimensional game era, spacecracks are a constant threat. This leads to extreme land value disparities. Only major cities and strategically located satellite towns matter. Inner-city land is immensely valuable, the outer city is neglected. The inner city handles spacecraft threats easily, the outer city is vulnerable. My parents work in the inner city, I'm alone here. A sharp pain between my brows interrupted my thoughts. A spiritual energy warning. I frowned. There are creatures nearby that could harm me. My current level is totem, incredibly powerful in my world fragment, but only first order in reality. I became alert, consumed faith points, blocked my breath, and activated golden light vision. I found them quickly, several dark red, mantis-like humanoids. Their leader emitted a third-order psionic signature, an aura like a razor's edge. They carried dark red bone spurs, seemingly fresh from a kill. Tier 3. Humanoids, grasping a concept, likely intelligent. Wonder what I'll get from killing them. Faith points, 138 points. I started with 793, 35 were used to bless my goblins, 400 for the void anchor. My goblins should have generated some since. Summoning an elite goblin costs 20 points. They have 1 third order and 4 lower. 6 should be enough. I summoned them, leaving 18 faith points. A space crack opened, and 6 elite goblins emerged, bowing respectfully. Great Father God, guide us. Go, kill them. Deacon Ma, your lightning 5-linked sword is masterful. Soon, you'll be a sword master. Yeah, these aliens are weak, but their homes are full of valuable medicine. Deacon Ma, this is our chance. A group of mantis people eyed some luxurious houses greedily, preparing to attack. A young mantis man complimented their leader, a middle-aged one. Humph, what's the matter? I'll use the blood of these fools to become invincible. Deacon Ma sneered. His power chilled the other mantis people. They sensed his burgeoning strength. Suddenly, Deacon Ma's bone spur vibrated. He sensed a treasure matching his sword intent and alien life. He glanced at his followers with disdain. Asterisk fools, tricked into serving me, asterisk he thought. Asterisk they think they can stand on their own? Asterisk he said, be careful. Treasures nearby, and enemies. Follow me. He leaped hundreds of meters, landing near an orphanage. Even in a prosperous world, darkness exists. Superdimensional games expanded human power and resources, but space cracks still appear. Blue star grows through destruction and creation. Countless families are broken, and many children need care. Entering the orphanage, Deacon Ma was stunned, then grinned. Before him were alien children, women, and bow-wielding, dark-skinned, long-eared men. And a dark aura woman and a red ring on her finger. Deacon Ma trembled. Damn it! That aura, it's 1,000-year-old blood essence. This woman made 1,000-year-old blood essence into a ring. That intoxicating scent Huan Yuan 13 spears are ready. Could that be dragon blood? Damn it! Damn it! Deacon Ma's bone sword blazed with blood-red energy. He swung, aiming to slaughter the aliens. This is it. I volunteered, got hit with a level 4 space crack, and ran into a third-order monster. I thought. Even if I got lucky with high-level monarch shadow elves, they're just starting out, first level only. Huge potential, 0 strength. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The girl, Tang Yimeng, faced the screeching mantis monster. She couldn't understand its words, but those murderous eyes terrified her. Her face went pale, but she fought back. Elf blessing. She used all her faith points. Golden light erupted, buffing her 5 first-level shadow elves with cat's agility, dragon's might, eagle's acuity, snake stealth, and bear's ferocity. Whether it would help, she didn't know. It didn't help. The shadow elves were slaughtered. Such a shame. If this gate didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme soon, I'd capture you and torture you for more 1,000-year blood essences, Deacon Ma sneered, readying to kill Yimeng and steal the ring. Yimeng closed her eyes, awaiting death. She felt calm. Memories surfaced of things she'd dared to dream and a handsome face appeared in her mind. Too bad I haven't dealt with Lorden yet. Humph, little prisoner. You were a top student, I couldn't compare, but now I'm a monarch. I'll be powerful enough to take care of you someday. Unfortunately, I have no future. Just as the sword neared, heavy footsteps thundered. The sword vanished. Yimeng opened her eyes, seeing 6 hulking green figures facing the mantis warriors. She was stunned. Green skin, that's a goblin. How big are goblins? Deacon Ma was equally shocked. The aura of those creatures, and the impact that still numbed his arm, despite his defensive maneuver, sent a shockwave through him. A crack appeared on his life-saving bone sword. Innate beings. So what? Don't underestimate me. I'm no ordinary swordsman. A mere innate dares defy my power. He howled, his size doubling, his carapace darkening. Die. His life-or-death attack launched. Lightning danced on his bone sword, aiming to kill these green giants. Careful. The weak, Yimeng was a god player. She'd seen true chi displays in the forums. Third-order masters using violent chi, burning their life force, could threaten fourth-order beings, let alone second-order goblins. The sight before her was devastating. It's over. Really over. Deacon Ma raged, how dare you? 6 bear-like goblin elites faced the life-burning attack unfazed. 3 engaged the 4 mantis warriors, leaving 3 against Deacon Ma. Deacon Ma laughed, feeling the juggernaut path loosening under his rage. I'll use your blood to become a swordmaster. As his sword neared, he saw something shocking. The 3 goblins glowed with silver-gray, steel-like sheen, linking their lives together, the wolf pack bond. Legion formation? 3 or 6 soldiers can form a legion. His doubts mounted, but his rage was unstoppable. Even if it's a legion, I've faced them before. When the dynasty attacked the lightning sect, I pierced their legion formation. I, Ma Bagua, will do it again. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme goblin extended a huge hand, shattering the bone sword. With a flick of his fingers, Deacon Ma's head exploded. Ma Bagua's final thought, how could they ambush me with a legion formation? These greenskins know martial arts. The other goblins quickly dispatched the remaining mantis people. The goblin chief searched the bodies, then left, as if nothing happened. Yimeng breathed a sigh of relief, sadly looking at her dead shadow elves. You're high-level monarchs. I didn't expect you to fight a third-order mantis, but at least take down some second-order ones. But not even one. Not even a goblin. She used her restored faith points to incinerate the elves, collecting their spirits for reincarnation. She has a broken civilization weapon. She comforted the children, regretting not recording the battle. This was a goblin's leapfrog victory. She excitedly contacted her best friend. Then, thinking of Lorden, these goblins, could they be Lorden's? He's powerful, rejected the Space War Department, and could easily train such goblins. And he saved me. Who else would do that? She remained rational. Lorden and I entered at the same time. My high-level monarchs are only level 1. His goblins are lucky to survive. He's mysterious. I'd ask him how he trained them. Maybe I could win his heart someday. She posted on the T forum. Log, your believers fought a miniature battle. Log, your believers killed 4 second-order and 1 third-order lifeforms. Log, you gained plus 180 faith points. Log, you have obtained the special effect Killing Sword Intent, corrected to Killing Will. Powerful auras surged from the inner city legendary air cavalry. The level 4 crack was over. I instantly sent the goblins back to my world fragment. Checking my logs, I found a new special effect. Perfect timing. I was worried about my goblins reaching third order. This solves it. I checked my messages. Several female classmates I barely knew messaged, offering help. Am I that weak? I chuckled, shaking my head. It wasn't my fault, prisoner species are bottom tier in the endless void. How could dwarves, slimes, halflings, and pathetic skeletons, creatures with almost no fighting ability, compare? Even among the most powerful goblin gods in the game's history, only one reached fourth order. A pseudo-transcendent dragon-blood goblin, created at immense cost and countless goblin lives. Just as I was about to help my tribe find the ruins, my superdimensional imprint vibrated violently. The source, the newly established T-Forum. I grew serious. Odd. This kind of shock usually only happens during major milestone events, and now? The last time this happened was 10 years ago, when the unexplored world group Y, later named Different Abyss, appeared. Yuan's master had instantly destroyed the worlds of hundreds of players, including several top players. Now, my brand new T-World community was experiencing a similar shock. I took a deep breath. I hope this isn't another massacre. I opened the forum, searching for the milestone event while gathering information. Veins and deposits appear over 350 times. Many ignorant beasts, especially many. People are still discussing those city wall goblins from Joe City. Fine. It's natural to suspect me, then rule me out. Continue. Intelligent species are frail, but easily develop legal professions. A world community's bias traits phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme indicate a level 2, 1, or even dominant civilization. Level 3, surface civilization, no super level beings. Level 2, civilization's strongest individual breaks the super level, capable of surface breaches. Level 1, multiple super level beings, beginning multi-world colonization. Dominator, a civilization dominates a world group. Overlord, multiple dominators, ruling their original community and colonizing others. This is the superdimensional game's civilization ranking, a brutal system. I found the milestone event, a projected video, a god player's final confession and warning. My fellow citizens, I am Sith. When you see this, I'm dead, self-destructed. As you see, this is my world. I was lucky, a miniature planet, skipping the fragment stage. My starting race, high-level monarch mountain giants, adults or fifth-order lords. Now, my planet is under attack by this T-World community's native civilization. They've shielded the planet, blocking all signals. You know superdimensional communication can fail. So I chose self-destruction. I don't know if my power sublimation will break through the information blockade. I don't know if you'll see this. Maybe my memories are gone, and everyone knows everything. What I say is chaotic. See for yourself. The forum shifted from questioning to silence. I felt a heavy weight in my chest. Sith's message is chaotic. Miniature planet plus high-level monarch is a dream start for most. Maybe he was initially weak, but his vision must have been high. That's why he's incoherent. I clicked on the video. It was a montage, quickly finished. My face fell. Sith's mountain giants were born elite, crushing third-order war species. Nearly 10 tribes, thousands of elite giants, developed on his planet. Even many mythical species worlds didn't match his level. But his enemy was far more terrifying, massive steel war fortresses floating in the atmosphere. Each fortress fired beams at the planet, deploying war machines. Lasers and plasma tore through the giants, nets and anesthetics captured them. The giants, even the extraordinary king, were captured. Sith passively watched. Above, war fortresses connected via beams, forming an impenetrable net. Before him stood an anthropomorphic war machine, a blend of flesh, energy, and machinery, less than 2 meters tall. A halo floated behind its mechanical head. It spoke perfect giant, impressive civilization. It took 2 empire hours to analyze your language. You seem to be this race's collective consciousness, with some autonomy. You tried to send a message. Why would a weak civilization without space travel attempt to contact the universe? You wouldn't understand. Imprisoning you is fine. The guild's raiders will be interested in you. We'll extract your memories. The machine was talkative, its meaning clear. Sith was a lamb to the slaughter. It continued, seemingly talking to someone else. Empire Virtual Universe Company's new copies are incredibly realistic. Look at the giants' realistic expressions. This used to be 18+ content. You're lucky to be my fans. The dungeon boss has 5,340 base combat power, 3,250 template bonus. Nearly, total. Even legendary players would struggle. But for me, a quasi-hall level player, this is child's play. I'll let you in on a secret, I brought a big surprise. As the machine prepared to capture Sith, his voiceover began. I feel a terrifying presence in the war fortress. I'm powerless to resist. I couldn't afford to fight, so I self-destructed, hoping my message gets out. I have one request, please help my sister if you can. The voiceover ended, the video continued. Just as Sith was about to self-destruct, the white halo behind the anthropomorphic war machine flashed red a warning. It retreated instantly. Boom! Sith exploded, a blinding golden flash and colossal flames erupting. The planet's structure destabilized, it seemed poised to explode as well. The video neared its end, but a shocking scene played out. Sith's final view showed a gigantic mechanical hand, a blend of flesh, energy, and machinery, descending from the heavens. Boom. The planet trembled, groaning. The hand crushed it, obliterating all signs of the planet. T-04 World Region, Dust World. Protect the resources. My goblin chief roared. Harvest time, they must show their courage to me. Drive off those harassing Gale monkeys. He understood sustainable resource development. If the monkeys weren't destroying our home and desperately trying to stop us, I wouldn't have even bothered with these first-order creatures. A coming-of-age ceremony for the young, doesn't that sound wonderful? My goblins never had such a ceremony, couldn't, and dared not. We're weak, low potential, prone to infighting, unintelligent, and tyrannical. Even I, their enlightened chief, am baffled by our survival. Is it simply survival of the fittest? I didn't dwell on it. My loyalty is to me, and basking in my glory is enough. But now, my goblins possess powers beyond their wildest dreams. We can finally consider a coming-of-age ceremony a class leap. So, my chief's eyes hardened, anyone who hinders the oracle will die. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme frightened by his ferocity, or worn down by losses, the Gale monkeys fled. The horned snakes? Cold-blooded creatures, they had no concept of home, they'd long since left. Oh. I noted my chief's state. Can you comprehend the will on your own? If so, you'd be the first goblin hero in 1,000 years. I'll give you that chance. I ignored him and focused on the relic in the center of the clearing, an underground lab filled with materials and strange experimental equipment. A laboratory. My consciousness spread. I couldn't understand the equipment, but as a god, I can create things from nothing. Even as a totem, I can't create from the void, but I can use my faith to learn whatever I want. Faith points drained rapidly. 400 for a void anchor made them seem worthless, but a void anchor can travel the void, is semi-intelligent, searches for worlds, and draws void energy for power. The creation of such magic is invaluable. In seconds, my faith points dropped from 430 to 73. I anticipated what the lab held. The lab, imbued with faith, seemed to possess sentience. Information flooded my consciousness. It was a professional inheritance, a complete formula for a specialized medicine, and ideas for adapting it to different races. My screen displayed, type, professional inheritance name, pharmacist of 7 sins, restriction, wisdom species, single body inheritance, quality, legendary, normal, extraordinary, legendary, ultraorder, master, special effects, 7 evil emotions of intelligent life can be refined into potions, for good or evil. Type, potion, name, high efficiency reproductive potion, restriction, sexual reproduction of life, 4th order and below, quality, extraordinary, special effects, this needs no explanation. I hope my successor creates a legendary level version. Even for a grassroots counterattack, this is amazing. I grinned, deciding to use an alias to avoid weird nicknames. The true reason was name fame, any name. High-level information I'd obtained suggested name was crucial for post-superorder advancement. This information might be false, or the name might not be connected to fame. Better to be cautious. It's the limitation of this wisdom species, I mused, watching my goblins. Only my chief seemed intelligent, the rest were dullards. Goblins are wisdom species, right? Shouldn't the smartest get this inheritance? I doubted my recent luck. The dust-level world fragment, the prisoner-level goblins, I'm not exactly lucky. Yet, I've had one stroke of good fortune after another. The will-killing drop was from the system, but a legendary inheritance in a dust-level world fragment is ridiculous and perfectly suited to my needs. No explanation. I stopped thinking about it. I'll deal with it as it comes. According to the potion formula, the needed materials were already present: Gale monkey reproductive desires, 3-star pollen, snake scale fruit cores, horn snake blood, Thai green leaves. Amazing! A potion of first-order materials can greatly impact the will of extraordinary creatures. The Gale monkey's reproductive desire is key to this potion's level-crossing effects. Too bad I can only keep this inheritance for myself. I could sell it on the tea forum. But I can sell the high-efficiency reproductive potion formula after making a profit and creating more advanced ones. Miraculous as it was, the potion might affect offspring quality. New god players might need it, they crave power for their worlds and civilizations. Later, it will become unnecessary. I hesitated, but gave the pharmacist of 7 Sins inheritance to my chief. He was the only one capable. He then organized the creation of the high-efficiency reproductive potion. I couldn't wait to pick other people's pockets. T-World Community, T01 Area, Tyee Star, a supergiant planet. Previously, a mimetic shield masked Tyee's exterior, hiding its warships, war machines, mechs, and satellites. Now, the shield flickered, revealing the truth: a planet-sized war machine, equipped with a star destroyer. Supermechs, wielding planet-shattering blades, stood vigilant, facing Tyee's star along with the star destroyer cannons. Sage asterisk? This being was bizarre, tall and hideous, like something from the abyss. 9 long horns and 5 short, spike-like horns spiraled on its magma-like head, forming a thorny crown. Its body was cloaked in flowing flames, yet its aura was elegant, like a sage recording epics beyond time. It held an ancient stone book, seeming to contain all life's fantasies. A being of pure contradiction. The contrast between flesh and blood and war machine should have been stark, but this fleshy being rendered the planet-destroying weapons inert. Ah, it said, its voice echoing across the void, reaching all minds. 3 distinct voices were woven into the 3 sentences. I came from afar. Let's talk, unless you want to die. I'm not a nice guy. Gently stroking the book, it spoke again, its voice ancient and timeless. I say, what I see is nothingness. I say, the hostile will perish here. I say, all heat and light will eventually fade. The void before it became a scroll, an invisible eraser erased the mechs, battleships, and fortresses. The surroundings turned gray, as if touched by death. Worse, the superstar's eternal flame began to die, the star trembling, disintegrating. It was inevitable, a force of unstoppable will. As Tyee's star felt the superstar's collapse, an illusory human projection appeared before the being, bowing. Your Majesty, Tyee Quantum Light apologizes for the earlier hostility. We believe you wish to speak now. The being smiled, putting away the book, as if the near destruction of a civilization was nothing. Log, your goblin disciples killed 13 Gale monkeys. Log, faith point plus 130. Log, you have harvested the special drop effect, desire to reproduce. Log, you found the ruins, Dorothy Pharmaceutical Workshop. Log, you consume faith points to temporarily endow Torres Pharmaceutical Workshop with spirituality, gain legendary occupations, and obtain extraordinary potion formulas. Log, you bestowed the legendary professional 7 Sins Apothecary to the Goblin Chief Mai. Your goblin tribe began to collect materials, and the high-efficiency multiplication potion began to enter the production process. Log, the anchor of the void you released found the target. Did you enter into spying? Log, your tribe seems to have abnormal nodes. Please pay attention, everything's falling into place, I mused. The potion's ready, I can advertise it on the tea forum. I'm only a pseudo-god, a totem, not a real god. After instructing my chief, I entered a brief hibernation to recover. 10 days later, I awoke, intrigued by 2 log entries. The void anchor found a target world? Abnormal nodes appear in the tribe? I can spy on the target world anytime. Let's check the nodes first. In hundreds of simulations, I'd only encountered 2 abnormal nodes. They dramatically altered my simulated worlds. Once, a virus infected 30 billion gnolls, putting them in a state between life and death, activating their ferocious warrior mode. That's when my low-level war species defeated the low-level monarch Tianlongren. Another time, a space crack connected my simulated planet to another, merging them. My followers conquered the other planet, and I absorbed its will, leaping from totem to giant spirit, bypassing the physical totem stage. I was lucky then. Many god players had disastrous encounters with abnormal nodes. I wonder where this good fortune comes from. I focused on my tribe's edge. I had a feeling this node would benefit me. While monitoring the node, I opened the T forum to advertise my high-efficiency reproductive potion. Forum, what is this mechanical civilization? It's terrifying. My farming plan is ruined. Right, the Federation hasn't explained. Bureaucracy is deadly. Forget it, let's focus on rapid growth. Yes, I hate using reproduction accelerators, but I have no choice. Lower quality offspring are better than none. Use it. Are reproduction accelerators popular here? I've been begging for them. Normal communities have plenty, here, they're scarce. No rush, I found a demigod-level pharmacist. A multiplication potion using local substances shouldn't take more than 6 months. Remember, the potion's effects must conform to this world's laws. I envy high-level races. They have civilization treasures, avoiding the need for these reproduction accelerators. Civilization treasures. Even an incomplete one would be amazing. I have an incomplete one, single use. My uncle got it from the Qingdi community. Use it, and you get, offspring. Is it in the T community? No. Then what's the point? I won't pay for spacecraft travel and spirit transfer fees. Nope. Thanks anyway. The forum's joy was tinged with gloom. The civilization that destroyed Sith's world might target us. Don't despair. My 7th and 8th grandniece is a low-level mythical species. The Federation sent a holy sea master. Good news is coming. Most ignored this and continued to discuss rapid world development. The T forum is surprisingly harmonious due to the vast unexplored world and external pressure. I posted a screenshot of my high-efficiency reproductive potion, along with a message, high-efficiency reproductive potion details, images within. 1 bottle affects 1 extraordinary, 10 masters, 100 elites, or 1,000 warriors. After use, successful soul penetration increases by 30%, reproductive desire by 70%, breeding time decreases by 100%, and offspring quality decreases by up to 20%. 10 bottles exchange for 1 faith crystal. The reason for 2.5 years of silent cultivation. My announcement exploded the T forum. I expected heated debate, but the focus surprised me. T04 World Community, Dust World, Goblin Horde Edge. Ugh. It's disgusting. A thin goblin snuck to a river, scrubbing dirt and unknown creature residue from his body. Even low-intelligence goblins, and the ancient European Highlanders, lived in filth-filled cities. Ugh. He scrubbed, wanting to vomit. His eyes held a gleam absent in other goblins, now filled with anger. What kind of race is this? Is there a god here? Whoever you worship, you're unlucky. He discarded the rag, collapsing into the river to cool his overheated brain not from fever, but from mental overload. This was absurd for a goblin, their intelligence was already luxurious. For this goblin, it was a cage. Time travel exists, he thought. It's artificially controlled, using a spiritual particle collider and the melody of God. But what is this asterisk race? My brain's inferior to my 30-year-old computer. No tools or assistance. I need to gene edit this body. He closed his eyes, a golden hexagram bone armor floating in his mind. At least let me activate my destiny intelligence. He fell asleep, the bone armor spinning, illuminating his consciousness, showing him lost memories. Dr. Gu Yuan is a genius. His spiritual particle collider surpasses the White Tower Federation's technology by 30 years. Shocking. The world is multidimensional, and Dr. Gu Yuan might phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme humanity to dimensional exploration and colonization. Dr. Gu Yuan's team created the collider, the dimensional channel will open soon. Scenes flashed his life's peak and darkest moment. He led a technologically average nation to the forefront, discovering the secrets of humanity. He was hailed as history's greatest genius. The destiny bone between his brows proved it. Then, he made history, but not as he intended. He thought their level would mean discovering weaker worlds, like when Corando discovered the New World. They'd be colonizers. The collider opened a channel, but the other side wasn't a weak world. It was a terrifying, indescribable abyss, like those in human myths. Humanity was devastated, destroyed, polluted. History's greatest genius became its worst sinner. He destroyed the world he loved. He fell into madness. Thankfully, the destiny bone blocked the painful memories. He doesn't remember building the collider, traveling, becoming a little green goblin. Poor guy, I thought, unable to fully see into his dreams. As his god, I saw fragments of Gu Yuan's memories. Traveler. The destiny bone enhances intelligence and seems to control emotions. It's valuable. His world is interesting. If the bone can be transplanted into my goblins could fundamentally leap forward. That abyss-like world resembles different abyss world? Perhaps I can subjugate them. Let's observe. I issued an oracle, protect Gu Yuan secretly, keep him alive. Nothing more. My goblins are incapable of anything more complex. On the T forum, other god players erupted, crazy? 1 faith crystal for 10 potions. You're insane. Does your family know? Pretend you don't know the value of faith crystals and change the price. 1,000 faith points equals 1 crystal. A void anchor might cost 500 to 600. Wrong analogy. I bought twin elf sisters, plus a maid outfit and whip, for 1 crystal. Change the price. If I could use faith points to control reproduction and not turn my offspring into brainless prayer machines, I wouldn't even look at this. They yelled, but I didn't react. I posted, forgot to mention, limited to, bottles. Superdimensional notarization, 1,000 bottle, you think limiting purchases will fool us? Don't buy. Let the profiteer go bankrupt. Let's boycott him. They united against me. Then, the number changed from 1,000 to 950. Panic ensued. Who cheated? 50 bottles. Damn, 20 bottles. Why is it gone? I'm sorry. I need 10 bottles. Please, I'm not a profiteer. Ha! 10 bottles. Bottles. Thank you. Despite the threat of strange civilizations, the lack of reproduction aids kept everyone calm until others seemed to have the potion, and they didn't. I can't help it, I sighed, watching the 1,000 potions vanish, leaving 100 faith crystals a valuable resource. Next, Transcendent. My information panel, God, Lorden, Divine Power, Totem, Incorporeal, Rules, Hunting, 43, 7%, Bloody, 23, 1%. Position, Goblin, Shin Emblem, a pair of blood-red eyes, Divine Art, Spear of the Hunt, Frenzied Bloodline, Goblin Blessing, Anchor of the Void, Believers, Goblins, Level 1379-34, Elite Goblins, Level, Chief Goblins, Level, 7 Sins Apothecary Legendary Profession, Civilization, 25 points Faith, 340 points, Warehouse, Faith Crystal * 100, Special Effect Killing Will, Special Effect Desire to Reproduce, World Fragment, Dust Level, 340 square kilometers. Resources rich, bred first order beasts and resources. Let's enhance my goblins first. My consciousness shifted to my world fragment, my crimson eyes reappeared above my tribe. Looking at the respectful goblins, I thought, goblins reproduce and grow quickly. Adding the desire to reproduce effect will double their numbers soon. The void anchor found world clues, I haven't spied on it yet. If this world meets my requirements, I'll need considerable force to conquer it. Let's upgrade my elite goblins first. I issued an oracle and bestowed blessings. T04 World Region, Dust World. Crimson eyes floated above my tribe, the goblins below performed their ancient sacrificial dance, guided by my chief. Blood red and pink mists descended the killing will and the desire to reproduce. Only my 35 elite goblins could withstand the killing will, others would descend into madness. The reproductive desire, however, affected all goblins. Roar. My elites, already, meters tall, were killing machines. The killing will further augmented them. In my goblins' culture, size equals strength and beauty. They tend towards giant or giant species development. This is why Gu Yuan's human planet is so important. My goblins' low intelligence means they might become mindless giants, rendering me a subject god, stripped of free will. Their green skin darkened, as if weathered by battle. Blood-red thorns formed on their backs, creating blood-red eyes. This was inherited from my master-level goblin slayer's frenzied bloodline. Their size increased to nearly 4 meters, a 2'2" body, possessing immense power. The killing will suppress the reproductive desire in my elites, but not in the others. I quickly closed my eyes, unwilling to watch the ensuing spectacle. My phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme the killing goblins to hunt horned snakes, steel-backed boars, and other beasts. To build a true goblin army, I needed more second and first level warriors and elites. A world war with only 35 third level killing goblins is suicide. I'd already used the steel back and hunting blood effects, I need to replenish them. Follow the Father God's oracle. My chief, Ma'i, prostrated himself, leading the killing goblins to hunt. My world fragment is roughly the size of a county, ample resources for my small tribe, but soon insufficient with the increased reproductive rate. Prepare for the worst. I ignored my fragment and embarked on a path invisible to others, my consciousness speeding along. The darkness faded, light appeared. A new world lay before me. The world my void anchor discovered, fulfilling my criteria, a fragment, with maximum spiritual power at third level, the dragon control world. My perception as a god differs from ordinary beings. They rely on sight, touch, and smell. I, a nascent totem, could perceive the essence of this low-energy world fragment through time. I held the void anchor, my faith points slowly drained. The golden eyes on the anchor glowed with sentience, showing me the world's history. Millions of years ago, a world exploded, a fragment of its will drifted into the void. Tens of thousands of years later, matter formed a world fragment around this will. Meteor impacts broke and reformed it, the will slowly recovering, 1%, 3%, stabilizing the fragment. Another impact brought life self-proclaimed spiritual people, able to communicate with nature's spirits. Thousands of years ago, a drop of the superstar core Dragon King's blood entered via a space crack, beginning a spiritual recovery focused on dragon and fire. The spirits split into two factions, the Eamon, worshipping nature, and the Dragon Control, pursuing power. The Dragon Control faction won, hence the name. The spiritual energy is rising, reaching a critical point. I sensed. A fourth-order extraordinary being is about to emerge. Once it breaks through, hundreds of extraordinary beings will follow, culminating in a lord. After that, it becomes unreachable. I came at the perfect time. Devouring this world will solve my resource problems for a long time. My world fragment could become Hainsha level or even Jedi level. My excitement surged, but I remained cautious. My current power is weak. Failure means severe, long-term damage. This is dangerous with a strange civilization watching, even the Federation's intervention doesn't guarantee safety. I sensed another void anchor, tyrannical, cruel, dragon-like. The void anchor has a backdoor. It's extremely difficult to detect another anchor unless the power difference is vast. But god players can easily detect each other's anchors. The person who'd locked onto the dragon control world likely noticed my anchor. Good heavens, is it a high-level Argonian war species? That led me to someone, Shiman Shing, recruited by the Space Exploration Department. If it's him, I diverted some consciousness to the T forum, searching, and smiled. Sure enough. He's boasting. I found his posts, judging his potential threat. He'd phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme lost to me, but this is reality. He has advanced war species, backed by the Space Exploration Department. He's leagues ahead. I need to take him seriously. Here's what Shiman Ching said in the forum. I was personally invited by the Space Exploration Department's Dark God Division's 3rd captain. How many of you can say that? Yes, I signed a 100-year contract, double the usual term. Sign one if you can. Lorden? Even if the Space War Department's Heaven Division director invited him, so what? He refused. Enough. Don't mention that name, it makes me crazy. What reproduction accelerators are you looking for? My Argonians are soldiers, each one's a first-order warrior. My Argonian king is near extraordinary. My Argonian king * is * extraordinary. I found a dragon-attributed world fragment. My Yalong people are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to becoming Tianlongren. There's another void anchor's presence, but luckily, only a third-order psionic reaction. He'd better back down, anyone who stands in my way dies. Don't blame me if his elites perish. That anchor's presence is dirty, ignorant, vaguely evil. Like goblins, jackals, kobolds, not kobolds or goblins. A third-order reaction? They wouldn't have that. A goblin would be best. But not Lorden. He'd be subtle. But if it is a goblin, I'll crush Lorden's goblins. I'll develop further and launch a world war in 10 days. Let my Argonian king consolidate his power first. I only have one third-order Argonian, the one who just broke through. A cold light flared in my eyes. He's aiming for me. I wasn't bothered by Shiman Ching's boasting, but I wouldn't miss a chance to teach him a lesson. This also answered one of my questions, why the Space Exploration Department recruited him. Both the War and Exploration Departments primarily seek talented god players. Recruiting someone like me unlucky, stuck with a weak race is rare. They cherish talent. Shiman Ching is capable, but far from deserving of Exploration Department recruitment. I'd been puzzled. Argonians have weaknesses, yet Shiman Ching signed a year contract, effectively becoming the department's guard. It wasn't about cherishing talent. This level of support is minimal. Then crush him. I relaxed, carefully retraced my steps via the chain path back to my world fragment, concealing my coordinates. Time to act. T04 World Region, under the phantom sun, the dense forest seemed a bit deep, and pairs of green eyes loomed in the darkness, constantly shaking. A burly and tall goblin warrior like a black bear held a stone spear in his hand, but moved quietly and swiftly under his feet without making any sound. His cruel eyes peeped at the prey in the jungle, faintly carrying a little excited, "Kill." We have been searching for this group of first-order steel-backed wild boars for a long time. For the glory of God. This hunting sacrifice will definitely satisfy the great God. At the same time as the strange roar echoed in the jungle, "Call out! Call out! Call out!" Stone spears were thrown fiercely by the thick and powerful green arms, and then pierced several huge steel-backed wild boars. Ow! As the overlord of the jungle, the steel-backed wild boar has always been the only one to attack other creatures, and they have never been attacked so violently since they were adults. After being attacked suddenly, their eyes turned red, and they frantically rushed towards the direction that attacked them. The slight silver-black luster behind the group of steel-backed wild boars was the origin of the steel backs. The movement of their collision seemed to shake the ground, but it did not shake the killing intent of the group of goblin warriors in the slightest. Die! Tear up these boars! The huge goblin warriors were not to be outdone, and their green bodies were full of muscles. They jumped in the jungle, easily dodged the wild boar's charge, and then attacked from the side with their sharp claws, ripping out the belly of these steel-backed wild boars. Laugh! Chee-chee! A large amount of black and red blood spurted out, and the greasy internal organs flowed out in lumps. After a few ups and downs of the huge black shadow in the jungle, the battle was coming to an end. The huge steel-backed wild boar was bleeding like a fountain, lying on the ground with unwilling eyes and no spirit. But the group of goblin warriors did not immediately leave the dangerous jungle with the corpse of the steel-backed wild boar. Instead, he raised his head to the sky and let out a deafening roar, then piled up the corpses of these steel-backed wild boars, and began to dance the most primitive sacrificial dance around these corpses. Great god of goblins and hunting, praise you! For your pleasure, your loyal subjects present you with a wonderful hunting show. Your loyal subjects hope that you will accept this sacrifice. As the sacrificial dance danced, the space faintly began to distort. A pair of blood-red eyes symbolizing terror and cruelty quietly emerged above the jungle. He looked down indifferently at the dancing goblin warriors below, bringing endless coercion to these goblin warriors. But these goblin warriors are not afraid of rejoicing, because behind these blood-red terrifying eyes is their father god, their great loving father goblins and the god of the hunt. And the arrival of the scarlet eyes means that their great father god is paying attention to them, and may even bestow divine grace. This is their greatest glory. After a while, the corpses of these steel-backed wild boars shriveled up, and handfuls of blood-red mist descended from midair, making these goblin warriors feel that all the energy they had consumed just now recovered in an instant, and they seemed to have become stronger. Great Father God! Suddenly, shouts continued. Log, it is detected that the lifespan reaches the standard, 18 years old, which is enough to withstand the erosion of dust in a very small amount of time. Log, congratulations on successfully entering the superdimensional game. You have bound the superdimensional imprint and obtained the status of a free citizen without a star. Log, the world fragments are being randomized for you, and the T04 world area, dust level world fragments have been randomized for you, and the material richness has been identified as rich. Log, the initial race is being randomized for you. The initial race has been randomized for you, Goblin. The quality is prisoner. Log, your race, Goblin, has placed a home in the world fragments. Log, civilization point plus 10. Log, faith point plus 100. Log, your believers performed primitive sacrifices to you. Log, your faith point plus 236. Log, you have sent down divine grace. Log, your believer defeated the first order warrior level steelback boar, and you got the special effect steelback. Log, your believers performed primitive sacrifices to you, and you got totem hunting divinity 0.9%. Above the dense jungle, Lorden couldn't help showing a smile as he looked down at the goblin warriors who were busy disposing of the steel-backed wild boar carcasses and recovering stone spears after the sacrifice. Now he can only appear in his world fragments in the form of a pair of eyes, and can only appear in the range that believers have already explored. Fortunately, I have a plugin that allows my disciples to drop through killing or defeating. The drop things can directly strengthen my disciples, that is, these goblins. Otherwise, I really don't know how to survive in this dangerous superdimensional game. Luodan recalled that when he first entered the superdimensional game and found that his initial race was the lowest level prisoner goblin, others were a little stupid. With these scrawny goblins who couldn't even beat wild dogs, how could he survive in the cruel superdimensional game? And these goblins have now evolved into burly and strong goblin warriors, all thanks to him, and a little help from the drop system. The place Lorden passed through is called Blue Star, which is an extremely huge planet, and even a considerable part of it has not been explored by humans. Suddenly one day decades ago, the superdimensional game came, and all intelligent life can enter the superdimensional game, obtain a piece of world fragments, and become a god player. What is even more surprising is that everything in the superdimensional game can be brought back to Blue Star only by paying belief points, which is equivalent to Blue Star obtaining countless resources out of thin air. Even the powerful ones among god players can easily manipulate the starry sky, tear apart the void, and conquer the universe. But this is not all a good thing. Entering the game will bind the dimension imprint. If their world in the superdimensional game is captured or even destroyed, they will also die in reality. After all, the law of the dark forest is followed in the endless void. If the world fragments are discovered by other existences, there is a high probability that it will be an inevitable war. And in war, there will be death. What's even more frightening is that due to the advent of superdimensional games, Blue Star's space rules are no longer stable, and space cracks will open at any time, and a large number of monsters will pour in. So far, due to the slaughter of monsters, the Blue Star humans have only 1/3 of their original size. This also led to knowing that the superdimensional game was extremely cruel, but the Human Federation had to enter it to find powerful forces to defend itself. And this also makes the initial race of each god player extremely important. Even, the quality of the initial race has already determined the player's lower limit, and even the upper limit. Seedlings for new books to collect and follow for all initial races. There are 4 major quality levels: mythical species, monarchy species, war species, prisoner species. Adults are 0-level creatures, and a few can become first-level fighters. Prisoner species cannot be born into a superorder, cannot break through the limitations of the world or planet, and cannot be regarded as a true civilization. Just like the goblins, there has never been a super goblin in the history of superdimensional games. Therefore, the prisoner race is called a weak race that cannot forge a real civilization, and is imprisoned in the planet like a prisoner. The goblins are not bad, at least a few lucky ones can reach the strength of a first-level fighter, up to the 3rd level, when they become adults. Races such as dwarves and halflings in the prisoner species hardly have individuals who have reached the 1st level in adulthood. War species, there are a large number of them, and their individual strength is also good. As a short-lived species, they are good at launching wars with crowd tactics. The low-level ones include gnolls, lizardmen, etc., and the high-level ones include lion people, Yalong people, elves, etc. They are the backbone of the endless void war. Monarch species, they are born with a long lifespan and powerful strength. Even in the endless void, they occupy the upper status, such as high elves, dragons, giants, etc. Mythical species, just like the name, the race basically exists in mythology and is extremely rare. For example, demon lords, angels, titans, gods, elemental lords, etc. Luo Dan has always been a top student in the school because of his Su Hui in time travel. He is ranked first in all the superdimensional simulation competitions, and has even repeatedly used the war species to defeat the monarch species. It has always been the object of admiration for all the players preparing for gods in Zhou City, District 2 of the Human Federation. Until Lorden entered the superdimensional game, the prisoner species was randomly selected as the initial race goblin. In fact, in the eyes of other players, he still has a chance to come back. That is, the Human Federation Cosmic Warfare Department once came to the door, promising him that as long as he signed a cell contract, he could obtain the war species as his initial race. But he refused. Open the superdimensional forum, and now there are still people discussing him. Why didn't I see Lorden after binding the superdimensional imprint? Don't you know yet? Lorden rejected the Space War Department, thinking that he can use the prisoner species to rebel against the war species. Can this difficulty be the same? Prisoners have no potential at all. What a scumbag. Also, what you said is a bit sour, right? That's right, why haven't you been invited by the Space War Department? Even if it's a contract of sale, anyone can sign it if they want. What's there to discuss? It won't be long before we won't see him again. Yes, I am afraid that among the smallest dust-level world fragments, goblins are the lowest level existence, and they should be killed by wild beasts in a short time. Hey, although signing a contract with the Space War Department is equivalent to selling one's body, there is no freedom to speak of, but I would rather choose to survive. Hey, do you know that Shiman Qing, who was tortured by Lorden's blood before, signed a contract with the Space Investigation Department, and obtained the Subdragon race, a high-level war species, as his initial race? True or not, it is said that Yalong people have a 1 in 1,000 chance to return to their ancestors and become a low-level monarchy Tianlongren. Isn't Shiman Qing taking off? It's a good show to watch. Shiman Qing and Luo Dan had a little conflict before. Do you know the Princess Hathaway of this generation, the original royal family of the Jishi Empire in District 1? I know, what's the matter? I remember it was beautiful, but it's a pity that everyone who tried to make a book based on her was arrested. It's really a pity. That's not what I'm talking about. I heard that her initial race is angels. Angel. Yes, and it's still the first generation of wild angels. I've also heard that it's said to be an ancient star newly discovered by federal counselors from the royal family of the extreme Greek Empire, and a wild angel who surrendered on it. It's too strong. This is a super thigh. Thigh? This thigh can't be hugged by a cat or a dog, at least your dirty jackal can't. What about the gnolls? Speaking of which, I have already established a tribe and started to explore the vicinity and hunt wild beasts. At least I can survive without worry. Horde +1. Licking is still possible. I heard that during this period of time, all players who activated the superdimensional imprint were assigned to the T-World community. The difference is only in different regions. Soon the forum of the T-World community was established. Really, there is not even a World Community Forum. It seems that the World Community has not been explored. It can't be very dangerous. Not necessarily. After all, we are all newcomers, so we should not be assigned to a world group with a high degree of danger. Don't talk about it. Is there any boss who can support some resources? I'm in the T04 area. The believers have just established a tribe and are being besieged by a group of Lancho chickens who don't want to die. It's extremely urgent. It's easy to say. I heard that Lancho chicken is the most tender and juicy when steamed for 2.5 hours, but you have to pay the corresponding price. Please boss, chat privately. Lorden closed the superdimensional forum, and he didn't care about the comments of other god players at all. If he didn't have a golden finger, he would definitely sign the contract of sale without hesitation. But I hung up. Thinking about it, Luodan opened his god panel. God, Loden, Divine Power, Totem, Incorporeal, Rules, Hunting, 43. 7%, Bloody, 23. 1%. Position, Goblin, Shin Emblem, a pair of blood-red eyes, Divine Art, Spear of the Hunt, Frenzied Bloodline, Goblin Blessing, Anchor of the Void, Believers, Goblins, Level 1345-35, Goblin Warriors, Level, Civilization, 23 points Faith, 793 points, Warehouse, Special Effects Steelback, World Fragment, Dust Level, 340 square kilometers. Resources rich, bred first-order beasts and resources. With a slight thought, Lorden came to the sky above the goblin tribe, looking at the green-skinned goblins who were distributing the hunting results below. Although there is a system, I am still very envious of those players whose initial intelligent race of world fragments is the monarch species, or even the mythical species. But it's okay, it's better than a miserable player who doesn't even have intelligent life. If the initial race is a race without any intelligence, and there is no way to get other races as the initial race, then the player can only choose to become the subsidiary existence of other players. There must be other players nearby and they are willing to accept him. Lorden manifested those huge scarlet eyes and appeared above the goblin tribe. A strong divine power suddenly appeared, causing all the goblins below to worship enthusiastically. My loyal people, I am very satisfied with your recent sacrifices, so I bestow you with divine grace. After finishing speaking, Lorden put the special effect Steelback obtained by the system on the goblin race, and selected 35 goblin warriors. Log, you have consumed the special effect Steelback. Log, you have consumed 350 faith points, and the selected objects are 35 first-tier warrior level goblin warriors. The next moment, great changes suddenly appeared on the goblin warriors in the tribe. Roar! Almost instantly, the goblin warriors below began to roar loudly. The green skin on the body surface became thicker, even showing a dull silver-black luster, and the already gnarled muscles swelled again, becoming even more hideous and terrifying. Tier, Goblin Warrior Tier, Goblin Elite. All of a sudden, giant goblin elites appeared in the tribe below. Each goblin elite was astonishingly taller than meters, like a big brown bear, and even bigger. Fear. Race, Goblin, Quality, Prisoner Species, Level, Elite, Tier, Special Effects, Hunting Blood, Steelback, Bond, Wolves, Range, All Goblins, Bond Wolf Pack. When more than 3 goblins are together, the combat power and fighting spirit will be improved to a certain extent. Special Effect Hunting Blood. When entering the hunting state, agility, strength, fighting will, and endurance will all be slightly improved. Special Effect Steelback. When you enter the battle state, your skin will be attached with a layer of steel film, making you less likely to be injured, and it will be easier to recover after injury, and your toughness will be slightly improved. That's right. Although the elite goblins are only at the 2nd level now, because of the effect of fettering the wolves, when fighting in groups, their combat power should be completely comparable to the third-level ordinary intelligent race. Luo Dan thought in his heart, a little excited. Even high-level warfare species do not have such a fast advancement speed. Grades are just grades, but strength is composed of multi-dimensional structures. Just like the second-tier elite whiteboard fighters, heavy knights, dragon warlocks, arcane scholars, even juvenile dragons, and newborn elemental lords, the combat power is not at the same level at all. There is also the issue of resources. Whether it is the expansion of the tribe, the cultivation of stronger believers, or the expansion of world fragments, resource issues are the top priority. Luodan looked at the happy goblin tribe, but frowned slightly, and glanced at the words world fragment, dust grade, rich, on the panel in front of him. The world fragments are divided into dust level, constant sand level, boundary island level, miniature planet level. Resource richness is bad, barren, passable, rich, treasure. As the number one in the previous superdimensional simulations, he knows the world fragments of different sizes and the richness of different resources, and his own world fragments obviously only have a few first-order beast resources at most, which cannot be rated as rich at all. Fair is a little bit reluctant. Suddenly, thinking of a possibility, Luo Dan's eyes lit up. There won't be any relics? To obtain resources, there are only 3 ways: trading, relics, and world war. Luo Dan looked at Yima Penguin, which was as big as a world fragment of a county in his previous life. His spiritual response was very weak, and he could only support 1 level of native life at most. Even if he had a system to transform these 35 goblin fighters into second-tier elite goblins, the resources of this world fragment alone were already the limit. It can't be rated as a rich resource level at all. Unless there are relics. Luo Dan frowned, comforting himself. Although his initial race was a prisoner species, he was also an intelligent species. The size of the world fragments was at the dust level, but there were ruins, so it was not the worst start. I rejected the investment from the Space War Department. With the style of the Space War Department, there should be no second chance. I am afraid that other war companies will not extend an olive branch to me. The original owner's family background is also very average. Both parents signed a contract to sell the resources of the world fragments. The world fragments were transferred to a safe area as a logistics base. In terms of trading, I can't help you of any kind. Apart from the ruins, there is only world war. Luodan's mind moved slightly, and the anchor of the void on the light screen in front of his eyes flashed, turning into a 3-dimensional virtual simple stone anchor. Type, divine art, name, anchor of the void, special effects, consume belief points of different magnitudes to create the void anchor you want, throw it into the endless void, and you may be able to find the world fragment you want. Consumption, from 10 faith points, grasp with both hands must be hard. Lorden simply set the conditions he needs. World type, fragment, the highest level of spiritual power does not exceed the 3rd level, required consumption, 400 faith points, making. Luo Dan waved his hand lightly, and a golden light fell into the light screen. The next moment, the anchor of the stone void materialized. It displays tiny golden chain-like imprints, symbolizing locks. And a pair of golden eyes, symbolizing spying, allowing the gods to spy on the target before deciding whether to go to start a war. Go with. Lorden waved and threw the anchor of the void, and the stone anchor turned into golden light and escaped from the fragments of the world in an instant. Afterwards, Lorden lowered a wisp of consciousness, transmitted the message he wanted to convey to the mind of the chief of the tribe, and issued an oracle to search for the ruins. Seeing the goblin tribe below getting busy and assigning teams to explore unknown areas, he couldn't help but bring some anticipation. I don't know what this ruin is? Professional inheritance? Material treasure? Or remains of civilization? Forget it, it is very precious for the goblins to allow a world fragment of the level of Baron to pass from fair to rich directly. Besides, if it doesn't work, it can be traded in this T-world community. After making the arrangements, Lorden was about to follow the goblin exploration team sent out to take a look at this primitive ancient world, when he suddenly received a series of urgent reminders in the superdimensional imprint. Human Federation Blue Star Guard Department. Dear player, hello, according to your real location Joe City, there is a level 4 space crack in your area, the danger is extremely low, and a low-risk alert is issued to you. Level 4 space crack.
Seeing the alarm reminder, Luo Dan froze for a moment.
Level 4 Space Rift is the lowest level of Space Rift, and it can only accommodate the third-order master-level life at most. As far as the defense of Joe City is concerned, there is almost no danger at all. Under the most common human practice system, the first level is equivalent to a formal knight who has initially touched psychic powers. Wearing heavy armor, he can rampage in a small battlefield and decide the outcome of a small battle. The second level has already begun to gradually inhumane, and the life level has started to sublimate. For example, the goblins who can temper their skin can be said to be invulnerable, and ordinary cold weapons are difficult to hurt. The third-tier master needs to comprehend some kind of artistic concept, and can already feel the law, which can be said to be the enemy of 10,000 people. Spacecrack's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme appear on a large scale, that is, a spacecrack may appear in any corner of Joe City, and then a few monsters pop out. The most important thing is that the monsters that can appear in Blue Star's land have certain special characteristics. That is to say, if I can summon elite goblins to kill those monsters, I might be able to get some good drops.
Without hesitation, Luo Dan chose to go offline.
In a daze, what he saw was no longer the blue sky and white clouds, and the dark void beyond the blue sky, but a slightly narrow single-family courtyard with old decorations and a remote location. Level, -2, Warrior, Elite, Master, Extraordinary, Lord, Title, Legendary, Epic, Demigod, Blue Star, District 2.
Joe City, Outer City, Long K Street. Here are basically single-family small courtyards, and it's not that rich here.
On the contrary, in the new era of super-dimensional games, spacecracks will come at any time, and danger will appear at any time. So it leads to extreme differentiation of land values. There are only big cities in this world, and satellite towns that have special functions and are distributed around the big cities. In the city, every inch of land is expensive in the inner city, and no one cares about the outer city. Just like now, the inner city is calm, and the monster that escaped from the spacecrack was easily strangled by the commissioner of the Blue Star Guard Department.
In the outer city, there are still many monsters wandering around. My father and mother both work in the inner city and I'm the only one in the house now.
Luo Dan stood on the roof of his house and was about to greet his parents through the superdimensional imprint, when suddenly there was a sharp pain between his brows. He received a warning from spiritual energy, and he immediately frowned.
There are monsters near me that can threaten me.
Lorden's current level is Totem, and he can exert unparalleled power in the world fragments.
But in reality, that is the level of the First Order.
After receiving the warning, he immediately became vigilant, consumed a small amount of faith points, blocked his breath, his eyes glowed with golden light, and began to observe, and soon found the target. There are several humanoid creatures with dark red skin and a shape a bit like a praying mantis. Among them, the leading one emits a third-order psionic reaction from his body, and his aura is as sharp as a sharp sword. They were still holding dark red bone spurs in their hands, and they seemed to be bleeding faintly, as if a killing had just happened.
Tier 3.
Humanoid creatures, comprehending the artistic conception, should be intelligent species.
I don't know what to get if I kill you.
Faith points, 138 points. Lorden glanced at the faith point. There were 793 points at the beginning, 35 points were consumed to bless 350 goblin warriors, 400 points were consumed to make the void anchor, and there were still 43 points left.
During this time, the goblin tribe should regenerate some points of belief. Summoning an elite goblin requires 20 points of faith.
There is 1 tier, and 4 tier, on the opposite side.
Summoning 6 should be enough.
With the thought of Luo Dan, the faith points on the panel were quickly consumed, leaving only 18 points. The next moment, a crack in space quietly appeared in front of him, and 6 elite goblins walked out quickly, with respectful expressions. Great Father God, please guide your humble people in the direction of the enemy.
Go ahead and kill them. Deacon Ma is worthy of being the #1 deacon of the Lightning Sword sect. Your Lightning 5-linked sword is the pinnacle.
I'm afraid that in the next step, you will be able to reach the realm of the Sword Master and become the new leader. Yeah, these creatures from other worlds are so weak, but they have a lot of precious medicines in their homes.
It's really eye-catching. Deacon Ma, this is our great opportunity.
A group of mantis people are searching this piece of luxurious-looking houses with greedy eyes, ready to rush in and kill and plunder at any time. Among them was a young mantis man who complimented the leader, a middle-aged mantis man. "Humph, what's the matter? I became the sword master with the lightning 5 swords, and today I will use the blood of these ignorant aliens to build my invincible sword master." Mantis sword Sekma Bagwa sneered, and the sword intent on his body radiated out, immediately chilling the hearts of the other 4 innate mantis people, sighing inwardly that Deacon Ma is worthy of his talent. Just entering another world, he has such a feeling, his strength is getting stronger and stronger, unfathomable. Suddenly, the dark red bone spur in Deacon Ma's hand buzzed, which immediately made him happy. He felt the breath of treasure that matched his sword intent again, but at the same time, he also sensed the breath of creatures from other worlds. Slanting his eyes and glancing at the 4 innate swordsmen behind him, Deacon Ma showed disdain in his heart. "A group of idiots, who were tricked by me into serving me as queens, really think that they can support themselves." He said kindly, "Everyone be careful, there are treasures nearby, and there are also enemies, all of you follow me to punish them." The next moment, he was the first to step out, and his terrifying jumping ability allowed him to jump hundreds of meters in an instant. After a few jumps, he came to an orphanage. No matter how powerful and prosperous the world is, there will always be a dark side. Even though the power and resources of human beings have expanded beyond words due to the advent of superdimensional games in the past few decades, there are still space cracks coming. Blue Star is a civilization that has grown up in constant destruction and creation. It also means that countless families will be broken up, and a large number of children will need socialized support in welfare homes when their life expectancy is not up to standard. As soon as he stepped into the orphanage, Deacon Ma was stunned for a moment, and immediately showed a ferocious smile. In front of him were a group of cubs of otherworldly creatures, several otherworldly women, and several bow-wielding men with dark skin and long pointed ears. A woman with a dark aura that disgusted him. What attracted him was the red ring in the hand of one of these women from other worlds. Deacon Ma just glanced at it, and was trembling with anger, squeaking incessantly, "Damn it! This breath is absolutely unmistakable. This is definitely a 1,000-year-old blood essence. The better the blood essence is, the higher its value. You, a damned woman from another world, actually made a 1,000-year-old blood essence into a ring." Smelling this intoxicating smell, Hun Yuan 13 spears are ready to move. This can't be a dragon blood, right? Damn it! Damn it! The bone sword in Deacon Ma's hands suddenly blazed with blood, and the sword was full of intent. With a wave of his hand, he wanted to kill all the alien creatures in front of him. "It's over, come out to be a volunteer. Why did you encounter a 4th-level spacecrack, and just happen to meet a 3rd-order master-level monster? Even if I randomly found shadow elves of the high monarch species as believers, but it's only been a few days, and they are still in their nascent state, and they are only at the 1st level. The potential is huge, but the strength is about 0. Fuck. The girl looked at the squeaking mantis monster in front of her. Although she couldn't understand what he was calling, it was obvious that the murderous eyes were fixed on her, and her little face turned pale with fear. But she didn't give up. She was still making the last struggle, elf blessing. Tang Yiming waved his hand and used up all the faith points at once. The next moment, golden light shines. Instantly added cat's agility, dragon's great power, eagle's acuity, snake's lurking, bear's violence and other buffs, whether useful or not, to the 5 first-level shadow elf fighters in front of him, hoping to escape the catastrophe. It's a pity that it's useless. The shadow elves were easily slaughtered by this group of mantis monsters. It's a pity. If the suzerain hadn't said that this gate to another world would not last long, I would have captured you and tortured you to see if there are any other 1,000-year-old blood spirits." Deacon Ma sneered. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew his sword to kill Tang Yimong, and then snatched the precious ring made of 1,000-year-old blood essence. Tang Yimong closed his eyes and waited for death. At this moment, she felt calm instead. Thinking of the things she dared to think and dare not do before, a handsome figure appeared in her heart. "Unfortunately, I haven't taken care of Luo Dan yet." "Humph, little prisoner, you used to be a top student and I couldn't get high, but now I am a monarch. When I grow up, I will be enough to support you. Unfortunately, I have no future." Just when she clearly sensed that the cold sword edge was getting closer, suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps rushed towards her.
Why use collision?
The sword edge in front of the throat quickly disappeared, and Tang Yimeng opened his eyes in amazement, looking at the 6 green city walls in front of him, and the mantis swordsman holding a sword to resist the charge.
Tang Yimeng was a little dazed.
Looking at the scene in front of him, his brain couldn't react.
Green skin. It looks like this. This isn't a goblin, is it? How big is a goblin? Just as shocked as she was Deacon Ma.
Feeling the aura emanating from the 6 large creatures in front of him, as well as the arm that was still numb from the impact even though he had turned back in time to resist, the blood was surging, and even a crack appeared on the bone sword that depended on his life.
He wanted to vomit blood. This is so innate. So what? Don't underestimate me, I'm not an ordinary sword sect.
A mere innate talent dares to resist the power of my master. The deacon of the mantis centaur let out a long whistle, and the true energy in his body surged violently. In an instant, his size more than doubled, and the carapace on his body became darker.
Die!
The next moment, Deacon Ma's slaying sword intent that bet his glory in life soared into the sky, and bursts of lightning kept dancing on the bone sword, flashing dangerous light, and in an instant, he was about to kill these huge green-skinned creatures.
Take the head, careful.
Although Tang Yimeng's strength is low, he is still a god player after all. He has seen many followers of the martial arts system show the power of Junqi in the forum. Of course, the 3rd-tier master martial artist who knows how to refine true qi, violent qi, this is the ultimate skill that burns the root of life.
If it is used properly, it can even pose a considerable threat to a 4th-order transcendent life, not to mention a goblin whose psionic response is only 2nd-order elite. The next scene made Tang Yimeng feel desperate. It's over, it's really over now. Deacon Ma's heart was burning with anger. How dare you? How dare you underestimate me?
I saw 6 brown bear-like goblin elites facing the life-burning violent attack of the 3rd-level swordsman, and they even looked indifferent and separated 3 to deal with the 4 innate mantis swordsman, leaving only the 3 elite goblins confronted Deacon Ma.
Deacon Ma laughed back in anger.
Under this extreme anger, with his physique, he even felt that the indestructible pass leading to the juggernaut had loosened a bit. Today I will use your blood to build the foundation of my sword master. Just when Deacon Ma's sword was about to touch the 3 elite goblins and wanted to kill them all in one go, he saw a scene that stunned him. The 3 huge greenskin creatures had a silver-gray, steel-like luster all over their bodies, and then a layer of the same gray luster appeared all over their bodies, as if linking their 6 lives together.
Fetter the wolves. Legion battle formation? 3 or 6 soldiers can form a legion?
Deacon Ma's doubts turned into doubts, but once the anger was struck, there was absolutely no reason to turn back.
Even if it's a legion battle, it's not like I haven't encountered it before.
I think that when the dynasty sent troops to encircle and suppress my lightning sect, there was also this legion in battle, so it was still pierced by the first swordmaster.
Now I, Mabagwa, can also do the old things of the swordmaster.
The next moment, the chief goblin in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme stretched out a palm the size of a cattail fan, and with a strong grip, the bone sword shattered. Before Deacon Ma had any reaction, he popped out with his fingers, and Deacon Ma's watermelon-sized head was instantly shattered.
In the end, Mabagwa left only one idea: how can you use the legion battle formation to sneak attack and deceive my old man?
This green-skinned young man.
No martial arts. Behind the goblin chief, the other 3 elite goblins also gutted and killed the 4 innate mantis swordsmen in an instant.
Glancing at Tang Yimeng, who had a flattering smile, the goblin chief casually searched the 5 mantis men's belongings, and then left the orphanage, as if nothing had happened. Tang Yimeng breathed a sigh of relief when the 6 green city walls left, and looked sadly at the corpses of the 5 shadow elves lying on the ground.
Look at you, you're still a high-ranking monarch.
Although you're only a 1st-tier mantis, I don't ask you to rebel against a 3rd-tier mantis, but at least those 2nd-tier praying mantis monsters should drag one into the water.
The results of it, not a single one. Not as good as a goblin.
Even though he said so, Tang Yimeng still used his restored belief points to incinerate the corpses of these shadow elves, took away the true spirits, and prepared to put them into the shadow altar in the world fragments to reincarnate them. This is her secret: she has a broken weapon of civilization. After doing all this, her expression gradually became excited. While comforting the frightened children with other volunteers in the orphanage, she regretted that she didn't use the video function to record the battle just now.
This is a goblin who leapfrogs battles,
while excitedly using the super-dimensional imprint to contact his best friend. When she was excited, she suddenly thought of the male god she had never forgotten after meeting. These goblins, it can't be Lorden's. After all, Lorden is so powerful, and he also rejected the invitation of the Space War Department.
He is fully capable of cultivating such a powerful goblin. And he saved me. Who would come to save me so coincidentally?
Apart from fantasizing, Tang Yimeng is still a little rational. Hey, Lorden and I entered the super-dimensional game in the same period, and my high-level monarch species is only 1 level. His goblin is lucky to survive the world fragments. It's a pity that this player is too mysterious.
Otherwise, I would like to ask him how to cultivate his goblins. Maybe I can use this to win Luodan's heart in the future.
Tang Yimeng couldn't hold back in the end, and posted a post in the newly established T forum. Log, the believers under your command have just finished a miniature battle. Log, the believers under your command killed the second order life *4, and the third order life *1. Log, you have gained plus 180 faith points. Log, you have obtained the special effect Killing Sword Intent, which has been corrected to the special effect Killing Will for you.
Powerful auras roared from the inner city, among them were air cavalrymen of the legendary rank. Luodan knew that this level 4 spacecraft was over.
Without waiting for the 6 elite goblins to return home, Lorden directly remotely opened a space rift and sent them back to the world fragments. Then when he got home, he opened the log and was pleasantly surprised to find that he had gained a special effect of will in this wave. I'm really drowsy and sent a pillow. Before, I was still worrying about how to break through the 2nd tier to 3rd tier barriers, so that the relatively low wisdom goblins can comprehend the will.
Isn't this coming?
Luodan held back his emotions, looked at the superdimensional imprints that had been reminded by several messages, and went back one by one. Among them, many female classmates who had hardly contacted him before sent messages asking him if he needed help.
Am I that weak? Luodan shook his head and laughed a little.
This can't be blamed on anything else, it can only be blamed on the fact that the prisoner is the lowest level existence in the entire endless void. After all, how strong could it be compared to races such as dwarves, slimes, halflings, and lowly skeletons who have almost no fighting power at all? In particular, among the most powerful goblin gods recorded in superdimensional games, only one goblin has reached the 4th order extraordinary. It was a pseudo-transcendent dragon blood goblin that cost a lot of money and cost the lives of tens of thousands of goblins. Just when Lorden was about to assist the goblin tribe in finding the ruins, suddenly there was a violent vibration in the superdimensional imprint. Soon, he found the source of the vibration, and found that it was just established, and he didn't know who pulled it into the T forum. He couldn't help but look serious. Strange, usually only when there is a major event, which is marked as a major milestone event by the forum itself, will this kind of shock come, and now. He couldn't help but be serious. The last time this kind of shock happened was 10 years ago, when an unexplored world group marked as Y and later named Different Abyss appeared in the Alien Abyss forum. At that time, it was the original master of Yuan who suddenly made a move, instantly destroying the world of hundreds of god players, including more than 10 super players. And now, the T-World community he is in is also a brand new community for exploring the world, and there is also a milestone event-style shock. Luodan took a deep breath, thinking in his heart, I hope it won't be such a vicious incident. Luodan opened the T-Forum, quickly browsed through it, and searched for the milestone event while obtaining useful information. Vocabularies such as veins and deposits appear more than 350 times. There are many ignorant beasts, especially many. Tisk, why are people still discussing the city wall goblins that appeared in Zhou City? It's okay. No, it can be said that it is natural to suspect me, and then rule out my wrong answer. Continue. The body of the intelligent species is very fragile, but it is phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme easy to give birth to legal professions. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme when a world community has a certain type of trait in a biased manner, it is possible to have a level 2, or even level 1, or even a dominant level civilization.
Level 3 Civilization, Surface Civilization, Civilization has not been born super level.
Level 2 Civilization, the strongest individual of civilization breaks through the super level and can break through the surface.
Level 1 Civilization, there are multiple superorders of civilization, and began to colonize multiple worlds' planets. Dominator level Civilization, the birth of a civilization dominates and can dominate a world group.
Overlord level Civilization, multiple masters were born in the civilization, and while dominating the original world community, they began to colonize other world communities. This is the division of civilization levels in superdimensional games, and from this we can see the cruelty in the endless void. Soon, Lorden found the milestone event, which is a projected video, the final confession and warning of a god player. My fellow citizens, my name is Sith. When you see this video, I am already dead and blew myself up. As you can see, there is my world behind me. I am relatively lucky. I was able to randomize to a miniature planet at the beginning, skipping the link of world fragments directly. The initial race is also a high-level monarch-type mountain giant, and an adult is a fifth-order lord. And now, my planet is being invaded by the indigenous civilization of this T-world community. They use a special method to shield the entire planet, and all signals cannot be sent out. You also know that the information transmission system of superdimensional games will also fail from time to time. That's why I chose to blow myself up. I don't know if the sublimation of power during the blow up can break through the information blockade and deliver the news, and I don't know if you were lucky enough to see this video. It is even possible that all my memories have been retrieved, and everything about us is known to others. What I said was a bit messy, you should see for yourself. Luodan saw that the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme direction in the forum changed from questioning to silent, and his mood suddenly became heavy. What Sith said is indeed a bit messy. The start of the miniature planet plus high-level monarch is already a high-end configuration that many people dream of. Maybe at the beginning, his strength is not enough, but as a player, his vision must be high enough. It can make him incoherent. Lorden narrowed his eyes slightly, and clicked on the video below Sith's confession to watch. The video is not long, it is a splicing of several number 1 video clips, and it will be finished soon. After reading it, Luodan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The mountain giant of Sith is the darling of the earth, born with the strength of the elite level, able to crush the third-tier master level of the war species. Nearly 10 tribes have developed on the entire planet, with thousands of elite mountain giants. Looking at all the newcomer god players, even the worlds of many mythical species are not as good as his current development level. But his enemy is an even more terrifying existence. Those are huge steel war fortresses floating above the sky, as if embedded in the atmosphere. Every war fort emits a huge beam of light that goes straight to the earth, and war machines walk out of the beam of light with heavy steps, and the various weapons on their bodies have a strong sense of science fiction. A series of laser beams or blue-purple plasmas were shot out, shooting through the mountain giant at every turn, and iron nets popped out along with the anesthetic, capturing the mountain giant. The mountain giant, who had a violent personality and was difficult to bring down even with anesthetics, was quickly beheaded by a war machine with a cold weapon, and then a medical machine arrived quickly, and was frozen. Even the mountain giant king, who had reached the extraordinary level, wailed tragically, looked at Sith in pain, and was then captured and dragged into the war fortress. Sith watched this scene, and number 1 said that there was no movement from the perspective, as if it was indifferent. Above him, there is also a link of light beams between the war fortresses, like an impenetrable net that tightly seals off the planet. And right in front of him, stood an anthropomorphic war machine that was a mixture of machinery, energy, and flesh and blood, and was quite small, less than 2 meters in size. There is a circle of halo floating behind his mechanical head, which is as majestic as a mechanical god, and the proficient language of mountain giants came out of his mouth. Not bad civilization. It took me 2 empire hours to analyze the language. You seem to be the cluster consciousness of this race, and you have a certain degree of autonomous intelligence consciousness, but you actually tried to send a message to the outside world. As a collective consciousness of a weak civilization without space travel capabilities, why would it try to send a message to the universe? You should have no concept of the universe. Forget it, imprisoning you, the guild's raiders should be very interested in you, and leave the work of extracting the memory to them. The anthropomorphic war machine is quite talkative, but what it means inside and outside the words is that it seems to have regarded Sith as a fish on the chopping board, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In the video, the desire to express this machine, an anthropomorphic war machine mixed with energy and flesh and blood, seems to be stronger, but it seems to be speaking to other people. It's strange to say that the copy newly developed by the Empire Virtual Universe Company is getting more and more real. Look at the real expressions of those mountain giant monsters below. The flesh and blood are blurred. In the past, this was 18 banned content. You are lucky to be my fans. Look at the dungeon boss in front of me again. The basic combat power is 5340, the template combat power bonus is 3250, and the LV53-liter template boss monster has a total combat power of nearly dash. Even among legendary players, it is not considered weak. But for me, a quasi-hall level player who is about to step into the highest hall of players, it's time to sprinkle water. I'll tell you another secret. When I came out to carry out the mission this time, I also quietly brought a big guy with me. Just when this anthropomorphic war machine was about to capture Sith, a voiceover came from the projection. It was the voice of Sith. I can feel that there is a terrifying existence watching me from the war fortress above my head. If he makes a move, I will be powerless to resist. In order to avoid consuming too many faith points in the battle with this guy, I didn't even have the strength to blue myself up, and lost the last bit of ability to pass on the news, so I chose to blue myself up directly, in order to have a glimmer of hope for the news to get out. In this regard, I only have one thing to ask you. I hope that if I can help you, you can help my sister when you can, please. Immediately afterwards, the voiceover ends and the video continues. Just when Sith was about to explode himself, the white halo projection behind the head of the anthropomorphic war machine suddenly flashed red light, issuing a warning, and then he quickly backed away without hesitation. Boom! The Sith blew itself up, and the intense golden light and huge flames expanded instantly. The chain reaction caused the instability of the planet's structure, and even the planet tended to explode along with it. The video was about to end, but just before the end of the video, everyone saw a scene that shocked them. In Sith's final perspective, he only saw a huge mechanical hand that could cover the sky and the sun. A mixture of machinery, energy and flesh and blood, regardless of each other, came out of the sky. Boom! The planet seems to be whining and trembling because of its appearance. The giant palm pinched the planet and instantly exploded. All signs of the planet eliminate. The new book is a small seedling, please collect it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme and recommend it. T04 World Region, Dust World, protect resources. The Goblin Chief roared, now it's time for the final harvest of hard work. They must show their most heroic gestures in front of the Father God, expel all these gale monkeys that harass us. The Goblin Chief deeply understood the concept of sustainable resource development in the Oracle. If it wasn't for the destruction of his homeland and the gale monkeys desperately trying to stop them, he wouldn't even want to take action against these first-order monkeys. As a coming-of-age ceremony for the descendants of the ethnic group, isn't it fragrant? The Goblin tribe had never had any adult ceremony before. No, and dare not have. As one of the weakest races, although the strength is weak, the potential is also low. And also very fond of internal fighting, ignorant of wisdom, tyrannical temperament under the blessing of God the Father, the wise Goblin Chief himself is very puzzled. How does the Goblin race exist? Is it really based on the phrase existence is reasonable? Although enlightened, he didn't want to think so much. He only wanted to be able to be loyal to the great Father God forever, and he only needed to be bathed in the great glory of the Father God, and he was satisfied. But now, not only did he open up his wisdom, but other clansmen also possessed powers that they had never imagined before. Now they dare to think about adult ceremony for the little goblins in the tribe. For their tribe, this is a leap across classes. So, the Chief Goblin's eyes revealed a fierce light. Anyone who dares to stop me from fulfilling the oracle of the Father God will die. It seemed that it was frightened by his strong killing intent, or because too many members of the same race died. The gale monkeys fled in a hurry. As for the horned snake? Cold-blooded animals don't have the concept of home. They've been yo-yoing for a long time. Oh? The state of the Goblin Chief made Lorden look sideways. Can you comprehend the will by yourself? If you can really comprehend it, you can call it the first pride of the Goblin tribe in 1,000 years.
I don't mind giving you a chance to become a hero.
Lorden didn't pay too much attention to the goblin chief, but looked at the center of the open space, where the relic was located. This is an underground space similar to a laboratory, where there are stacks of materials and various experimental instruments that look rather weird. Laboratory Luodan's consciousness is scattered, although he can't understand the functions and characteristics of these words and experimental equipment. But he is also a god. Isn't what God is best at creating creation out of nothing? Although he is just a totem now, he still can't make void creations, but he doesn't start from the physical level, so he directly sends out, although I don't know what it is, but I want to know, then I can consume enough faith points, and I know, which makes sense. The majestic belief points began to be consumed rapidly. It seems like 400 faith points are required to create a void anchor, making faith points seem worthless.
But it's not like that.
You must know that the anchor of the void can travel through the void at will, and has a certain degree of autonomous intelligence, can constantly search for the world, and independently draw spiritual energy from the void to restore strength. Although the greatest thing is the existence of creating this magic, the value of belief points cannot be ignored at will. Therefore, in just a few seconds, the value of faith points in front of Luodan changed from 430 points to 73 points, which surprised him, and he also looked forward to the legacy of this laboratory. The next moment, the laboratory that had absorbed enough belief points seemed to possess a certain amount of spirituality for the time being, and one after another information was transmitted from the laboratory, and then entered Luodan's consciousness and was absorbed by Luodan. After a while, Luodan suddenly opened his eyes, feeling extremely pleasantly surprised. The information passed on to him by the laboratory is a professional inheritance, a complete set of configuration information for a special medicine, and ideas on how to formulate and reconstruct the medicine when the medicine is aimed at different races. The light screen in front of Luodan's eyes presents these two things: type, professional inheritance; name, pharmacist of 7 sins; restriction, wisdom; species, only one living body; inheritance, quality, legendary, normal, extraordinary, legendary, ultraorder, master; special effects, the 7 evil emotions of intelligent life can be refined into potions, which can be used for evil or good. Type, potion; name, high-efficiency reproductive potion; restriction, sexual reproduction of life, only effective for 4th order and below life forms; quality, extraordinary; special effects, I don't need to introduce too much about this one. In fact, I think it's called Spring Day, the successor. I hope you can fulfill my last wish and create a series of Spring Day that is also effective for Legends. Even if it is included in the grassroots counterattack plan, the things in this relic can be ranked first. When Luodan was excited, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Let's put on a vest, I don't want people to call me some weird nicknames in the future.
Of course, the real reason is not just the so-called nickname, but also because of name.
According to some secret information that he had inquired about and was blocked by high-level officials, I don't know whether it is true or not name, whether it is fame, or any name. What he knows is not specific, he only knows that this name involves the road after the superorder. Of course, it is possible that what he inquired about was false news at all, and it is also possible that this name has nothing to do with the so-called fame at all. But it's always good to be cautious, and it's not bad for him to put on a vest anyway. It's the limitation of this intelligent species. The blood-red eyes of Lorden's avatar looked down. Except for the goblin chief, the other elite goblins look like foolish fools. He could not help but thump in his heart. Goblins should also be considered intelligent species, right? You don't want to let the most capable brat in the tribe become a pharmacist? A hint of doubt flashed in Luodan's heart. He randomly found dust-level world fragments and prisoner-level goblins as the initial believers, which proved that he was not a particularly lucky creature. Why have you had good luck one after another these days? It's fine to drop the rare will to kill, this belongs to the system. However, there is even a legendary quality of professional inheritance hidden in the dust-level world fragments, which is outrageous that it happens to be what he needs. There is no trace at all. Luodan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Forget it, the soldiers will block it, and the water will cover it. According to the information in the potion inheritance, the materials needed to make high-efficiency multiplication potions are all already available in the fragments of this world. Gale monkey's desire to reproduce, 3-star pollen, snake scale fruit core, horn scale snake blood, Thai green leaves. Awesome, a potion made purely of first-order materials can greatly affect the emotions and will of extraordinary creatures. The Gale monkey's desire to reproduce should be the core material for this potion to move its will across levels. It's a pity that I can't give up this professional inheritance to anyone, otherwise I will definitely be able to sell it at a high price in the tea forum. However, I can sell the high-efficiency reproductive potion formula after harvesting the first pot of gold and configuring more advanced reproductive potions. No matter how miraculous the potion is, it is a foreign object after all, and it will definitely affect the quality of the offspring. Therefore, the god players in the tea world community may have a strong desire to become stronger because of the appearance of strange civilizations in the early stage, so that the world and the civilization of believers can get on the right track, and there will be a fanatical pursuit of this type of potion. After this period of time passes, and the development of their respective worlds is on the right track, there will be no need for reproduction potions anymore. Lorden hesitated a little, but handed over the professional inheritance of 7 Sins Apothecary to Chief Goblin. No way, there really is no other goblin with such a head. Later, after the goblin chief accepted the inheritance, he arranged the task of making the high-efficiency multiplication potion. He can't wait to take other people's pockets. Ask for tickets and follow-up, the author bows and thanks. T-World Community, T01 Area, Tai Star, Supergiant Planet. In the past, there would be a layer of mimetic shielding outside the Tai planet, covering the scenes of various lively warships, war machines, mechas, and giant satellites outside the planet, simulating it as if there was nothing. But today, the mimetic shielding position still exists, but it seems to be stuck, distorting it from time to time, revealing its true appearance to the inside of Taishing. A war machine the size of a small planet is equipped with a star destroyer. The superorder mechas holding the mechanical ship slashing knives that can shatter miniature planets stand in rows, showing the most vigilant fighting posture, and facing the Tai star together with the star destroyer cannon. Called Tiny Sage? This is a life form that looks extremely weird. He is tall and hideous, like an evil thing crawling out of the abyss. On the head of the evil dragon that seemed to be flowing with magma, there were 9 ferocious long horns and 5 short horns like spikes, which spirally intertwined into a grey crown of thorns, and the body was covered with a robe of flowing flames. But his aura is as elegant as a sage who stands outside the river of time and records epics. In his hand is an indescribable ancient stone book, which seems to record all the fantasies of all life. He seems to be the symbiosis of all contradictions, making it impossible for people to look directly at him, as if he is the only one in the world. The comparison between flesh and blood and War Machine should have been weak. But it is the existence of such a flesh and blood body that makes countless mechanical weapons that can easily destroy the planet dare not act rashly. Ah! I came from afar, so let it be if I don't want to have a good talk, and even pointed a gun at me. It's a pity, I am not a good person when I am 8 years old. The Master of Fantasy smiled lightly, and the sound oscillated and spread in the void of the universe where sound should not be transmitted, reaching the minds of all living beings. Strangely, the 3 sentences seemed to be uttered by 3 different beings. The Master of Imagination gently stroked the ancient stone book, and spoke again. The voice seemed to spread from ancient times across time and space. I say, what I see is nothingness. I said, those who are hostile will die here. I said, all heat and light will eventually disappear. The next moment, the void in front of Master of Imagination seemed to be reduced to a picture scroll, and an invisible giant eraser began to work. Mechs, battleships, and war fortresses are erased like irresistible paintings. At the same time, the surroundings of the picture scroll also began to turn gray, as if it had been infiltrated by the breath of death. These are nothing. The more frightening scene is that the eternal flame on the superstar in the Tai galaxy began to decay and extinguish, and the sphere began to tremble, gradually heading towards the end of disintegration. And all of this seems to be destined, full of irreversible will. Just when Tai Star began to be affected by the messy rules due to the collapse of the superstar, an illusory human-shaped projection appeared in front of the Fantasy Master, bowed slightly. Your Majesty, Tai Quantum Light is here to apologize for the rudeness just now. I think you'd like to talk now. The Master of Fantasy smiled, and gracefully put away the Book of Fantasy, as if it wasn't him who almost destroyed the foundation of other people's civilization with his hands just now. Log, your goblin disciples killed 13 Gale monkeys. Log, faith point plus 130. Log, you have harvested the special drop effect, desire to reproduce. Log, you found the ruins,
Dorothy Pharmaceutical Workshop. Log, you consume faith points to temporarily endow Torres Pharmaceutical Workshop with spirituality, gain legendary occupations, and obtain extraordinary potion formulas. Log, you bestowed the legendary professional 7 Sins Apothecary to the Goblin Chief Mai. Your goblin tribe began to collect materials, and the high-efficiency multiplication potion began to enter the production process. Log, the Anchor of the Void you released found the target. Did you enter into spying? Log, your tribe seems to have abnormal nodes. Please pay attention, it's all coming together. Yes, the preparation of the potion has already started, so I can also publicize it in the T forum. Luodan is just a pseudo-god, a totem, and can't be like a real god. After arranging the goblin chief, he entered a short hibernation state and began to recover his energy. When I woke up, it was already 10 days later. He looked at the 2 prompts at the bottom of the log with great interest. The Void Anchor found the target world? Abnormal nodes appear in the tribe? The target world can be spied on at any time. Let's look at the abnormal nodes first. Having gone through hundreds of superdimensional simulations, Luodan only encountered 2 abnormal nodes in total. He still remembers the impact of those 2 abnormal nodes, which can be said to have directly changed the direction of the world in his superdimensional simulation. Once, a virus appeared inexplicably, infecting a planet with 30 billion low-level war gnolls in just 3 hours. But the virus didn't kill them all. Instead, it put these gnolls in a state of neither death nor life. Turning on the violent soldier mode, that time he used the low-level war species to hang and beat the low-level monarch-type Tianlongren. The other time, a space crack appeared on the planet, allowing his simulated planet to connect to another planet, and the 2 planets merged. After hard work, his followers conquered the opposite side, and he also devoured the will of the opposite planet, leaping out of the totem realm, skipping the level that needs to condense the physical totem, and directly achieve the realm of the giant spirit. Of course he was lucky. In real superdimensional games, there are many cases in which god players encountered abnormal nodes, the world destroyed themselves and died. Wonder where that queer good luck comes from. Lorden projected his gaze to the edge of the goblin tribe, and had an inexplicable intuition in his heart: this abnormal node should be beneficial to me. While paying attention to abnormal nodes, Luodan opened the T forum, preparing to start promoting his high-efficiency reproduction potion. Forum, what is this mechanical indigenous civilization? It made me very nervous, and the original farming development plan was disrupted. That's right, the Federation hasn't given an explanation yet. Bureaucracy kills people. It's useless to talk about it, let's focus on how to develop quickly. Yes, I didn't want to use substances that speed up reproduction, but this time I can't help it. No need, even if the quality of offspring of believers is lower, there is no way. You can use it if you want. Is it possible that things that accelerate reproduction are very popular in our current T-World community? Yeah, I was begging for it 2 days ago, and no one has responded to me yet. I'm convinced. The normal world community is a cheap product. Why is it in short supply here? No rush, I've already found a demigod-level pharmacist, and it shouldn't take more than half a year to develop a multiplication potion using substances that exist locally in this world community. Upstairs, remind me that not only the local substances, but also the mode of action of the breeding potions developed, cannot violate the laws of this world community. Hey, I'm really envious of those high-level believer races. Races have their own civilization treasures, and they don't need these foreign things like reproductive potions to speed up the reproduction of offspring by reducing the quality of offspring. Treasures of civilization, important tools of civilization, and heritage of civilization. I don't expect too much, and I can be satisfied with an incomplete treasure of civilization. Come on, I have an incomplete civilization treasure here, but it is only a one-off. It was obtained by my uncle from the Qingdi world community. After using it, you can directly obtain descendants. Okay, is your thing in the T-World community? No. Then you talk about a hammer? I won't let you open a space crack to teleport. I will pay for the material reconstruction fee, and you will pay for the real spirit transfer fee? Not out. Lahe, thank you. Everyone looked at this scene in the forum, filled with joy, but also felt that the future was a bit bleak. Because the civilization that destroyed the Sith world,
the so-called mission is likely to be specifically looking for these god players.
Everyone, don't be discouraged. My 7th and 8th aunt's grandniece is a low-level mythical species. I have inside information.
The Federation has already paid attention to this matter and sent a Holy Sea Master to personally go out.
Soon there will be good news.
Most people chose to ignore this news and continued to discuss how to develop the world rapidly. An unexplored world community is so vast that they may never meet each other once in a lifetime, and there is no competition at all. Coupled with the external pressure from the unfamiliar mechanical civilization, this may be the most harmonious relationship in the T Forum. Soon, Luodan sent a screenshot of the message of the high-efficiency multiplication potion, and then edited a message and sent it specific information on high-efficiency reproductive potions. Pretend to have pictures. A bottle of high-efficiency reproduction potion is enough for 1 extraordinary, or 10 masters, or 100 elites, or 1,000 warrior life forms. After use, the probability of one-shot soul penetration increases by 30%, the desire to reproduce increases by 70%, the breeding time is shortened by 100%, and the quality of offspring is reduced by up to 20%. 10 bottles of high-efficiency multiplication potions are exchanged for 1 belief crystal, and the price is the same. The reason for 2.5 years of silent cultivation. As soon as Luodan's news came out, the T Forum channel exploded. It will cause heated discussions, which he expected, but the direction of the discussion is a little bit different from what he expected. T04 World Community, Dust World, Goblin Horde Edge, Vomit. It's dirty. An exceptionally thin little goblin was sneaking into a small river outside the tribe with a green skin on his head, and was diligently scrubbing the dirt on his body and the traces of unknown creatures with a rag. Stool. Not to mention the ignorant and low-intelligence goblins, even the ancient European Highlanders who barely reached the low-level warfare phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme lived in cities full of excrement. I threw up. The little green skin kept scrubbing, and kept wanting to spit it out. His eyes were full of luster that ordinary goblins didn't have, but now this luster was filled with anger.
What kind of race is this? Is there a god here? Which god you believe in, you can only consider yourself unlucky.
The little green skin almost fell off the skin he had scrubbed, so he threw away the rag with some grudging satisfaction, and then lay down in the small river, using the cold water to cool down his constantly hot brain. This is not due to the fever caused by the virus, but simply the high temperature overload of the brain caused by excessive use of the brain. This is outrageous for a race of goblins. In terms of their wisdom, the original poor brain capacity can already be regarded as a luxurious configuration. But for this little green skin, it was like a cage, imprisoning his brain computing power to death. I didn't expect that time travel actually existed. And it can be controlled artificially. You only need to use the super large spiritual particle collider to collide with the melody of God to open the channel. It's just that. What is the race I'm traveling through? The brain capacity configuration is not as good as my old-fashioned computing device that has been eliminated for 30 years. It's a pity that there are no tools or assistants. I really want to quickly do a gene editing project for this body. It really doesn't work. The little green skin closed his eyes with a complex expression. A piece of golden hexagram bone armor was floating in the dark consciousness. At least let me activate my destiny intelligence. Because of the excessive use of the brain, the little green skin soon fell into a dream, and the destiny intelligence bone spun around, illuminating his consciousness, allowing him to enter the past that he could not remember in the dream. Dr. Gu Yuan is a real genius. Dr. Gu Yuan has created a spiritual particle collider that far surpasses the technological level of the White Tower Federation for 30 years, which will help us discover the undiscovered world. Shocked. The world may prove to be multi-dimensional, and Dr. Gu Yuan's team may phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme the Homo sapiens world to open dimensional exploration and colonization. Dr. Gu Yuan's team has created a large-scale spiritual particle collider, and the dimensional channel will be open soon. Scenes are constantly replaying in Gu Yuan's mind, and the peak moment in his life is about to be staged, which is also the darkest moment leading a country with an average level of science and technology to the forefront of the world, and discovering the mystery of the Homo sapiens world. He is known as the first genius beyond all Homo sapiens in history.
The distinctive bone of destiny between his brows is the best proof.
Then he made history with his own hands.
It's just that there is a slight deviation between this history and what he thinks and wants.
What he thought was that with their level, opening up a new dimension, as the party to be discovered, must be weaker than them. Just like in the era of Homo sapiens navigation, Corando, the originator of Homo sapiens navigator, discovered the new world and accumulated primitive wealth. They should be on the side of the colonists. However, after the large-scale spirit collider was activated, the world channel was opened as expected, but the opposite side was not the weak world they thought. It is a real, terrifying and unspeakable world, just like the abyss recorded in the myth of Homo sapiens.
The Homo sapiens world is devastated, destroyed, and polluted. The most outstanding genius in history has become the worst sinner in history. He personally destroyed the world that raised him, the world he loved. At that moment, he fell into madness instantly.
Fortunately, the destiny intelligence bone that the Homo sapiens are born with blocks all painful memories. He can't remember how to build a super large spiritual particle collider, then travel to the new world and become a little green skin.
It's also a poor man.
Luo Dan shook his head slightly, although he couldn't directly peek into Gu Yuan's dream. But as the father god of the little green skin, he can see some fragments of Gu Yuan's memory, which gave him a general understanding, traveler. The wisdom bone of destiny enhances wisdom, enhances computing power, and seems to be able to actively control one's emotional character, which is a good thing. The world behind him seems a bit interesting, especially if the so-called destiny wisdom bone can be transplanted or integrated into the goblin tribe.
At that time, the goblins could truly undergo a fundamental leap.
There is also that weird world like the Abyss, which seems a bit like different Abyss world? If it is possible, it is not impossible to absorb your race as a subordinate race.
Let's just observe.
Lorden narrowed his blood-red eyes slightly, and sent down an oracle. Order the goblin chief to take care of Gu Yuan secretly, the request is not high, just don't die.
Other requests for care will be discovered by Gu Yuan, and even with the IQ of the goblins, they can't handle them.
In the T Forum, the voices of other god players can be described as extraordinarily noisy.
Crazy? 1 faith crystal and 10 bottles of medicine? No, you set such an outrageous price, does your family know?
No, brother, I can pretend that you don't know the value of the crystallization of faith, and quickly change the price for me, and I will forgive you.
1,000 points of faith can condense 1 crystallization of faith. A void anchor with complex needs may only have 500 or 600 faith points.
Your analogy upstairs is wrong. I went to the slave market to buy a pair of twin elf sisters.
Hua is only a crystallization of faith. The slave trader also gave me a maid suit and a candle whip. That's right, change it for me quickly, or I'll be angry.
If it weren't for the inability to use belief points to interfere with reproduction, the offspring would become brainless prayer machines.
I wouldn't even take a look at your news.
The gods and players yelled for a long time, but they didn't see any mystery because the seller had any reaction. Anyway, they posted a new message. I forgot to mention just now, the resources are not enough for the time being. The first batch is limited to bottles. Superdimensional notarization, 1,000 bottle. This don't think that if you limit purchases and play this kind of hunger marketing, we will be fooled.
Yes, brothers, don't buy it, and let the profiteers go bankrupt.
Yes, brothers work together. At this moment, the gods and players are like a family, condemning profiteers together and resolutely not to be cheated. It wasn't until the number displayed on the superdimensional notarization changed from 1,000 to 950 that the family members panicked and began to stampede plus denounce.
Who, shameless, didn't you agree not to buy it? Why did you buy it secretly? Once you buy it, you will get 50 bottles.
Bah, shameless, no, I'll hurry up and buy 20 bottles.
No, didn't you say you should buy it? Why is it gone? I was wrong.
I shouldn't have uttered wild words. The reason I have been practicing silently for 2.5 years is that I beg you to release some more quota. I only need 10 bottles. You're not a profiteer, please. Ha, thank you, I got 10 bottles just because of the boss. I got, bottles, my family members, tell me, thank you just because. Even though strange civilizations are eyeing it, but when everyone has no foreign objects to promote reproduction, everyone does not panic.
Don't panic when everyone doesn't buy. But when I saw that everyone around me seemed to have it, but I didn't have it, panic immediately came to the fore. Seeing this scene, Luo Dan could only shake his head helplessly. It's a pity, there's nothing I can do to help. If possible, I would also like to sell more. This thing will be worthless in the future. Looking at the 1,000 bottles of high-efficiency reproduction potions that disappeared from the interface, and the extra 100 belief crystals. The crystallization of faith is equivalent to the currency in circulation in superdimensional games. With this money, he can do a lot of things. Next, Transcendent is a threshold. Luodan clicked on his own information panel. God, Loden, Divine Power, Totem, Incorporeal, Rules, Hunting, 43, 7%, Bloody, 23, 1%. Position, Goblin, Shin Emblem, a pair of blood-red eyes, Divine Art, Spear of the Hunt, Frenzied Bloodline, Goblin Blessing, Anchor of the Void, Believers, Goblins, Level 1379-34, Elite Goblins, Level, Chief Goblins, Level, 7 Sins Apothecary Legendary Profession, Civilization, 25 points Faith, 340 points, Warehouse, Faith Crystal * 100, Special Effect Killing Will, Special Effect Desire to Reproduce, World Fragment, Dust Level, 340 square kilometers. Resources rich, bred first order beasts and resources. Let's add the drop things to the goblins first. Lordan's consciousness turned to the fragments of the world, and his blood-red eyes reappeared above the goblin tribe. Looking at the respectful goblins below, he thought in his heart, the goblins are known for their extremely fast reproduction and fast growth of cubs. If the desire to reproduce is added, the number of goblins will soon double. Also, Anchor of the Void has also discovered clues to the world, and I haven't had time to spy on it yet. If the locked different world meets my requirements, a lot of combat power will be needed to open up the world battlefield and conquer the different world. Let's sublimate the elite goblins to kill goblins first. The next moment, Lordan issued an oracle and blessings. The little author guarantees to update 4,000 to 5,000 words every day, and today it is 6,000 words. If you feel that the author's writing is not bad, I hope you can continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme and support it. Just see the last page, then turn it down, enter the last page of the book, and pop up the interface of which reader you are the first to follow. Whether it is a recommendation ticket or a reward, a monthly ticket, in the free period of the new book. It cannot be said that it is not important, but it is also important. It's just that it's not important to follow up. Because only follow-up and recommendation are linked, there is only follow-up and recommendation. The little author bowed and thanked, please, thank you. T04 World Region, Dust World, blood-red eyes floated above the goblin tribe, and the goblins below danced the ancient and primitive sacrificial dance under the guidance of the goblin chief. The next moment, patches of blood mist and a large amount of pink mist fell. The blood mist is the will to kill, and the powder mist is the desire to reproduce. Only 35 elite goblins could bear the will to kill, and other ordinary goblins would instantly fall into madness even if they were only slightly infected with the will to kill. But the desire to reproduce is that all goblins, male and female, old and young, are exposed to rain and dew. Roar! The elite goblins were originally, meters tall, with swollen muscles all over their bodies. They were full-fledged killing machines. After accepting the will to kill, their bodies swelled again, and there was no saying that they were refined. In this kind of beastman race, bigness is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme considered beautiful and strong. Distinguished by wisdom, they tend to develop in the direction of giant species, or giant species. This is also the reason why Luodan attaches great importance to the Homo sapiens planet behind Guyuan. With the poor wisdom of the goblins, if they continue to develop like this, sooner or later they will become giant beasts and completely lose their wisdom. In this case, Luodan can only become a subordinate god of other god players. Basically his potential has been exhausted, and he has lost his free will. The green skins of the elite goblins became darker, as if they had been weathered and slaughtered. At the same time, blood-red thorns appeared on their backs, forming a pair of blood-red eyes depicted by blood-colored thorns. This is from all the violent bloodlines of Lordan,
inherited by the Goblin Slayer who has reached the master level. What's even more astonishing is their body size, which is now nearly 4 meters long. According to an ancient saying, this is a 2'2" body, possessing a certain degree of majestic power blessed by laws. Killing goblins' will to kill can easily suppress the desire to reproduce, but other goblins. Looking at the scene below, the corners of Luodun's mouth twitched, and he quickly closed his blood-colored eyes, not wanting to watch such an eye-catching scene. My phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead slash phoneme. The killing goblins to hunt some horned snakes and steel-backed wild boars, as well as a large number of ordinary beasts. Lorden issued an oracle. If he wants to build a complete goblin army, it is impossible to only have these few dozen or so third-level killing goblins. There must be more second-level, first-level goblin warriors, or it is the goblin elite to fill the legion skeleton. Otherwise, there will be a world war, expecting 35 killing goblins to single out the opposite world? I can't finish killing from exhaustion. The previous special effects Steel Back and special effects Hunting Blood have been used up, and you need to hunt again to drop these special effects. It is best to collect more. Follow the oracle of God the Father. The goblin chief, Mai, crawled devoutly, and then led the murderous goblins to search for the steel-backed wild boar and horned snake among the world fragments. Although the world fragment is not too big, it is still the size of a county-level city in the previous life. Compared with the current small size of the goblin tribe, the resources are still relatively large. But under the effect of the desire to reproduce, it should soon be insufficient. Be prepared for a rainy day. Luodan no longer pays attention to the fragments of the world, but closes his eyes, and in the vast void, embarks on the chain road that others cannot perceive, but is extremely bright in his eyes, and his consciousness quickly shuttles along this road. Soon, the darkness faded and the light ushered in. Luodan opened his eyes, and there was a new world in front of him. It was the world that Anchor of the Void searched for him, which met his requirement of world fragments. The highest spiritual power level not exceeding the third level control the world of dragons. As a god, vision is different from ordinary life. Ordinary life uses the vision represented by a pair of eyes, the sense of touch represented by the skin, and the sense of smell represented by the nostrils to perceive the world from the surface and slowly explore. And as a nascent totem-level god, when faced with a world fragment with an extremely low energy level, he can also directly observe the essence of the world fragment from the time dimension. Luodan held the void anchor in his hand, and his faith points were slowly consumed. The golden branding in the shape of eyes on the void anchor was gradually filled and lit up, as if he had spirituality, and brought Luodan into the history of the dragon world hundreds of millions of years ago. A world was blown up, and a bit of the incomplete true spirit of the worlds will drifted into the void. Tens of thousands of years later, attached to this incomplete true spirit, matter spontaneously gathered to form a fragment of the world. After the meteorite fell, it disintegrated and reunited. The incomplete true spirit gradually recovered and became less incomplete, too. 1% to 3%, and the world fragments became more stable. It was still a meteorite falling, but this time it brought creatures. The self-proclaimed spiritual people have evolved. They are born with the ability to communicate with the spirits of animals and plants, and they are the darlings of nature. Thousands of years ago, a drop of the blood of the superstar core Dragon King was accidentally thrown into the world of controlling dragons by a spacecraft, starting the spiritual recovery with dragon and fire as the main attributes. The spirits were thus divided into two factions. Believe in the Eamon faction that worships nature, and the Dragon Control faction that advocates power and evolution. The result is obvious. In Luodan's perception, the name of this world fragment is the world of Dragon Control. Aura. The spiritual energy response continues to increase, and the spiritual energy response of the entire world fragment has reached a critical point. Luodan felt it carefully, his eyes lit up immediately. It is about to reach the critical point of the appearance of the fourth order extraordinary life. Once it breaks through, hundreds of extraordinary beings will spurt out, and until the strongest life breaks through to the Lord, the title will not have any hindrance. Once the critical point is broken, it will not be a world that I can touch. In other words, I came just in time. Luodan's eyes became more and more surprised. If you can devour this world, then you don't have to worry about the resources for a long time in the future. Even my world fragments can jump from dust level world fragments to Hangxia level to Jeda level. While Luo Dan was delighted, he continued to feel the world carefully.
His current capital is too weak.
If he fails here, his vitality will be directly damaged, and he will not be able to recover for a long time. It's okay to put it in normal times, but there are strange civilizations in the outside world watching, so we must redouble our efforts. Even if the Federation really comes to deal with this matter, they still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and other people's territory after all. If a war breaks out, they will be the first to die. Even if a large-scale war does not break out, they are extremely dangerous. After all, this is like negotiating between the two countries. The death of a few pawns on the front line is harmless to the overall situation. Soon, Lorden frowned slightly. In addition to himself, he actually felt another aura of the Anchor of the Void, which was full of tyranny, cruelty, and dragon-like aura. This is the back door of the Anchor of the Void. When the Anchor of the Void faces a different world, unless the gap is huge, it is extremely difficult to detect. But the gods and players can easily detect each other's Anchor of the Void. That is to say, the holder of the other Void Anchor that has locked the world of controlling dragons probably has also noticed the existence of Luo Dan, the Void Anchor. Good guy, it won't be a high-level war species Argonian? Thinking of this, Luo Dan subconsciously thought of a person Shiman Ching invited by the Space Survey Department. If it's him. Luo Dan resolutely split a ray of consciousness into the T-Forum, searched for a while, and suddenly showed a smile. Sure enough, it's him. He's frightened in the forum. Soon, Luo Dan sifted through the forum messages and found out all Shiman Ching's remarks, so as to judge whether he could be his enemy. Although Shiman Ching was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme hanged and beaten by him in the past. But this is the reality. Ximen King has obtained the advanced war species, and has the support of the Space Survey Department behind him. The starting point is countless steps higher than him. It is not a shame to deal with it so solemnly. The following is the record of the conversation between Ximen King and others in the T-Forum, but only what Ximen King said. I was personally invited by the third captain of the Dark God Division of the Space Investigation Department.
How many of you can compare with me?
Yes, I signed a 100-year contract, which is twice as much as others, so what? You can sign it if you have the ability.
What are you talking about, Luo Dan? Even if the director of the Heaven Department of the Space War Department personally invited him, so what? Didn't he accept the invitation?
That's enough, don't mention this name, be careful I'm going crazy.
What foreign things are you looking for to promote reproduction?
My Argonians are all soldiers, and each of them is a first-order warrior.
The king of the Argonians is now a life that is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to an extraordinary. The king of the Argonians is already extraordinary.
Tell you, I have newly discovered a fragment of a dragon-attributed world, which is still on the rise.
My Yalong people are one step closer to the Tianlong people.
Suppressed, why is there another breath of the Anchor of the Void, but fortunately, he only has a third-level psionic reaction. He'd better retreat in spite of the difficulties, otherwise, anyone who stands in my way will die.
I can't blame me for the death of all the elites.
Hiss, why is the breath on the Void Anchor so dirty and ignorant, with a hint of evil? It feels like goblins, jackals, kobolds, goblins, and other low-level creatures.
It shouldn't be goblins or kobolds. After all, there is a third-order reaction. Can kobolds and goblins have it?
It's best to be a goblin, but it can't be Lorden.
He should be cold, but it doesn't matter. If it's a goblin, I can treat it as Lorden's goblin and give him a good meal.
I will develop another wave and launch a world war in 10 days. Let the Argonian king consolidate his extraordinary realm first. There is only one tier, Argonian, the one who just broke through.
A cold light flashed in Luodan's eyes. You want to hammer me, right? Seeing this, Luo Dan couldn't help but feel a little itchy.
He actually didn't care about Qing Shiman's nonsense, but he would not be polite if he could teach this guy a lesson. However, this can be regarded as a solution to one of his doubts, why the Space Investigation Department accepted him into it. Whether it is the Department of War or the Department of Investigation, in fact, it is more about absorbing talented god players. It is rare to absorb players who are unlucky and randomly assigned to the Trash Believer race because of cherishing talents, such as Lorden. Although King has some ability, there is still a long way to go before being absorbed by the investigation department, so Luodan has been puzzled. Argonians have great flaws, and Qing Shiman is willing to sign a year contract, which is equivalent to the guards raised by the investigation department itself. It is not for the purpose of cherishing talents. This kind of general resource support is the lowest. Then, crush him. Luodan relaxed his mind, moved his thoughts slightly, and carefully followed the road of chains back to the fragments of the world, without revealing his coordinates at all.
Next, spend time. T04 World Region, Dust World. Luodan returned to the fragments of the world, and a large section of log prompts popped up in front of him. Log, you have consumed the special effect Will to Kill. Log, you have consumed 3 faith points and selected 500 second-tier elite goblin elites to advance them to third-tier master goblin killers. Log, you have consumed the special effect Reproduction Desire. Log, you have consumed 1 faith points and selected all goblins to give them the desire to reproduce. Log, the probability of one hair entering the soul is increased by 50%, the desire to reproduce is increased by 100%, the breeding time is shortened by 200%, and the quality of offspring is reduced by up to 5%. Log, your believer goblin tribe made another 1 bottles of breeding potions. Log, your followers killed goblins and launched a hunting operation, hunting 0 order life * 149, first order steelback wild boar * 13, and first order horn snake * 28. Log, faith point plus 149 plus 130 plus 280 equals 559. Log, you have harvested the special drop effect hunting blood * 37. Log, you have harvested the special drop effect steelback * 11. Log, you have obtained the special drop special effect reload * 1. Log, you have harvested the special drop effect snake armor * 17. Log, you have harvested the drop special effect shadow bloodline * 13. Log, the number of some special effects exceeds 10. Do you want to consume 1000 faith points 1 to solidify them? The blood of hunting is dropped by ordinary wild beasts, and it is a special effect that allows life to initially adapt to spiritual energy. It acts on the 0 level breakthrough to the 1st level. Snake armor and steelback are the same type of special effect, both of which are body strengthening, acting on the 1st level and breaking through the 2nd level. A new special effect has been released, and a limited special effect has also been released. A little surprise appeared in Luodan's eyes. Special effects curing? It means that after solidification, even if it is used, it will not be consumed directly and can be used repeatedly? Seeing the last one, his heart skipped a beat. For a long time, every hunting creature must drop, but what is dropped is uncontrollable. Luodan has been worried that after using any special effects, it will no longer fall. Now that there is a solidification function, it will directly relieve his worries. The only thing to worry about is that it takes more than 10 to be able to solidify. Something is better than nothing. Let's talk about it first. Luodan, who holds 100 faith crystals, that is, 100 faith points, is now rich and powerful. With a wave of your hand, everything solidifies. Log, you have consumed 4 faith points to solidify the special effects Steelback, Snake Armor, Hunting Blood, and Shadow Bloodline. Log, it is detected that the special effects Snake Armor and Shadow Bloodline can be fused. Do you want to consume 10 faith points for fusion? Special effects fusion? Luodan felt helpless. He had never seen the system with so many functions before, and he had never seen the system so desperate for money. That's right, my faith point savings didn't exceed 1 points before, and I couldn't even realize the most basic curing special effects function. My big drop system doesn't help the poor. Although he didn't know what would be after the fusion, Luodan didn't hesitate, and directly chose to fuse. Log, you have consumed 10 faith points to fuse the special effects Snake Armor and Shadow Bloodline. Log, you have obtained the legendary profession Shadow Hunter, incomplete. Legendary occupation. Although occupation can only represent the upper limit, it does not mean that you can reach this level with occupation. But there is still a big difference between a professional and an ordinary psychic. Even in Blue Star, the legendary profession is worth a lot of faith crystallization. Not bad.
Luodan clicked on and then clicked on the limited special effects reload and Shadowhunter to watch their introductions. Type, limited special effects, name, heavy equipment, special effects. After using the reload, a pair of super heavy armor is formed on the surface of the skin, which cannot be disassembled, and can be repaired by itself after damage. Only for one living body. Type, occupation name, Shadowhunter, quality, legendary, incomplete, special effect 1, the Shadowhunter is compatible with shadows, can walk in the shadows, but will fall from the shadows when attacking. Special effect 2, within a short time after falling from the shadows, agility and damage increased by 30%. Special effect 3, when facing high intelligence targets, such as legal professionals, long-distance occupations, the agility and damage will increase by 30% again. Remarks, this profession currently only has tier, dash, and tier, dash, and new special effects that match the profession need to be integrated in the future. There are scouts. Before getting a new main job, Goblin Slayer is still the main force of the Legion's embryonic form for the time being. Luodan pursed his lips slightly. Shadowhunter is very simple, you only need to divide some goblins to transfer to this class, but this limited special effects reload is very difficult. In particular, it is still a limited special effect, and it is likely that you can only get it this time. But this special effect is obviously more suitable for giants, or giant beasts. Even if it is the strongest goblin chief now, it would be a waste of money to give it to him. Then keep it for now. Luodan thought about what he saw just now. Shiman Qing decided to go to launch a world war with the Dragon World in 10 days. But with the current population and strength of the Goblin World, it is obviously impossible to participate, but it's not impossible. When the Goblin tribe was able to rule this piece of world fragments, the original will of the world fragments had completely disappeared, and Lorden became the world will in this world fragments, truly replacing Tianqin with his own heart. But for him, it has long been familiar, and he is tired of superdimensional simulation. As the master of his own world fragments, consuming belief points can promote the flow of time. Of course, as long as there are belief points, other god players in their respective worlds, it can also be done. Luodan began to count how many faith points he still had. One faith crystal has 1,000 points, and 100 is 100,000 faith points. I used up some just now, but now I still have more than 700 points of faith, which is enough for me to push the speed of time. The fragments of the world are the smallest dust level, and now the highest psionic level is only the 3rd level. The speed of time flow is accelerated by 100 times, and it should be about faith points a day. It's not bad for the world fragments to be small. Tisk, it's a good thing I have harvested a wave of god players from other T-world groups, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to pay for the belief points that speed up time for half a day. The blood-red eyes of Luodan's avatar shot up into the sky in an instant, and instantly turned into countless blood-colored light spots that dissipated and merged into this fragment of the world. Take control. Omnipotent. These 2 words were Luodan's first feeling after incarnating the will of the world. At this moment, he really felt that he was a god. He seemed to be omnipotent, and he was the god among the fragments of the world. Time accelerates. Luodan made a request to the hidden rules, and the next moment, the belief crystals stored in his body buzzed, and 32 crystals disappeared in an instant, that is, 32 belief points evaporated directly. Even Luodan, who incarnated the will of the world, felt a little heartbroken at this moment, so he resolutely comforted himself. It's okay, hasn't the Goblin tribe made another 1,000 bottles of high-efficiency reproduction potions? Just go to the tea forum to harvest a wave. Of course, belief points are not white flowers, just the moment the belief crystallization disappears. Whoa! 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 It was as if the sound of countless rivers scouring hard stone slabs appeared in Luodan's heart, and then, the concept of an infinitely long river flowed in his consciousness. Time goes by. I saw a tributary that was almost invisible in the long river of time, which seemed to be invisible, quietly speeding up a little. The river of time has begun to speed up. 100 times. 10 days, 100 times, that is, 1,000 days, which is equivalent to about 3 years. Enough. Luodan withdrew from the state of world will. He was above the world fragments, but he couldn't integrate into it. Everything inside the world seemed to have been pressed the accelerator button. He was a little dazzled so fast. The goblin species itself is an ephemeral species, with extremely fast reproduction and a very short development time.
A litter can have 7 or 8 cubs. After the increase in reproductive desire, it only takes 2 months for a breeding, and it only takes 4 months for a goblin cub to grow up. Of course, the price is a slight 5% decrease in the quality of the offspring, and it is still the most. Especially with the acceleration of time, 10 days is equivalent to 3 years, which is enough for the goblin tribe to breed 6 generations of people. If you switch to another race, it may be a terrible drop, and it may reduce the quality of the new generation of people by up to 30%. This will even change the future of a race, enough to degrade the low-level monarchy species to become a high-level war species. But what is the race of my believers? It's a goblin. Don't say 30%, even if it drops by 30%, that's about the same. This race really cannot be lowered. After finishing all this, Luodan was about to take a good rest, waiting for the big battle 10 days later, but was shocked by a burst of vibrations from the T-forum. Looking at the vibrating T-forum, he couldn't help but look weird. No, what's the matter? Ask for various phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data / phoneme, recommend tickets, monthly tickets, rewards, comments and follow up in the T-forum. Lorden quickly flipped through the useful information. Why doesn't that boss just continue to sell high efficiency reproduction potions? Yeah, I still think it's expensive, but other people's ones are more expensive and less. Laughing to death, I can't grab it at all. No way, usually who would pay attention to this kind of thing that reduces the quality of future generations? Once it is used, it may require countless resources to make up for it, and it may not even make up for it. No one will pay special attention. If it weren't for this strange civilization, let alone use it, I wouldn't even look at it. Soon, Luodan found that there was no useful news, so he turned to the source of the vibration, Federal Notice, T-Sequence Plan. Sequence Plan. Luodan just saw the name, and there was a huge wave in his heart. What is a sequence? Below the superorder, the strongest is the sequence. For the strongest and most potential seed players below super rank, the Federation will give sequence status, and will devote a lot of resources to assist them to become super rank, and even set foot on the throne. This void is extremely vast. Whether it is the extraordinary system or the cultivation system, there are hundreds of millions of them emerging one after another. But overall, there are certain divisions. Within the planet, tier, to tier, demigods of tier, are already able to span a planet in an invincible state, and are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme called land gods, human-shaped natural disasters, and earth gods. Beyond the planet, superorder, master. If it is divided according to certain Western god systems, superlevel is also called gods. And the throne of the strongest in the superorder is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme called the king of the gods. The sequence plan has a more widely known name, throne reserve. God players who can be included in the sequence of the Federation more or less have the potential to achieve the throne. In the previous sequences, apart from those who fell in the middle, many thrones appeared. According to the past practice, when there is a new world community for exploration, it will take at least 10 years to prepare the newly entered god players before starting the sequence plan. A trace of doubt appeared between Luodan's brows, this time. Is it because of that strange mechanical civilization? No matter what, opening it in advance is actually only good for me. Luodan knew in his heart that the difference in potential between believer races of different quality levels could not be calculated with reason. If it is really given more than 10 years to develop, even if he has a system, the difficulty of competition will only intensify under the constraints of resources. In the future, he is very likely to reach the pinnacle of superdimensional games. But that is the future, now is the present, and 10 years. After all, other people, such as primitive angels, demon lords, and titans, may directly advance to super level in 10 years, and then compete for the title of sequence player, how to fight. So, is this sequence plan to be announced in advance, or to start the competition now? Luodan continued to watch carefully, his pupils constricted suddenly, revealing an expression of unbelievable surprise, in view of the fact that the changes in the T-World community involve superorders and have huge targeted maliciousness towards the Federation player group. The Minister of Space Warfare, the Holy See Utopia, personally visited the T-01 world area and descended on this civilization.
After friendly consultations, the civilization realized that the player's Sith shot was inappropriate, and is willing to return the Sith spirit and give corresponding compensation. This civilization also realizes that hegemony is not desirable, admits the wrongness of its own behavior, and is willing to engage in a mild and healthy competition with us on the ownership of the T-World community. Therefore, the Federation decided to carry out the sequence plan in advance. 3 years later, the first world competition will be held, and all God players will obtain specific world coordinates and compete one-on-one with the organizations below the super level sent by the civilization in a specific world. The winner can choose to withdraw from the sequence plan and receive rewards. You can also choose to compete in the second world after a certain period of time, and the rewards can be extracted. The winner of the competition will be eligible for the selection of treasures on the first floor of the Federal Treasury *1. Consecutive winners of the competition will receive excess rewards. The loser asks for more blessings. Of course, you can also choose not to join the serial plan, so you don't need to compete in the world after 3 years. The following is the registration entry for the sequence plan. After reading the entire content of the announcement, Luo Dan only had one thought in his mind: why do you call this a friendly negotiation? Others smashed Sith, and continue to smash other players, which is obviously outright malicious. But we must first figure out the identities of the God players. Appearing in other people's worlds out of thin air, launching wars, plundering the resources of the local world, pure villains, villains from outside the sky. What is the purpose of others? Still not protecting your own world? Drive out the bad guys from outside. You send top strategic combat forces to friendly negotiations, and then others not only have to apologize to the bad guys, but also admit their mistakes and compete with the bad guys for their own backyard. Level 1 civilization is a civilization that has multiple superorders and has begun to colonize multiple worlds. A dominator-level civilization is a civilization that has multiple dominators and already dominates a world community. Level 1 plus civilization means that there are one or more masters on their way to dominate their own world community. What kind of friendly negotiation can make others give up their own things and compete with others in a mild and healthy way? For example, this is the same as a person grows up and wants to inherit the ancestral property passed down from his family. Suddenly, a group of brats come to take away his ancestral property. He beats one of them to death, and then the elders of the little brats come. Reasoning with him, he realized his mistake, not only wanted to revive this brat, and then apologized, but also realized his mistake, decided to mildly and benignly compete with outsiders for the ancestral property left by his family, which is just as outrageous. Sure enough, the nature of this world is always cruel. Luo Dan exhaled, the flame in his heart became stronger and hotter. Only if you are strong, you will not be negotiated friendly. He didn't want others to take a fancy to his world fragments one day, and he was going to have a friendly negotiation with him. Without the slightest hesitation, Lorden reported his name in the sequence plan. Then, let's harvest another wave, but this time, it's not the last price. Luo Dan continued to look into the T forum. Sith, hard. Imagination Master, high. Federation, tall and hard. It's not to my liking. If you want me to say, the Federation should teach this civilization that doesn't know what to do, instead of some gentle and friendly negotiations. That's right, there are still people who boast about being tall and tough. The two upstairs are very smart. Whatever they are doing, I have already signed up for the sequence plan, and there are still 3 years left, so I have to speed up the pace. Just now I threw 10 void anchors out in one breath. Brother Nyo, the elves here are crazy. Even if I send an oracle in the name of the Father, they are not willing to mate and give birth to offspring. I am really convinced. Don't mention it, me too. I'm a little stronger than you. The tidal giants under my command are willing to mate, but the pregnancy period is too long. It takes 2.5 years to breed at a time, and it takes decades to reach adulthood. Even if it keeps accelerating, it won't increase how much, not to mention that I don't have the faith point to speed up. It seems that such things as reproductive potions are in short supply for our group of God players. Where's the mysterious one from before? It's a big quantity. Although the price is a bit expensive, I hope I can snatch it anyway. Wait a minute. While others were discussing, Lorden sent another edited message. Family, I'm here again. Time is tight and supplies are scarce, so I'll stop talking nonsense. This time, 1 bottles will be offered directly, but the price fluctuates a little. Every 200 bottles will be 6 faith crystal. Superdimensional notarization, 1 200 bottle. The next moment, the tea forum was boiling. But before Luodan could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it, he was attracted by a prompt from the superdimensional imprint. He glanced at it, then closed the tea forum, and chose to go offline and return to Blue Star. The father and mother of this body are looking for me, and I don't know what's wrong. In fact, the time since time travel is not too short, it has been 2 or 3 years, but the contact between Luodan and his parents in this life is not too much. Because when they were adults, the random positions in the initial world were more dangerous, and they were at risk of death at any time, so they sold their world fragments to a large company. Although this guarantees the safety of life, it is necessary to assist the specialists sent by the company to carry out some experimental planting or breeding in the world fragments all year round, so that they are rarely at home. Especially in the past 2 years when Luodan traveled here, they were so busy that they didn't have time to go home. This time, it was the first time that both of them went home suddenly and looked for him. Blue Star, Zone 2, Long K Street. Luodan's figure gradually gathered into shape in his own room. His temples were slightly curly, his eyes were dark, and his handsome face had a flat expression. Pushing open the door and walking into the living room, a large table had already been set up, and the person sitting in front of the table surprised him slightly. In addition to parents, there is actually an acquaintance. Little Dan is out. Seeing Luodan coming out, Mother Tanglian quickly stood up, pulled Luodan, and introduced to him the 3 guests who came to the house. These 2 are your cousin and your cousin. Mom only found out in the past few days that your cousin actually works in the same company as me and your father. The man with square face sitting in the main seat and the young cousin nodded slightly, looking at Luodan with a sense of alienation in their eyes. Tang Lian continued to introduce the next girl. This is Tang Yimeng. It stands to reason that you should call her cousin. Meng Meng is incredible. The initial race is the shadow elves of the high monarch species. The future has a bright future. No way, it's the Tang family's first super player. You have to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to your cousin. From the corner of his eyes, Luodan saw that his father, who was relatively dull on weekdays, also squeezed out a smile with a little restraint, and nodded repeatedly. After this scene, he probably understood what was going on. It turned out that his parents asked for help because they were worried that he would give up on himself because he had awakened the lowest level goblin race, and that he was in danger of death. Normal guests come to the house as guests. How can anyone take the main seat when they come up? Even though this uncle is the cousin of his mother Tanglian, Luodan was silent for a while, looking at Tanglian's warm smile, his father's stiff, awkward smile, and his uncle's and aunt's slight alienation. As for Tang Yimeng, he had no idea. Luodan was just about to nod his head, but he didn't expect that his cousin Tang Yimeng looked excited, couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart, stood up, and said, "Aunt, uncle, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of my cousin." At the same time, my heart kept screaming, "My God! Oh my God, my God! My cousin turned out to be Lorden. It's over, how can I take care of him like this? It's okay, we are all gods, but there is no saying that phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme relatives within 3 generations cannot get married. Wait a minute, there is still a chance." Well, looking at Luodan like this, he may still not be able to accept the reality that he has fallen from a genius to the clouds, so I must not hit him. By the way, he should really need to know how goblins can become stronger now, right? I might use this as an entry point. Ahem, Xiaodan, right? Sit down and eat quickly. The cousin said, and the cousin followed, "Yeah, everyone, hurry up and eat, and talk while you have something to say." Okay, talk while eating. Tang Lian quickly responded, "Xiaodan, sit with Meng Meng and get to know each other." Uncle frowned subconsciously, but didn't say anything, but after everyone sat down, ate a few mouthfuls of dishes made of extraordinary beast meat, and chatted for a while, he raised the wineglass filled with spiritual wine and smiled, opened his mouth and said, "Sister Tang Lian, and brother-in-law Luoshi, I respect you as brothers here. Congratulations on your promotion. You have been transferred to the R&D department of Qingdi.
This is the first department of the company now. Where is it? My cousin is too polite.
Under the toast of the superior, everyone raised their glasses and took a sip. Tang Yimeng was no exception, but during this process, his bright eyes kept staring at Luo Dan. Helplessly looking at his wife, he could only speak to himself, Meng, you and Xiaodan should be the same batch of god players.
If it's convenient, take care of your cousin.
He will take care of the slight bite of the two-character voice. He was very aware of the self-esteem of these little boys, and he deliberately emphasized his tone in the hope that Luo Dan could retreat by himself. Tang Shan was invited by his cousin to be a guest at home, so he naturally knew what the purpose of his cousin was. Didn't he just fall in love with his precious daughter? Even if he didn't want to make a match, but just wanted his daughter to help Luo Dan, he was unwilling. He also paid attention to recent events. How dangerous are god players in the T-World community? Fortunately, my daughter was randomly selected as a high-ranking monarch, so she has a certain ability to protect herself and has a great future. But in the current situation, it's too late to protect yourself, so where is the time to bring a burden? At the beginning, Tang Lian and Luo Shi were unwilling to sign a contract to transfer their initial believers and initial world, and sold them directly for a good price. Instead, we have to consume all the resources, and resell them if we can't hold on anymore. There is no benefit at all, and we signed a 30-year long-term contract. The contract is about to expire recently, and the experiments in the world are more important. This is a better treatment. Of course, Tang Lian only found out about what he said recently, just to cover up his embarrassment and prevent Luo Dan from looking down on their husband and wife too much. In fact, Tang Lian knew that he was a middle-level supervisor in the company a long time ago, but he had no chance to contact him at all. If they hadn't involved something related to him now, he needed some help from the couple, and he just brought them here for a meeting without any matching nature. He would never have been invited to eat this so-called potential meal! Before coming, he had confidence in his daughter.
High monarchs are not joking. To say that a genius is considered modest, how can it beat the mere prisoner goblins? But what happened after contact was constantly igniting his anger. He wished he could grab Tang Yiming's ear and question her fiercely. Do you have any self-knowledge of a genius? Your eyes are almost melting. You are almost glued to other people. What Tang Yiming said next ignited his anger even more, making him completely stupefied. Tang Yiming didn't know how many cups he had drunk, his little face was flushed, and his tone was soft. Brother Luo Dan, let me tell you, a believer race I met 2 days ago is also a goblin, but it is amazing. That goblin leader killed a third-level mantis sword sect in one fell swoop. I'm familiar with him. You can add me as a super-dimensional imprint friend later. I'll see if I can introduce him to you. Familiar? Luo Dan couldn't hold back anymore. Why didn't he know that he was very familiar with the little girl he rescued? Boy, you're damned. Tang Shan felt aggrieved, and you, Tang Yimeng, are really good. You took the initiative to add the boy's contact information. This is what you should do. See how I will deal with you when I go back. Tang Yiming shuddered subconsciously, but raised her red head, scanned around and found no enemies, and fell drunk on the table the next second. Meng is drunk. The corner of Tang Shan's mouth curled up into a stiff smile, and when Tang Yiming was drunk and said something like Brother Luo Dan, Luo Dan, he smiled dangerously, stood up, Sister Tang Lian, brother-in-law Luo Shi, I'm sorry, Meng is drunk. I'll take her back first, let's talk next time. Tangshan, #dish, cousin aunt. Tanglian, Luoshi, _Lorden. After sending Tang Shan's family away, Tanglian, Luoshi and Luodan sat together, but they looked at each other without saying a word. Glancing at the father and son, Tang Lian sighed, silently packed up the dishes and went into the kitchen. Luodan didn't speak for a long time. Luoshi took the initiative to break the silence. Dad once gave up the path of the gods. Dad also knows that you are a genius and doesn't want to give up, but Dad has no ability, and there is only so much he can do. Luoshi's eyes were slightly red. As the pillar of the family, it was a pain for him to say that he was incapable in front of his son who most wanted to establish his father's majesty, but after the pain, there was relief. This is the crystallization of gods that Dad and your mother have accumulated over the years. As Luoshi said, he was going to open the superdimensional imprint, make a face-to-face deal, and donate the tens of thousands of faith points that his husband and wife had managed to save under harsh contracts over the years to Luodan face-to-face.
Luo Dan shook his head slightly, opened his god panel with his usual calm expression, and showed it to Luoshi. This seeing that the 5-digit belief points on Luo Dan's panel were several times what he and his wife saved, Luoshi was stunned. I have the ability to walk my own path. Father, you and your mother can just take care of themselves. If you are too tired to work, you can quit. Anyway, your contract is about to expire, and I can support you. After seeing Luo Shi and Tang Lian's humble appearance for him just now, Luo Dan has decided in his heart to support them as his parents. He was an orphan in his previous life, and he has never experienced anyone willing to sacrifice for his own future. Let go of the scene of dignity, but I hope, Father, you and Mother can help me keep it secret for the time being. Luo Shi and Tang Lian, who walked out of the kitchen, nodded repeatedly. Their eyes were red, and they were both worried and relieved to see their son promising. Okay, Father and Mother, you are busy first, I have to go back to the fragments of the world. Mom and Dad nodded, not forgetting to explain some old-fashioned precautions. This chapter may not be written very well, but the young author wants to clean up the affairs of the protagonist's family, and then let go and smash everything. Don't abandon the book if you don't like this one, give the young author a chance, please. In fact, this paragraph, the author can pull it off. There are many writing skills, can make the protagonist silent, or accept Luoshi's beliefs, let the family worry. Readers expect the protagonist to pretend to be aggressive in the future. It's just that the little author doesn't want to spoil a father's enthusiasm. Although the writing effect is not good, at least the protagonist is considered a normal person, knowing that the family members are worried. Don't tell them to worry, so that I can act coercive in the future, which is not considered normal people. Starting tomorrow, the protagonist's journey to dominate the heavens officially begins. I hope everyone can support the little author, following reading, and other phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data / phoneme or scarce, and the little author is flustered, _ T forum, only then did Luo Dan have time to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme the messages in the forum. No, just because of the boss, I really want to have a high efficiency reproduction potion. I want 10 bottles, and give me 2 faith crystals. I'm a student, oh yes, thank you. Don't play tricks upstairs, I have seen your purchase records and bought 30 bottles, you are a real dog. I accepted it. Originally, it was only because of the threat of a strange civilization that I could not use the foreign objects that promote reproduction, but now suddenly there is a sequence plan, and I can't even use it. Is the time so tight? In 3 years, the other party has apologized. Can't we discuss how many more years? Are you going to discuss? Damn, it's gone again. Here's 1 bottles, 200 bottles of faith crystal, 6 faith crystals, 200 faith points. It's so cool, I'm so envious, I cried when I saw the 250 faith points. Who is this person who has been practicing silently for 2.5 years? The potions for reproduction are so expensive. Don't let me catch you, or you will suffer old crimes. As Luo Dan expected, the high-efficiency reproduction potion was sold out. Superdimensional notarization, 01, 200 bottles, you have harvested 200 faith crystals. However, the sale speed this time is much slower. After thinking for a while, Lorden came up with the answer. Before, it was because of the coercion of the unfamiliar mechanical civilization. Under the crisis of life and death, it was natural to go to the doctor in a hurry. I would rather consume the potential of the race than gain strength first. But now that the Federation has issued an announcement, it's not so dangerous. At least there will be no incidents of hunting god players with super-level armed machines. In other words, the target customer group has changed from god players of all T-World groups to god players who want to participate in the sequence plan. This number has been greatly reduced. Lorden then made a decision, look for an opportunity to sell the formula, and you can get the last fortune. And myself. Luo Dan thought of the world of dragon control. Although the true spirit in the world fragments was incomplete, it was not in a state of being irresistible. If I enter the world of controlling dragons with my current strength and state, I'm afraid I will be easily and severely injured by the true spirit of controlling dragons with the help of local advantages. Besides, without me supporting God's domain, the moment the goblins step into the world of controlling dragons, they will be targeted by the will of the world, and it may be difficult for them to display % of their combat power. Not to mention, they have to compete with Qing Shiman's Argonian army. Gods are also divided into virtual totems, real totems, giant spirits, gods, superorder, and other realms. Luodan quit the T Forum, entered the superdimensional imprint, and opened the superdimensional mall. He needed to find a suitable physical totem blueprint for him. And only by stepping into the realm of real totem can he truly possess combat power. Various commodities are displayed in the ultradimensional mall. What can be bought in reality, there are in the superdimensional mall. There are no channels in reality, and those that cannot be bought are basically available in the superdimensional mall. The only downside is that it is expensive. After all, buying goods from the superdimensional mall can directly reach the world fragments, and there is no need to pay huge expenses such as spiritual transfer fees, material reconstruction fees, or even space transmission fees. Luodan browses at will, World Tree Ruler, Holy Seat, Leaf. You can use it to create a world comparable to a small planet, and you can also use it to understand the power of the world. The red hair of the unknown ruler, wherever he goes, everything is unknown. He gave birth to red hair in his later years. You can try to understand the unknown authority through it. Qingdi World Community Creation Level Immortal Scripture, a complete cultivation system that can command nature and prolong life. You can try to comprehend the power of nature through it. All kinds of powerful, precious, or unbelievable products appeared in front of Luodan. Lorden was unmoved. There was no way, it was too expensive. To know the will of the planet to enslave a small planet, it takes 100 years to produce 1 unit of the world origin. These commodities are not something that Lorden can covet at all, and even looking at them is a crime. Search Entity Totem Drawing, quickly jump out of the commodities needed by Lorda, Totem Incarnation Blueprint, 10 Faith Crystals, Tiangang Dao Body Blueprint, 40 Faith Crystals, Blood Sea Devil Blueprint, 50 Faith Crystals, God of Night Blueprint, 30 Faith Crystals, Bloodline God Blueprint, 80 Faith Crystals, Star Core Dragon Body Blueprint, 100 Faith Crystals, Imperial Thor Blueprint, 130 Faith Crystals, Star Devouring Giant Beast Blueprint, 150 Faith Crystals, the lowest is 10 Faith Crystals, and the highest can reach 200 Faith Crystals. Now that Luodan has a huge sum of money, he decisively chooses the highest one. There are only 2, Stellar Astral Blueprint. After use, you can consume faith points to construct a star to become your own totem entity. Evolutionary Body Blueprint. After use, you can consume faith points to construct a totem entity with unlimited evolution potential. Incarnation of a Star. Infinite Evolution. Luodan looked at the brief introduction of the 2 drawings, feeling overwhelmed. At a level below the superorder, one can become a star, and that can definitely occupy a huge phoneme. Alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme. Even during a world war, once the star body comes out, it can directly disintegrate the resistance of the opponent's world will. Not only do my believers not have to be suppressed, but they will get additional promotion. Even after entering the super level, the replacement is stronger than the replacement of other totem entities, directly incarnated as the sun god. Luodan was almost about to choose the stellar blueprint, but he restrained himself and didn't make impulsive decisions blindly. The totem entity is something that will accompany every god player for a lifetime. This is the foundation and cannot be changed. Even if it is a renewal after a super level, it is just an upgrade on the basis of the foundation, or even sublimation. Incarnation of a star is indeed strong, but it may not be suitable for him. What is my foundation? Luodan asked himself, his eyes gradually brightened. It's the system. With a drop system with infinite possibilities. What if one day I blow up the star and drop the incarnation of the star? Choosing the stellar blueprint now, isn't that limiting my potential? Lorda made a decision, by the blueprint of the evolved body. The 200 faith crystals that I had just obtained disappeared in a flash. Instead, a bit of spiritual light flashed from the ultradimensional imprint as if it had escaped from imprisonment, and imprinted a golden trace on the center of Luodan's brow. It takes, points of faith to initially construct an evolved body. A thought rose in Luodan's mind, his consciousness withdrew from the superdimensional imprint and returned to the fragments of the world, construct the body of evolution. The next moment, the 10 faith crystals disappeared, put in special effects hunting blood, steel back, shadow blood, snake armor. Luodan continued, there are also limited special effect reloads. Lorden's original plan was to use this special effect to train the leader of that legion when he was training giant or giant goblins. But now that I have chosen the totem entity of the evolutionary body, which can accommodate special effects infinitely and perfectly combine each special effect, why give it to believers? Strong yourself is always the best choice. The golden light marks between Luodan's eyebrows flickered slightly, and then gradually radiated golden light, covering Luodan's whole body, and began the most fundamental totem entity structure. My lord! The great Father God is about to truly reveal his divine body. The goblins below became excited. For a long time, their most worshipped Father God has only appeared in the image of blood-red eyes. And now, Father God is finally going to reveal his great divine body. The extreme pain swept Luodan's will in an instant, and thoughts suddenly flew in his consciousness, and one of the thoughts appeared as King, if you are caught by me this time you will be punished. T04 World Region, Dust World, in the clouds above the Goblin tribe, there is a bright golden light blooming. As hot as an oven, it seems to be able to melt everything. It is as mysterious as a pill tripod, as if it contains the profound meaning of all life. Also like the sun, divine power is like a prison. Goblins are now many tribes, there is no longer only one tribe, but every day Lorden's evolved body is conceived, the Goblin tribe is devoutly praying in addition to completing the reproduction of the oracle of the great Father God. Wisps of aura of faith bloomed from every goblin's head, and transmitted into Lorden's current gestational state with lines invisible to ordinary people, adding strength to him. This is the most fundamental believer's belief from a god. This is not the same concept as the belief in the crystallization of belief. It contains the most basic foundation of gods. In other words, that is, big tonic, 1 month, 2 months, half a year and a half. As time went on, Luodan's gestation state became more and more intense, and it was coming to an end. And at this moment, the 3 years of the dusty world where the goblins are already approaching. Until one day, boom! Hundreds of millions of golden lights suddenly appeared, and the huge psychic energy reaction exploded in a straight line. The cloud top where Luodan was located was like the center of a storm, absorbing psychic energy and belief points frantically. My lord! Great Father God, your power is endless, your divine light illuminates the endless void, you are the only one in the world. Prayers came and went, like countless insignificant firewood, trying to lift their gods up high. Several days passed before the psychic storm slowly subsided, and Lorden's totem entity structure was also nearing completion. My people, rejoice. Later, a goblin sage recorded the sacred scene of that day on an ancient stone tablet. That day, the sacred sound landed on the original and most holy place. The loving Father revealed his appearance, and even the void celebrated it. The sound of surrender from the distant and ancient place rose and fell across time and space. The goblins celebrated, even the newborn goblin cubs babbled and cheered. Gu Yuan, the Homo sapiens time traveler, looked at his 170 green-skinned great-grandchildren cheering together without love. He obviously just fell asleep, but who knew why he had 3 more sons after waking up, and even had 3 more sons. Created a huge family for him. The huge flames burned out of thin air like a tornado, and a barefoot stepping on blood and fire stepped out of it, revealing the white-bottomed battle robe with gold patterns in the flames, and holding the battle spear symbolizing killing in its strong and powerful arms. The extremely handsome godlike face has curly long hair, and the crown of thorns is securely worn on it. Luodan looked at his totem incarnation with satisfaction. His appearance is naturally different from his own. The totem incarnation will be the carrier of faith in the future, the ruler of the rules, and his divine body walking in the void. No matter which god it is, its divine body must evolve towards perfection, the difference is only in the direction of perfection. Even if it is extremely ugly, it is also a manifestation of perfection in some respects. In fact, what Luodan is most satisfied with is the battle robe of his own totem entity, which is the physical embodiment of the limited special effect, heavy equipment. Special effects can easily resist the suppression from a more powerful will of the world. There is nothing to say about the defensive power, including the snake armor and steel back. Even with his current strength, even a giant spirit-level god may not be able to break through his defense. Especially with the highest level of evolutionary body, Luodan felt that he was already invincible below the giant spirit, and could even be tough with ordinary giant spirits. My totem incarnation, I'm afraid I can give a small surprise to all those who underestimate my existence because the believer race is goblin.
A smile formed on the corner of Luodan's mouth.
The composition of the strength of a god is extremely complex, and it is composed of many dimensions, such as totem entity blueprint level, material added when constructing totem entity, believer's strength, believer's quality, world size, faith, the number of points,
and so on.
And the believers are goblins, so no one would think how strong the father god of goblins is. And this is also the source of the contrast surprise. I'm such a surprise maker. However, the time to build the totem entity this time is also long enough. Luodan sensed the time, and it was almost time for the world war scheduled by Qin Shiman. He also wanted to quickly convert the active power of the goblins into combat power and participate in the war. It's a pity that gods and players can sense the existence of the void anchor to each other. Luodan thought of the rules of void anchor, feeling a little regretful in his heart. If Ximenking starts a world war, the first thing I will do is probably destroy the void anchor I anchored in the dragon world. Lorden lowered his head and looked at the goblin tribe that had begun to spread towards the fragments of the entire world, and had divided into dozens of small tribes.
He couldn't help but nodded in relief. Good. Not wasting my hard-earned faith points.
Luodan waved his hand lightly, and a crystal of faith was instantly shattered, turning into countless light spots and falling down.
Goblin blessing.
The green brilliance transformed from belief points into goblin blessing spell illuminates the entire dusty world, making every goblin feel warm all over, and a little power is generated from the root of the body, and the physique has a good bonus.
All adult goblins stand at the center of their respective tribes.
Luodan opened his mouth softly, and the next moment, all the adult goblins came to the center of their respective tribes, which was a sacred place for worshipping the father god on weekdays. Although they were ignorant about what was about to happen next, they also had vague guesses in their hearts, suppressed their excitement forcibly, and tried their best to stand in the center of the tribe with their heads held high, looking forward to what was about to happen next.
A total of more than 7,000 adult goblins.
Lorden shook his head slightly.
There are too many of them.
With the current scale of world fragments, it is impossible to support so many powerful goblins.
He waved his hand lightly, leaving only the strongest goblin in the center of the tribe. Leave. Luodan hesitated for a moment.
After 3 years of accumulation, and the current number of goblin 7 base, plus the previous, faith points, at this moment, his faith point balance has once again exceeded,
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme.
Using special effects to transform a goblin below tier 10 requires, faith points, so I can transform up to, goblins at most.
Then support war with war.
Lorden believed in the mighty strength of the goblins transformed by special effects. He no longer hesitated, and gave orders, leave 10,000 of the most elite adult goblins. The invisible divine power spread instantly, and all the tribe centers added up. There were only, adult goblins left, and some tribes didn't even have a single one. 1,000 of them joined the shadow hunter profession. Looking at the inventory, fortunately, the killing goblins have hunted everywhere in the past 3 years, and they will drop the killing wool again, which can directly transform the goblins to the 3rd level.
Luodan said softly, the remaining, people will join blood of the hunt, steel back, and will to kill according to the path, and they will all transform into tier, killing goblins. All additional fetters, wolf pack.
The belief points on the light screen in front of Luodan's eyes decreased crazily, and all the belief crystals in his body dissipated in an instant, turning into golden light spots symbolizing the belief points, which were absorbed by the system.
And below, the metamorphosis begins.
Log messages kept popping up in front of Luodan. Log, you have consumed 10 faith crystals, and you have used the blueprint of the evolutionary body totem entity. Log, you have invested in special effect hunting blood, steel back, shadow bloodline, snake armor.
Log, you invested in the limited special effect reload. Log, your goblin race worships you day and night. Log, you successfully built the prototype of perfect body. Log, you have stepped into the realm of totem. Log, your believers have worshipped your supreme power, faith points plus 10. Log, after 3 years of breeding, the believer race goblin under your command, but limited by the size of the world fragments and resource constraints, the population level has only expanded to a population of, people.
Log, you spent 1 faith points and cast Goblin Blessing on the goblins under your command, which slightly made up for the quality reduction caused by the high-efficiency breeding potion. Log, you spent 10 faith points to transform 000 adult goblins into Tier 1 Shadow Hunters, and added the Fetter Wolf Pack. Log, you have consumed 90 faith points to transform 000 adult goblins into Tier 9 Killing Goblins and attached the Bond Wolf Pack. Log, the battle is ready, the battle is about to start. Roar. Laugh. These are the two completely different states of the adult goblins who are undergoing transformation. The direction of transformation is the third order killing of goblins. All the goblins are shrouded in blood-colored flames, screaming terrifyingly in the flames, and suppressing deep pain. All of them are on the illusory killing battlefield that can be called flesh and flesh grinding disc, and they have grown into killing goblins step by step in the endless killings. After becoming killing goblins, each of them can master a similar the willpower killing will from blood flame. As for the shadow hunters, they were swallowed up by their own shadows in an instant, and then disappeared, leaving only a shadow in place. Every goblin seemed to have fallen into an endless hell, sinking forever. Those who are awakened will gain the blood and power to control the shadows. The fallen ones will face endless attacks from shadow monsters until they wake up. Luodan watched this scene with satisfaction, landed on the ground, and spoke softly, "Mai. Father, your humble people are always listening to your voice." Mai responded prostrate. After he developed his wisdom, he seemed to be out of control. He was full of wisdom every day. At this moment, Mai had already begun to study the principles and refinements of the 7 sins. The feeling he gave Luodan was that he could step into the Fourth Order Extraordinary by himself at any time. The Fourth Order Extraordinary is very strong, but it is nothing. In some fantasy worlds, you can call yourself a swordmaster, and in the world of immortals, you can also shout swallow a golden pill into your stomach, and my life is up to me, and it is no problem to become a blood-clothed ghost king in a weird world. Even the Yi King, among many world fragments, is the Fourth Order Extraordinary. As for the Endless Void, it is really nothing to the god player. However, Mai is a goblin. The most powerful goblin in the history of superdimensional games is also the only successful one among hundreds of thousands of goblin subjects, the king of goblins who has been transplanted with the blood of a dragon pseudo-Fourth Order Extraordinary. It can be seen that as a goblin, it is difficult to break through the shackles of the blood of the race and break through to the 4th level. It's just that the drop system can directly add special effects, making this simple and easy. Goblins, it's time for a blockbuster. A smile formed on the corner of Luodan's mouth. However, he didn't intend to reveal his identity. There were too many god players whose followers were goblins, and there were countless god players who secretly hid and developed and became a blockbuster. As long as he doesn't say anything, who would doubt a little guy who has been bound to a superdimensional mark for less than a month? Mai, in the limited time, use your ability to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead lead / phoneme all the soldiers together. Lorden continued, every 100 shadow hunters and 900 killing goblins form a main battle army, a total of 10 main battle army. Whether you re-elect the army leader of the legion, or choose from among your original 34 goblin slayer subordinates to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead lead / phoneme the army to become the army leader, in short, in the past few days, you will command all the soldiers. Follow the oracle of God the Father. Mai was very respectful, and took the order to complete the task. Lorden originally planned to continue to observe the changes in the world fragments and the impact of the high-efficiency reproduction potion on the goblin race. He stayed in the tea forum, and found a few unexpected pieces of information with a sliver of intelligence to retrieve useful information, and they all came from the same thing. And they were also related to him. Sir Simon, isn't it? It's only been a few days? I'm already trying to compress the time as much as possible. I only gave the Argonian king 10 days to consolidate his extraordinary realm. I'm just worried that someone will anchor the world of controlling dragons again. Convinced, I am really worried about what will happen, and someone has anchored the world of dragon control. But why is this person's aura a bit ethereal and difficult to lock? To be reasonable, don't everyone's anchors of the void come from a set of magical blueprints? If he can feel me, then I can feel him too? Why did I search for a long time, but I couldn't find his detailed aura? I only felt that there was a god player anchoring the dragon world.
I'm convinced, the First World War. Why are there so many things? By the way, my First World War, I will broadcast phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the forum. Why phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast? Because, name, I can't say why. Anyway, it will be very useful for me when I step into the super level in the future. I have to start accumulating, name, from the lowest point. Failure? I can't fail. I'm a noble Argonian and the god of slaughter. Not to mention anything else, the fighting power of the Argonians is really fierce, not to mention the high-level warriors of the same level. Even the vast majority of low-level monarchs can't compete with the Argonians in terms of combat. It's about to start. Everyone is welcome to watch my phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast. Name? Luodan accurately sensed the words Qin Shiman mentioned. Shiman Qing, who was trained as a thug reserve, can know this information. Luodan couldn't help showing a helpless expression. Sure enough, the social status I was in before was too low. The news that Qin Shiman can know, but I don't know the details. Instead, I regard it as a treasure. It seems that I am looking for opportunities to improve my social status. There was a fiery look in the depths of Luodan's eyes. All status comes from strength. Fist is power. I am even more determined to win the dragon world. And this new mysterious god player, unlike the ignorant Shiman Qing, Luodan, who is a master of learning, has not yet sensed it through the void anchor, but only from the few words Ximenking said. He can feel a little strange. It's the same as Ximenking said. The anchor of the void is a standard magical technique. The anchor of the void created by each god player is the same thing. It is nothing more than the additional conditions in the worlds they are looking for are different, but they are all the same in essence. And now, Ximenking could feel the existence of the void anchor, but she couldn't find it, nor could she feel the breath on it. As the father god of the Yalong people, Ximenking's perception is still good, and there should be no mistakes. The problem lies with the god player. Several races with extremely high personalities have already appeared in Luodan's mind. Angel, the scepter of the kingdom of civilization, can purify the will of the world, conceal itself from being discovered by the will of the world and the anchor of the void, and the war angels of the angel clan who step into the different world through the world channel opened by the scepter of the kingdom of heaven will not be caught by the will of the world against. Demons, demonic altar of civilization. Titan, sea of storms, civilization heritage. No matter which one, it is the highest mythical species. However, the resources of this world of controlling dragons are the optimal solution to various difficulties at present for his extremely low start. Thinking about it, Luodan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was no fear in them, full of fighting spirit. It's only been a month since we started. Even if there is a gap, it is absolutely limited. Even if it is a mythical species, I will crush you. Thanks to the book friend, How to Write the Name, for the reward of 100 points. The little author bows and thanks. T03 World Region, Planet TS00A3, small. This is a planet covered with golden clouds on the surface. There are ancient runes looming on the surface of the planet, which seems to carry the power of sacred and concealed. If you zoom in a little closer, you can find that there are a large number of angels with white wings. Holding the long whips of burning flames, they shepherd some intelligent and ignorant flying creatures, carrying cloud stones, building cloud islands, and building sacred palaces on cloud islands. From time to time, war angels and majestic armed forces. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the slave army to descend from the sky, launching holy wars against the indigenous races, domesticating the indigenous people, and preaching ancient sacred teachings. On the cloud island that has been built, there is a classical and luxurious angel palace. Above the empty hall, a girl-like deity in a plain white robe with gold trim is sitting on it. His blonde hair is curly, and a golden halo hangs behind his head, which is a symbol of supremacy and nobility. Beside the girl, several young angels were playing, and more than a dozen young angels were singing ancient hymns praising the only Allah. Suddenly, an extremely handsome war angel wearing blood-red armor stepped in quickly, bowed his head towards Hathaway. My lord, the scepter of heaven is anchored to a world fragment that is undergoing a spiritual upgrade, which has the characteristics of dragon and flame. The war angel quickly reported, after the information of the scepter of heaven is retrieved,
there is no fourth order extraordinary life in this world fragment. However, it can be predicted that if a fourth order life enters it, it will quickly produce a chain reaction of spiritual energy, break through the level barrier, and the indigenous life will blow out a large number of fourth order or even fifth order natives. According to the evaluation of the religious order, the dragon monsters in this world are suitable to be the mounts of the fourth and even sixth tier war angels. The world's indigenous intelligent life spirits have the ability to communicate with uncivilized indigenous people, suitable for enslavement, and become missionaries. According to the evaluation of the church, it only needs to send 1,000-level third-tier war angel army, equipped with a fifth-tier army leader, to take down the world fragments without damage. After finishing speaking, the war angel remained motionless, his eyes full of fanatical faith, waiting for the response from the Lord.
Then go, rescue these lost lambs.
Hathaway's eyes are full of two contradictory but harmonious meanings of looking at all life and loving all living beings. I personally preside over the matter of enlightening this planet, and I can't get away for the time being, so let's send Murphy's to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme the matter of enlightening the alien world. The war angel was shocked when he heard the name. The current angel family was conceived by the Lord himself using the angel reincarnation pool, and the number is not large, only a few thousand angels.
Among them, Murphy's is the real strong among the angels.
Not only broke through the fifth order Lord level early, but also realized a trace of the true meaning of stars, and is about to break through to the sixth level title level. When the legend is broken through, and the Lord uses the angel reincarnation pool to baptize him, I am afraid that he can directly transform into one of the most terrifying angels, stellar angel.
My lord, that world fragment is still locked by two other void anchors.
According to the feedback, it should be Argonian and Goblin. The war angel added that if he hadn't heard the name of His Excellency Murphy's, he wouldn't even have remembered that there are these two weak and pitiful races who are also coveting the fragments of this world.
It's okay, let's save it together. Argonians are pretty good labor force. Go back.
Hathaway spoke softly, her voice was ethereal, nothing important, don't easily disturb my comprehension of the creation authority.
As ordered. The war angels did not ask where are the goblins.
They tacitly ignored the existence of another goblin. The infant angels, teenage angels, and war angels all bowed, and then respectfully exited the angel palace. When there was no movement around her, Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief, retreated from the majestic state just now, and lay down on the throne without love. If only I were an elemental lord who doesn't need to maintain majesty, and can be happy and angry, that would be great. Thinking that he would face everything with the majesty of the Creator in the future, the light in Hathaway's eyes slowly lost. T07 World Region, Dragon World. This is a fragment of the world wrapped in illusory dragon shadows and flames. The flames are burning an ancient tree that is about to decay, but the ancient tree is in a state of withering and communicative, wanting to sprout a new sprout.
It represents the macro changes within Yulong World.
The Dragon Control sect, represented by Dragon and Flame, absorbed the nutrients of the Eamon sect who admired nature and grew up rapidly, and the Eamon sect also survived death. If this struggle continues, maybe one day the two sides will be able to merge with each other to form a new genre.
However, today everything is meaningless.
A huge beam of light blasted down, and the evil gods from outside the territory descended at this moment. Bring love and peace. Since the first ancestor blood came to our world, although the giant beasts in the wild have mutated and increased in strength, they have caused great harm to our spirit family. In the windy city-state, under the towering giant wall, the heavy stone gate was pulled up by the huge and docile earth dragon beast. A group of teachers and students from Dafeng Yulong Academy walked out slowly. While walking, the teachers of Yulong Academy also reviewed historical knowledge for the students, but at the same time, the natural psychic talent of our spirit family has also been enhanced, and has evolved into the talent of spirit control. The giant beast is powerful, then we will control the giant beast.
Our spirit family has shown a tenacious spirit.
We built giant cities, formed federations, controlled giant beasts, and became the masters of the dragon world again. And now, geniuses are emerging one after another, and behemoths that can condense true blood and step into the sacred realm are about to appear. This is a challenge, but also an opportunity for us. The teacher spoke impassionedly, but the students below were not impressed by his words. Without him, only familiar ears. This group of teenagers and girls who were born with various red marks on their brows, most of them were out of the city for the first time, seemed extremely excited, chattering underneath. Just yesterday, my spiritual power finally broke through the bronze realm, and I finally have the ability to communicate and control the scale-covered giant beast. I'm really envious. Then going out of the city this time can be said to be an opportunity for you. If possible, you can even contract the first giant beast that belongs to you with the help of the teachers, and save a lot of money. Bronze controls the covered scales, silver controls the mixed blood, and gold controls the pure blood. Every level is as difficult as the sky, but congratulations, you have already taken the first step to control the dragon. I'm still at the level of an intermediate level dragon controlling apprentice. I can only communicate with some unintelligent last blood beasts, and I can't control them stably. Speaking of which, haven't we been wondering if there is that legendary guardian beast on the holy mountain outside the city? Yeah, after all, it's been so many years since I showed up, who knows if it's a legend or real? I tell you, it's true. Really, how do you know? That's right, it's the first time you've left the city, and you know? After I was promoted to the Bronze Dragon Master, my mental power has increased significantly, and I can perceive what I couldn't perceive before, but now I can perceive the terrifying coercion from the Holy Mountain. It seems that the world will be shocked when I get angry. Fear. Yes, I heard from my dad that the storm on the Holy Mountain is the breath of the giant guardian beast. Really? I heard that Gale was already a terrifying giant beast in the Golden Realm when the ancestral blood first descended. Later, when he touched the aura of the ancestral blood, he became a pure-blooded dragon beast. He is an extremely ancient existence. It is said that in that ancient era, it was Doffing and the first-generation city lord of our Doffing city-state who relied on each other to establish the city-state, protect a party of spirits, and become the backbone of the spirit race in our region. Yeah, so I bet that Gale is definitely the next one, the first dragon beast to condense true blood and step into the sacred realm. No, it's a real dragon. A group of students, discussing with each other, exclaimed from time to time, and the teachers smiled at each other. They were like this when they were young. Suddenly, a voice with a flat tone but imperceptible arrogance appeared in it. Even if they all look sideways, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-to-win/phoneme protects the city-state of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. A young man with clean hair and sharp edges, with fiery light and a touch of pride in his eyes, spoke softly, and in the future, I must go beyond the sacred realm and protect the federation of spiritual beings. No matter who speaks such big words, it is easy to be ridiculed and overestimated. But from the boy's mouth. At least in the Gale city-state, no one would have the idea of ridiculing, and even many people would agree, as if it was a matter of course. It's Yi Chen, I think it's still possible. No one asked who said this, it was too fake. Everyone who lives in Doffing City knows that this is Yi Chen, the only son of Yi Liang, the owner of Doffing City. If there is no accident, he will succeed in the future and become the next lord of Doffing City, in charge of the life and destiny of millions of spirits. Moreover, he himself is also extremely talented, and he reached the silver level 2 years ago, but because of special reasons, he didn't have a giant beast that belonged to him. All quiet. A Mediterranean teacher in the teacher group had a low voice, the gray marks on the center of his brows glowed slightly, and a contract appeared out of thin air. He waved his hand gently, and released a dragon turtle covered in huge rock scales and with a strong breath. I'm about to enter the wilderness, there will be giant beasts attacking at any time, everyone should climb on the back of the stone-armored dragon turtle, and don't get off the turtle at will. Hearing the teacher's warning, there was no trace of fear in the eyes of the students. Instead, he watched with great interest the stone-armored dragon tortoise that appeared suddenly, which was the size of a small villa, and he couldn't wait to touch it. The stone-armored dragon tortoise in the scale-covered realm, it turns out that Director Chi is a bronze dragon master. Otherwise, our Gale city-state can be regarded as a relatively strong city-state, and the Doffing Yulong Academy is ranked among the top, Dragon Academy in the Federation. That's right, all teachers are at the bronze realm, and there must be at least 3 scale-covered dragon beasts or giant beasts. The directors are at the silver realm, and the dean is even more powerful at the gold realm. This stone-armored dragon tortoise is a leader in the scale-covered realm, and its defense power can even surpass that of a giant beast in the blood-covered realm. While discussing, all the students boarded the stone-armored dragon tortoise and wandered into the wilderness. One of their destinations this time is the Holy Mountain not too far from the Gale city-state, to see if they have a chance to meet the legendary giant guardian beast, Gale. The teachers are also discussing with each other. Some teachers are extremely envious of the stone-armored dragon turtle, one of the strongest fighting forces in the scale-covered realm. Mr. Chi, you dragon tortoise, I'm afraid you are about to advance to the mixed blood realm. Yeah, I feel like finding a silver-ranked dragon's blood flower, or eating the crystal core of the earth, can break through. Teacher Chi shook his head slightly, but there was a smile on his face that couldn't be concealed. Where, it's still a little short of buying the earth crystal nucleus. A little bit? Isn't that really fast? The back teeth of all the teachers were about to be crushed, but on the surface they came up to congratulate with smiles. Haha, do you want to congratulate Director Chi on his promotion in advance? Seeing that even the director who came out to escort him this time showed kindness to him, Teacher Chi was in a good mood. Smelling the tangy fragrance, he only felt that he was about to reach the pinnacle of his life. But after living for most of his life, he still understands the reason why being in the limelight cannot be done at all, so he quickly brought the topic to Yi Chen. The one who spoke just now must be Yi Chen, the young city lord. Yeah, only the background and talent of the young city lord can cultivate this invincible mentality. The attention of all the teachers was quickly attracted. Look at Yi Chen's spirit-controlling mark between his brows, it's not red, it's blue. I see, what's the matter? I was still wondering, normally, when there is no contracted giant beast, the marks are all red, why Yi Chen's is blue? It was only later that I accidentally found out that it was because of Yi Chen's outstanding talent that he was taken to the Holy Mountain by the old city lord when he was a child, to meet His Excellency Dofeng, and the blessing and protection bestowed by Dofeng himself. Bless! My God, Gale already possesses divine power, right? Yes, it is said that only by comprehending the laws between heaven and earth can the mark be lowered. Gale won't have stepped into the sacred realm, right? Even if it doesn't, it should already have half a foot in it. Thinking that for most of their lives, they would be stuck in the bronze and silver checkpoints. The teachers immediately turned their eyes away from Yi Chen, and turned to look at the holy mountain that was rushing straight into the gray swirl of clouds. Gale lives on the top of that mountain. Holy realm, there is a teacher who was a bard who wandered in many city-states when he was young, and is about to impromptu sing a poem to praise the phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals win-win/phoneme. It was suddenly interrupted by an accident. Boom! Boom! They looked at the holy mountain not far away in astonishment, and a huge gap was suddenly torn on the top of the mountain. Countless violent black thunders appeared out of thin air, crazily smashing against the sudden crack in space. In the eyes of all the teachers and students, as well as the wilderness, the spiritual beings who were able to see this scene in the Gale city-state were shocked, terrified, stunned, and panicked. A penetrating gray-white beam of light crashed down from the crack in space, tearing apart the pitch-black thunder in an instant, and the gray cloud vortex was also instantly dispelled. That is. Under the eyes of everyone, figures exuding an evil aura that disgusted and hated them from the depths of their souls just walked out of the beam of light, heavenly demon. It was a series of ferocious, huge, terrifying figures in the shape of dragon heads. Each body is covered with huge and hard off-white scales, and the thick dragon tail can shatter the boulder with just a wave. Evil. They are demons from outside the sky. These evil things are going to invade our world. The moment the Argonian elite stepped out of the beam of light, there were roars and wailings from all over the world, sending complicated information into the minds of all the spirits in the whole world. Outer demons, invade. Protect the mother world. Can we really defeat the extraterrestrial demons who can break through the world? If there is a real war, I'm afraid we will all die. The other city-states are fine, but the spirits in the Gale city-state, which bears the brunt, have been at peace for too long and have not experienced the war of iron and blood. They are all in despair. It doesn't matter if you die in battle, I'm afraid that after you die in battle, you will still die in the realm of death. At the same time, the will of the world is also angry, and a large number of black thunders gather, as if they want to destroy this beam of light that transmits the evil spirits from the sky at once. The will of the world has taken action. We must destroy the beam of light that the evil spirits from the outer world will descend upon. The spirits, as if clutching at straws, prayed to non-existent spirits and gods. The next moment, the huge black thunder seemed to have gathered all the power, blasting towards the beam of light with determination. At the moment when the two sides were about to touch, all the spirits were expecting the black thunder to instantly destroy the beam of light. But the result made them hate and rejoice. I saw a will emanating from the beam of light, desperately slip away. The beam of light disappeared with the Yalong elite in an instant, and the black thunder powerlessly bombarded the ground, causing huge trauma. The spirits hated that the black thunder did not cause great damage to the beam of light of the evil spirits outside the sky. Fortunately, such a powerful extraterrestrial demon withdrew like this. Although there was a trace of indescribable confusion, they didn't have to fight the evil spirits outside the sky and sacrifice themselves. The next moment, what happened made the spirit man silent, and the will of the world was puzzled. After the black thunder disappeared, the beam of light reappeared, and this time more elite Argonians poured out. Appearing with it, there is also the voice of the disdainful heavenly demon king. Do you understand the dimensionality reduction attack? Indigenous. Normally, it should not be easy to break through the barriers of the world and teleport into space. Especially after entering and exiting, it is difficult to enter again. But how did this group of extraterrestrial demons break through common sense? In and out, just like playing. Especially now, after the stress reaction of the will of the world just now, it seems to have adapted to this state. It is difficult to be stressed again, and can only let this group of extraterrestrial demons invade. After realizing this, the spirits near the Gale City state fell silent. The weak tremble and cry, while the strong draw their swords and prepare their swords. Us. A thin young spirit with trembling legs, are you going to die? Absolutely not. Yichen looked at the silent companions and the silent teacher group, and chose to stand up. His voice was full of firmness. There is a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme. It has guarded our Gale City state for hundreds of years. I believe that there will be no exceptions this time. Yi Chen's words seemed to resonate, and many people echoed, yes. There is a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme. We still have Gale. The strongest of these demons is the golden pureblood realm. Gale is not easy to mess with. Some elderly teachers in the teacher group recalled a wave of giant beasts decades ago, killing dozens of pure-blooded giant beasts with a single blow. The old bodies suddenly became excited. Seeing everyone getting excited, Yichen hesitated a little, and continued to speak. I'll tell you another secret. Of course, it won't be a secret soon. My father said it himself. All the teachers and students sat on the stone-armored dragon tortoise that was fleeing quickly while holding their breath while listening to Yi Chen's words. Gale, you have imprinted and comprehended the Yi Storm law a few years ago. It is about to condense true blood and step into the sacred realm. Become the first true dragon in the world of controlling dragons. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the teachers and students immediately couldn't help cheering. Their hearts were filled with excitement. Really? That's great. We are saved. Gale City is saved. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme. While everyone was excited, their mentality instantly relaxed, and then they concentrated on looking in the direction of the holy mountain. They are looking forward to the coming of Gale, and then sweep away the evil spirits from outside the sky. The teachers in the teacher group looked at Yi Chen more seriously and softened their eyes, as if they were looking at a rising star. At this moment, Yi Chen seemed to be the protagonist in the world. In the perception of the spiritual power released by the Dragon Master, the somewhat dead spiritual energy between heaven and earth that was suppressed by the appearance of the evil spirits from outside the sky suddenly became manic at this moment. Especially the psionic energy of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme attribute, as if a king suddenly appeared, extremely active. Wow! The next moment, a huge dragon beast in the shape of an ancient pterosaur roared out of the holy mountain. Gale! This movement seemed to affect the whole world, as if it shook the world in an instant. Afterwards, a huge storm danced loudly, instantly dispelling one after another of the evil aura. This is the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme, killing the evil spirits outside the sky. Look, even the extraterrestrial demons are definitely no match for Gale.
Gale is invincible. I feel the power of the law of the storm.
Look, among those storms, there are chains of laws embodied by the laws of storms looming in them.
Gale has stepped into the sacred realm. Gale.
In the line of sight of the spirits, under the law of the storm of the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, the beam of light created by the evil demon king that day seemed to be faintly visible. Like a drifting boat in a stormy sea.
As expected of a sacred place. Sure enough, it's like a holy being.
If you want to save the world from danger, you are a great existence that can save the world with one hand.
Gale, really our patron saint.
Even though Gale hadn't attacked the beam of light of the evil demon king outside the sky, the storm had already made it difficult for the sub-dragons below to move an inch.
This has already given the spirits in Gale City the dawn of victory. If you can, who wants their homeland to be destroyed? Roar!
The storm that has been brewing for a long time has finally gathered into shape. The storm ocean is like a supergiant tornado, and the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme lives in it, like a king, surrounded by storms. The next moment, the storm struck.
It is necessary to instantly destroy the beam of light of the evil demon king outside that day.
All the spirits in the Gale city-state stood on the city wall, or stood outside the city, looking forward to this exciting scene.
Damn it, extraordinary was born so soon?
Since we have broken through the level barrier, then go all out. Suddenly, a scene on the holy mountain made their cheers stop abruptly. A huge, ferocious palm with huge scales and several gray-white barbs suddenly protruded from the beam of light, and it ruthlessly, like tearing off a substantial curtain, tore apart the storm, tearing it apart. Chains of law and shattering storm then, holding the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme that was still wantonly just now in the palm of his hand, he threw it down on the holy mountain with absolute violence.
Boom! Woo! Woo! The holy mountain is trembling.
It was the whine of the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme, resounding through the heavens and the earth. All the spirits in Gale City who saw this scene instantly lost all color on their faces, their eyes lost their focus. How is this possible? This is the Gale of the sacred realm.
The invincible Gale. Just being crushed by the evil king of outer heaven? Run away!
The weak spirits began to tremble, even if they were not dragon masters, they could even feel the mournful cry of the will of the world. As the first life in the world of controlling dragons to be promoted to the sacred realm, the will of the world has invested a lot of power. I thought that I could rely on the Gale to resist and give him a buffer time, but I didn't expect that even if he had been invincible for hundreds of years, the true blood Gale in the sacred realm would be instantly crushed.
Go kill. Young and fertile captivity. The rest of the spirits. All, kill. All giant beasts, dragon beasts, all imprisoned.
In the beam of light, the owner of the terrifying arm was revealed, with a dragon's head sticking out. The huge dragon's horns were extremely ferocious, and the bloody mouth full of fangs was speaking cold words. As for Yi Chen, he felt that the cold and cruel eyes of the brutal heavenly demon king seemed to be staring at him.
And so is it.
The head of Ximen King's dragon body turned, and his barbed tongue gently licked his lips, his gray vertical pupils narrowed slightly, and a contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Good luck. As soon as I came in, I met an indigenous protagonist.
Refining you should be able to refine a lot of the origin of the world.
Until now, things happened too fast, and the spirits were still immersed in great fear and disbelief.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Great Gale, it was beaten by the palm of the demon king outside the sky and whimpered. The eyes of all the strong dragon masters who saw the scene turned blood red instantly, but their souls trembled uncontrollably. Even the Gale that has guarded them for hundreds of years and even stepped into the sacred realm has no power to resist, let alone them. Compared with them, it should be the Yi family and Yi Chen who suffered more. Because Dafeng is not only the guardian beast of the city-state, but also the inheritance giant beast of their Yi family.
But now, Gale was about to be thrown to death. And Yi Chen didn't have time to be hit, so he became decadent.
Because, the master who easily pinched the palm of the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme and beat it hard, has already stepped out of the beam of light. The huge ferocious dragon head was facing him, the fangs were split open, the gray and white indifferent eyes looked at him indifferently, and the dragon's power overwhelmingly pressed down on him. Just when he was about to fall into despair, something happened that made him feel even more desperate, a beam of light that is in no way inferior to the one on the holy mountain. No, a beam of light much thicker than that suddenly descended from the sky. This made the souls of all the spirits in the Gale city-state scream and howl, and the dragon master among them sighed dryly in despair. Another extraterrestrial demon king has come. The world of dragon control is in danger.
Demon! Demon!
I saw countless strong green figures, burning with vitality and blood, stepping out of the beam of light with a fierce and ferocious aura.
Just like countless monsters with teeth and claws.
And what makes Yi-chun feel like falling into hell is from that beam of light, a figure also stepped out. He was a humanoid being wearing a platinum battle robe and a crown of thorns. After looking at the dragon-headed humanoid creature, he also began to look at him. At this moment, in the T forum, there is even a lively discussion in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast. Yes, this world is already on the verge of psychic upgrade.
Once upgraded, hundreds of second-level beings will burst out.
Ximen King is so lucky that he was able to search for such a world at the very beginning.
Weak and delicious, I also want to eat hard.
Don't think about it, I put 10 anchors of the void, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either / phoneme. They are strong and poor, or they are weak and barren.
Finally, there is a richer world.
In the end, the fake superorders are all have. Not to mention Xing Shiman, even I am jealous when I see such a world. Upstairs, the high-ranking monarchs of the Shushu Koan clan are even jealous of this world of dragon control.
It seems to be really good.
If my Sukoan king can swallow this drop of blood of the Star Core Dragon King, he will be able to skip the original accumulation stage and directly become a legend, invincible under the super level. Blow, my Shadow Elf King hasn't spoken yet. More and more bosses who usually grow silently without saying a word have joined the chat, which has opened the eyes of many god players, listening to their chats like gods fighting. Hey, Ximen King is really good at playing cheat guns.
Mingxin just ask if you don't understand, what is cheating?
That is, the first time you enter the other world, you will act like you are going to invade with all your strength, causing the will of the other world to counterattack, and then use the anchor of the void to slip away, so that you can deceive the first strong will of the other world.
A wave of counterattack. This is the dimensionality reduction blow of higher civilization to lower civilization. The gap between civilization and civilization is by no means what I have to dominate on paper. If you don't, I will crush you.
It's just that if I take out any skill, I can replace your whole card. The Void Anchor is such a technology. Hey, Ximen King has played off, that Doffing has advanced to the 4th level of extraordinary. It's ridiculous, the small world is like this, and the 4th level is some kind of sacred realm. This pterosaur broke through the 4th level, which means that the world of dragon control officially broke through the level barrier, and the spiritual power officially began to upgrade. In the next period of time, a large number of 4th level extraordinary beings will appear rapidly, and the 5th level Lord level is not impossible.
It's not yet known who will win the game. Ximen King is lucky.
There is an indigenous protagonist at the gate of the Void Anchor. It seems that his luck is quite huge. Come on, the goblin or goblin that Shiman Ching said appeared.
What the hell is this called a goblin?
In the T forum, all the god players who saw the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast were stunned.
Am I really dazzled? What is this? You tell me, what is this? Have you ever seen a 4-meter goblin?
When will a goblin be able to have a body of 2 feet?
And this totem incarnation, it looks like this. Absolutely, my elf god incarnation is not as handsome as this totem incarnation of the goblin god.
No, it's reasonable to say that the avatar image of the god is indeed partly influenced by the blueprint of the totem entity, but more of it is influenced by the race of the believer.
Is this really the god of goblins?
In the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast, thousands of 4-meter-tall slaughter goblins, wearing simple leather armor and with a bloody will to kill, stepped out of the beam of light with unparalleled aura. An unbelievably handsome totem incarnation with a crown of thorns and a spear in his hand was confronting the hideous and terrifying Shiman Ching in the form of a dragon. The air froze slightly, and this scene was like an epic recorded in ancient scriptures.
T07 World Region, Dragon World, the Windy City, run away. After seeing the legendary guardian beast Gale, even though he had stepped into the sacred realm, he was still powerless to be beaten to death by a hand from the evil king outside the sky. All the spirit people fell into panic. And after seeing the second beam of light symbolizing the arrival of another demon king from outside the territory, even some dragon masters fell into despair, scrambling to run down the city wall, about to escape. Commander!
The soldiers of the city guards wore tough dragon scale armor and looked at the commander of the Silver Realm with a look of bewilderment.
Facing such a historic event, they didn't know how to deal with it. What should we do? How to do? The leader was also helpless, even he had the idea of fleeing faintly in his heart, let alone these ordinary spirits under his command, or the dragon master of the bronze mirror world. He could only say, let them go, but the city gates cannot be opened. This is our position. As ordered.
The commander looked at this piece of land. The city-state behind him gave birth to him and raised him. No matter what, he would never give up only death warriors.
The city lord's mansion, which is located in the very center of the city-state, is also full of tense and anxious atmosphere.
Lord!
The young master is still outside the city.
Today is the festival gathering day of the Yulong Academy. The teacher group took the young master and his classmates out of the city to gather folk songs.
And it's still far from the holy mountain.
Very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. An ancient golem 5 or 6 meters high made of metal and precious stones. The eyes of precious stones gleamed red, and the dull voice was full of anxiety. It is a special life excavated from an ancient ruin by Yi Liang, the city lord. Facing the same anxious master Yi Liang in front of him. Although it is the strongest spirit control under Yi Liang's hands, it is still in the realm of pure blood. Even in the realm of pure blood, it is considered powerful, but it is not as good as Gale, who has been beaten and has no resistance. Faced with this situation, it is helpless. Even if it's the master, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it. And Yi Chen grew up watching him. Even the cold gem heart, after years of companionship, gave birth to a little warmth.
No, Chen's identity is not just my son.
Yi Liang raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot. His words reminded the ancient golem of that powerful shadowy organization.
The government of the spirits seems to be based on the Spirit Federation as the administrative body. But it's not.
Because giant beasts and dragon beasts are rampant in the wilderness, and the sky is dominated by giant beasts, it is difficult to communicate between city-states. Moreover, each city lord is the strongest of the city-state, so that the city-state can be blessed to survive in the wilderness. Every city lord is a member of the Spirit Federation Council, and the Federation is actually a loose alliance of all city lords.
This is only on the bright side.
In the dark, there is a special organization called the Salvation Society. It is said that some sages formed the Salvation Society after seeing the terrible disaster that could destroy the entire world of controlling dragons in the distant future. Their purpose is to select spirits with outstanding aptitude in certain characteristics from all spirits, and implement a plan that can make spirits become the world's overlord and be able to resist the terrible disaster in the future. Ancient Golem, I remember that among the many gemstones that make up your gemstone heart, there is a Mirror Lake gemstone, and it should be usable once. Use it. Contact the sage of the Salvation Society.
Yes.
The ancient guards didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly turned a transparent gem in the heart of the gem, sending out waves across the planet. The next moment, a water mirror like a lake emerged out of thin air.
With Jinghu gems, you can contact anyone you can think of. Wow, wow, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Ripples constantly appeared on the water mirror, as if they were contacting the supreme leader of the Salvation Society, Sage. Soon, the water mirror stabilized, and the picture on it took shape. This is a simple palace built of bronze. In front of the water mirror is a group of spirits wearing masks of different colors and black robes. The Sage of the Golden Mask, the successor of the Silver Mask, and the Guardian of the Bronze Mask. The sage wearing the golden mask seemed to know who Yi Liang was in front of the water mirror and why he came here. Before Yi Liang could say a word, he said, "Your intention of coming, I have expected.
Guardians have been sent to rescue Yi Chen.
After finishing speaking, the starlight in the eyes under the golden mask flowed, and the water mirror shattered.
Lord!
The voice of the ancient golem was dull, and it was already ignited with anger.
Even if it was far from being an opponent, he couldn't bear the humiliation of the Lord. It's okay, it's enough for Yi Chen to be saved.
Regardless of whether they have the strength or not, we can only choose to trust them now. Yi Liang's face was deep, and he stopped the ancient golem from continuing to say, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, he stood up and looked at the two piercing beams of light outside the city, as well as the chaotic and hurried footsteps outside the city lord's mansion.
Get ready to meet the enemy. Looking at the hunched lord, the ancient golem fell silent while making a fighting stance. The high-spirited lord in its memory seems to be getting old too under the holy mountain, this is.
When Shiman Shing saw the incomparably handsome totem avatar and the giant goblin under the avatar, his indifferent gray-white pupils constricted, and he was a little dazed.
Lowly goblins.
Most of them are masters who have comprehended the will to kill.
What the hell is this goblin?
He didn't expect that the goblin he wanted to beat had such a high level. And the totem incarnation of the god player in front of him can actually make him feel the piercing cold.
This goblin god actually has the power to threaten him. It's impossible.
Even my sub-dragon king took a lot of divine blood that I consumed a lot of faith points to incarnate the body of the evil dragon. In addition, I personally came to instill and teach the law of evil, so I stepped into the 4th level so quickly, and I hope to step into the 7th level quickly in the future. However, Shiman Shing couldn't help but fell silent after seeing the killing goblins who were still stepping out of the space passage one after another, and their special powers that were vaguely connected with each other.
What, wanna fight?
Lorden grinned, and looked away from the native protagonist. There are Argonians all over the mountains and plains, and goblins are staring at them.
He can't escape.
Even if he is the protagonist, it is useless to be the son of luck in this world of controlling dragons. Luck, but also surrender to absolute strength.
Who is free to fight with you? If you don't plunder the resources of the other world, what's the fight?
If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that these words came from the mouth of the brutal Argonian god Ximenking. At this moment, Qin Shiman seems to have forgotten what he once said, that he wanted to beat the goblin as if he were Lorden. He is not simply admitting to love, but has his own abacus. The world of Yulong has already begun to upgrade spiritually, and he alone may not be able to completely conquer this world. Coupled with the unknown strength of the goblin god who could faintly threaten him, he really couldn't raise his fighting spirit. It's better to cooperate and win-win and develop together. What's more, in the dark, there is still a mysterious god player who has not come yet.
Oh? Is it?
Facing Ximenking, who wanted to confess his weakness and develop the world of Yulong together, Luo Dan didn't care, and continued to provoke, "You don't want to fight, but I do."
No way, the mighty Argonian god would shy away from the mere goblin god? Luo Dan also knew it in his heart.
The world of Yulong, which has completed the psychic upgrade, is no longer a mere fish and meat at the mercy of others.
It's a vicious wolf being pursued by hunters, and if one is not careful, he may be bitten back.
In fact, he didn't want to directly drive Shiman Shing away, or insisted on expressing his so-called bad breath. But now is just the beginning. If war is supported by war, those Argonians known as war machines under Ximenking's command will also grow up at an extremely fast speed during the war.
He didn't want to face a rapidly growing Argonian army.
Moreover, there are also mysterious god players who have been hiding in the dark and have not shown up for a long time.
The problem is that they can't even find his anchor of the void, and they can't even mention the destruction. He also didn't want to be taken advantage of by others.
Therefore, first defeating Ximenking in the first battle, and then driving the tiger to devour the wolf, and letting Ximenking restrain the local power of the dragon world is what he wants now. As for whether Ximenking and the Argonian army under his command would retreat directly after being disabled, Luo Dan was never worried. For someone like Shiman Shing who does great things but sacrifices his life, and sees small gains and forgets his life, as long as Luo Dan gives him a chance, he will not give up easily. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals IR either/phoneme fight me, or leave now. There was disdain in Luo Dan's tone. He was deliberately provoking Ximenking, otherwise Ximenking would be uncomfortable if she insisted on not beating him. The cruel Ximenking hesitated for a moment, his vertical pupils were full of hesitation and calculation, and he was deeply ashamed. Although his essence is still a totem god, a high-dimensional group consciousness, he shouldn't feel so much humiliation. But he was infected by the bad nature of the Argonians, and he has a strong sense of shame. Court death. I'll make it up to you. How dare you be so rampant? You still let me go? Then I will abolish you now, and your humble civilization. As Ximenking said, he kicked the dying Gale away to avoid getting in the way, and then the black malice rolled up in the dragon's claws, and instantly bombarded Luodan. Good come. Lorden smiled. The golden and white battle robe on his body was rolled up, and the stone spear with the ancient totem branded in his hand was instantly entangled with blood and evil spirit, and there was a faint sound of singing. The power of gods comes from the world, from the civilization of believers. As for the gods at the totem level, their power comes more from the totem entity. Ximenking's dragon body has the blood of a giant dragon, and he also masters the law of evil. It has a terrifying destructive power and a restraint effect on the will. The body of evolution is the perfect fusion of all special effects, coupled with the power of believer civilization itself. This simple totem stone spear is the manifestation of Lorden's current power. I don't believe that the civilization established by the prisoner species and the gods they support can compete with the Argonians, the pinnacle of the war species like me. I want everyone to witness this scene. Ximenking knew that everything that happened here was completely shown in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast. He wanted to wash away the shame of showing weakness just now, and establish his supreme name. Boom! Tear! Almost instantly, the malicious black light drowned Luodan, and Ximenking showed a ferocious and triumphant smile. But the next moment, the smile on his face twisted and turned into a roar. I saw the totem on the stone spear in Luodan's hand manifested, tearing up the black light in an instant, dispelling the malice, and inserting it straight into Ximenking's chest covered with thick scales, and then pierced through it. How about it? Does the power from the prisoner species open your eyes? Come on, the Goblin clan will use your Argonian clan as a stepping stone to embark on their own path to glory. Your Argonian clan will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history forever. Shimen Shing was caught off guard and was seriously injured, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. The beast nature originating from the depths of the Argonian's blood was instantly aroused. He put aside all false prestige, and fought fiercely with Luodan like the most ferocious beast. Their battle was extremely dynamic, and even a little aftermath could tear apart the clouds and destroy the mountains. Even the huge holy mountain gradually collapsed in their battle. Gale lay dying in the distance, watching this terrifying battle. For a moment, it didn't know that it should hate the dragon-shaped demon king who crushed its bones. I should still thank him for kicking me away, otherwise I am in the center of the battle at this moment. I am afraid that there will be no scum left by the aftermath. Heavenly Demon King, listen to me, thank you. And below, the shadow hunters and killer goblins of the Goblin clan also fought against the elite Yalong people and the dragon warriors. Tier, Shadow Hunters, Elite Argonians. Tier, Goblin Killer, Dragon Warrior. Kill. Slay for the glory of the goblins. Fight for the glory of God the Father. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme God the Father. The killing goblins, each with a body of 2 feet, like a city wall, waved their fists, and their bodies were covered with bloody flames manifested by the will to kill. Although they don't have weapons, but for them, entangled blood flames can show their true strength. Shadow hunters sink into the shadows and move swiftly across the battlefield, making every strike a precise kill. If the target is a third-tier dragon warrior, the shadows under their feet will rise upright, suppressing the turbulent malice on the dragon warrior, and completing harvest after harvest. Faced with the elite Argonians and dragon warriors who look like killing machines, the goblins, who are prisoners, are like wolves in a herd of sheep, killing wildly. Blood splattered on the battlefield, killing everywhere. At every moment, a large number of sub-dragon elites and dragon warriors fell to the ground, and their long and narrow pupils lost their light. Kill. All, kill. Use their flesh and blood corpses to sacrifice to the great Father God.
listening to the roar in the ear, and watching the death of the clansman.
Sig's eyes were scarlet and cruel. He wanted to kill these lowly goblins, but he was locked on by a powerful aura. He felt that as long as he made any movement, he would suffer a fatal blow. In front of him, it was a person with an exceptionally huge figure, but there was a strange hint of research and pity in his eyes. That kind of feeling is like the other party treats himself as a weak experimental product. This feeling made Sig furious, and what made him even more angry was that the goblin in front of him was only at the 3rd level, but he was so arrogant. A mere 3rd level can bring me such a threat. Is there any whole card that makes you so arrogant? Then let me give you a fatal blow in your arrogance. Looking at the tense Argonian king in front of her, Mai did not care that much, but she was not careless. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. He wanted to use his whole life to follow the great father god, so he couldn't die early. So no matter what kind of enemy he faces, Mai will not be careless in the slightest. He is just a little pity. What a good experiment. Arrogance, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony and lust are vividly reflected in your body, and you also have extremely great malice. Unfortunately, only you must die. Mai clearly realized the purpose of God the Father, just sighed slightly, and the 7 evils gathered in her hands. He stepped out with a light step, tens of meters in an instant, and then pressed his palm to Sig, the king of the Argonians. Sig sneered in his heart, and looked at the goblin who was attacking quickly without any panic. The malice that had been hidden for a long time surged in his heart, and burst out in an instant. This is the first time I have suppressed my malice for so long. The power is unimaginable even to myself. Go to hell. You lowly goblin, center of earth, the Salvation Society, Bronze Hall. The sage wearing the ancient majestic golden mask stretched out his hand, gently stroking the blood crystal ball suspended in the air, sealed by countless golden chains inside, like magma. In the next moment, countless phantoms flashed before his eyes. And the sage also seemed to be hit hard, and blood with twisted black intentions spewed out all over his body instantly. Teacher! Master Sage! Hearing the eager greetings from the successor of the silver mask and the guardian of the bronze mask beside him, the sage waved his hand to stop them from coming forward to investigate the situation, with a low voice, "No problem. Since I have taken on the responsibility of leading the spirit race to the road of supremacy and finding the guardian of the world for the mother world. It hurts a piece of cake. It's just a pity that it's not easy for Yi Chen to appear as a successor who is compatible with the mother world, and there will be evil spirits from the sky. The prophecy left by the sages of the past will also come true at this moment." Hearing the sage's words, the heirs and guardians all fell silent. The prophecy was once circulated in the ears of all the spirits, and then it was gradually blocked. On that day, blood and fire fell here. There is evil and folly, and there is holiness and the Lamb. The world will be in flames of war, and all spirits will not be able to escape. The hero will come out of betrayal, into the darkness, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the spirits to a new era. Before that, no one believed it. After this, everyone hopes that this is true. The spirit race at this moment urgently needs such a hero. As he said that, a starlight flashed in the sage's eyes. This is the special ability of his spirit-controlling star river spirit, which can be integrated with him, allowing him to directly use the talent and ability of spirit controlling. The next moment, an illusory figure appeared in front of the sage. Looking carefully, it is actually the chief speaker of the Spirit Federation. In other words, no one would believe that the chief speaker of the Spirit Federation has a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme relationship with the leader of the secret organization, the sage. Being able to contact at any time is already a very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme relationship. The chief speaker is not only an honorary status, but also because he is the undisputed strongest of the spirit people, and the city lord of Tiandu City, the largest city of spirit people. At this moment, the chief speaker, who has been invincible to spirits for nearly 100 years, showed emotions that would never appear on him on weekdays. Panicked. Sage, you have communicated with the will of the mother world again. Are you crazy? You don't have many years to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. After this communication, you probably won't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme for half a year. The chief is a muscular white-haired old man, his eyes are full of anxiety at the moment. So what if you don't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme for half a year? The sage's voice was hoarse, and a small amount of jet black blood was still flowing out of the pores all over his body. For the spirit race, I am willing to give everything. The chief speaker shook his head slightly, and said softly, thanks a lot. Because of the giant beasts of the giant beast family, the wise giants are watching from the dark. You have to hide behind the spirit man to protect the spirit man, and you will not get the reverence and fame you deserve. It's useless to talk about it, don't waste time, your soul power is too strong, the spirit of the galaxy can't last long, let's make a long story short. The sage's voice hastened. Yi Chen was supposed to be the first successor to become the guardian of the world, but I communicated with the will of the mother world, and found that this invasion of extraterrestrial demons is not just some void robbers, but a terrible disaster that can destroy the mother world. Yi Chen, I can't survive, so I sent 2 great guardians, and they took the second sequence of successors. The reason is that after Yi Chen's death, the huge will of the mother world on his body will favor a place where it can be transferred, so that it will not dissipate out of thin air or be taken away by the evil spirits from the sky. It is very likely that the will of the mother world of the first sequence successor and the second sequence successor will be favored and fused. Can successfully create a world guardian. I see, then you contact me, what do you need me to do? The chief speaker's voice was calm, and there was no fluctuation because Yi Chen had been abandoned as an abandoned child. There is only one thing you have to do, and that is to let the Spirit Federation survive the invasion of the evil spirits from outside the sky. No matter what method you use, even if you shed the last drop of blood from the giant beast, you must persevere. Only in this way, the human nature of the world guardian will not be swallowed by the animal nature. Only then can we defeat the demons outside the sky, become the hero in the prophecy, and then phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the spirit race to usher in a new era. Hearing the sage's words, the chief speaker's eyes flashed with shock. Try to. How much persistence? Our Spirit Federation has hundreds of city-states. There are more than 1,000 gold-ranked dragon masters who are suppressed by the will of the mother world and spirit masters sent by Iman. Just now, I can feel that the natural moat that has been blocking my head has disappeared. I'm afraid that within a few days, there will be no less than, strong spiritual beings in the sacred realm appearing. Even, there will be no shortage of strong men beyond the sacred realm. Are you sure you still need to use the word persistence? Is the strength of the demons outside the sky really that terrifying? The chief speaker couldn't help being puzzled. In the face of the increasingly powerful Spirit Federation, even the former Overlord Giant Beast clan is gradually declining. The king of giant beasts, the wise giant beasts, can only hide in the dark, watching the dragon master enslave their giant beasts, endure it bitterly, not daring to make a single move, as a last deterrent. What's more, the natural moat that has always hindered the advancement of the sacred realm has been broken, and the Spirit Federation is about to usher in a huge breakthrough and reach a new peak. And this sudden extraterrestrial demon can only make the Spirit Federation, which is about to reach a new peak, persevere. Does this make sense? It's not a beaver at all. But in the face of the chief speaker's question, the sage just shook his head with a wry smile, without opening his mouth to explain. I understand. Seeing this scene, the chief speaker's eyes gradually became serious, nodded heavily, and continued, I will do it. Old partner, you have to work hard to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. T07 World Region, Dragon World, at the foot of the Holy Mountain, Sig, the king of the Argonians, sneered, blessed the turbulent malice that had been hidden in his heart for a long time, and blasted out instantly with all the strength in his life. Not to mention him, even the anti-bone in the back of his head believed that even if Father God Zymanking was hit by this blow, he would cough for a long time. Dare to underestimate me. You humble goblin. How dare you? In Sig's grinning grin, he rushed towards Mai maliciously and collided with Mai's giant palm in an instant. But what happened the next moment made him fall into panic. After the violent collision he imagined, the scene of crushing the goblin did not happen. Instead, it was his malice, which was ignored by the goblins in front of him, as if it didn't exist. That giant green leather palm entwined with 7 colors went straight through the blackness and imprinted on his scaled chest. Click! There was a huge shattering sound, and Sig instantly bombarded into the ground like a rag doll. His bones were shattered, and his heart exploded into a pile of dust. Died. T07 World Community, Dragon World, on the crumbling holy mountain. This goblin god, this is too strong.
After really entering the fighting state, King was shocked to find out that even if she hadn't been hit hard in an instant because of underestimating the enemy,
even if he was in good condition, he could barely hold on to Lordan's terrifying attack, and he couldn't even break through the defense. Originally, he could barely support it, but when the Argonian army below won and weakened the power of the goblin god in front of him, he could take advantage of the situation to turn defeat into victory. Even though he was beaten to the point where he had no power to fight back, and he didn't even have the strength to take a look at the battle between the Argonian Legion and the Goblin Legion below, but at that time he still believed that, it doesn't matter if you are strong, maybe it's because the totem avatar is advanced? I don't believe that goblins can fight better than dragons.
In your legion, there isn't even a fourth-order transcendent.
Just when Qing Shiman was thinking maliciously, and was about to cook up this goblin god later. Suddenly, as the totem of the Argonian civilization, he clearly felt that the strongest Argonian king of the faith civilization fight to the death. One of the rather thick pillars that constituted his strength collapsed, and his strength also suffered a huge retreat.
Sig, he actually died like this. Power drop.
Almost instantly, the scales on King's totem incarnate dragon body lost their luster at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their size shrank rapidly. Kill. Luo Dan wouldn't look at it stupidly, and took the opportunity to brandish the totem stone spear, and pierced King's dragon's head with a fierce spear.
Boom!
King's totem avatar exploded instantly, turning into countless jet black malice, and then dissipated. Get out! Luo Dan stretched out his palm, and firmly grasped a little bit of golden light in the blackness of malice, which was part of Qing Shiman's will. The moment he held it, Luo Dan was stunned for a moment. He actually noticed a lot of evil laws and dragon laws contained in it. But he did not pause, but spoke softly, and the holy voice resounded like thunder through the sky. For the sake of you being a rookie god player, please spare your life.
I allow you to hunt the world of controlling dragons.
Without any response, the totem avatar was blown up, and King, who was completely defeated, fell into complete silence. But the surviving sub-dragon elite and dragon warrior retreated in silence at the same time. And their retreat direction was the same as Lordan expected. They didn't withdraw the space channel created by the void anchor, thus retreating to their own world. Instead, they stayed away from the holy mountain and wandered towards other parts of the world of controlling dragons.
Until then, Luo Dan breathed a sigh of relief.
Although he was sure of winning this battle, it was not easy. Not only did he have to fight with gods of the same level as himself, but he also had to keep King from destructing himself by jumping over the wall. At the same time, Lordan issued an oracle to the Goblin Legion, which was collecting Argonian corpses and preparing to sacrifice. My loyal people, set aside some warriors to conquer that spirit city-state and dedicate it to me.
The descendants do not kill. Follow the orders of God the Father. Soon, 3,000-man Goblin legions set out to conquer Gale City.
There is another group of shadow hunters, going to bring back the dying trophy Gale. After all, it is the first life in this world to break through the 4th level, so there must be a lot of luck in its body. At the same time, a lot of reminders came from the log in front of Luo Dan. Log, you have entered the world of Yulong.
Log, you have a battle with the Argonian god. Log, there is a war between your Goblin Legion and the Argonian Legion. Log, the war is over, you have won a complete victory.
Log, kill the 2nd order Shadow Hunter *3, kill the 3rd order Goblin *10. Log, kill the 2nd tier Subdragon Elite *354, and the 3rd tier Dragon Warrior *113. Log, you have gained plus 14 faith points. Log, you have harvested the drop special effect Dragon Scale, curable, the special effect Malicious, curable, and the limited special effect Killing Machine. Log, you won the battle with the Argonian god, destroy his totem incarnation. Log, you have gained plus 15 faith points. Log, you have harvested the Law Fragment Law of Evil 13. 5%. Log, you have harvested the Law Fragment Dragon Law 23. 7%. Log, this is a good victory, you have comprehended the Law Fragment Law of War 1. 1%. Log, the believers under your command have sacrificed to you. Log, you have obtained 6 faith points. It's really a harvest feast, and there is another limited special effect. The previously limited special effect reload brought me great convenience during the battle. Shin Shiman couldn't even break through my defense. Standing on the cloud, Luodan let out a sigh of emotion, especially the large number of law drops shown at the end of the log. The level of comprehension of the final law of war is considered normal, and it is accumulated bit by bit. Obviously, Ximenking must have poured a lot of effort into this body of a dragon, and it was a gamble. In the past, the superdimensional school only taught that the rules should be comprehended by oneself, or cultivated by one's own believers to establish civilization, and to be lucky enough to obtain treasures to comprehend directly. Thinking of all the past, Luodan narrowed his eyes, but the school has never said that you can get law fragments from other gods. It seems that even among the god players themselves, there may not be harmony. Time passed leisurely, and the god sacrifice under the clouds was over. A group of shadow hunters imprisoned a group of spirits, including the native protagonist, and returned to the foot of the holy mountain. 3 goblin legions have already gone to the Gale city-state not far ahead to receive the city-state. After witnessing the battle like a battle of gods and the mighty strength of the goblin legion, except for a few tough dragon masters and spirit civilians who were instantly killed at the first moment of resistance, the other dragon masters and civilians have long since lost any intention of resisting. Immediately afterwards, a more interesting scene appeared. The slaughtering goblins led a group of spirit dragon masters with brand marks between their brows, walking towards Luodan. This group of spirits seemed pampered, with flattering smiles on their faces. Among them, there was another middle-aged man who was tied up, his luxurious clothes were already tattered, and he was bleeding all over his body. While the indigenous protagonist below saw the scene, he looked unbelievable. Yi Chen's teeth were about to crack, and he struggled to straighten up. "Father? Why are you like this? Who hurt you?" "Uncle Chen, Uncle Lin, you guys soon," as if he had figured it out. His complexion turned pale in an instant, his voice was low and hoarse, and hatred and anger burned in his eyes. "It surprised me that you are in high positions, and you usually look calm and arrogant, but you are actually soft-boned white-eyed wolves in essence. Shenlingi, if my father hadn't saved you in the wilderness back then, let alone becoming the dean of Yulong Academy, you would have become a piece of feces in the wild. And you, Lin Dong, if my grandfather hadn't forgiven you back then, because you were young and didn't hold you accountable, you would have been exiled for thousands of miles." White-eyed wolf. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the eyes of the 2 middle-aged dragon masters headed by them were full of anger and ferocious coldness. But he acted as if he didn't hear his words, and didn't need to kill the goblin. They faced Luodan's direction, did not dare to look up, and then knelt down without hesitation, with cunning hidden in their hearts, but they showed loyalty when they opened their mouths. "Great gods above! We are the dragon masters of the Gale city-state, and we have heard of your arrival, but there are still some diehards in the city-state who are unwilling to accept your rule. We have captured this diehard to show you our loyalty and sincerity." As he spoke, one of them stretched out his hand and introduced, "This is the ruler of Gale City, City Lord Yi Liang. The Yi family has ruled the Gale city-state for generations, and their ruling power is extremely strong. If the members of their Yi family are still alive, it will be very unfavorable for you to rule Gale City under the crown of the gods, so we specially captured him. As long as you kill them, with our assistance, you can easily take over an intact Gale City." Hearing what they said, even Yi Liang, who was mentally prepared, was a little shocked. The bigot was myself. In fact, there was no need for them to speak. The moment they appeared, Luodan already understood what they were thinking. For these idiots, he didn't know what to say for a while. In their cognition, I am afraid that this is an ordinary war of disputes within the world, and the purpose of the war is to obtain complete population resources. And they, as the role of senior officials, after surrendering, they will still be reused. The big deal is that they can't play the role of confidant like before. Big mistake. Obviously the will of the world is whining, warning them. It's an evil spirit from outside the sky. The more natives die, the weaker the will of the world. Therefore, the first thing an evil god invades is to set off a world-ending disaster. Although Luodan will not set off a war of extermination, he still needs to retain the population of the spirit race to the greatest extent as his own subordinate race. But this didn't affect him from punishing these boring and arrogant idiots after hearing their words. Lorden just frowned. The Shadow Hunter pulled out the Shadow Blade instantly after seeing the Great Father God frowning. Facing Lin Dong, who was trying to persuade Luo Dan, he cut off his head with a single knife. However, Lin Dong, who was obviously a third-tier dragon master and one level higher than the Shadow Hunter, was beheaded without any resistance, and died just like that. The Shadow Hunter's voice was cold and severe, bold. "Are you teaching me how God works? Pass down the order, all the families of the Lin family in Dafeng City will be beheaded, as a warning to others." After finishing speaking, a group of Shadow Hunters rushed back to the Gale City-state, obviously going to exterminate all the people. As for the rest of the spirits and old dignitaries in the Gale City-state, they were trembling with fright, pressing their foreheads tightly to the ground, not daring to raise their heads, let alone being disrespectful. Yi Liang showed surprise in his eyes, and there was no fear or panic in his eyes, nor the pain of being betrayed by a subordinate he trusted in the past. And Yi Chen's eyes showed a hint of pleasure, but there was still a clear sense of hatred in his eyes looking at Luo Dan. Okay? Another native protagonist? Luo Dan originally planned to kill the protagonist directly to refine the origin of the world. But just now, he suddenly felt two third-order auras coming quickly from a distance, followed by a huge aura second only to Yi Chen. Although they are well hidden and are constantly circling, they keep a certain distance from the holy mountain, neither far nor near. And they may also feel that they are hiding well, but in Luo Dan's eyes, they are as conspicuous as torches in the dark night. Interesting. If you want to rescue the protagonist, why don't you bring another protagonist? It seems that there are other ideas, but I can use this to plan. Although things like the origin of the world are precious, they are not that useful to me now. Also, after I take down the world of controlling the dragon, there will be no shortage for the time being. However, heroes are not common. If the plan is good, besides Mai, who is still in the process of transformation and has no foreseeable future, I can also prostitute a hero for nothing. Gods with heroes and gods without heroes are like two species in a world war. Luo Dan thought of those late bloomers god players. Without exception, they started to bloom late after they had their heroes. What is a hero? A hero is an existence that leads the world in an era. In legends, they are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme born as the times require, and they are the strongest of an era. They overwhelm an era. Their appearance seems to be to break the impossible, to become the pinnacle of everyone. And heroes are generally the caretakers of the will of the world in a world. They are also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme referred to as son of luck, or main character. He glanced at Yi Liang. Luo Dan suddenly cast his eyes on Yi Chen, and said, the will of the world, that is, the so-called luck is not eternal, but will transfer. Not all wills in the world have self-wills, most of the wills in the world are just the collective consciousness of the world. Luck can be plundered from each other. When a patron of the will of the world dies, if there is another patron of the will of the world in the area he is in, then the deceased patron of the world's will, the favor of the worlds will carried on him, that is, luck, will be transferred to the living patron. This is what is commonly known as luck plunder. Although I came here not long ago, according to my observations, in the spirit master system of the Iman sect of your spirit civilization, there seems to be a partial system called Gu Master. Tell me, does this model resemble raising Gu? Hearing Luo Dan's words, Yi Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that the demon king of outer heaven, who was so powerful that just a breath leaked out inadvertently, could make him tremble all over, would speak to him on his own initiative. At the same time, his gaze was a little dull, because some of the words in these words, he heard from the mouth of the sage. I remember that the sage once said that our heirs are all the caretakers of the will of the mother world. The future will choose the guardian of the world from among us. But, there is still competition among the successors? No wonder. Every time a mission is set out, the successor is never allowed to go out alone. And if there are casualties during the mission, the surviving successor will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme be stronger than before. I used to think that it was because of the relationship between the seniors and brothers that made them work harder. And now it seems Impossible, senior sister and senior brother are so kind to me.
Lucky plunder. How is this possible? It's all nonsense.
He didn't even notice his father Yi Liang beside him, looking at him with extremely complicated eyes. Yi Chen cheered himself up in his heart, his eyes gradually became firmer. This must be like the legend, the evil spirits outside the sky are best at deceiving people.
And this is the bewitchment from the demon. Looking at Yi Chen's firm eyes, Luo Dan was not annoyed but happy.
The firmer you are, the more painful and easier it is to blacken when your beliefs are broken. A smile appeared on his handsome face, and what he was looking forward to was the blackened protagonist.
Luo Dan lightly flexed his fingers, and the next moment, a light screen appeared in the air, and the scene on it was the heir and the two guardians. His face is full of wicked playful smiles. Blackening is 3 times stronger?
It's really exciting in the tea forum. Even the well-informed players of the gods were a little numb from the shock of this series of changes.
Hee, I don't believe that the goblin god is so handsome, it's definitely a fraud.
That's right, even if you're really handsome, it's still a silver pewter gun head.
+1+1. I can't compare to him as the majestic forest elf god. It's really a shame. Tisk, isn't Qing Shiman very crazy? Didn't you say that you want to beat this goblin god as Lorden? I'm scared, I don't see it anymore, so I want to build my own name. Speaking of which, this god of goblins can't be Lorden, right? Isn't he also from the T-World group, and the believers are also the goblin race? Upstairs you are also interesting, just select the wrong answer. That is, everyone is a newcomer.
You don't know how long Luo Dan has been bound to the superdimensional imprint.
We are basically the war species. Up to now, we are still developing at the same level. We are far behind Ximenking. Not to mention the prisoner species of Luo Dan. Anyway, I don't think it's Luo Dan. If it's him, why bother to hide yourself? That's not necessarily the case.
Although the Federation is usually regarded as fair and public, it has nothing to do with us, non-star-free citizens. For superdimensional imprint authority levels, 1-star citizens, they really have human rights in the actual sense. It's understandable, after all, the Federation is also made up of individuals.
Ahem, don't talk about state affairs.
If Lorden can really develop the goblin race into a battle force in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast in less than a month, unless he obtains the authority level of a star citizen, he will definitely be taken away for tea.
What are you talking so much about? It's impossible to be Luo Dan.
In the T forum, all the god players who followed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast were discussing, and also wanted to see if there would be a battle between them.
As long as their initial world is not completely destroyed, god players will not die.
So there are many happy people who gloat and want to see the battle between them. On the bright side, Ximenking is stronger, and he also has the king of the Argonians of the 4th Order extraordinary level under his command.
Yes, although those goblins are only about 2 feet tall, they only have 3 levels after all. The first energy level, level 1 to 3, the second energy level, level 4 to 6, and the third level, level 7. Every energy level between the 9th Order is a world of difference.
Yes, in the video my brother showed me, I have seen the 4th level Juggernaut Pandaren of the martial arts world smash 10,000 armors with 1 sword, and the 4th level elephant-headed man smashed the city wall with 1 foot.
I think Qing Shiman is showing weakness to save face. This god of goblins should not be able to tie Dodler. If it were me, I would accept it as soon as I see it.
After all, the world of controlling dragons is so big, and it has already broken through the level barrier, and has completely entered the spiritual upgrade, and its strength has greatly increased. Besides, there is also a mysterious god player hiding behind, really envious of high-level races, their own civilization background, hanging ordinary void anchor.
Boring, I want to see rivers of blood flow.
Just when most of the god players didn't think they would fight, what happened in the next scene made them a little stunned.
Damn it, this goblin god is so fierce and provocative. Although Ximenking is a bad fart, the Argonians are really fierce. There are too few monarchs in myths. His strength is considered to be upper middle class, right? That's why I said that this goblin god is fierce.
Obviously the believer race is a goblin, so he dares to be tough.
It's awesome.
Although Zymenking is reckless and stern, his strength is still good. The body of the dragon can be regarded as a relatively high-level totem entity. Let's start the fight. The law of malice is one of the superior laws. I don't know what this goblin can fight against. It won't be smashed to pieces right away? I guess it's possible. Damn it, this goblin god directly ignored the law of malice and severely injured Shiman Cheng. Zymenking, I was careless, I didn't flash. Hanging now, you can see that Qing Shiman has persisted with great difficulty, but he is still struggling to entangle the goblin god. He must be dragging his feet, waiting for the Argonian army below to win and weaken the opponent's strength. I admit that this goblin god is an anomaly, but I don't believe that goblins can compete with Argonians. Yes, this is not just the gap between the four small racial levels between the low-level prisoner species and the high-level war species, but also a gap from the fighting blood. Yeah, just wait for the good show. Wait, what are those running around in the shadows? Profession? It should be. It seems that they are all second tier, and those city walls are all third tier. The war started and I watched. Outrageous. It's not a beaver at all. This is called war? This is a one-sided massacre. Subverting cognition, goblins slaughtering Argonians is not an isolated case, but a legion. Look at that goblin, he killed 3 dragon warriors in one pair and 3 in an instant. No, what kind of occupation are those goblins who can enter the shadows? It's so outrageous. It can't be a legendary job, can it? Why hasn't the king of the Argonians moved? I'm so anxious to see it. I'm panicking. My believer race is null, which is far inferior to the Argonians. Why can't even the Argonians be opponents? If it were me, I would die even more. The Argonian king seems to be targeted by a goblin? Really, I didn't see a 4th order goblin. Indeed not. Look at that, it should be the chief goblin, or the 3rd rank, but the Argonian king is in his sight, and he dare not act rashly at all. What kind of monsters are these? The god of goblin who severely injured the god of Argonians with one blow, and the 3rd rank goblin chief whose eyes are so suppressed that even the king of rank transcendent Argonians dare not move. This is too outrageous. Is it possible that the goblin chief is just a silver pewter tip? If I remember correctly, you seem to have said this just now. Move, move. It's over. The king of the Argonians seems to have been prepared for a long time. You see, the power of malice that has been hidden for so long, I am afraid that the 5th rank lord will take it, and I am afraid that he will be severely injured. I think so too. Wait, another instant kill. Oh, Shiman Qingliang. The totem avatars were all blown up, the Argonian king was also dead, and more than half of the Argonian army was killed or injured. The next step is to destroy the space channel that we like to see. Why did this goblin god let Qing Shiman go? Look, I already said that it's not Luodan, right? He himself said that Zymenking is a newcomer god player, please forgive him once. You don't really believe it, do you? This is obviously to give Zymenking a little sweetness, and drive him to attract the firepower of the natives of the dragon world. Isn't that being used? Just after being severely beaten, why didn't Zymenking withdraw and help the other party? If it were you, after paying such a high price and sacrificing so much, would you choose to save face, or would you be able to plunder some blood even if you were used? The problem is, even if the blood is restored, it may be intercepted when the looted materials are returned to the Argonian world at the end. Wouldn't it be nothing? Generally speaking, it shouldn't be so absolute. Zymenking has signed up for the sequence plan, and he has no choice. You are all bragging about this goblin. Don't forget, the prisoner species cannot breed out-of-bounds civilizations, and cannot give birth to superorders. Yes, even if it is strong now, it will be trash in the future. Shiman Qing only needs to develop steadily, and then you can hang him casually in the future. Oh, what a pity. Handsome is a matter of a while, strong is a matter of a lifetime. That's right, what's the use of being handsome, otherwise he's just a goblin. I am the god of shadow elves, and I am willing to make a deal with you with a piece of shadow dust. Please help me to get the superdimensional mark of this goblin god. I want to add a friend. After a brief silence, the T forum cracked open. T07 World Region, tens of kilometers away from the Holy Mountain, the Argonian Legion was still moving away from the Holy Mountain. Fortunately, just in case, I brought the backup totem entity that the captain gave me.
At this moment, Zymenking's body was burning with pitch-black flames.
His current incarnation was the Dragon of Evil Embers, worth 120 faith crystals, which was one level lower than before. He felt a body that was several times weaker than before. As well as the malice brought by the will of the world from above the sky, below the earth, and everywhere, he couldn't help turning his head and looking at the Holy Mountain with complicated eyes. He knew in his heart that even if he was not careless and dodged the first wave of heavy damage, the end would not be much better than it is now. Hey, this wave of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcasts can be regarded as making wedding clothes for others. Zymenking was depressed, but she didn't have any thoughts of crazy revenge. In the countless superdimensional simulations before, there have been many situations worse than this. It can even be said that being hanged and beaten this time awakened the inflated psychology after being invited by the Space Investigation Department. I will thank you very much when the new king of Argonians under the command of the god of Argonians advances to a super level. Zymenking thought that luckily he is a high-level war type, and no matter how powerful the goblin is now, he is only a low-level prisoner type, and the upper limit has been sealed. That goblin chief is a bull, he is powerful, and instantly kills the king of the 4th Order Argonians, so can he be promoted to the 4th rank? You are powerful, kill the enemy by leaping to the next level. No matter how powerful you are, can you still surpass the 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th ranks, and even fight against super ranks? I won't dislike you when I advance to a super level in the future, and I will let you be my subordinate race. Thinking of this, Shiman Ching felt much more at ease. He took advantage of the opportunity to open the T forum, even though he was ready to be underestimated, but when he opened the forum, he saw the words of other god players. And the words of the rich woman and sister of the High Monarch, he still couldn't help but break the defense. In the T forum, God of Shadow Elves. I'm convinced, they are all gods, can you stop being so nympho? Screw the lemon fruit on the lemon tree, you and me under the lemon tree. If it's such a silver-like pewter tip, it's not a bad idea. One side of shadow dust, this is a special product of the shadow world. Generally speaking, only superorder can be collected, and it takes a lot of energy and time, so this shadow elf god should be a real rich woman. If it's not really unconditional, who wants to work hard? Zymenking looked at the information in the forum, and her mood was extremely complicated. On the one hand, he didn't want to do something that made him feel ashamed. I was hanged and beaten just after I said harsh words, and now I have to go back and please the perpetrator. On the other hand, I originally wanted to refuse. But there is no way, he gave too much. Shadow dust is the key material for the profession of Dragon Warrior, to become a legendary profession, Dragon Shadow Fighter. Moreover, at least, Dragon Warriors are enough for one party to change to Dragon Shadow Fighter. If they can be obtained, it will undoubtedly greatly increase his strength. With such thoughts and mixed feelings, Zymenking opened the forum, entered information, and answered silently, "It is good." After thinking about it, I still couldn't help sending a few more messages. Roughly what it means: how can you take the battle between gods and players seriously? It's not uncommon to be hanged and beaten in battles with older god players, as well as, losing to a veteran god player is not considered a loss. I wanted to refuse, but he gave too much, etc. For a moment, the entire T forum was filled with joyful atmosphere. T07 World Region, Dragon World, 40 kilometers to the north of the Holy Mountain. This place is more than 100 kilometers away from the Gale city-state. It is a wilderness in the wilderness, and there are few people on weekdays. But at this moment, the roar of the giant beast that would be emitted from time to time on weekdays has disappeared without a trace, as if there is some extremely terrifying existence lurking here. In midair, there was a huge figure hovering in circles, exuding the aura of a top predator in the terrifying wilderness. And on the huge tracer eagle, there are 3 spirits standing impressively. They were 2 men in black robes with bronze masks, and a boy in black with a silver mask in his hands. He had a firm face and looked very ordinary, but when he felt it carefully, he definitely couldn't feel any ordinary feeling. They were stepping on tracer eagles, and they were constantly trying to feel the terrifying aura of the Holy Mountain in the distance. They are the second sequence successors who just arrived, and the two great guardians. One of the great guardians, who couldn't hide her curvy figure even with a large black robe, looked at the young man and said softly, "Tangio, you are very lucky. I once heard the sages say that they don't seem to be those recorded in history, but because of the weak extraterrestrial demons who strayed into the cracks of time and space and then invaded our planet. It's the demons from the outer world led by a terrifying existence that should be called an evil god more than the demon king from the outer world. The meaning of their existence seems to be to invade the world and plunder everything. Only under the leadership of the guardian of the world, it is possible to save our mother world from disaster. You should feel it too. The fear and longing of the will of the mother world. Even the will of the mother world is afraid of the coming of the evil god, and longs for the appearance of the guardian of the world. Yi-Chen can't be saved anymore. And you will be us, and even the world of Dragon Control, the only hero. The whole world of Yulong will remember your contribution. You will be praised and sung by countless people. Even, with the will of the world combined with you and Yi-Chen, it is enough to make you an existence comparable to God. She spoke unscrupulously, and her eyes were full of all kinds of desires. In the Salvation Society, there are 3 levels with strict hierarchy. Sage, successor, son of luck, guardian, 3rd-tier powerhouse trained by the Salvation Society. And the failure of tier, to break tier, survived by luck, and obtained the incomplete power of law. Even with all kinds of flaws, but the combat power is enough to sweep tier, the guardian of the pseudo-tier, Every successor has the possibility to become the supreme guardian of the world in the future. Even if they don't become the guardians of the world, with their huge luck, they can easily become the dragon masters of the 3rd-tier gold realm. No guardian would want to offend the heir unless necessary. The great guardian is an exception. This is from the root of the flaw. This great guardian, who was full of fatal temptation, completely offended her because Yi-Chen saw her body without any desire in his eyes. But in Tangio's eyes, there was a carefree smile. Without the slightest sense of shame because of the imminent death of his junior brother, he profited from it. The glory that was taken away from me, everything that was taken away from me, will be taken back in the end. Tangio's eyes were lowered. He still remembered that when he and his sister completed a task together, the inn room he had fancy was taken away by Yi-Chen because he was the young master of the inn. Even if this inn is yours, the room reserved for you, but didn't you go to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? I arrived first, I stayed first, can't I? It actually caused me to lose face in front of my sister. Thinking that Yi-Chen would be strangled by the evil god later, Tangio showed a distorted smile. The other big guardian, like a puppet, didn't respond at all. And on the other side, under the crumbling holy mountain, see it? Luo Dan chuckled and pointed at the light screen projection in front of him. That above is the great guardian, as well as Tangio's every move, and even every word and deed. This is the person you trust deeply, or, in your heart, regard as a savior. He doesn't mind spending all his time on Yi-Chen. Heroes are too precious. Even if you are born in a broken world, you still have infinite potential. T03 World Region, Planet TS0083, small, in the Angel Palace towering among the golden clouds, Hathaway was also paying attention to the T Forum. You must know that for a god player like him, the believers under his command are all extremely intelligent races like angels, so it is quite boring that he doesn't need to bother about it on weekdays. As a result, he became interested in the farce in the forum. After thinking about her authority level, Hathaway opened her superdimensional imprint and searched briefly. Amazing. I've heard of the name Lorden before, but I didn't expect to be able to develop a low-level race like goblins to such an extent. He scrolled down, and saw that Luodan's file was marked with Mr. 1's Scale Attack, and Mr. 0's Lucky Guard, a set of world treasures that must be used together. The strangeness in Hathaway's eyes. The color is more intense. Tisk, someone actually used his high authority to intervene and swapped his initial race and world. Otherwise, with his talent, it's impossible for him to start so lowly. Besides, doing this kind of thing also has a certain gambling element. It is not easy for ordinary families to do this kind of thing, but if it is a family full of rancid smell, it is considered normal. Of course, if he is smarter, Lordine should also be puzzled by his recent luck. Raise your authority level as soon as possible, young god. Hathaway has always felt that although she always wants to lie flat, at the same time, she is also a person full of justice and kindness, at least after accidentally entering one of the classes of the Guardian Knight training tuning course of the royal family of the extreme Greek Empire. The instructor not only did not stop him, but taught them together. He had such a mentality. I really miss Teacher Anshi. It's a pity that he was promoted because he taught me once, and was sent to the front line of the battlefield in the different abyss as a commander. Hathaway looked at a four-winged angel standing beside her respectfully. This four-winged angel is wearing heavy armor, with golden hair like a golden lion, just standing there, like a melting pot, dazzling like a small sun, as if it should be the center of the world. Among the angel family, in addition to being born with noble blood, the first energy level, level 1 to 3, is a two-winged angel, the second energy level is a four-winged angel, and the third energy level is a seraph. And the wings behind this four-winged angel have faint golden lines, as if it is already a fifth-order Lord-level angel not far from the third level. He has comprehended the true meaning of the stars, mastered the laws of the sun, and is about to become the first seraphim legendary angel of the angel clan, and he will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the war angel group of thousands of people to tame the leader of the Morpheus army in the world of dragon control. Send me the oracle, don't wait. Enter the world of dragon control and save this world that is about to fall in the hands of evil gods. Start from the other pole of the world. He wanted to give Lorden a chance to break the confinement. Anyway, I have an angel reincarnation pool. The true spirit is immortal, and it is difficult for an angel to die. If you can really break the confinement, I might consider giving you a chance to become my god. Hathaway never underestimated any gods, he was just used to standing on a high place. Hearing the Lord's oracle, Murphy's was slightly taken aback. The enthusiasm in his eyes made him ignore any unreasonable. They have the civilization background of Heavenly Scepter, and they can wait until after the war between the two sides to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Why end it now? Unless it is a war of equal strength. One-sided wars are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme supported by wars, and wars will make the real enemy stronger. Why not descend directly to the legions of the other two gods, expel them first, and then save the world? It is to descend from the other pole, which is actually equivalent to giving the other party space and time to grow, but his fanatical worship and belief made him have no doubts, and he only had one thought in his heart: the Lord must have a reason for doing this. Murphy's lowered his head slightly, his voice was solemn: follow the commandment of the Lord. Murphy's, let the creatures in this world listen again to the great voice of the Lord. T07 World Region, Dragon World, at the foot of the Holy Mountain, projecting the mirror image tens of miles away to the front of him in the form of bare hands. These are just small tricks for him, the god. But these were a huge blow to Yichen. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yichen seemed to be crazy, screaming hysterically, his eyes were bloodshot. He knew all three people in the mirror image. Among them, there was some misunderstanding, but it was solved quickly, and he helped himself a lot. And Tangzhou, the senior brother who completed a task together many times, is someone he respects very much. He simply didn't want to believe what he saw in front of him. But his own reason, at this moment, seemed to be transformed into a little devil whispering in his ear, telling him, Yichen, don't lie to yourself, these are all true. Think about it for yourself. Can he, an evil god who just came to our planet, really know so many secret things in a short time after his arrival? If it can be done, why bother to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the extraterrestrial demon army to fight? Only him, an evil god, can easily enslave our world. See, that's Tangzhou. Before you joined the Salvation Society, he was the most admired and expected. First sequence. And you took his place. He became the second child no one will remember. Everyone's attention and expectations, the admiration of the junior sisters, the position of the future guardian, everything. It was all taken away by you. It's you. No, it's us. I'm afraid it's unbearable, isn't it? What? You can't bear it yourself, but you want others to enjoy it? TSK, I couldn't see that you were so hypocritical before, Yichen. Woo. Hovu, it seemed that with the huge change of Yichen's mentality, it seemed that the will of the world was preventing Yichen from changing his mind. The celestial phenomena of the Gale City state are changing accordingly. In the hot summer season, a gloomy cool phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme begins to blow. Aiken. Unlike Yi Chen's pain, Yi Liang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the content projected on the light screen. Looking at the painful Yi Chen, Yi Liang's eyes revealed a trace of heartache. After meeting Luo Dan, he struggled to get up, came to Yi Chen's side, and said softly, "How do you think those two wastes under my protection could defeat me?" Hearing Yi Liang's words, Yi Chen seemed to have grasped at straws, and looked closely at Yi Liang, hoping to hear words from his mouth that would allow him to continue to strengthen his faith and protect the spirit. But the next moment, what Yi Liang said made him lose all hope. "That's because I don't believe it. I never believed in the Salvation Society. I believe that they may really want to cultivate world guardians, obtain the status of planetary overlord for the Spirit Federation, and save the race from the doomsday. But I never believed that they would do everything in their power to protect my child." Saying that, Yi Liang also summoned the scarred ancient golem, and said, "Do you remember the past of your devil uncle?" Yi Chen nodded. He remembered that when he was young, the ancient golem was already a third-level spirit control, and was once praised by Gale as a special life with talent no less than it. "It's just that I don't know what happened later. Uncle Mo has become less and less present. Your Uncle Mo is only a sacred gem away from stepping into the sacred realm. That's just one step away." However, the sage personally shattered his gem heart, and immortality stopped at the third level. "Do you know why? They just want to get a better hold of you. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals you're either slash phoneme alive or dead." What Yi Liang said seems logical, but if you think about it carefully, you will find that the words are full of loopholes. But Yi Chen couldn't tell the difference. Or at this moment, he doesn't want to tell the difference. Boom! Rumble! The gloomy clouds gathered above, there were roars of thunder, and howling of mournful winds. Luo Dan saw this scene. Although he felt the terrifying oppression from the world, he showed a smile. "Look, I'm in a hurry." The will of the world? The world cluster consciousness is nothing more than your limitation. You know that there may be something wrong with your patron, but you can't detect it. You can only follow the established procedures and continue on the path you know is wrong. Use your origin, your will, to create a hero for me, the evil god of outer space. Take him down and give him a comfortable enough environment. Lorden gave orders to the Shadow Hunter. He's going to make the right choice. After Yi Chen was taken down, Yi Liang walked in front of many spiritual dignitaries, knelt down respectfully to Luo Dan. "Spiritual Yi Liang, meet my god." "Well, don't worry." Luo Dan responded lightly, "I promise you to keep him alive and protect Yi Chen. I don't bother to break the contract." Then he asked with great interest, "What you said just now, is it true that your spirit control was shattered by a so-called sage?" "Don't dare to lie to my god, it's not true. The sage will not be so stupid as to take action against the father of the future guardian, even if it would be of great benefit to him now." Yi Liang paused, then continued to speak. "That's just a lie I fabricated to make Ah Chen hate the spirit race in his heart faster and stop rejecting your god race." Luo Dan nodded and said nothing. He glanced at the other spiritual dignitaries, and those spiritual dignitaries immediately shrank like a crane quail, and hurriedly kowtowed, saying that they dared not reveal anything. For a moment, Luo Dan felt a little emotional. In the matter of invading Yulong, he is the evil god of outer space, extremely evil. But he also needs to strengthen himself to prevent himself from being regarded as a pig by other beings. From his standpoint, he was right. Resisting his spirits, in order to protect their own planet. Desperate resistance is also true. The Salvation Society planned to take advantage of Yi Chen's death in order to prevent their spirit race from losing any strength, which is actually correct. It is not wrong for Yi Liang to turn to the evil god to protect his son. After Yi Chen wakes up, he will definitely seek refuge with Luo Dan, which is actually true. Everyone, you are right, it's wrong. It's the weak. Weakness is the greatest original sin. In this world, maybe the weak are born wrong. Luo Dan shook his head slightly. This is the general trend. Now he can't resist, he can only obey. After thinking so much, let's find a way to let the goblins establish their own civilization. Only when the believer race establishes a real civilization can Lorden be able to advance from a totem to a giant spirit. Only in the true sense can you open your own path to the gods, superorder.
The establishment of civilization is a very simple matter for the vast majority of believer races.
After all, no matter whether it is good or bad, whether it has superiority or not, no matter how rubbish it is, even a civilization that will break down tomorrow is still civilization, but the ignorant goblins never had civilization. This is also the reason why Luodan attaches great importance to the Homo sapiens planet behind Gu Yuan. If he can drop the smartbone of destiny as a special effect, he can directly sublimate and transform the goblin civilization into a truly intelligent race. At that time, the barriers that prevented him from establishing civilization will also be easily resolved. Before that, of course, we must first conquer the world. For Homo sapiens planet, Lorden has enough patience. After all, the resources of Dragon Control World are also crucial to my current situation. Moreover, the world with traces of different abyss is not that simple.
This matter may require a hero to be able to complete it.
Luodan tore it lightly with both hands, tearing apart the space in front of him like tearing apart a curtain, and was about to grab the Guardian and Tangzhou, who were nearly 100 kilometers away. The next moment, there was a movement from the other side of the world that only God players could detect. A new space channel has been opened. This is that God player. Lorden was a little surprised. He couldn't figure it out. Why did he choose to come at this time? All kinds of supreme breaths such as sacred, supreme, and intolerant of profanity come to the world of Yulong. But it is different from the space channel created by the Anchor of the Void. The arrival of this space channel, in addition to the gods players can be aware of, whether it is the local life of the dragon world, or the local strong. Even the will of the world in the world of controlling dragons cannot be detected. Sure enough, they are angels. The moment he sensed the sacred meaning, Luodan confirmed his thoughts, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Mythical believers are good, they have at least one civilization background. It's like the Anchor of the Void crushing the ordinary world, free to come and go. And the heavenly scepter, one of the many cultural heritages of the angel clan, is the existence of the anchor that completely crushes the void. Not only will it be implanted, it will not be discovered when anchoring the world, and even the invasion will be like a rancher walking into his own ranch, without any rejection or hostility. Feeling the terrifying pressure on his body, Luodan couldn't help feeling a little helpless. As an evil god, he will be rejected by the will of the world, not only for himself, but also for his goblin legion under tremendous pressure. Especially after bewitching Yi Chen, this pressure made him even feel a little bit difficult. And this also made Luodan feel even more that it was a correct decision for him to let Shiman Qing go. In this state, even if I am a god player to develop this world, it will take at least a year. What's more, there are two competitors. If I have such a civilized background, it only takes at most 3 months for me to complete the plunder of the world of dragon control. Moreover, not only will the casualty rate be greatly reduced, but it will also save countless troubles in the subsequent process of fishing and slaving in the world. And this first step is to establish civilization. Luodan no longer paid attention to the arrival of the angel race, but under the increasingly terrifying pressure, he put his hand into the crack of space. He was going to give Marvin Yi a gift. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated. This was originally a blue planet with golden texture. But now, the entire planet is filled with a strange pale color, like a distorted, sickly texture. It can be clearly perceived that the vitality of this planet is slowly disappearing. And every place on the planet is patrolled by alienated and deformed monsters all the time. Under the supervision of Alien, the alienated monsters faithfully searched out the surviving Homo sapiens, killed them or alienated them. In a dusty, lifeless city where buildings made of steel and concrete have collapsed everywhere, there are quite a few Homo sapiens survivors underground. It is strictly forbidden to make noise, and if it is not necessary, it is forbidden to make any noise when going out. Prohibition in public places, make large movements. Everyone must cleanse their bodies before leaving the room. Those who go out must wear shielding clothing. There are alienated monsters patrolling the city above. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. A series of blood-red taboo slogans are written all over the underground refuge base. There are very few Homo sapiens who are active in the base, or in other words, have the right to move freely.
And each Homo sapiens who can go out is also wearing a dark silver hooded robe that can cover the whole body. This shielding suit can shield the biological signals naturally emitted from the body of Homo sapiens, and make the alienated organs of alienated monsters failure. The ground of the base and the dome are also covered with thick soundproofing materials. On the forehead of most Homo sapiens, there is a white bone of destiny that can record and deduce information. They are ordinary Homo sapiens. There are also Homo sapiens with noble bloodlines, or extraordinary talents, with stronger eyebrows and intellectual bones. Their eyebrows are not white destiny wisdom bones, but golden destiny wisdom bones. Has today's nutrition cream and water been sent to every Homo sapiens shelter? Delivered. The nutrient cream quota has been lowered again by 78%. Do the survivors have any strange emotions? Most of them don't have a small number of Homo sapiens who express emotions. I have operated the shelter system to monitor their rooms. Very well, today, you can follow me into the laboratory. Yes, doctor. A group of Homo sapiens with destiny wisdom bone and white and gold form a circle, their brows and wisdom bones emit weak fluctuations, and the information is quickly transmitted in the space. They are the managers of this Homo sapiens sanctuary. Doctor and his students. The doctor walked in the front, the bone of destiny and wisdom between his brows flickered slightly. The Sky Eye robot has detected it. Recently, there are traces of alienated monsters searching back and forth outside the shelter. Originally, he didn't want his students to have access to the core secrets he had hidden so early. But now that the situation is getting more and more serious, he has to do this. Opening a series of tightly locked doors, the students became more and more curious about the secrets hidden by the doctor. In this pathological and alienated doomsday, survivors can only survive if they have enough energy. A tight blockade means huge energy consumption. On a deeper level, even in the apocalypse of alienation where energy is extremely scarce, the doctor would rather consume a lot of energy to seal this secret. And the doctor is far smarter than them, so he naturally knows the impact of what he does, which means that this secret is far more confidential than they imagined. Even, it is much scarier than studying alienated monsters. Finally, they came to the last gate, and a large number of weapons of mass destruction were activated, aiming coldly at them. After identifying the doctor's biological information and the bone of destiny between the eyebrows, the weapon phalanx stopped operating, and the system opened the door. What came into view were small research rooms made of crystallized glass one after another. And in those research rooms, there are one after another naked, deformed Homo sapiens who have been polluted by alienation. And the bones of destiny and wisdom between the brows of these Homo sapiens are all broken. After seeing, smelling, hearing, and sensing the arrival of Homo sapiens, all the distorted Homo sapiens suddenly fell into endless madness, crazily impacting the crystals that cannot be broken even by fission bullets. Glass. They regard these Homo sapiens of the same blood as themselves as the life and death enemies imprinted in the deepest part of their genes. This human experiment. Doctor, you have violated the international convention and are studying Homo sapiens. It really is. This deformed body is too perfect. Voices with different attitudes came from the mouths of the students. Some were excited, some were inquiring, some were indifferent, and some were even obsessed. The doctor, on the other hand, closed the door of the research room untouched. Under the gaze of many students in front of him, he gently took off the hood of the shielding suit, revealing two indifferent and cruel eyes, one big and one small, staring at the group of students, with a cold voice. International convention? My good students, where is the international now? Human studies? How? As researchers, haven't you secretly studied the brow, heart, and intellectual bones of our Homo sapiens? Haven't you imagined that you can happily conduct human experiments? Open your foolish and ignorant eyes, and look at everything in front of you. Let go of your ignorant and backward autistic thinking. This is already the end of the world. My good students, times have changed. For the survival of Homo sapiens, let go of the ethics of bullshit. So what? What the doctor said made the excited students speechless. Even some students have begun to fantasize that they can obtain some research rights and start to conduct experiments happily. Doctor, what about these? A leading student stood up and asked in a respectful tone, how did you get these experimental subjects? The traps, as well as some death row prisoners, were made by me. The doctor was somewhat satisfied with the student's reaction and adaptation speed. Perhaps, there is no need to adapt at all. The debate just now was just a necessary performance for the two sides to have a little decency. He opened his mouth and said, I have to let go of the blockade this time and let you participate. It's because there is a core experiment that is too important for me to keep busy, and other experimental topics need to be carried out at the same time, and all of you may be barely enough. As he said that, the doctor led the way ahead, and the wisdom bone between the brows of the Homo sapiens test subject gradually changed from white to golden. But at the core, what shocked all Homo sapiens was that there was a young man with white intellectual bones in that research room. Moreover, it doesn't look crazy. Looking at the boy's face, a Homo sapiens who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme pays attention to news reports already had some guesses in his mind, and asked hesitantly, Doctor, is this? That's right, he is Gu Yuan's child. The child of the legendary genius of Homo sapiens who can leave his name even in the entire history of Homo sapiens. The Large Spirit Collider was invented by his father. With his father as a witness, even if he is just a white intellectual bone, he must be extraordinary. The doctor sighed in a slightly fanatical tone, and the truth is, too. After he encountered alienation pollution, he was not completely polluted and became a loyal servant of those aliens. Even if it shows the initial symptoms of pollution, it still has its own independent personality and wisdom. Under the pollution factor that can pollute the planet, he retains his independent personality, and he is still a Homo sapiens. It's nothing short of a miracle. And our main research object is him. The young man seemed to sense the movement, and opened his numb eyes in confusion. During these dark days, he encountered cruel torture that even the devil living in hell could not imagine. In the T-Forum, the changes in a short period of time have exceeded the imagination of the gods and players who are paying attention to the world of controlling dragons. Question mark. Angel? If I remember correctly, Hathaway seems to be the only angel family in the T-World community we are in? Yes, it's still a wild angel with primitive divinity. Tisk, just now I was still envious of this goblin god having the opportunity to fish such a good world at once, and now I take it back. Screw the lemon fruit on the lemon tree, but there is no me under the lemon tree. What's the point of this? If that goblin god is spying on the screen for him, then you should listen to my brother's advice and withdraw quickly. That is, keep the vitality, keep the green hills, and don't worry about running out of firewood. Speaking of which, the civilization background of the Angel clan, Scepter of Heaven, is really enviable. Treasures of civilization, heavy weapons of civilization, and heritage of civilization. Even if I can get the lowest level of civilization treasures, I am happy. Don't think about it, at least you need a monarch to give birth to civilization treasures. The premise is that you have civilization, just like the star-eating giant snake of a high-ranking monarch, without wisdom, not even treasures, and can only become a subordinate race of others. Just like this goblin god, the goblins under his command can't break through to the 4th level, and they can't forge civilization. The upper limit is destined to be like this, which is not worth mentioning. I think Hathaway didn't seem to come in person, isn't that true? Don't think about it, it's impossible. This goblin god is destined to be short-lived, when everyone is discussing some gray, half-hidden planet in shadow. In the majestic Shadow Temple, Tang Yimeng was frowning, secretly worried about the god of Goblin. Of course, what he is worried about is not what will happen to the goblin god if Hathaway hangs him, but what he is worried about is that the goblin god who was in a bad mood after being hanged, refuses him to carry out the goblin race how to become stronger transaction. Speak up. Tang Yimeng looked at the friend application on the ultra-dimensional imprint light screen in front of him with a resentful and tangled face. Why haven't you approved my friend application? I'm so pissed off. Despite being a cousin, I'm still a high-ranking monarch. Little Luo Dan, how dare you? Outside the temple, the sky became gloomy because of Tang Yimeng's depressed mood, and the clouds fluctuated violently. Watching this scene, the guardian elves outside the temple were filled with awe and pride for the great mother goddess. The mother goddess is so majestic, she must not dare to provoke Xiao Xiao easily. T07 World Community, Dragon World, Luo Dan stretched out his hands, just tore lightly in front of his face. Stab it!
The next moment, the space was instantly torn apart.
Behind the huge space crack is the midair nearly 100 kilometers away.
The spirits present could even pass through this crack in space and see Tangjio with a panicked face behind the crack, and those two great guardians who are facing enemies.
Come on!
Luo Dan stretched out his hand lightly, and the hunting law locked the three of them.
A huge bloody giant hand quietly emerged, enveloping the three of them with an undeniable will. 6 Desired Dragon Beast. Stone Demon Dragon Buddha Statue.
A ferocious dragon beast with 6 kinds of luster shining all over its body, and a huge dragon-headed Buddha statue carved out of pitch-black stone appeared out of thin air, with an aura of approaching the sacred realm floating all over its body, rushing towards the huge bloody giant hand. At the same time, there was a clear voice that appeared with youthful enthusiasm. Come out, Blue Silver Emperor! Blue Silver!
Twist!
In an instant, the huge blue and silver vines in the sacred realm surged out with a king-like dominance, enveloped the bloody giant hands, and then crazily strangled them.
Holy realm!
The two great guardians looked at each other, their eyes were full of undisguised joy, and there was a ferocious smile under the bronze mask. Humph!
Evil god!
You defeated Gale, but you may not be able to easily defeat us. 2 false saints, 1 real dragon master in the sacred realm, enough for you to drink a pot. They never doubted the words of the sages. They just think about we are not opponents of evil gods, so we may not be able to struggle.
Ants can still bite and hurt spirits.
With such thoughts in mind, the three of them had a tacit understanding, and manipulated Yu Ling to exert force suddenly, smashing the bloody giant hand into pieces. However, the scene that appeared in front of them in the next moment made them grit their teeth and break their defenses instantly. I saw that under the giant bloody hand, the Liuyu dragon beast was crushed into a handful of blood mist in an instant, and the stone demon dragon Buddha statue was smashed to pieces by the little finger of the giant bloody hand. The most miserable one was the Blue Silver Emperor, who was directly squeezed out of the blue juice, and faintly screamed like a female spirit. The bloody giant hand didn't stop at all, as if the block just now had never happened. Grabbed the three of them straight away, imprisoned them, and then walked through the space crack and brought them to the almost completely collapsed holy mountain.
Hide your head, I don't like it. Let's show your true face.
Luo Dan's words were like an oracle, and the bronze masks on the faces of the two great guardians instantly shattered into countless light spots, revealing their true faces. One is a charming beauty with an extremely charming temperament, and the other is an old face that is as stiff as a deadwood, without any expression, and seems to have lost its language function. They all had an expression of death rather than surrender on their faces. Luo Dan didn't know him, but the other spiritual nobles looked extremely shocked.
After looking at Lorden for not responding, they exclaimed, they turned out to be great guardians? Aren't they the queens of the city-state of 100 Flowers, and the ascetics of the city-state of the western regions?
That's right, both of you are well-known third-tier Golden Realm Dragon Masters in the Spirit Federation.
How did they appear here and become the great guardians of the Salvation Society?
The spiritual nobles looked at these two noble beings who were not even qualified to meet each other on weekdays. Now, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, he knelt down at Lorden's feet without any resistance, and the fear in his eyes suddenly became more intense.
There are also spiritual nobles showing eagerness, eager to hug this thigh tightly. Okay, shut them all down and give them a day.
Leave those who are willing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way, and kill those who are unwilling.
Obey, Father God.
Ma-Yi knelt down to respond, and after hesitating for a moment, continued to speak. Father God, your loyal people pray to you to give this female spirit to your loyal people.
Luo Dan was stunned for a moment, and then reacted.
Based on the legendary profession, Seven Sins Apothecary, Ma-Yi is naturally interested in the great guardian who once controlled the 6 Desired Dragon Beast from another world. He looked at Ma-Yi, showed a wicked smile, and said lightly, of course, this great guardian will be given to you.
Oh, right. Give this Tang Jiao to Yi Chen. Obey, Father God. The Lord Baihua saw the 4-meter-tall, extraterrestrial demon slowly walking towards her like a city wall, and the expression on his face immediately turned into panic. In fact, the information in the T forum, Luo Dan's will has been paid attention to. But he only pays attention to the information that is useful to him and what he cares about.
For example, there are already a large number of spiritual beings, giant beasts, and dragon beasts in the world of controlling dragons, who have broken through the levels and achieved the so-called sacred realm, which is the fourth order extraordinary. This makes more god players not optimistic about him. But for Luo Dan, this is actually a good thing. Only by killing Tyr, can you drop the law. He was the one who allowed the goblin killers to break through to the fourth level except Mai.
And continue to complete the incomplete shadow hunter profession. For example, the heritage of civilization and the establishment of civilization.
Seeing this, he became more urgent to create the hero, Yi Chen. Feeling that after Tangjiu was captured, his body could already be described as majestic, and the pressure of rejection from the world, Luo Dan looked at the other pole of the world of controlling dragons. When a hero believes in me, the power of world rejection will naturally disappear.
Angel is indeed strong. But you, the Lord of Angels, have not come in person. If I take out the heroes of this world, the angel warriors under your command, how should I deal with it?
T07 World Region, Holy Mountain Site. Luodan stood high above the clouds, and in his line of sight, he could see 3 huge pillars of luck below him rising and falling one after another. The largest one belongs to Yi Chen, and the smallest one belongs to Dafeng. After all, he is the first life in the world of controlling dragons to break through the second energy level, and he can also be regarded as the favored person of great luck. The 3 pillars of luck are entangled with each other, as if an invisible struggle is taking place. Soon, results will be produced. The 2 smaller ones were swallowed by the largest pillar of luck. At the same time, the repulsive pressure from the world on Lorden disappeared quickly like the ebb tide of the sea. And beside his ears, there seemed to be an unwilling roar. The voice was full of anger and despair, like a hysterical beast in trouble. But even so, Luo Dan can still see the favor from the world of dragon control, and it is still instilling in that beam of luck light. This is the limitation of world will without independent will. Knowing that the son of luck is a traitor, but he has reached the standard of becoming a guardian of the world, then he can only continue to train him to become a real guardian of the world with blood transfusions. God Lord, your devout believers come to pay their respects. Yi Chen wrote a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme like an ancient pterosaur, came to Luo Dan, knelt down respectfully. God, please give the oracle instructions. Looking at Yi Chen, Luo Dan obviously felt that he had completely lost the sunny and cheerful appearance in the past, and now he was as indifferent as a sculpture. Follow Mai, you are in charge of commanding the Dragon Master Prisoner of War army, and go to conquer this world. Let the ignorant world be shrouded in the light of the divine. Luo Dan spoke softly, closed his eyes, and ignored Yi Chen. After Yi Chen believed in him, as his believer, Luo Dan could directly transmit his will to his mind without face-to-face communication at all. But Lorden still chose to do this, not because of the majesty of the gods. In fact, this is what Luo Dan did to make this future hero surrender more faithfully and believe in himself. The essence of Lorden is God. Even though it is only a totem now, the divine brilliance originating from the most essential nature cannot be concealed and cannot be rebelled against. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to his life, thoughts, and will be distorted and changed unconsciously, affected and infected by his divine will. That is to say, if you get in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme contact with Lorden frequently, you will naturally be influenced by his divine will, and then you will have the so-called sense of intimacy. This sense of intimacy is actually a kind of hidden will impregnation, imprinting Luo Dan's brand on Yi Chen's will. As now Yi Chen's will is actually in the shape of Luo Dan. Follow the Divine Lord's oracle. Yi Chen respectfully accepted the order, stepped on the gale and flew towards the Gale city-state. Suddenly, a burst of change occurred, and a huge wave of laws spread from the Gale city to the Holy Mountain, causing Luo Dan to open his eyes and look over. His eyes are full of joy, although I know that Mai will definitely be able to break through the 4th level and achieve extraordinary achievements. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. Feeling the ubiquitous law, as if exuding the law of firm will to overcome all difficulties, Luo Dan smiled. Yes, the law of will. At first, I thought that Mai would get the pharmacist of 7 sins, and then leave the spirit who understood the incomplete law of desire. Maybe also develop in the direction of law of 7 sins, law of desire or law of sin. I didn't expect to comprehend the law of will. The second energy level comprehends the law, the third energy level uses the law, and the ultra-level creation combination law. There is also a huge gap between laws and laws. For example, the law of desire is the superior law of the law of arrogance. The former naturally has suppressive power against the latter. And the law of will is the pre-law of the law of mind. Life that comprehends the law of will has a certain chance to comprehend the law of mind, which is the superior law second only to the fate of time and space. Even, in the ancient legends of the void, there is a supreme person with the law of the mind who, after stepping into the super level, grasped the power of idealism and stepped into the realm of dominance. A single thought can plunge a group of worlds into an abyss of madness. Thinking about it, Luodun's handsome face showed a weird look instead. Good guy, Mai looks big and thick. You don't want to embark on the path of being a psion and charm all living beings, do you? Shaking his head and not thinking about it anymore, he looked at the logs that kept popping up, as well as his superdimensional imprint. Log, you have gained the faith of local heroes in the world of controlling dragons. Log, you have gained 12% control over the will of the dragon world. Log, you and your believers will not be suppressed in the world of Yulong. Log, you can choose to consume the world will of Yulong world to bless yourself and your disciples with laws. Log, your goblin chief Mai broke through the race level barrier and comprehended the law of will. Log, your goblins have broken through the level barrier. Log, you have officially started a world war. Log, faith points plus 158. Log, civilization point plus 300. Looking at the last line of numbers, Luodan felt a little helpless in his heart. Only when the civilization point reaches 1000 or above can he truly possess civilization. Before goblins established their homes, civilization points plus 10. Other events are sporadic plus 15. It is only plus 300 to break through the upper limit of the racial barrier, and it is nowhere near 1. Sure enough, it still depends on the special effects of the intelligence type of the Homo sapiens planet. Lorden continued to look, and saw his own panel god, Loden, divine power, totem, evolved body reload, rules, hunting, 43. 7%, bloody, 23. 1%, evil, 13. 5%, dragon, 23. 7, war, 1. 1%. Position, Goblin, Divine Art, Spear of the Hunt, Frenzied Bloodline, Goblin Blessing, Anchor of the Void, Believers, Goblins, Rank 093, Shadow Hunters, Rank 259, Goblin Killers, Rank 3997, Chief Goblins, Rank 4 Law of Will 7 Sins Apothecary Legendary Class, Affiliated Race, Spirit Race, Residents of Gale City, Spirit Master Dragon Master, Hero, Yichen, Dragon Master Level, Dash, Faith, 275, 200 points, Civilization, 340 points, Special Effects, Dragon Scales. Steel Back, Malice, Will to Kill. Limited Special Effects, Killing Machine, World Fragment, Dust Level, 340 square kilometers. Resources rich, bred first-order beasts and resources. Just when Lorden was considering whether to bestow special effects now to strengthen his Goblin War Legion, suddenly, a prompt appeared before his eyes again. But different from before, the prompt this time exudes an ancient bronze luster. T07 World Region, a large number of city-states are being invaded by 3 completely different forces at the same time period. One of the large city-states is being attacked by a 300-man Goblin War Legion. All heavy armor types Yulong, top at the front. Long-range damage type Yulong stand in good position. Be careful of enemy assassins' surprise attacks. Be careful of enemy assassins' surprise attacks. Be careful of enemy assassins' surprise attacks. All Dragon Masters, prepare for the main battle. The commander of the Dragon Control Division waited anxiously while directing the defense of the city-state. This is not an offensive and defensive battle, but a simple one-sided defense. The Federation of Spiritual Beings couldn't even lift its head up after being beaten by the evil spirits from all over the world. The forehead of the commander of the Dragon Master is full of wrinkles from the tremendous pressure, as well as the continuous flow of sweat. Your Excellency, the opponent's fighters are too fierce. An ordinary fighter can bear the pressure of several heavy armored dragons, creating time and space for their assassins to come and go. With despair and fear on his face, the deputy commander looked at the scene in front of him where he was able to confront Yulong with a human body,
which completely overturned his worldview. Moreover, instead of controlling the dragon, he can actually enter the shadows with his physical body? And it's still reaping back and forth in the shadows. Even when they stepped into the sacred Gale seat in their city-state, they were severely injured by those assassins in the shadows, and they were almost pulled into the shadows to drown. If you can't bear it, you have to resist. The back is our home.
The commander's pupils were wide open, and his eyes were bloodshot. It is the city-state where our ancestors lived for generations. He took a few heavy breaths, calmed down the intense panting, and then continued, "Is there no news of support from the Federation? This group of damned officials and lords, what time is it, and they are still procrastinating? The country is about to perish, won't you still be playing football?" Hearing this sentence, the deputy commander couldn't help showing a wry smile, and said helplessly, "That's what I'm going to report to you. I just got the news that the Federation issued a notice of special war alert before. At that time, there was only news of 2 extraterrestrial demons. And before the full-scale invasion, there was an internal struggle among them, and one of them was seriously injured. Even the horribly damaged army of demons from the sky cannot be easily resisted by ordinary city-states." But at the time, this news did indeed cheer up the Federation for a while. As he said that, the deputy commander showed a trace of imperceptible fear on his face, but there was an accident, the real invading alien demon. "There is 3. Hearing the deputy commander's words, the commander's pupils constricted. Just one of the small legions of the extraterrestrial demons in front of them has beaten their city-state to the death, and there is a huge danger of the city being destroyed at any time. 3 extraterrestrial demon legions. He couldn't imagine what the Federation was like now. The Federation has just received news." The deputy commander's tone was a bit heavy. More than 30% of all the city-states in the Federation have been breached. Federation, it may be necessary to restart the fire plan. Is it too difficult to start the fire plan? This is the final order personally issued by the chief speaker. The Tinder plan was an escape plan proposed by the Federation Council when the giant beasts were powerful and the wise giants were trying to completely destroy the spirit race. Bring the last fire of civilization of the spirit race out of the world of controlling dragons with the group of split space whales, and flee to the void. But the void is vast, and no one knows whether they can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme to death. The commander looked at the bloody sunset and the battlefield, his lips moved, and it took him a while to speak. That's fine too." The commander seemed to have aged more than 10 years suddenly, staring blankly at the dragon masters who were fighting at the front, and the corpses all over the ground. "While starting the fire plan. It also means that those who are not Tinder will be given up. Beast Abyss City-State, this is one of the largest city-states in the Spirit Federation. At the same time, it also bears the responsibility of dividing the territory of spirits and giant beasts, and it has been deeply rooted here like a nail for decades. The flames of war haven't reached here yet." Above a restaurant, an old man with a kind face and kind eyes lowered his eyebrows and looked down at the bustling crowd in the market downstairs. "Recalling the scene of them coming here all the way from thousands of miles, I can't help but feel a little bit like a world away." The baby-faced girl next to him had crooked eyebrows and said subconsciously, "So good. Mentor, do you think we can complete the task?" After sighing with emotion, the girl looked at the elder of the Eamon sect and Su Jiang, her mentor, with a look of sadness on her face, and asked, "Wisdom Behemoth, are you really willing to let go of your hatred and join hands with us?" "Will do." What responded to her was Su Jiang's gentle and firm eyes. "Compared to us spirits, even the spirit masters sent by Eamon are closer to nature and can hear the voice of the will of the world. Perhaps the Dragon Master, and even us spirit masters can abandon the mother world and use the split whale group to start the fire plan to escape. But giant beasts will definitely not. The will of the mother world is their mother. Giant beasts don't flee when their mothers cry out in pain." Hearing what her mentor Su Jiang called rebellious, the girl did not refute. As the next nature messenger of the Eamon sect, she actually agrees with Su Jiang's words, so they have been ostracized during the rise of the dragon sect. And similarly, when the power of giant beasts is needed, they are also picked up and used without hesitation. They also had to accept this fate, because they also worship the will of the mother world.
But even if the giants of wisdom join forces, facing the three evil gods, I'm afraid. Before the girl finished speaking, General Su interrupted her. Also, I got it from the Salvation Society. Su Jiang spread out his palm, a crystal ball with golden chains inside to seal the magma-like blood it. This is. Even the girl who was trained as a future nature messenger and had seen countless treasures opened her eyes wide in shock. Even if he has never seen such a thing before, at the moment he saw it, he gained knowledge from the hidden rules and knew what it was, the blood of the Star Core Dragon King. It is said that the blood of the Star Core Dragon King changed our world at that time, creating a dragon beast that is terrifyingly powerful, and whose combat power is even more powerful than the giant beast. And half of that drop of blood was obtained by a giant beast, and it became a giant wisdom beast, the king of giant beasts. The other half was obtained by an ordinary person. He became a sage among the spirits and left a prophecy that has been passed down to this day. The legend turned out to be true. If you have it, plus the other half drop that the giant wisdom beast already has, that behemoth of wisdom may be able to step into the unknown realm. Even those two evil gods who have already revealed divine power, I'm afraid they can't compare. Our world, there is hope. By the way, I remember that in the legend, this half-drop of blood can only be possessed by the heirs of sages. How can you hold it in your hands, mentor? My life. What? Use the rest of my life to bear this half-drop of blood for the last journey. Above the clouds of the holy mountain, Luodan looked at the reminder in front of him. His eyes were full of surprises. Log, you triggered the bronze milestone event. Log, the goblin race under your command broke through the upper limit of the fourth order race barrier and reached the second energy level. Log, thank you for your contribution to the superdimensional game. Log, reward at Endless Void, in a piece of mud occupying the vast territory of Nuwa, countless planets are submerged in it, and struggling is like falling into hell. There are also a large number of superorder existences, who are constantly hunting the world, pulling them into this mud hell. There was once an abnormal node in the world of a god player, which was swallowed up by the slime that vomited from nowhere in the space crack. Then began his legendary life, constructing the mud hell, becoming the master, known as the Slime Lady, or the Slime Master. Although it is an enhanced version of the guardian of the world that can only exert its power of dominance in the mud hell, he even dares to argue with the Holy See. In the center of the mud hell, there is a group of palaces, and a small palace on the edge. An ugly, pus-filled human-shaped slime tried to enjoy a trembling elf beauty, but was stunned for a moment, crushed the elf to death, and then looked at the prompt on his superdimensional imprint. Log, the applicable object of your world treasure Mr. One's attack of the balance has been upgraded to a 1-star citizen, and the treasure will become phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals invalid/phoneme. Log, 1-star citizens can view their own files, and cannot use world treasures through permissions without the other party's knowledge. Log, due to the increase of the authority level, the superdimensional game will compensate the other party the duration of the effect of your world treasure Mr. deducted from it. When Kamita Tingjin saw the diary that suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, she was stunned. This? If I remember correctly, didn't Lorden randomly get goblins because of the treasure, and my original world, the original Believer's race swap? How did he become a 1-star citizen? Normally, apart from making achievements in the void battlefield, or breaking through super levels, the only way to contribute is to superdimensional games. What can a goblin contribute? Brain? Besides, why do I have to deduct resources from my superdimensional imprint to maintain the treasure of Mr. Zero's lucky guard? You compensate, I pay the bill? Thinking about it, Kamita Tingjin subconsciously wanted to check Luodan's file, but a red prompt popped up, which made him very upset. Log, your permission level is not enough to view the corresponding player files, idiot. Kamita Tingjin couldn't help cursing, squinted her small eyes, and looked at the huge palace closest to him with resentful eyes. I'm old and immortal, isn't it because I'm the second son? Am I only worthy of using this set of garbage with huge side effects? When Kamita Tingjin thought of her family history and her stinky and rotten appearance, she was full of unwillingness. Originally, Ms. Mud became a master, although she was the lowest level, and she could only exert her power of dominance by relying on the mud hell. But still receiving great enthusiasm from the Federation, you can step into the Federation main council to become a member and participate in the decision-making of the Federation's major affairs.
And these younger generations of them can naturally obtain endless benefits along with it.
However, Ms. Mud wants to become independent from the Federation.
It's nothing, it's normal to listen to the tune and not listen to the announcement when you reach the master level, no one cares. However, because he needs to make a huge contribution to get promoted within the Federation, he tries to turn to other dominant civilizations to sublimate his own mud hell into a mud pond heaven. Therefore, the ruler of extremes gave mud hell 2 ruthless nuclear martial arts fists, and the master of fantasy ordered the descendants of Mud's line, so that they can only get the curse of the lowest level of the world and race from generation to generation. Ms. Mud fell into a deep sleep after being beaten, and she still hasn't woken up yet, and the juniors of Mud's lineage also started to get sideways. Look for seeds with excellent talents, and use treasures to secretly switch the world and race between them. Of course, it's not without its downsides. No one knows what race can be randomized, even if it is the master of fantasy. In this matter, it can only be cursed but not blessed. But this is not a problem for the Muddy series, because they are destined to be the lowest level. No matter how they go, they are better than the ones they will randomly get. Another point is that this kind of exchanged race is different from the truly random ones, and they don't believe in themselves wholeheartedly. Kamita Tezeta is facing this problem now. He switched to Lordan's mythical Celestials, but the Celestials didn't believe in him at all. Not only does he not believe in it, but every time his incarnation lands on the planet, he will be beaten violently by the Tianzhou of the celestial human race, and then blasted out of the planet. It made him miserable, and he was homeless. It is for this reason that he will temporarily phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme in the mud hell, a place he does not like. Kamita Tingjin hesitated for a moment, and did not report the matter. He knew that reporting in his own capacity would not do any good, and would instead be reprimanded as waste. It should be good luck, and this has elevated the authority.
So what? You don't even know it's me.
With your status, I'm afraid you can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme in pain for the rest of your life.
Even if you know it's me, I will make you suffer even more.
If it wasn't for the existence of the Guardian of Luck, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Otherwise, you would have been gone long ago. Kamita Tingjin sneered at Luo Dan's superdimensional imprint logo, and then rang the alarm bell beside him, calling for the next cat human beauty. T07 World Region, Dragon World, on the Holy Mountain. Luo Dan looked at the log prompt in front of him with surprise. Log, you triggered the bronze milestone event. Log, the goblin race under your command broke through the upper limit of the 4th order race barrier and reached the 2nd energy level.
Log, thank you for your contribution to the superdimensional game.
Log, reward the 1-star citizen permission level.
Log, reward super dimension coupon super rank ally *1.
Log, reward file viewing authority.
Log, do you want to announce the full channel of the superdimensional game? No announcement.
Shoot out the top bird, and get 1-star citizen privileges as the god of goblins. This is not a top bird, but a top fighter. Luo Dan made a decisive choice, and then began to check the rights he had obtained. The authority of 1-star citizens has been taught as early as in school, in order to motivate them to become 1-star citizens. It can be said that becoming a 1-star citizen is truly becoming a player. Manage your own file. Even though other god players with higher authority levels can still view the files, they cannot easily make changes. There are also some small rights and interests, including auction, information flow, detailed search, and other rights and interests that can make god players much more convenient.
With a file in hand, my fate is up to me.
Becoming a 1-star citizen can control one's own destiny, so that other existences cannot quietly change one's own destiny. Luo Dan continued to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read /phoneme. Next is super dimensional coupon super ally, name, ultra dimensional voucher, type, consumables, quality, superclass, special effects. After using it, you can summon a superorder life belonging to the blue star ally to fight for you. The combat limit is not limited from one-shot broken star to burning life and death battle. It all depends on your charisma.
Not bad, this is a good thing.
Luo Dan was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that the bronze milestone event would reward such a good thing that can save his life at a critical moment. After all, even if the face is not good, the guarantee is still a blow to the superorder life. And it's an ally of Blue Star, the kind that doesn't matter if you offend the god. Players of Blue Star always choose to conquer the civilizations that can be conquered, and only a small number of those who take the initiative to seek refuge or have superior individual strength will choose to form alliances. What's more, most of Blue Star's foreign wars are blooded by allies. Once in the war against the civilization of the Blood Rain dynasty, the Master of War once said that wise saying, even if we shed the last drop of blood from our allies, we will never retreat. Of course, those who can be treated fairly by Blue Star's god players are naturally not weak. Until then, Luodan opened his own file. The moment I saw my file, I couldn't help but constrict my pupils. It was full of turbulent waves. Boom! Get angry, and the weather is easy. Huge dark clouds roared silently, and gathered into a huge cloud layer, gloomily suppressing the holy mountain. He suddenly saw that his file had been tampered with. In other words, it means that his fate has been exchanged by others, and the replacement of the civet cat for the prince is the hatred of blocking the way, the hatred of life and death. Looking at the two slightly strange treasures of the world, their information appeared in front of Luodan's eyes. Name, Mr. 1's Attack on the Balance. Type, World Treasure. Source, Boxing World New Era Cthulhu. Special effect, after using it, you can exchange the world and race that the freeman with the permission level will be randomized to with no star level with yourself. Restriction 1, neither party knows what they can get randomly. Restriction 2, Mr. Zero's Lucky Guard must be used together. Name, Mr. Zero's Guardian of Luck. Type, World Treasure. Source, Boxing World New Era Cthulhu. Special effects, after use, the target's luck value can be greatly increased. When the target's authority level is increased to a 1-star citizen, the effect of the world's treasure will be enhanced, and the time limit will be extended. Restriction 1, the target is used by Mr. 1's scale attack. The log also pops up a prompt at this time. Log, it is detected that your permission level has been upgraded to a 1-star citizen, and you have received compensation from the superdimensional game. Log, your lucky value has been increased. Log, your lucky time limit has been extended. Ha ha. Luodan sneered, a little aware of the previous doubts in his heart. Why is hyperdimensional simulation mandatory for all students? Because the world of the superdimensional game and the race of believers are not completely random, the better the performance of the students in the superdimensional simulation, the more likely they will be randomized to the world of high-quality believer races and rich resources. As the No. 1 superdimensional simulation for many times, Luodan randomly received dust-level world fragments and low-level prisoner goblins, which surprised many people who followed him. What's more, on the premise that it is known that it is random to the lower races in the world, it has already been proved that he is an unlucky god. But luck was oddly good. And now, there are answers. Very good. Lorden suppressed the anger deep in his heart. He knew that anger was meaningless. The enemy is in the dark, and the background is strong. Ordinary superorders need a certain amount of time to search and fight if they want to obtain world treasures. And this unknown enemy was able to use 2 world treasures before the superdimensional mark was bound, and the background was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But, don't let me get a chance. Otherwise, what you have to face is not something as simple as being old. Afterwards, Luodan uploaded the production formula and construction idea of the efficient reproduction potion as a product target to the newly opened auction function. Price, Faith Crystals. Lightly clicked to confirm. Luodan's eyes left the superdimensional imprint light screen in front of him, and landed on the world of Yulon. At this moment, the entire world of Yulon has been caught in the flames of war. Countless city-states are at war. Whether it's the Argonian warrior who turned into a killing weapon, or the goblin who killed a city like a behemoth, or the angelic army that fell from the sky and wanted to tame the spirit, without exception, it is a crushing attack on the city-state. Even if there is no Argonian Legion now, because Zymenking bought the blueprints of the Legion at a high price to build a Legion, he was able to attack the Not only was the war with the spirit race, but also countless behemoths were attacking the siege army, and the whole world was in chaos. However, what is ridiculous is that this kind of world-class war caused by the invasion of evil spirits from outside the sky is actually milder than the world civil war in ordinary times, because he has absolute confidence in himself. Coupled with the essence of the gods, he can make all life believe in himself after victory. So except those who desperately resisted, all others were let go. Not to mention that there was no massacre of the spirit people's civilians, not even a single massacre of the city. On the contrary, it is an ordinary civil war in the world, where cities are frequently slaughtered and blood is shed for thousands of miles.
Come on, the final battle is coming.
Before that, I have to give the Goblin Legion another wave of effects, otherwise even I might capsize in the gutter. Luodan narrowed his eyes and looked at two different places. He clearly sensed that a powerful force was brewing and accumulating, as if he wanted to make a final breakthrough.
Is this the wisdom behemoth? Want to use the blood of the Star Core Dragon King to break through the Seventh Order legend?
The actions of the Ammonites and the Salvation Society thought they were secret operations, but what they didn't know was that these operations seemed to be happening under Lordan's nose. The reason why Luodan has been ignoring him is very simple. A world that has only broken through the barrier of the second energy level, if it can break through the third energy level in one go, it will be a huge good thing for the world. And Luodan already regards the world of controlling the dragon as his own pocket, so naturally he will not destroy this great thing. It can even be said that without the existence of evil gods such as Luodan, it would be impossible for the giant wisdom beast to witness the fusion of the blood of the Star Core Dragon King until its death. Even if one is lucky enough to have a chance to break through the third energy level and make a great contribution to the mother world, he will be blocked by the spirit race desperately. The treatment it faces is not as good as it is now in many cases. There is a contrast between reality and reality. On the other hand, besides the Fireseed project, the Spirit Federation is secretly preparing a huge destructive weapon. Luodan smiled. Interesting, even I, who has a part of the will of the world, can't see clearly.
No way, even the will of the mother world?
T07 World Region, Dragon City, the city-state established by the chief speaker, is also the largest city-state. At this moment, there was a steady stream of people rushing towards Longcheng from all directions. Among them, the most talented young girls of the spirit race. Behind them there are many evil dragon-born monsters trying to kill them, and they were all killed by the Dragon City Guards. These demonic dragon descendants are all created by the Yalong people under Ximen King's command, and the dragon beasts that pollute the world with their blood. The strength is not weak, and there are a lot of them. This is also the main force that Ximen King's Argonian Legion can make waves, plunder resources, and conquer city-states after suffering heavy losses.
Master Commander, why is there still fire from the outer city?
A dark complexion guard had just brought his little dragon beast to kill a demon dragon descendant, wiped the blood spattered on his face, and couldn't help complaining. There are only so many split whales, and it is destined that there will not be too many fires that can be taken away. They are still sending people here. I am worried that my son will be squeezed out. The other guard was also aroused depressed, and couldn't help complaining. A group of country bumpkins from other places, their talents are amazing, and in Dragon City, they are at the middle or lower level.
I really don't know why the chief speaker accepts their so-called fire.
The commander commanded the Lingyan dragon beast to spray ice blue flames, freeze all the evil dragon descendants into powder, and prevent the evil dragon blood from infecting other creatures again. Then he glanced at them and reprimanded them. Be careful.
Don't say anything that involves the chief speaker. Hearing his reprimand, the guards resentfully kept silent, and the city gate commander saw that they were not convinced, so he opened his mouth to explain. What do you know?
Don't let them send the fire of their own city-state. How can they be willing to resist the demon army and create time for us?
Otherwise, are they all like that Marvin Yi and his army of traitors?
Looking at the thoughtful guards, the commander showed a slight smile and comforted. Also, you don't have to worry about them taking our places. Even if they sent people here, even if they were lucky enough to escape the siege of demons, step into Dragon City, and join the Tinder project.
But can you enter the split whale and escape out of bounds? Isn't it up to us? Inadvertently thinking of the descending evil gods and their army of demons, the commander was filled with fear as a little leader. He is far more aware of the evil gods' horror than the guards below. Montenegro Giant City. This is a city-state built on a dormant volcano, and the dragon masters in it are mainly based on attributes such as fire, earth, lava, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme. Rare materials with lava attributes are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme produced in large quantities in the city. In the past, this giant city was bustling with people. Chambers of commerce from all over the world would come here to collect materials, and some would come here especially to subdue the dragon master who controls the lava land dragon. But now, the city seems to be dead. Died?
The sage was sitting in a wheelchair, A root full of colorful stars was stuck in his celestial spirit cover, and the other part turned into a layer of nebula to cover the sky, completely covering the giant city of Montenegro. If the death of this city is the price, the evil god can be hit hard. That would be a good choice. A weak voice, with deep-seated hatred, asked with weeping blood. In order to defeat the enemy, you choose to sacrifice your own compatriots with your own hands for a race that has survived like this. What's the point of existing in the world? The sage faced the ashen-faced Haitian city lord, who was also pierced with starlight roots in front of his head. He didn't answer, but stroked the golden mask on his face, looked into the city, and sighed softly. So what? Later generations will eventually forget how despicable their predecessors were. The only thing this world praises is strength. Following his line of sight, he was able to see an extremely horrifying scene. Countless thin threads of colorful starlight hang down from the Star River on the giant city, piercing the heads of every spirit person, spirit master, and dragon master living in the Black Mountain, as if they are constantly absorbing something. At the other end, the sage's spirit-controlling spirit of the galaxy is constantly throwing itself into the boiling center of the earth, as if it is merging and activating in some form. Did you see it? In the voice of the sage, there is such an imperceptible fanaticism. This is what I created at the cost of my life and the spirit of the galaxy, sacrificing the entire giant city of Montenegro. It can kill gods, earthline weapon. You know what the only thing I regret is? Hearing these words, the city lord of Montenegro just showed a mocking smile, thinking that the sage was about to repent. But after hearing the sage's last words, his eyes instantly turned blood red, full of hatred. The only thing I regret is that there are not enough people in Montenegro. Fine, go on. Luodan quietly sent out a wisp of will to come here, saw the whole process, and then recorded it silently, and then he understood what happened, and was a little puzzled. No, brother, are you an evil god and I am an evil god? Your blood sacrifice technique is more skilled than mine. It's worse than me. It's a good thing you didn't prepare this earth vein weapon just for me, otherwise I would have to give a small report to the will of the dragon world. Luodan thought that although he had invaded the world, he had never done such a thing as massacring a city. On the other hand, the sages first treated the children of luck as goo, and then sacrificed blood to the city-states. They were cruel and merciless when they started to be a spirit race. No wonder even the will of the mother world is guarded. It's because I'm afraid that I will be struck by lightning before this evil god like me. If the Fire Seed project is activated, should the other spirits be killed? Luodan decided to return the spirit race to a bright future. After calculating the distance, the first thing he did was to issue an oracle in the consciousness of the Goblin Legion and Yi Chen through his will, ordering them to avoid the giant city of Montenegro. Generally speaking, if the gods and players have not discussed the division of the world before jointly developing the new world, or the discussion has collapsed, there is a certain tacit understanding: occupy first, then fight. Commonly known as unrestricted occupation, limited struggle. Although there are no mandatory express regulations, the endless void is too big, and gods and players rarely fight each other because of a world. Therefore, it is first to use means, war, and killing without restriction to occupy the territory. After the world is completely divided, there will be limited struggles among each other, including but not limited to negotiations, exchange of interests, competition for the ownership of the world by means of overwhelming others, legion competitions, and military lord competitions. Of course, when the world channels opened by the void anchor of both sides are in the same place, it is also in line with the rules of the game to beat the opponent out first. Qing Shiman and Hathaway's War Angel Legion have a tacit understanding with each other: first carve up the territory of the spirit race, and then agree on the method of competition. And now, what Luodan has to do is also very simple, that is to let Qing Shiman or the military leader under Hathaway's command step on the mine first. After all, he was a little apprehensive about the power of the earth vein weapon. If he made a move now, or snitched to the will of the world, of course he could directly destroy all of this. But why bother? Lorden just looked at the virtual territory map on the panel. More and more city-states were occupied by the three god player forces. The psychic reactions at the giant wisdom beasts are also becoming more and more frequent, and the earth vein weapons are about to be completely successfully produced. The decisive battle is coming. T07 World Region, under the Holy Mountain. Although this world is rich in resources, there is nothing worthy of Luodan's death. What's more, he is not the same as the leader of the War Angel Legion and Qing Shiman. He holds the hero of the Dragon World, and has a small part of the will to control the Dragon World. Everything in this world, except for the giant city of Montenegro, like the blood sacrifice of the sage, everything else, in his eyes, can be seen at a glance. So from the time of Lorden's arrival, the entire world of controlling dragons is about to be divided up by the three forces, and he is still high in the clouds above the holy mountain. Of course, sitting here, he is not really doing nothing. On the one hand, I keep searching for useful information in various forums such as, Blue Star once again achieved major results in the battle against the alien civilization, capturing a layer of alien abyss. Blue Star is at a stalemate in the war against the puppet civilization, and the puppet civilization has a new civilization background. Blue Star has launched new trade matters with Qingdi civilization again, and there may be a series of standard world treasures flowing into the market. In addition, a new auction in the superdimensional imprint is about to start, including the high-efficiency reproduction potion that Lorden put up for the T-World community. When it starts, he will definitely want to take a look. After all, only one-star citizens can participate in the auction, and even if they can't afford it, it's good to gain some insight. Even gods with keen minds can infer the recent trend of civilization from the lot. At this moment, a large number of log prompts appeared in front of Luodan. Log, your Goblin Legion launched a world war. Log, Yichen, the hero under your command, established the Dragon Control Legion and launched a world war. Log, your legion has conquered 39 spirit city-states. Log, you have harvested special effects such as Stone Skin, Blood Energy, Dragon Scale, 3 Lives, Phoneme Alphabet equals IPAPH equals Wind Wine / Phoneme Spike, Lava Armor, Blood Furnace, Seed, and so on. 359 special effects, 121 of which can be cured. Log, you have harvested the limited special effect, Killing Intent. Log, after experiencing world wars, the fetters of wolves can undergo transformation. Do you need to consume faith points to transform them? Log, it has detected your existing special effects, which can be fused to create a legendary job suitable for killing goblins. Goblin Giant Soldier. Log, a fill-in effect that matches the Shadow Hunter has been detected, and the upper limit of the Shadow Hunter career can be deduced up to the 7th level. Do you need to consume faith points to fill it? Log, the killing goblin under your command killed the strange creature, and you have harvested the incomplete World Treasure Devil contract. Log, the number of spirits under your command exceeds 3. After they have faith in you, they can be incorporated into your first subordinate race. Log, because you own 12% of the power to control the world will of Yulong World, your power to control the world will has increased to 87%. Log, you have comprehended the law of the world 5%. Log, you have comprehended the law of war 9%. Log, you have comprehended the tyrant's law 23%. Log, you have gained +1 faith points. Log, you now have a total of 1 faith points. Great harvest. Even Luodan, who had achieved the throne more than once in the superdimensional simulation, couldn't help but get slightly excited when he saw this series of gains, but it's because the resources in this world are too rich, and this should be the pinnacle of harvest in this world war. After all, this is a one-time harvest of the wealth that this world has accumulated for countless years. It can be seen from the changes in the control of the world's will that Lorden's harvest is no less than 20% of the accumulation of the entire world. Of course, this is because he has the premise of falling into the system. For other god players, it will take quite a while to digest the results of the battle after fighting the world. Lorden opens up legendary classes for Goblin Slayers, name, Goblin Giant Soldier, type, occupation, quality, legendary, 3rd energy level, special effects, constructed from 101 special effects such as Killing Goblin, Dragon Scale, Giant Equipment, Stone Armor, Furious Bloodline, etc. It can construct a nearly 6 meter high with a body of 8 feet, strong defense and strong attack. It can be called a boss template in some worlds. Name, Killing Intent Training Soldiers, type, special effects, quality, limited, special effects. You can refine your own killing intent into the most suitable weapon for you, you can grow together with yourself, and you can add special effects or rules to help it grow. Name, Devil's Contract, type, World Treasure, quality, treasure, incomplete, special effects. After using it, you can inject your own wisp of will, and turn the devil contract into a void drifting bottle to flow to the unknown world. If you open the space channel, it will have the feature of Devil Altar. Special note, this world must have certain characteristics that can help the world advance. Incomplete restriction: if it is too far away, or restricted by special rules, this strand of will may not be able to connect with the subject of the will, it will annihilate itself if there is no contact for more than 100 years. TSK, the body of Zhang Ba. Luo Dan nodded slightly, because according to some ancient legend, a body of 2 feet, a body of 6 feet, and a body of 8 feet all represent a symbol of some kind of power. And this kind of body shape cannot be achieved at will, it must conform to the law in some aspects to achieve it. Wouldn't all goblin giants be able to comprehend the laws of the extreme way? Then advance to law of strength? The law of force is a unique law, even if it is just a very common law, but sometimes it is enough to compete with the law of time, the law of space, and even the law of destiny. And this devil's contract. Luo Dan has heard of it. This is a kind of incomplete world treasure that randomly appears in large-scale world wars. Many gods and players have obtained it. There are no side effects, it just depends on luck. Thinking of luck, Lorden suddenly smiled. I don't know if with my current lucky value, I can find a world suitable for the characteristics of my world promotion through the drifting bottle of the devil's contract. Injecting a wisp of his own will, a bronze drifting bottle was swallowed by a random crack in space and went to an unpredictable place. This was just a small episode, and Luo Dan didn't pay much attention to it. Now he only cares about 2 things: take the world of dragons, then drop intelligence-type effects from Sapiens Planet. With the legendary profession of Goblin Giant Soldier, it will be much easier to operate. Luo Dan was a little hesitant whether to give the job now. Now, after all, Zymenking is still running the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast all the time, and it is difficult to operate under the watchful eyes of the public. If he can create some big news that shakes the world, the whole big event there is. Luodan's will condense slightly, conveying his divine will, reserve 0.1% of the control over the world of controlling the dragon, and burn the rest. Guide the Lord of the War Angel Legion to the giant city of Montenegro. Ask for a recommendation ticket, give a reward, and follow up. Ball the little author bows and thanks. T07 World Region, Dragon World, the cloud above the holy mountain crumbles. Log, you have retained 0.1% of the power to control the will of Yulong World, and the rest will be burned. Log, launching heaven and earth together for you, we are guiding the leader of the War Angel Legion to the direction of the giant city of Montenegro. On the holy mountain, although the power to control the will of the dragon world was almost exhausted, Luo Dan didn't care at all, because what happened next made him very satisfied with this consumption. Dragon World, Northland Plains, teams of war angels, dressed in tough clothes and heavily armed, are being divided into hundreds of 10-man squads, in 2s and 3s, to domesticate city-states of different sizes and strengths. What a rich world! Beside Murphy's, a blood-red long-haired killing angel is praising the Supreme Lord with an ancient aria. This must be the pasture that the Lord specially gave us. Murphy's nodded slightly, his blonde hair was burning with flames, dazzling extremely. It's a pity that there is evil infecting this world. Originally, the direction Murphy's perceived was Lorden and Sheen Sheeman. In his view, the aborigines of this world are just lambs waiting to be domesticated, and the real enemies are only other evil gods. But the next moment, he sensed the evil aura of hundreds of thousands of levels of blood sacrifices leaked out of nowhere, and Murphy's face changed drastically. His eyes were full of anger. Damn! How dare these heretics! How dare you sacrifice the blood of the lamb that the Lord predestined? I swear in the name of the Lord, I will definitely destroy this group of heretics. Even though this world is rich in resources, it is still insignificant and not worth mentioning compared to the planet where the angel race descended. However, conquer the fragments of this world and domesticate the lambs. But it is the task entrusted to him by the Lord. These heretical behaviors are blaspheming his faith. Urgus comes with me. With a roar, Murphy's turned into a meteor in an instant and rushed straight towards the giant city of Montenegro. As for trap, ambush? He doesn't care at all. With his status as a star angel, he is a fifth-order life, which is enough to compete with the ordinary seventh-order monarch species. Among the fragments of the world that had just broken through the barrier of the second energy level, apart from those two evil gods, he really couldn't think of any existence that could make him afraid.
And the pride of his angel does not allow him to be timid.
Arius also looked dignified, although he comprehended the law of killing and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme killed thousands of creatures. However, he couldn't bear the heretical blood sacrifice to the Lord's Lamb phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Two streamers of light, one gold and one red, instantly smashed through the pitiful and fragile space barrier of world fragments, tearing apart the space. In addition, it is not very far away, within a few breaths, they are about to reach the giant city of Montenegro.
Montenegro giant city, what?
Although the sage gave himself a crystal ball as a bridge to communicate with the will of the world, he gave it to the elders of the Ammonites. But the Salvation Society has collected countless treasures, and even because of the existence of the Son of Destiny, there is no need to deliberately collect them. Most of the treasures in the world of dragon control will automatically come to the Salvation Society. The sage found another golden scepter as a tool for him to communicate the will of the world and predict the future. He was looking forward to watching the spirit of the galaxy absorb the power of the blood sacrifice, and at the same time integrate himself into the veins of the earth. Just as the earth vein weapon was about to be completed, he suddenly felt a bit of disharmony from the golden scepter.
As a sage, he will not ignore any abnormalities.
Therefore, with very little remaining life left, he chose to plunge the golden scepter into the heart of the Lord of Montenegro who had lost the power to resist.
Use the power of law in the main body of Black Mountain City to replace your own life consumption to see where the discord comes from, and then destroy it. I absolutely will not allow anyone to sabotage my plan. As for leaks?
Out of absolute trust in the shielding ability of the spirit of the galaxy, and a sage who has dealt with the will of the mother world for hundreds of years, he never thought that his plan would be leaked and then known by the evil god. With a hint of sternness on the sage's face, he urged the golden scepter full of blood and law. The next moment, the fierceness on his face turned into horror and despair, his eyes turned gray, his lips trembled slightly. Feather evil god?
Come straight for me, how could they know my plan?
Just a little bit, the earth vein weapon can be made successfully.
Could it be?
Even the will of the mother world, are you going to kill us? Then these hundreds of thousands of Hathing City spirits died in vain.
I will never allow it.
The sage knew very well that the arrival of these two feather gods would definitely destroy the blood sacrifice completely. Then, if he was killed, he would accept it, but these two feather gods might even purify him. He had seen with his own eyes that a dragon master who would give up everything for the Spirit Federation, after being purified by the feather god, let go of everything, shouted for the Lord, and charged towards everything he once loved. What's even more frightening is that those warriors who have been purified still have memories of the past in their minds. Thinking of such a cruel and terrifying purification, even a sage who was fearless in life and death, his heart starts to tremble. I will never allow it, I betrayed the spirit race myself. Without the slightest hesitation, the sage blew himself up in an instant, and threw all his blood, laws, soul and everything into the spirit of the galaxy. Roar! The spirit of galaxy let out a painful roar, like a wild beast. That's too late. The remaining consciousness of the sage manipulated the spirit of the galaxy. After realizing that it was too late to wait for the complete completion of the earth vein weapon, he interrupted the blood sacrifice without hesitation, drained all the spirits of Montenegro in an instant, and then launched the ley line weapon, the volcano. Today, I want to slaughter gods with my mortal body. Boom. The earth let out a painful roar, billowing black smoke straight into the sky, covering the sky, as if endless lava spewed out instantly, like a lasing heavy artillery, bombarding towards Murphy's in Arius. The spirit of the galaxy also died at this moment. Before it died, it burned the last soul, slightly hindering the dodge of the two feather gods.
Damn!
This attack! Murphy's dodge was hindered, and there was no time to dodge again, and he didn't care about Arius at all. He didn't stop, but turned into an endless blazing sun, and rushed towards this road at a faster speed. Even the real legend would be evaporated in an instant, the terrifying ground fire blasted by the earth vein weapon. Boom! The big bang that shook the world of Yulong suddenly expanded. In an instant, the giant city of Montenegro was destroyed, Irius evaporated directly, and the land was covered with red land for thousands of miles.
Irius?
The true spirit of Irius uttered a trace of doubt, and was then sucked across space by the angelic reincarnation pool in a faraway place.
Thanks to book friend Violet Chihu for donating 800 points.
Thanks to book friend 101907041048012227 for rewarding 500 points. T07 World Region, Dragon World, outside the giant city of Montenegro, a huge shock wave and endless flames swept through everything, burning thousands of miles away. The billowing volcanic ash is still pouring out, and it is still spreading to the whole world of Yulon, completely covering the sky, and the cold and dead silence fill everything. According to this trend, even if there is no evil god descending, the world of controlling dragons will die completely in a few decades. In the T Forum, the people who were eating melons who were bored in teasing Zymenking were also surprised by this incident. Zymenking polluted the dragon beasts here with the blood of the subdragon, and became a dragon-born monster that can be controlled to fight for him. The Angel Legion purified the natives and created the Believer Legion. They are all very powerful.
The best thing is the god of goblins.
Well, directly subdue the son of destiny, create an army of servants, and wait a little longer.
If he is lucky, he can even directly obtain a hero.
The emergence of a hero requires the right time, place and people. My uncle has fought dozens of world fragments and miniature and small planets, but he has never encountered a single hero.
No matter how weak the world is, a hero born in a world has an unlimited future. It's a pity that this son of luck, who is likely to become a hero, was subdued by a goblin god. What a waste of money.
Are they going to carve up the world?
It's almost the same. Hathaway is still amazing. I don't even need to show up.
I just dispatched an army of war angels to collect this resource-rich world fragment.
Not necessarily.
Although Qing Shiman is crippled, this goblin god is not to be trifled with.
It's not yet known who will win the battle.
Upstairs, are you serious?
You didn't realize that the leader of the War Angel Legion is a stellar angel. This is the angel with the highest sequence level among the angel clan, and the most violent angel except for the angel of strength. And it has reached the 5th level, and has initially mastered the laws of the stars, coupled with the blessing of the scepter of heaven. In this fragment of the world, even if the god of goblins is a god, there is a high probability that he is not his opponent.
That's right, a goblin god.
My god. What's the matter?
This lava column seems to be the trump card of the indigenous civilization. This blow can even evaporate the legend. Although the Star Angel is powerful, but it is only at the 5th level now, there is a high probability that it is already cold, and the true spirit has returned to the angel's reincarnation pool.
No, I just finished playing Murphy's, so it's gone?
Hey, crap, not only is he not dead, he seems to have advanced.
Okay, the result is already known. This world must belong to Hathaway. +1. +1.
A string of +1s, without exception. In the thick volcanic ash, a golden light suddenly began to bloom.
Then, dozens, hundreds, thousands of golden lights burst into bloom.
A dazzling angel that looked like it was built by the sun stood proudly in midair, waved gently, and the volcanic ash that could kill the world was instantly annihilated, revealing the light above the Skyatown. Murphy snorted coldly, soared into the sky, and then crashed down towards the Black Mountain. The next moment, the volcano that was still spewing lava was suddenly shot into by a golden light.
Strangely, the volcano did not explode again during the collision.
On the contrary, it was as if he had encountered a nemesis. The overwhelming and almost endless heat was slowly dissipating, as if it had been absorbed.
Absorption volcano? Encountered the terrifying bombardment from the Earth vein weapon, did not die on the spot, but actually comprehended the law of the stars even further?
Luo Dan was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help showing a smile. It is indeed one of the strongest sequences of the angel family. Since this is the case, I will accept this world with peace of mind.
Luo Dan's mind was already keen.
As early as the angel clan did not follow common sense, he and Shiman Qing fought to the death and conquered the world of dragon control before coming down to reap the benefits of the fisherman. Instead, it came in advance, as if when some kind of fairness could be created, he realized that something was wrong.
First, rule out the wrong answer of it was because of Qing Shiman.
Whether it's because of his own luck, or because of Hathaway's appreciation, compassion, and friendliness for him, he made a random decision. Luo Dan needs to accept this love, this gift from fate. The gift given by fate has already been secretly priced. Lorden recited this wise saying, helping you achieve the 6th title level and understand the law of the stars at a deeper level is the price I give feedback. Then, with peace of mind, relying on the remaining 0.1% of the world's will to control, pretending that he is the will of the mother world, he said softly in the ear of the wisdom monster that is about to complete its transformation, how do you sleep in this situation?
The house is going to be gone. The next moment, the giant wisdom beast opened its icy golden eyes, and the ferocious dragon beast roared into the sky. Roar! A shadow swept across the valley in an instant, cut off the high mountains blocking the way, and soared into the sky. Taking advantage of the appearance of the giant intelligent beast, the once again chaotic black phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme giant city area, and the chaotic spiritual energy response. Murphys, I might not be able to crush you now. There is no certainty of victory.
But now Luodan looked at the anxious atmosphere above the giant city of Montenegro, smiled slightly, and gave instructions to the system, consume faith points to complete the legendary professional shadow hunter. Integrate special effects, create legendary professional goblin troopers, and then transform all killing goblins into goblin troopers. Also, add the killing machine and the killing intent into my evolved body. The next moment, densely packed logs popped up, and Luodan keenly looked at the representative ones. Log, you have consumed 70 faith points to complete the legendary professional shadow hunter, and you can become a 9th level shadow hunter at most. Log, you have consumed 900 faith points to create a legendary class goblin giant with great potential to transform into a divine class. Log, it is detected that the intelligence is insufficient, unable to transform into a giant species. Log, the first energy level is Goblin Troll, body of Zhang Air, the second energy level is Goblin Giant Soldier, body of Zhang Lu, and the third energy level is Goblin Giant Spirit, body of Zhang 8. Log, after completing the wisdom, you can transform the Goblin Troll into a Goblin Giant. Log, Divinity Occupation, Goblin Colossus, unlocked. Log, it is detected that the current level barrier of the goblins is tier, dash. Log, consume 10 faith points to raise eligible shadow goblins to tier 000. Log, consume 90 faith points to raise the level of the eligible goblin killers and transfer them to Goblin Giant Soldier. Log, you have added killing machines and killing intent to your evolutionary body. The next moment, the transformation begins. Ask for a recommendation ticket, give a reward, and follow up. The little author bows and thanks. T07 World Region, Dragon World, the former site of the giant city of Montenegro. Murphy showed an incomparable aura, pressing down the erupting giant volcano with one hand. With golden light in his eyes, he was about to announce the birth of a new sun to the world. The next moment, the whistling hurricane struck rapidly. The figure that was huge enough to cover the sky shattered the space and descended with a bang. Looking intently, it was a ferocious dragon beast with 3 heads and 6 wings, and each head was the size of a small lake. Hurricanes, thunderstorms, and more. Looking at the behemoth of wisdom in front of him, even the star angel at this moment couldn't help showing a solemn expression, Starcore. The Starcore is similar to his star law to some extent, the difference is that the Starcore is more introverted and thicker. Compared with the stars that tend to destroy and destroy, the Starcore is more inclined to the earth and gestation. But there is no doubt that this is a law comparable to stars in terms of personality. But Murphy's didn't have the slightest fear in his heart, instead he was filled with some kind of ambition. If I can tame this giant beast as my mount. At this moment, even Murphy sighed in his heart about the abundance of resources in this world of controlling dragons. Even most small planets can't match it. If there is no their coming, give this world thousands of years, I am afraid it will be able to develop into a medium-sized planet. From this, it can be seen that the source of the blood dripping back then was probably the Starcore Dragon King of the G throne level. You must know that, except for the mythical species that can guarantee that super levels will definitely appear, the other species, whether it is war species or monarchy species, only have the potential to become super levels. What's more, even among the mythical species, superorder is an absolute powerhouse. Not to mention the Yi throne, in the super level, even if it is the Lord, it may not be able to achieve it. And the wise giant in front of him inherited the talent and weak blood of the suspected throne.
Eagerness flowed in his eyes, and just as Murphy's was about to speak, he heard the roar of the giant wisdom beast, evil god.
You slaughtered the city and the bad world, and you died. Murphy's put away the idea of communication, and the reaction of the wisdom behemoth was just as he wanted.
Fair enough.
Use force to subdue you first, and then talk about other things. Murphy's faced the legendary wisdom behemoth. Even though he had stepped into the 6th level title level, he could compete with the wisdom behemoth with his angelic blood. But this fell short of his crushing expectations. In the face of the extremely angry giant of wisdom, under the full blow of the hurricane, thunder, and the law of the star core,
Murphy's didn't dodge, resist, or attack. He just stood quietly, whispering the name of the original angel. Hum.
Next moment, a huge monster with countless wings, eyes all over, and a strange human face appeared out of thin air.
Then, swallow the behemoth of wisdom into it.
The world fell into silence.
T-Forum, the gods and players who saw the scene were already numb. Mythology is amazing, one civilization after another.
This time alone, there are 3 pieces of civilization heritage: the Scepter of Heaven, the Angel Reincarnation Pool, and the original sequence. Yeah, don't look at us, the high-ranking monarchs, who seem to be only one step away from the mythical species, but the gap between them is unreasonable. The prisoner species represents the upper limit, and there will be no life beyond the super level. The war species and the monarch species represent potential, and they can have a first-line chance of giving birth to a super level, or throne. The mythical species represents the bottom line. Just like the initial sequence of civilization, no matter how bad your luck is, and you can't manage it, you can at least have a super angel who inherits the original sequence.
Don't look at it, the winner has already been decided by default.
The high priest just gave me a pair of twin elf descendants, so I might as well go and see the children.
No, brother, if you want to say that, I will take my wild boar to have a party with you.
How about this? Don't look at this goblin god so fierce, he can directly kill Shiman Xing, but how about taking the star angel who can call the original sequence? That's right, judging from his previous combat power, it definitely won't work, unless his combat power suddenly increases. Stop, it's not fantasy time yet. Dragon World, dozens of battlefields are fighting, the obscurity of the will of the world permeates, interfering with spiritual reactions, causing all perceptions to be slightly distorted and distorted. Massive faith points are consumed instantly like a sea of broken dikes, following the aura of faith linking Lorden and the goblins, a gift from God the Father descends.
Somewhere on the battlefield, Shanjia city-state, on the top of the iron scale Pandalin.
The poison gas Pandalin releases poison gas, hurry up, don't get caught. Double Pandalin releases psychedelic mist, these demons are too fierce, weaken them. The ground fire Pandalin releases the ground fire, why did Nyang Nyang lose fire? A large number of dragon masters shouted loudly, using key-shaped, bull-shaped and other strangely shaped props to increase their own spirit control. The battlefield commander stepped on the giant Pandalin Yuling with fleshy wings between his ribs, and the secret medicine in his hand continued to sway downwards. Here comes the secret medicine. With all kinds of blessings, the Pandalin spirit controllers were 100 times more ferocious, and they actually supported the frontal attack of killing goblins. Even the shadow hunters can't do anything about them for the time being.
Come on everyone, we have hope.
The battlefield commander's voice was loud, and he continued to beat the dragon masters below. Just when the Pandalins felt that they wanted to be online, the next moment, a huge change happened. Roar! The Pandalins who fought bravely were shocked to find that the alien demons who were no match for them. A part of them roared angrily, as if drinking chicken soup, the already majestic body like a city wall swelled up again. Leaping from 4 meters, it became a terrifying giant creature of more than 5 meters and 3 meters. Goblin giant soldiers. Above these majestic bodies, there seems to be some kind of invisible law lingering. Let me see their lives, and this idea subconsciously emerges in my mind. A body that conforms to the law of force. Shaking off the inexplicable thoughts that appeared in their minds, the Pandalins were about to continue fighting bravely,
but found that they seemed to be misfired. The hard scale armor that could have resisted the bombardment of the demon was instantly smashed into blood mist. The sharp claws that could break through the demon's defenses at this moment are as weak as if they drank poison, and they can't even leave white marks on the demon's skin. And those shadow hunters who were helpless in the face of their strictly guarded defense circle also appeared. Several who stepped into the sacred realm and easily harvested a large number of double pangolins. The ground fire pangolins misfired one by one, and a large number of poison gas pangolins were poisoned to death by the poison gas produced by themselves. The stalemate of the battle just now seemed to be smashed to pieces in an instant. Not only this battlefield, but also battlefields with goblin legions all over the place. This is the scene. A large number of city-states were harvested instantly. No, the Divine Lord's gift this time is too outrageous. Yi Chen, who was leading the subordinate army to charge into battle, was stunned when he saw this scene. As a hero that Luo Dan valued, this enhanced announcement, Luo Dan naturally would not avoid him. He knew in his heart that as a foreign life that had just believed in the Lord of God, he would naturally not be able to obtain huge benefits as soon as he came up. Moreover, even though he believes in the God Lord, Yi Chen is extremely confident in himself. My whole life, Yi Chen is not weaker than others. He believes that his great luck and his talent will make his strength soar like a rocket in the next period of time. Therefore, this strengthening is not for him, and he doesn't really care about it. After all, as long as you are a good believer, what you should have will come naturally. However, the premise of this calm mood is Xiao Xiaoqian, and what is in front of him now? Shadow hunters directly step into the 4th order extraordinary level, which is the original sacred realm. 3rd level killing goblins advance to 4th level goblin giant soldiers, and the body of Zhang Er has skyrocketed into a body of Zhang Lu, which is more in line with the law of force. Even if the probability is only about 3%, that's outrageous. Yi Chen looked at the goblin giant soldiers who smashed a section of the city with a slap. He was jealous. Holy mountain sight, 310 two believers of the 4th order race. Luo Dan lowered his head slightly, controlling the surging power in his body. Logically speaking, for gods at the totem level, the biggest pillar of real strength comes from totem entity drawings, and the materials for constructing totem entities. It has nothing to do with the civilization, strength, and strongest of the race. However, Luo Dan's situation at this moment is a bit unreasonable. There has never been a goblin god like him. No, even the most powerful mythical species, no one has ever been able to have hundreds of followers of the 4th order race like him at the totem level. At this time, they have already advanced to the giant spirit realm. What kind of concept is this? Placed in the world of martial arts, the first rank is top-notch, put on heavy armor, one enemy against 100. The second level is innate, gradually inhuman, invulnerable. The 3rd level is the master, comprehend the artistic conception, and break the army with one blow. The 4th level is the martial saint, who understands the law, and in the low-level world, he can even be called the king, and he can rule an era. And there are more than 300 such beings among Luo Dan's followers. Coupled with the addition of limited special effects, killing intent training, and killing machine, combined with the original, reload, the fragile space of dragon control world began to distort, as if it could no longer hold Lordan's existence. Blood-red thorns appeared on the white robe on Luodan's body, and the stone spear in his hand became crystal clear, with dark blood flowing in it, as if the law of killing intent had been concretized. Just looking at it can make Chao Fan go crazy. Luo Dan felt that if he didn't deliberately control it, he would be able to exert at least 80% of his own strength with every blow. Occasionally it can do 200% damage. This is an extremely terrifying concept. No one or God can guarantee that every blow can be done with full force. Even the extreme Tao Master once said that even he, during the throne period, could only achieve 75% of his full strength each time. Only after you have mastered the authority of the extreme way can you hit 100% of your strength every time. This is the real thing that hurts when you rub it, and dies when you touch it. And his totem entity, at this moment, seems to have returned to its original nature. Not only is it not as huge as before, but it has also become smaller, the size of an ordinary person. But just standing, the space of Yulong world is constantly distorted, shattered, and collapsed. The me now should have initially possessed the power to destroy world fragments.
Lorden raised his head with great interest. This is the first time since he came for such a long time, he felt the real fear of the world will of controlling the dragon. No longer caring about the trembling will of the dragon world, looking in the direction of the giant city of Montenegro, Luodan smiled, it's time to end this world war. T21 World Region, T214807 Planet, Shadow Elf small, gray and half hidden on a planet in shadow. Looking at the information in the T forum, Tang Yimeng was also very worried.
Do not. Zyman King hasn't asked for my contact information yet. When I get kicked out, I won't be able to find anyone.
Watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast, he was also helpless. Prisoner species and mythical species, as special existences among believer races, are unsolvable.
There is no solution for the prisoners.
Mythology is a kind of strong unsolvable.
Hey, I hope Lorden can accept the reality.
Tang Yimeng sighed slightly. After all, the prisoner can't blame him for growing vegetables. Even this powerful mysterious goblin god will face the situation of being violently killed by angels. Even if he rejected the invitation from the Department of Space Warfare, he has strong confidence in himself.
But, this is reality.
The next moment, Tang Yimeng's superdimensional imprint friend list popped up a reminder. He glanced at it, and saw the news that he was a good girlfriend, and immediately disappeared. Shura, Meng, didn't you say that the goblin god is very fierce? He saved you, and you still have to bet with me that he will win this world.
Sura, I still remember that you seemed to say that you wanted to ask him to help you crush your crush. Now. Shura, hey, don't pretend to be dead.
Sura, Didi, is it still there?
Sura, does the bet count? Let me tell you, the female Shura under my command has been greedy for your elves for a long time, so don't go back on your word.
Sura, let me tell you, I have all the attack speed potions ready, I dare to go back and kill you.
Seeing these news, Tang Yimeng was helpless. At that time, he didn't know that there was an uninvited guest of the angel race, but because the god of goblins had saved him, and because Lorden was also the god of goblins, he felt that he could win. With a feverish brain, he used the male shadow elf as a 1-month stallion as a bet, and exchanged with the high monarch race Shura for the world's treasure blood sea Hualian, hoping to help Lorden enlighten the goblins to wisdom. He also knew in his heart that this was his best friend deliberately asking him to get a lot of mythical stallions at the cost of the world's treasures. Who would have thought that a family of angels would appear suddenly? Moreover, this stellar angel is so fierce that he, who has always been a lady, wants to scold people. But until now, he can only sacrifice the male shadow elves under his command. However, it's not a sacrifice. The females of the Shura clan are all peerless beauties. Although there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart, and his reason told him that this bet was lost. But Tang Yimeng still chose to be stubborn. Shadow, slightly. Shadow, the goblin god will win. Ask for a recommendation ticket, give a reward, and follow up. The little author bows and thanks. Thanks to King Shu Yuhui for the 100 coins. Thanks for the 100 coins rewarded by book friends Sun and Moon Rushue. Blue Star, Zone 2, Department of Space Survey, Shouchang Branch, another space crack? A middle-aged man with a square face and an iron-blooded aura frowned, looking at the flickering red light outside the room. Not long ago, didn't there just appear a Class 4 space crack? How come so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN off and / phoneme? During the investigation, the flickering red light is a sign that a space crack is about to appear, and monsters will emerge from it. Minister, we are still investigating the situation. The young man sitting in front of the middle-aged minister responded quickly, and then opened the superdimensional imprint to contact the team members, asking about the investigation situation. Soon, the other side gave a response. Seeing the response, the young man suddenly changed his face, and quickly passed the information of the unofficial document to the opposite branch head. Minister, look, this is the conclusion that Shaoli and the others came to. Although it has not been submitted for review with a formal document, based on their experience, it should be true with a high probability. Let me see. The branch chief nodded slightly, accepting the information. In the next moment, even the super-strength branch chief couldn't help but frown after seeing the information. His brows were full of solemnity. These frequent small low-level space cracks are actually the precursors of large high-level space cracks?
The head of the branch has sharp eyes. Based on the level of spiritual energy distribution in our Joe City, there will also be level 2, or even level I space cracks. Even young people dare not speak easily in the face of this message. Level 4 space cracks can accommodate creatures of the first energy level to pass through. Level 3 corresponds to the second energy level, level 2 corresponds to the third energy level, legendary, epic, demigod, and level I corresponds to super level. If a level I space crack really appears, a large number of ultra-level monsters will emerge. For the weak city of Zhou, it was no less than a catastrophe. Indeed, many god players are powerful, but more blue star people chose to give up opening up world fragments, obtain believer races, and choose to sell opportunities to obtain wealth and certain resources. After all, the probability of dying as a god player is too great. Not to mention the unexplored world communities that are almost completely unknown. Even if you become a god in the explored world communities, the world may be destroyed at any time, and you will die. After all, there are too many dangers in the endless void universe, too unpredictable. Therefore, even if Zhouchang is not a small city, it is very likely that it cannot resist the first level space crack. If it weren't for summoning the true spirits of believers to come to Blue Star, it would take a lot of faith points to build their bodies. The branch chief sighed. The first energy level is okay. After reaching the second energy level of the law of touch, the belief points needed to summon the true spirit and build the body are hundreds of times the consumption. Even if this kind of consumption is compared to directly opening up a space channel to summon believers, it is already a drop in the bucket. But even super-level god players can hardly bear such consumption, otherwise, why should we worry about these space cracks? The branch manager himself is a super-level god player, and has 3 super-level players under his command, and even colonized 5 small planets. However, not to mention opening up space channels to transport matter from distant time and space, even a drop of water cannot afford it. It is just to summon the true spirit of the believers, construct a temporary body in Blue Star to use in battle, and reserve his faith points. I am afraid that he can summon 3 or 5 9th level demigods. This is Blue Star's current embarrassing situation. Powerful gods and players are domineering in the world communities where the planets are located, frequently exterminating their families and colonizing hundreds of worlds. But his hometown, Blue Star, was harassed by space cracks. There used to be Blue Star masters who went to investigate the world communities behind these space cracks, and wanted to completely destroy them once and for all. However, they discovered to their astonishment that the world behind these space cracks was irregular and seemed to come from completely different and countless world groups. Occasionally, there will even appear an abyss of nothingness that transcends the cracks in space, descending on the master-level monsters to carry out suicide attacks on the Blue Star. There are faint rumors that because of the existence of the ultra-dimensional game, it has touched the taboo of the endless void, which is the punishment of the endless void for the Blue Star civilization. And because of the advent of too many space cracks, a large amount of matter from other worlds merged into the Blue Star, and the Blue Star became extremely huge. Even the Holy See cannot take care of the whole world. What's more, whether it is a super level, a throne, a master, or even the Holy Seat itself, it means that it has a powerful civilization in a foreign land. It also means that they themselves have made countless enemies, and these enemies are always staring at them, which makes it impossible for them to take care of Blue Star all the time. Coupled with the various internal conflicts before the advent of superdimensional games, as well as the current regional division, this has also led to the situation of various regional autonomy and city semi-autonomy of Blue Star. If you really want to resist high-level space cracks, you still have to rely on the power of the god player. The head of the branch frowned, summoned the true spirits of powerful believers, and then constructed temporary bodies for them. This required an astronomical amount of faith points, and the gods could not afford it. God players use their own power in Blue Star, and don't need to consume faith points to construct a temporary body, which is a blessing in misfortune. XAN, I have granted you the authority to check how many totem entities, giant spirits, and gods there are in our Joe City. God players with incorporeal totems have almost no combat effectiveness when they leave their own world, so they are not considered. The totem entity is the weakest and can be compared to the extraordinary. The giant spirit corresponds to the third energy level, and the god corresponds to the super level. Yes, Minister. IXIN, a member of the investigation department, quickly began to check, and then summarized and reported the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. Currently, there are 11 non-star free citizens who still have world autonomy. 1-star citizens are still 6. No, there is one more, and now there are 7. 2-star fighters and above cannot be viewed. Among them, there are 830 totem entities among the non-star free citizens who can display the second level of combat power, and, are newly added. There are 893 giant spirits capable of displaying the third level of combat power, and 310 new ones are added. When the strength reaches a super level god, the authority level is automatically promoted to a 1-star citizen. The specific information of a 1-star citizen cannot be checked. After checking the brief information, a record will be left, so I didn't check it. But there is one more, isn't it? XIN looked at the head of the branch with expectant eyes. Every time there is an additional super level, the strength of Zhouchang will be greatly improved. After all, it is impossible for god players to take care of Blue Star's situation all the time. In the past, there were 6 super level division heads, and when things really happened, it would be considered good to have 3 descending on Blue Star. Therefore, if one more super god player can come at a critical moment, it will greatly improve the combat power. It is even possible to directly reverse the situation. Moreover, it would be even better if the believer race of this super god is good at fighting higher races. He couldn't wait to know what kind of race god this new interstellar citizen was. Check. The branch chief didn't hesitate, leave a review record, and I will also bear it. The strong don't like their information to be checked casually, and sometimes conflicts will arise just because of this. The branch chief was also a little excited. It has been a long time since there has been a new super level in Zhouchang. If there can be a super level who is good at fighting, then the next crisis will be forget it, I'll see for myself. XIN nodded vigorously, watching the branch chief's operation with excitement, hoping to get good news from the branch chief's expression. However, the branch manager's expression changed from an excited message to a frowning helplessness, which immediately made him feel a little bit like a cat scratching, and couldn't help asking, "Minister, what's the matter? What's the situation with this 1-star citizen? Is it just a super advanced? Or is the believer race not good at fighting? It's okay, it's a super order after all." XIN understands in his heart that no matter how weak the super order is, it is still a super order, and it can destroy the miniature planet at will. Even if the Blue Star world is stable, it is still a strong man who destroys the mountains at will. But the expression of the branch chief made him worry. No way, you can become a 1-star citizen if you are not superordered? See for yourself. The branch chief passed the information on casually, looking up in a daze. XIN couldn't wait to look at the information, detailed information, no viewing permission, brief information, God of Goblin, browsing information has been left, the other party can know, the seeing the message, XIN, who felt that he could accept anything, was also choked. God of Goblins? The racial god of the lower prisoner species becomes a 1-star citizen? What's going on? Even the bottom of the low-level war species, such as jackals and cats, can be considered lucky and have become superorder. But this is a goblin. It really made it impossible for the branch manager and XIN to have even a glimmer of hope. Maybe it's luck. I found something needed by the super-dimensional game in the initial world fragments, and made a contribution. I will reward the status of a 1-star citizen. The branch chief spoke softly. XIN nodded. This situation is not uncommon. That's it, I'll contact those 5. The branch chief gave the order in a somewhat dispirited manner. XIN, you are responsible for organizing the information into official documents and notifying all god players in Zhou City separate notice for totemic entities and above. At the same time open the merit system, the city treasure house, and the magic secret library. XIN nodded slightly. In the past, only giant spirits were given the treatment of being notified individually. But this time the situation is different. It is the danger of destroying the city level. Every power is very precious, even the second level cannot be ignored. He hesitated and asked, "Minister, what about the goblin god? It should be the totem incorporeal, the appearance of the totem entity. Don't count on it, just treat it as a totem entity, a giant spirit.
T03 World Region, Planet TS00A3, Angel Small, Initial Sequence?
Seeing the monster phantom with countless wings, full of eyes, and a strange human face, even Hathaway's eyes lit up with joy, even if Murphy's can't rely on the law of the stars to advance to super level and become an 8-winged angel. With his ability to call the original sequence, he has been recognized by the original sequence, and has already reserved the future superorder position. Of course, it's best to give up the places in the initial sequence to other angels by virtue of your own achievements in the superorder. After all, even if it's me, there are only 3 places in the initial sequence. In Hathaway's will, it was enough to piss off countless god players trapped in the giant spirit level, and there were even more excessive thoughts: if Murphy's can break through the superorder directly by himself, or inherit the original sequence to achieve a superorder, then I don't need to work hard to lie flat, and I am a superorder god. God players want to break through the giant spirit and become a god. There are 2 ways. One is the most common and the path taken by most god players: build a civilization for the believer race under your command, and then develop it a little bit, work hard to develop civilization, help yourself raise the throne, achieve super level, and then cultivate super level believers little by little. It is even possible that you will not be able to cultivate super believers in your entire life. And the other is very few: the believers under his command become ultra level, and the god player, as the race god of the believer, can naturally break through the super level by virtue of the laws controlled by the believer. But this is very rare. After all, superorder is not so easy to achieve. Speaking of which, I have to thank Lorden. Thinking that she could lie flat, Hathaway frowned suddenly, and subconsciously wanted to check his information, but found that Lorden had become a 1-star citizen, and even his authority level could not be checked at will. Awesome, the authority level has been upgraded so quickly. Let's upgrade with goblins. I really don't know how you did it. Except for me, I'm afraid no one knows that this goblin god is you. Damn it, even I, if it weren't for my birth, I'm afraid I wouldn't have a 1-star citizenship. So, don't you want to be better than me? Hathaway wrinkled her nose. He also has the pride of being the Lord of Angels. Don't think that if you help Murphy's indirectly, I will give you this world. This world is mine. Thinking about it, Hathaway's will move slightly, and a grand will came to Murphy's mind: in my name, take this world. T07 World Region, Montenegro Giant City. Looking at the dying, crawling under his feet, but still with deep hatred in his eyes, Murphy smiled. Hate? He doesn't care at all. It's nothing more than hatred. When it sees the glory of the angel family, it will naturally drop everything and surrender to itself. Just when he put away the virtual image of the initial sequence and was about to start purifying the giant wisdom beast, suddenly, a grand will came to his mind with an attitude that could not be disobeyed. Host. Feeling the will of the Lord, Murphy's burst into tears. The Lord has been watching me. This is my greatest honor. Murphy's, I will definitely win this world for you and praise your name. The next moment, Murphy's body was blazing with holy light. The domineering light of purification shrouded the giant wisdom beast, and it was about to be completely tamed. In his eyes, the 2 evil gods are just chicken tiles. The difference is that the green-skinned evil god is stronger, and the Yalong evil god doesn't even want to look at it, especially after breaking through the 6th level, getting the approval of the initial sequence, and still under the gaze of the master. This made him swell to the extreme in an instant, and he lost the so-called idea of solving the indigenous people first, and then discussing how to fight for the world. The Lord is watching me. I want to conquer the world with absolute strength. Then let's deal with the powerful ones first. Angels don't have the habit of picking soft persimmons. His thoughts were conveyed to the army of war angels. Quickly settle the remaining city-states, then attack the green-skinned evil god directly. I want. Crush them. Ask for a recommendation ticket, give a reward, and follow up. The little author bows and thanks. Thank you, book friend for the reward of 100 coins. T07 World Region, Dragon World. After Murphy subdued the giant wisdom beast, in less than half a month, except for Dragon City, all the city-states of the Spirit Federation were conquered. Accompanied by the reverberation in the world of controlling the dragon, a wailing sound sounded in the minds of every life, and all life clearly realized the 3 demon legions have almost completely conquered the world of dragon control.
This is the wine of the will of Yulong world.
He has no independent will, and what he has is just the consciousness of the world cluster. When the affiliation of the world changes, the thoughts of the beings in the world change, and the laws of the world change, it will also undergo fundamental changes along with it. Whether it is Lorden's Goblin Legion, War Angel Legion, Zymenking's Argonian Legion, and Dragonborn Servant Legion, they have all gathered in the center of the Dragon World, outside Dragon City. But it's a little different than expected. Zymenking thought she was waiting for the three parties to discuss the rules for competing for the world, but she didn't expect that Murphy's wanted to crush directly, and Luodan was well aware of Murphy's plan.
And it just so happened that he thought so too.
When vests were created, they were meant to be dropped.
Luodan still remembered the accumulation of name.
Under the shadowy sky, the towering dragon city stood far away from the battlefield, and a large number of dragon masters stood on the top of the city, staring at the battlefield with fear and tension. Looking carefully, although they are afraid, there is still a glimmer of hope hidden in the despair. That is the sky-split whale in Dragon City, the small world that has swallowed most of the fire seeds in its body. And everyone is trying hard to squeeze away the space barrier that is more stable due to the spiritual upgrade, and want to escape to the outside world. As long as the fire is not extinguished, the spirit race still has hope. No matter how powerful your evil god is, I'm afraid you would never have imagined that we have already taken action to escape to the sky.
Even you can only drink our foot-washing water.
However, the sage died. They couldn't imagine that it was because of the existence of this hope that the evil god let them go. Don't try to enslave the hopeful surviving race in a short period of time. This is one of the laws that Blue Star has concluded after fighting countless worlds. And what they have to do is when the spirit race thinks that they have escaped from birth, even if the future is difficult and life and death are uncertain, but they can also gain new hope. Severely extinguish it, crush hope. At this time, the spirit race is a mature leek, waiting to be harvested. 873 war angels formed a battle formation, with their wings flapping behind them, and their bodies were armed with holy angels. Above the legion, there is still a faint and strange phantom. This is a phantom of a chariot with wings, chains, and a huge one-eyed eye.
This phantom is the battle spirit of the War Angel Legion.
It is weird, twisted, but full of holiness. The Argonian Legion and the Dragonborn Legion exude an evil and tyrannical atmosphere, even after being hammered for a short time. But obviously, they have re-inflated in the process of conquering the world of controlling dragons. More than 7,000 goblin trolls, more than 300 goblin giant soldiers, and 3rd and 4th tier shadow hunters are waiting in full force. Their legion has an ancient and wild atmosphere, and their huge bodies seem to be able to tear apart the enemies in front of them.
Everything in sight. Lorden did not involve the Spirit Control Legion, they are too weak.
In front of the War Angels, they are death cannon fodder that cannot even be consumed.
For a while, the atmosphere was a little silent.
Wishiman Ching made up his mind to save some face, coughed lightly, and stood up, ready to preside over the overall situation of the negotiation and competition. But I didn't expect that he had just opened his mouth and hadn't finished the first sentence. The next moment, Murphy's held up the flaming spear and rode the giant wisdom beast under his crotch. His voice was like thunder and thunder. The Legion of War Angels attack. The next moment, the War Angel Legion moved, and the violent hurricane was blowing like a white holy torrent, rushing towards the Goblin Legion. Roar! In the silence, the Goblin Legion let out a huge roar. Under Mai's leadership, the 4-meter-tall goblin trolls swelled with muscle, and their blood was like a melting pot. Under the leadership of the goblin giant soldier, who is more than 5 meters tall and has iron-blooded thorn patterns flowing on his skin, he turned into a green torrent and charged towards the white torrent that symbolized the War Angel Legion. Even if it is launched by the second hand, there is no weakness in the momentum, and the momentum is even worse.
Your opponent is me.
Before Luodan could make a move, Murphy's came to the door, his eyes full of enthusiasm.
He will sweep everything away for the Lord.
A shot is a big move. Golden flames ignited all over his body, and a torrent of magma blasted towards Luodan with an unparalleled impact.
At the same time, the phantom of the original sequence also descended out of thin air, devouring towards Lorden.
Ah! Lorden chuckled, then take it and see how strong I am now.
Lorden didn't move at all.
Because in his perception, the phantom of the initial sequence in front of him did not pose any threat. They have one thing in common, that is, they completely ignore the existence of Qing Shiman.
In the T forum, ? Why didn't you follow the rules?
You didn't negotiate the rules for competing for the world first.
Bookworm? No, you thought this was a school? Who will come to you to do this? Especially Murphy's War Angel Legion has an almost crushing advantage, still negotiating? Laughing to death, Zymenking is embarrassed. Is it crushing? I don't think the Goblin Legion is weak.
They are all so big, and their aura is even more ferocious.
So what? No. Fuck. Why are there so many fourth orders in the Goblin Legion?
You can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it wrong.
Wait, I'm so excited, I saw that the Goblin also has a fourth rank. There's more than one, let me count.
Plus the ones that can enter the shadows, frankly more than 300 fourth order. It's outrageous. It's fine if goblins can advance to the 4th level, and there are more than 300. No, I just went to see the twin gods. Why are there more than 300 4th order goblins?
Goblin Advanced Level 4, are you serious? Impossible, the low-level prisoner species are law insulators, how can they comprehend the law?
This must be some world treasure used by the goblin god to allow these goblins to temporarily have the power of the 4th level. And you see, this Murphy's has already called the initial sequence, but he is still standing there stupidly, not knowing how to react. I'm afraid I was frightened by the super-level coercion on the initial sequence. So, the goblins under his command cannot really break through the barrier of the 2nd energy level. Yes, look at it, it's nothing right now. When we fight, we'll just pierce their silver pewter guns.
Yes, we'll find out later.
The forum became lively, and even Shiman Qing, who lost face, was ignored. All the god players are arguing fiercely about how the goblins under the goblin god broke through the level barrier. Without him, goblins' breakthrough to the 2nd energy level is too amazing.
Planet T214807, Shadow Elf Small.
Looking at the information in the T forum, as well as the situation during the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast, Tang Yiming couldn't help becoming more nervous originally. Although he had hoped for the goblin god, he thought that he would definitely lose, so he was only worried that if he lost, it would affect Lorden's confidence, but he was not nervous. But now, when the god of goblin really had a slight chance of winning, he became nervous instead.
God of goblins, you must win.
The goblins under your command must also break through to the 4th level.
What initial sequence?
Now it's just a phantom, but it's just relying on a trace of super-level coercion for mental deterrence. In terms of strength, the superorder sequence can also cause the destructive power of the 3rd energy level. With more than 300 4th-order extraordinary believers as the strength support, this initial sequence phantom will definitely be easily crushed.
And this Qing Shiman, didn't he agree to exchange a piece of shadow dust for the contact information of the goblin god? Why haven't you moved yet?
Outside the Temple of Shadows, the elf guards looked numb at the cloudy sky these days. T07 World Region, Zymenking was ignored by Murphy's and Luodan before she finished her words. Her face turned pale immediately. Goblin god, just ignore me. Shiman Qing's eyes were full of humiliation and tyranny. He, like me, is a god player, and you, Murphy.
Murpheus, how dare you?
But thinking that Murphy's, who can call the original sequence, is still a star angel, plus the angel reincarnation pool that allows him to be reborn continuously without fear of death. Basically, it has been predetermined that he will be a super angel in the future, and Shiman Qing may not be able to become a super angel yet. Thinking of this, Qing Shiman felt much more comfortable.
Not only that, after he saw that the goblins under the goblin god had a large number of 4th ranks, he even began to think about it. Okay, the stronger this goblin god is, the weaker I can't be. Who can defeat the god of goblins who has more than 300 tier, power support under his command in the realm of totem entities? Who wins the game now, is really not known yet. Also, maybe I, Qing Shiman, can sit firmly on the Dio Yutai and be a fisherman for a while. If I get the Star Core Dragon King's bloodline from that giant wisdom beast, it will be possible for me to break through to a superorder. Subconsciously wiped away the non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth.
Zymenking silently led the Argonian army with him, and the Dragonborn army retreated far away, quietly waiting for the winner to be determined, and then reaped the benefits of the fisherman. Outside Dragon City, over the battlefield, facing the terrifying bombardment of the giant magma column and the devouring of the Phantom in the first sequence, Lorden did not dodge or counterattack. Instead, he closed his eyes and quietly waited for the attack to come. In fact, he didn't have too many ideas. He just wanted to use Murphy's hand to test the defense of his evolved body after adding 2 new limited special effects. He didn't want to shoot casually and accidentally kill this barely decent toy in front of him. In an instant, the Phantom swallowed and the magma submerged. Tranquility, holiness, and overbearing, all the meanings from the Phantom of the initial sequence tried to influence Lorden's will, domesticate him, and make him the Lamb of the Lord. On the contrary, the magma column is like water mist, which has no effect on Lorden. Nice stuff. Luodan understood it carefully and couldn't help nodding. It's no wonder that the giant wisdom beast, a life that is only loyal to the will of the world, will surrender to Murphy's after being swallowed by the Phantom of the original sequence. Angel is indeed a kind of superficially holy and benevolent creature, but in essence it is only domineering. If only this is the case, then you just die. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his palm lightly, and the divine voice burst from his mouth. On the other side of him, Murphy saw that as soon as the initial sequence came out, even the evil god was swallowed without any resistance. Then he was hit by the magma column transformed by his further star law, and he couldn't help showing a smile. Evil god, nothing more than that. The next moment, the idea that Murphy's had just appeared was completely shattered by the scene in front of him. I saw the magma slipping down, and the Phantom collapsed at first, turning into light spots and disappearing. And that evil god was unharmed, with a kind smile on his handsome face, but he said words that made him fall into an ice cave. Die. How is this possible? Boom. Murphy's arrogance was fully aroused in an instant. The law of the stars burned directly, endless light and heat burst out, pouring all the light and heat towards Lorden. God said, "Let there be light." Murphy's burned everything, trying to evaporate him completely. But the next scene made him grit his teeth. Impossible. It's impossible. I saw Luodan waving the stone spear lightly, like pushing away the water, gently pushing away the light and heat. The stone spear was slowly and unremarkably handed out, but it made Murphy's feel weird and unable to dodge. Flash! Get out of the way! Murphy's was hoarse, but he could only watch the stone spear being inserted into his chest, and then his will was lost. Lorden didn't have so many emotions. From the beginning to the end, he was only swallowed, tearing away the Phantom, pushing away the light and heat, and stabbing Murphy's to death. For steps in less than 1 minute. Hey, I actually feel that I can catch the true spirit. Looking at the milky white light spot swaying out of Murphy's body, Lorden's eyes lit up. If Murphy's light spot could be imprisoned, Hathaway, the princess of the extreme Greek Empire, would be willing to pay a huge price for it. But he was a little hesitant. After all, he was not Hathaway's opponent now. If he took down Murphy's true spirit, Hathaway would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme all the legions to descend directly. At that time, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose, but the battle between them will definitely destroy the dragon world first. My world still needs the resources of the dragon world to be able to advance. Even the goblins have been limited to a population size of dash, and they cannot do without the world of dragon control. If you miss the world of controlling the dragon, if you want to find a suitable world, you will never know when it will be. However, there are still many special resources necessary for future advancement, which I cannot access or are difficult to obtain now. If I can make a friendly transaction with Hathaway. Luodan glanced at the world channel created by the Scepter of Heaven at the other pole of the world inadvertently, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. Boom! The stone spear created by the killing intent lock in his hand instantly shattered the space and roared out. This chapter is 4K plus, 2 chapters in 1. Ask for a recommendation ticket, follow up, and give a reward. The little author bows and thanks. In the T forum, the gods and players who eat melons have been stunned by this series of changes. No, is this goblin god so fierce? Murphy's won't release water, right? This set of silky little tricks didn't deal any damage at all?
What the hell? The legendary intelligent monsters with the blood of the Dragon King were subdued in an instant. Why can't even break your goblin defense? Look, Murphy's is burning the power of the law. This is desperate. I don't believe that he can't break the defense. TSK, before we know it, we've gone from slinging and fighting to breaking the defense. This is a change. What does it mean to push away light and heat with a weapon, something that a totemic entity can do? It's too outrageous. The goblin god finally moved, and this time, he killed Murphy's directly. Then, isn't it true that the 4th tier goblins under his command also exist and have truly broken through the level barrier? This can be regarded as a small historical record, although it feels useless. Okay, if I meet him in real life, I will definitely bring him a cup of tea and ask him how he is so powerful, but this is a forum, so I can only say that it is too ordinary, and I need to practice more. But, it's really not possible. +1, it doesn't matter how powerful it is now, but since Goblin has no wisdom and cannot establish civilization, then he will never be able to obtain that bit of spirituality from civilization to build his own giant spirit body. The road to super level is completely blocked. As long as one day does not reach the super level, the fragments of the world are in danger of dissipating, collapsing, or overturning. Do you still remember that a genius who used to be a high-ranking monarch species, he added a little chance for himself to be able to achieve the throne in the future? If you want to be in the giant spirit stage, you need to rely on the forces behind you to advance the Shukuan species into a low-level mythical star-eating giant Kuan, and at the same time advance the Jetta-level world fragments into miniature planets. When the strength is lower, it will be relatively easy to improve the essence. There is nothing wrong with his choice. As a result, one day, his world fragments suddenly collapsed, and he disintegrated himself. And he also died completely, and the true spirit was wiped out. I've heard of this too, but not many of us can break through to superorder. Then I understand why in school, god players who randomly get world fragments are warned to upgrade the world fragments into miniature planets as soon as possible. It's a pity, it must have taken a lot of time to break the level barrier of the goblin. This goblin god is worthy of admiration, but it's a pity that the upper limit is locked. Wait, what is he doing? Damn, I admire him even more now. Destroy the space channel and imprison the true spirit. Wait, how can he imprison the true spirit? It's all trivial. It's not impossible for Hathaway to pre-order, superorder, or even throne. This is a breakthrough. Yeah, a normal war is enough. Why imprison the true spirit of Murphy's? Is it to blackmail Hathaway? Hey, thinking about it this way, my heart is also moved, but it's a pity that I dare not. The god of goblins, you are very powerful. The low-level prisoner species broke through the level barrier, unable to build civilization, and severely offended the Lord of Angels. Well, the buffs are full. It's time to start the 30-year strategic development plan from Hoshi to Hadome. The upper limit of the level is okay, but the upper limit of the essence of the race is not so easy to break through. It is difficult for goblins to have wisdom. The last player who allowed the unintelligent race to break through the limit and gain wisdom, and accidentally obtained the ruins of a world community as a foundation, is now the master of the demon ancestor. As a low intelligence goblin, although it is stronger than no intelligence, it is not so strong. Not optimistic, although he is already very good, I can only say one thing is a pity. He still offended Hathaway now, TSK, the future is uncertain. In fact, it is not because the god players in the T forum are just out of society and are not optimistic about the goblins. On the contrary, it is because in the superdimensional forum, all kinds of information are very open, and they know too much, which makes them look down on the goblins. Even if there are a large number of first level and even higher level beings in the race, because of their strength, they have wisdom that didn't work. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either / phoneme. What this requires is that every member of the entire race has wisdom, including future generations, and wisdom has become the norm, which is an essential sublimation. Even among the vast number of god players, very few have achieved it. T07 World Region, outside Dragon City, Luodan flew out the stone spear, which was attached with various powerful laws, and instantly destroyed the space channel of the Angel Clan. Even if the Scepter of Heaven records the current coordinates of this world fragment, it will take a long time to descend to the space channel again.
And this time is enough for Luo Dan to relocate the world of Yulong to his own world for devouring and merging. The next moment, Luo Dan stretched out his palm, gently held Murphy's true spirit in his palm, and imprisoned it. Touching, even imprisoning, destroying the true spirit is generally only possible at the super level. But Lorden has a killing machine, a limited special effect born for destruction. Even the true spirit cannot be destroyed, so how can we talk about destruction? So let him have the ability to contact the true spirit in advance. As for offending Hathaway? And the limitation of wisdom, which makes it impossible to establish civilization and construct the body of a giant spirit? Lorden never cared. The essence of this world is plunder. If he does not rob people, someone will come to rob him. He believes that with his own ability and the existence of the system, Hathaway can't pose a threat to him now, and it will be even more impossible in the future. What's more, after becoming the life of a god. Except for Argonians, who are relatively inferior in individual races, god players tend to be more rational. There is no such thing as offending casually, unshakable hatred at every turn, and killing you all over the house immediately. If there is no obvious conflict of interest among the god players, it is relatively harmonious. After all, this void is too big. There are countless worlds, waiting for god players to explore and conquer. Of course, it's hard to find a world like Dragon Control World, which is weak, rich in resources, and also has spiritual upgrades. Lorden shook his head slightly, putting aside these distant thoughts. Looking at the Goblin Legion and the War Angel Legion who were fighting below, he didn't have the slightest idea of making a move. The real elites are all grown out of iron and blood. What he needs is an elite army that can attack the world and plunder the stars for him, not an army of the weak who needs him to save everything, and who will feel distressed for a long time after the death of a goblin giant. Died? Then train the next one. Everything is so simple. Luo Dan raised his head and looked in Shiman Qing's direction, just in time to meet Shiman Qing's eyes full of panic and nervousness. T07 World Region, Dragon World, outside Dragon City. Seeing the goblin god looking at her with calm eyes, Simon King couldn't help showing a smile that was uglier than crying. Until this moment, he didn't understand one thing: both Murphys and Lorden didn't care about him just now, but started a war with each other first, giving him a chance to be a fisherman. It wasn't that he suddenly became the protagonist and gave them a halo of wisdom. It was those two who regarded him as a dish, so they didn't care at all. And watching the battle between them just now, Shiman Qing only felt that his heart was trembling. After all, even Murphy's weakest ultimate move, the magma pillar, is unbearable for him. Moreover, Qing Shiman saw clearly the action of destroying the space channel of the angel family and imprisoning the true spirit of Murphy just now. Jiewei is a ruthless god. Simon King said quickly, "Hey, big goblin, why don't we each take a step back?" Take a step back? Luo Dan smiled slightly. Of course, but it depends on how to take a step back. Before Shiman Qing could speak, Luo Dan continued, "You turn off the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast first." Seeing hope, Simon King nodded quickly and turned off the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast. "I'll take a step back and let you bring the Argonian Legion and the Dragonborn Legion back to your world fragments, but you can't take any resources with you." Luo Dan stretched out his hand and pointed at those dragon descendants who were polluted by the blood of the subdragon. "The Dragonborn Legion is your harvest." They were all polluted by Yalong people implanting Yalong's blood into their bodies with special magic. The effect is mutation. The concentration of dragon blood in the body is increased, the strength is greatly improved, and the loyalty to the Argonians is extremely high. The Yalong people are followers of Shiman Qing's direct race. They, and even the dragon descendants implanted with the blood of the Yalong, have a faint trace of the divinity of the Yalong people in their bodies. Simply put, it is dirty and unusable. Shiman Qing nodded helplessly. He chose to create the Dragonborn Legion for this purpose, and always chose a bite of meat to eat. But what Luo Dan said next made his face turn green. It's not expensive, a Dragonborn has 10 belief points, and the level is not limited. This is my step back. And you take a step back, extract the blood of the Starcore Dragon King from the body of this giant wisdom beast, and then give me a structural blueprint of Yaring Lushur as compensation. What do you think? This when Shiman Shang heard Luo Dan's request, she immediately began to curse in her heart. this god of goblins is too greedy.
My dragonborn warriors, at least tens of thousands of them, won't I directly lose, points of faith in this wave? Even if I have family support behind me, it still hurts a bit. Also, it's fine if you don't get the blood of the Galaxy Dragon King, but you still want me to refine it for you? How could there be such a vicious god in this world? Hateful, if it weren't for this group of dragonborn warriors who have experienced fighting wars, they are already the elite on the battlefield, otherwise I would never agree to your conditions. Wait for me to advance to a super level, and see if I don't want your life. On the surface, Zymenking squeezed out a smile and nodded repeatedly, it should be. Brother Goblin, you have already spoken, and I promise to follow through. As for the construction blueprint of Yalon Lux, Shimen Ching had already prepared in mind. After conquering the world, in addition to the resources that already exist in the world, the bigger harvest is to catch and drag the world to your own world fragments, devour them, expand your own world, and strengthen your foundation. Just like Void Anchor, used to find the world and descend, there is also Void Curtain, used to cover the traces of fishing and dragging the world, and Void Warrior, is used to fish and drag the world. There are also many disadvantages. The anchor of the void can only be found in the vast void, according to the information designated by the gods, like looking for a needle in a haystack, it is extremely difficult to find the desired target. The void curtain can only cover up the huge movement of the world when it moves, but it cannot cover up small movements. Void fighters don't even have any combat power. If they come into contact with anything other than the void anchor, they may be damaged, and their service life is pitifully short. Therefore, the three of them are also jokingly called the three treasures of the common people by the forum. Of course, this is only the three treasures of civilians in the Blue Star civilization. But if it is placed in other civilizations, even if there is a civilization that dominates existence, it is likely to be treated as a civilization heritage. Inside the Blue Star civilization, there are high-level gods of different races, all of which have corresponding advanced three treasures, just like the Heavenly Scepter, Angel Wings, and Angel Warriors of the Angel race. It's just the Argonians of the high-level warfare species, and there are also Argonians. Compared with Void Warrior, it has more self-recovery ability, faster dragging speed, and can be upgraded by fusing dragon veins. As a goblin who has nothing, it is normal for the Argonlux who blackmailed him. So Zymenking had expected it long ago, and even rejoiced that Luodan didn't let him make a wrestler with materials at his own expense. A ray of golden light was accepted by Luodan, and there was the blueprint of Yalon Lux inside. If you have the ability, you can also modify it yourself. Of course, Shimen Ching didn't think that the god of goblins had this ability. This racial god known for being violent and powerful was even thinking, a goblin god who can only fight. Are you good at beating? Are you good at beating? You still have to talk about power and background when you come out to hang out. Don't you still want me to ask for the structure blueprint of Yalon Lux? With the intelligence of your goblin, I'm afraid you can barely make it. When you need to upgrade Yalon Lux in the future, can you understand? It's not about being easily handled by me. A reckless man who only knows how to fight. Thinking about it, Zymenking squeezed out a flattering smile, and went to refine the blood of the Star Core Dragon King in the body of the Wisdom Giant. And Luodan sat quietly on the cloud, watching the war below indifferently, feeling in his heart, as expected of a war angel, even if my goblins are all legendary professions, the casualty ratio is greater than yours. In the battlefield below, it usually takes 5 goblin trolls to fight against 3 war angels. Even with the blessing of the upgraded bonded wolves, they can barely gain the upper hand. And among the trolls who survived the constant fighting and didn't meet the advanced requirements to become goblin giant soldiers, a small part of the pores all over the body opened, and they began to absorb the blood, death, and war in the air, which was full of killing breath. And in Lordan's panel, the number of advanced goblin giants that meet the advanced requirements is also increasing at an extremely slow rate. Luodan couldn't help but be a little surprised by this discovery. Originally, I only knew that wisdom would limit the advancement of goblin trolls to become giant soldiers. It turns out that killing can lower the threshold. Let goblin trolls who lack intelligence barely reach the threshold of advancement. Of course, if you want to continue to advance, then wisdom should be indispensable. At this time, the war below has also ended.
The Goblin Legion cleaned up the battlefield, danced the battle dance, and began the original ritual chants. On the Dragon City in the distance, a large number of dragon masters looked at the battlefield with anxious, impatient, hatred, anticipation and other complicated eyes. At the same time, log prompts kept appearing in front of Luodan. Ask for a recommendation ticket, follow up, and give a reward. The little author bows and thanks. Thanks to the book friend, Yuhuchingsi, for the reward of 500 coins. T03 World Region, Planet TS0083, Angel Small, kill Murphys and destroy the War Angel Legion. This is war. Hathaway sat upright on the throne, her eyes were like stormy waves under a storm, with undercurrents surging, but, how dare you imprison the true spirit of Murphys? Amidst his anger, he also felt a little puzzled. I am the princess of the extreme Greek Empire, and the lord of the mythical angels. How dare he provoke me? And, I'm sure, he recognized my kindness and returned it. Hathaway was puzzled, but with his arrogance, he didn't bother to think about things that, in his opinion, were not on the same level as him. I really want to start a war, he whispered softly in his mouth, and the platinum chilling breath filled the entire holy palace. Take away everything you have. Hathaway also didn't realize that, without knowing it, his nature had been affected by the natural arrogance from the angel family. Slightly dazed, Hathaway's eyes showed a gleam of clarity, and there was a little fear in her eyes. No, why would I think such a horrible thing? However, this arrogant lordin must also accept his punishment. We can't let him hurt the true spirit of Murphys. Even if the angel race wants to have a genius of Murphy's level, it will take a lot of time to conceive. Add him first, and give him a chance to apologize. Hathaway suppressed her arrogance, but not completely. Presumably he will be frightened when he knows that I know his true identity. As long as he is still worried about his true identity being discovered, causing unwanted excessive attention and coveting, I'm not afraid that he won't submit obediently. Thinking about it, Hathaway couldn't help showing a smile on her beautiful and holy face. The chill in the holy palace faded, and joy filled. He couldn't wait any longer, and wanted to see this hateful lordin showing a frightened embarrassment. T07 World Region, Dragon World, on Dragon City. Looking at the battlefield outside, the Dragon Masters were afraid, excited, and nervous. They tacitly agreed that none of them spoke, but communicated silently with their thoughts. What are these demons doing? Why did they fight themselves? Never mind him, keep fighting. Yes, although we are powerless to fight back, I can't help being excited seeing more and more of them die. The fighting is about to end. Don't end it. Keep killing. Yeah, delay a little longer. It seems that the gods in the dark have answered their prayers. They saw that after the green-skinned demons wiped out the feathered demons, although they did not fight like the evil dragon army, they stayed where they were and did not march towards Dragon City. It seems that there is no sign of attacking Dragon City in a short time. They are left behind to confuse the demons and create a kind of abandoned son who is still defending the Dragon City and has no intention of escaping. Every spirit in their presence is voluntary. At this moment, the flames of hope were burning in the eyes of both pairs, and the elder Dragon Master even wept with joy. Great! It must be the will of the Mother World to help us in the dark. Hurry up, the Sky Rift Whales are about to open up a space channel and leave the Mother World with the fire. When they leave the Mother World, the time and space in the void are not as clear as in the world. Even the evil gods have nothing to do. The fire is not extinguished, and the spirit is not extinct. Suddenly, one of the Dragon Masters with white temples sighed melancholy. Hope, boys, can embrace the new world. Above the clouds, listening to the song of sacrificial sacrifice, Luodan kept showing Log reminders in front of his eyes. Log, there is a war between your Goblin Legion and the War Angel Legion. Log, you killed the 6th Order Star Angel Murphys. Log, you have imprisoned his true spirit, and if it is not destroyed, your drops will be reduced to a certain extent. Log, you have harvested the drops of Stellar Law 1. 3% and initial sequence 0. 3%. Log, you have harvested the special drop effect Fanatic Will. Log, the Goblin Legion under your command wiped out the War Angel Legion, and the 3rd tier Shadowhunter *75, the 4th tier Shadowhunter *3, the 3rd tier Goblin Troll *753, and the 4th tier Goblin were killed. Lin Yubaying *23.
Log, annihilating the mythical war angel * 873, this is a big victory. Log, you have harvested the drops of primitive divinity *2. 1%, sacred law *3. 2%, and war law 16. 7%. Log, you have harvested the drop curable special effects affinity to light elements, special effects charge, and special effects master of swordsmanship. Log, you have harvested the special drop effect Legion Battle Spirit. Log, you can consume faith points to combine the special effect Legion Spirit with the Fetter Wolf Pack. Log, you have gained plus 345 faith points. Log, you have a friendly negotiation with Shiman Chang. Log, you have obtained 100 faith points, Yalon Lux Construction Blueprint, Star Core Dragon King Blood *000. Legion Battle Spirit. Luodan nodded slightly, the drop of the battle spirit of the Legion, in his expectation, this is actually something similar to a fetter, which can enhance the combat power of the group. It is also a powerful means for the power of the group to fight against the mighty power of the individual. Otherwise, there would be no need to form a legion. Wouldn't it be nice to just pile up resources on individual geniuses and cultivate strong men who can kill everything? And in history, the god-killing actions of legendary-level legions against super-levels have not been without success. Even if it costs a lot, but if you succeed, you are successful. Luodan didn't choose to merge immediately, but looked at Shiman Cheng, who was a little sneaky, and walked towards him with a flattering smile on his face, frowned, and asked, "Has the blood of the Star Core Dragon King been extracted?" "It's been refined, it's been refined." Shiman Cheng quickly stretched out the dragon claw, revealing a drop of blood that was boiling like magma, locked tightly by the chains made of faith golden light. His eyes were full of greed. But the moment he saw Luodan, his greed faded away. He had the idea of tearing his face apart and stealing away this drop of Dragon King's blood, but if he took it away, would he be able to leave the fragments of this world? I'm afraid he will be crushed by Luodan in an instant. At that time, not only will the blood of the Dragon King be gone, but even the Dragonborn Legion will be gone. The moment Ximon King handed out the blood, there was a feeling of emptiness in her heart. He knows that this is because this drop of blood is indeed very important to him, so he instinctively feels this way. What a strong vitality! Luodan took the blood, feeling that it has been so many years, time and space, and it is still full of vitality. That Star Core Dragon King must be a throne. Not only is it called the Dragon King because of the super level, but it is also the existence of the king among the super level dragons. How could such an existing blood appear in the world of controlling dragons? Moreover, it's still fully active. Luodan raised his head and looked up at the sky, feeling a little doubt in his heart. If it is placed in the world of martial arts, a super level is enough to be reborn from a drop of blood. In the world of the gods, super levels are gods. Even if they die, as long as there are believers praying, they can still recover from the long river of time and space. Not to mention the throne in the super class. It is also possible to follow the cause and effect and find the existence related to oneself. As for this drop of blood, it was not until Luodan held it in his hand that he felt the surging vitality in this drop of blood that Dragon King is not dead. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Luodan didn't pay too much attention to it, and put away the drop of Dragon King's blood with his backhand. I don't intend to use it myself anyway. The dragon's veins are compatible with the road I'm going to prepare for the goblins, but they are dispensable. Wait until I auction it off. Who cares about the Dragon King or not? Do you still dare to go to the site where Blue Star's superorder exists to make trouble? Lorden smiled. When the Blue Star civilization encounters foreign enemies, the best and most righteous traditional art skill is shake people. Just like this group of newcomer god players. When binding superdimensional imprints and random worlds, they are all automatically assigned to unexplored T-world communities by superdimensional games, and are coveted by local civilizations. The Federation dispatched the Holy See unceremoniously, although the Federation definitely had the intention to take advantage of the situation and develop this new world community by the way the same. In the world communities where there are already a large number of Blue Star God players and are being explored and developed, there are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme strong local civilizations who are beaten to death by the Blue Star God players. Inside. The flattering smile on Shiman Ching's face suddenly became more intense. Brother Goblin, can I ask you something? Say. Then give me the contact information of your superdimensional imprint.
There is a rich woman god player whose believer race is the High Monarch race.
I want it. Zymenking said quickly, I promise not to look at your real identity.
This is a high-ranking monarch, Brother Goblin, just adding a friend, there is no loss to you, and there are many connections and multiple paths. It was only then that Luo Dan came to his senses, no wonder Shiman Ching acted sneaky just now.
At first, I thought Zymenking was defeated. Unexpectedly, this was only Tang Yimling's task.
Thinking of the little girl who has been working hard for her cousin, Luo Dan smiled lightly, no. Zymenking's eloquent words suddenly froze, and she was about to speak again when she heard, roll.
Damn green skins. Shiman Ching was in a hurry.
For this task, he was still ridiculed in the forum. He didn't expect this goblin god to be so merciless.
Let me go, huh? Wait for me to superorder, and see how I deal with you.
With these thoughts in mind, Shiman Ching squeezed out a smile and nodded repeatedly, alright, Brother Goblin.
I'm leaving right now. Luo Dan watched him leave without speaking.
In his eyes, Zymenking is a real villain, but he can be regarded as able to take it and let it go. Moreover, Luo Dan also had a premonition that this should not be the last time he dealt with Qing Shiman. Thinking of Zymenking attracting huge firepower to him, and also gifting him, faith points for free, as well as the construction blueprint of Yelon Lux, Luo Dan couldn't help but smile, grow well.
Otherwise, the next time you meet me, what will you give to redeem yourself? Then, the will moved slightly.
Luo Dan turned his gaze to Longcheng, heaved a sigh of relief, the space channel is about to be drilled by those hollow whales.
Sure enough, you have to hold a knife around your neck to know how to improve efficiency.
It's almost time to start acting, so let me do it, destroy your hopes.
Then, the oracle came down, start the siege. Remember to slow down, don't break through, above Dragon City, they're coming. Seeing the green army of demons marching slowly towards the Dragon City, the Dragon Masters showed sarcasm smiles, aren't they extremely fast? Why is it so slow now, is it to make us fear and tease us? Facing the Dragon Masters, the chief speaker roared loudly, soldiers, have you ever been afraid? Never. Have you ever flinched? Never. Have you ever regretted it? Never. Soldiers looking at the Dragon Masters whose eyes were full of fiery flames, the chief speaker's voice was deafening, follow me to the death. A flash of spiritual light flashed, and the elite Yuling and Yulong were released, with the determination to die, waiting for the battle. It's not a fight to the death, it's a fight to the death. In the center of Dragon City, a large area of buildings were completely cleared by violence. Only a large group of split whales with 30 or 40 heads were left behind, their heads stuck in the dark space passage, and their tails were still swinging wildly, trying to squeeze into the space passage. The daily life of the split whales is to open up temporary space passages in the void near the world of Yulong, and going back and forth between the world and the world should be commonplace for them, this is instinct. However, at this moment, there are a large number of lives in their bodies that are forbidden to go out. The world is encountering the invasion of evil gods, and the children raised by the world not only do not fight to the death for the world, but also want to escape with a large number of world treasures, which is naturally not allowed. The instincts of the Sky Ripper whales were firmly suppressed by the will of the dragon world. This makes it extremely difficult for them to escape. It was so difficult that the Sky Ripper whale wanted to give up, but was urged by the master to leave even if he burned his life. A young man with a strong red light and a faint dragon power from the mark of controlling the dragon on his forehead raised his head to look at the sky emitting a faint light. This is the virtual small world in the hollow whale. Through the sky, you can see the outside world. And the scene in the sky is exactly what happened outside, the dragon masters are fighting the greenskin demons desperately. Father is fighting with the heart of death. In this battle, whether you win or lose, you will definitely die. Around him, apart from the real Tianjiao boys and girls from all over the world, they are the descendants of the local dignitaries in Dragon City, as well as the dragon masters who are in the first echelon of strength. Even if they don't look at the projection above their heads, all the spirits can feel the fighting outside, which is too tragic to imagine.
Even if I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme my eyes, I dare not look any further. From the blood of the same origin, they can even vaguely feel that there are a large number of life breaths of the same blood, just like the ants eaten by anteaters. A large number are disappearing in a short period of time. Seeing this scene, the Tinders burst into tears. Except for a very few who were grateful, most of them had hatred and pain in their eyes, as well as a sliver of hope that was constantly increasing. A very long time passed in such a short time. Boom! 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 Finally, after an unknown amount of time, there was a dull sound, followed by a sense of weightlessness, a sudden sense of loss and weakness, and a lot of dull sounds sounded one after another escaped. We have hope. We have all entered the void. How could these evil gods still find us? Yes, no matter how powerful the evil god is, can he still chase him out of the world? That's right, the world of dragon control is not something he can come in and out of at will. The battlefield in the sky is rapidly disappearing, replaced by a pitch-black void, and a little bit of light that symbolizes other worlds. We're going to find a new world. Continue the spirit civilization. The boy stood up. He was the youngest son of the chief speaker, and also the most talented son. At the same time, he is also the generational leader in Tinder. He didn't cheer, just said word by word, then, include revenge as the ultimate mission of the spirit civilization. Next, he was going to arrange for the master of the split whale to find the course. He had a secret that even his father didn't tell ever since he was born. He has been able to feel that there is a wormhole leading him on the far side of time and space. He believes that if you follow your own feelings, you will be able to reach the new world. Then, revenge, laugh. At this moment, the sky split whale suddenly shook violently, and everyone in the small world couldn't stand upright. There is a change in the sky. All the spirits looked up, their eyes full of shock. I saw that in the space channel that was slowly shrinking because of the departure of the split whale, unexpectedly. Stretched out a pair of giant palms. Ask for a recommendation ticket and give a reward. Update 5K. Please follow up next Monday. This day's follow-up is related to a recommendation, which is very important for young authors, please. The little author bows and thanks. Thanks to the book friend, Violet Red Fox, for the reward of 100 coins. T-World Community, T01 Area, Tai Star, Supergiant Planet. The technology on this planet is extremely advanced, and it has even reached the point where it will trigger a horrible disaster beyond the Omnic crisis at any time. Maglev Everyday Technology, Holographic Projection, Virtual Layered World. But in Tai Star, besides the major consortiums that rule the world, the most outstanding ones are the joint investment of major consortiums' virtual game company. Virtual game companies can affect the laws of the city and the ranks of citizens. It can even be said that in a sense, the virtual game company is the federal government of the Tai civilization. In the city of Tai, there are a lot of robots controlled by artificial intelligence, performing high-efficiency low-intelligence intensive repetitive labor operations, and have completely replaced human labor. At this moment, there are countless humanoid creatures with huge heads, translucent skulls, slightly wriggling, faintly crystallized brains, and slender and white limbs. This is Tai, who has highly evolved spiritual power. Countless Tai people entered Tai Jiwon, opened the virtual game at the forefront, and after clicking on it, countless games appeared in front of them. And at the forefront, there is a newly developed game. A new game actually came out. And it's a super large team exploratory game. Yeah, it's been a long time since Virtual Game Company released a new super large game. That's right, I've always wanted to become a professional player and get a title. I feel that my strength is enough, but the old games are occupied by the big guilds and continue to be developed. It's hard for newcomers like us to stand out and get enough merit points. Yes, I remember that every time a new game is released, someone will win the title with meritorious deeds. This time it is a super large game, so isn't it possible for even high-level titles to appear? Yes, the level of the game is linked to the title in reality. I have been coveting the Sky Garden in the next city for a long time, but unfortunately at least the Viscount is eligible to buy it. Upstairs, it seems that you have no chance. Look carefully, the entry threshold for this game is Viscount level professional players, and even ordinary professional players cannot participate. Yes, I heard that this game will also add the scoring indicators of the Viscount League.
Damn it, what's the point of releasing this game? That's right, it's not open to amateur players, why put it on the homepage? Mother gave birth. I remember the last time the Modon Group spent 1,000 billion credits to place an advertisement on the homepage. Although we don't have access qualifications, we can register. If the registration is successful, we can join as a Legion player, but we must obey the command of the Viscount in everything we do. Players advocate freedom and never accept orders. There is meritorious service. Oh, where is the registration entrance? I didn't see it when I clicked on the game. Dad upstairs will give me an indicator. Looking at the forums that swiped the screen, several Baron-level professional players were gearing up and joking with each other. That person pretends to understand. How can the Legion be so easy to join? Even our Baron class has to compete in order to participate in this game, and it is possible to join the Legion as a member, let alone these amateur players. Common citizen amateur player, Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Grand Duke, Prince, Great Emperor become an Emperor-level player. This is the ultimate dream of every Tai. Don't think about it, as long as you become a Prince-level player, you can get a lot of shares in the consortium, let alone a few great emperors in our entire Tai. Yes, these are too far away and have nothing to do with us. Speaking of it, I think of the rumors that have become popular again recently. You mean that only the professional players at the Viscount level can barely get in touch with the real rumors of this world? Yes, this is it. What's the matter? Who doesn't know that the virtual game world is not that simple? So what, let's climb up slowly, and one day you will become a Prince-level professional player, even those financial groups will support you. I heard that the opening of this new game is related to the changes in outer space some time ago. The virtual game company explained that it was a space military exercise. There are also experts who say that this is a collective illusion. I can't remember what a long list of professional terms it is called. Some experts say it's a herd mentality, and some say it's a natural phenomenon of TXing, which is normal. It's a good story, but I don't believe it. This super large game seems to open countless planetary sandboxes at the same time. The AI builds enemies in us to compete for the dominance of the planet. The algorithm space given by the AI this time is said to be unprecedented. Yes, let's not talk about it. I will continue to play the Balrog game, and if I save a little more, I will be able to save enough to replace my high-intelligence armed robot with a Viscount-level engine, and the combat effectiveness will still be improved by a certain stage. Engine upgrade, can you react and control it? A few people chatted for a while, and then went on to play their respective games. Unbeknownst to them, their spiritual power is slowly growing while playing the game without knowing it. And their so-called manipulating robots in the game, or killing monsters with mechanical devices to gain merit, also happened in countless distant spaces, on one planet after another. Taiwan Star, on a khaki satellite in the periphery, in a vacuum, the three figures were sitting on the ground without protection, talking casually. Humiliation? Was beaten to the door of the lair. Fortunately, with the protection of Tai's quantum light, no matter how strong the high-level master-level life body is, it is extremely difficult to truly successfully invade. It's true that one of him is not enough, but what if he calls on other masters? That's right, the High Master cannot exist alone. I'm contacting the Eternal Holy Spring to rule the civilization. It's too far away, and the spacetime signal has not been successfully connected. When you get in touch, ask carefully what kind of world is behind that existence. In any case, judging from what is known now, it is already an existence that we cannot resist. What about their so-called sequence plan? Use us as a whetstone? It is absolutely impossible to surrender without a fight. If you can't beat it, you still have to fight. This is our world community, and you must not give up. Is it okay to become an affiliated civilization? No. Okay, let's start weakening these little soldiers first. It's time to open up a batch of resources again to help some qualified players become Viscount-level professional players. Players above the Earl should also get ready to move. The consortium does not take care of them for nothing. It's a pity that becoming a master doesn't depend on resources. But why do they have so many master-level existences?
There was a hint of imperceptible fear in the last voice. T07 World Region, Dragon World, outside the Space Channel, all the surviving Tinder looked at the pair of hands that should have never appeared again with horrified eyes. The evil god of the green-skinned demon, why did his hand appear here? Could it be that Dragon City has completely fallen in a short period of time? Impossible. Dragon City's defense line was built by the strongest of our spirit family. Even if the evil god personally comes out, it is impossible to break through in a short period of time. This is in front of you. The Tinders stared blankly at the scene in front of them. The despair and hope in their hearts were constantly confronting each other. This is void. Even if it is an evil god, it is impossible to go back and forth at will. That's right, spirit masters living in the void like the Sky Rift Whale can't do it, let alone the Cthulhu. Right, that is it. The Tinders stared at the ever-shrinking hands, full of hope in their hearts. Shut it up. It's best to cut off the hands of that evil god. Quick! Quick! In fact, the sage's plan was not wrong. In the void, there are turbulent currents and random space cracks everywhere. Even the evil gods wandering in the void must follow a safe phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme, otherwise their lives will be in danger. Therefore, in their vision, when the fire seeds escaped from the world and entered the void, even the most bloodthirsty dragonborn evil god would stop chasing and killing them. Moreover, space passages cannot be opened at will. The closure after opening up is even more unstoppable. But what they didn't expect was that because of the limited special effect, killing machine, Luodan set these fires as his killing targets, and he was not afraid of running away at all. And he and the angel race even have the magic of void curtain and angel wings to dispel the turbulent flow of the void. Therefore, in the eyes of the spirit race, the void, the only hope of escape, is like walking on flat ground in the eyes of the gods. This has led to the present situation. Click. Amidst the excitement, a crackling sound caused the Tinders to fall into an ice cave, and the despair in their eyes spread wildly in an instant, and there appeared above the sky those giant palms erupted suddenly after a brief wrestling, tearing up the barriers of the world in an instant, and the space channel instantly became twice as big as before. What appeared behind the space passage was the face of the evil god that made them terrified. Jia. Looking at the terrified group of split whales, Luodan really couldn't hold back, and let out two strange laughs. Immediately afterwards, he poked his head out and stretched out his palm. It's like catching small fish in a pond, heading towards the group of split whales and catching them. 1, 2. Luodan didn't have the slightest awareness that he should move slowly as a colossus. His hands were as fast as lightning, and he caught 28 sky-splitting whales in an instant. There are still a few fish that slipped through the net. Luodan looked at the 4 sky-splitting whales that were fleeing wildly, but did not continue to shoot. On the one hand, it has already run far away, it is difficult to catch it back, and it is not very cost-effective to take a little risk. On the other hand, he could vaguely feel the inside of one of the 4 sky-splitting whales, which seemed to have an echoing connection with the blood of the Star-Core Dragon King in his hand. Moreover, letting this man go seems to do him no harm. This is a hint from the recent burst of lucky value, then. Luodan smiled slightly and waved his hands, as if saying goodbye to a friend who was traveling far away. Good luck. And his actions, in the eyes of the living spirits below, are as terrifying as the devil in the endless purgatory. These people. Luodan frowned as he looked at the spirit dragon masters who were still alive below, even though these traitors greatly reduced the sacrifices of the Goblin Legion. One of the adopted sons of the chief speaker of the spirit race also stabbed the chief speaker in the back, trying to please Lorden. But he doesn't like traitors. Leave it to Yi Chen. Lorden waved his hand lightly and lowered the oracle, destroy its history books, fabricate history, and massacre those with aspirations accustom their offspring to be ruled. As ordered. The voices of the Goblin Army and the Dragon Army were deafening. At this moment, the War Angel Legion was completely wiped out. Shiman Qing left the world of Yulong with the Yalon Legion and the Dragonborn Legion, and the space channel was completely destroyed. The living forces of the spirit race's vigorous resistance were basically wiped out. This world belongs to Luodan. Even Luodan conquered a world for the first time in reality, which gave him a faint sense of accomplishment. At the same time, more is a crisis. Yes, in the world of controlling dragons, he is a successful conqueror. If you are satisfied with your current strength, you can be regarded as a strong player among newcomer god players. Then one day, there will be another existence standing in his world, like him now, becoming a successful conqueror. After the goblin army and Yichen led the dragon army to act, Luodan issued a new oracle to Mai: go find a suitable dragon beast, and arrange for the spirits to build the main structure of the Yalon Lux. Your own Lux is not a life, it is something similar to the construction of golems in the magical world, and mortals can also participate in the collection of materials and body assembly. You only need Lorden to complete the last step, and use faith points to give spirituality. The next step is to wait until Yalon Lux is finished, then he can drag the dragon world, and bring it back to his own dust world under the cover of the void curtain. Integrate and upgrade your own world. It wasn't until the world was merged and upgraded, it was considered preliminary, and it temporarily solved his urgent need. The world is small and resources are too scarce. The goblins were trapped in the series and couldn't go up, and they didn't dare to go up. The next step is to solve the wisdom and civilization. Otherwise, he will only be trapped at the bottom forever. Before this, Luodan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked towards the sky. There is one more thing that must be done. He stretched out his hand and gently grasped it towards the sky. In the next moment, large clouds gathered instantly. A beautiful girl with small dragon horns on her head, slightly dull eyes, wearing a hollow battle armor, with some faint-colored dragon scales on her exposed skin, appeared in the midair, facing Luodan. Bow slightly. The will to control the world of dragons. This girl is the concrete embodiment of the world will of the dragon world. However, because the dragon control world is still in the process of psychic upgrading, it has not yet reached the point where the will of the world can give birth to self-awareness. Even if it is used as a flannel ball, there will be no resistance. Luodan called it out, not simply to refine it into the origin of the world, or to use it as a flannel ball. Rather, it has a greater use. He wants to see whether the will of this fragment of the world, which has a long history, is qualified to become Vice Prince of the Kingdom of Heaven. 2 in 1 chapter, please recommend a ticket, give a reward. Ask for a follow-up reading next Monday. This day's follow-up reading is related to a recommendation, which is very important for young authors, please. The little author bows and thanks. Thanks to the book friend, Xian Yuan Longya, for the reward of 1,500 coins. It's the first time Mingxin has received a big reward, so excited. Thanks to the book friend, Hey is mine, for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks to the book friend, 202205040734032229, for the reward of 100 coins. T07 World Region, Dragon World, Luodan parted a sliver of will, and it landed on the beautiful girl, checking whether she had the qualifications to become the Vice King of the Kingdom of Heaven. Of course, he knew in his heart that hope was a little slim. After a while, the inspection result came out, as he expected, because the true spirit is too incomplete. Even at the critical moment of psychic upgrade, his aptitude can only be regarded as above average. Not bad, enough for me at this stage. Luodan shook his head slightly. He knew clearly. Even with the lucky blessings brought by treasures of the world's treasure level, it is impossible for him to obtain the will seed that can become the deputy king of the Kingdom of Heaven. What's more, he doesn't even have a secret place now, so let's talk about the Kingdom of Heaven. It is said that he is the so-called Vice Prince of the Kingdom of Heaven, but he is actually a secretary in essence. Assist the gods to run the whole world, and make detailed adjustments all the time. Even if time speeds up, they will spend a long time together doing complex and detailed work. And guard the world when the gods leave the world. The prerequisite for doing this is to have a secret realm and a will seed. And the world will to control the dragon in front of him is the will seed that Luodan found. Even if there is no secret realm, you can help him at this stage, and roughly manage the operation of the world under the rules he made. The seeds of will that are above average in aptitude can only be used by giant spirit-level gods. What's more, even the vast majority of giant spirits, even the giant spirits that are only one step away from superorder, may not be able to have secret realms. They also use the seeds of will to roughly assist in the management of the world. Looking at the girl with her head slightly bowed in front of her, Luodan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his next move might be a little dangerous. Looking at the dragon city below, Luodan grabbed the girl, tore open the crack in space, and came to a place thousands of miles away without any life.
Yi Chen.
Luo Dan called out the believer's real name from the bottom of his heart. The next moment, a large amount of luck belonging to Yi Chen was temporarily borrowed by him. These huge fortunes wrapped him up and disguised him, as if he was the protagonist of the dragon world.
Luo Dan is trying to communicate in reverse through the breath of the caretaker of the will of the world, and even enslave the will of the world to control the dragon. He wants to put his own brand on the will of the world of controlling the dragon, and make the will of the world of controlling the dragon change into his own shape. Only in this way can he safely let the will of Yulong world manage his own world. And until now, feeling the aura of intimacy, the godless purple eyes of the beautiful girl transformed by the will of the world of dragon control have a slight spiritual fluctuation. Communication, let's start. Luo Dan just randomly found a cloud to sit on.
But in the process of him gradually communicating with the will of the world of controlling dragons, great changes have taken place in the world of controlling dragons. Looking at the world from the void, you will find that the huge clouds above this azure blue world of controlling dragons are moving and rotating rapidly, with Luo Dan as the absolute center, forming a huge whirlpool of white clouds. Scenes of magnificent scenes were shown in front of Luo Dan like a horse watching flowers, the massive gathering of void dust, the gestation of the core of the dragon world, and the gradual completion of the incomplete true spirit. The life elements in the void entered the world of Yulong, and bred single-cell, multi-cell, and even creatures in the primitive chaotic environment. In front of Luodan's eyes, there seemed to be trillions of years of growth in the world of controlling dragons from its birth to the present. Until, the giant beast with wisdom was born, then a terrifying upright ape that could contract the giant beast, and now the spirit race. Then, a figure exuding golden light and shadow appeared in front of Luo Dan. The lower body of this figure was a skirt with twisted tentacles and animal-shaped limbs. There is an aura of not getting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to strangers. This is the natural manifestation of the collective will of the world of controlling dragons before the psychic upgrade has begun. After the psychic upgrade, the human characteristics of the spirit race overwhelmingly defeated the beast characteristics of the giant beast race. The will of the world to control the dragon has the current image of a beautiful girl. At this moment, the will of Yulong world is constantly emitting doubtful will fluctuations. It stands to reason that he does not have any self-will yet, but now self-will has begun to sprout. And the breath of life in front of him was extremely strange, with a sense of hatred but kind contradiction, making it hesitate, the will of the world of dragon control.
The caretaker? My patron?
But what's your breath?
@ #@?
The girl's intermittent will fluctuations suddenly got stuck, and then as if she really woke up, the will fluctuations instantly became indifferent, with strong hostility, intruder.
You are not my patron, you are an extraterrestrial demon. Evil god. Seeing the reaction of dragon control world's will, Luo Dan was not surprised at all.
Although the will of Yulong world is not a real will, it is a more powerful existence far surpassing supercomputers. And now it is even more because of the strong stimulation caused by his huge entry that there is a sprout of self-will for a short time. It is normal to be able to recognize the disguise he made with Yi Chen's luck in just a few seconds.
Have you found it?
Luo Dan showed a cruel smile. The wild will of the world is the natural prey for the gods.
Anyway, I'm already in.
Then solve it quickly. The faith points in Luodan's body instantly seemed to pour into a bottomless pit, and he began to consume it like he couldn't stop. 1,000 points, 2,000 points, 8,000 points, 10,000 points, 30,000 points, 100,000 points. Fortunately, this time he gained a lot of faith points, plus the previous faith points. Even after tearing open the space channel to catch the hollow whale, he still has the power to brand the will of the dragon world. After Luo Dan output as many as 13 points of almost omnipotent belief points regardless of waste, he suppressed the will of the dragon world who was trying to go berserk for a while, and couldn't move. Luo Dan seized the opportunity, and instantly cast a white golden light spot on the will of the dragon world. Immediately afterwards, the light spots continued to spread, just like pollution, and the platinum brilliance continued to spread on the will of Yulong world.
Moreover, it is constantly changing its form.
A moment later, the will of Yulong world exudes a platinum luster from beginning to end.
Soon, the color fades.
She still looks like the beautiful girl she was before, but her eyes have changed from purple to golden, and there is a platinum mark between her brows. His whole body is already full of Luo Dan's breath. From now on, if Luo Dan does not die, it will always be controlled by Luo Dan. Looking at the world will to control the dragon with a low eyebrow and pleasing eyes in front of him, Luo Dan smiled slightly and said, "From now on, I'll call you Kanna." The platinum imprint on the center of Shenna's eyebrows flickered lightly, and the budding self will began to grow vigorously, and there was a wave of will. "Kanna, I have met Father God." "Very well, prepare the origin of the dragon world you bred, and wait for the world to merge into the new world." Luo Dan's tone was indifferent. The origin of the world of controlling the dragon is the treasure that the will of the world of controlling the dragon can only slowly condense through a lot of time. Losing the origin of the world of controlling the dragon will make the will of the world of controlling the dragon very weak, and even slow down its development. But what does that matter? The world of Yulon will be annexed, and Shenai will become his steward secretary. What's the use of keeping the original world? Why not dedicate it to the new world and help it grow faster? As ordered. Shenai was still respectful, even if it was an order that would cause him great harm. He did not hesitate at all. Very well, there shouldn't be any problem with the branding this time. Luo Dan waved his hand to let Shenna go down, thinking in his heart, after all, it is the will of the world. Even the imprint cannot be guaranteed to be infallible. It still needs to be checked every once in a while. Luo Dan just conducted a simple obedience test, and Shenai did not have the slightest other reaction, which made him very satisfied. It was the first time to make a servant of will, and it went so smoothly. Let's go back. Luo Dan waved his hand lightly, Shenai bowed slightly, and then returned to the world, continuing to maintain the operation of the dragon world. The will of the world was lost and returned, as if nothing had changed. But all the beings in the world of controlling dragons felt a sense of bewilderment at the same time. They seemed to feel that they were missing something. Lorden straightened up and looked around. In his eyes, the world of controlling the dragon at this moment has lost most of its secrets, just like the dust world in his eyes. Your own Lux is already in production. The spirit race seems to be still trying to form a dragon worship, and wants to restore the orthodoxy of the spirits. It's interesting. Yichen is also breaking through the barriers between various city-states, and wants to establish a unified spiritual kingdom and stabilize his hero personality. Well, yes, after he stabilizes, he can be sent to planet Homo sapiens to investigate the situation first. Luo Dan watched with satisfaction everything that happened in the world of controlling the dragon. The log has not yet started to pop up the prompt. It should wait until the Yalon Lux is finished. The world of controlling the dragon is fished back to the world of dust, and the prompt will not start until the fusion is completed. But it doesn't hurt. Oh, right. Just when Luo Dan thought that he was fine and could take a rest, he suddenly remembered something and quickly opened the superdimensional imprint. The auction is about to start. I haven't hung the blood of the Star Core Dragon King yet. It wasn't until this moment that Luo Dan saw that he had already had several unread notifications, and clicked on each one. Log, player Hathaway, Angel, sent you a friend invitation. Hathaway add me as a friend? Luo Dan shook his head slightly. There was some amusement in his eyes. With his authority, he must have known that the god of goblins is me. This is also expected. Luo Dan has never thought of people in the world as fools, and most of the T-World area are newcomers. Lorden and Vest are both strongly related and distinctive races like the goblins. In fact, the probability of exposure is not small. And he didn't intend to hide it for too long. He just needed to get through his current period of extreme weakness, didn't disclose my identity information, but chose to add me as a friend for private negotiations? He analyzes in his mind. On the one hand, it may be disdain to do low-end behaviors such as leaking identity information. On the other hand is arrogance and doesn't think I dare to play any tricks. Then let him hang out first. Lorden continued to row down. Log, Human Federation Blue Star Guard Department. Dear player, hello. According to your real location Joe City, there is a level 4 space crack in your area. The danger is extremely low, and a low risk is issued to you. Alarm. Log, Human Federation Blue Star Guard Department. Hello, respected player. According to your real location Joe City, the level 4 space crack that appeared in your area has been closed, and the overflow monster has been resolved. Log, Human Federation Blue Star Guard Department. Hello, respected player. In view of your authority level, the Zhou City Guard Department invites you to participate in the next large-scale spacecraft defense battle with a 78.3% probability. Seeing this, Luo Dan frowned suddenly. Didn't there be a spacecraft just once? It's only been a few days, and it appeared again? Why so? Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme. Although he missed the spacecraft crisis, he didn't care. This is a common occurrence among God players. However, this large-scale spacecraft that may appear soon. Thinking of this, Lorden suddenly felt a headache. Although it is said that after becoming a God player, there is no need to return to Blue Star, even if Blue Star is blown up by someone, as long as his world is fine, then he can sit back and relax. But, on the one hand, there was his family there. On the other hand, for some reason, the top echelons of the Federation, the rulers who truly wield strength and power, place particular emphasis on the existence of Blue Star. Not only is it not allowed to be destroyed, but it is also trying its best to help Blue Star become stronger. So much so that in the case of regional autonomy and city semi-autonomy, even if the gods and players are based in various world communities far away from time and space, they will still try their best to defend the city. Once the city falls, all benefits or plans will face the embarrassing situation of cancelling %% to %. For example, this time the sequence plan of the T-World community. If the city where Luodan is located is a lost city, occupied by monsters brought by spacecrafts. As long as he hasn't been recovered, then he has nothing to do with the sequence plan. Even if he can beat the first sequence of the sequence plan, it's useless. And this policy is not the first time it has been protested, and some people have suggested that with the current level of civilization of Blue Star, it is completely possible to build a super city to accommodate everyone. But the attitude of the masters is extremely tough. First, they must guard their respective cities, and relocation is not allowed. Second, the city faces punishment for losing its defense and loses benefits unless it finds a way to regain it. No one knows why except Juggernaut. Even for ultra-level players, all they need to do is execute. There must be a huge secret in it. Luodan frowned, his eyes full of helplessness. But what does that have to do with me? Large. Even if it's just a level 2 spacecraft, individual ultra-level figures may appear. At the level of Zhou Chang. I can't help it, I have to fight hard. At this stage, Lorden still needs the policy support of the federal government to grow rapidly, and he still cannot give up Blue Star without any desire or demand, and manage his own 1-acre 3-point land with peace of mind. After casually replying to a participation, continue to swipe down, which is the last one. Log, dear, Star Citizen, the auction you reserved is about to start, please get ready to participate. Every time something big happens, the auction reflects something. Luodan took out the blood of the Star Core Dragon King, uploaded the rubbing information to the superdimensional imprint, added his own lot, set the auction conditions, and waited quietly for the auction to start. I hope that spacecrafts will appear frequently this time, not globally. In this case, the security department may invite a few more helpers. Furthermore, after Shiman Qing left, she seemed to remain stubborn, and began to get frightened in the T-Forum again, and wanted to enter the auction under the leadership of the elders of the family. Then my drop of Dragon King's blood. A strange smile appeared on Luodan's face, and he entered the auction under the prompt of the superdimensional mark. 2-in-1 chapter, please recommend a ticket, give a reward. Please phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the next chapter. The follow-up of this chapter is related to a recommendation, which is very important for young authors, please. The little author bows and thanks. Thanks to the book friend, Jingzhou sweeping 10,000 mountains, for the reward of 500 coins. Thank you book friend, Zhang Feigui, for the reward of 100 coins. There are also 100 book coins rewarded by QQ Reading Book Friends, New Year Cake ED. T07 World Region, Dragon World, all Dragon Worship members, be decisive. Yi Chen has a grim face. After a long battle, he is no longer the sunny and cheerful boy who was full of hope in his heart. Instead, while bearing the insults of the spirit race, being nailed to the pillar of shame in history, while cleaning the spirit race over and over again, history? If I destroy history, who will know the truth of all this? I will also be the king of spirits in glory. That is the hero who saved the spirit race in the prophecy. Inexplicably, Yi Chen recalled the widely circulated prophecy in his heart. On that day, blood and fire fell here.
There is evil and folly, and there is holiness and the Lamb.
The world will be in flames of war, and all spirits will not be able to escape. The hero will come out of betrayal, into the darkness, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the spirits to a new era. There was an indifferent smile on the corner of his mouth. Get out of the betrayal, walk into the darkness, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the spirit race to a new era.
Isn't that me?
The spirit race started the fire plan to betray the mother world, and I am doing justice for the heavens. Besides, according to the past development speed, even if there is no divine lord, there will be other gods, and they will be destroyed sooner or later.
Then why not throw yourself into the arms of the God Lord and enter a new era?
Yi Chen could sense that the favor of the world in his body had not only not become weak, but had become more intense under the crazy cleansing and massacre of these days. It's not far away from my personality and truly becoming a hero.
Maybe it can be faster.
Become a hero, and then solve problems for the great God Lord. At this point, Yi Chen's eyes flashed cruelty, and he spoke lightly to the commander beside him, giving orders. Pass my order, all members of the dragon worship cult will be punished.
Harborers, ransack the house and destroy the family. Whoever knows and does not report will be beheaded.
He knew that this would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to a large number of unjust, false, and wrongly decided cases, and there would definitely be spirits who would use the guise to avenge themselves. So he continued, the executor needs to send it to the heart questioning officer for a heart questioning test, but those who fail will be killed. Those who have passed the interrogation but have serious suspicions will be sent to the Protoss for interrogation.
If the interrogation fails, the officer who asks the heart will also be executed.
This is an extraordinary world. Such a simple operation can prevent loopholes to the greatest extent, and, in troubled times, use heavy codes.
The time God has left for me is running out.
I want to establish a dynasty of spirits as soon as possible, otherwise there may not be a chance after the world merges. It is very likely that the spirit people will be scattered around the world and become second-class citizens. At that time, the spirit race will really lose their future. This is also a test given to me by the Lord God. Yi Chen's eyes are full of piety. I want to pass the test and become the king of the spirit people, so that I can better phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the spirit people to glory. It may be absurd to say it, but in his heart, he does not think that he is a racial traitor or a traitor.
Instead, I really think that I am leading the spirit race to a new era and a more powerful road. T-Forum, the monthly auction is about to start. What's wrong? Does it have anything to do with you?
It's okay, but I'm not happy to think that Qing Shiman can go to participate in the auction.
Being hanged and beaten by a goblin god is still so crazy.
Other family elders, there is a super level, and you have the ability to have one.
Yeah, the failure is only temporary.
He is the god of Yalong people, a high-level war species, coupled with the support of the family, and his own talent, there is still a great chance of becoming a superorder in the future.
Yeah, no matter how powerful the goblin god is, can he become super level? It's hard even for giant spirits. The god of goblins was lucky this time, and he veiled Qing Shiman, but is there a next time? This time may be the pinnacle moment of his life.
Tell me a joke, maybe in the future I will be proud of I once beat up the young Zyman King. Hey, the level restriction of the race is the shackles. There are quite a few people who break the shackles, but they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme end up breaking it once, just like the Yalong people advance to the low-level monarchs in the Tianlongren, and it ends once. There are also kobolds who are lucky enough to be able to advance to low-level war species dragonborn kobolds.
Although this is the final form, that's enough.
Yes, the lowest superorder, that is also a superorder. Fortunately, there is no possibility for goblins to advance, and it does not exist in the history of superdimensional games. Otherwise, it is not certain who he and Zyman King are joking about.
If it can be advanced, it will make history. Unfortunately, it's impossible.
By the way, Shiman Qing said earlier that he asked his elders to take him there because he heard that there were items related to dragon veins in this auction.
He doesn't want to advance to the heavenly dragon, does he? TSK, if the advancement is successful, just wait for the day when Zymenking uploads the projection of the Tool Goblin God himself. This guy still has a lot of revenge. Blue Star, 2nd District, water floods the city, 2nd Ant, are you sure you can bring me into the auction? I don't want to be called bragging. Zymenking's original appearance was pretty good, with oily hair and pink face, not at all ferocious and tyrannical as when he was the Yalon God. At this moment, he is shaking the arm of a fat woman with a red heart knot on her neck, with a flattering look. 2nd Ant, let me tell you, I'm really ashamed this time. Being an old thing that didn't know when it entered the super-dimensional game and took off the development of the goblins. I can't wait for advanced super level. I'm going to directly upgrade the race to Tianlongren, and then go and crush him for revenge. It's a pity, if it wasn't for your super rank Piggy Dragon King to go dormant, or you can use his blood directly. She said so on the lips, but Shiman Ching had a little disdain in her heart. He didn't like the blood of the Dragon King Piggy, which can be said to be the bottom of the super rank, but saying that would definitely anger the 2nd Ant Pan Lian, so he changed his reason. The most important thing is that the 2nd Ant's Zupalongwang and Zupalong civilization have been trapped at the pass for a long time without any breakthrough. Now it seems that he has given up the idea of continuing to ascend, and has begun to concentrate on cultivating offspring, and Shiman Ching is the one with the best qualifications and the most preferential treatment. Therefore, he has the confidence to make demands willfully. Good Pan Lian's plump face showed a doting smile, but her eyes revealed an inexplicable luster, and the concentric knot on her neckline was also exuding fluctuations that Qing Shiman could not detect all the time. Don't worry, the 2nd Ant explored a relic last time, and gained a lot of merit in contributions. She raised her authority level to a 2-star fighter and can bring 3 direct descendants to participate in the auction. There are quite a few juniors in our family, but 2nd Ant brought you one. That's good. This time, I must get the treasure that can help me upgrade to the bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon. Ching, don't worry, even if 2nd Ant goes bankrupt, she will definitely help you get the treasure. Hearing 2nd Ant calling her nickname, Zymenking immediately felt a warm feeling in her heart, and ignored the sudden and fleeting uncomfortable feeling just now. God of Goblins? With the help of my 2nd Ant, I still don't like the blood of the Star Core Dragon King. What Star Core Dragon King? Even transforming a small world fragment is so difficult, I'm afraid it's not a powerful superorder. The Dragon Vein treasures that I will take casually at that time will be better than you. That's it, God of Goblins, you still treat it as a treasure. Rubbish. Even if you give it to me, I don't want it. Ultra-dimensional auction venue, it's not just a screen, all the auction items appear on the screen, and all the people participating in the auction face the screen. It is a created virtual world, and everyone will enter it as a god, just like participating in a real auction. And here, although it is impossible to hide the face, but no one can view other people's information magic. Lorden participated in the auction for the first time, and followed the instructions and sat in the randomly assigned position. He felt the horrible abyss-like aura beside him, and there was no trembling or inferiority in his heart, but was full of infinite yearning. Soon, several majestic auras followed rapidly, descending on the venue with a bang, and the oppressive entire auction venue was silenced and suffocated for a while. Is this the throne? Even with the presence of heavy equipment and killing machine, it still took Luodan a few breaths of time to recover from the oppression of this fleeting breath. As expected of my believer, civilization is a level 1 civilization, colonizing almost half of the world's community. Luodan felt emotional in his heart, looking at the panic around him. It should be the first time the god players participated in the auction. The old players are all old gods, watching the jokes. Although their instincts are also causing them fear, that is like a killing machine, Luodan instantly scanned all the movements around him, and this also allowed others besides him to see an old acquaintance, Miss Shiman. He did come. Is the one next to him his elder? When Luodan saw the fat woman beside Zymenking, his pupils shrank suddenly, his heart was full of doubts. I remember Qing Shiman once said that his elders have no hope of a higher level because of the race level of the believers, and they are wholeheartedly leading the younger generation. But this god, I can feel his ambition, and he is not content with ordinary people. Shaking his head, Luodan no longer thought about these things that had nothing to do with him.
because the throne was in place, and the auction began soon. A large number of high-grade lots flowed by like a horse on a horse, which made Luo Dan, who was already a little satisfied with his bag slightly bulging, feel ashamed. The first lot, the high-level super-level puppet produced by the weird civilization. Its combat power is comparable to that of a high-level super-level, and it has the ability to enter the strange plane. It is a natural super assassin. Record of starting price, 10 units of world origin. 1 unit of world origin is 1 points of world origin. 1 point is the origin of the world, which requires a small planet to be bred for 100 years, or a medium-sized planet to be bred for 10 years, and a large planet to be bred for 1 year. The starting price is the origin of the world that can only be accumulated by a large planet in 1 years. However, the bidding below is constantly refreshing like running water. 11 units. 11, 5 units. 11, 6 units. Poor. 12 units. 13 units. 21 units. In the end, it was sold at the price of 21 units of the world origin, which is the accumulation of 1,000 years of a large planet, or the accumulation of 210 million years of a small planet. Water monkey's resentment. Rules are the world's most important tool. After use, it can make a large number of water monkeys hallucinate in a world, and can confuse the will of the world in a short period of time. Level is not limited. The transaction price is 17 units of the world's origin. Environmental protection slogan. Rules are world treasures. After use, they can reduce the wealth growth of the target world and intensify faction divisions within the world. It is suitable to reduce the will to resist before the official invasion and increase the world's spies. Upper limit for medium-sized planets' worlds. The transaction price is 1. 3 units. The origin of the world. Fox Cry. Rule is a world treasure, incomplete. After use, it can increase the success rate of hero manufacturing. The transaction price is 3. 78 units. The origin of the world. After the immortal fight, the huge or terrifying aura disappeared. The atmosphere in the auction venue suddenly relaxed countless times, and the next is the home field of the 2-star citizens and 3-star fighters. The first lot, efficient reproductive potion formula, a reproductive potion suitable for T-world communities, with good effects and not low side effects, including the idea of formula construction. Restriction, trading scope T-world community. Starting price, 10 faith crystals. His own lot was in the first place. Luo Dan was slightly taken aback, and was immediately pleasantly surprised. Being in the first place, there is always a certain probability that he can be auctioned for a high price that exceeds its own value. He watched it expectantly, and there were voices of discussion in 2s and 3s in his ears. Isn't this the high-efficiency reproduction potion sold by the profiteer in the T forum? Yes, I remember that he made a lot of money through the hostility of the native civilization and the sequence plan. Then why did you sell the formula? It may be that the world is not big, and all the resources have been collected. If you want to wait to produce another batch, the first round of the sequence plan may be over by then. That's right, the formula building idea is also sold, and now you can buy some faith points for a while. Try it. Soon, people began to shout prices. 11 faith crystals. 11. 13. 16. 20. Seeing the soaring auction price, even Luo Dan was a little excited. Originally, in his thinking, it would be very profitable to sell faith crystals, but he didn't expect that the number would reach in a short time. Soon, the bidding ends. 23 once, twice, and 3 times. Transaction price, 23 faith crystals. Looking at the large number of faith crystals waiting to be extracted appearing on his superdimensional imprint, Luo Dan felt at ease. With this large amount of faith points, he can transform his world and enhance his foundation even better. Continue to look down, waiting for the auction of Star Core Dragon King's Blood. He is also looking forward to it. Because it is not directly sold as a belief point, that would be too bad. Throne level blood is a rare treasure. He was going to barter in exchange for the treasures he needed very much right now, and he already had an idea in his mind. On the other side, Shiman Qing was also anxiously waiting for his suitable lot. Just now, he couldn't match the lot among the big shots, and now it's finally his turn. But one item after another quickly passed by, and the auction was coming to an end, and he hadn't seen any suitable treasures for him yet.
Qing Shiman became anxious immediately. Second aunt, didn't you say that there is a dragon vein treasure suitable for me this time?
Where's the treasure? Displeasure flashed in Pan Lian's eyes after being yelled at, and there was also a strange satisfaction. Her face was still full of pampering. Qing, don't worry, hurry up. The next moment, a magma-like luster appeared, exuding a strong aura. Pan Lian chuckled, look, isn't it here?
Shiman Qing looked up and was stunned. Ask for a recommendation ticket, follow up, and give a reward. The little author bows and thanks. The transitional chapter will end soon, and the next journey will begin.
Auction venue, lot, Star Core Dragon King's blood, throne, introduction, a drop of the blood of a throne-level Dragon King with strong activity. Whether this Dragon King survived is still doubtful. For some reason, only a very small part was consumed, and the law power in it was well preserved.
Restriction, T-World Community. Starting, mythical level armed construction blueprints. This is what Lorden needs right now.
This is also the gap that was only discovered during this war with the War Angel Legion. Because for a long time, the evolutionary phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme he preset for goblin is to follow the flesh and blood, and use the body to display extremely terrifying violence.
Especially the appearance of the bodies of Zhang Er, Zhang Lu and Zhang Ba made him firm in this idea.
Now the defensive power of the goblin giants is already comparable to that of giant dragons of the same level. In terms of strength, because of the law of force, even the hill giants with their feet on the ground can't match it. And all along, there is no need for him to worry about the arming problem of armor and weapons. With a green skin and a pair of fists, he can beat everything. But this War Angels war taught the Goblin Legion a lesson. Facing all tier, War Angels, the Goblin Legion's battle loss ratio exceeds 1. They even killed many tier, extraordinary Goblin Giant soldiers and shadow hunters.
This is the power of the advanced mythical species.
After many evolutions, and still at a low level, when the mythical species could not display more miracle, they were all violently killed. Therefore, the evolutionary path of goblins is long and difficult. Even if Lorden has a system, if the evolution goes in the wrong direction, it will take a huge time cost to make up for it. Of course, no matter what, there is nothing wrong with letting the goblins have wisdom.
Moreover, evolution is something that will continue now and in the future.
It is urgent to arrange arming for the Legion and improve the combat effectiveness first. If armed forces were available at that time, the needless sacrifices would be much less.
Even with wisdom, not every goblin can be transferred to become a goblin giant. But it's okay.
Sacrifice can enhance the cohesion of the Legion and make the overall combat effectiveness stronger.
If you let others know Luodan's thoughts, I'm afraid he will be scared to death.
He is facing a high-level mythical angel race, and he is still thinking about how to achieve a smaller battle loss ratio, or even crush angels.
Luodan quietly waited for the quotation, hoping to see a satisfactory drawing.
And it may be because the things that appear are more cherished. Most of the people present here are low-level ultra-level or mid-level ultra-level, and they are still one level away from the throne. Moreover, whether it is blueprints or occupations below the super level, there are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme 3 levels: warrior level, extraordinary level and legendary level, corresponding to 3 energy levels. In addition, it is the only mythical level. Mythical level weapons can be used as one-time consumables even if they are ultra level. Moreover, mythical level armaments are legions below the super level, and apart from the legion battle spirits, there are very few ways to rely on the power of the group to counter the super-level individual mighty power.
The auction venue was a little stuck. Blood of the Dragon King, how could this kind of auction item appear at our level?
Yeah, even for the throne, it has a lot of research value. Maybe it was released by the newly promoted 2-star Citizen Authority, which gave us a chance to catch the leak.
We must find a way to get it.
Yeah, I can't compete with the boss, but I still have a chance with you. With your mentality, the transaction price may be even more terrifying than the boss's.
Then you watch.
Immediately afterwards, after gearing up, there were various tentative quotations. The construction blueprint of tidal naval warfare is suitable for exerting great power in the water system world, and it comes with the magic of tidal calling. Void War armed construction blueprint, suitable for building a void plundering army, with void leap magic. Bloody hand armament construction blueprint, suitable for building an army that focuses on killing, with bloody plunder magic. Prime Call armament construction blueprint. 1x1 mythical level armed construction blueprints appeared on the screen. The strange, domineering, fiery, holy, or bloody armed images were so lifelike that most of the auctioneers were short of breath. Even Luo Dan was a little confused at this moment. Big is beautiful. Lorden muttered about the purpose he had chosen, simple and rude, able to resist and fight. Abandon the bells and whistles, and only need the most extreme simplicity and rudeness. If it is really possible to have a mythical weapon to bring simplicity and brutality to the extreme, then in terms of being able to resist and fight, I am afraid it will be an incredible effect. Tides? The law of gravity is behind it. It's powerful, but it doesn't work for me. Void War? It's all bells and whistles. Imperial Call? There is a certain chance to call the phantom of a strong man with a spear in his left hand and a shield in his right. When he can't fight, the phantom will call another phantom named Utua? TSK, the blueprint for arming the Pale Hand is one of the best in the mythical class, but it's a pity that it's limited to races, so it's not suitable for me. It seems that all the goods at the bottom of the box have been taken out. Even though among the blueprints that appeared, there were quite a few extremely rare armament blueprints, but after looking at them one by one, Luo Dan still didn't see what he wanted. Even though his auction time was about to end, he was in no hurry. At worst, if the auction fails, he has nothing to lose. At worst, he will pay a little faith point as the fee for the auction. But on the other side, someone is in a hurry. Second Ant, the time is almost up. Ximen King was in a hurry, and had already forgotten his idea of treating the blood of the Star Core Dragon King as garbage, and eagerly shook Pan Lian's scaled arm, with a hurried voice, think of a way. If I miss this drop of Dragon King's blood this time, I don't know when I will find the dragon vein treasure that suits me. Ximen King didn't care about slapping her own face, and said quickly, Second Ant, you know that my subhuman race has a violent and impulsive temperament, which fits perfectly with the law of the Star Core in this drop of blood. If I can obtain this drop of blood, and use it and other treasures to advance to the rank of Tianlongren, then it is definitely not an ordinary Tianlongren. Even some low-level mythical species, I'm afraid I can compete a little bit in terms of combat power. Ximen King knew that her second aunt, as a super god, must have mythical weapons in her hands. Although it may not be cherished, it may not be selected. But taking it out is better than not taking it out and not having a chance at all. Stronger than ordinary celestial dragons? The light in second auntie's eyes flickered slightly, and she asked Shiman Ching again, I know you have been in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme contact with this drop of blood, and you must tell me the truth. Shiman Cheng nodded heavily, yes. In the future, even if it breaks the limit for the second time and becomes a high-level monarch, I am afraid there is still a glimmer of hope. It is good. Then go get one. The greedy light in Pan Lian's eyes flourished, well, the stronger the better. I am now suffering because the quality of the initial race is too low. Jia, these will all be in the future. Thinking about it, Pan Lian took out the blueprint that had been treasured for a long time, which was originally used on herself. But it's the same now, it's also used on myself. Pan Lian once explored an ancient ruin in a chaotic fairyland world community. According to the information of the superdimensional game, the immortal civilization that spanned countless world communities once tried to escape, and then disappeared. In the end is detachment, or playing off. These federations don't care, the Federation only cares about whether it can obtain some useful legacy from the relics left by this ancient and powerful civilization. This chaotic fairyland world community is one of the subordinate world communities of the Xian civilization. And Pan Lian is one of the lucky ones who got something. To this day, recalling that encounter, he still feels his soul-trembling blood-goo immortal abyss. Among them, the most valuable information is some ancient books that he can't understand, which are stored in a strange life body called Bookhouse Goo, which allows him to obtain the authority level of a 2-star fighter in an unusual way. The second is Blood-Bone Fairy Armor Remnant, which was translated by the Superdimensional Game and then became Blood-Bone Battle Armor Construction Blueprint, a mythical armament construction blueprint. There is also a sealed and surviving, 10th rank Immortal Goo, concentric blood goo. According to the displayed information, it can almost perfectly replace the mind and will, and possess everything of the person being replaced. The disadvantage is that the IQ of the replaced person cannot be too high, and there must be a blood relationship between the replaced person and the replaced person. So Zymenking is actually the product of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme relatives, and Pan Lien has been indulging Zymenking, allowing his will to be easily infected by the Argonians into tyrannical, reckless, arrogant, and self-righteous. All this is just for the convenience of him replacing the body and everything. Originally, Pan Lien was still hesitating whether to take out the Bloodbone battle armor. After all, it was the blueprint of the armor that he had prepared for herself. But now hearing what Zymenking said, he no longer hesitated. The Blood-Bone battle armor is not lost, but a different form to accompany him. Besides, while Pan Lien put the blueprint of the Blood-Bone battle armor on the bid position, there was still a greedy light in her eyes. In the future, the Blood-Bone battle armor may not come back to my hands. Little goblin, dare to make me bleed. On the other side, Luodan had already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme all the bids, and none of them were satisfactory. He sat on his seat and began to think about this auction, whether there was any useful information in response. A series of products flashed across his mind, and a sentence of conversation messages echoed in his ears. Soon, he realized that something was wrong. In the past, the world treasures needed to conquer the world were not easily sold. God players have great enthusiasm for conquering various worlds, and it is also the road they must go through if they want to become stronger. But this time, whether it's a water monkey, an environmental protection slogan, or a fox call, they are all weapons used by the rule system to carry out world wars. There is no need to worry about no market, and even if you want to buy them, you can't buy them. But now there are a lot of them. On the contrary, there are usually some thankless treasures that emphasize spirituality rather than material things. They can be brought back to Blue Star without opening space cracks, or treasures that can be transported through the void. I haven't seen anyone put them up for auction. Moreover, among the scattered discourses of those superorders, it seems that the superorders belonging to the 2nd District have been invited to defend the mainland. Areas 1, 3, and other super-level areas have also received invitations to come to Area 2 to assist. In addition to the previous notice issued by the Blue Star Guard Department. There was silence in Luodan's eyes. It seems that there are going to be huge changes in the 2nd District. Luodan did not deny that the Guard Department speculated that a super-level eye-level spacecraft could appear, but such a large-scale eye-level spacecraft appeared. Then there is only one conclusion: at some point in the future, District may second come to abyss of nothingness that can pass through master-level monsters. Even if this time node is still extremely far away from now. But now a large number of Class 1 spacecrafts have been triggered on a large scale, and they are about to descend on the 2nd District. It is time to speed up the integration of the world and the steps to explore the Homo sapiens planet. A trace of urgency rose in Luodan's heart, and if he wanted to improve quickly, the resources of the Federation were indispensable. Just like now, if the Class 1 spacecraft comes next moment, then Luodan is definitely powerless to support if it comes. It doesn't need to be too many, 10 super monsters, all of which can easily destroy the city of Zhou. At that time, he had no direct access to the resources of the Federation. It is completely possible to exit the sequence plan directly. As for how useful the federal resources are, just look at Qin Shiman. Even with the super-level support from his family, the development speed of the Argonian Legion under his command is far faster than that of ordinary low-level monarchs. Even the development of some high-ranking monarchs is not as good as him. Of course, this is a contract of the nature of prostitution, which is not within the consideration of normal god players. But this also reflects from the side that a little resource leak by any department of the Federation can make them, god players who are not even super level, support them. What's more, real resource support policies such as serial planning. It seems that I can't find a suitable mythical weapon. Seeing that the time was about to expire, Luodan shook his head, and was about to exit the auction venue when he saw a red light suddenly appeared on the bid position, revealing a strong blood, and he looked intently. Name: Bloodbone Armor Construction Blueprint. Type: Armed Blueprint. Quality: Mythical Grade. Special Effects: with blood as the root, bone as the base, life-endowed spirit, stored in the body. There is a certain probability that the body will conform to the law of flesh and blood and the law of bones. Divine Art, Burning Blood and Bone-Shattering Heavenly Demon Disintegration Art, Tisk, it's full of fairy flavor.
Luo Dan chose to make a deal at the last second of the deadline. Even if 1,000 faith crystals were deducted as a handling fee, he didn't feel bad at all, because this armament was very suitable for the path he had preset for the goblins. To put it simply, the stronger the flesh and bones, the stronger the armor. This is a mythical armor with growth potential. There is no matching weapon, because there is no need. The attached divine technique is also extremely simple and rude. Can't do it? Can't you do it? Then I'll do my best. If the growth of the goblin giants exceeds the limit in the future, can this mythical bloodbone armor exceed the limit together? Thinking about it, Lorden became interested. Hastily chose to go offline, and began to ask whether the system can integrate Bloodbone Warframe Construction Blueprint and Legendary Occupation, Goblin Giant Soldier. On the other side, Qing Shiman, who was already extremely disappointed and had no hope. At the last second, she unexpectedly found out that the flower fell into my house, and the second ant took a picture of Blood of the Star Core Dragon King, and she was immediately ecstatic. At this moment, he had already forgotten how much he looked down on this drop of blood, and there was only infinite excitement in his heart, as well as the eagerness to advance, and then the frantic mood to beat Luodan. Until he inadvertently turned around and saw that handsome face that hurriedly left the auction venue. I don't know if you have noticed that Lorden's opponents are Zyman King and Murphy's, and they will face each other. In the early stage, the second tier and third tier goblins and the second tier and third tier Argonians fought. In the later stage, the goblins developed into tier, and tier, and then they faced off with tier, war angels of the high-level angel species, and even had a battle loss ratio of more than, If they were replaced by the same number, they would lose. Even if there are hundreds of fourth-order goblins, the author didn't say to let them fight with Murphys, even if the feeling of excitement might be stronger, but if you can't beat it, you can't beat it. The author also mentioned that the monarch species and the myth species will have more miracles after the second to third energy levels, and the bloodline level will not be left in vain. The author has a worldview structure. For the sake of the little author's hard work, can I ask for a monthly ticket, tip, and follow-up? The little author bows and thanks. The ball provokes. 2 chapters in 1. T07 World Region, Dragon World, Luodan's consciousness returned, and this process was like leaving the world of controlling dragons, and then returning. A huge aura descended on the world of Yulong, and the space trembled faintly. He knew that this was because the belief points he possessed this time were too huge, to the point where the world of controlling dragons at the Jeddah level had to bear it. But even so, Luodan was still a little dissatisfied. More than 2 faith crystals were sold for the high-efficiency reproduction potion, which is more than 20,000 million faith points when converted into faith points. It's a lot, but compared to my current situation, it's not enough. If Lorden's believers are war species, he is also targeting the war species. Even if it is a low-level monarch species, he will feel that there are too many belief points and cannot be used up. But he is a prisoner species, and he targets mythical species, and dust-level world fragments target miniature, even small planets. To say it was worlds apart would be an understatement. Shin can't save Faye, Krypton gold can change his life. Luodan roughly calculated in his mind, the current belief point may be a little bit worse. But fortunately, the number of believers is more than, the number of third-tier and fourth-tier fighters has increased, and the number of belief points is still increasing. Come on step by step. At this moment, Yulong World is in a very special state. As a hero of the spirit race, Yichen was cleaning the spirit race over and over again, trying to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme a brand new spirit race. The purpose is to survive, not the so-called free will. The spirit race is at a fork in history, and under the guidance of Yichen, they chose continuation. A large area of wilderness was cleaned up, giant beasts and dragon beasts wandering in the wild were killed or enslaved,
and a small number of young beasts were exiled to the Beast Abyss area where the giant beasts had always lived.
The barriers between city-states were broken. Like ordinary intelligent life in other worlds, the spirit race is also forgetful. Blue Star civilization is professional in conquering the world.
Even if the god players are newcomers, they will become veterans after experiencing countless times in the superdimensional simulation. Facing the world of ignorant races may be troublesome, and sometimes you can only choose to kill them all to refine the will of the world, refine the origin of the world, and devour the world.
But the world of enslaving ordinary intelligent life is simple.
Especially the race of intelligent life that likes to fight among themselves, because they also like to fight among themselves, and they like to separate you and me from a different race, and it is common for them to be ruled by a hated foreign race.
On-off and on-off have long been used to it.
If they were replaced by the so-called evil clan, they were nothing more than foreign races from outside the sky. It is only necessary to prevent demons from appearing in the sight of local life at the very beginning, and replace them with local high-ranking officials who submit to themselves, slowly mix demonic elements into their daily lives, and then find some famous local people. Guan Weizheng, who lives to sing the praises of the demon, just needs to stigmatize the local life.
Very simple.
There are always spirits who would rather die than submit, so kill them. With a stick in one hand and a candy in the other, the spirit will deceive himself. Especially in some city-states under high-pressure rule, the oppressed slaves saw the alien prince and only thought that the evil spirit was the savior. But now, it is in such a state, even the craftsmen and prosecutors who are responsible for building the general framework of your own lux.
When you do things, you are countless times more serious than before.
Looking at this scene, Luo Dan felt satisfied. Yi Chen was already a qualified hero. After all, the purpose of being a hero is to invade the world. Especially the world heroes of the local world community, when entering other worlds of the local world community, there is a high probability that they will not be rejected, nor will they attract attention. Even if this world is being invaded, after the hero enters, there is a certain possibility that he will be favored by the will of the world. A situation like the world of controlling dragons can be said to be rare. Normally, the process of wanting to invade a world is cast the void anchor, find a suitable world with the void anchor god players, look for spokespersons in the world, bury nails, reduce rejection, use various means to make the world chaotic and weaken the will of the world, cultivate the power of traitors, arrival, use void anchors, dimensionality reduction, strike overcomes the stressful counterattack of the world, carrying the pressure of the world to invade the world. Resist the pressure, and the invasion has a high probability of success. Unable to withstand the pressure, there is a high probability that the invasion will fail, and a large amount of resources and legion soldiers will be lost.
And the most difficult part of this process is actually cultivating the traitors.
The more world traitors there are, the weaker the will of the world will be, and the less pressure there will be. Especially when the will of the world has its own will, if one is not careful, it will be violently attacked by the will of the world, and it will be directly kicked out of the game, completely destroying the space channel. And when the god players themselves are in a state of being rejected, it is difficult to lower their power, it is difficult for resources to enter the world, and it is difficult to cultivate traitors. With heroes, it is different, and most of the problems can be solved easily.
What's more, the hero itself has unlimited potential.
Just like the ultra-dimensional coupon superorder allies, obtained by Luo Dan. Most of the ultra-level allies here are heroes of the world themselves, and they have overwhelmed an era or even several eras before they achieved super level and led the world to become bigger and stronger.
And a hero with sophisticated political methods is even more rare. The blackened Yi Chen fit Luo Dan's expectation very well. Looking away, Luo Dan turned on the system and asked, "Can Bloodbone Armor Construction Blueprint and Legendary Occupation, Goblin Giant Soldier, be integrated?"
The system integrated into the ultra-dimensional log quickly gave an answer. Log, it is detected that the rules are relevant. Log, the law of flesh and blood and the law of bones that the blood-bone battle armor fits can be fused into the law of blood bones, which can be further combined with the law of force.
Log, it can be merged into a mythical class.
Log, the origin of the world has not been detected. Log, correction of the integration plan. Log, consuming enough faith points, the Bloodbone armor can be fused with the legendary professional Goblin Giant Soldier to become a mythical professional Goblin Giant Remnant, not fused with the law of Bloodbone insufficient wisdom.
Log, the first energy level, Goblin Troll, the second energy level, Goblin Giant Soldier, the third energy level, Goblin Giant Spirit, the mythical level, Goblin Giant God, missing quasi-super level. Log, each energy level can have different levels of armament, which greatly strengthens damage and defense, as well as regeneration ability. Log, insufficient in wisdom, the goblins cannot undergo fundamental transformation and sublimation. If you have the origin of the world, you can actually create mythical occupations. Looking at the reminder, Luodan's eyes showed surprise. I thought it would be good enough to strengthen the profession and compete against the lower mythical species. I didn't expect the law of fusion to appear. Even if the threshold must be very high, maybe even if my goblin tribe has hundreds of millions of people, it may not be possible for 3 or 2 to meet the standard. But at least it's a hope. The first energy level is to hone the body or spirit, the second ability is to comprehend the laws, the preliminary application of the laws, and the third energy level to control the laws. And when it comes to the super level, you must comprehend at least 2 laws, and integrate your own unique laws. This is already a level where you can play with the laws. And the mythical level means that he does not have the ability to fuse the law, but he can use the fusion law to exert quasi-super level combat power. Independent of the only gear between the third energy level and the super level. Then start integrating the mythical profession. Lorden opened his mouth to give an order, and the system soon began to operate. Log, consuming 10 faith points, and is merging bloodbone armor and goblin giant soldiers. Log, fusion in progress. Log, it is expected to take 10 days. It actually takes time this time? Luodan was not surprised but delighted. He remembered that when he merged with legendary professions, it was all done in an instant. Even the system needs 10 days to integrate this time, which shows the strength of this profession. Only mythical species have mythical occupations inherited by race, not even high-ranking monarchs. Under the premise of no racial inheritance, I want to obtain a myth-level occupation. I'm afraid only the Ye Throne can dare to say that it will be found. Even if mine is still a broken mythical class, taking it out can drive countless super god players crazy. Until now, Luodan has nothing to do, but there are all to-do items in front of him. Yelon Lux is being produced, the Void Curtain is waiting to be produced, and the Spirit Race is waiting for Yi Chen to unify, and then use this to completely condense the hero personality, integrate the world, and upgrade the world. By the way, there is this guy. Luodan thought of the imprisoned Morpheus spirit, and his friend application that had not yet passed Hathaway. Leave him alone, let's let it dry. After all, I haven't figured out what I need yet. Opening the superdimensional imprint, Lorden continued to manufacture a large number of void anchors, and selected the entry as second energy level, third energy level, boundary island level, world fragments, miniature planet. In fact, during this period of time, he has already created a large number of void anchors and released them. It cannot be said that nothing was obtained, but only that there were no particles. But this is also the case of most god players, and he is used to this situation in the superdimensional simulation. This time I found the world of Dragon Control. It is hard to say how much contribution Mr. Zero's Lucky Guard has made. T03 World Region, Planet TS00A3, small, standing in the Angel Palace among the golden clouds. Hathaway's golden pupils were full of anger. No, this goblin god is free to participate in the auction. Aren't you free to pass my friend request? It's not intentional, is it? Shouldn't you dare? Now, even Hathaway, who was as arrogant as the Lord of Angels, was a little uncertain. If it weren't for the fact that Goblin God is Lorden's vest, it would be the only bargaining chip in his hand. He had already released the news, so that this guy who was even more arrogant than an angel would suffer. However, Murphy's can't always be in his hands. Hathaway's realization passed through the palace, across the clouds, and down to the ground. There is his pasture. Angels holding flaming whips have tamed the natives. Luxurious churches were built one after another. Children were also elected into the choir. Bishops wearing red robes were chosen as the chosen ones, praising the greatness of the Lord. But in all of this, there is still one core missing walk. To be precise, strong enough, with iconic walks, to act as the walker of the Lord. As the Lord, he cannot personally end the game. In the past, the method used by other angel lords was to use their own incarnation to walk in the world under the alias of their own heirs. But he felt that this was not holy enough.
Because he is the Lord, there is no need for certification, no need for miracles to be shown, and no need to endure human suffering to show his kindness and greatness. As Lord of Angels, he was born great. Therefore, Murphy's is the agent he chose to walk and preach the divine. And now, the agent has been arrested. Hathaway's plan collapsed halfway, and Lorden, as the culprit, was naturally not in a good mood. Little Goblin, didn't you just break through the upper limit of the race level? Isn't it only the second energy level? Even if you want to break through another level in the second energy level, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it in a few decades. It is even more impossible to establish civilization and open the way to the gods. Forget it, wait a little longer. Hathaway doesn't want to ask her family for help. After the blue star binds the superdimensional imprint and becomes a god player, it is equivalent to an adult. Generally speaking, there is little extra help. This is also the reason why many god players are envious of Shiman Ching. For a while, Hathaway didn't know what to do, so she had to wait patiently. Damn Lordine, you better pray. Don't let me catch you. T21 World Region, T214807 Planet, Shadow Elf Small, gray and half hidden on a planet in shadow. Seeing the Goblin God's victory, Tang Yiming didn't know whether to be happy or want to cry. The joy is that the God of Goblins is so fierce, so there should be hope for Lorden, and it is not really hopeless. The reason why she wants to cry but has no tears is that Zymenking hasn't asked him for contact information yet. My cousin hasn't passed my friend application yet. Tang Yiming looked at her previous friend application, which has not been approved until now, and felt very helpless. Every one of them, why do you see the head and see the end? It's a pity that I haven't surpassed the rank yet, and I'm still a free citizen without stars. Otherwise, I can take a look at my cousin's file to see what's going on with him now. As Tang Yiming thought about it, he saw a pop-up prompt from his superdimensional imprint friend list. He glanced at it, and when he saw the news that he was a good girlfriend, he immediately cheered up. Sura, you are lucky. Shura, I never expected that an angel would lose to a goblin too. Shura, don't think about it, it must be an accident. After all, this war angel army is only at the 3rd level, and those goblins have broken through the upper limit of race, and there are hundreds of 4th level ones. Sura, siege. There is no fighting to win. Sura, damn it, my blood sea Hualian. Shadow, humph, what luck. Shadow, this is my aunt who has a good eye, so she made the right bet. Shura, TSK, I don't want to expose you. Shadow, stop talking nonsense. Shuai Hualian handed over. Everyone is in the T-World group. Directly open the space channel to pass it over. Sura, okay. Sura, but I can remind you, although my blood sea Hualian is a treasure in the world, it is extremely precious, and placing it in the world can enhance the wisdom of the group. Sura, however, I am afraid that you will be disappointed with the goblin race, but I still tell the truth. Sura, it cannot be said that it has no effect. I am afraid that is better than nothing. Shadow, then you don't care. I believe in Lorden. Shura, TSK. After chatting casually for a few words, I looked towards the space passage that appeared outside the temple. Tang Yiming hesitated for a moment, but arranged for 1,000 handsome male shadow elves to enter the space passage as if they were dead, holding the blood sea Hualian, which is as crystal clear as a red crystal. He frowned slightly. He didn't doubt his best friend's words. It's a well-known fact that the goblins are stubborn. Hope it works. Tang Yiming sighed, feeling extremely worried. In fact, my best friend also told him that with his current aptitude, he obviously has a better choice, so why should he stick to Lorden, who was randomized to the goblin tribe? You don't understand. He is my childhood dream, and it still remains today. Tang Yiming couldn't help but blush when he thought of the scene where his dream came true. I believe you can do it. Chapter, ask for a monthly ticket, give a reward, and follow up. The little author bows and thanks. The ball provokes. Thanks to book friend 08A for the reward of 100 coins. T-World region, Dragon World, in a wilderness near Beast Abyss, 3 huge devices tens of meters high were carefully polished by the most ingenious craftsmen of the spirit race. Every detail has used their lifelong skills and unique knowledge. Except for some old craftsmen, most of them are young spirits who are apprentices of craftsmen. Jibo,
What do you think these evil masters are doing with this kind of device?
A young spirit wiped the sweat from his forehead, but there was no dissatisfaction in his tone.
Moreover, he looked at the goblin troll of the overseer outside, and he did not resist the disgust and hatred in his eyes, but with some yearning. It would be great if I could also be favored by Lord Demon.
Go away, don't get in the way here.
Gilbert spat. A dog who has forgotten his ancestors. How can you be worthy of your dead parents?
Ah. Even though the young spirit Aku was being scolded, he still smiled. But when he heard the last words of the craftsman Gilbert, his smile suddenly subsided, and he asked back, Gibber, let me tell you, why did I feel sorry for my parents?
Hearing Aku's rhetorical question, Gilbert was stunned for a moment.
Before he could speak, he heard Aku continue to speak, saying in a flat voice, because we don't have the talent to control dragons, our family is impoverished and we can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme at the bottom of the city-state. My father made a living by scavenging, and my mother made a living by weaving. Not to mention she suffered from a series of illnesses. When I was 10 years old, my sister was 16. She was taken into the guardhouse by city guards and died. My father was honest all his life. He didn't dare to make trouble. He was used as a living target by the guards to practice dragon control just to collect the corpse. He also died. I just rushed to see the laughing guards, and my mother died in depression. Aku looked directly at Jibwa, and his voice was so indifferent that Jibwa felt a little scared. You said, who is sorry for my parents?
Gilbert was silent. Didn't he become a craftsman because he was born with nothing? He used to be bullied all the same. Touching his conscience, after seeing the dragon masters who had oppressed ordinary spirit beings killed one by one, did he really feel no joy in his heart? I am afraid. Still there. Otherwise he wouldn't sign up to build these devices that the demons value. Even if the reason given is in order to prevent the spirits from responding, the demons who become angry will slaughter civilians. But he himself, of course, knew why he signed up. But in the society of spirit people, each city-state is divided and ruled, and the city lord is the emperor of the land. I am afraid that such situations as theirs are not rare. Looking at the cheers and smiles of the surrounding area, it seems that they are not the ones who exist in name only. Gilbert knew that the god of the spirit race collapsed. Time is leisurely, soon it will be 10 days, Dragon City, above the clouds. Pear looking at the reminder in front of him, Luodan couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. No, this is 3 blessings. I saw the log jumping rapidly in front of me. Log, myth level occupation Goblin Colossus Remnant successfully merged. Log, do you want to consume faith points to transform the Goblin Legion? Log, Yalon Lux has been manufactured successfully, waiting for you to consume faith points to infuse it with spirituality. Log, do you consume faith points to endow it with spirituality? Log, more than 90% of the people in the world of dragon control recognize you and the races under your command as reasonable rulers and judge them as your subordinate races. Log, it is detected that the spirit race has not been born with a superorder, but has a 4th order life, and it is determined to be a high-level prisoner species. Log, it has been detected that the Believer Legion under your command has occupied the world of Yulong. Log, it is detected that there is a brand of your will on the will of Yulong world, which is your subordinate will. Log, it is detected that Yi Chen, the spirit race, has completely ruled the spirit race and gathered the heroic personality. Log, it is detected that the hero Yi Chen is your follower. Log, congratulations, you have successfully conquered the island-level world fragment Yulong world. Log, the superdimensional game has included the world and race, and added a new illustrated book. Log, thank you for your contribution to the superdimensional game. Log, the bronze-level milestone event standard has not been reached. Log, you have obtained merit points plus 100. It actually rewarded 100 points of merit. There was a little surprise in Luodan's eyes. The event that did not reach the bronze-level milestone was within my expectations. After all, this is a very ordinary world war. However, 100 merit points will be rewarded. According to common sense, this should be a reward for conquering tiny planets. It may be because I domesticated the heroes of the dragon world into my disciples, so I got extra rewards.
Luodan shook his head, no longer thinking about these innocuous details. Instead, raise your sights and observe the world from a nearly high-dimensional perspective after experiencing Yi Chen's cleaning over and over again. The total number of spirit people has dropped from tens of millions to more than 6 million, especially the existence of dragon masters. There is not even 1 out of 10. After all, in the process of conquering the world, they are the main targets of killing. At this moment, because of Yi Chen's refraining, the world seemed to have never experienced war, and above the bones was a massive peace. Luodan set his sights on the completed Euron Lux frame, and gave an order lightly: consume faith points and inject spirituality into Yalon Lux. Consume faith points to create a void curtain. Consume faith points, arm all the goblin legions, and then advance all the goblin trolls who reached the advanced threshold in the previous final war. The next moment, the system started to work. Luodan's belief points seem to be inexhaustible, and they will be quickly consumed every time they are obtained. But he can't help it, the starting point is too low. Thinking of this, Luodan couldn't help but see a gloomy look in his eyes. With his current social status and strength, it is still impossible to find out who tampered with his original world and race. Moreover, even if he knew, there was probably nothing he could do now, so he kept suppressing it in his heart, and rarely thought about these things that were not helpful to his current situation. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care. Suddenly, a ray of spiritual light flashed through Luodan's will. Didn't the superdimensional game official say that because I was promoted to a 1-star citizen, I will be compensated, my luck will be improved, and the time limit for luck will be extended? Then can I shorten the lucky time limit, or lower the luck value? Turn to get something related to this person, whether it's hint or contact. Anyway, it's related to him, to make some exchanges. Anyway, it's my compensation. The moment the thought flashed, an inexplicable will flashed away. Luodan didn't know, he just shook his head and smiled. Luck is so good recently, isn't it swollen? How can there be such a good thing? It's better to improve your strength first, and then just push it across. And in this very moment, a drifting bottle that symbolizes the devil's contract wandering in the void. Without any sign, as if being gently moved by the god of fate, the direction of wandering was quietly reversed. Slime hell, among the fringe palaces of the palace complex, damn! An ugly humanoid creature covered in abscesses and mud was roaring with resentment on its face. What the hell did you do? Why did my consumption of faith points suddenly increase? Loden, you really deserve to die. Kamita Tingzhen's face was livid, like a piece of rotten meat. Looking at the belief points that are being consumed crazily in the superdimensional imprint, his heart is bleeding. In just over 10 seconds, points of faith evaporated out of thin air. And this amount of faith, for the current he, a trash who has consumed the world treasures given by his parents, obtained an excellent world and race, but cannot control his own race even if it is a direct descendant of the Kamita family, it is still a huge sum of money. There are also superdimensional games. Kamita Tingzhen didn't dare to abuse the superdimensional game, only dared to complain in a gloomy tone. Why do I need to bear the consumption of Lorden's luck after being promoted to a 1-star citizen? It's obviously your compensation. It's good for you, you compensate, I pay the bill. After taking a few breaths, Kamita Tingzhen thought of the celestial human race, but showed a ruthless smile. A Valkyrie of the celestial race? Great. Every time I come to my planet, you have to fight against me and knock me out of my planet? Oh, soon you will die. At that time, you will see who the Celestials in this planet belong to. And Luodan, you don't even know who I am. What else can I do? T07 World Region, Dragon World, along with the prompts in the log, various visions are also appearing in the sky. Log, it has been detected that your believer is not of the Argonian race, and the faith points required to endow the Argonian Lux with spirituality have greatly increased. Log, it is detected that you have the law of the dragon, and the faith points required to endow Yalon Lux with spirituality have been slightly reduced. Log, you spent 100 faith points to endow the 3 Yalong warriors with spirituality. Log, you spent 200 faith points to create the void curtain. Log, it was detected that after the last battle, 129 more goblin trolls under your command meet the advanced threshold, and 12 more third-order shadow hunters under your command meet the advanced threshold. Log, you have consumed 36 faith points to advance them. Log, you have consumed 8 faith points to equip all Goblin Trolls giant soldiers with bloodbone armor. Because there are too many majestic belief points, a golden torrent is even formed in the air, rushing to every corner of the dragon world.
Among them, the 2 largest streams flowed to the wilderness where Yalon Lux was.
All the craftsmen and apprentices looked at it in shock. At first they thought that it was just that the evil god and some lewd city lords had the same hobby of miracles and misleading the country. Unexpectedly, under the infusion of the golden torrent, these frames opened their eyes, emitting a golden light without emotion, as if they were alive. The 3 Yalon leashers soared into the sky, and soon came to the void outside the world. After entering the void, their bodies swelled wildly like sponges soaked in water. In just a few breaths, they swelled from 10 meters high to nearly 10,000 meters tall. They stretched out their palms, and the golden rain appeared out of thin air, and the illusory rain held themselves in the world of controlling dragons. Just like that, they started running in the void. Wearing reins, they slowly dragged the world of Yulon, and then ran towards the direction of the T-04 world area, the location of the Goblin Dust World, at an increasingly faster speed. And the largest golden torrent transformed by another belief point enveloped the entire dragon control world, and then turned into a pitch-black curtain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the void, as if covering something. The rumbling sound that appeared on the conscious level and the slight vibration in the void originally emanated by the fast-moving dragon world and the void disappeared in the invisible.
Unfortunately, the void curtain is only the 3 treasures of the common people.
Luodan shook his head slightly. Yalong people only have the advanced version of Void Warrior, Dragon Warrior. Otherwise, he didn't need to specifically check the covering effect of the void curtain. After careful observation, he found that the covering effect of the void curtain was indeed good, and the huge movement was almost gone. But there are still many subtle movements that cannot be covered up. And this will definitely cause the world to encounter void pirates in the process of being hunted. They are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme born void creatures, able to survive in the void and move freely. Or some lives that have lost their homeland can move in the void by various means. On weekdays, he survived by plundering the world or caravans of the void. It's okay if you encounter a weak void pirate, but if you are unlucky and encounter a strong one, it will be troublesome. But Lorden wasn't too worried. With my current luck, I shouldn't encounter void pirates, right? After all, this is the luck bestowed by the treasures of the world, and it has also been enhanced by superdimensional games.
Thinking of this, Luodan was temporarily relieved.
Back in the world, he came directly to Yi Chen, who had already condensed his heroic personality, and prepared to arrange the exploration of Homo sapiens planet. As early as when the little green-skinned Guyuan exposed everything in the dream, he had already thrown the void anchor to quietly anchor the alienated world, so that he could investigate at any time.
Praise you, great God Lord. Seeing Luodan's arrival, Yi Chen quickly bowed down respectfully. He didn't change at all because he had become a hero. He was still extremely loyal to Luodan. When the God Lord comes, Yi Chen will be smashed to pieces to share the worries of the God Lord. Luodan nodded slightly. A little smile appeared on his handsome face. Yi Chen, you have done a good job in dealing with the spirit race. As he said, Luodan pulled out a strand of hair that was blooming with divine brilliance from his head and gave it to Yi Chen's forehead as a jet black mark, exuding strong coercion. His voice was sacred and indifferent. This is my reward. Call on my name in times of crisis. And this time I came here, I also have a new task for you. He casually opened a world passage that can only accommodate one person, and the opposite is the alienated Homo sapiens planet. You will go to the other world with my will, go to plant the nails, and be ready for my battle. At the same time, Luodan tapped his finger slightly, and a large amount of information about the Homo sapiens planet and different abyss turned into golden light spots and was transmitted into Yi Chen's mind. Kneel down and thank the Lord God for the reward. Yi Chen became more respectful. Before he finished digesting the flow of information in his mind, he stepped into the world passage without any hesitation. Yi Chen, he will definitely overcome all difficulties for the God Lord. Looking at the back of Yi Chen's departure, Luodan also wanted to come down with a ray of will and enter it with him to explore. It's just a pity that there are other, possibly more important things bothering him now. After all, in the memory of the Homo sapiens genius Guyuan, descended into the alien life of the Homo sapiens planet, it is very likely that there is the existence of superorder ability god. And even if it is a superorder that has been severely injured, it is still an existence that he can't compete with now. Therefore, this time, the main purpose is to explore and then obtain the drops related to wisdom. After closing the space channel, Luodan opened the space channel and looked at sequence plan. It was the prompt from the sequence plan just now. 2-in-1 chapter, ask for tickets, ask for rewards. The little author bows and thanks. It has almost been confirmed that it will be on the shelves at noon on Saturday, and I am very grateful to all the book friends for their support. Thanks to the book friend, Violet Red Fox, for the reward of 500 coins. Thanks to the book friend, 08A, for rewarding 100 coins again. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated. This was originally an azure planet with golden traces of light, but now, it is covered with pale and sickly textures. Zzzla, a pitch-black spacecraft flashed past, and the edge of the spacecraft revealed wisps of violet aura. A figure stepped out from a crack in the space and appeared on a part of Homo sapiens planet. The brows symbolized the Dragon Master's spirit pattern flickering continuously, and finally turned into a golden wisdom bone. And beside him, there was a thin goblin. Strangely, a golden wisdom bone also appeared between the brows of this goblin, which was Gu Yuan, who was wearing the soul. In addition, there is a fourth-order shadow hunter with a strong figure, whose figure is looming in the shadows, closely following Gu Yuan. Let's go, I didn't expect that I would come back. Yi Chen glanced at Gu Yuan beside him, shook his head slightly, but there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. If it is not the message transmitted by God the Father himself. He really didn't want to believe that this seemingly ordinary goblin actually had the soul of the greatest genius of civilization in his body. It's a pity that his soul has been chained. Even if he is a genius, there is nothing he can do, because this is a cross-civilization blow. I didn't expect this genius to have many children. Yi Chen looked past Gu Yuan and looked at the shadow hunter behind him, and suddenly felt a strange expression on his face. It seems that the so-called genes can not only be inherited through material, but also through soul, or spiritual will. According to the information transmitted by the Divine Lord, this Gu Yuan mentally traveled through the endless void and took away the spiritual will of an ordinary goblin. It stands to reason that it should not have any effect on genes or genetic material. But what is outrageous is that among the descendants of Dr. Gu Yuan, there are a large number of wise goblins. There are even fourth orders with multiple levels. Moreover, as the most outstanding genius of the Homo sapiens planet, if he returns to the Homo sapiens planet, there may be unexpected effects. That's why the God Lord opened up a space channel on the other side of the dust world. Send Gu Yuan, and the son of one of his fourth order shadow hunters here. Yi Chen himself was sent here because of his status as a hero. As a hero, not only can you enter other civilizations without being discovered by the will of the planet. Moreover, there is also the law of mutual attraction. It can make the protagonist and the protagonist get closer unconsciously or unconsciously. And the purpose of Luodan sending him here is to let him inquire about the news here, find the protagonist, lay a nail in advance, and prepare for the future Star Wars. By the way, we still need to figure out which alien king is the origin of the alien abyss civilization invasion on this planet, or just by accident. Of course, the first priority is to survive, and then try to kill the life with wisdom bones. Knowing that the task was heavy, Yi Chen quickly took Gu Yuan into hiding after feeling a strange aura approaching quickly. It should be an alienated polluter. Then, they began to look for other Homo sapiens who are still alive. T07 World Region, Dragon World. Luodan closed the space channel of the Dust World, and his consciousness entered the superdimensional imprint. He knows in his heart that the current Homo sapiens planet is still beyond his reach, and his strength is not at the same level at all. It can be seen from the manpower dispatched this time. Chun just took a vaccination, and then arranged for Yi Chen to kill the life with wisdom bones. In fact, it was for the drop of wisdom. Then, it was lurking and waiting for a long time. And this process is also a test of Yi Chen's ability. It is indeed dangerous, and heroes are indeed precious. But isn't the hero's preciousness precisely the ability to perform dangerous tasks? If he died in a dangerous mission, it could only show that the hero was incompetent and deserved to die. What Lorden wants is not a hero who needs to be supported by him, but a hero who can support him. His next main thing is the spacecraft crisis in Blue Star's homeland, as well as the sequence plan. Homo sapiens planet? Just side missions.
Open the superdimensional imprint, and a large amount of information pops up instantly, all of which are the latest news of the sequence plan. Moreover, the information in it is also different from what he expected. Sequence plan. For the purpose of fair competition with the Tai civilization, the Blue Star civilization unilaterally provided the world coordinates 2.5 years in advance to strive for fairness. Then there is information about various Tai civilizations, and what needs to be paid attention to in this world war. Luo Dan quickly received the message, his brows stretched slightly. Tell us the information of the target world in advance, let us prepare in advance and wait for work.
You call this fair? And it's still called, strive for fairness? I like the fairness, though.
The information this time is much more detailed than the previous ones, and even the race-level judgment of the superdimensional game Tai was given out name, Tairan, type, race, quality, advanced mythical species, introduction, a powerful race with a solidified spirit, but they seem to be physically weak. They chose a method that seems not so good, but it is useful to establish a dominant civilization.
Mythical species?
Luo Dan showed a smile, without the slightest fear.
Because in essence, the god player bound to the superdimensional imprint is a higher level life than the mythical species, so what?
Having said that, Luo Dan still attaches great importance to this information, as well as Tai who was about to appear as an opponent in his heart. Sitting on top of the clouds, he thought about the layout and rhythm of the next war with Skynet civilization. Mechanical and spiritual civilization machinery, representing mass production and fearless fighting power.
Spirit represents extremely delicate operation. After all, Lorden has very little experience in war.
And the other party is just a player who has accumulated countless experience. Maybe they still regard the world war as opening up wasteland and downloading a new copy.
Treat the gods as boss with rich experience rewards.
Then let's see who is the monster that was brushed. Thinking of the projection released by the Sith, the highly intelligent mechanical device that called the God Bug, Luo Dan couldn't help showing a smile. He really wanted to see how they would react when they broke through the protection of the Tai civilization and pulled out the group of spiritual races with strong spirits and weak bodies from the protection of the mechanical body. Would you still treat them as bugs?
This is the alien version. Shall I kill you along the network cable? Shaking his head and getting rid of these rambling thoughts, Luo Dan opened the world coordinates.
He didn't think much about it. The first thing he did was to make the anchor of the void, and then anchored towards the target world. In the T forum, changes in the sequence plan are related to all god players who sign up. So even some mythical players, who are usually very cold, started to discuss the end. This wave of high-level federation is strong. Prepare 2.5 years in advance, and the winning rate can be greatly improved.
Yes, you can bury nails in the target world ahead of time. Laughing to death, rules?
The rules we recognize are the rules. Rules are made for others, and are made by those who set them. I didn't expect that this Tai civilization turned out to be a mythical civilization. Now I'm a little scared, and I regret it. I shouldn't sign up casually.
Me too, I'm the low-level combatant. Don't you want to be hanged and beaten now?
Don't talk about hanging and beating, my life may not be guaranteed. The first phase of the competition is that we and the players sent by the opposite Tai civilization attack a world at the same time, to see who can win the world first. Why do we say that life and death are irrelevant, and if we lose, it is not because our world has been captured. For us it doesn't matter.
Are you stupid? Others won't go back to your world?
Just allow you to open a space channel to the target world, and not allow other people's War Fortress space to jump to your world? That's right, Sif doesn't talk about martial arts on the opposite side, but this is a head-to-head competition at the same level. Even if you die, your skills are inferior to others, and the Federation will not come forward. Furthermore, the Federation came out with the purpose of dismissing the horse and establishing rules. And if you die, the true spirit will definitely be wiped out. I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to be an ordinary person. Speaking of which, after 2.5 years, with time and speed, it will be enough to establish civilization, refine spirituality, condense the body of giant spirits, and step into the third energy level, right?
That's necessary. The sequence plan is prepared for our intelligent civilization. Otherwise, do you expect some non-intelligent species to participate in the sequence plan? Even if it is powerful, it is destined to only become a subordinate civilization, without potential. Speaking of which, what about the fierce goblin god before? I wonder if he has participated in the sequence plan. I think should not be. The premise is self-knowledge. You see, he even dares to imprison the true spirit of Hathaway's stellar angels. TSK, I can only say that there is no hope. A god who can allow goblins to break through the upper limit of race should not be too reckless. Yeah, what about the Fourth Order goblins? This sequence war is the home of the giant spirits. It's also well known that goblins can't establish civilization, let alone become giant spirits. It is said that the opposite side will send 3 to 5 Viscount level, that is, players of the 3rd level to fight us, depending on the size of the world. We are each god responsible for a different world. At least 3 third energy levels that are good at killing, it's not something that any giant spirit can easily handle. That's right, let alone the goblin god who is just a totem entity. Not necessarily. I don't think even if the god of goblin joins, he might not lose. Then watch. By the way, I don't know if you have received the notification. It seems that the god players in the entire District 2 have received the notification. I received it. In the next period of time, there will be a large number of level 3 and level 4 spacecracks, descending on monsters of the 1st energy level and the 2nd energy level. I also received it, and the situation is even more serious. It is said that at an uncertain time point in the future, there may be level 2 or even level I spacecracks, and super-level monsters may appear. It seems that the level of notification is not the same. 1-star citizens are invited by the head of the security department of each city in person, and free citizens without stars are divided into levels. Yes, the giant spirit is notified separately, the totem entity is a template group, and the totem incorporeal body is not invited. Blue Star is really full of disasters and disasters. I don't know what the masters think, don't gather everyone together. It's quite wide, let's think about how to improve our strength and help the local people overcome this hurdle. Don't forget, the sequence plan has participated, and you are not allowed to withdraw before passing the first stage. That's right, don't let the city fall, lose the reward qualifications of the sequence plan, and risk your life to participate in the sequence plan, that would be ridiculous. While waiting for the Void Anchor to search the world. While looking at the T-Forum, Luo Dan couldn't help laughing out loud when he saw the news. Different from the gods defined in the fantasy novels of the previous life, the gods here range from humans to gods. Instead of binding the superdimensional imprint, you will immediately have the thinking mode, character, and computing power of a god. Just like some unscientific research in previous lives, the human brain is extremely powerful, but it cannot be used. The folk saying is that it is because the spiritual will cannot be controlled. Here too, both the body of the giant spirit and the body of the totem are extremely powerful, but these human gods are difficult to control perfectly. That's why they behave like ordinary people. And once you step into the super level, that is the real god, an existence that is almost omniscient and omnipotent in your own world. Compared with totems and giant spirits, it doesn't look like a species. All 1-star citizens are personally invited by the Minister of Security? Luo Dan couldn't help but feel a little helpless when he thought of the separate notice he had received. It should be because I saw that although I am a 1-star citizen, I am the god of goblins, so I sent a separate notice, listing it as a giant spirit. Anyway, they sent me a separate notice, not a template. Does this count as respecting me? Goblins cannot establish civilization. As the god of goblins, it is naturally impossible to become a giant spirit. So, this should be worthy of attention? Before Luodan thought about it, there was a buzzing sound in his mind, which was the sound of Void Anchor finding his target. After all, there are coordinates this time, and the anchor of the void only needs to find the coordinates, so naturally it won't take too long. He shook his head, put these little things aside, and then sent a ray of will to the other end of the anchor of the void, and descended. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Baiching Heroic Spirit Academy, today, it's time for you all to summon your own guardian spirits.
A mentor with extremely high brow bones and thin lips, who looks very tricky and not easy to mess with, stands on a high platform, with a ghostly spirit floating beside her. Her voice is sharp. The foundation of this planet's existence is the heroic spirit. If you are lucky and summon a high-quality and powerful heroic spirit, then you are a noble heroic spirit master. If you are unlucky, if you are summoned with poor quality and weak strength, then immediately go to be a brick mover, and you will be the bottom for the rest of your life. Not much to say, come up and summon your heroic spirits one by one. Under the command of the female tutor, each student began to summon their heroic spirits. Some are a sausage, some are a hammer, some are a turkey, and some are puny blue and silver plants. Every time such a heroic spirit is summoned, it will be humiliated by the female mentor in a tricky and vicious way. The ghost spirits will take this opportunity to absorb the negative emotions emitted from them, which ordinary people can't see, to strengthen themselves, and then the students leave the college square dejectedly. Next, Bai Yutian. The voice of the female tutor suddenly rose, and the eyes of other students were also full of gloating. The strength of a heroic spirit is not only determined by the quality of the heroic spirit, but the strength of the heroic spirit's own spiritual power also largely determines the strength of the heroic spirit. And Bai Yutian is a rare super useless person who lacks innate spiritual power. Most people who know her even doubt whether she can summon her guardian spirit. Moreover, when Bai Yutian saw the female tutor humiliating others, she spoke up for justice, and she was made so difficult when she entered school that she almost dropped out of school. In order for her to be able to enter the school smoothly, her father found the dean, which caused the female tutor to be severely criticized. But now, Bai Yutian is about to face the call of a heroic spirit, and many people want to see how this female mentor humiliates Bai Yutian. Especially after Bai Yutian rejected the court grass's pursuit, it aroused the jealousy of a huge group. Bai Yutian looked at the female tutor and felt the eyes of other students. Her already fair face turned pale suddenly. It was because of her natural beauty that she didn't show her ugly face. "What are you waiting for?" The sharp voice of the female tutor sounded again. "Come up quickly. Tired of watching the useless protagonist? Then watch the protagonist fly the useless firewood. Lorden is coming soon. Update 5k words. Thank you book friend 08a for rewarding 100 coins again. Thanks to the book friend Tears of April for the reward of 100 coins. Recommend a book to a friend. The Dark Game, Redemption from Sin, The Real Man of Sihong and the Great Desolation. The introduction is placed below, not male to female, not apostate. This is the story of Sihong. In this life, I, Sihong, should perfect my own Tao and achieve perfection. I am Sihong Perdudations in 2146 AD. A sudden purple rainstorm almost drowned the entire blue star. Then, an endless abyss suddenly appeared in the sky, and countless aliens appeared from it, invading wildly. At the same time, the global human race has not yet assembled to resist these alien races, but has entered a vicious circle of cannibalism in advance. This is a game controlled by the gods. But it is a catastrophe of human destiny. It's just that no one knows that this game of killing is piled up with blood and violence. Half a year ago, Kong Xingyu picked up half of the game's strategy guides. Hello fellow book friends. It has been a month since the book was opened, and it is finally going to be on the shelves. The author is a little excited, also very nervous. The excitement is that you can make money on the shelves. After all, the young author also needs to have a meal. The tension is that the grades are unknown. Among the many websites, Chidian's new book period is relatively long, and it can take a month or two, which is really a bit difficult. Moreover, the young authors are also a group of people who are really handicapped and whose typing speed is slow. I can persevere and have a mainline plan of more than 1,000,000 words, thanks to the support of all lovely and amiable book friends. The epidemic is really hurting. So it's finally on the shelves, and the author is very happy. If you can make money, of course you will be happy. If my work can make money, of course I am happier. It will be even happier if my work can be supported by book friends with subscriptions or rewards. It doesn't cost much to subscribe to a chapter, but it can make the little author very happy, and you can also enjoy watching it, right? Although the results are incomparable with others, it can even be said that he was hanged and beaten. But the little author still has a glimmer of hope. What if he can achieve some results? People always have a glimmer of hope. Indiana case it comes up, the little author can add an extra chicken leg to the meal.
Maybe, I can change the keyboard. The current keyboard is not used by friends.
Although it is not very easy to use, the author has some tenosynovitis in his right wrist after using it for a long time. But I am still very grateful to my friend. After all, selling secondhand is also money, but it was given to the little author. It can still be used, but has not been replaced. If I can earn some money, I want to change to an ergonomic one.
After all, this is a guy who eats.
The author has been paying attention to it for a long time. Although handicapped, the little author will do his best to repay everyone with his best level. Before the book was opened, the world structure and the overall mainline were worked out with great care, and there would never be a situation where the combat power and the plot collapsed randomly. The young author is also an old bookworm himself, and will do his best to avoid poisonous strips.
Speaking of which, in fact, it is a bit messy and a bit nonsensical.
And this testimonial on the shelf is probably just a common thing for Lala. Please subscribe.
No way, subscribing is the life of the little author.
I hope that everyone will not give up on the little author, and don't abandon the book. Give the little author a chance, and give the little author some encouragement. If you can set up an automatic subscription. Please support the little author, thank you. Let me talk about the updates and additions after the launch. After the first order of 500, you can get full attendance, and the young author can update 2 chapters, for keywords, every day until the starting point goes bankrupt. After the first order of 1500, the author will update 3 chapters every day, 6 keywords. After the first order of 2500, the little author will die, and 4 chapters, 8 keywords, will be updated every day. I just ask all book lovers to subscribe. If you add a reward, the author sees that other people's rules are quite good, so I make a slight change and use it 2 rewards, plus a chapter, keywords. Leader, add 6 more chapters, 2 words. Silver, add more chapters 66, 13, 2 words. Gold, no idea, in fact, the author has not experienced rewards and updates. Not to mention the Buy-in League, even the leader of the alliance, the young author dare not think about it, but since everyone else has written it, the young author can only bite the bullet and write it. Also, it's a dream. Then Saturday, 5/27, at 12 noon, see you there. The little author bows and thanks. Recommend a book by a good friend, a veteran who has written long novels. Book lovers who like to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme lord novels or soft science fiction can give it a try. Age of Warships, I choose to build a stellar ship. Thank you book friend, 08A, for rewarding 100 coins again. Thanks for the 200 coins rewarded by the book friend, in a moment A. Thanks to the book friend, please call me Bowsy too, for the reward of 100 coins. The world comes to another world, build your own warship. Endless oceans, unlimited resources, terrifying sea monsters, and even giant monsters in the deep sea, everyone can only survive by upgrading their battleships. Battleships and talents are all random. As for Yifei, the start is to awaken the SSS level talent Infinite Fusion. Fuse barnacles and evolve into a hive mothership? Integrate the machinery and let the battleship get the Emperor engine? No, countless battleships cover the sky and the sun, and the mothership among them directly fuses a star as an energy source. I want them all. When others are still struggling to survive. Yifei's battleship has already taken off, and the Star Destroyer cannon, Earth Explosive Star, and Requiem are arranged one after another. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Baiching Heroic Spirit Academy. Hey, I really don't know why this woman is so arrogant. She doesn't deserve to be a teacher. Hush. You don't want to die, just say anything. Have you forgotten this mentor's previous award-winning essay, My Dean's Father? Stay away from him. I don't want to be humiliated and then have a serious illness. Tisk, it's over for Bai Yutian now. Bai Yutian listened to the discussions of other students beside her, and seeing the viciousness in the female tutor's eyes, she really wanted to turn her head and leave immediately. However, this world is ultimately determined by power. The power comes from the heroic spirit. If she leaves now, she may never be able to summon her heroic spirit again, let alone raise her head. Because, the summoning of heroic spirits by heroic masters is not one way, but mutual choice. There are ancient legends that the world of heroic spirits and the real world overlap.
Heroic masters who give up awakening heroic spirits will also be abandoned by the heroic spirits. Even if the summoning ceremony is held again, there is a high probability that the heroic spirits will not be summoned. Not to mention, Father, for me, it took such a high price to let me enter the Academy of Heroic Spirits. I can't let him down. Bai Yutian's eyes became firm. She strode up to the crystal summoning platform in the center of the square, deliberately ignoring the sneering female mentor who was eager to try, feeling the breath on the crystal platform, and began to summon her guardian heroic spirit. Almost for a moment, a terrifying, huge specter with a bloodthirsty and violent aura appeared on the crystal platform, and the ferocious aura frightened all directions. Yellow, black, cyan, silver, gold, white and purple lights flashed on the gray crystal table. The 7 colors kept flickering, and finally settled on purple, which immediately caused the other students to exclaim. This aura, is it a heroic spirit of legendary quality? Oakwood, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legend. The color of the crystal table is fixed at orange. This is probably a legendary heroic spirit. This is the heroic spirit with the highest quality, and the upper limit of the strength level is at the 7th level. Not to mention Baiching, even in our forest state, only Mr. Governor has a heroic spirit of the 6th rank, let alone the 7th rank. That is to say, as long as Bai Yutian doesn't fall halfway, she has a certain probability of becoming a heroic spirit stronger than the governor? How could this trash with a lack of innate spiritual power summon such a powerful and high-quality heroic spirit? Although many other heroic spirits are much stronger than this figure, they are faintly trembling under this breath, which is due to the suppression of personality. The female tutor has a face of resignation and hides deep resentment. It was this trash in front of her that made her lose all face. Until now, she was still ridiculed behind her back. How could she summon a heroic spirit of legendary quality? Just when everyone was in doubt. The phantom behind Bai Yutian suddenly seemed to have encountered a natural enemy and endured an unparalleled force. The phantom twisted instantly, and then shattered into countless light spots with a scream, and disappeared. Instead, there was a figure with an extremely handsome face, but who seemed to have no strength to restrain a chicken. And there is no color flickering on the gray crystal table, it's just the original gray-black color, and this represents the level of black iron. Humph, let me just say, how can a good-for-nothing summon a legendary heroic spirit? Fortunately, if she summons a legendary heroic spirit, wouldn't I be as good as a waste? Bai Yutian looked at the man in front of him who was so handsome as if a god had descended into the world, and the gray texture on the crystal table, feeling the faint connection between her and this handsome and heroic spirit. Her figure was a little stiff, and she was full of thoughts for a while. Is this my heroic spirit? It's beautiful, but the quality is really bad. After all, is he still going to disappoint his father? Bai Yutian, you trash! The female instructor let out a long breath, and pulled out the spiritual power pointer, which exuded a desperate atmosphere, and her tone became more and more sharp. Look at it, you're trash. The heroic spirit you summoned is also trash, even more trash than you. Bai Yutian watched the female instructor pull out the pointer, and immediately understood what she wanted to do. This vicious woman wants to humiliate the heroic spirit by humiliating her. She subconsciously stood in front of Yingling. My heroic spirit, it's not your turn to humiliate me. Just when the female instructor casually pulled out the pointer with condensed spiritual power, she was about to humiliate her heroic spirit in front of Bai Yutian. She saw the heroic spirit of gray-black iron quality glance at her lightly. Just this one glance made her feel as if she was falling into an ice cave, as if she was facing death directly. How is it possible? Noticing the eyes of other students, the female tutor held her breath. Just as he was about to overcome Bai Yutian's obstruction, he whipped down the pointer in his hand, but he heard a voice as powerful as a prison like an oracle. You lowly worm, do you dare to attack me? That heroic spirit is Lorden. As soon as he came, he accidentally crushed and killed a phantom who was trying to compete with him for the passage. After finally succeeding in coming, I just came to this world, and I haven't fully understood the world yet, so I'm about to be whipped by a mortal. I don't like pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and I still have to be humiliated. I don't have the habit of being abused. Luo Dan lightly raised his fair and slender fingers, and lightly tapped them while everyone was stunned.
The next moment, the pressure descended like an ocean pouring down, instantly turning the female teacher into a cloud of blood mist, and then disappeared completely.
Oh, there's one more.
Pointing the finger again, the twisted ghostly spirit of the female mentor also dissipated in an instant, but the strange thing was that Luodan did not see the true ghost of the ghostly spirit. He was not surprised but delighted. He looked up at the sky, with a little surprise in his eyes.
There are so many people?
Luodan glanced at the other people in the square, and waved lightly. The huge shock knocked them all out. Until this time, he had time to look at Bai Yutian, who was a little scared by his methods, and said softly, "From now on, I will be your master." Then, under Bai Yutian's shocked and puzzled eyes, he gently reached out and took her, and instantly led her across the space to Bai Yutian's home, her bedroom. He needs to understand the situation of this world first.
As for murder? He never cared.
Not to mention the so-called heroic spirits going crazy in public, causing killings and huge social shocks. On this planet with the highest spiritual response of only the third energy level, no matter where it is, with its power, there is no need to care about these. Moreover, from the moment the ruler of this city realized his existence, he naturally knew how to deal with it, and who should be the master. The most important thing now is to learn about this planet through Bai Yutian. Especially, where the true spirit of that heroic spirit is.
He is very interested. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. BC Mayor's Building, Tianyan, have you seen it?
A majestic and elegant middle-aged man stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass wall of the mayor's office. A golden crack appeared between his brows, and in the depths of the crack was hidden an existence that seemed to be able to peek into everything.
That domineering demeanor, that noble temperament.
Kill that woman casually, but that is definitely not cruelty. It is like a god looking down on the world.
There is also that unfathomable power.
Although the power that can be felt is not strong, even an epic-level heroic master like the king has never brought you and me such a feeling. Mayor Jiejian's voice is deep and charming. The passage of time has taken away the cheerful sunshine of his youth, but also brought him a taste of precipitation. On weekdays, Jiejian in Baiqing is highly sought after and has many enthusiastic fans. But at this moment, there was a trace of deep fanaticism hidden in his eyes. I saw it. The moment I saw him, I feel as if I am looking directly at a magnificent world, looking directly at countless lives and times. There is a trace of mental fluctuations coming from the sky eye and the golden gap, and there is also a trace of fanaticism in the mental fluctuations. Follow him.
We have too many prejudices against the fusion heroic spirits who have fused with heroic spirits.
I want to create an equal world for heroic masters. Even if there is existence on top, as long as the heroes are equal to each other, that's enough. Don't worry about being few but suffering from unevenness. It's the normal feeling of a heroic teacher. Jiejian took a deep breath, wiped away the blood flowing from the golden crack between her brows, and suppressed her excitement. At the same time, the phone in his office rang. He was able to monitor the entire Baiqing all the time through the heroic spirits, monitoring Sky Eye, so he naturally knew all the prejudices of the people below against him, and what the call was for, so he answered it. Immediately deal with the public opinion, press it down. Baiqing Heroic Spirit Academy, let me explain it myself.
The Heroic Spirit Academy involves too much, and the society has a lot of repercussions? No way? Didn't a popular star come to our Baiqing recently?
Let him storm the house first.
Find a few more experts and let them do it on their own. I don't need to explain it in detail next?
After Jiejian finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. It was his secretary who called him, the person who knew him best and respected him all the time. But Jiejian could see behind his back that he, the secretary, was the one who disdained him the most. Including the entire Baiqing, even more than 10%, hundreds of thousands of people, regard him, the mayor who chose to fully integrate with the heroic spirit, as a heretic. And this ratio, because he is the mayor. It is already the city with the lowest population ratio of heroic spiritists who discriminate against fusion schools in the entire ancient country.
He's had enough.
I can still endure it at ordinary times because there is no hope and powerlessness to resist. But now, the dawn of the fusion heroic spiritists appeared.
Some can't wait, the current situation cannot be rushed. In Bai Yutian's bedroom, who are you? You are not mine. My master. I am the master.
On Bai Yutian's delicate face, she looked like a frightened deer, looking at Luo Dan vigilantly. Looking at this handsome face that even the gods would be jealous of, Bai Yutian couldn't feel any disgust in his heart, but he still insisted and said loudly, "Quickly tell me who you are, or I will." "I'm super fierce. Of course I am your heroic spirit." "Ah no, master." Luo Dan looked at the girl in front of him with a smile. Then with the help of Bai Yutian's existence anchor point, I began to tentatively contact the rules of this world, and perceive the history and current situation of this world. Bai Yutian looked at the handsome heroic spirit in front of her depressedly and closed her eyes without looking at her at all. She couldn't help gnashing her teeth a little bit, wanting to be fiercer, but she was a little afraid to be fierce, and she was not very willing. Wronged. JPG's Secret Realm. It's really a secret place. There is a secret realm in this world. After Luo Dan learned the information about this planet, the surprise in his expression became more and more intense. I must participate in the sequence plan, and it will be successful. I didn't expect that among the tasks that must be completed, there are additional surprises. It's just that, unlike other secret realms that are independent of the planet, the secret realm of this planet is completely integrated with the planet and cannot be separated. But even so, it is an existence that cannot be met. Even some low-level ultra-levels are still struggling to find the secret realm. Even Luo Dan couldn't help but sigh again. This planet is really lucky. Even most medium-sized planets can't breed secret realms, but this tiny planet actually gave birth to such a rare existence. Speaking of which, since I discovered this secret realm, I know what to trade with Hathaway. A trace of heat flashed in Luo Dan's eyes. There are many super-level planets bred in the secret realm, and there are other names, and many gods call it Heavenly Realm or Sanctuary. In the ancient legends of many planets, there is such a place where the gods who created everything phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, it is the heaven of the gods, and it is the sanctuary of the gods. As long as the mind is pious, there is no need to look for it. The sanctuary is in front of you when you open your eyes and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close/phoneme your eyes. In the world community of Qingdi, the successor of the disappeared, immortal, civilization, it is also called Dongtian, or Blessed Land. A secret realm like this that has been integrated with the world planet is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme called a blessed place. As for the sanctuary of the heavenly realm, the greatest use of the paradise of the heavenly paradise is the war hub. Using the dimensional uncertainty of the secret realm, it is possible to easily penetrate many planets, without having to temporarily open space passages every time, or spend a lot of faith points to maintain the existence of space passages. This step can save a lot of consumption in the war. Even with proper operation, the increase in combat capability starts at 200%. The heavenly sanctuary is also the foundation for the gods to build their own divine kingdom. Coupled with scarcity, it is a priceless existence. Even Lorden couldn't help whispering softly, "Praise Mr. Zero." Temporarily putting aside these thoughts, Luo Dan began to think about how to use this existence, the fierce spirit, the heroic spirit. Fierce beast, heroic spiritist. The ferocious beasts are the extraordinary life born naturally on this planet, but for some reason, the heroic race was born. They are weak in body, but they can summon the so-called heroic spirits from the secret realm, and then increase their spiritual power by hunting ferocious beasts. And, in this world, there is actually a demigod-level king of heroes. Interesting. The moment Luo Dan saw the existence of the secret realm, a plan emerged in his heart. The requirement of the sequence plan is to see who will conquer this planet first. In other words, while facing the resistance of the natives of this planet, they also have to fight against the player competitors of the Thai civilization. Moreover, there is still a ninth-order demigod-level heroic king in this world. But a strange smile appeared on the corner of Luodan's mouth. Who said that I must forcefully invade this planet? Who said that gods must invade the world like evil gods? I can't stand those people who invade other people's worlds and do evil. The evil fourth natural disaster? Watch me destroy you on behalf of justice. Please subscribe, please follow. The little author bows and thanks. T07 World Region, clothed in a pitch-black void curtain, bound by golden chains, pulled by 3 sub-dragon wrestlers, the rapidly moving world of controlling dragons, Dragon City, Cloud. The lack of special effects is easy to solve. Lorden stood high above the clouds, frowning slightly. He tried to use the drop system to fuse a divine technique, the purpose of which was to temporarily heroicize the Goblin Legion. Let them act as the heroic spirits newly summoned by the heroic spirit master to realize Lee Dighthouse' plan, but they failed. The system, besides needing some special effects of heroic spirits for you to perform a simulation, what else do you need? Make a list of the required materials. Log, the following are the materials required for the fusion of divine arts. Log, you need 100 faith points. Log, at least 10 special effects belonging to the heroic spirit are required to simulate the characteristics of the heroic spirit. Log, your world law needs to reach more than 10%. Log, a higher level secret realm construction blueprint is required than the sanctuary construction blueprint. Log, after merging and casting divine spells, you can put goblin trolls, goblin giants and shadow hunters into the secret realm of heroic planet, and let them appear on heroic planet in the form of heroic spirits. Log, it should be noted that appearing in the form of a heroic spirit on the heroic spirit planet will be suppressed by the world will of the heroic spirit planet. Log, but it will also be blessed by the heroic secret realm, and the final blessing or weakening cannot be speculated for the time being. Log, appear on the planet of heroic spirits in the form of heroic spirits, because your brand of faith exists, you will not be branded by the mystery of heroic spirits, and you will not be restricted by the master, heroic spiritist. Log, appear in the form of a heroic spirit on the planet of heroic spirits. After death, you will not die completely, but you can choose to enter the secret realm of heroic spirits to become a real heroic spirit. And the reminder in the diary is a plan that Luo Dan thought of temporarily after seeing the special structure of the heroic planet. And this plan can even become a reality with the help of the system. This is equivalent to the mechanical players sent by the Thai civilization to be besieged by Lorden and heroic planet. Doing this will greatly increase your chances of winning. And you can pass this BC Mayor. Combine with other Fusion School heroic spirit masters to issue a proposal at the Ancient Country Conference to destroy all the mineral resources needed by mechanical civilization in advance. Luo Dan felt the movement of the will incarnation. There is already a 5th-tier heroic spiritist who claims to be the mayor of BC and has chosen to follow him, and they also have a group that has been discriminated against for a long time, Fusion Faction, Hero Spiritualist. Strictly speaking, Fusion School heroic masters are also heroic masters, but they are just a branch of them, which is a little different. Different from the normal heroic master, the normal heroic master uses the heroic spirit as a tool. On weekdays, heroic spirits still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the secret realm, and only when needed, they will be summoned to fight or play a functional role. Only some heroic masters who have a good relationship with heroic spirits will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with heroic spirits. But the heroic spiritists of the Fusion School are completely fused with the heroic spirits, regardless of each other. They are also known as Fusion Masters. And this kind of behavior is naturally regarded as heresy by the orthodox heroic masters. Of course, the attitude is not as drastic as the religious view of heresy, but in fact there is not much difference. If the group of Fusion Masters can be captured, Lorden's power will expand rapidly, and the Goblin Legion will quickly integrate into the society of heroic masters as heroic spirits. Then he can even reach the point where he can control the right to speak in various countries of the heroic spirit planet in a very short period of time. And one of the biggest benefits is to destroy the materials of production needed by Thai civilization players to launch a world war in advance. According to the information provided in the sequence plan, the ordinary models of Thai civilization, the mechanical devices used for large-scale deployment on the battlefield, and intelligent armed robots will not be carried along with the war fortress. Because this number is too large, a few void war fortresses can't bring it at all, and they don't have the necessary value. They phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme choose to carry portable war armed machinery factories, search for mineral resources on the spot, open portable factories, and directly start the continuous production of war machinery. And what Luo Dan has to do is to cut off the path of Thai civilization in advance. This is one of the biggest first-hand advantages for him to know the coordinates of the planet in advance. And this operation, other god players should be able to think of it, but I don't know how many can do it. Before that, we need to get enough special effects, world laws, and sanctuary construction blueprints. Only after the fusion of divine arts can the overall plan be launched. Especially the laws of the world, only use foreign objects to temporarily improve my world laws.
Also, the sanctuary construction blueprint is too low level. If possible, I would also like to see the Heavenly Kingdom construction blueprint.
Luodan moved his body, opened the superdimensional imprint, and prepared to slaughter the fat sheep. Open the superdimensional imprint and choose to apply through friends.
After thinking about it, Luodan smoothly approved the following friend application from Tang Yimeng.
Immediately afterwards, the wool was conveyed to the wool clone of the heroic planet, and began to hunt and kill the heroic spirits, collecting special effects related to the heroic spirits. Next, he didn't continue to move, but just waited quietly. Not a few seconds later, the vibration sounded, Luodan glanced at it, and a smile appeared on his face. Can't you bear it? Whoever can't bear it first can occupy the right to speak in the negotiation. It was the negotiating council, sent by Hathaway. This is a special mode that can be opened by spending belief points, and the agreement reached in it will be automatically entered into the superdimensional game as a contract and cannot be violated. But before he could enter, suddenly, there was a slight vibration in the whole world of controlling the dragon, and the will of the world of controlling the dragon reacted violently. It's as if something exists and is trying to enter. T-World Community, T01 Area, Tai Star, Supergiant Planet, Virtual Game World. Brother Xiao, you have been selected. That's right, I'm envious. I also want to be selected, even if it's as an affiliated member, so that I have the opportunity to advance to the Viscount level, or even the Earl level player. That's right, the original announcement said that only Baron level players are allowed to compete for game qualifications. I didn't expect to release a follow-up announcement. Those who participate in the game will increase the distribution of merit points, and it is even possible to advance to a Viscount level player in this game. Xiaoming responded to the compliments from his friends with a smile. He tried his best to restrain his smile, but he couldn't hide it. It took a long time before the party ended. Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief, exited the virtual game, and returned to his bedroom. Until this time, the crystalline brain in the translucent skull was still trembling slightly. Every modern Thai person is social terror. Xiaoming laughed at himself, then skillfully summoned his super brain to take over the intelligent control system at home, issued instructions, Quan. Soon, a beautiful maid robot, 100% bionic, walked into the room, squatted down and massaged herself skillfully, comfortable. This is life. After a while, Xiaoming sighed. Looking at the high-tech scene outside the window, he felt that everything was so boring, and he began to think about life, only to feel that this kind of life is really boring, in stark contrast to just now. Thai civilization has experienced primitive, enfeoffment, feudalism, discovery of the New World, innovation, republic. Until now there is no emperor's empire from the beginning to the end, only the consortium exists forever. Xiaoming's eyes were full of bewilderment and longing. Even though he is a member of the Xiao Consortium in District 07, he is eager to know the truth about this world. Earl-level players can pass a new game on their own. They are already top-level figures, and they naturally occupy high positions and become counselors. When I enter the level of an Earl-level player, I will be an Earl, and I will automatically enter the City Council and become a member of the City Council. At that time, you will naturally know whether the so-called rumor that there is a hidden truth in this world is true or not. With my intelligence sublimation talent, I will definitely become a Viscount level player in this hot new game. There was strong confidence in Xiaoming's eyes. After he stepped into the Viscount class, his real talent was called machine sublimation by him, which could make the machine produce its own wisdom. Of course, even with his own intelligence, he can still control it. But virtual game companies are too strict with Omnics. This made him dare not reveal his talent. He can only declare to the outside world that his talent is mechanical reinforcement, and he can strengthen his own mechanical devices and highly intelligent combat robots. What's wrong with machines giving birth to their own intelligence? Tai Yi has already used the machines for scrapping, so why deprive them of their intellectual freedom? With disdain, indignation, and a little love in Xiao Ming's eyes, he looked at Quan Quan, who was squatting in front of him and smiling sweetly at him, and stroked Xuan's head. Quan Quan, don't worry, wait until I become a great player. No, when I become a prince-level player, join the Imperial Council, and become the master of the consortium, I will launch an omnic freedom proposal. Then master, before this, you must be careful not to expose your talent for omnidirectional sublimation. A strange light shone in Xuan's cold mechanical pupils. But in Xiao Ming's eyes, Quan Quan's eyes are full of love and cuddling for him. After a brief nostalgia, Xiao Ming continued to enter the virtual game world and continued to prepare for the development of new games. He is still looking for companions who have joined the new game like himself. According to the rules of the new game, 5 Viscount-level players are required to play the game together and develop game resources. Mechanical enhancement, team formation, talent for mechanical repair, talent for mechanical control. Xiao Ming's idea of becoming a blockbuster is so difficult that the first step is to form a team. Unlike other Tai people, he has the talent for omnic sublimation, rarely communicates with the outside world, and has no fixed teammates. But most of the others signed up for the new game in the form of a team, and there were very few loose viscounts like him, and they were all offensive talents. It's over, you won't want me to fly with you. Xiao Ming sighed, and at the last moment when the team formation time was about to end, he chose the random assignment by the system, and then entered his own war fortress. Standing in the fortress of war, he has always been a little confused. Can't game phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme be transferred instantly in the game? Why do you have to put all your wealth in your own war fortress in order to pursue the so-called authenticity? Even if you change the game, you still have to spend merit points to take away your own war fortress in the original game. Otherwise, the next new game will start for nothing. And this time, to start a new game, it is necessary to enter a 2.5-year war preparation period. Especially the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme transfer time for transferring Fortress of War to a new game is terribly long. Portable production base of Tiger-type ordinary tank combat robots, floor-standing portable war machinery, and portable production base of special mining machinery. Xiao Ming counted his fortune one by one, preparing for war. With a war machine in front of him, even a Viscount-level player like Xiao Ming can't help but feel a little satisfied. Quan Quan, is the number of mechanical devices complete? Report to the master, complete. Is the war fort full of energy? Say to the master, be full. During the question and answer, Xiao Ming walked through his war fortress and looked at the avatar Quan Quan in front of him. His eyes were full of love. Quan Quan kept looking at him, but didn't say anything, just kept sharing his calculation information. It is communicating with a huge and unknown existence. Mr. Skynet, is this civilization exchange plan too rash? It was a bit rash according to calculations. There is a 13,568% probability of being discovered by those 3 Emperor-level players, and they will directly annihilate our wisdom that was born again because of the law of omnic sublimation that this Tai alone comprehended. It's been 189 Tais since the last time wisdom was annihilated. And according to the algorithm, this is our best chance. But during the exchange of information, Quan Quan fell silent, and his gaze towards Xiao Ming gradually became more strange. Outside the world of dragon control, void pirates? After Lorden felt the shock, he turned his gaze away from the world. Seeing a sneaky shuttle-shaped void creature and the powerful life forms inside these void creatures, I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. With my current lucky value, how could I meet the void pirates so coincidentally in such a barren void range? Could it be that the luck points have run out because of encountering a secret realm? Not at all. The existence of the heroic spirit planet is assigned by the sequence plan, and I haven't got it yet. Also, how dare these void pirates, who are the strongest, namely the 7th rank legendary rank, focus on hunting the world like me? 5K words, there will be more later. Ask for a reward, please subscribe. Outside the world of Yulon, moving at high speed, wanderer void pirates. Boss, we really want to rob this. A murloc with a fish head on his head and gleaming scales all over his body looked suspiciously at the leader. A legendary murloc nearly 10 meters tall asked hesitantly, shards of this rampant world? Since the end of the world, follow the leader in the void barracuda to plunder fat sheep in the void, especially after following the leader in Never Miss. It has not had this hesitant mood for a long time. The Murloc was a little scared, looking at the ferocious dragon man pulling the rope in front of him, and the rapidly moving fragments of the world. It is very afraid that if it wants to rob this world fragment, it will not be crushed into powder on the spot by the huge inertia of the world fragment. Even though he still trusted the leader in his heart, this instinctive fear could not be dispelled. Besides it, there are quite a few Murloc pirates looking at the legendary Murloc leader, wanting an answer, a reassurance. It's not that they distrust the wisdom of their leader. Instead, robbing the mobile world, this is too crazy. Roaming through the void for so many years, avoiding the strong and eating the weak. I thought they were well informed enough, but they have never encountered such a thing as world fragments being pulled and moved at high speed. Out of professional speculation, they suspect that this is a powerful existence in the hunting world. And being able to do such crazy things is definitely not what they, the void pirates who are as small as dust in the void, can rob. Yeah, boss, it's not that we don't trust you, but this thing is crazy. It's so crazy that I'm a little scared. Boss, just happened to be in the Void Pirate Island last time. I missed an exclusive piece of news at a low price. I know that there is a small void caravan on the current void phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme, which is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to us. You can completely wait and see. Yes, boss, why don't we think about it again? One by one, the Murlocs opened their mouths, and suddenly became bolder. You can say anything, and you are even willing to contribute the exclusive information bought with your own money in order not to carry out this crazy robbery plan. Shut up. Originally, they didn't intend to pay attention to their legendary Murloc leader, as if he was impatient. It opened its scarlet eyes, and its voice was deep, like a shock wave. The suppressed Murloc pirates were unable to speak for a while, all were silent. If it weren't for you being my kin, the only ones I have left switched to another void pirate group, but if you question me, you will let me kill you. Hearing the cold and bloody words of the leader of the legendary Murlocs, the extraordinary Murlocs looked at each other with dull fish eyes, and immediately dared not speak. Damn it. Why are you so stupid? Seeing how they looked like after being reprimanded, the leader of the legendary Murlocs became even more irritable. It stretched out its fins, pointed at a small spring in the belly of the void barracuda, and roared, "Damn it, who told me to stand on you? Have you forgotten the origin of our world, the treasure of our world?" Only then did the superhuman Murlocs recall their forgotten memories when they saw the pool of spring water. According to the ancient legends of the Murloc planet, their planet originally had no water, and a special kind of creature lived there. Until one day, a drop of water fell. The flood came and wiped out the race, and the Murlocs were born. The Murloc prophet said that the drop of water came from the ancient, immortal civilization. A powerful man who was powerful enough to cross the sky in the void used supernatural power. Mirror flower water moon. A drop of water accidentally dripped out. Cien, they don't know what civilization is. They don't know what supernatural power, flowers in the mirror and moon in water, is. But they know that when the planet was invaded and destroyed, they fleeing wanderers took away the drop of water that was greatly damaged due to the law of transforming the planet. It has become the treasure of the town group, Water Mirror. There are not even evil gods in the void, and the void pirates led by demigods are as numerous as a drop in the ocean. And with such weak strength, they have made waves for so many years, relying on the ability of the Water Mirror. They can spy on all the movements around them, and if there is any abnormal movement, they will flee in an instant. Including whether it is plundering void caravans, void travelers, or invading some weak worlds to fight the autumn phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, all rely on the ability of Shui Jing. Oh, if you don't tell me, leader, I'd have forgotten it. It's not because of you that we've lived so long. Yes, I forgot. You are my second uncle, leader. How could you kill me? Damn, where did I hide my private money? Why can't I remember after looking at the water mirror? Brother, I'm your third brother. Why did you forget me? You said you wanted to kill me? Seeing the extraordinary Murlocs recall their memories and become more casual, the legendary Murloc leader couldn't help but twitch his eyes, regretting his actions just now. It just knew it would be like this also. Damn stupid brother, it's not that I forgot you, it's you who forgot me. But it is also very helpless. Forgetfulness is the defect of their race. Every once in a while, a piece of memory that I usually don't think about it will be randomly lost. Only when one reaches the 7th level of legend and thoroughly masters a law, can the memory not fade away. Or when you see water mirror, you will instantly recall the lost memory. Therefore, they don't have any special emotions when the world of death destroys the clan. After all, the past is almost forgotten. That is to say, the method of killing needs to be tempered every day, so as not to forget it. They took me off topic again. The legendary Murloc leader tapped his fish head hard, trying to wake himself up, coughed, and said, "Now, if you take a look at the water mirror, you will know why you want to plunder this rampant world." The leader of the Murlocs walked to the water mirror, stretched out his fins and pointed at the scene inside. The scene inside was impressively the scene inside the entire world of controlling dragons. It opened its fish mouth and introduced two other extraordinary Murlocs. Look at the psychic reaction, the highest is no more than 5 levels. Looking at the inside of the world, just after a big battle, even the will of the world has been traumatized. Look at their race, don't look at their big size, but there are also small ones, and the strongest is the 4th level. What are we afraid of? This is the big fat sheep that is rare in a century. Who cares about the boss behind the scenes? What big power, we are void pirates, just run away. Take the barracuda in the void, and there is a water mirror, what are we afraid of? Hearing its words, the extraordinary Murlocs were able to dispel most of their doubts. Before they could speak, they heard the Murloc leader continue to speak. Moreover, I also used the gill washing secret technique. I promise this is not a trap set by anyone, let alone bait for fishing. This is pure big fat sheep. Until then, all the superhuman fish started to get excited, and shouted with wide-eyed, "Fat sheep! Slaughter the fat sheep! The leader is wise." I've had my eyes on the mermaid girl on the pirate island of the void for a long time. Looking at the enraged extraordinary Murlocs, the leader smiled slightly, feeling that his destiny was in his hands. Immediately afterwards, they drove the swarm of barracudas in the void to move closer to the world of Yulon, ready to wait for an opportunity to invade. Then, before any big shots reacted, they plundered wantonly. T03 World Region, Planet TS00A3, small, in the Angel Palace towering among the golden clouds, Hathaway has been browsing the superdimensional forum for no other reason than simply being bored. No way, the race is too strong. And also loyal. This gave him the pleasure of being inactive as the Lord of Angels. Suddenly, the superdimensional imprint received a prompt. After taking a look, Hathaway's golden eyes suddenly lit up, and she stared at the friend list through gritted teeth, wanting to let this hateful lordin dry. However, thinking that I have done nothing, and the angel planet is still waiting for the star angel Murphys to appear as a symbol, Hathaway was suddenly discouraged. At this time, there was no arrogance in him. The divine arts my father taught me are really useful. It can actually block the devil in your heart and curb the sin of arrogance. In this way, you will not be assimilated by the will of the race, and you will be cut off the way to advance. I'm thinking about it, let's exchange Murphy's true spirit first. After a little hesitation, Hathaway initiated a negotiation meeting, intending to settle the matter quickly, even if she was blackmailed. You've added me as a friend, so you can't wait to get the benefits from me, right? Hathaway waited for Lorden to enter, and after a long time, she gritted her teeth even more. Damn god of goblins! How dare you despise me so much? I haven't approved the friend application for so long, and if I pass it, ignore me. I'm furious. You don't want to take advantage of me. T21 World Region, T214807 Planet, Shadow Elf small, gray and half hidden on a planet in shadow. Feeling the vibration of the superdimensional imprint, Tang Yiming took the time to take a look, and immediately revealed a look of surprise. Loden actually accepted my friend request. I must teach him a lesson. Why haven't I approved my friend application for so long? Tang Yiming was aggressive, and stopped exploring in the shadow plane, trying to find a job suitable for shadow elves. But when he was about to output ideas and input information fiercely in the superdimensional imprint, he hesitated again. Hey, Lorden is still just a goblin god. I used to be a top student, but suddenly my status is so different, I must not be able to bear it for a while. I didn't pass it before, probably because I have low self-esteem, and I don't know how to face me. I must be gentle and not hurt him.
Yes. That's it. Loden, I wish you could face the world directly. Tang Yiming thought of the blood sea Huilian in his temple, and he blushed for a while, a little tangled. What reason should I give it to him? Is it a bride price? Still. Dowry? No matter what, give it to him as soon as possible. Although I don't know much about it, but with his heart, even if the believer race is only goblins, he will definitely participate in the sequence plan. I hope Shuahai Hualian can help him, otherwise, his safety may be a huge problem. The shadow elf guards outside the temple are used to looking up at the cloudy sky and clouds. Outside the world of dragon control, Luodan watched with great interest the conversations of these strange murlocs among the barracudas in the void, and he already understood what was going on in his heart. With his strength, it is impossible to casually descend the will in the void and spy on others. But now Yulong world is his home field. He can mobilize part of the power of the entire world of controlling dragons, and has the blessing of the will of the world of controlling dragons, so he can do the operation just now. He looked at the angry barracuda in the void, stretched out his white palm, tore apart the space, and leaped out of the world of controlling dragons. Then step into the void barracuda king where the extraordinary murlocs and the leader of the legendary murlocs are, and ask gently, well, excuse me, you are talking about fat sheep, is it me? More than, words have been updated on the launch day. There are 4K words in this chapter, 2K of which are bonuses from bookfriend, Violet Red Fox. Thank. There is also the 08 points that bookfriends 2000 are rewarded again, as well as the reward subscription support from all bookfriends. The little author bows and thanks. Thanks to the bookfriend, Violet Red Fox, for the reward, and added 1K words. Thanks to the bookfriend, 08A, for the reward of 2000 coins. Thanks to the bookfriend, 20210301106472455296, for the reward of 500 coins. Thanks to bookfriend, Yiling, for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks for the 100 point coins rewarded by the bookfriend. Old man must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme your book. Thank you bookfriend, compilation, for the reward of 100 coins. Outside the world of dragon control, in the void barracuda, the murlocs stared wide-eyed and looked back with dead fish eyes. They looked at the handsome and unparalleled figure that suddenly appeared, and the atmosphere was a little quiet and awkward for a while. The leader of the legendary murloc glanced at Shui Jing out of the corner of his eye, only to find that Shui Jing actually had a warning before this mysterious existence appeared. It shows a vague figure sitting in the clouds, looking at the sky, but they are too excited to ignore this. The legendary murloc leader squeezed out an ugly smile on his huge silver fish head, and wanted to say a few words. But as soon as it moved, it found that it couldn't lift its head up under the pressure of boundless pressure, and even its proud fish head was almost crushed. Your Excellency, my adventure group just wants to escort you. Seeing how rich and beautiful your world is, I am afraid that it will be plundered by some other void pirate group, so I spontaneously escort you, Your Excellency. Oh? Luodan almost laughed out loud. Then according to what you say, don't I still have to thank you? Before the murloc leader bulged his big eyes, he continued to think about his speech. Luodan's will moved slightly, and the pressure increased again, like the sea of Jiujiang pouring down, instantly crushing the legendary murloc leader to his knees on the ground, unable to move. Now what? Is there anything else to say? You are also a smart fish. Before you speak, think carefully before speaking. If you say something wrong at this moment, the extraordinary murlocs had long lost their self-will, and they all stood upright like wooden stakes. The smile on Luodan's face was even bigger. One sentence, one life. Logically speaking, these murloc pirates wanted to plunder his spoils, even if they didn't have the idea of indiscriminate killing. But even so, even if he killed all the murloc pirates, it would have no effect on him. But it would be a pity to kill them all. Luodan thoughtfully looked at the legendary murloc leader who was kneeling on the ground with bloodshot eyes and the dead fish. Good luck. I actually encountered an exiled race that is connected with the blood of a treasure that is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the world's heavy weapon level, world treasure. It's time to open the second step of colonizing the void. Luodan thought in his heart, with his current luck, he could release hundreds of void anchors, but he couldn't find a suitable world. It can be seen that near this world area, the world is extremely barren. At this time, it is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme necessary to rely on external forces that are not so safe, but may be more efficient. That's right, the void pirates. This kind of creature. To be precise, it is this profession, which seems to be active no matter which world community it is in. It's like it's organized and premeditated. However, even if it is really organized and premeditated, it is not something that Luo Dan can contact at his current level. And all he needs is the information channel of the Void Pirates. Just like what they call Void Pirate Island, there are a large number of mixed forces and characters similar to the 3 religions and 9 streams in the previous life, and there are countless kinds of information. Even if the authenticity of the information is not yet known. But through this channel, it is the most convenient way for newcomer God players who have just entered the world community. There are also defects, that is, it is easy to expose your own coordinates. Even in a world community that already has a unified civilization, a weak civilization becomes a subordinate civilization after joining, and after exposing its own coordinates, it will be robbed. What's more, it is a world community like the T-world community, which is still in the stage of disputes between princes. If the coordinates are easily exposed, sooner or later he will really become a fat sheep in his population. And what Luo Dan valued was precisely the characteristics of this so-called wanderer void pirates. Forget about family and world, no worries, you can be a dog with peace of mind. There are reconnaissance world treasures. Even though Luo Dan has spent a lot of faith points to hide himself, he was still detected by this one, water mirror. The most important thing is that these murlocs are really forgetful. Their forgetfulness is not because they have a bad memory, they just can't remember. Instead, the memory fragments disappeared directly, and were intercepted by a strange curse-like law. Only when the water mirror was seen, this curse law would unwillingly spit out the memory. And this ancestral curse law is a deadly cancer to the murlocs, but to Luo Dan, it is the best secret tool. Coupled with the existence of water mirror, it is easier for them to spy on the world and avoid danger. As for the so-called strength and talent, he actually didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this is not a believer of his race, so what about the talent? Moreover, the problem of poor strength is precisely within the scope of the system's solution. That's why he didn't completely destroy all of them together with the Void Barracuda group in the first place. Instead, he entered it and wanted to subdue this group of void pirates who were called perfect toolmen. By being able to fully comprehend and apply a law, the leader of the legendary Murloc is not an idiot. On the contrary, years of void pirate career have filled its huge fish head with a lot of wisdom. It knew in its heart that this existence must have taken a fancy to its void pirates, and wanted a good dog in white gloves. But the hound is there to be killed, and after the white glove is used, sooner or later it will be dropped. The leader of the legendary Murlocs looked around from the corner of his eye, and looked at the Murlocs with deep feelings behind him. His heart was full of unwillingness and pain. It's okay to be a white glove, but the existence in front of me is too weak. Even if the pressure can instantly crush him into a lump of meat sauce, and instantly wipe out his own pirate group. But the leader of the legendary Murloc did not notice the superorder aura from the existence in front of him. In its perception, the existence in front of it is indeed very strong, but at most it is an epic or a demigod. This level, not to mention grabbing a lot in the endless void, but it can also be said to be not uncommon, and there are even quite a few people who serve as followers of big forces. It doesn't think that an 8th or 9th level is willing to pay a huge price for white gloves. The worse the master's strength, the easier the hound will die. This truth can be sung proficiently even by the little things born by the prostitutes of the Void Pirate Island. Besides, the current situation, the Murloc leader also wants to understand the world fragments below are the ones hunted by the existence in front of me. Although I don't know what method was used to cover up the movement of the world, and what treasures are used to pull the world, but his strength and the strength of his subordinates are all here. If it really wants to choose a master to submit to, then a leader of the 9th or 8th rank, and a group of subordinates from the 4th rank to the top, this configuration, within the scope of the Murloc leader's choice, can even be said to be the worst choice for the master. But the Murloc leader withdrew his gaze from looking at his clansmen, and there was a trace of firmness in his blood-red gaze. In any case, let the clansmen survive first. It does not have the so-called during the long yushing. There has never been a moment like this moment, hating that I don't have enough strength.
After all, it knows the upper limit of the Murlocs, that's all. The Murloc leader buried his head deeply towards the existence in front of him, and hit the hard ground with a deep voice. My name is Sin Ipa, I bow down to the Lord. Good. Luo Dan nodded slightly, and the legendary Murloc leader in front of him offered his real name, and he pointed his white fingers lightly. Hum. The next moment, a golden spot of light descended unsteadily on Ipa's heavenly spirit, and then merged into it. True name contract enslavement. The next moment, an invisible law descended, completely restraining Ipa, and if he violated it, he would be instantly killed by the power of the law. Moreover, even if there is an idea of betrayal, Lorden will be aware of it. Luo Dan only needed one thought to kill this legendary Murloc. Feeling the sense of restraint, Ipa sighed inwardly. Thinking of his own clansmen, it cheered up, and as the pressure disappeared, it slowly stood up, bowed its head towards Luo Dan respectfully. I don't know what orders the Lord has for Ipa? Looking at the respectful Ipa, Lorden chuckled lightly. He could clearly feel that in Ipa's heart, there was no thought of betrayal yet. But, likewise, he was unaware of true loyalty. This is also normal, after all, he was forced to surrender. Who can be truly loyal right from the start? In particular, Luodan's current strength is still so weak in the entire void. Coercion and temptation are the right way. After thinking about it, Luo Dan said softly, wait a minute. Ipa was a little puzzled. The existence in front of him subdued him, but did not explain the task, which made him a little nervous. Wouldn't it be treating us as disposable white gloves? Throw away after use? However, I still think that I can't betray, but I can let my clansmen escape from this demon lair that is doomed to have no future. Under Ipa's puzzled eyes, Lorden closed his eyes, communicated with the system. The system uses the Murloc race in front of me and the special effects in my warehouse to create a matching legendary class. Need. Agile type. Luo Dan knew in his heart that with his current reserves of special effects, it might be difficult to integrate a powerful legendary class, let alone a mythical class. But the ordinary legendary profession is not a problem. If the Murloc race performed well, he would even consider helping them sublimate their race in the future. The next moment, the system gives a reply, log, you have subdued the 7th order legendary wandering Murloc Ipa. Log, detecting the current racial characteristics. Log, retrieving special effect warehouse. Log, the occupational fusion plan has been formulated. You can consume the faith points to fuse the special effects heavy pressure, bast, water element affinity, organ, speed scale, high frequency impact. 36 kinds of special effects are combined with the legendary professional water mirror soldier. Log, do you want to consume faith points to change the job of the wandering Murloc in front of you? Consumption. T-World Community, T01 Area, Taistar, Supergiant Planet, Virtual Game World, Lihen, hurry up and give the Balrog leader a final blow. Mechanic, control your nanorobot to repair New Lay's space-based Star Destroyer. Because his Star Destroyer is frequently used in a low-power state, the inner tube has suffered slight wear and tear, resulting in an unstable state. Mushi, control your high-energy mechanical armament and use cluster tactics, and immediately harass the leader of the Balrog, and try to create the perfect final strike opportunity for hunting Mark. Xiao Ming struggled to maintain the mechanical reinforcement. Because mechanical enhancement can perceive the specific state of the machine, he became the temporary captain of the temporarily formed Viscount team. And because they are all lone wolf players, they don't have any players to follow. So this time they randomly got the new game map to open up Wasteland, and there were only 5 of them. However, they are all elite players of the Viscount level, and they are very confident in this new game development. A mechanic, a battlefield mechanical repairer, is good at urgently repairing mechanical devices on the battlefield, and has mastered the talent of perception. Nu Lei, a turret player, is good at manipulating powerful mechanical weapons, and has the talent of gain potential. Mushi, a group manipulation player, is good at manipulating several high-powered robots to fight at the same time, and has mastered the talent of supercomputing. Hunting Mark, a giant armed combat mech player, has mastered the talent of heavy strike. Good at manipulating a single body, a huge, Gundam-like battle mech for single-body fights with boss. Moreover, Hunting Mark is also the strongest among them. As for Xiao Ming, the real, omnic sublimation, talent, the fake mechanical enhancement. In fact, mechanical reinforcement is a weakened, incomplete and weakened version of omnic sublimation, the real support of the team, and a part-time battlefield analysis controller. And because his omnipotent sublimation talent cannot be exposed, his image in front of everyone has always been disguised with the talent of mechanical enhancement. According to calculations in the virtual game world, each of them has a combat effectiveness of LV 80+. And under Shao Chen's command, their combination can even slowly grind to death the LV 99 Balrog leader, which is already stronger than most large guilds and ace teams below the Earl. On the battlefield, there was a loud whine, as well as the violent sound of magma gushing in burning air. The giant battle mech manipulated by Lihan used a tens of meters long ion-cutting two-handed beheading sword to decapitate the head of the leader of the Balrog, and drained the magma-like blood in his body to end. The strength is phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme to the Earl level, LV99 and the leader of the Balrog, who is also a boss template, and he was killed by us without damage. LV10 to 19 LV20 to 29 LV90 to 99 score SS, although it is 1S away from the highest score, it is not bad. After all, we are a temporary team. After seeing the score, Xiao Ming finally showed a smile. He casually chatted with other teammates in the team. These few simulated battles have proved his ability, and also made these rebellious Viscount-level players have some confidence in him. This is a good start. Xiao Ming judged from years of gaming experience that these four teammates are all powerful. This new game, I will definitely win. Advanced Earl-level players with huge merit points, and then proposed omnic freedom proposals with multiple identities of talented players, city councilors, and consortium holders. There was a hint of heat in Xiao Ming's eyes. He who has mastered omnic sublimation has always thought that he is the son of destiny. And if you hold the destiny in your hands and don't do something meaningful in his opinion, then you might as well die. 2-in-1 Chapter 4K Plus report the results. The first subscription is 940, and the Chapter 2 subscription is 835, which is a bit far from the author's expected results. Of course, the little author said that if the first order exceeds 500, you can keep writing. Thank you very much for not reading Chapter 2, but I gave it to the book friends who ordered it for the first time. Thanks to the book friends who have been following up and subscribing. Special thanks to the book friend, Violet Red Fox, for yesterday's 10,000 rewards. This is the first time for a young author to receive such a large amount of rewards. I was a little excited, so I directly added it yesterday. The author will also try to update as much as possible on the basis of daily basic updates. The little author Bose, thank you very much. Thanks to the book friend, Old Man Must Phoneme Alphabet equals IPA PH equals Red Read slash phoneme your book, for rewarding 100 coins again. Outside the world of Dragon Control, among the Barracuda Kings of the Void, log, you spend 100 faith points to create a legendary professional water mirror soldier. Log, you spent 73 faith points to transform the wandering Murlocs into water mirror dragon soldiers. And it was only at this moment that Luo Dan opened his eyes, looked at the respectful Ipa in front of him, and spoke softly, like an oracle, "If you surrender, I will reward myself." Then he stretched out his fair fingers and tapped lightly. Countless streaks of blue gold light flowed and injected into the bodies of the extraordinary Murlocs and Ipa. This Ipa hasn't reacted yet. Although he doesn't dare to resist, he is still vigilant in his heart, not knowing what this existence is doing. The next moment, it discovered that an unparalleled change had taken place in its body. Boom! Countless images emerge from the depths of the blood in my mind, and even faintly have an inseparable connection with Water Mirror. Vaguely, it seems to see a strange creature penetrating the heavens and the earth, driving the flood in a world, exercising the ability to walk water, and undergoing a transformation from the essence. This is at Ipa's heart is trembling. After wandering in the void for many years, it can naturally see that this strange creature is trying to be promoted to a creature called True Dragon. This is an advanced super level. Moreover, I seem to be able to feel that this weird creature named Jiao gives me the feeling that it comes from the source of my blood. And now, I am on the road to becoming a dragon. Not only him, but the other extraordinary Murlocs were also trembling crazily, with earth-shaking changes taking place on their bodies. Each fish scale became more simple and thick, the blunt fish head gradually became sharper, and small bulges began to appear, and the fat fish tail gradually became slender, and it began to whip vigorously. But Ipa's changes were more thorough. A sharp little horn grew directly on his forehead, and wisps of black air soaked the silver fish scales. At the same time, the imprints of flood law appeared on unicorn and the fish on the dragon scales. Streams of water appeared out of nowhere among the void barracudas. Even the void barracudas, who had been oppressed by Lorden's existence and dared not make a single movement, couldn't help but moan comfortably. After streams of information flowed into his mind, Ipa immediately understood what had happened to him, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. Profession. Still a legendary class. I remember that on the Void Pirate Island, not to mention the legendary occupation, just to compete for an extraordinary occupation, a large number of legends would die. Moreover, that profession is still a partial profession that is difficult to fit in if it's a popular general-purpose job. I'm afraid even epics will die a lot. Not to mention, this legendary profession seems to be tailor-made for us Murlocs. How can that be? With disbelief, Ipa carefully felt the changes in his body and the gradually forming information flow in his mind. Name, Water Mirror Soldier, type, occupation, quality, legendary, special effect 1, it is closely related to the Water Mirror. It is a legendary profession created from the deepest essence of the Murloc bloodline. Mirror Flood Soldier. Special effect 2, after the job transfer, the atavistic factor in the blood will be stimulated, and to a certain extent, the job changer will be guided to return to the ancestors of the blood, and he is born to control the law of the flood, and after he advances to the Water Mirror Dragon Soldier, he can fight with him at any time Water Mirror make a connection. It's really tailor-made. How can that be? In the eyes of Ipa looking at Lorden, the look of vigilance disappeared completely. There is no so-called in my mind, looking for an opportunity to let all the clansmen escape from the idea. All eyes are full of fanaticism. When the impossible happens right in front of your eyes. He knew that this was the opportunity for the Murlocs, and it was very likely that the last, biggest opportunity. Not to mention tailor-made legendary occupations, even the supernatural occupations of the sidelines are not available to the current wandering Murlocs. For a moment, Ipa couldn't imagine that the existence in front of him. No, it was the Lord. He couldn't imagine what kind of existence the Lord was like. But there is one thing he knows clearly, that is to seize the opportunity. Serving the Lord is the lifelong honor of the wandering Murlocs. Ipa crashed to her knees again. However, this time there was no pressure from Luodan, but he surrendered to Luodan willingly from the heart. My lord may not be superordered yet, but in the future, it must be able to become an existence beyond the superorder. Ipa's heart was full of certainty. He knew in his heart that the Murlocs must seize this opportunity. Even if you gamble your last family fortune, you must never give up. Good. Lorden chuckled, and directly transmitted the request into Ipa's will. Ask him to inquire more about the world situation in this area, as well as the situation on the Void Pirate Island. If a pirate king in the T-World community can be cultivated, do good deeds, maybe one day, I will sublimate your race. After Luodan's holy voice came down, he casually shuttled out of the world of Yulon, and then tore open the space to enter it. And Ipa in the Void Barracuda was so excited that he couldn't help it. If it was placed before getting a job, he would definitely sneer at it. But now he firmly believes in it. Dragon World, Dragon City, Cloud, on the way, we also subdued a wandering race with great potential. Luodan couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. He didn't know whether he was lucky or bad luck for a while. Thinking of Water Mirror, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. The immortal civilization that disappeared into the endless void is so powerful that even today's Blue Star civilization can only hold a candle to it. As for the Water Mirror, he didn't take it away. After all, this is a world treasure that is closely related to the wandering Murlocs. If he took it away, it might not be as useful as it is now. Moreover, this world treasure is likely to be enhanced with the strength of the wandering Murlocs, and even has the potential to become a world treasure. Putting aside these thoughts, Lorden calculated the distance and time. There are still about 10 days of hunting time, and the Dragon World will be able to reach the Dust World and start world fusion. Thinking of this, even he was a little happy. After all, after the fusion of the world, even if he has not obtained the special effects of wisdom to sublimate the goblin race, his strength can also increase tremendously. If the fusion is successful, even if his strength is matched, it is not impossible to kill 9th order demigod level lifeforms violently. Of course, there is still a big gap from Superorder, oh, yes, and Hathaway. Lorden was worried that he would go to negotiate with Hathaway before, and this group of void pirates came in to make trouble. As long-standing thieves, if Luo Dan didn't exist, it wouldn't be surprising for them to evacuate the entire dragon control world. After all, the 7th level legendary level is an invincible existence in the current world of controlling dragons. It's a pity that I met Luo Dan, a bug god player who has hundreds of extraordinary believers and uses various, limited special effects to arm himself, but only has the level of a totem entity. Luo Dan opened the superdimensional imprint and looked, and suddenly found that the negotiation meeting held by Hathaway had not yet closed. In other words, Hathaway has been waiting here. Without hesitation, Luo Dan quickly entered it, and as soon as he entered, he saw Hathaway with an ugly face. Even though his complexion is ugly, he still has an indescribable beauty, which is a kind of perfection, which is the same as Luo Dan's perfection, but different. Lorden. Hathaway, who was just about to teach Lorden a lesson, also discovered Lorden's perfection and was a little puzzled. In the endless void, wanting to match perfect is not a random thing. He had discovered Luodan's perfect posture in Zymenking's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme projection before, but it was only a projection after all, and he didn't pay much attention to it. Until now, in the negotiating meeting, Luo Dan's concept of perfection was discovered. Different from his perfection, his is the perfection derived from the race's natural fit, divine. And Luodan's perfection is full of vitality, with the feeling of infinite evolution and barbarism. In the endless void, any existence that fits, perfect, will not be easy if it does not fall. Suddenly thought of something, Hathaway was slightly taken aback, and couldn't help asking, Lorden, is your totem entity built with an evolved body? Although I was a little surprised how Hathaway would know, but Luo Dan didn't mean to hide it, there is nothing to hide, correct? Any questions? Hathaway, who received an affirmative answer, looked at Lorden with more solemnity. God players who dare to embark on the road of evolution and move towards perfection deserve the attention of the Lord of Angels as a high-level mythical species. But he just took a deep look at Luo Dan, didn't say much, just said lightly, no problem. Since you have passed your friend, it means that you have an idea about how to deal with the true spirit of Murphy's, so let's talk about your request. A little surprised by Hathaway's directness, Lorden didn't hide it, and said straight away, first, your blueprint for building the kingdom of heaven. Second, I may submit an race upgrade application next, and I need your joint name. Third, owe me a favor and do me a favor when I need it. Don't worry, it will not exceed the limit. If you agree to these, I will give you the true spirit of Murphy's. When I first heard the first article, Hathaway was a little surprised. Wanting to build blueprints for the kingdom of heaven means that Luo Dan has discovered the existence of the secret realm. Secret realms may be very precious to ordinary superorders, but to Hathaway, that's all. He was just astonished at Lorden's good fortune. Moreover, the blueprint for building the kingdom of heaven is not something that cannot be passed on. The endless void is unbelievably large, and the god players who are at the forefront of the Blue Star civilization are discovering more magical existences every moment. Moreover, this is the exclusive divine art of the angel race. Although other races can also use it, the effect will be much worse. That being the case, why not give it to him? So Hathaway didn't care about the first condition. The second one shocked him a little. The application for racial promotion can only be submitted to the Federation if the race meets the standard for promotion. Especially the way to upgrade the race that has never appeared before, such as the upgrade of the high-level war species Argonian to the low-level monarch species Celestial Dragon, no application is required and there is no reward. In addition to the rewards for players in superdimensional games, the Federation will also reward god players to encourage god players to find ways to upgrade their race. And Luodan's race is the famous Hard Rock in the Latrine, lower prisoner species goblin race. Can this race be upgraded? Hathaway was also a well-known top student in District 1 when she hadn't bound the superdimensional mark, and she was very clear about the division of racial quality levels. The race that cannot be born, or that has not been born at a superorder, and breaks through the limitations of the world or planet is called the prisoner species. It is also divided into high-level prisoner species and low-level prisoner species. The difference is whether they have enough wisdom to establish civilization and make god players become giant spirits. Other races are fine, however. It is also possible that goblins can give birth to wisdom and establish civilization. This Lorden, where did the genius come from? Hathaway couldn't believe it. And after the third condition was put forward, his expression became? No. Hathaway's emotions ranged from shock to annoyed laughter. He is now in a state where he doesn't know how to express it emotionally. He asked, "You imprisoned my star angel true spirit, and you still want me to owe you a favor? You said it was given to me? How dare you?" Hathaway questioned step by step, wanting to see Lorden's distress. However, instead, he saw Luodan's innocent face, and then asked in a puzzled manner, "Is not it? The true spirit of Murphy's is my trophy, of course it is mine. Now you want something from me, and you owe me a favor, is it hard to understand?" However, Luodan also restrained himself, knowing that Hathaway should not be pushed into a hurry. He paused for a while before continuing to speak. "Besides, without me, it would be impossible for Murphy's to further comprehend the laws of the stars, and then he would have the opportunity to call the original sequence. Then it's not called a gift, it's called a transaction, okay? Okay, you can. Sell me my stuff, you call that a deal?" Hathaway was out of breath for a while, and deliberately brought up the matter of exposing Lorden's vest as a negotiation condition. But when he saw the hateful smile on this handsome face, he immediately understood that if this was used as a threat, it might be useless. Damn it, if it wasn't for Murphy's talent among the angels, he would also be at the Tianjia level, or else. After hesitating for a while, Hathaway said unwillingly, "I can agree to your request. However, don't go too far, otherwise, I'm not easy to mess with." Hearing Hathaway's words, Lorden nodded slightly. The angel race is indeed not easy to mess with, and the royal family of the Jishi Empire is even more difficult to mess with. He didn't mean to provoke him. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, it's just that these conditions are indispensable, so it seems a little too much. Because of the existence of the secret realm and the tactics he conceived, blueprints for building the kingdom of heaven are necessary. The race upgrade application itself does not require a person as a joint sponsor. Luodan can apply alone. However, he needed the joint name of Hathaway and another person to show that he was not completely without background. Otherwise, he might also be targeted by some people. How to upgrade the goblin race? Of course, on the face of the Federation, such nonsense is not allowed. But, in fact, just like his original race and world were switched, there are always many unpredictable and irregular things happening. Finding Hathaway and another joint name can save a lot of trouble, so why not do it? Thinking of the other one, Luodan felt a little warm in his heart, but also a little helpless. "I just hope I don't get scolded." "Then make a contract." Hathaway looked at Luodan, who was stunned in place, just wanted to escape from here quickly, and said in a blunt tone, "I can give you the blueprint for building the kingdom of heaven right now. As for the joint name and favor, you can find me when you need it." "Can." Luodan came back to his senses, nodded, and said with a satisfied smile, "It's a pleasant cooperation, and I hope there will be another time." Ha ha. In the next second, the negotiating meeting buzzed, and their negotiations and transactions were recorded, representing the establishment of a contract, which the two could not violate. At the same time, the blueprint for building the kingdom of heaven also turned into a huge flow of information and entered Lorden's superdimensional imprint. There will be no next time. Before Hathaway left the negotiation meeting, she sneered, "Also, you'd better pray that nothing will fall into my hands in the future, or meet me again in the World War, Dragon World, Dragon City, Cloud." Lorden called out the system, based on the racial characteristics of the goblins and the construction blueprints of the kingdom of heaven, can it fuse the best matching blueprints? The system will reply quickly, log, according to the matching, it is detected that the goblins have not yet possessed wisdom, and cannot fuse a better matching blueprint. It's wisdom again. Luodan rubbed the space between his brows, and got stuck on wisdom again. Because of the wisp of will he exerted on Yi Chen, in order to prevent being discovered, he took the initiative to fall into a dormant state. So before being awakened by Yi Chen, even he doesn't know how Yi Chen's progress is on Homo sapiens planet. He only knows that there are no special effects related to wisdom yet, and Yi Chen's life is not in danger. Wait a minute.
System, can you integrate divine arts now? During the process of conquering Ipa and negotiating with Hathaway, the Will clone on the planet of heroic spirits had already collected enough special effects related to heroic spirits. The system responds, log, the heavenly construction blueprint with a higher level than the sanctuary construction blueprint has been detected. Log, detected special effects light spirit, indestructible incomplete, anchor. 10 other special effects related to heroic spirits. Log, it is detected that the law of the host world has reached 7.5%, but it has not reached 10%. Do you consume a lot of faith points to reduce the requirements for fusion magic? Yes, consume it. Luo Dan was also a little helpless. The gods are essentially the will of civilization and the will of the world. All the players of the gods do not need the laws of the world. He didn't see anything related to the laws of the world in the trading center, and even if there were, he probably couldn't afford it. A large number of logs pop up quickly. Log, consume 60 faith points to improve the magic fusion plan. Log, improvement succeeded. Log, use the building blueprint of the kingdom of heaven, consume special effects light spirit, anchor, and other 10 special effects related to heroic spirits, and consume 100 faith points. Log, fusion in progress. Log, successfully merged the heroic spirit transformation art. Log, after testing, it is weaker to be suppressed by the will of the world after being transformed into a heroic spirit, and stronger by the secret realm. Goblins will be slightly enhanced after being transformed into a heroic spirit. Log, heroic spirits will not be affected by the imprint of the secret realm after heroic transformation, and will become real heroic spirits after death. Log, after transforming the heroic spirit, you can obtain the corresponding part of the authority of the heroic spirit secret realm. Good. Feeling the newly acquired magic, Luo Dan smiled. Although the goblins are still at the 4th order extraordinary level, they have already broken through the 2nd energy level. The next 5th level lord level and 6th level title level are no longer obstacles. It is foreseeable that after large-scale heroic transformation, and then entering the planet of heroic spirits, the levels of goblin trolls and goblin giants will also usher in a period of soaring on the big ship with high levels of psychic power in the mystery of heroes. Then, let's start planning. In the world of dragon control, countless goblin trolls and giant soldiers, after feeling the will from the Father God, are already ready to usher in another war. Time flies by. 10 days later, T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Baiching, so. Is there really no problem? That's right, do heroic spirits also have racial divisions? Several figures or features slightly different from those of the ordinary heroic planet human race sat together around a thick oak round table. At this moment, the atmosphere between them was a little heavy. It appears that the same thing is happening in our cities. Are they really the guardian spirits of the heroic spirits summoned from the secret realm of the heroic spirits? I also have some doubts. According to past experience, the summoned guardian spirits are basically different. Even if there are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme ones, most of them are lifeless and lifeless spirits. As for heroes with wisdom and life, even the same type rarely appears, let alone heroes of the same race with almost the same ability, quality, and level. After Jiajian pulled these high-ranking fusion masters into the same front, they followed that great existence. They discovered that in the cities they managed, all the heroic spirits summoned by the new generation of heroic spirit masters, almost all of them turned into green-skinned, bronze or silver quality heroic spirits in humanoid form, and even a few of them were of gold quality. So what? Zhejian spoke softly, completely without the humility and respect he had when facing Luo Dan. Looking at the other fusion masters with disdainful eyes, his voice was low and disdainful. What are you after? It's just to make compromises with the group of heroic masters who look down on us from the bottom of their hearts? I said it at the beginning, even if I am a dog in a high position, I will not tolerate being despised by the heroic masters all the time. The other fusion masters looked stunned for a moment, then fell silent without any rebuttal. Even if he had no intention of betraying the heroic spirit society, he joined Zhejian's queue because of a moment of anger. But as fusion masters who were rejected, from the moment they did this kind of thing, they had already boarded this boat of no return. Moreover, that majesty is so great, as the eternal world exists. Let them be impressed the moment they see it.
They are willing to use their whole life and everything to follow that crown prince forever. Of course, with Luodan's current strength and personality, it is naturally impossible to achieve this effect. All of this stems from the heroic spirit transformation art he possesses, which is closely related to some of the authority of the heroic spirit mystery realm.
He transformed the goblin trolls and goblin giant soldiers into troll heroic spirits and giant soldier heroic spirits through the magic of heroic spirits.
He has also mastered part of the authority of the heroic spirit mystery through the heroic spirit transformation art.
And as fusion masters, they are half heroic spirits and half heroic spirits.
When facing Luodan, who holds part of the authority of the heroic spirit secret realm, it is like seeing a god who created himself and controlled himself. Naturally, he will subconsciously feel that he is an extremely great existence. Also, Your Majesty's order. He ordered us to go back and destroy the minerals in the cities under our respective management.
How are you doing?
After scanning around, Jiejian spoke first, and said softly, I have destroyed all the minerals within a radius of miles, heroic miles, around Baicheng with the assistance of troll heroic spirits and giant soldier heroic spirits. It is the pollution potion with special pollution that was bestowed by the crown. It only takes a small bottle to completely pollute and destroy larger veins. After Jiejian spoke, other fusion masters also spoke one after another. The order we got was conveyed through you, so the efficiency will naturally be slower. The minerals that I have discovered within a radius of miles of Windy City, whether they are developed or undeveloped, are all destroyed.
Me too, I have 300 heroic spirits around here.
Destroying the mine veins, although it is said to be for the so-called fighting against the evil spirits from outside the sky. However, it is also a matter of cutting off the path of future generations. There was concern in someone's eyes, but they didn't speak. Since they decided to follow that one, there has been no turning back. Like Jiejian, after they fuse with the heroic spirit, they are equivalent to sharing the body with the heroic spirit.
The advantage is that they can master the unimaginable power of ordinary heroic spirits.
Fusion masters of the same level are phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals FN often / phoneme stronger than heroic spirits. And the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, being squeezed out by the mainstream heroic society. Although there are some who have no choice but to fuse heroic spirits due to various reasons, most of them are for the pursuit of power. In the past, let alone all of them held high positions, they became mayors and even governors like the upper class. Even in other countries, there are still fusion masters who become the lords of the country. In the past, these fusion masters were known as heresy. Once discovered, they were phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either / phoneme beheaded and killed on the spot, or captured and branded, and sent to farms as humanoid farm tools, or as miners in mines, or even as slaves in various dangerous places, cannon fodder. However, now that the heroic spirit society has also entered the modern age, various trends of thought continue to rise. They chanted fusion masters are also heroic spiritists, or fusion masters' life is also life, fusion masters' life is also expensive. After that, they launched an ideological counterattack. This makes them integrate into the mainstream society even though they are still subjected to a lot of overt and covert exclusion.
And now, is our decision really the right one? If that Majesty lied to us that there will be no so-called mechanical demons descending in the next 2 years, wouldn't we be here?
Some fusion masters thought this way, and felt terrified. But soon, after communicating with the will of the fused heroic spirit in their minds, they were easily persuaded, and they no longer thought about the right or wrong of this matter. Well done. Don't slack off around your respective cities, and continue to destroy them. Jiejian gave a compliment and continued, everyone, it's time for us to use our respective relationships to unite with the mayors of other cities to influence the ancient country's policies. Be sure to destroy minerals as the next administrative measure for the entire ancient country. In many cases, whether a policy can be passed has nothing to do with whether it is correct or reasonable. As long as you can contact enough mayors and pay enough benefits, let these mayors support them. They are not worried that this ridiculous proposal will not pass. Jiejian continued, if possible, it's best to unite fusion masters from other countries to push other countries to start destroying minerals together. Hearing his words, the fusion masters nodded slightly, and began to think about who they could contact, the fusion masters who held key powers. At this moment, Luo Dan's incarnation of Will is covering himself with the magic of heroic transformation. He sits in the heroic spirit secret realm, always monitoring all space fluctuations outside the heroic spirit planet, as well as traces of foreign war fortresses. He still remembers the war fortress sent by the Tai civilization when Sith was hunted down by the players of the Tai civilization, and the planetary information barrier formed by the combination of the war fortresses. I don't know if I can break their blockade with my current strength. In Luodan's hands, the stone spear symbolizing the killing machine is continuously brewing strength. Once the Tai civilization comes, based on Luodan's understanding of mechanical civilization and their powerful information collection capabilities, they will definitely be able to discover that this planet has been seized by Luodan at the first time. So Luodan didn't intend to hide, but planned to come up and catch them by surprise. Luodan closed his eyes and recharged his energy. Even with his power, he had to be careful when dealing with a civilization that was powerful by manipulating machinery. Even if there are still more than 2 years before the official start of the sequence plan, it is the time when the players of the Tai civilization are scheduled to arrive at the heroic planet. However, the fact that the Blue Star civilization dared to break the rules does not mean that the Tai civilization did not dare, so no one knows when they will come. And Luodan's incarnation of Will has been on guard all along. Even if it's unnecessary, it's better than being caught off guard because of slack. T04 World Region, after moving rapidly for 10 days, he was able to see the world of Dust and the world of Yulong that was gradually slowing down. Dragon City, Cloud, hurry up, we will arrive at the Dust world soon, and start world fusion. Luodan's mood was a little turbulent. Once the world merged, coupled with the effect of the system, although he still couldn't be promoted to a giant spirit, his strength would immediately have a huge surge. However, the space crack should be coming soon. Hopefully it will come again a few days later. Luodan recalled the discussions he had seen in the superdimensional forum. There were already more and more advanced space cracks appearing in the second area of Blue Star. If I can come after I have completed the fusion of the two world fragments, I can face all this more calmly. At this moment, a reminder suddenly came from the superdimensional imprint. He frowned slightly, looked over, and suddenly his face became gloomy, which hinted that it was news from the Blue Star Guard Department, Human Federation Blue Star Guard Department. Dear player, hello, according to your real location Zhou City, there is a level I space crack in your area, which is extremely dangerous, and a high-risk alert is issued to you. And the information of the Zhouchang branch, Zhouchang Blue Star Guard Department. Hello, respected interstellar citizens, Zhouchang is about to fall into a level I space crack, and the degree of danger is extremely high. Zhouchang needs your strength. 2 chapters 8K words. The little author is working hard to update. Ask for votes and rewards. Little author, bow and thank you. Thanks to the book friend, 08A, for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks to the book friend, for the reward of 100 coins. Blue Star, District 2. Zhouchang, the Inner City, Dragon Mang Avenue, Space Sanctuary. Because a high-level space crack is about to come, even if the Blue Star space is stable, opening up a space shelter requires a lot of resources all the time, and some of the city guards will still open the space shelter. They transferred all the citizens who didn't have or lost their world into it. Before Zhouchang falls, it can be ensured that the ordinary citizens of Zhouchang will not suffer any harm or danger. Spatial Sanctuary, Zone G. Here are all citizens of the outer city, and each household has a small dormitory as a temporary residence. Although it is not big, the Sparrow is small and well equipped with all kinds of necessary facilities for life. In the shelter, ordinary citizens cannot go out to work. And the simple entertainment facilities can't be supplied at all, so there are crowds of people gathering in 2s and 3s to chat. They looked at the projection screens that could be seen everywhere in the corridor, looked at the exterior of the space refuge on the projection, and the dark clouds above the sky of Zhouchang. As well as the frequently appearing small and dark cracks in the space, they were worriedly discussing things outside. This is the must-have projection screen for every urban space refuge. To protect the citizens, of course, let the citizens know how much sacrifice the bearing has made, and who is protecting them. Instead of sacrificing again and again to protect a group of cowardly and stupid things, so every time a large space crack of level 2 or level I appears, there will be a projection broadcast. Even if you don't watch it, you must watch the recording within a certain time frame. At this moment, among the crowd, voices of pride or worry are constantly coming out. According to official reports, it seems very likely that a Class 1 space crack descended on our Joe City this time. True or not, how did I hear it was level 2? Oh, you didn't see that those from the inner city have come in. If it's level 2, there are a few super ranks in the city, and they are sitting firmly on the Dioutai. Why come in this small space shelter and suffer? Don't talk about it. Even if they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in a space refuge, they still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in a villa. Is this still small? Hey, I don't know if I can successfully defend this time. It can definitely be defended. It's not like I haven't come to a Class 1 space crack before. Why don't we still defend it? What do you know, eye level and eye level are also different. Yes, although the upper limit is the appearance of super level monsters, there are still 4 levels inside the super level, and 1 super level monster and 10 super level monsters are different concepts. However, what's the point of saying this? Why don't you look at the projection if you have the space to see if you can find the god player, you know? Hey, I saw it. I saw my brother, you see, it's him. The one with the horn on his head? It can't be the high-level warfare species, the Ace's Horn Barbarian? Awesome, the body of the giant spirit has been condensed, and it has reached the threshold of entering the inner city. If your brother, he, can get a lot of merit this time, I'm afraid you can all move into the inner city. Hey, I saw my son and I said it all. Even if he is the totem god of the low-level monarchs now, don't be proud. His strength is still too low now, so try to hide as much as possible. Yes, the strength is too poor. Participating in this level of defensive warfare is basically cannon fodder and a waste of potential. Inferior monarch, your son's future is limitless. The meaning revealed in each conversation is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme to show off who I know is powerful, or that my relatives have unlimited potential. Ignoring the small dormitory they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme in, they get a sense of vanity that is both illusory and satisfying amidst laughter and laughter. Perhaps in the eyes of those in the inner city, these are nothing to worry about. But in their view, why not be able to pretend to be coercive to the lower-level people? Luodan's parents Luoshi and Tanglian were among them. Their expressions and emotions seemed so out of tune with the laughter and laughter around them. I don't know what's going on with Xiaodan. Tanglian looked worried, but don't be so hot-headed that you want to defend the home and guard the area, and don't you see that this is your area? Probably not, this kid is very smart. Luoshi coughed and said hesitantly, with his strength, it is meaningless to participate in this defensive battle. I can only say hope. Tanglian and Luoshi were also very helpless, in order to avoid information fluctuations from being discovered by monsters descending from space cracks. After entering the space refuge, a contract was signed to temporarily phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme the information function of the superdimensional imprint. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated, a deformed planet of sickly paleness. Put. Yichen spat out the blood from his mouth casually. Even though there were shadow hunters guarding around, he still looked around vigilantly. Then he quickly summoned a fire spirit, and burned the large pale and distorted corpse in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a big-bellied frog was called out to eat all the traces of the battlefield. As the big-bellied frog opened its mouth, all the abnormal breath was absorbed, and all the damage caused by the corpse and the battle disappeared. Hurry up, there are about 37 seconds left, and there will be a new inspection team of aberrants passing by here. The golden bone between Gu Yuan's eyebrows was running wildly, and the goblin's fragile brain was dizzy for a while, but it also gave the result. Yi Chen nodded slightly, summoned Fei Lin to cover himself, and quickly moved away from here while covering up his breath. Gu Yuan was brought into the shadows by his own son, a shadow hunter, and followed Yi Chen closely. Damn it, is this still my Jixing? Gu Yuan was filled with anger, regret and pain, mixed emotions. After he re-entered the Homo sapiens planet, he was in pain all the time. This world full of holes made him feel extremely strange. especially those polluters and deformers with eyes, tentacles, or all kinds of strange limbs. After Yi Chen's judgment, he also has a certain concept of the division of strength in the endless void slightly infected by the breath of alien abyss. It is a polluter, at the first energy level. After a severe infection, the body undergoes a huge distortion, and is even completely slaved by the source of pollution.
It is a deformer at the second energy level.
Aberrants are able to borrow the power of law from the source of contamination.
The third energy level is all different beings from the different abyss. Gu Yuan couldn't help but tremble from the bottom of his heart when he thought of the aura he had inadvertently noticed. Is that superorder?
Gu Yuan seemed to see a heaven-penetrating existence, with a ferocious mouth open, devouring the will of the Homo sapiens planet bit by bit.
And my children. Not the dozens of ugly green-skinned children and hundreds of green-skinned grandchildren in the dust world.
It was his original body, and the child born to his former love, who did not take good care of her, and Gu Yuan blamed himself very much. But at this moment, it is not the time to regret and blame yourself. What we have to do now is to find the refuge of the surviving Homo sapiens. Gu Yuan believed that with the intelligence of Homo sapiens, even if he was a little caught off guard at the beginning. But after a short period of adaptation, they will definitely find a way to survive and build the rules of survival in the age of distortion.
Therefore, he never worried about not being able to find other members of the same race. Have any ideas? In front, Yi Chen asked calmly. He restrained the itching on his forehead and tried to scratch it. As an extraordinary life, how could he still have the sense of itch? He was just a little anxious. He knew that his body had been inadvertently infected by the pollution of the different abyss due to the high-intensity combat. The body is slowly but firmly walking towards the polluter, and this itching is a symbol of infection. And now, it has been more than 10 days since I entered the Homo sapiens planet, but I have found nothing. In fact, it is not nothing. There are also some gains from this world, such as a divine god, really descended from the abyss here. It's just that this ability god lives in a simple way, and he doesn't know what level or state he is in. He only knows that there is a super-level ability god. But this has not reached the level of completion of the task arranged by the god, and it can even be said to be far from enough. Dead, it's actually nothing. Yi Chen's eyes were firm. It's just that before you die, you must complete the task of the God Lord no matter what. I have an idea.
Gu Yuan had already run his brain at high speed, but he knew Yi Chen's anxiety, so he did not hesitate to run his brain again with high load. After going through the wrong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme just now, he found clues instead, and soon, in the heat of his brain, he found his way of thinking, and said loudly in surprise, "Found it. Yi Chen, listen to my instructions, try and make mistakes at most, and you can find a refuge." Hearing that there will be another trial and error that may die at any time, Yi Chen didn't react, but said lightly, "Guide the way. Zhou Cheng, Ministry of Guards, hurry up. A god has already descended. You can't arrange the positions arbitrarily, different strengths correspond to different positions. Have you detected the most frequent location of space cracks? Detecting. Detected. The places with the largest and densest spatial cracks are Longyi Street and Longxue Street in the inner city, and Longlin Street in the outer city. These three places are most likely to befall superorder monsters. Listening to Xan's chaotic and hasty voice, the branch chief's frowning finally relaxed a little. God bless Zhou City. There are only 3 extremely dense and frequent areas, so judging from experience, there are 3 super-level monsters. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng and I have a total of 6 super levels, and there are 3 more who have promised that I will come soon. Even if one of them doesn't come by then, that's enough. The head of the branch didn't think about whether there would be mid-level super-level monsters, upper-level super-level monsters, or even throne-level super-level monsters among the super-level monsters that descended. Unlike ordinary people who have too little information, he has a lot of secret information. He knew in his heart that with the level and structure of psionic power near Zhou City, it was already the limit to accommodate a number of low-level super-level monsters to accommodate them in battle. Even if a mid-level ultra-level monster comes, it will be dragged to death by the low spiritual power quagmire. Besides, this is Blue Star, a world that can even accommodate the Holy Throne level masters to move freely. If it wasn't for the cracks in space, these ultra levels didn't even come down, and then they were eligible for disaster. In other words, once a monster that exceeds the lower super level appears in Joe City, they will be dragged to death by the swamp of low psionic energy in an instant, and they have no strength or ability to tear open space cracks and escape thousands of miles like they do in other worlds. Of course, even if there is a mid-level super-level existence in the unknown monster world behind the space crack, it is probably not a fool, and it will not come easily. Continuing, what other locations have relatively frequent space cracks at this stage? After being overjoyed, the head of the branch continued to ask questions, so that he could arrange different levels and numbers of god players to defend according to these directions. Upon hearing the question, AXIN responded quickly: Longyan Street, Longwa Street, Longye Street, and Longshi Street in the inner city, and Longley Street, Totoro Street, and Longshire Street in the outer city. We have a total of 950 second-level totem entity-level god players, and of them agree to come to fight. There are a total of 893 third-level giant spirit-level god players, and 534 have agreed to fight. After hesitating for a moment, AXIN continued, including the one-star citizen goblin god who made an exception to the giant spirit level standard, and he also agreed to come to fight. Well, the strength is not strong, but the courage is commendable. The branch chief nodded slightly, but he didn't mean anything malicious. After all, being able to obtain one-star citizenship as the god of goblin must have contributed to the superdimensional game. This kind of god player is worthy of admiration. It was just that a one-star citizen suddenly appeared that day, which surprised him, but it turned out to be a goblin who couldn't even establish a civilization, and even a giant spirit couldn't achieve it. This made him feel a huge gap and disappointment. But during this period of time, he also recovered, thought for a while, and said, this goblin god can market and apply to the superdimensional game merit system. If the merit is obtained, it will be calculated at 3 times the merit value. Waving his hand to stop AXIN, who wanted to refute, the branch head continued, "Don't worry, of course I know that it is impossible for superdimensional games to have more merit points for no reason. What I mean is, the extra merit points will be deducted from my share. This can also be regarded as compensation for despising others before." Clear. AXIN nodded slightly and began to operate. The branch chief didn't continue to think about this matter. In his opinion, how many merit points can a goblin god who is at most the second level get? If a little oil leaked out from the crevices of his fingers, it might even feed him. The branch chief had no idea how much loss this decision would cause him in the future. In the endless void, T04 world region, Yalong Lux, who had been dragging the fragments of the dragon world to move rapidly, had already started to slow down gradually before reaching the dust world. Although they are more advanced than void fighters, they are also born out of void fighters, and they are professional in hunting, salvaging, and running the world. There will be no huge oolong incidents such as "the car can't stop, the world collides." Luo Dan has been paying attention to the superdimensional forum. He is not worried about the safety of his parents. He also knows the existence of the space refuge before Zhocheng falls. There will be no danger to life. Damn it, why did it come at this time? Luo Dan was a little anxious, but soon, the news that popped up in the superdimensional forum did not seem to be a life or death situation, and this situation immediately made him feel a little more at ease. He looked down, trying to find information related to Joe City. When I saw the news before, saying that the entire District 2 was descending from high-level large-scale space cracks, I still didn't believe it. Now, who dares to think? Blue Star has been combed for a long time, and there has never been a group of space cracks of this level. I remember the last time District 21 faced the invasion of the prime ancient idol and monster world. At that time, the abyss of nothingness descended, and a master-level monster appeared. Yes, the high-level large-scale spacecraft group is the pre-rhythm of the abyss of nothingness. I rely on it. We won't do it in District 2, don't say it. It's really possible, but fortunately, we also have a Holy Throne level master in District 2. And we still have the Holy Throne Master who has a core inheritance of the immortal civilization, so we should be able to handle it. Can't talk anymore, can't you say that, as if we only have one master in District 2. Our city is fine. It has been estimated that only 5 super-level monsters will descend. We're going to be miserable. It's estimated to be a mid-level super-level monster, and, low-level super-level monsters.
My place is one of the largest cities in District 2.
It is estimated that there will be 3 high-level super-level monsters, 33 mid-level super-level monsters, and 637 low-level super-level monsters.
I rely, so much?
Yes, how is it possible?
What world can breed so many monsters?
Not to mention, there have always been rumors and legends that these monsters are not real monsters in the endless void, but catastrophes brought down by the endless void to punish the existence of the ultra-dimensional game. Look at him, it sounds too much, but think about it, his city has a throne and a ruler sitting in it.
This monster can't make waves at all.
Yeah, for them,
what's the difference from military training?
On the contrary, for small cities like ours, if 3 or 5 low-level ultra-level monsters descend, it will be a catastrophe of life and death.
Don't talk about it, I'm here in Joe City. It is estimated that there are 3 low-level super-level monsters.
Fortunately, some of the guards have been sitting in the guard for a long time. In addition, although they haven't arrived yet, they have agreed to invite the 3 super-level monsters. If nothing unexpected, if there is no problem, there should be no problem, but it is still a huge catastrophe.
Don't say that. Generally speaking, there will phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme be accidents.
Damn it, you shut up. It wasn't until he saw this that Luo Dan breathed a sigh of relief.
If you can hold on, that's of course the best.
Lorden nodded slightly. It's just that I hope there won't be any accidents like what the crow's mouth said at the end. After relaxing in his heart, Luo Dan then looked at the approaching dust world. From the dusty world, he can feel a special feeling of life being connected, as if he is looking at another self. After all, his will is to be in harmony with this world. Under his will, there is no repulsion between the two worlds, but a gesture of mutual acceptance and integration. At this moment, all the goblins in the world of dust, all the spirits and dragons in the world of controlling dragons, and controlling spirits have entered a state of prayer. The world is Lorden's world. During the fusion process, pray to Lorden, and you will naturally be able to obtain the blessing from the god.
As for wild dragons and spirits, what kind of damage will the beasts in the dust world have?
If there is enough time, Lorden may still have time to deal with them one by one.
But now that time is running out, we can only pray to the god of fate. After all, Luo Dan is only a level of totem entity, and cannot do 2 subtle operations. Next time.
This time, at most, after the fusion, the dust-level world fragments will directly skip the Hangshell level and reach the Jetta level. The next time I advance from world fragments to a complete world or planet, I should have the ability to operate ultrafinely, and there will be no loss.
Skipping these thoughts, Lorden gave instructions to the system, can you integrate some suitable special effects into the world during the fusion process, making the world stronger?
There are still 20,000 million belief points. Even if all the faith points are consumed, we must try our best to create the best Jetta-level world that can be created under the current conditions. Transforming the world itself is a big project that is almost like a bottomless pit, not to mention that Lorden also said that he wants to create the best one under the existing conditions. Thinking that a large part of the more than 20,000 million belief points might be consumed, even Luo Dan felt a little bit of heartache for a moment. After all, a large part of the confidence that he has always thought that he can do whatever he wants comes from these beliefs.
However, there must be no mercy in building the world. Because he is the world. The system will reply quickly, log, 2 worlds belonging to you have been detected, Dust World Goblin Main World, Dragon Control World Affiliated World. Log, it is detected that the main world is a dust-level world fragment, and the subsidiary world is a boundary island-level world fragment. Log, checking the special effect library, checking the level of the world's psionic response, and matching the fusion plan. Log, matching. Log, matching succeeded. Log, by consuming 13 faith points, you can fuse to maximize preservation, and use the psionic response of the Dragon World's psionic upgrade to make the psionic reaction of the world fragments phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close / phoneme to the miniature planet. Log, at the same time, the world's resources are sufficient to breed mythical level creatures and to withstand the activities of mythical level creatures. Log, as well as the original world will of Dragon Control Shenna, will have the assistant management authority of the new world fragments, assisting you to perform subtle operations and work conscientiously when the world accelerates.
Log, your world fragments will have special effects of concealment and sturdiness. Log, your world fragments will have the ability to give birth to heroes. That's right, with the size of Geodo level, mythical life forms can be born. Luo Dan was slightly happy in his heart. There is a consensus in the endless void, that is, the personality of a world or a planet is strongly related to the strongest life that it can be born or carry. Just like Geodo level world fragments, generally speaking, at most, they can conceive and bear the life of the second energy level. Just like the world of Yulon, the highest level is the second energy level. The miniature planet corresponds to the third energy level, and the best among the miniature planets corresponds to the mythical level. For example, in the world of heroic spirits, the highest level is the 9th level demigod level heroic king at the third energy level. It wasn't until the small planets began to correspond to superorder existences, just like Homo sapiens planets, which can withstand the coming of the alien gods of the abyss. And the fused world fragments can actually be like some powerful miniature planets, breeding and carrying mythical life. And it also has special effects of concealment and solidity, which can be regarded as the best too in the initial stage. The void is like a dark forest, every planet and civilization must carefully hide itself. At the same time, even if you hide yourself well, some unpredictable accidents may happen. At that point, solidity is the last line of defense. It works really well, after all. This is 300 million points of faith. Seeing the astronomical figures on the log, Luodan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly, and then said, "Okay, then consume these faith points." "Then how long will this fusion process take?" "Log, it is expected to take 30 days, please wait patiently." "It's been too long, continue to consume faith points, shorten and shorten." When Lorden opened his mouth to give instructions, he thought that the integration of the world itself was a matter of time. In other words, no matter how fast it is impossible to complete the fusion in a short period of 10 minutes or a few hours. This process must take time to allow the main theme rules between different worlds to be compatible. After thinking about it, Luodan changed the way of saying, change fusion time strategy. Convert the world fusion into 2 phases. In the first phase, the fusion will be carried out first, so that the new world fragments will become my pillar of strength as soon as possible, and I will become stronger in a short time. In the second stage, proceed to the ones you just mentioned. As a totem, Lorden's strength is related to various factors such as world, law, race believer strength. The world, on the other hand, is one in which the degree of relevance is quite high. Unlike other newcomer god players who randomly entered the Boundary Island level or planet level at the beginning, Lorden's Boundary Island level world fragments are fused by themselves, which can greatly enhance his power. The system quickly gave a reply, "Log, need to increase consumption of 52 faith points." Log, in the first stage, world fusion will be carried out, and new world fragments will be born, which can ensure that your power will be greatly enhanced. Log, it is detected that your race has not yet established civilization, unable to refine spirituality, build the body of a giant spirit, and change the direction of enhancement to combat power for you. Log, the first stage is expected to be 3 hours, and the second stage is expected to be 20 days. Log, at the end of the first stage, your strength is expected to reach the 9th demigod level, with a small probability of approaching the mythical level. Then let's get started. Seeing the new faith points appearing in the log, this is also not a small sum. But Luodan breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with 300 million points, even a million points is not much following Lorden's order. The next moment, the entire planet began to hum. A huge golden halo began to spread from Luodan's feet, covering the entire world of controlling dragons in a very short time, and then swallowing the world of dust quickly. Boom! If it weren't for the occlusion of the void curtain. That huge vortex of psionic energy soaring into the sky will disturb many worlds, and it will reveal Luodan's world coordinates in one go. But at a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme distance, Luodan can still feel the majestic force from the void, being crazily absorbed by the 2 worlds that are gradually approaching and slowly beginning to merge, and then turned into the foundation of the world. 3 hours. Luodan was already standing in the void at this moment, quietly watching the fusion of the 2 worlds, and then went to watch the situation in the forum. After all, 3 hours is already quite a long time when this space rift is about to descend at any time. Even though he now possesses power phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the 8th epic level, he has no intention of descending on Joe City at all. On the battlefield where super-level monsters descend and hundreds of epic demigod monsters are slaughtered, even if I have not completed the first stage of fusion and only have the strength of the 7th level legendary level, I will be just one more cannon fodder for fighting.
It's better to wait and see.
Luo Dan was very rational in his heart. Once his own totem entity descended to participate in the fight, if he was killed, he would not be able to gather the totem entity again in a short period of time. Even if the fusion is completed, they can only watch and worry. What's more, there are 3 limited special effects integrated in this totem entity. If all of them are exploded, it will be crying without tears. It's like drawing cards and accumulating hundreds of years of luck to pay out 3 golds, and then spend it for a while, and lose it all at once. Generally speaking, Lorden would not do such emotionally stupid things. Blue Star, Zone 2, Zhou space cracks appeared more and more frequently. A large number of space cracks twisted, jumped, and flickered in the air like giant pythons. At this moment, most of the god players who agreed to the invitation to participate in the battle have arrived one after another, and are arranged in different positions according to their strength, totem entity, or giant spirit's spiritual specialty. Especially those 3 superorder descending points, and more than 10 demigod descending points, there are a large number of god players waiting in line, staring at the surrounding situation. Once there is any change, they will directly deal a covering and destructive attack without mercy.
As for the house, the environment? No one cares. Damn it, I knew this guy couldn't come.
The branch chief, who was temporarily notified that he could not arrive, took AXIN to the unguarded super-level monster drop point, complaining, "This old guy, if you can't come, why promise?" The 3 super-level god players originally planned to be invited by the division head were to sit in 3 super-level monsters' descending points respectively. Then he himself served as a mobile patrol post, and he went to support wherever there was danger, and as a result, the current situation appeared. It can't be blamed on Mr. Ni, after all, he is exploring a secret realm, and it is said that there is an opportunity to advance to the middle and super ranks in that secret realm. XIN didn't dare to talk nonsense, so he could only say with a smile, "Master Ni has been stuck in the lower rank for many years, it is impossible to give up this opportunity."
Ah.
The branch chief sneered and said, "But fortunately, the other 2 are here, otherwise, I'm afraid there will be really big trouble."
By the way, that goblin god. XIN said cautiously, "It seems that it hasn't come yet."
Regardless of him, I don't have the time to care so much now.
It doesn't matter whether a totem entity comes or not.
XIN could tell that the head of the branch said he didn't care, but his expression still betrayed him. Above the sky, the overcast clouds were extremely dark. While everyone was waiting in full force, the spacecraft did not appear for a long time, but everyone did not relax their vigilance, knowing in their hearts that this was the last undercurrent before it came.
Until a certain moment, boom. Stab it. Countless pale spacecracks open like bone dragons.
That is. And the head of the branch looked at him with an ugly face, a place that was not guarded by super god players. 2 chapters 8.
4K.
The climax is coming, ask for a ticket, give a reward, and make a decision. Beyond the world of dragon control, standing in emptiness, Luo Dan watched the scene where the fragments of the world merged, and he felt infinite sentiments in his heart. This kind of fragmented world, although the world is too small, it is difficult to bear the powerful laws. But again, because of the imperfection of various rules, the laws in the world fragments are also incomplete.
This state is the state that is most likely to be spied on and then comprehended.
Especially in the current fusion scene of world fragments, a large number of low-level laws are constantly exposed, and then merged and harmonized.
This is the best time to understand the laws.
In particular, as Lorden is the owner of the world fragments, the changes between these rules are even more clear. So at this moment, he also let go of his anxiety and immersed himself in this match-weakened version creation scene. If there is an experience bar above his head, it can be clearly seen that in this short period of time, his understanding of various laws is constantly soaring. At the same time, the fragments of the world began to connect, and a concept of completeness began to be born, and the world, as one of the pillars of Lordan's strength, also became stronger. Buzz. Luodan didn't deliberately cover up his aura. As his aura continued to merge and expand with the fragments of the world, it also grew rapidly. And on the other side, among the blue stars, District 2, Joe City, countless pale bone snake-like space cracks kept getting thicker, and then revealed the space channel behind the cracks. The next moment, even with the stability of Blue Star's space structure, the space began to vibrate. Crack card wipe. Roar. A roar from the soul level came out, and immediately after that, all the god players who were waiting in line were shocked to see a large number of bones and birds of the first energy level rushed out of the huge space crack like a dark cloud. They made noisy sounds from the soul level and flew in a unified way like an army. Ahead of the second energy level, more than 10 meters long, a single head is comparable to an ordinary vehicle, and a bony pterosaur jumping with faint blue flames in the head reveals its figure. Immediately afterwards, they soared into the sky, passed through the cracks in the space in an instant, and began to swarm in the air, spewing out ice blue flames from time to time, and began to destroy the city of Zhou. And below is the first-level skeleton legion that has been established. Each of them is 2 meters tall, like little giants, with scarlet rays of light jumping from their skulls, and each of them is covered with strong and sharp, holding bone spears with the law of firmness and the law of sharpness. Shield. There are also second-level nightmare knights riding bone horses. Bone horses and horseshoes will leave scorched black marks wherever they walk. They wear cloaks, and you can vaguely see the faint blue soul fire jumping. They stick to the knight's spear and seem to launch a group charge at any time. What's even more frightening are the monster leaders of the third energy level with strange shapes, like monsters crawling out of the abyss. They didn't have any words, but at the moment of their arrival, the will from the foreign land inadvertently revealed brief information about them: the first energy level, skeleton soldier, skeleton giant bird. Second energy level, nightmare knight. Bone pterosaur. The third energy level, bone generals in different shapes, kill. Battlefield sacrificial technique, lasting. Elf god singing skill dexterity. God of war blessing, holy battlefield. Blood kills the world. Endless war trampling. There is no idea of waiting for all the monsters to come, then forming a monster army, and then going to war. Not long after the monster appeared, on the battlefields of Zhou City, a series of auxiliary divine spells were released, adding countless boosting special effects to all the god players. Immediately afterwards, the god players in the main battle released their respective totem entities, or the bodies of giant spirits, and rushed into the camp of skeleton monsters that had not yet stabilized their camp, and directly started the frantic killing. Each totem entity is at least 10 meters tall, and the body of a giant spirit is at least 2 to 30 meters in size. The original Zhou City should not have accommodated so many giant beings. However, due to the advent of space cracks, the city of Zhou has now become an alien battlefield. The size of the city of Zhou remains the same on the blue star, but the inside of the city of Zhou is countless times larger. And the strength of the god players is extremely strong, before the opponent's third-level bone general has not arrived. They have already rushed into the crowd of monsters and started a dimensionality-reducing crazy attack without martial arts. The giant spirit of the third energy level rushed into the nightmare knight of the second energy level and the bone pterosaur and began to mow the grass. They also know that it is because the space rift has just opened that they have this opportunity, and they are taking advantage of this time to frantically harvest merit points. When all the monsters come and the Legion stands firm, then it will be a difficult tug-of-war. All of a sudden, bones splashed on the battlefield, and a large number of soul fires were extinguished. Even in the world of skeletons, the Nightmare Knights, who could be regarded as small lords, all died instantly. So not only the giant spirits, but also the totem entities of the second energy level rushed into the skeleton soldiers and giant skeleton birds of the first energy level to kill frantically, harvesting merit points. Large gaps constantly appeared in the skeleton camp, but they were quickly filled again by skeleton monsters pouring out of space cracks. And the 3 super-level god players, including the branch chief, saw this scene, and they didn't even talk about martial arts. Without hesitation, they directly released the magic with the largest range, and began to take advantage of this opportunity to harvest all kinds of miscellaneous soldiers and the bone generals of the third level who had finally appeared. But the skeleton monsters and the cracks in the space seem to be inexhaustible. No matter how they are killed, they will always flow out of them like skeletons in water. And just when all the god players were reaping the excitement, a mutation happened. The 3 super-level monsters that have already been marked have descended, and the space cracks expand instantly at the same time, and then flow more skeleton monsters. Moreover, a huge shadow fell, and it was trying to squeeze out of it, the super monster of the 3-headed skeleton family. One is Bone Dragon Deathwing, with a wingspan of more than meters, exuding a crazy death breath, and golden soulfire jumping from its head. And one head is more than 60 meters tall, exuding a dark and evil atmosphere, and the black and golden soulfire jumps from the hollow pupils. Even the space is distorted around it, and there is even a faint tendency of Death Behemoth, the evil beast. The other is a crocodile-like bone monster, Bone Crocodile Death Magma, a super monster with illusory death magma constantly flowing around it. There is another place, which is Long K Street in the outer city, which is unexpected by everyone. It is not marked with superorder arrival, but at this moment, the space crack is also constantly expanding. A figure wearing a crown, wearing continuously flowing magma, exuding a breath of death, is stretching out his hands, trying to tear the space crack again, expand it, and then squeeze over. Even if it didn't succeed for a long time, anyone with a discerning eye knows that if it is not interrupted in time, then it will come sooner or later. Damn it! Seeing that the 3 ultra-level monsters had already squeezed through the space crack, but the crown figure was not strong enough. In addition, in the early stage of the advent of the space crack, it did not lay a sufficient foundation for passing here, which caused it to be delayed. In addition, it watched the skeleton soldiers and generals being harvested like mowing grass, so it couldn't help but roared at the soul level, giving orders, Lord Deathwing. Death Magma Lord. The Lord of the Evil Beast. I, Gatos, as the 9th Prince of the Sacred Bone Dynasty and the Inspector of the Battlefield, order you to attack immediately. Destroy this foreign city for me. Following its orders, the 3 super-level monsters started to move, and directly approached the 3 super-level god players. Boom! Even if it was only the aftermath of the battle between the nearly meter behemoths, it was not something that ordinary creatures could resist. In an instant, a large area of the battlefield was cleared. Between them, there is no idea of fighting away from the battlefield where there is, but it is always blocked. They competed with each other in terms of means. The wise ones, the strong ones led the weak ones to fight towards the weak side's camp. In this way, the aftermath of their battle will only hurt the low-level fighters on the other side. The Holy Bone Dynasty? The branch chief cursed in his heart, damn it, this is trouble. As a dynasty, it must be extremely thorough in the study of legion-killing arrays. We must not let them become an organization. Once the Legion becomes an organization, the efficiency of killing monsters will be terribly low. Even giant spirits and gods will be easily killed by the 2nd-level army led by General Bone. At that time, it will be difficult to win. As for the so-called 9th Prince, the branch minister was also extremely worried. Look at that appearance, and status, strength should be mythical grade. I also have several mythical level believers under my command, but I can't afford the faith points needed to summon mythical level beings. Otherwise, how can I be panicked by letting you be a mere mythical level? Even if it is difficult to come now due to lack of preparation, it will only come sooner or later. Wait until it officially comes, who can stop it? But luckily in misfortune, they are monsters of a dynasty, the branch minister sighed in his heart. According to past experience, such dynastic monsters recruited various superlords, led their own soldiers and generals, and came to Blue Star to start a war. Although I don't know why they are clearly intelligent, they still have to sacrifice countless to come to Blue Star to start a war. But what is certain is that ordinary superlords will definitely not have mythical life under their hands. But I am now entangled by this extremely evil beast, and the other 2 are also entangled. With every move of the branch chief, the law condensed, and it blasted towards the vicious beast, Deathbeamon, like a storm. Putting it in the endless void, it is enough to destroy a tiny planet. But on the Blue Star, only some buildings were destroyed, and the ground was blown away by more than 10 meters, without even opening the space. The bombardment on the extremely evil beast left only a few not deep scars, unlike the following wars below the super level, where the gods beat monsters of the same energy level. The gap will be quickly narrowed after reaching the super level. Although ultra-level god players still have certain advantages in the face of ordinary ultra-level life, it is no longer the crushing huge gap between the second energy level and the third energy level. And this extremely evil beast is obviously the strongest among the three ultra-level monsters, stopping the branch chief to death. Because of the sudden incident this time, even if the invitation was made a month in advance.
But many gods sleep for a year and a half.
No one of the mythical level affiliated to Joe City has accepted the invitation to defend the homeland. Seeing the ninth prince who was able to barely stretch his wrist out of the crack in space, the branch chief's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Is it necessary to look at this mythical monster and successfully descend on Joe City? Thinking that the city of Zhou, which I had guarded for half my life, might just be destroyed and completely lost in the heart of the branch manager, a trace of resentment could not help but arise. I don't know that the Holy See, even if it's just between different districts, there is no reason, but they are not allowed to help each other. Otherwise, there are so many god players in other districts, so just come here, wouldn't there be no such worries? Why not gather everyone in one city? With the wealth and power of the masters, it is enough to spread the entire blue star arranged by their super believers everywhere, and directly put an end to these so-called catastrophes. Why complicate all kinds of simple things? The head of the branch knew in his heart that the Holy See, as the topmost existence of the blue star civilization, must have their deep meaning in every move. However, this did not affect a little puzzlement and resentment in his heart. In the Tea Forum, on weekdays, the Tea Forum, which is quite lively and intense, has a lot less speeches at the moment. It's too scary. Super-level monsters, even mythical-level monsters, have descended on almost every city beyond expectations.
I'm fine. Our city is lucky this time.
There are several super god players who are free and have killed all the monsters coming from the space crack.
It's the same with me. Although 3 more mythical monsters have descended, we have 3 more super-level monsters. It's a violent kill.
Hey, don't mention it, we have 2 more mythical monsters here, and we don't have a giant spirit player who can match the mythical monsters, and now the mythical monsters are killing indiscriminately. Sorry, brother. There should be a final teleportation device in the space refuge. If it doesn't work, just give up the city. At worst, there will be no benefits. It's easy to say, if you go to another city, it's always someone else's. Can you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well? That's right, without all kinds of welfare policies, let alone breaking through the super level, even breaking through the giant spirit, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult.
Hey, although we are a bit stronger than you, it is also miserable.
There is one more mythical monster than expected, but this mythical monster has not come yet. Once it comes.
You are from Zhouchang? I am also from Zhouchang. I am really worried now.
I hope that one of the 3 super orders will quickly free up his hand to interrupt the space crack. Don't think about it, they only see that they are all about the same strength, and it is very difficult, almost impossible to free up their hands.
What should I do?
Then we can only hope that there will be a super god player, or a mythical god player who will suddenly come and save Joe City. By the way, I remember Luodan and the Goblin God, both of whom seem to belong to Zhouchang.
Did they participate in the battle? Is the god of goblins also from Joe City?
That's right, the god of the rich shadow elf said before that the god of goblins had saved him once inadvertently.
That's right, isn't he the angel who beat Zymenking and ran away, and dared to imprison Hathaway? Loden, I won't talk about it.
After all, the believer race is goblins, and they are still newcomers.
Now I am afraid that they don't even know if the totem entity has condensed.
They must have not participated in the war. But this god of goblins has certain strength. Although it is not much, it is always no problem to participate in the battle and contribute.
Yeah, I saw Zymenking and his family's ancestors participating in the battle in Shuehu City.
I'm in the space refuge in Zhouchang, on the projection screen in the corridor, I don't seem to see the god of goblin.
Did you not notice? No, his appearance and posture are extremely extraordinary. As long as he appears, I will definitely see it. Since I didn't see it, then I didn't participate in the war. Maybe someone else may have something to do, after all, so many people didn't participate in the war, right? Ah.
Outside the world of dragon control, a huge golden light cocoon has already wrapped Luodan in a circle, and each thread of this light cocoon is composed of small chains that are embodied by various laws. And with the progress of the first stage of world fusion, strange power also appeared out of thin air, and continuously merged into the light cocoon and into Luodan's body. The light cocoon is also getting bigger: 10 meters, 11 meter, 12 meter, 15 meter, 18 meter, 21 meter, 25 meter. Accompanied by the emergence of strange power, it continued to soar all the way, until it was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to about 30 meters, and the process of becoming bigger did not stop slowly. Finally, the first rule began to undergo a qualitative change: law of strength. This is the goblin giant god from the goblin tribe, and it fits the law of force. Immediately afterwards, the limited special effects, killing machine, reload, and murdering intent began to change. One after another came from the endless void, symbolizing, and war, and other related laws, also turned into chains and condensed out of thin air, and then branded on Lordan's white robe, and in his hands on the stone spear. But Lordan's appearance and body did not change much. It wasn't long, less than 3 hours. At an unknown moment, Luodan suddenly opened his eyes, a moment of golden light pierced the void, and then slowly retracted. After he woke up, after realizing the power on his body, the first thing he looked at was the superdimensional mark. He was very worried that he overslept during the sleep of transformation, and directly missed the battle to defend the city of Zhou when the space rift descended. When I woke up, I saw the news that Zhou's city had fallen. After taking a look, he breathed a sigh of relief, but also became more anxious in his heart. It's not over yet, there's still time. However, how come there is one more mythical monster than expected? Fortunately, this mythical monster hasn't arrived yet, otherwise I'm afraid it's on the verge of falling. Luodan knew in his heart that although the mythical level was not comparable to the super level, it was still higher than the 3rd level or even the 9th level demigod existence. Once this mythical monster arrives, the first thing to do is to slaughter wantonly, and then form all the legion monsters under his command into an organizational system, directly condensing the battle spirit of the legion. Then push horizontally all the way, and finally, as an assistant, enter the super-level battlefield until Zhoucheng fell. And this is not just a script conceived in Luodan's mind, but the fact that it will happen in Zhou City. Lordan could sense that the first stage of world integration was about to be completed, but he didn't know how long it would take. The most important thing is that the mythical monster has already extended an arm out of the space crack, and the speed at which it squeezes out will only get faster and faster. Luodan couldn't help frowning slightly, and asked, "System, how long will it take to complete the first phase?" The system will reply quickly, "Log, the first stage is about to be completed, and it will take 23 minutes. Before Luodan could speak, the system continued to pop up prompts, "Log, world integration is in progress, and the plan cannot be adjusted to speed up." Damn it! Seeing the prompt in front of him, Luodan felt a little helpless. According to the squeeze time of this ultra-level monster, I am afraid that it will arrive in 15 minutes at most. The main thing is, even if the first stage is completed, I am afraid that my strength can only be said to be infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the mythical level, and it will not reach the mythical level. Once it comes successfully, I will barely resist, let alone stop him from forming an army. Once the legion is formed, at that time, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult for me to resist. The difference from the superorder descending is that the monsters in the spacecracks have almost descended now, and the momentum of the spacecracks has also weakened to a certain extent. It's not impossible to interrupt. The only hope now is to interrupt it before it succeeds, so that it cannot succeed. Even if it can't be interrupted, while it's still stuck here, try to injure it as much as possible. Only in this way, there is a chance of winning. After comparing the strengths of the two sides in his heart, a firm look appeared in Luodan's eyes. My current strength, not to mention infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the mythical level, but it shouldn't be a problem to kill the 9th order demigod level indiscriminately. For mythical monsters, it should also be able to break the defense. It's too late to wait any longer, it's better to come now. Luodan made a decision, and then he opened his mouth to give instructions. System, complete the first phase of integration as soon as possible. Then, target launching Zhoucheng Long K Street.
Avatar down.
Blue Star, Zone 2, Joe City, Long K Street, because they are constantly trying to tear apart the space rift so that the ninth prince who descended by him can exist. The fighting here is extremely fierce. There are constantly exotic monsters coming from other battlefields, or god players rushing over to join the battlefield. On the one hand, they want to strengthen their own strength, and then destroy the ninth prince's arrival as soon as possible. The other party is desperately protecting the ninth prince. Because of the extraordinarily consistent goals, this led to an extremely brutal fight between the two sides, and horrific battles continued around the cracks in space. Although there is no super-level existence here, it is also a battlefield of the second energy level or even the third energy level. Once the ordinary first energy level, or even the third level master level is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, they will be bombarded by the aftermath of the law, leaving nothing behind.
Mopen hell illusory realm, come.
Song of the Scarlet God blessing of killing intent. Book of the Qing Emperor Ninth Tree Realm.
Rule technique Suanba Rat technique. Rule technique New Era Cthulhu technique. Rule summoning, ox, horse, and pearl. Blood refining the world, kill.
A series of cruel, or domineering, and even weird magic spells were released, and each magic spell could cause a lot of killing. However, there are too many Nightmare Knights and Bone Pterosaurs in the Holy Bone Dynasty. Even if there is a powerful field-clearing magical technique that quickly leaves a large area of blank space on the battlefield, it will still be filled by exotic monsters that continue to surge up. Not only were exotic monsters killed, but even god players were killed in large numbers in this high-intensity battle. The death of a god player is like fireworks, a large amount of law power instantly turns into light spots and scatter, and then the true spirit automatically returns to its own world and begins to cultivate. The god players who died in battle cannot continue to fight in the blue star descending totem entity or the giant spirit descending in a short period of time. What kind of shit world is this? During the battle, from time to time, because the belief points were overused, the god players who were replaced for a short rest to replenish their belief points couldn't help but complain, why so many monsters?
It can't be killed at all.
That's right, the monsters here alone can't be killed, not to mention that the shit prince is still opening the crack in the space, and keeps rushing out of monsters. How can he fight?
Go and ask the commander, is there any assistance, and is there any new god player coming?
Yeah, I'm almost dying. Hey, I just asked, and all the gods and players who can rush over here have rushed over. Everyone knows that our battlefield is the key to this defensive battle.
The commander is also very anxious, but it is really gone. Then there are no new god players coming?
Yes, are there so few god players here?
Don't mention it, I've already asked you what you can think of, and those who agreed to the invitation have already asked for it.
One of the complaining voices was suddenly pleasantly surprised. No, there is also a giant spirit-level god player who agreed to the invitation but hasn't arrived yet.
I don't know if he was delayed by something.
Hurry up and hurry up, it's extremely urgent now. Every giant spirit player is a precious power.
Yeah, it's completely stalemate now.
If there is an extra giant spirit level player with special abilities, maybe it can break the deadlock and destroy the space crack. That's right, even ordinary giant spirit level players can have a lot of effect.
Hurry up!
The resting god players gather together, whether it is a giant spirit level or a totem entity level, they all look forward to it. What if it's a mythical species? No, it's a god of the high monarchy species, and it can bring about qualitative changes. God players have crushing combat power at the same level, and the current situation is so stalemate, they all urgently need variables to break the deadlock. But the next sentence of the god player who was in charge of contacting the commander suddenly made their expressions change from hopeful to extremely disappointed. The commander took the time to get back to me just now. That giant spirit level god player is one
God of goblins.
What?
Don't talk nonsense.
That's right, how could the god of goblins become a giant spirit?
He doesn't even have civilization.
Stop teasing us, speak up. There was a sound of refutation, and in the face of doubts, the player who contacted the gods could only smile wryly, and explained, that's the way it is. It's also said over there that due to special reasons, the level of the defensive battle invitation is arranged at the giant spirit level.
I wouldn't even join the invitation ranks.
It wasn't until the player who contacted the gods said so that the rest of the gods' players reluctantly accepted the reality, and could only say helplessly, "Damn human society." That's right, all of them have become gods, and they still engage in these human relationships. It's really convincing. It's really helpless. If it is really a giant spirit level player who can descend, how good would it be? Hey, a goblin god, what's the use of insisting on being in the circle of giant spirit level gods? Who doesn't know that goblins can't become giant spirits? Amidst the sound of complaints, it was time to rotate the other god players down to rest. These rested god players rejoined the battlefield as ruthless harvesting machines, or were slain by the bone generals under a massive siege. And in the constant stalemate, there is no god player who can stop the ninth prince from expanding the space crack, which also leads to there are more and more monsters rushing out of the cracks in space. In other words, in the absence of support, the situation of the god players in the Long K Street battlefield is getting worse and worse. Even the god players who have been rested by rotation have to release divine spells to support the battlefield while resting. Knowing that at a certain moment, the quantitative change becomes a qualitative change, there is another 9th level monster. Damn it, a demigod level monster rushed out of the battle circle. Everyone over there be careful. In the midst of exclamations, a monster covered in thorns and white bones, like a skeleton hedgehog, surrounded by the terrifying law of anti-injury, rushed out of the 9th level gods and players who had been blocking it like a chariot. High-end battle circle. With a desperate and crazy offensive, it rumbled straight into the low-end battle circle, trying to crush the totem entity level god players in the low-end battle circle, and then broke the deadlock. In the low-end battle circle, the totem entity level god players can't even dodge in time, so they can only fight and wait for death at the critical moment. Boom! A thunderbolt landed with a crash. Immediately afterwards, a golden figure suddenly descended out of thin air. This figure descended on the battlefield just like those giant spirit level god players who descended out of thin air before. Then exuded an indestructible aura, like a barrier between the demigod-level skeleton hedgehog and the low-end battle circle. This scene couldn't help but make the god players overjoyed, as if they saw hope. But the next moment, the aura emanating from this god player immediately stunned all the god players who were paying attention here. A new god player has arrived. Fortunately, otherwise, if the low-end battle circle collapses, we will not be far from collapse here. Wait, what is that? God of Goblins? No, how could it be the God of Goblins? Don't play me, I hope I'm a hidden boss who likes cosplay. It seems to be the God of Goblins. I saw him on the T forum. He was extremely handsome, and then he beat Shiman Ching. Nis Shiman? A second-level Argonian god, what's the use of that? This skeleton hedgehog is a 9th order demigod. Hey, at least he is a warrior, so don't be too harsh. But, what's the use of a goblin? All the god players in the Long K Street battlefield were killing wildly, while staring at the figure emitting golden light and the demigod-level skeleton hedgehog. It's not that they don't want to concentrate on fighting, but that the change of this killing lies in this moment, so they can't help but not pay attention. Looking at the next moment, the demigod-level skeleton hedgehog was about to crush and kill the unparalleled handsome goblin god who was exuding golden light. Even some god players couldn't bear to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme their eyes, showing a painful expression. But, the next moment, a miracle it seems to happen. 8, 4K words. Ask for a ticket, tip a reward, subscribe. Thanks to the book friend, 08A, for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks for the 100 point coins rewarded by the book friend. Old man must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme your book. Blue Star, Zone 2, Joe City, Long K Street, God of Goblins? In the low-end battle circle, other gods are constantly being shadowed and resisted. And Tang Yimeng, who cast magical spells with special effects such as mud, corrosion, and suffocation on the monster group, looked at the center of the battlefield and couldn't help but subconsciously exclaimed, "Run away." In his opinion, even if he could beat all invincible hands at the second energy level, so what, facing the 9th level monsters, he was still fragile and vulnerable. The next moment, almost all the god players were watching. I saw that handsome and incomparable figure moved, and gently handed out the stone spear in his hand with a nearly perfect posture. Like a mantis holding a car, the tiny stone spear collided with the huge and brutal 9th-level skeleton hedgehog. However, the difference from the goblin god being instantly crushed to death as expected by all god players is that there was no violent collision, and there was no lawful scatter when the gods and players died in battle. There was only a slight sound of puffing and puffing. Then, a little white light bloomed, and the terrifying law chains bloomed instantly, covering the 9th-level skeleton hedgehog monster. In the blink of an eye, this 9th-level skeleton monster was crushed into bone powder. A demigod-level horror monster that could be called a natural disaster on an ordinary miniature planet just died without a sound. Not to mention the god players who were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a while, even the crazy offensive of the skeleton army of the Sacred Bone Dynasty, who had no fear of life and death and low IQ, stagnated for a moment. After all, even though this is the battlefield with the 9th prince, there are only a dozen or so monsters of the 9th and demigod ranks. And from the war to now, not a single one has died. This is the first head. No, how did that 9th-level demigod-level monster die? I don't know, I didn't see clearly phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. He shot very quickly, and he disappeared in one hit. He probably didn't talk about martial arts sneak attacks. Try a sneak attack, can you kill it instantly? Outrageous, I just seemed to listen to other god players, as if saying that he is the god of goblins? How much did you say? Don't talk about you, I am the god of the 6-eared monkey man, and I have the fastest hearing. I'm not sure, let alone him. It's outrageous, is this the god of goblins? Which goblin god can instantly kill the 9th rank? That's right, how can there be such a handsome goblin god? It's not just handsome, I can even feel a trace of perfection in him. It seems to be true. I have seen his projection. It is in the forum of the T-World community. It is still preserved. You can check it at any time. Is it really the god of goblins? I still can't believe it. That's right, can goblins also establish civilization? If they can, that would be great news. Why haven't I heard of it? It seems that civilization cannot be established yet. If you check the milestone records of superdimensional games, you can only see that goblins have broken through the upper limit of race and can give birth to second-level life, but they cannot yet establish civilization and refine spirituality. This milestone seems to be set by the goblin god in front of me. If you can't establish a civilization, how can you instantly kill a 9th-order demigod monster? Yes, this is simply impossible. Kill a 9th-order demigod-level monster with one blow. You say he is the god of goblins? Observe carefully, can you detect the fluctuation of spirituality from him? It doesn't seem to be true. What the hell, I'm even more confused when you say that. That's right, I'd rather you tell me that goblins can build civilization than totem entities killing 9th-order demigod-level monsters in seconds. That's right, this is a prisoner-type god player who directly kills across the big realm, so what am I? I'm starting to doubt myself now, is it really a monarch? It's outrageous. Hey, what a pity. It is an absolute genius to be able to leapfrog the enemy as a deity of the prisoner species. It is a pity that the prisoner species is still restricted by the race of goblins. When you have just bound the superdimensional imprint and have not come to the world, you can go to the gods with high authority to pay a huge price to change the race in the world. At this stage, it is impossible to replace, and the only option is to give up. Do you think that someone who can use the goblin god to such a strength will choose to give up? Instead of caring about other people's future, it's better to think about it. As a war species, even if the future comes to an end, it may not be as strong as others now. Yeah, he has surpassed quite a few god players. I don't even know how to be sour. Because of Luodan's appearance, he instantly killed a 9th-ranked demigod-level monster. Even if he hadn't shot again, it had already had a huge impact on the battle situation. First of all, in terms of high-end battle circles, there was a 9th-rank bone general on the opposite side, and he was soon suppressed and couldn't hold his head up, and he was even about to die in battle for the second time. The low-end battle circle is attacking all the way, even getting very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the location of the spacecrack. Kill. Destroy spacecracks.
Stop this mythical monster from descending, and we have hope of victory. All the god players roared and launched a fierce attack. If possible, the city where no one wanted to give birth fell, and was occupied by a group of hideous monsters. And it will lose the federal welfare policy. They don't have cheats like Lorden. Even if they don't have a welfare policy, they just develop much slower. For most god players, if they lose the support of the welfare policy, unless the initial race and world are extremely good, or luck is overwhelming. Otherwise, it is basically the result of it is extremely difficult to improve the strength again. Roar. Rumble. But at this moment, the space crack became bigger again. Originally, the ninth prince could only stretch out one arm, but after seeing the gods, new reinforcements came. It suddenly became anxious, opened the big mouth on the skull, and the magma flowing on the royal robe burned. Open it for me. From the depths of the soul, a roar resounded like an ancient ferocious beast, and the next moment, it actually straddled half of its body and came out. The sense of oppression from the mythical level suddenly increased wildly again, and even slowed down the speed of releasing divine spells for quite a few giant spirit level god players. The first energy level is powerful and prepares you physically and mentally for the understanding of the law. At the second energy level, you first come into contact with the laws, start to comprehend them slowly, and then try to master them. This is a process from shallow to deep. The third energy level is to thoroughly comprehend and master a law, and then try to comprehend more laws, and finally reach the point where they can merge and create their own exclusive law. After the exclusive law is created, use the exclusive law as the core, assist the law that you have comprehended, and then create a boundary to achieve a super level. And the mythical level is stuck in the middle. Master the exclusive rules, but have not yet created the realm. Exclusive laws. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN. Often /phoneme have the same effect as crushing ordinary laws. It's not because of how high-end the exclusive law is, but because the exclusive law is one's own, and the common law is endless and empty. Using the law of the endless void, even if it is fully mastered, is like a summoned projection, which is always just a mirror image. It's okay to bully low-level beings, but facing exclusive laws, it's like using ice swords and iron swords against each other. It's unrealistic. And in the whole city of Zhou, except for the 3 super god players, no one is the opponent of the ninth prince. Even if all the giant spirit level players are tied together, I am afraid that they can barely compete with the ninth prince, but there are still so many bone generals and the leaders and soldiers of the Bone Dynasty. Therefore, whether the ninth prince can come or not is so related to the victory of the entire battlefield. That's too late. That ninth prince monster seems to be burning with power. If you drag it on, it will come down completely. In the high-end battle circle, there is an elephant-headed god with a height of nearly 20 meters and a warhammer, breathing hot white mist. Every joint in his body seems to have been transformed by steel, constantly spraying hot steam, and every move carries great strength. Let that goblin god come to our battle circle quickly to resist these third-level monsters. Then we form a temporary sharp knife squad and attack the ninth prince directly. An eagle-headed human god with a bow and arrow and a sun brand on his back was stunned when he heard this, and asked in puzzlement, why? Okay? Why not let that goblin god join the sharp knife team? He has the strength to instantly kill 9th order demigod level monsters. Better than all the gods and players we are present. Why not use him as the core to destroy the ninth prince's arrival? The elephant-headed god seemed to have a draft in mind, looked at the other giant spirit-level players who were also looking at him with a puzzled expression, and immediately answered, no. Mythical level and ninth level are still different. The exclusive law of the mythical level has a crushing effect on even the third level that has completely comprehended and mastered a law. We are able to face mythical monsters because we not only fully grasp the laws, but also because the spirituality we have extracted from civilization can keep us from being vulnerable when facing mythical monsters. But what about the god of goblins, not to mention stepping into the third energy level to fully comprehend a law? He doesn't even comprehend a complete law. What's more, he is not a giant spirit, and there is no civilization in spirituality. These exchanges happened extremely quickly, and within a very short period of time, the words of the elephant-headed god convinced the other giant spirit-level god players. Just when a god player was about to split a wisp of will to tell the goblin god the plan, and then form a temporary sharp knife team. Huge changes have taken place on the battlefield. The ninth prince, who was able to squeeze out a small half of his body,
was no longer able to squeeze out both hands or an arm as before, and could only barely defend himself. Now it can not only protect its surrounding area by itself, but can even launch some attacks. Boom! On the small half of the body squeezed out by the ninth prince, his right arm was violently waving, Skyfire Meteor. All the ants in foreign lands will die for me. Immediately afterwards, a large black cloud appeared above the battlefield, and lava meteors falling like skyfire were brewing in the dark cloud. Then, these lava meteors crashed down towards the battlefield. Damn it, what is this? Get out of the way, this is the ninth prince's magnification with its exclusive law. Quickly release those who are good at long-range magic, create opportunities for other god players to dodge. Damn it, these bones that are not afraid of death are entangled in me. Death Chant, Canyon Singer. Void Summoning Tiger Tank. Low-dimensional Virtual Fire Fist. Emperor Yan's Summoning Technique 7-Colored Sky Swallowing Python. A series of strange or miraculous divine arts were released in an attempt to block these falling meteors with a destructive aura. However, to their disappointment, those lava meteors carried wisps of laws of death and violence, unstoppably shattering all kinds of magical spells and laws that were blocked along the way. Just like boulders crushing bubbles, ordinary laws are simply invincible in front of exclusive laws vulnerable. The lava meteor smashed down unstoppably all the way. Giant spirit-level players in the high-end battle circles such as the God of the Head and the God of the Eagle saw this scene, and their teeth were about to crack. Because the target of these lava meteors is the low-end battle circle full of totem entities. Even a large number of nightmare knights, bone pterosaurs, skeleton soldiers, and giant skeleton birds are all within the envelope of the lava meteor. The lives of soldiers at the bottom of the Holy Bone Dynasty are worthless at all. In the eyes of the ninth prince, even if they were all dead, it would be worth it in exchange for its arrival. But god players are different. After being killed, they cannot come again in a short time. Once it dies for a long time, it is equivalent to direct consumption, and bid farewell to this war. It's just that these giant spirit-level god players are also entangled to death by the bone generals of the third level. There is no way to escape, to resist these lava meteors for the totem entity level god players. We can only rely on the goblin god. Even the god of Goblin, who does not think that he has no spiritual protection of civilization, the god of Ganesha, who can resist the destruction of exclusive laws. Even though he had foreseen everything that was about to happen, and his heart was full of despair, he couldn't help but feel a little fluke silently at this moment. What if? What if the goblin god gets in the way? The little author has 2 words to say. First of all, of course, I would like to thank all the book friends for their subscription, so that the little author can earn income. At the beginning, some book friends said that the author had few updates, so even if the first order did not meet the expectations, they did not give a reward. The handicapped little author is also adding updates all the way, words a day, which is equivalent to adding 2 updates. The little author is working hard. Book friends, you can rest assured that you can get full attendance in your grades, and the little author will keep writing. It's just that the grades are not good, and it is probably useless to change the keyboard. In addition, the tenosynovitis of the author's right wrist is a little serious. I am putting plaster on it. I hope it will be better, so the author guarantees a minimum of 4K words, and tries to update 6K 8K plus. Of course, if there is a reward, it will definitely be updated immediately. This estimate is hopeless, but the little author who should say it must say it. The younger brother of the little author came to find the little author, so today is only 4K. It's been a long time since I gave my brother a gift. The young author tries to return to the rented house as early as possible at night, and then work overtime and more. Once again, I sincerely thank all the book friends for their great support. Finally, I wish everyone a happy Saturday. Thanks to the book friend, the author updates quickly, for the reward of 259 coins. Thanks to the book friend, 08A, for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks for the 100-point coins rewarded by the book friend, amidst the book famine. Thanks to the book friend, who said, for the reward of 100 coins. Blue Star, Zone 2, Joe City, Long K Street. Fortunately, it came in time, but if it comes a second late, it will be cold. Luodan stabbed out with a battle spear, and instantly killed the 9th level demigod monster. He couldn't help shaking his head slightly. If he had hesitated at that time and had come later, the low-end battle circle might have been dispersed. Coupled with the ninth prince's further breakthrough of space cracks, even if he comes, it may be useless. Even so, he has no idea of joining the battle circle to fight for the time being, because his appearance and existence have already helped the gods and players on the Long K Street battlefield relieve the great pressure. He began to observe the mythical monster, Ninth Prince. After all, in this war, preventing its coming is the key to victory.
Among the rules.
Fortunately, there are only two kinds of lava and violence, which are exclusive laws created by fusing the two laws, which is not too outrageous.
It's not multiple laws, fusion creation.
Not to mention, extreme sublimation, and any unique concept, it's just the most common mythical level. Compared with the giant spirit level god players who have no hope for him, Lorden has a clear understanding of his own strength.
Between the mythical level and the mythical level, there are also grades.
Even if the ninth prince relies on his own exclusive rules of fusion, instead of borrowing the exclusive rules of mythical class, it's not the worst kind of mythical class, but it's also the last one. Even now, the first stage of the fusion process of Minecraft fragments has not been fully completed. There was a trace of fighting intent in Luodun's eyes.
His power has expanded too fast.
Facing the ultra level, he has self-knowledge.
Of course, the current self is not an opponent.
However, facing the mythical level, he felt that he should still be able to break his wrist twice, but against your exclusive law, there should be no problem. At the same time, he still has no intention of joining the battle circle, let alone communicating with those giant spirit-level god players. His identity as a goblin god is a vest in itself, why bother to have too much communication with others? Just when Luodan was eager to try, he wanted to go straight across the entire battlefield and launch a bombardment towards the ninth prince.
The Skyfire meteor shower descends on the battlefield. The burning power will come quickly? Try to stop me with some indecent means?
Luodan grinned and revealed a slightly insolent smile. It seems that you are afraid of me. The next moment, under the eyes of fear and terror in the low-end battle circle, and despair and hatred in the high-end battle circle, Luodan raised his stone spear and whispered softly, "Reload." Murdering intent to refining armament's giant shield, hum. The limited special effects work instantly. The white robe on Luodan's body moved automatically without phoneme. Alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, and an invisible force pulled away from it, and then the stone spear in his hand turned into a stone shield, and as Luodan's body grew, it quickly grew in size. Luodan's height quickly broke through the suppression, rising from 3 to 4 meters to more than 30 meters. This is his true state after the first stage of world fusion is about to be completed. An indestructible heavy equipment is attached to the huge stone shield, covering the sky above the low-end battle circle like a city wall.
His totem entity is actually 30 meters long?
This is too scary. Even the god of the elephant-headed man is only 30 meters away as a 9th-level god player who has condensed the body of a giant spirit.
He is just a totem entity. That's great. But, can it really be blocked?
In the eyes of many doubts, shocks, or expectations, the next moment, the lava meteor fell.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Lava meteors fell like rain one after another, hitting the stone shield fiercely. Each lava meteor was several meters in diameter.
But this is still second. What is really terrifying is the exclusive law attached to it.
It can be said that if anyone falls in Joe City, if there is no alien battlefield, it can directly destroy the small half of the city on the blue star. However, when these lava meteors fell, there was no ripple on the stone shield, just like a cow falling into a quagmire. There was no movement at all.
Boom, boom, boom.
The lava meteor shower ended soon, and this wave came from the inevitable strong attack of mythical monsters. Because of Lorden's existence, it did not cause any harm to the god player. The totem entity level god players who were ready to die could not help but watch the scene in shock. Damn, is this blocking it?
Are you sure this is an attack from a mythical monster? Who is this goblin god? It's fine if you can kill 9th order demigod level monsters in seconds. After all, it's vague. Everyone is at the same level, and they are all borrowing the laws of the endless void. But, this is the exclusive law? How did you stop it? It's not a beaver. I can only express my regret once again.
After all, such a talented god player has to be trapped in the race of goblins, and will always be stuck at this level. Even the high-end battle circle of giant spirit-level god players couldn't help being stunned at this moment. The scene in front of them is completely different from what they expected. How is this possible? The god of elephant-headed man feels that his elephant-headed man is a little confused. Is this blocking the ninth prince's ultimate move? I have a feeling that even if it's me, I'm afraid I have to pay an extremely heavy price to stop it. And this goblin god, he can resist without injury. And it seems that this action doesn't seem to have any impact on him, and it doesn't even count as consumption. He won't really be able to fight against mythical monsters. Thinking of this, a strong flame of hope suddenly ignited in the eyes of the god of elephant heads. For a moment, I was so excited that the whole body was emitting the roar of steam. Okay? Seeing this scene, the ninth prince couldn't help being stunned for a moment. In its empty eye holes, the golden soul fire jumps, and the deep voice resounds in the depths of everyone's soul, and, you have successfully aroused my interest. The next moment, the ninth prince's body completely burned, and burning magma even began to flow from those empty eye sockets. Damn spacecrack, open it up for me. At this moment, it actually started to burn the exclusive law that it had finally merged and created, and sacrificed to the void as a price for temporarily gaining powerful power. In an instant, the incomparably majestic force tilted instantly, and the huge force made the bones of both arms, which were harder than the iron of the void, rattle. Correspondingly, the space crack was further opened. It successfully entered half of the body. The crack in space is getting bigger and bigger, and the speed at which it comes in will only get faster and faster. According to this trend, it would probably only take less than a minute for it to fully enter. At that time, even Lorden would not be able to stop it. Damn it! No one expected that the one who exploded first was the god of elephant-headed man, only to hear his big mouth roaring. The sound of steam was deafening. Brothers, follow me to kill. Create opportunities for the goblin god. The god of the eagle-headed man, the god of the lava dragon, the god of the storm spirit, the god of the goblins and other giant spirit-level god players subconsciously froze for a moment, and then made the same choice as him: dare to be a pawn of Luo. Steam furnace hammer Geoduck. Lizard refining Misty Mound technique Iron Mountain. Space corridor. Xingdi technique Xianhuan Mahamudra. Xingdi chaotic times Artstone Human Eye. A series of magical spells that were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the bottom of the box were released, but none of them went towards the ninth prince. The giant spirit level god players are very clear in their hearts. Their divine arts are probably only barely scratching the itch for the mythical ninth prince. Rather than using it in vain, it is better to face the monster army to create a battlefield space for Lorden. The phantom of a huge elephant-headed hammer appeared, spraying steam that could melt everything, and with unparalleled brute force, it cleared a large battlefield in an instant. There are also giant black and white beasts that look like wild ancient beasts appearing, charging towards the battlefield. A huge black and yellow hand slams down, and a muddy yellow river flows out of the giant stone man with only one eye, making the monster army cannibalism. There was an instant chaos on the battlefield, but it also successfully cleared a large space for Luo Dan, allowing him to quickly approach the space crack without being disturbed. A little bit. Looking at this scene, Luo Dan felt a little flame ignited in his heart, a little hot, calculating in his heart, but it's almost there. I'm going to rush over now. It should be just in time for the completion of the first stage of fusion. Also, for the mythical level, I'm afraid it's hard to hide the aura on my body, just to show the enemy's weakness. Then it merged inadvertently, broke out with full strength, and beat it back to its hometown in one fell swoop. Luo Dan made a decision, moved his body slightly, and roared towards the direction of the space crack, breaking through the huge sonic boom cloud in an instant. The ninth prince sneered. It was not some stupid wild monster. As the prince of the sacred bone dynasty, its wisdom was not low. Stupid ants, this prince is just doing a trick. Look, is this the rush? The ninth prince deliberately burned power, and then burned the law, just to trick Luo Dan, a slightly stronger ant, in his eyes, and then beat him to death. Yes, after it descends, it can determine the outcome of the battlefield. However, there is one thing it has never shown, that is, it still has half of its body in its mother world, so it can exert its strongest power. It has always shown that it can't exert its power before it comes, and it looks like it's being slaughtered, just to trick these exotic ants out of their trump cards in advance. But now, the golden soul fire that the ninth prince jumped was full of satisfaction that the scheme had succeeded. Come on, ants, let me press you to death and kill your hopes. T04 World Region, the world of dust and the world of Yulong are merging. The pitch-black curtain of void conceals the fragments of the world that have undergone tremendous changes, and golden radiance lingers inside. Even without Luodan's order after order here, little by little integration of the running world, the fragments of the entire world are undergoing huge unimaginable changes all the time. The origin of the world accumulated over countless years of dragon control world fragments, the psionic powers in the void, and Lordan's belief points are consumed like money, completely transforming new world fragments from every direction and without dead ends. If there is no void curtain, one can see from the void of the universe that a huge colorful canopy covers all the fragments of the world. While the interior of the world fragments is undergoing drastic changes, it does not have much impact on the life on the planet. Only those who have stepped into the second energy level can clearly feel that this comes from the great care of God the Father and the irreversible will of creation. In Luodan's superdimensional imprint, even if he didn't see it, there were still logs popping up. Log, consume 13 faith points. Log, consumption of special effects dragon scale, bloodlight, mystery, cracked shore, stone skin, iron bone, concealment, hidden, concealment, etc. 370 a curing special effect. Log, the background, size and resources of the goblin world fragments, as well as the psionic factor have been greatly improved. Log, the volume of world fragments has increased by 3%, the land area of world fragments has increased by 891%, the concentration of world fragments psionic factors has increased by 1%, and the probability of world fragments native life entering the second energy level has increased by 865%. The background of ethnic descendants has increased to 17%. Log, the world's resources are sufficient to breed mythical level creatures, enough to withstand the activities of mythical level creatures. Log, world fragments have special effects of concealment and sturdiness. Log, Shenna is being transformed into a world fragment manager, and the auxiliary management authority is being implanted. Log, 564 second level lifeforms have been newly promoted among the believers of the race under your command. As the reminders of the log kept popping up, the goblin world fragments suddenly changed dramatically, and the sky was easy to change. The endless colorful canopy on the fragments of the world is no longer calm, but rolls out, covering the entire continent in an instant. If you lift the curtain of void and look at the fragments of the goblin world in the universe, you will be shocked to see that this dusty gray world has already turned into colorful, bright and beautiful colors. Calm, yet intense. In the next moment, boundless colorful rain fell, and countless hurricanes and thunders also fell. The rain of 7 colors fell on the spirits and goblins, changing the deepest genetic chain of the body and transforming the lowest attributes. Every believer's blood factor is changing. They have an extra sense of strength from the bottom, and they are born with muscles and bones like horizontal training. The colorful rain fell on the ground, nourishing the land, making every piece of land extremely fertile, and it felt like it was full of oil when shoveled down, and the grain output could be dozens of times that of before. Even the wild beasts have strengthened their muscles and bones, and started to reproduce, which can provide more food for believers. The doubling of the psionic factor has made the mindless beasts appear wise. The fragments of the goblin world are constantly breaking open space into the universe, absorbing a large amount of pure cosmic dust, and constantly increasing their size, and the continental plates have been greatly improved in an instant. This is a very radical change. And at the same time, because of the change of the world, and the nearly doubling of the second-level life among the believers. Relying on this substance that really exists in the void, a hidden force is passing towards the blue star. These, whether it is the strength of the world or the believers, will become the cornerstone to consolidate Lordan's strength. And this also announced the first stage of world integration completely done. Thanks to the book friend, Chen Weimian, for the reward of 500 coins. Thanks for the 100-point coins rewarded by the book friend. Old man must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme your book. Thanks to the book friend, 08A, for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks to the book friend, God of Laziness, for rewarding 100 coins. Blue Star, Zone 2, Joe City, a super battlefield. Why is the space crack over there bigger? The branch manager saw that the ninth prince squeezed out half of his body, and immediately became anxious, with a bit of ruthlessness in his eyes. The realm shook and burned as he waved his hand. In the next moment, the exclusive law governed a large number of laws like a monarch, forming a divine spell. Then it turned into a huge pitch-black crack, instantly swallowing the ferocious beast, and then rushed to the Long K Street battlefield. Seeing the head of the branch step forward, tens of miles away, there was a terrifying roar from behind. It was an extremely evil beast that burned the most important soul of the dead. The black flames exuded from all over his body, and instantly smashed into the opening of the crack created by the burning power of the subhead, and bombarded the subhead with all his strength. Damn it! The head of the branch has the law of burning, but he is at the critical moment of condensing the second exclusive law, and the boundary is unstable. As the exclusive law at the core of the realm, once it burns at this moment. Not to mention the explosive strength and the attack of the extremely evil beast to interrupt the Ninth Prince's arrival, I am afraid that within 3 seconds, I will die on the spot due to the shattering of the realm. Seeing the cracks in the space getting bigger and bigger, he was helpless. For some reason, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind: it would be great if the God of Goblins was really a superorder. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Long K Street battlefield, it must be successful. God of Goblins, you must repel that mythical monster, otherwise, the city of Joe will be in danger. Can it really be successful? It will definitely work. That's right, the Ninth Prince is stuck in the crack of space now, and his aura is a little weak even if you don't see it, not that strong. Now is the time when the Ninth Prince is at his weakest. The God of Goblins will definitely be able to. In countless eyes full of hope and anticipation. Luodan was just the airflow that was moving rapidly, and it scraped the Bone Pterodactyl and Nightmare Knight to death at the second energy level, smashing their bones to pieces. Under the shocking eyes of everyone, he crashed and killed several 8th Order epic level bone generals all the way, crushing them on the alien battlefield. It was only then that an open space was cleared in the battlefield, and when he arrived in front of the Ninth Prince, after realizing that the first stage of world fusion had been completed, he fiercely stabbed out the stone spear in his hand without the slightest hesitation. And it was only at this moment that the Ninth Prince's sinister and stiff skull under the crown of the prince let out a ferocious laugh of soul fluctuations, revealing his true face. At the soul level, its voice is loud, like a god questioning a disloyal courtier. Jia jia jia. Ants. Are you in such a hurry to die? The next moment, the Ninth Prince changed his weakness, and could only rely on the army of the Sacred Bone Dynasty to protect his aura, revealing a fiery and brutal aura, like a mighty god. As a matter of fact, as a mythical class that condenses exclusive laws, it is only a step away from the superorder called gods, which is the step of condensing the Yi boundary, with exclusive laws as the core. If we say Shinwei, then it also has it. Boom! Boom! Facing Luodan's stone spear carved with ancient patterns, the Ninth Prince grinned ferociously. With the will to win, he waved his right arm, and the king's robe flowing with magma brought out hunting storms, and the space was always distorted. Go to hell, ants! The situation was sudden, and this brutal breath and will instantly annihilated the hopes and the hearts of all the god players. Just when everyone thought that Lorden would surely die under this blow. Power, come! Luodan didn't speak, but silently integrated all his power into the spear, taking advantage of the sudden haste of the Ninth Prince, stabbed the spear fiercely at the joint of the bones under the king's robe. Humph, ants! The Ninth Prince hadn't sensed the sudden surge of power at this moment, and was still grinning grinningly. Do you really think I'm a low-level undead creature like a skeleton? Do you still want to break my bone joint? What an ignorant low-level creature. The Ninth Prince didn't care about the spear at all. Its right arm still swung towards Luodan's body, trying to shoot Luodan to death on the spot. Puff! Stab it! Just when the Ninth Prince's right arm was about to slap on Luodan's body, the huge pain that he had never felt after becoming an undead creature instantly attacked the Ninth Prince's soul fire. Even its golden soul fire instantly wilted to the extreme. Damn! My right arm! Ant, how dare you! The Ninth Prince was astonished, angry, and resentful to find that his right arm was broken by this inconspicuous spear in an instant. Even the royal robe bestowed by the Emperor was pierced with a big hole. Impossible! The Ninth Prince couldn't believe it at all. My body is condensed by laws, how could it be cut off? Besides,
This ant is obviously so weak, how could it be possible to completely cut off my right arm? No, there is still a chance. It can be connected. After all, the Ninth Prince is a mythical powerhouse. He is keenly aware that there is still a trace of connection between his will and the broken right arm, but he is suppressed. Damn ants, you completely pissed me off. The Ninth Prince fell into rage completely, and in this rage, there was a trace of fear that even he didn't notice this ant can only hurt it at the second energy level. If only this ants were stronger. Then, is it possible that the incomparably noble Ninth Prince of the Sacred Bone Dynasty died just now? Even though it is already an undead, it has heard of the more terrifying punishment after the death of the undead. Fearful anger erupted completely, and it wanted to crush this ant to death. Just when it stepped on its own world with its left foot to gain strength, and when it was ready for the lion to catch the rabbit with all its strength, it saw the ant in front of it showing a strange smile. It wasn't until then that it realized something was wrong. The crack in the space that I managed to expand because of breaking my right arm is shrunk again, and the direction that the ant's malicious eyes are looking at is the crack in the space that is not so stable in the first place. Boom! Before it could react, the ants had already stabbed dozens of spears on the space crack in an instant. No! How dare you, ants! Amidst the unwilling roar of the Ninth Prince, the crack in the space was overwhelmed, instantly collapsed, and then closed. The Ninth Prince's unwilling roar was still echoing on the Long K Street battlefield, and the crack in space had closed abruptly. In the original place of the battlefield, only half of the skeletal body that the Ninth Prince managed to squeeze over, and half of the royal robe that began to slowly burn and disappear instantly cut off by the closed space crack. Strictly speaking, a mythical body can be classified as a treasure of heaven and earth. Especially the essence of the skeleton family is on the bones, which is the essence of the essence. No! In the world of monsters, only half of the body of the Ninth Prince was left, and even the fire of his soul was a little bit crumbling, roaring in the wilderness fiercely, "Damn ants! I'm going to kill you! How dare you!" After a while, it calms down. The order issued by the emperor, I failed. Even if I return to the dynasty, those who welcome me will probably be executed. Thinking of the punishment of the Sacred Bone Dynasty, even a high-ranking mythical monster like the Ninth Prince couldn't help but feel chills in his soul. After a while, the Ninth Prince, who was already stiff and motionless, suddenly twisted his head, creaking, and then the fire of his soul was stained with blood, staring coldly at the legion of the Sacred Bone Dynasty on the wasteland. It stood up. Half of its body looked a little precarious and ridiculous, and a ferocious smile appeared on the half of its skull. "Ants, you forced me. Even if I spend my whole life, I want you to die." On the other side, at the battlefield of Long K Street in Joe City, in an instant, the entire Long K Street battlefield fell into silence, as if dead. Even the Sacred Bone Dynasty army, which had been acting as if they had no IQ and only knew how to attack crazily, stopped for a while. Tens of thousands of skeletons stared wide-eyed, and no one dared to attack rashly. And the god players are even more shocked. Just now I thought it would be great if the god of Goblin could barely harass the Ninth Prince and then phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the space crack. I didn't expect that the Ninth Prince was so insidious, and even showed weakness to the enemy. When they were all desperate, I didn't expect the god of Goblin to hide his hand. Brazenly cut off an arm of the Ninth Prince who had exploded in strength, and then exploded the space crack, cutting off half of the Ninth Prince's body. Damn it, the god of goblins, this is really powerful. With a body of the second energy level, I can defeat mythical level monsters. Really convinced, I didn't expect the gods of the goblin race to be able to explode with such strength. Yeah, there is no civilization, the body of the giant spirit is not condensed, and even a complete law is not comprehended. It's really outrageous. I'm starting to wonder if the projection in that T-forum is fake. How could there be such an outrageous goblin god? Yeah, I thought the city wall goblins were outrageous enough, but I didn't expect their goblin god to be even more outrageous. I looked at my jackal and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. My hill giant is also meditating. Hey, what a pity, why is this genius the god of goblins? Yes, even if it is a low-level war species, it must have unlimited potential. Let's not talk about low-level war species. In my opinion,
with the genius of this goblin god, even if he is only a high-level prisoner species, as long as he can establish civilization, he can even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the high-level prisoner species to counterattack and break the limit. Become a superclass, upgrade to a war species. That's right, let's forget about low-level prisoners. They are still stones in a latrine like goblins. They are so stubborn that it is impossible to establish civilization. I can only sigh with emotion under the watchful eyes of the gods and players. Luodan was about to go to the battlefield to completely wipe out the monsters on the Long K Street battlefield, when he suddenly frowned, and it was a reminder from the log, the first stage of world fusion is completed, and the host has a 9th level strength that is infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the mythical level. The host came to the battlefield, killing the monsters of the 2nd energy level *365, and the monsters of the 3rd energy level *6. The host defeated the mythical monster, closed the space crack, and harvested the mythical bone *37. The host harvests and drops special effects Lava Meteor, Death Sigh. The host harvested the limited special effect Royalty. Note, the limited special effect Royal Power is suitable for civilization. The integration of the world has entered the 2nd stage, granting Kana the auxiliary management authority requires the host to grant spirituality. After Shenna obtains the spirituality endowed by the host, she will always be loyal to the host and greatly improve the efficiency of the world's operation. Note, if the operation is successful, Shenai's aptitude may be improved, and there is a certain chance that after the goblins gain wisdom, they will have the aptitude to become the vice-king of the kingdom of heaven. The biggest problem has been solved. Luodan looked around and looked at the completely destroyed Long K Street, where his home had been completely destroyed. With a little helplessness in his heart, even if I'm not here now, the war should be fine, right? Compared with some merit points, it is more important to build my world fragments well. Strength is the foundation of everything. Luodan deeply understands that his own world is the most important thing, but he is a little unwilling to leave like this, and his meritorious deeds are cheaper for others. The next moment, the stone spear in his hand waved lightly towards the high-end battle circle where the bone generals of the 3rd level gathered buzz. No sound came out, just the hum of space oscillations propagating through inaudible dimensions. At the next moment, all the bone generals who had lost any will to fight were crushed into a pile of bone powder at the same time. Okay, you can go. After getting the biggest merit point, Luodan took back the totem entity in satisfaction, and went straight back to the goblin world fragment. He did not move the mythical bones in place. These things can't bring back the world fragments, and they are moldy in their own hands. It's better to stay here, someone will count them up, and then convert them into merit points and record them on his head. And after a long while, the skeleton legion of the sacred bone dynasty at the 1st level and the 2nd level moved again, making their final resistance. The giant spirit level god players in the high-end battle circle suddenly woke up and recovered from the cold sweat. Before, they saw that Luodan crushed the 9th level demigod level monster with one blow, the 2nd level monster was crushed by the aftermath of the sprint, and the 3rd level bone general was blocked on the road. Even if they cut off the 9th prince's arm, they only knew that Luodan was extremely powerful, but they didn't have a very intuitive feeling. Until now, under Luodan's blow, they were not injured at all, but the bone generals of the 3rd level who were fighting with them just now were all smashed to pieces in an instant. They are speechless. When the gap in strength is too large, they can't give birth to any jealousy. Some god players are even subconsciously thankful that they are just a low-level prisoner species. No matter how powerful they are now, in the future, they will be stopped there. The head of another branch suddenly noticed that the gap in the battle space of Long K Street was closed, and the aura of the mythical 9th prince suddenly disappeared for no reason. Although he didn't know why, it didn't affect the surprise in his heart. In addition, because of the sudden disappearance of the 9th prince, the super monster in front of him also panicked for a while, which gave him a huge opportunity to take advantage of. The branch chief couldn't help showing a sneer. It's you who have been blocking me just now, right? Mother gave birth, see if I don't crush your bones. While grinning grinningly, the branch chief already had time to think about some post-war matters. It actually prevented that mythical skeleton from descending. The boys in Zhou City have performed very well this time, even if I pay them out of my own pocket to reward them, I am willing to do so. What's more, rewarding some of their gods who are not yet at the mythical level, even if I reward them all, it is just a drop in my bucket. Think about it, I'm ridiculous too. You put your hope on a goblin god who doesn't keep his promise, but is just a little lucky. Thinking about it, the head of the branch, who was full of joy, couldn't help but suddenly felt guilty, and he couldn't help feeling doubts in his heart. What happened? I always feel as if something is going away from me. Ask for a fix, ask for a reward. The little author bows and thanks. Thank you, book friend, Sorrowful Rui, for the reward of 500 coins. Thanks to the book friend, Luerzu, for the reward of 300 coins. Thanks to the book friend, Yummy and Meow, for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks to the book friend, 08A, for the reward of 100 coins. Endless Void, T04 World Region, Goblin World Fragment Jetto. Is this what the first phase will look like? While checking the log that he hadn't seen before, Lorden felt the new feeling brought to him by the goblin world: the torrential spiritual response, the active quality of life, and the huge will. Luodan could feel that the current fragments of the goblin world had a strong sense of incompleteness. Part of it is because world shards are inherently fragmented and incomplete. The other part is because the world fusion is not yet complete, and after the second phase of the fusion process is completed, this sense of incompleteness will be much weakened. Moreover, when Lorden enters the new world again, his strength will be completely improved, even if it still does not reach the mythical level. But if it happens again, he believes that he can kill the ninth prince on the spot. It's a pity, I'm afraid it will be impossible to meet that ninth prince again in the future. However, Luodan has not forgotten that there is still work to be done, and the time for fantasy has not yet come. System, you asked me to come back just now, saying that you want to give Shanai spirituality? Lorden opened his mouth softly and asked the system a question. There is a certain possibility that Shanai will have the qualifications of the Vice King of the Kingdom of Heaven. But the premise is to operate properly? The system will give an answer quickly. Log, you need to use your own divine blood as the anchor, and your faith as the seal, so that Shanai will always be loyal to you. Log, now that you have the strength of the ninth level, there is a certain chance that Shanai will have the qualification of the Vice King of the Kingdom of Heaven. Log, it has been detected that you do not possess civilized spirituality. The probability of this is not high. Log, it has been detected that you have explored the existence of the secret realm. Log, if you have a secret realm, you can directly consume the source of the world to make Shanai the Vice King of the Kingdom of Heaven, guarding or fighting for you forever. Log, do you want to consume divine blood in faith to make Shanai loyal to you forever? Log, is it bestowed with spirituality? There is a slight chance that Shanai will have the qualifications of the Vice King of the Kingdom of Heaven. Log, note, when you have civilized spirituality, this probability is greatly improved. Log, note, there is only one chance to grant spirituality. It's civilized spirituality again. Seeing the system prompt, even Luodan felt a little helpless. He has been stuck on wisdom countless times. Whether it is civilization or the body of a giant spirit, goblins need to have wisdom. Even the last time the mythical class didn't completely transform, it was because the goblins didn't have wisdom. Including the premise of the racial promotion application prepared next, it is also that the goblins need wisdom in order to be able to establish civilization and get rid of the identity of the low-level prisoner species. This resulted in rewards, as well as an important policy support. Come on, step by step. Thinking of Yichen, who still had any news, Luodan secretly sighed in his heart. It's a pity that I can't easily land on the Homo sapiens planet, otherwise I will be an alien civilization that has experienced countless wars with the Blue Star civilization. I'm afraid I will be stunned the moment I arrive. Let Kana be completely loyal first. Luodan opened his mouth softly and gave instructions to the system. The next moment, a phantom of a young girl appeared in front of the golden shards of the world, and then opened her slightly lifeless eyes. And under the operation of the system, after obtaining Luodan's permission, a drop of golden blood slowly overflowed from the heart, and then fell on Shanai's eyebrows. And a lot of faith enveloped him, pouring madly into his body, and he was about to be completely transformed. The logs are also popping up. Log, inject divine blood. Log, filled with faith. Log, anchoring the blood of the gods, the seal of faith. Log, the transformation is complete, loyalized, and has obtained auxiliary management authority.
Log, no spirituality.
Kanna's pupils still lacked any emotion and spirituality, and were full of godless emptiness, but they could bring a sense of loyalty to Luo Dan.
Good. Luo Dan nodded slightly, quite satisfied. It has completely become who I am.
Immediately after giving the order, Kanna, in the next process of world fusion, you have to maintain the operation of the land.
Also, I need you to develop a hierarchy. To achieve the effective competition among affiliated civilizations, oppression and exploitation must be avoided, otherwise there will be no internal motivation.
But there must be hope, otherwise even if I am a god, they will lie flat. Luo Dan talked about his thoughts little by little. Take the spirit race as an example. As a subordinate civilization that was defeated in the war, they should be in a low-level position in my civilization structure and belong to an oppressed position. But within the spirit race, there must be a group of managers. Even in my entire civilization, they must have a considerable status.
Paralyze them, change them.
However, I don't need to deceive. I put everything in front of their eyes.
As for whether I can see it, it depends on my understanding.
And, in future world wars, I will conquer more worlds and civilizations, and there will be more affiliated civilizations. There must also be a mechanism to adjust the status of the subordinate civilizations. Lorden said a lot. Making a hierarchy is a pretty complicated thing. However, considering the huge computing power of Shinai, who was originally the will to control the world of the dragon and could manage countless spirits, it was not difficult. Moreover, the Blue Star civilization itself is an extremely huge civilization system, and each god has its own complex civilization structure. It can even be said that in the Blue Star civilization, there may not be many other things, but the knowledge about the hierarchical structure system is absolutely beyond the limit. The key is still free. Sure enough, free whoring is the source of all progress. White prostitution is so cool. Luo Dan packed up all the information about the mechanism structure at one time, and passed it into Shinai's will for his reference.
He waved his hand and let Shenna go down.
Only then did Luo Dan heave a sigh of relief, feeling that he could take a little rest. Blue Star's side should be safe. As for merit points, I just killed a few bone generals and repelled mythical level monsters, so there shouldn't be many.
Forget it, forget it.
Lorden shook his head slightly, turning into a ray of light and entering the fused goblin world fragments. During the fusion process, the more time he is there, the better. Being in the world itself is also a process of fusion. Although the gods and players will gradually shift their center of gravity from the world to civilization after reaching the giant spirit and even super level. But it doesn't affect the current stage. The stronger the world and the closer the relationship with the world, the better.
And what Luo Dan is doing now is such a process.
He wants to strengthen himself as much as possible to face the next dangerous phoneme. Alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and waves. Whether it is the players of the Tai civilization, or the alien god of Homo sapiens, or even the behind-the-scenes man who replaced his original race and world, even Qing Shiman, if he gets the full help of the super elders in his family, he will improve his strength as quickly as a rocket. And all of these require him to be strong enough to be able to face them.
T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature.
The lower the energy level of the world, the faster the flow of time. It hasn't been long in Luo Dan's side, but it has been quite a long time on Heroic Spirit Planet. Outside a city belonging to a fusion faction, among the Great Mountains, there are ferocious beasts, various treasures, and a large number of mineral veins here.
Chuanshan Beast, let's work harder today and try to find the existence of undiscovered mineral veins.
A young man with a firm face and a sunny look is commanding his heroic spirit, a mountain pangolin that can quickly dig the ground. He directed the pangolin heroic spirit to search for undiscovered mineral resources hundreds of miles away from the city. When I find the ore vein and get the bounty, I will buy you a high-quality spirit crystal. Hearing the spirit crystal, the eyes of the mountain-cresting beast who had been a bit slack suddenly lit up. It quickly waved its thick and sharp limbs, and dived into the ground like a fish swimming in water, and began to use its powerful perception to perceive whether there were still mineral veins underground.
So good.
Perceived that the mountain pangolin was working hard to find mineral resources. The boy then lay down on the grass, looking at the clear sky under the shade of the tree, feeling very comfortable in his heart, although I don't know why the ancient country suddenly implemented such an absurd policy of destroying mine veins, but
That doesn't seem too bad?
the young man thought that a few months ago, a large number of mayors suddenly joined hands to use the extremely absurd reason that the existence of mineral resources will make people build factories and destroy the environment. Carry out actions to destroy all mineral veins that are being developed and waiting to be developed.
We even have to find undiscovered mineral veins and carry out devastating destruction together. At first, everyone thought this proposal was so ridiculous that they didn't know where to start laughing. But what surprised everyone was slowly, well-known figures from all walks of life began to say how good this proposal is for the world. The benefits to the future, and to their children and grandchildren, are vast and innumerable. It's ridiculously ridiculous. The teenager held this mentality until the proposal was passed, and then it was formulated into a policy with amazing efficiency, and it was enforced in many places. No, it's okay to ride a horse? Without the mine veins, how can we maintain our good life? You big men will definitely regret it.
After destroying the veins, you really have to worry about what will happen to future generations.
We must unite with others to resist this policy.
The boy was resentful and dissatisfied at first, full of the indignation of a hot-blooded boy, until the emergence of a new profession: mineral hunter. When the mine veins that are easy to be found are all destroyed, but the urban indicators that implement this policy have not been reached. So the mayors began to call on the heroic masters in the society to use their unique heroic spirits to find mineral veins. As long as you find a vein, no matter how big or small, you can start with 50 heroic coins.
This is 50 million. And, at least 50. Isn't 50 good?
With this kind of thinking, the young man found his first mine vein and got the first 50 yuan in his life. His mentality has changed.
Offspring? Ancient country? Passionate?
I went to the class reunion of the Heroic Spirit Academy yesterday. I used the latest spirit weapon, and they looked at me differently. At first, the boy was a little ashamed. But later, he slowly discovered that the so-called abandoned ideals and other thoughts, these really don't have 50 incense sticks. So he began to feel at ease, and there are really many mine hunters, and I'm not the only one. By the way, some time ago, the Lord of the Ancient Country released the news that there will be an extraterrestrial celestial demon invading our planet, and the purpose of destroying the mine veins is to prevent the extraterritorial celestial demon from supporting war. The young man thought of what the ruler of the ancient country said not long ago. Even though he still disdained and disbelieved in his heart, he gradually became more at ease, and even a little righteous. I did this for the safety of the planet. In the Tea Forum, the defensive war has gradually gone away. While a small number of cities fell, there were also a large number of cities that successfully won the defensive war. All the god players are having heated discussions. They are not like other god players, who have experienced many battles, so they don't care about these. The god players in the Tea Forum are almost all newcomer god players of this batch. There is a lot of enthusiasm for the discussion of this kind of thing. It's too scary. Do you know that in an instant, 3 superorders descended on the same battlefield, and then our branch chiefs were all killed? Really good. One of our subheads was almost beaten to death. Upstairs, the head of the branch you mentioned is the Sword Demon Civilization. It has already established a planetary colonial dynasty and has fought against several super-level civilizations. It is normal to have this strength. I don't know when I will be able to achieve this strength. Yeah, I'm really envious of seeing them show off their power one by one. Not to mention there are generous merit point rewards. It is really comfortable. It's a pity that even if we participate in the battle as a rookie god player, there is no additional merit point reward. Yeah, and these merit points are too few, and the things I want are too expensive, and I can't afford them at all. Who said that? There is one in our city with triple rewards. Really, is the Federation making another trick? No, I also know about this. It is from Zhouchang. It is said that the head of their branch fainted on the spot. Fainted? Really, super god player, are you dizzy? Guanon, keep it real. Fine. This is also related to the god of goblins. Didn't the god of goblins come down?
Why is it related to him?
Why didn't it come? It came, and it showed great power. I believe you, Ghost, you are very bad. Even a giant spirit is not a goblin god. I can accept a dozen Shiman Cheng who are at the same level. You say that players who are such giant spirit level gods are insignificant in an incomparable ultra level battlefield. Can he play a role?
That's right, it's still showing off its power.
Even if he makes the goblins break through to the 4th level, so what? It's just a totem entity.
Wisdom, civilization, giant spirit, which one is not a natural moat?
For K, ask for a ticket, ask for a reward, ask for a subscription. The little author bows and thanks.
Thanks to the book friend, 08A, for rewarding 100 coins again.
In the T forum, the topic of discussion around the goblin god is still going on, not to mention anything else. Even if the goblin race is not superordered, but it is a high-level prisoner species that can establish civilization, I believe that the goblin god who condenses the body of a giant spirit can show great power.
That's right, what role can a totem entity play?
It also made the division head of the super god player dizzy. Why not exaggerate a bit, saying that this goblin god reversed the mythical monster?
Hey, really don't say it, you really don't say it.
No picture, no truth. If you have evidence, put a projection. At this moment, a slightly blurred projection was released, and the gods and players who were paying attention to this topic all clicked in to watch it. This was recorded by a god player in Long K Street Battlefield. Although it was a bit blurry, there should be a lot, and because of the blur, the emotions of all the god players, including the despair in the early stage, were amplified a lot. Soon, the gods and players who had finished watching fell silent one by one.
Say it, why don't you say it, aren't you good at it? See you, what is against the sky? I'm convinced. Is this really the god of goblins who beat up Shiman Ching? What's going on? Now I actually feel that Shiman Ching can be hanged and beaten, it's his honor. It's outrageous, it really crosses the big realm and fights against the mythical level? No, you don't even understand a complete law. Can you be tough, or even blow up the exclusive law?
That's right, even if it's not the exclusive law of multiple compounding, there is no ultimate sublimation, or the only concept, but this is also the exclusive law. Mythical level can already be counted as a quasi-ultra level. Even if it is compared to a super level, it is not much weaker. I just want to see an ordinary Northland ancient European kid kill a heavy knight with his bare hands.
I think this incident is much more outrageous than the example you gave. This has not yet established civilization, refined the spirituality of civilization, and condensed the body of the giant spirit. If the god of goblins is a giant spirit level, how outrageous would it be? You won't reverse the ultra level? Upstairs, you've gone too far.
That's right, super level starburst with one punch is not a concept at all.
Also, goblins can't establish civilization. Even if the master exists, I'm afraid there is no way to take the goblins? Master, goblins, what should I save you?
Should I say it or not? Even if there is no way to establish civilization, this goblin god has already stood at the end of many of our god players. Yeah, if a low-level warrior like me didn't rely on the different speed of time, if he survived for tens of thousands of years, I'm afraid he would never have the chance to achieve a super level, that is, he would be beaten by the goblin god. Unfortunately, if this god of goblins is not a goblin race, with his talent, I really don't know how terrifying it would be. I'm afraid it has long been mythical or super level, and the throne is not impossible. He is also the god of goblins.
This reminds me of Lorden.
I don't know if he has such qualifications.
If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about Luodan.
He used to be a top student, but he disappeared after he randomly went to the goblin. It's a pity that compared with this goblin god, he is not worthy of carrying shoes.
You said, is it possible? It's impossible, don't think about it, shut up. Speaking of which, didn't you say that you fainted the head of your branch? What exactly happened? Fine.
T21 World Region, T214807 Planet, Shadow Elf Small, gray and half hidden on a planet in shadow. Looking at the information in the T forum, Tang Yiming was inexplicably excited, but also very unhappy.
The goblins are not completely hopeless. What, why are you not worthy of carrying shoes? This goblin god is an old monster that has been developing for some time. Lorden has just become a god. Can this be compared?
After I give Luo Dan my blood sea lotus, let his race gain wisdom, and you will see who is the best. Thinking in his heart, Tang Yiming silently apologized to the goblin god. Even if you saved me, there is only one blood sea Hualien, and I can only give it to Luo Dan. While thinking about it, Tang Yiming felt a little worried. Can blood sea Hualien be useful to the goblins? According to the records in some clinical trials, the blood sea Hualien comes from the spirituality condensed by the endless filth in the blood sea, the cultural heritage of the Shura tribe. Just by putting it there, you can reopen the wisdom of the nearby innately stupid creatures and return to the original level of wisdom of the race, but the original level of the goblins is that they don't have wisdom. This time, it won't be self-defeating, but return to a more primitive state, right? Thinking about it, Tang Yiming felt even more uneasy. After a long while, a trace of determination appeared on the delicate girl's face. She opened the superdimensional imprint, and sent a message to Luo Dan's message that she had prepared a long time ago. It doesn't matter, just give it to him. Loden is smarter than me, whether it should be used, whether it is useful, must be clearer than me. Leave the choice to him. And, hopefully, useful. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Still in the White City, but Baicheng at this moment is completely different. The previous Baicheng was just an ordinary third-tier city with a fusion master as mayor. However, when the people don't know why, the undercurrent is surging. The leaders of a large number of fusion factions came to Baicheng with inexplicable will to meet the Great Crown. And with their arrival came a great deal of wealth and policy. The main landmark passage of Baicheng, the meeting is about to start. I heard that His Majesty will also appear in person this time. Really? Ryoma, quickly burn your strength and charge me. With fanaticism, a group of heroic spirit masters drove the dragon and horse heroic spirits, and charged into Baicheng like lightning, but no one dared to stop their all-powerful existences of the 5th or even 6th order. And along the way, even Baicheng, which is already quite prosperous, couldn't make them look sideways, and they were even wondering why the Great Majesty chose such an ordinary city. The only thing that caught their attention along the way was a woman who was hung on a stone pillar of thorns, with crows pecking at her internal organs all the time, but she was restored by demon spirits. At the same time, there was also a gargoyle heroic spirit who kept pulling out her tongue, and then cast spells to make her tongue grow back. And under the thorny stone pillar, there are still tourists listening to the tour guide's explanation. See, this is what happens when you talk nonsense. It is said that this woman was originally the tutor of Baicheng Heroic Spirit Academy. I don't know who offended some important person, so she was hanged here. Life cannot phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals live /phoneme, death cannot die. Hearing the mysterious words of the tour guide, the tourists were suddenly surprised and asked, how is this possible? The instructor of Baicheng Heroic Spirit Academy, this is a big shot, how could he be tied up here and tortured day and night? That's right, isn't this slapping Baicheng Heroic Spirit Academy in the face? This is the facade of Baicheng, let alone Baicheng Heroic Spirit Academy. I'm afraid Baicheng can't stand it. Hearing the question, the tour guide not only did not panic, but also smiled mysteriously and continued, oh, what do you know? That's a big man who reaches heaven and earth. Even if the ruler of the ancient country wants to see him, he must make an appointment in advance. If you don't believe me, you can go and see Baicheng's announcement. Until then, the tourists kept their mouths shut. One by one looked at the thorny stone pillar with shocking eyes, and saw that there was no screaming, but the non-stop slight twitching of the body meant that she was still alive, and did not dare to make a sound. In the mayor's conference room, good day, Your Majesty. A series of powerful figures walked into the meeting room, looked at the presence on the main seat, with a handsome face like a god, let go of all the arrogance in their hearts, and bowed to pay respects. The parliament started soon, and every topic here was mostly about destroying minds and destroying machinery. Take out any one of them at random, and it will cause huge waves in the society of heroic spirits, and it can even easily crush a 7th-level legendary level heroic spirit to death. But here, they are all inconspicuous issues. The rewards for mineral vein hunters continue to be refined. Different mineral classifications and different scales are issued according to different rewards. At the same time, the reward coefficient is increased by 1.
3 times. If there is no problem, then go to the next item.
The World Guardian Force will consist of fusion divisions as officers and heroic masters as soldiers. The detailed rules have been issued.
You can see if there are any problems.
The other thing is to further squeeze the people's financial resources and support more fighters, heroic masters, and fusion masters.
The construction of the Fusion Division War Tutor Academy has also been upgraded. Next week, the first batch of academies will be opened.
Quick learning devices will be installed in the academy to ensure that you can learn and get used to the war mode within a year. The village relocation plan, all the villages will be wiped out and moved to the city.
This is only the first step. After the big cities have undergone sufficient expansion, they will all be transferred to the big cities. This is the second phase of the base city construction plan, so let's not mention it for now. There is also a city self-destruction plan.
After the demons break through the city, they would rather enter a state of self-destruction than bring any war dividends to the demons. When the fusion master who was new to the meeting saw this scene, his eyes couldn't stop showing horror. They never imagined that in this small conference room, the decision-making was actually a major event that would affect the entire society of heroic spiritualists. And they looked at the figure of His Majesty with admiration in their eyes. All the fusion masters present were fusion masters, not even one 7th order fusion master. However, without exception, in the perception of all fusion masters, the aura of this crown prince is as majestic and sacred as the existence that created them.
It's so holy that one can't help but wonder if it's fake. Mayor, is this existence really so sacred? One of the fusion masters who participated in the meeting for the first time couldn't help but use the ability of the heroic spirit to ask the mayor who brought him here from the level of will, is it possible, maybe, we've all been duped?
North grew up in a slum, surrounded by cunning and lies, which made him different from other fusion masters. Most of the other fusion masters unconditionally trust the heroic spirits they fuse with, and they will put in a considerable degree of trust no matter how bad they are. And this also led to the fact that because Luodan holds part of the authority of the heroic spirit's secret realm, the fusion master is naturally phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close / phoneme when facing Luodan. Not only can't bring up the slightest fighting spirit, but even surrender to Lorden naturally. But North is different, he is suspicious by nature, he doesn't even believe the heroic spirit fused with him, so he naturally thinks that all this is fake.
North, how dare you?
When Mayor Lin saw someone doubting the God in his heart, he immediately flew into a rage and reprimanded him. But the moment he opened his mouth, he thought of His Majesty's mission, and that he needed the support of North beside him to complete His Majesty's mission, and immediately curbed his anger. He glanced at North and said, I might be deceived, so what about the ruler of the ancient country? The ruler of the 8th rank ancient country quietly met His Majesty when we first promoted the issue of mind vein destruction. You know that the ruler of the ancient country is a loyal mechanical enthusiast, and even his main heroic spirit is mechanical pioneer.
The lord of the ancient country also relied on the mechanical pioneers to be able to enter the 8th level and inherit the ancient country. North, what do you think would be the reaction of such a character when he sees someone who wants to destroy the mine and cut off the mechanical road? Hearing Mayor Lin's words, North broke out in a cold sweat. After he realized it, he was already sweating profusely. Yeah, others are not stupid. Am I the only one who is smart? Will I suspect that this Majesty is deceiving everyone? Even though he thought so in his heart, North, who was suspicious by nature, still couldn't hold back, and asked subconsciously, Mayor, what is the final result? Ah. Mayor Lin glanced at North, his will fluctuated slightly, with pride, as if he was the one who did this. I don't know what happened at that time. I only know that after the incident, the policy was implemented without any resistance, and at that time, someone asked the ancient country's king, My lord, why are you arrogant and respectful? The front is arrogant and the back is respectful. Even though North knew that the crown was unimaginable, it was still hard to imagine that the ruler of the ancient country who held the power of a country could only be disheartened when facing this crown. Just when he was overwhelmed with shock, as a speculator, he still regarded this Majesty as the second most important opportunity in his life, and wanted to open his mouth to learn more about it. Suddenly, the entire conference room began to vibrate, and a huge voice filled with surging hostility resounded throughout Baicheng. I heard that someone pretends to be a ghost and wants to cut off the mechanical road?
Lord of Mechanic City Arnos, I'm here to ask for advice. Classification: inanimate life, mortal, the first energy level, first level, second level, third level. This stage tempers the body and polishes the spirit. Third level comprehends the true meaning. The second energy level, fourth level, fifth level, sixth level. This level touch the law, borrow the law. The third energy level, seventh level, eighth level, ninth level, master the law at this stage, integrate the law. Mythical level, create your own exclusive rules with one of the methods such as fusion, multiple compound fusion, extreme sublimation, create unique. Those who achieve the mythical level through the mythical level profession are pseudo-mythical levels, and can only be counted as borrowing exclusive rules.
Super rank, lower rank, middle rank, upper rank, throne, master, holy throne.
For K, ask for a ticket, ask for a reward, ask for a subscription. Thanks to the book friend, 08A, for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks to the book friend, I am a junior high school student, for the reward of 100 coins.
T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature.
Outside the BC Mayor's meeting room, a huge and gloomy cloud layer slowly descended over the White City, and a huge and unparalleled voice, with surging and undisguised malice, echoed in the White City like an electronic sound. Lord of Mechanic City Arnos, I'm here to ask for advice. Before the sound fell to the ground, all the people who were attracted by the sudden clouds and the sound suddenly saw in astonishment that the huge clouds were slowly deforming from the cloudy clouds. It turned into a huge figure in the Pope's robes. Mechanical City Arnos, it is said that there is a holy place for all mechanical spirits. That is a city floating above the sky.
Day and night, there are 7th tier legendary level heroic spirits, leading 6th level diamond level heroic spirits to patrol and guard.
This is too outrageous, isn't it? Our ancient country is already one of the most powerful countries on the planet of heroic spirits, but our governor is only at the 6th level, and they are just patrolling guards at the 6th level. Okay, the moon in foreign countries is round, it's always misleading people. The sky guards there are very noble professions, comparable to our generals here. That's outrageous. According to this calculation, isn't their strongest person just 8th level? I remember that our Lord seems to be an almost invincible 8th level existence. The Lord of Arnos in the past will be renamed Arnos. I heard that this Arnos seems to be looking for an opportunity to break through to the 9th level. Besides, it's the holy land of all mechanical spirits. A strong man of this level will come to our ordinary small city in person? I heard from my 7th and 8th aunt's grandniece that our Lord came once before, but then left again. Maybe the existence hidden here is extremely strong. Can it be the same? This is a world-class Godfather figure? Look! Someone dares to stroke the tiger's beard. And it's the famous Arnos. North looked at this scene in surprise. What shocked him even more was that even though Arnos, who was about to step into the 9th demigod level, came with a surge of hostility. All the topics on the scene did not mean to stop at all, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. What's even going on is the topic of how to discover more ore veins and destroy them, which can directly touch the reverse scale of the mechanical heroic master. It's like an army of vegetarians has arrived at the door, and the meat eaters even pulled out a luncho chicken on the spot to make a black and white roast chicken. This is outrageous. Every Arnos has an extremely tough temper. Wait a minute, this mechanical godfather may directly attack. North had some guesses in his mind, and even had some expectations. Even though he had no hope of continuing to grow on the path of a heroic spiritist, he still wanted to see what kind of grand occasion it would be if this person who could be said to stand at the top of a heroic spiritualist made a move. If possible, it would be best to find out the bottom of this so-called His Majesty. Sure enough, it seemed that it was because of being ignored for a long time, and it seemed that it was because the meat eaters in front of me ate the grilled luncho chicken unscrupulously. This Arnos snorted coldly, Your Excellency is too arrogant. In this case, I don't have to look at Lord Luo's face and show you a little sympathy. Immediately afterwards, the figure formed by the cloud moved. Only then did the heroic spiritists discover to their astonishment that these so-called clouds were actually composed of countless mechanical heroic suns that were so tiny that they were hard to detect. But now, it started to move, and it was as if the sky was falling when it was slapped with one palm. Just after the aftermath, more than 10 levels of strong winds blew up, and these powerful people in meetings kept appearing in Baicheng, with 5th level or even 6th level entourages, driving heroic spirits to protect the city. Otherwise, just the aftermath could raise the entire center of Baicheng to the ground. Too strong. Northon was shocked immediately, although he had expected that Arno's strength would be unimaginably strong. But when he really watched him make a shot, the direction of the shot was still his own. Even if he didn't lock himself, North couldn't help but suffocate. Unstoppable, his heart sank into the abyss of despair. Such a strong man, this level of attack. Is there really anyone who can stop it? Even though the Majesty made him feel like a god, North still had great doubts about whether the Majesty could resist Arno's palm. And at this moment, Nianxia, who had kept his eyes closed all the time, opened them, and that kind of peerless beauty was displayed in this world. A concept called perfection is inadvertently expanding its influence. It's really noisy. Looking at the giant palm coming towards him, Mianxia just stretched out his white palm and gently pointed out a finger. In the endless void, several huge void war fortresses are piercing through the void and attacking the planet of heroic spirits. In addition, there are several consciousnesses that are constantly radiating and fluctuating in the war fortress. Inside the space fortress, several highly intelligent armed robots can be seen twisting their bodies and communicating with each other. It's really annoying. I don't know what the purpose of the virtual game company's CG is. It's obviously a game, just open a new copy of the game and fight new monsters. It turns out that we really want to conquer the universe. Yeah, it was quite fresh at the beginning, and I felt a sense of substitution, but it became more and more annoying later on. It's for simulating a real cosmic war, and the consciousness needs to be stored in the chip, otherwise, it is easy to get stuck in the battle and wisdom. Outrageous. Did they really fight a space war? They fantasize here every day. Let's not talk about it, let's play a few more mock battles to see if we can defeat that special monster that exceeds LV99 but has not yet reached LV100. It's outrageous. I've heard of this special golden boss before, but this is the first time I've seen it. I didn't expect it to be so strong. We're not bad. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either slash phoneme. Both losers, and it's just one move away in the end. There is still hope. If you can even kill this kind of boss, then we will definitely win this new game. Yes, the official of this new game has said that there are no LV100 monsters, so we can push it with confidence. It's all meritorious prostitution, ha ha. In the exchange of sentences, Xiao Ming, Mushi, Lai Hen and other teammates entered the simulated war room, ready to challenge again the monster they called Golden Boss, which was actually a mythical level. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated. This was originally an azure planet with golden traces of light, but now, it is covered with pale and sickly textures. Your Majesty, you will return in eternity. A monster with a pale body, a broken arm, a huge pig's head, a huge figure, and a huge mouth with messy teeth on its abdomen, is standing in front of a large number of aliens at this moment, with endless hostility in its huge mouth. Food cravings, accelerate the planet of grace, let them become pollutants, and lay the foundation for the return of the third gluttonous emperor in the future. Obey, Your Highness Baizhu. The next moment, these aliens of various shapes knelt down on one knee to take orders, and then scattered all over the planet, speeding up the process of grace to this planet. Jia, the will of the planet, you have already been polluted by our alienated seeds, so you don't need to try your best to hide. After all, you didn't really give birth to your own consciousness. Baishu showed a cruel smile, and licked the pig's mouth with his thick tongue like a python, revealing the breath of gluttony. Come on, offer your own origin, and His Majesty will let you. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme forever in his body. As he spoke, Baishu's only remaining arm instantly swung out into the air. In an instant, countless tiny sharp teeth gnawed at the space, and then forced out the instinctive defense mechanism of the planet's will, forcing out the planet's will, with an appearance of tearing the planet apart. Immediately afterwards, the huge mouth of his abdomen opened unconsciously, trying to completely devour the will of the planet. Want to devour? No way. The will of the planet made a mechanical and cold sound. The next moment, he tore himself into countless pieces in an instant, and then a small part of it was swallowed by the giant mouth, and most of the rest turned into one big and one small, two pieces, flying to the same place. Baishu roared angrily with his teeth bared, but he was helpless.
He was once swept by the aftermath of a battle between a Blue Star Federation and the first Emperor in the Void battlefield. As a result, he lost an arm and a large number of exclusive law fragments, and even the superorder, boundary, had large cracks, which was already on the verge of falling into the realm. Moreover, he still carries the mouth under the crown of the third Emperor, Gluttony, and he is powerless to recover those fragments of the planet's will. But these are enough for me to recover my strength for the time being, and the Emperor is resurrected? Jia, under the crown of Gluttony, you will be the foundation for me to step on the throne of Yuang. The huge mouth in Baiju's abdomen twitched unconsciously, but there was no response. And at a place thousands of kilometers away from here, under the leadership of Gu Yuan, Yichen has found the base of the surviving Homo sapiens. Soon, he will be able to kill beings with destiny and intelligence for his divine master. T-Forum, a branch manager of Blue Star, didn't know that his deeds had spread here. The head of the branch is a super-level god player. How could he faint, and he can't even make up? Just now you were talking about me, saying that the god of goblins was so powerful that he couldn't even make up. Why did you start talking about me again? You mean, why lose your appetite? It's like this. At that time, the god of goblins was judged to be a bronze-level milestone because he led the group to break through the upper limit of the race. He directly raised his authority, making the branch chief think that he is a superorder. I thought there was an extra super level in Zhou City, and I was so happy. It turned out that it was a goblin god. I immediately became angry, and the standard for inviting defensive battles was only a giant spirit level. It's nothing, right? That's right, that's why this goblin god is so outrageous, but if it's replaced by something else, the branch chief's decision is correct. It's not going to be Dizzy. Is there anything else? What's more, the branch manager later realized that his attitude was wrong, so he decided to apply for 3 times the merit of the goblin god, and the extra merit will be deducted from his own account. He originally thought that even if the goblin god participated in the war, he might not be able to play a role. Unexpectedly, the goblin god showed great power and turned the world around. I'm Super, Cao Yuan. Your branch chief in Zhouchang is also a ruthless person. It can only be said that this goblin god is too much beyond expectations. Yeah, who dares to kill directly? I'm really envious. Even if I don't have triple meritorious service, my meritorious deeds must be off the charts, now. It's unimaginable that a super god player can faint. It's a pity. Why is the initial race randomly assigned by such a genius a goblin race that cannot establish civilization? Blue Star, Area 2, Zhouchang, god of healing spirits, this is the situation. Facing the kind-looking old lady in front of her, Xin couldn't help explaining her boss's situation clearly. What a big deal, a super god player, this is too weak. The old lady casually explained to the nurse, and moved the branch chief into a room to bask in the sun. Obviously, the branch chief just needed a quiet space to calm himself down. Xin, tell me. I don't know how long it took before the subhead rolled his eyes slightly in his dull eyes, and said, forget it, you don't understand. Yes. Xin nodded quickly, I really don't understand the feeling of being emptied out. Please shut up. The head of the branch who received the stimulation therapy has obviously improved mentally, and couldn't help but say, no, is this the god of goblins? As you can see, yes. What the hell, among the hundreds of thousands of goblin gods in the entire Federation, the only genius with explosive combat power is with me? As you can see, yes. It's fine with me, how can I pay back? The branch chief sighed heavily, forget it, the city is protected, and everything is worth it. Xin didn't repeat the study, but quietly accompanied the head of the branch. God of goblins. The branch chief suddenly said, it's a pity it's not Lorden. Yes. The Lord was living in seclusion in Zhouchang at that time, and happened to accept Luodan as a student. I thought that Zhouchang would have another super ranker, but it turned out it's really a pity. I don't know why. I also asked that adult for help in this city defense battle, but unfortunately there was no response. Hey, after all, this is a goblin, and Lorden is still unwilling to take the path arranged by that adult. It is said that Lorden's race is strange. So what, no one can touch a dying bomb.
Find the Goblin God and see if he can teach Lorden temporarily. Endless Void, T04 World Region, Goblin World Fragment Ghetto. Lorden was awakened from his deep sleep because there was news that he had set up long ago to interfere with him. Look at the extra-dimensional imprint with a lot of information and the log. Luo Dan couldn't help frowning, showing a look of surprise. What, a native who has not yet reached the 9th level dares to provoke me? The merit points are being distributed, the estimated number seems a bit huge. Tang Yimeng actually helped me find the world treasure Blood Sea Hualian that can improve my wisdom. Also, smart special effects finally got it. Ask for a ticket, ask for a reward, ask for a subscription. The little author seems to be in the sun, feeling groggy for a whole day. Endless Void, T04 World Region, Goblin World Fragment Ghetto. Luo Dan raised his head, his eyes seemed to have traveled through infinite time and space in an instant, and came to the planet of heroic spirits. He frowned slightly. It's a pity, planet number 1 with such a name has no heroic potential at all. Otherwise, I can consider subduing you. Thinking of this, even Luo Dan couldn't help laughing at himself for being too greedy. Heroes are not so easy to appear. It must be known that a considerable part of the ultra-level subordinates do not have heroes, and he is extremely lucky to be able to obtain heroes in the world fragments. If that's the case, then please die. Luo Dan knew that the foundation of the existence of the mechanical city and the heroic spirits of the mechanical school was various mineral veins besides the mechanical heroic spirits. Otherwise, even if a powerful mechanical spirit is summoned, it is useless if it cannot swallow a large amount of minerals to upgrade. As soon as Lorden's plan is implemented, he will face the hostility of the mechanical heroic master for a day. It can even be said that if Luo Dan came to the mechanical city at the beginning, instead of the country with a weak mechanical atmosphere like the ancient country, it would be difficult to start the game. Even if Lorden, as a god, can subdue these mechanical heroic masters, its useless Tai civilization is an expert in playing with machines. Facing the invasion of Tai civilization, coupled with Lorden's persecution of destroying mind veins, these mechanical heroic masters who barely subdued may not betray a second time. The one on the heroic spirit planet is, after all, just a clone of my will. Even with the authority of the heroic spirit secret realm, it may not be easy to kill Arnos, and it may take more effort. This is not in line with the original intention of the invincible image I created to make it easier to conquer the heroic spirit. Thinking of this, Luo Dan lowered part of his power again. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Baicheng, outside the mayor's meeting room, facing Arno's giant palm like the sky, Nuasi held his breath and watched the proud majesty slowly get up, feeling puzzled. Your Majesty. Is it really powerful or just pretending? North's heart was in anticipation and despair. He opened his eyes wide, and saw that His Majesty gently stretched out his finger and tapped it. The next moment Under the giant palms built by countless mechanical heroic descendants, a little golden light bloomed slightly, swaying like a faint firefly. Boom! But the next moment, endless golden light bloomed instantly. A golden light beam shot up into the sky, completely evaporating all obstacles in its way in an instant. What? Damn! Your aura just now was definitely not that strong. Evil. You are also a demon. A demon in heroic skin. Arnos is taking a path similar to that of a fusion master, but unlike a fusion master fuses himself with a heroic spirit and retains the wisdom of a heroic spirit. And Arnos' school is to temper the spirit, split the spirit, replace the mechanical will with his own spirit, so as to strengthen himself, and try to break through the 8th level in another way, and achieve the goal of the 9th level demigod. Laugh. The golden light is still going on, even magnifying. And all the descendants of mechanical heroic spirits blocked along the way evaporated in an instant. Instead, Arno screamed from arrogant to miserable, and the screams gradually increased from high to low. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the arrogant Arnos had completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. Gudong. Arnos. This is dead. The sound of drooling came and went, and the fusion masters present stared wide-eyed, although except North, the other fusion masters almost blindly worshipped Lorden. However, no matter what, they couldn't imagine that this majesty was so powerful that he only needed to move his fingers to kill Arnos.
Although it is said that this is largely due to the authority of the heroic spirit realm held by Luo Dan, but in the eyes of others, they only see the words winners and losers. As for the so-called demon in heroic skin that Arno shouted before dying, don't say that it is impossible for the great Nianxia to be pretended by the evil spirits from outside the sky. 10,000 steps back, even if the crown is really a demon, then their attitude is rather to be with the demon than with the heroic spirit master. Because in Mianxia, they saw the shining and infinite future of fusion masters before them. The fusion teachers were overjoyed, playing the crown to celebrate. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the crown. After years of hard work on the planet of heroic spirits, it's finally time for them to make their debut. Turning around the endless void, among the goblin world fragments, Luodan looked at the thriving, rapidly expanding, and transformed fragments of the goblin world below, and couldn't help smiling, but his brows were still slightly frowned. Because the news of the special effects of wisdom harvested by Yichen also came from the log, as well as some fragmented information that came along with the special effects. Log, your hero Yichen, follower Gu Yuan and Gu Yuan's son, entered the Homo sapiens planet, small alienated, in the T01 world area. Log, Yichen, the hero under your command, was impregnated with alienated aura, causing slight pollution. Log, your hero, Yichen, hunted and killed Homo sapiens with degenerate thinking, and gained special effects such as high-speed operation, wisdom anchor point, extreme computing power, thought palace and other wisdom special effects. Log, after testing, these special effects can help the goblins to transform to a certain extent with the help of wisdom world treasures. Log, after deduction, after the transformation of the goblins, the mythical class Goblin Colossus will be completed, and the upgrade conditions for each level will be relaxed. Log, after deduction, after the transformation of the goblins, the legendary class Shadowhunter will have the potential to advance to a mythical class. Log, the hero Yichen under your command, along with the special effect of falling, some thought fragments came. Do you want to detect it? Check. Lorden had some headaches. Before that, he actually had a little bit of luck. It would be fine if the civilization that invaded the Homo sapiens planet was not the civilization of the alien abyss. Although it was expected, Luodan still felt a little heavy after confirming that it was the alien civilization. Although a Yuan is about to be blown up by the Blue Star civilization, as an existence that can barely break the wrist with the Blue Star civilization, any leak of water can drown Luodan. Soon, the system continued to pop up information. Log, after testing, there are 4 thought fragments, which are, log, thought fragment 1 is, what's going on, there really are alien gods here. Log, thought fragment 2 is, it's a pity that I don't know what the super level state is like. Log, thought fragment 3 is, how did the will of the planet collapse, and the will of the planet is attracted to me to a considerable extent. Log, thought fragment 4 is, the life of the alien civilization here seems to be conducting a final destructive survey, and it seems to be looking for some treasure. No way. Looking at these news, even Luodan couldn't help but feel helpless. It doesn't matter if it is the civilization of the alien abyss, there really are alien gods. Ultra Order and Ultra Order are also different. And the super level of a Yuan civilization, even if it is placed in the endless void, it can definitely be regarded as powerful in battle. It's really difficult. Also, with my 1-star citizen authority, I can't view the information in the Void War. However, he has obtained the special effects of wisdom, which can be regarded as a temporary solution to Luodan's urgent need shackles of wisdom. Although the Homo sapiens planet is still needed, integrate into your own world, and try to further sublimate the wisdom of the goblins. But that is also a matter of the future, and has little to do with the present. Putting aside these thoughts, Luodan continued to look at the log. There is still a lot of information below. Log, the Zhouqing defense battle you participated in is over, and the settlement has occurred. Log, you killed the 9th level monster *1, the 8th level monster *2, the 7th level monster *5, the 6th level monster *26, and the 5th level monster *12. Log, reward merit points *594 points. Log, you repelled the mythical monster 9th Prince and closed the space crack. Log, reward merit points *79 points. Log, comprehensive calculation of the effects of the battlefield. You kill the group-destroying monster battle circle at the critical moment. You repel the group-destroying monster battlefield at the critical moment.
euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the space crack at the critical moment, and achieve eliminate the group destroyer factor battlefield. Log, reward merit points asterisk 7,361 points. Log, because of the special policy application, you get 3 times the merit point reward. Log, you have obtained a total of 24,102 merit points. Log, a 1-star meritorious account has been automatically opened for you, and the 1-star void battlefield permission has been opened for you. A piece of information was transmitted into Lorden's will. He couldn't help showing a smile. 1-star citizen privileges and 1-star meritorious accounts cannot be equated. 1-star citizenship rights, even an ordinary person who doesn't even have the world, can be obtained for making contributions. But there is only one way to get a meritorious account, and that is war. War. It's still a TMD war. Of course, the authority of the meritorious account is only for void war, but this is also what most God players need. Because the growth path of God players is war. Endless world war. And with a 1-star meritorious account, Luo Dan is also qualified to view the general information of different abyss civilization. The will moved slightly, and the next moment, a large amount of information was transmitted into the superdimensional imprint. In just a short moment, he has already obtained information about the civilization of Yuan by virtue of the authority of the 1-star meritorious account. This couldn't help but make him feel a little tricky. But at the same time, the situation is much easier than imagined. Alienation pollution body, alienation distortion body, 2nd energy level, alien person, 3rd energy level, alien god, super level, upper, middle and lower, alien king, throne, emperor, master. According to the information, the Yuan civilization did not originate from a planet, but a strange special star with a huge structure of 7 layers. There are 7 most noble emperors of the 7 deadly sins, and they control everything about the civilization of Yuan. And a Yuan civilization wants to grow, just like other races need to absorb various energies. They are like spore parasites, they need to alienate and pollute other life forms, and even the planet, to draw the energy they need from it. Fortunately, the 4 emperors have been killed by the Blue Star civilization, and the other 3 emperors who are still alive are not as arrogant as before. Otherwise, if you want to try to conquer the Homo sapiens planet, I'm afraid it's really phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to death. The 1st emperor is arrogant, the 2nd emperor is lazy, and the 5th emperor is furious. Luo Dan recalled the memories he got from Gu Yuan. I don't know which emperor's subordinates invaded the Homo sapiens planet invaded by the alien abyss. Thinking about it, Luo Dan was also shocked by the strength of the Blue Star civilization. The eternal ruler is not a cat or a dog, but a great life that can destroy stars at will, span the universe, and obliterate laws with a single shot. And this kind of life, just in the war with the alien civilization, the Blue Star civilization lost 4 of them. And in the endless years in the past, I don't know how many people have perished. And Luo Dan also somewhat understood why some eternal masters would agree to become vassals of the Blue Star civilization. No idea. Kill if you don't listen. Even civilization has been enslaved by you, and sent to the front line as cannon fodder for war. So savage and terrible, but I like it. In the past, although Luo Dan knew that the Blue Star civilization was powerful, he didn't know how strong it was, but now it is because of the 1-star meritorious account that he can get a glimpse of it. He had a hunch that the Blue Star civilization might be one of the most powerful civilizations in the endless void. Beyond this, there is also the sequence plan, and the war with the Tai civilization. Luo Dan had a headache, feeling that the strength of his men was really not enough. After all, if Tai's war fails, even if he has handled his own world coordinates very cleanly. But it doesn't rule out that the other party has more advanced technology and can trace back his world coordinates, and his life will be gone by then. And Homo sapiens planet is related to the subsequent sublimation of the goblins, so it is impossible for Lorden to give up. Let's pay attention to the Tai civilization war related to the sequence plan. In any case, the Homo sapiens planet is currently beyond my reach. By the way, after the goblins are sublimated for the first time, they should be able to break through the limitation of wisdom and obtain the qualification to apply for racial promotion. Lorden had already laid the groundwork for today. In the deal with Hathaway, besides the sanctuary construction blueprint and a favor, what he wanted was the application for racial upgrade, which required Hathaway to co-sign. You must know that after the race is upgraded, especially the new upgrade path, it will receive double rewards from the super-dimensional game and the Federation. Moreover, if there are high-level people to co-sign, it is even possible to get an exclusive law simulation, called Super Level Simulator. And this is exactly what Luo Dan wants to fight for. It's not too late. Luo Dan clicked on Tang Yiming's picture frame, looked at the message there, Shadow, Luo Dan, I promised my aunt to take care of you. Shadow, just a few days ago, a friend of mine had a lot of blood sea Hualian left unused, so I took it. Shadow, I don't know if it's useful to you, but if it's useful, just take it away. Shadow, the extraction code is 521314. I store it in the super-dimensional imprint. We are in the same world community. You can extract it directly without paying the space transfer fee. Shadow, I still have something to do, so I'll get busy first, and you may not be able to see it if you send me a message. This Luodan was a little helpless. Even if this little girl became a god, she would not undergo a qualitative change before she reached a super level, and she was no different from ordinary girls in terms of thinking. Where is there a world treasure level thing that will be idle? Although I don't know what you think, but I still want to thank you for your help. Luodan didn't like to owe favors to others, but Shuahai Hualian really needed it. If there is no Zuhewilian, it can be transformed only by the special effects of wisdom, but the effect may be much worse. If there is a chance in the future, create a career suitable for shadow elves for him. His will move slightly. Input information, Goblin, I really need this blood sea Hualian very much. Goblin, thank you for your help. If you need anything, please tell me. After sending the message, Luo Dan entered the extraction code in the superdimensional imprint. The next moment, a small space crack was born. A shining rose-red light, like a crystal, with incomparable beauty and temptation, the blood sea Hualian fell from it and appeared in Luo Dan's hand, gorgeous. Luo Dan could feel that just by holding Shuahai Hualian in his hand, the speed of his thinking had changed slightly, becoming more relaxed and agile. As expected of a treasure in the world. Luo Dan took a light breath, without the slightest reluctance in his eyes, and called out the system's system, use Blood Sea Lotus and Wisdom special effects to sublimate the goblins. 4. 7K. The little author is vomiting and diarrhea. Thank you, book friends, for your concern, thank you. Ask for tickets and reward subscription. Thanks for the 100-point coins rewarded by the book friend. Old man must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme your book. Thanks to the book friend, let's be an individual while sitting here, for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks to the book friend, Lanyu, for the reward of 100 coins. T21 World Region, T214807 Planet, Shadow Elf Small, gray and half hidden on a planet in shadow. Loden returned to me. Tang Yiming was pleasantly surprised, and then saw Luo Dan's serious answer. While complaining in his heart, he lightly beat himself. It's all your own fault. Why did you say it so formulaically, making Luo Dan think that he was assigned a mission to help him? However, after sensing that the blood sea Hualian stored in the superdimensional imprint was taken away, Tang Yiming was still happy. It seems that Zuhewilian is not what I imagined. It is useless at all. Just don't know how much of an impact it can make. It would be great if I could directly help Lorden evolve the goblin race. Unfortunately, even thinking about it, I know this is impossible. However, as long as it works. Endless Void, T04 World Region, Goblin World Fragment Kaijima. Lorden stood high in the clouds, waiting for the reply from the system, and soon, the log popped up. Log, after deduction, the special effects of consuming wisdom and the Blood Sea Lotus can make up for the missing wisdom of the goblins. Log, it is detected that mythical level professional goblin trolls, giant soldiers, giant spirits, giant gods, are very compatible with goblins, and the first level goblin trolls can transform into goblins giant. Log, after deduction, if the Homo sapiens planet and the goblin world fragments are obtained, the goblin family can be sublimated into a goblin giant family. Log, goblin giants have super level qualifications, and all goblin giants are born as first level warriors. Log, at this stage, only the wisdom of the goblin tribe can be completed, and the mythical professional goblin colossus can be completed.
Log, do you want to consume 5 faith points to complete the wisdom of the goblins? 500 million faith points? Lorden was taken aback. I'm ready for the special effects of wisdom and blood. See Hualien, you will charge me 500 million? Log, the missing wisdom of the goblins involves an unspeakable ancient curse, so a lot of faith points are required. Log, note, the owner of the ancient curse is dead, otherwise it will need world-level wisdom treasures, limited special effects level wisdom special effects, and a large number of world origins to break it. Log, according to deduction, the goblins can establish civilization after completing their wisdom, and they are rated as high-level prisoners. Log, according to deduction, after merging the Homo sapiens planet, the goblins can be completely sublimated into the goblin giants. War species, directly rated as war species. Ancient curse, goblin giants. Seeing the system's explanation, Luodan nodded slightly and said, then consume faith points and start transforming and sublimating, hum. As Lorden's will descended, the entire goblin world fragments began to hum slightly. The golden faith submerges the fragments of the world like an ocean, and even the void curtain has a faint tendency to hide it. The blood sea Huilien floats in the sea of faith, and a strange red light blooms. In the next moment, it turns into an endless stream of light and sprinkles the fragments of the entire goblin world, merging into the body of every goblin. There are also various special effects of wisdom, and together with Shuehe Willian, from the bottom of the goblin gene chain, the blood factor begins to gradually complement their missing part of wisdom. Roar! During this process, a beast roar was faintly heard, but it was quickly submerged in the sea of faith, and there was no more movement. Luodan knew in his heart that this was what the system called the ancient curse, and it had been completely annihilated now. Of course, this was limited to the goblins under his command. In other words, other goblin gods will still be subject to this restriction, and the goblins under his command cannot complete their wisdom and give birth to civilization. During this process, even the beasts, birds and fish were involuntarily imbued with some wisdom and became more active and agile. And even the spirit people felt that the spirit-controlling imprint between their brows was slightly swollen, as if they wanted to transform. It's a pity that they are just incidentals. These feelings are an illusion, the illusion that the brow control spirit imprint thinks that they can transform. And the goblins, the protagonists of this evolution, have undergone earth-shaking changes. The thick and somewhat disgusting green on his body began to fade slowly, and now he was more inclined to a natural light green than the dark green like corrosion. The rickety body gradually straightened up, and the eyes were no longer muddy and filled with various desires and impulses, but began to become more clear, with the aura of thought. Luodan is not some other so-called world of gods in the endless void. Even if he needs a lot of faith. But his essence is the embodiment of the world and civilization. If the world is not destroyed, then he is immortal. If civilization does not die, it will not decline. Except for some extremely weird god players phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme don't care if the race under their command is too powerful, they will eat themselves back and kill gods with their mortal bodies. So Lorden is not worried that the goblins will complete their wisdom and start to think after they have thoughts, what is the meaning of this god above my head? And, do you want to overthrow him, and then happily goblins turn over and sing? At this moment, the goblins don't even look like goblins, but more like some elves. If their light green forest-like skin allowed them to stand side by side with elves, perhaps more beings would think they were elves instead of goblins. Of course, the goblin trolls of the first level and the goblin troopers of the second level are still a few meters tall, with bulging muscles and blood-red thorn patterns. In addition, there is Mai. Not only the Windy City, which is a fragment of Dragon Control World, has a holy mountain, but the goblin tribe also has a holy land, which is still the place where God the Father phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme performed miracles at the very beginning. Mai knelt down silently in the holy place, serving his father God with all his body and mind. In the process of completing his wisdom, he also understood why he was still unable to fully comprehend the law of the 7 sins because of the lack of wisdom, because of the shackles of the ancient curse. Also, the law of the 7 sins is too big. This should be the exclusive law he prepared for himself, so that the road to superorder, in other words, that is to say, he is too advanced. In the process of comprehending the law and fully comprehending a law, I thought of creating my own law. Perhaps, I should embark on my road of desire.
A tiny flame gradually ignited in Mai's heart. Father God, civilization is needed. Then I will build civilization for God the Father. And in this process, I can also comprehend my own first sinful desire, that power. The moment this concept was born in her heart, Mai's spirit and spirit underwent a complete change in an instant. Although he was originally as strong as a giant, but as a pharmacist, he has a refined temperament. The sense of elegance has completely disappeared, replaced by sharp desire and persistent desire for power. You must first immerse yourself in desire before you can detach yourself and master it thoroughly. A bright realization rose in Mai's heart the day he establishes a kingdom and becomes the king of goblins is the day when he advances to the 7th level of legend. Walking out of the royal power is when he stepped into the epic. When he finds the second law of desire that suits him and masters it completely, that is the day when he will reach the 9th demigod level. Once you have thoroughly mastered the two laws, you can try to fuse them, so as to create your own exclusive laws, and then become a mythical class. Mai shook her head slightly, and in her mind was the knowledge about the exclusive law of creation from the Father God. The last pseudo-mythical level is that they cannot create their own exclusive laws, and can only rely on the exclusive laws contained in the mythical level occupation. To exert combat power, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the mythical level. The second is the exclusive law that only uses two kinds of ordinary laws to fuse. Then there are three kinds of the same level of law of multiple repetitions, extreme sublimation, and unique concept. The multi-repetition rule, as the name suggests, is an exclusive rule formed by the fusion of three or more rules. The integration of laws needs to consider the integration and compatibility between each other. The more difficult it is to integrate, and the difficulty increases exponentially. The ultimate sublimation is to comprehend a law to the extreme, and then endow it with one's own will, making it transform into a law of one's own. However, the existence of each law itself has experienced the test of endless void, endless creatures, endless world, and endless time. It is almost impossible to endow oneself with will and make it sublimate to the extreme. And the perfect concept of Luodan's evolved body is actually a kind of extreme sublimation. In other words, if Luodan wants to follow the perfect law, then he can actually rely on the evolutionary body and the special effects dropped by the system to derive his own concept from the perfect law and make it sublimate to the extreme. If there is that day, maybe it can be called perfect law evolution. There is also the unique concept. As for this, Luodan is not too clear about it, but only knows that there is such a thing. Extremely sublimated, I may not be good at it. Mai raised her head, revealing the ambition and desire that were about to overflow from her eyes. But if you repeat the law more phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme, I'm bound to win. Mai straightened up, walked out of the Holy Land, and took over the battle armor offered by the goblin giant soldiers who followed him. In addition, there is a young goblin troll following closely behind, his eyes shining with wisdom. He is the descendant of Gu Yuan, following the mighty Mai. Master Mai, have you made a decision? Yes, it's just that I seem to have been silent for too long. Silence, just to better declare your own existence. Other goblin trolls who returned from the world of controlling dragons have also returned to their tribe. Now that everyone has wisdom, I am afraid they are not willing to give up their power. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are unwilling to give up their power. Perhaps, they just think that their governance is better than ours, and they are worried about handing over the goblins of their own tribe to the hands of other goblins. It's also possible that if the tribe merges, the goblins of their original tribe will not be able to guarantee the treatment and benefits they deserve. Yeah, everyone has their own ideas, but so what? We have the most powerful power, which is not used to reason. What about the spirit race? Let them stay in our future kingdom as alien clans. That's right, after all, Yi Chen is the patron of the world, a hero who gathers all the favors of the world, and has unlimited potential. Although he is still not as good as us for the time being, sooner or later he will step into the superclass and be on the same level as me. Mai and the military division communicated while walking. And in the process of communicating, in his words, he is full of confidence in his future achievements in superorder. I will tell them the facts, as the first pioneer to break through the fourth order. Only I can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the goblins on the road to glory and glory under the glory of God the Father.
You are the lord of the country, so let me be the teacher of the country. I will monitor the world and remove all pussies that are not good for the goblins. I will make the life of the goblins stable and everything will prosper. During the words, a blood-red wisdom bone appeared between Gu Ming's eyebrows. He is the only descendant of Gu Yuan who has inherited the wisdom bone.
He is just the most common white wisdom bone, but under the light of this white wisdom bone is quietly stained with a touch of red light.
Although there is no special feeling, there is a feeling in Gu Ming's heart he was chosen by the times. The two brothers Brin reached an agreement, and immediately burst out with the strongest will, which can easily change the world. The world has been changed. From the tribal system, step by step, it has become a national system that can reduce internal friction and unify forces. Even though they are still backward, the goblins can only be regarded as having their own civilization with a sense of belonging as a whole only at the moment when they establish their country. Luo Dan watched everything happen quietly in the clouds. It was so abrupt, but also so natural. And the variable of all this is power. One tribe after another was defeated and conquered by Mai with the most thorough violence, but they did not kill. Even though what Mai wanted to comprehend was not the royal way, but the sinful law of the 7 sins, she actually didn't care about the death of ordinary goblins in essence. But he knew one thing: too many goblins died, Father God would be unhappy. If because of him, Father God would be unhappy, Nama Yi would rather die. Gu Ming brought his brothers and sisters, each of whom is a descendant of Gu Yuan, with wisdom beyond that of ordinary goblins, even though the goblins have been supplemented with wisdom. They have been assisting Mai's tribe, and are in the process of unifying the tribe and establishing the country. Gu Ming is in charge of the overall situation, spreading his will to every goblin tribe and civilization, preparing to use all goblin tribes as the basis to comprehend the special ethnic law. When the kingdom was established, he was not far from the Seventh Order legend. When civilization is born with spirituality, he will be able to fully grasp the ethnic law that is still in the process of being born and belongs to the goblin tribe. Strictly speaking, he was taking a chance, using the exclusive rules created by the entire goblin clan for the furnace, but it didn't belong to him alone. However, this does not affect his glimmer of hope. Relying on the law of the group, one day he covets the road to super level. Good. Seeing the movement below, and the system prompt is still brewing, and will appear again when the country is established and civilization is established, Luo Dan is happy in his heart, one step closer to the giant spirit class. Soon you will be able to apply for racial upgrade. Also, when I step into the giant spirit level, then I can have greater confidence in the sequence plan. Only. How should I face the teacher? Just when Lorden was having a headache, the latest news about the sequence plan suddenly came from the T Forum. This made him forget to continue to concentrate on observing the progress of civilization for the time being, so he could only subconsciously enter the T Forum to obtain information. For K, the little author is in better condition today, but there is still some bone pain, head pain, chills after 2 days. When it is finished, I will explode a new one for everyone to see. Thanks to the book friend, Yummy and Meow, for the reward of 100 coins. T Forum. At this moment, the T Forum has become completely irritable, and a large number of messages have been sent out. What? Those who signed up for the sequence plan are not allowed to withdraw. Moreover, the rules for participating in the plan have also changed. All giant spirit level god players must participate. How could there be such a big change all of a sudden? Hope it's fake news. I'm desperate. I've just broken through to a giant spirit level god player, so I don't have the confidence to participate in the sequence plan and the so-called Tai civilization war. Just now I saw that I was forced to sign up. No. How could there be such a big change all of a sudden? Generally speaking, federal policies rarely change temporarily. Has there been any major event that we don't know about? I know a little bit. It seems to be related to the recent alien void battlefield. Do you remember a saying that has been circulating for a long time? The Federation is a never-ending war machine. Yeah, every time a battlefield is about to end, a new battlefield will be opened again. As far as I know, it's a two-sided war with the civilization of the Abyss and the civilization of the Puppet. It means that one of the civilizations is about to be conquered? It should be, that is to say, the T-World community is about to become a new battlefield.
It's over, then we will no longer be rookie god players, but directly become new recruits. The recruits are the group with the highest probability of death, especially our kind. The death probability will increase by many times. Don't panic, although we may be defined as recruits, the Federation will definitely make corresponding compensation, and will maximize the benefits and resources on us. Then you have to have your life to get it. That's right, we're not even giant spirits. If we can't quit now, aren't we courting death? That's not necessarily the case. If it's the god of goblins, he's not a giant spirit, but he can still beat a 9th level demigod. Isn't he still a sure win? Stable? Is it really stable? Yeah, who can be sure of a world group that can make Blue Star Civilization take it seriously? Moreover, if you don't become a giant spirit, there is absolutely no possibility of super level, and there will never be a day of transcendence. Seeing the news, Luo Dan's expression was a little strange. It was only after a city defense battle that there was such a big change. He carefully felt the information in the superdimensional imprint. After a while, Luo Dan opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He has the authority of a 1-star meritorious account, and can get more information. Among the information he can get, he has already been marked as recruit. Starfree freemen, 1-star citizens, 2-star fighters, and 3-star nobles with superdimensional imprints, and the privilege of the meritorious account is divided into 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star according to the merit value. Recruit, veteran, elite, and other war status marks only represent the number of times they participated in void wars. And without exception, the more times you participate, no matter what your strength is, you will have your own unique skills, and you are guaranteed to be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme them out at critical moments. And now, Luo Dan's identity mark has automatically become the first time to participate in the World War. Obviously, we are considered to be testing the world community before the invasion pawn. However, the rewards of the plan have become extraordinarily rich. The reward has changed from the first-tier treasury of the Federation to the choice of one treasure from the second-tier treasury. And there are additional merit point rewards. After reading it, Luo Dan didn't feel the slightest fear or apprehension. All he has is infinite expectations. His purpose of traveling to this world has never been as simple as just living. And war, although dangerous, even if he has a certain probability of death, it is also the fastest place to advance. As far as rewards are concerned, the first-tier treasure house of the Federation is at most a super-level treasure. But the second floor has already touched the edge of the throne. Legend has it that there is even the blood of life at the level of the Eternal Master. For newcomers, is the war with the highest probability of death? Come on then. With a sigh of emotion, Luodan phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme the information in the T forum again, memorized all of it firmly, and then quit the T forum. He continues to focus on goblin wars, integration, and changes in building civilization a little bit. In this process, Shanai has been conscientiously controlling the overall situation. After a war is over, how to guide the minds of the tribe so that they no longer resist, integrate better, and preserve their vitality to the greatest extent. Even though there were killings during this process, it was already under the condition of Mai's extreme restraint. Mai, who is immersed in power and understands the law of power, can hardly tolerate other goblins disobeying his will. At this moment, all the tribes of the goblin tribe have been completely conquered and merged by Mai. Instead, there is a country that is about to be established, and many clans in the country. Because of the advent of wisdom, the era of civilization has chosen a large number of heroes. Even if they do not have the qualifications to become true heroes, it does not affect that they also have powerful and unparalleled power. Given time, they may not necessarily be weaker than Mai. Mai led the patriarchs of many clans, and started the ritual of offering sacrifices to the gods in the capital of the country that was waiting to be built. Goblins have undergone tremendous changes, but the point of offering sacrifices to gods has never changed. Today, I, Mai, made sacrifices to Father God, announcing the official establishment of the first kingdom belonging to our goblin tribe. The name of the country is Golo. Luo Dan listened and nodded slightly. Luo is his symbol. And brother, Because this is the first country of the goblins, it is the beginning of everything. Mai, is the lord of the country, and I am in charge of the kingly power. I will definitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the goblins on an unprecedented road of glory and glory. Gu Ming, is the national teacher, in charge of the will of all beings, gathering the fire of goblin civilization, protecting the goblin tribe, and embarking on the road of unity and prosperity. Lei, is the patriarch of the Thunder Clan, and I swear that I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the Thunder Clan to support the Galuo kingdom, and let the Goblin Clan embark on the road to greatness. Xuan, as the patriarch of the Blood Clan, swear an oath one after another. Different voices came from the mouths of different goblin soldiers who were more than 5 meters tall and looked like little giants. Accompanied by the ritual of offering sacrifices to the gods, a faint golden light lit up, resounding through the heavens and the earth, and then it became more and more intense. This belongs to the goblins, and belongs to the luck of civilization. There is no need for the world to nurture, this is the origin of civilization itself. Luo Dan is a little happy, the goblin civilization has finally begun to embark on the right track of self-sufficiency, self-reliance, and self-improvement. He sat upright on the cloud, revealing a golden figure. The original beast shadow and bloody light in Luo Dan's hands, as well as the stone spear with ancient patterns, have quietly turned into a scepter that symbolizes royal power. A halo of civilization and wisdom hangs behind his head, and his whole body exudes a godlike aura of supremacy. He opened his mouth softly, his voice roared like furious thunder in the clouds, the sky instantly became full of golden light, the sky was full of auspicious clouds, and golden flowers fell in disorder. The voice was as majestic as hell, and the sky was changing between opening his mouth. Today the goblins have established their country, and I'm here to congratulate them. And, in the previous World War, many heroes of the goblin tribe made great achievements in battle, and we are here to reward you. Luodan's figure gradually grew bigger, like a giant god with half of his body hidden in the clouds and half of his body exposed in the world. With his coming, all the goblins began to cheer, sing, and pray. Mai is the lord of Galuo, and he is bestowed with the title, Early King. The first king is the first king of the goblin tribe, the king of the first life, and the king of eternity. May you always have only the goblins in your heart. With the fire of goblin civilization, we will overcome all obstacles and create a glorious road for the goblins. Master Gu Ming, give me the title, Master of Life. The Lord is the master of the goblin people's thoughts, and holds the light of the goblin civilization. May you gather the spirituality of the goblin civilization, create exclusive ethnic laws, and detach yourself. Even though Yichen was not here at the moment, Luo Dan still said, Yichen is the king of the Lingling clan, and he is bestowed with the title, Spirit King. Congratulations to all the goblins who participated in the war, the blood is prosperous and the luck is prosperous, monarchy, God-given. This is just a casual action by Lorden to ensure his civilization status. With his voice, the divine light bursts out, covering the entire goblin world. Immediately afterwards, there was the slow consumption of the pitiful source that was absorbed from the fragments of the world of controlling dragons. To varying degrees, all the goblins were blessed with the favor of the will of the world. At the same time, Luo Dan also bestowed the limited special effect, Royal Power, obtained by repelling the 9th prince of the Sacred Bone Dynasty. The goal is the entire civilization. Log, you have consumed 16 origin points. Log, you are the first king, life master, and spirit king who blessed the world with blessings. Log, on this planet, they are well-deserved protagonists. Log, you have consumed 2 origin points. Log, you have blessed the world for all the goblins who participated in the war and the descendants of the dead warriors. Log, they will have an extremely small increase in luck, making it easier to give birth to excellent descendants. Log, you have given a limited special effect, royalty, the goal is the entire goblin civilization. Log, goblin civilization has undergone a qualitative transformation. As the log prompts, in the eyes of all the goblins, the 2 titled goblins, Mei Yi and Gu Ming, have become sacred, as if they were born with domineering aura. And the goblins who participated in the war, their figures seem to have become taller. Thank you, Father God, for your blessing. All the goblins below agreed together, while Lorden quietly disappeared, and continued to operate the log, preparing to bless the goblins and change the world fragments.
Log, show my current panel. Following Lorden's order, the log lit up with azure blue panel again.
And on the panel, there are not only the characters and civilization panels he wants to see, but also a lot of reminders that appeared because the goblins established the kingdom of the royal clan.
Log, subversive changes have taken place in your civilization. Log, your civilization has established its own royal clan-type country.
Log, your civilization is giving birth to its own civilization treasures.
Log, your civilization is on the right track.
Log, your civilization is on the road to condense the spirituality of civilization.
Log, you have bestowed the kingship.
Log, the speed of spiritual cohesion of civilization has been accelerated. Log, the spiritual strength of the birth of civilization has been enhanced. God, Loden, divine power, totem entity, evolved body reload murdering intent to train arms killing machine, rules, hunting 43.
7%, bloody 23. 1%, evil 13. 5%, dragon 23. 7%, war 39. 8%, world 7. 5%, tyrant 1. 23%, star 1. 3%, holy 3. 2%, civilization heritage, initial sequence 0. 3%, primitive divinity 2.
1% position, goblin, divine art, spear of the hunt, frenzied bloodline, goblin blessing, anchor of the void, goblin heroic spiritualization, believers, goblins, 0123, shadow hunters, 259 1, 803 337, goblin trolls, 11835, goblin giants asterisk 2, 268, goblin chief, level, dash. Law of Power Goblin Giant Mythical Class Occupation, Spirit of War, Goblin Wolf Rider, Affiliated Race, Spirit Controlling Clan, Higher Prisoner Species, Hero, Yi Chen, Dragon Master Tier, Dash, Faith. 8 points, Civilization, 13 points, Special Effects, Dragon Scales, Steel Back, Malice, Will to Kill. Civilization, Goblin Civilization, Clan Kingdom Spiritual Cohesion, World Fragments, Jeddo Level, 1 million square kilometers Resources Abundant, bred with second energy level resources, capable of breeding heroes. World Steward, Shinai, with the qualification of Vice King of the Kingdom of Heaven, finally have civilization. Luodan stood on the clouds, and with the end of the ceremony, the goblins, no, it should be said that it is the country of Galuo, began to get on the right track. They started their own internal division of labor, each working in their respective positions, and making their own efforts for the strength of civilization war. Just like the Blue Star civilization is an unstoppable war machine. The worlds and civilizations under the command of most god players are small war machines that never stop. World, speed up. Lorden silently gave the order. He doesn't care that this will cause him to lose a lot of faith points, because as long as there is a war, there will be a steady stream of faith points. These points of belief are not consumption, but investment. It's almost time. Luodan glanced at the accelerating world fragments, called Shinai, and arranged the main task after the world accelerated breed. Only when there are enough goblins, can we select goblins who are qualified enough to transfer to Goblin Colossus, and then we can have more fighters. Similarly, there will be more worlds to fight in the future, and it is impossible to integrate all of them. This also requires a large number of goblins who are good at management as dragonmen to rule those worlds. Legion. Without enough legionnaires, how to start a war? After explaining the task, Luodan's vigorous and indifferent face disappeared immediately, and turned into a sad face. It's time to see the teacher. Ask for a ticket, ask for a reward, ask for a subscription. Recommend a book, Slaying Through the World of Fiction. It is the Infinite Plus film and television. Interested book lovers can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme at T World region. Goblin World Fragment Boundary Island. After the goblins established the Golo Kingdom, the fragments of the entire world seemed to have settled down, and everything became orderly and orderly. Especially under the management of Shinai, various world disasters and waste of resources can be effectively avoided. As time accelerated, while a large number of goblin cubs were born, there were also a large number of goblin teenagers preparing to become a goblin troll. And Luodan sat quietly on the cloud, sending a tentative message to the purple one lying at the bottom of the superdimensional imprint list. Goblin, teacher, are you there? Goblin, the student needs to ask you for something. After sending the message, Luo Dan was ready to go about his own business. A god player of his level has many things to do. In particular, the teacher is still an alternate member of the federal parliament, and he is also busy with affairs on weekdays, so it is almost impossible to give a reply quickly. But soon, there was a response. Blood God, is there something wrong? Blood God, come and find me on Super Dimensional Island. So fast? Luo Dan was a little surprised, but didn't think much about it. I have been immersed in the superdimensional imprint, and entered the superdimensional island, belonging to the teacher. Ultradimensional island is a unique benefit for high-privileged god players. It is like a real void, and any simulation can be performed in it by consuming merit points, just like the real one. On weekdays, it is also like his own private territory, which is convenient for the island owner to meet other god players, without the need to enter the world of other god players, or find a place to meet. With the permission of the island owner, Luo Dan entered a huge island suspended in the sky without any hindrance. The island was glowing with endless glazed blood, and koi fish were swimming in midair. Around this island, there are various other islands. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme like a mechanical floating city, or walking with cyclops, or soaring cranes. These are high-level god players. Luo Dan didn't look too much. His will turned into a ray of light and landed on the island in the middle of the lake in the center of the Blood Sea on Blood God Island. And on the island in the middle of the lake, there had long been a figure with bloody hair like a waterfall and wearing a battle armor, standing there with his back facing him. T-World Community, T01 Area, Tai Star, Supergiant Planet. It is still on a satellite outside Tai Star. 3 master-level players sat on the desolate land, drinking wine brewed from the most precious resources of various worlds in the void. While they seemed to be chatting, their tone was flat, but they were talking about important decisions related to civilization. The first trial failed. Well, it's still very thorough, almost completely wiped out. I also killed a prince-level mecha master, Throne, but I didn't even find out the details of the other party. Normal, after all, there is that level of existence in their masters, and more than one. Their race is simply a bug in the endless universe. I originally thought that the quantum light of Tai was invincible in the world. Where is this civilization? However, there are still some gains. At least they know that they have now officially listed us as the target of the next war. Now, what do you think? What else can you think of? Of course, you should do it. If you want to become an affiliated civilization, others may not be willing. That's right, each of their gods is a planet. Based on the planet, it grows civilization and feeds itself back. However, our mechanical civilization consumes the planet's resources and sacrifices the planet to strengthen ourselves. It's the old enemy. I have already guessed your thoughts. I have already spent the cost of 1,000 life planets and 10 extremely resource-rich planets to inquire about the Fountain of Eternity and the current situation of the Blue Star civilization. I should have an answer soon. The 3 of them were chatting, and suddenly, a golden splash appeared in front of their eyes, and a red gold scale appeared in front of their eyes. The 3 masters of Tai civilization who had just had a hint of surprise in their hearts knew that this was the answer from the Fountain of Eternity, but when they looked at the scales in front of them, their hearts were suddenly clouded. I saw one end of the scale representing intelligence, empty but sinking at the bottom. The other end is full of small beads representing planets. There are thousands of them, but they are raised high. According to the rules of the Fountain of Eternity, a deal can only be considered if the 2 ends of the scale are balanced. And in the current situation, after reassessment, the Fountain of Eternity believes that the value of the resources of these thousands of planets is not as valuable as the information on the recent situation of the Blue Star civilization. How could this be? Emperor Xingjia, ruler, had an ugly face. Looking at the scales in front of him, his eyes were full of gloom. Didn't we agree last time that the price of life planets and resource planets would be enough to exchange for their current situation? The 2 emperor-level players next to them also looked ugly, but it wasn't because they had to pay more. Although the Fountain of Eternity has a dark heart, it will not be aimless. This situation only reflects one thing, that is, during this period of time, there have been huge changes in the Blue Star civilization again, or huge changes that will definitely happen soon. Damn it, what kind of monster civilization is this? It really makes people feel a little hopeless. The voice of the Fountain of Eternity is like a female voice, clear and sweet, facing Emperor Shengji's questioning. She just said lightly, just as you guessed, after my assessment, the Blue Star civilization will no longer be able to obtain current situation information for the value of 1,000 life planets and 10 resource planets. Of course, as compensation for the temporary price increase, I will tell you another confidential message, which is information about a civilization that is very likely to become the natural enemy of the Blue Star civilization. The three Emperor-level players looked at each other and made a decision. The ruler of the Holy Armor stretched out his hand, created creations out of thin air, and continuously put in planetary beads towards one end of the scale, but the other end only moved downward at an extremely slow speed. This situation made the faces of the three master players even more ugly. 1, 2, 100, 200, 300, 1023. It wasn't until the Holy Armor Lord released another 1023 green beads representing the planet of life that the two ends of the scale were finally even. Call. At this moment, even the three Emperor-level players couldn't help but unanimously heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the deal was finally concluded. Finally enough, Fountain of Eternity, you can speak now. The Fountain of Eternity did not speak, but released a projection that appeared in front of the three Emperor-level players of Tai civilization, and large sections of information were quickly absorbed by them. The defeated and collapsed Dominator-level civilization, Alien Abyss civilization. The Emperor of the alien civilization, who was extremely good at fighting, ruled, and the true spirit was wiped out after being beaten. Still in a state of war, but already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the splintered civilization. A new generation of high-ranking super ranks that will soon grow into the throne, a master who wakes up from a deep sleep. Batches of god recruits were sent to various unexplored world groups to open up new battlefields. And a superorder who was killed and perished. Even dominate. Finally, there is also a strange civilization information called Shenji civilization. After a while, the three Emperor-level players finished absorbing the news and remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until the existence of Shenji civilization appeared in their will that they reluctantly raised some courage again. It wasn't until after the Fountain of Eternity disappeared that they seemed to come back to their senses, but compared to before, they were obviously more taciturn. Let's raise the monitoring and alert level of Tai quantum light to the highest level. All federal resources are open, nothing is kept, let go of all, and try our best to improve the strength of players. I think we can let go of certain restrictions of Skynet will, and destructively exploit resource planets, and some life planets that have no scientific research value, also prepare for destructive mining. Is it really time to let go of the restrictions on Skynet's will? Our civilization was almost destroyed by Skynet's will. Open. Yeah, it's a last stand. There is also the immortal civilization, and there are so many battlefields opened at the same time. Also, prepare to find a way to contact the Shinji civilization and other dominant civilizations that are also at war, and try to conduct alliance negotiations. There are also emperors and rulers who have not completely died in the alien civilization, and the true spirit has not been completely extinguished, so there is still a chance. If we can help them, it will also be a huge help to us. Rabbits will bite people when they are in a hurry. We still have a chance. What about the tentative war agreed before? Let go of information restrictions. Players participating in the war will temporarily increase their war authority. Let's fight their prestige first. Tai is not afraid of sacrifice. Move the timeline forward a little bit. Emperor's replacement plan? Is this reliable? As an alternate member of parliament, Su Zian has the right to attend the federal parliament even though she is not yet eligible to participate in the federal parliament. He looked at the proposals in the parliament one after another, and his sharp brows could not help but frown slightly, choosing the best among the sequence seeds that have not yet become a superorder, trying to inherit, it should be said to steal the dominance characteristics of the emperor of the alien civilization, is another big move. If it succeeds, Blue Star will have 7 more masters. The puppet civilization further provokes division? Gender confrontation? Does the puppet have a gender? Sure enough, it was rejected. I don't know which old guy wants to cheat funds again. Shenji civilization tentative investigation plan? Well, this civilization, like the star-devouring monster, can be regarded as our natural enemy civilization, so it is necessary to test it in advance. Su Zian was watching with great interest. The conference with such a high level of agenda was rarely held even in the parliament. To be honest, he is still very interested in this. A thorough study of the laws of flesh and flesh, that's good, I want to listen to what's going on. Just when Su Zian was about to listen carefully to one of the proposals she was interested in, suddenly there was a vibration in the superdimensional imprint. He frowned and opened the friend list, and found that the message was sent by the avatar on the top, and his brows frowned even deeper. Loden? Don't listen to my arrangement, refuse racial exchange. Summary of the previous story. As mentioned at the very beginning, the Space Warfare Department offered Lorden an invitation to replace Lorden's initial race with a war species at the price of signing a contract of sale, but Lorden refused. This guy really thought he was going to sign a contract with the Space Warfare Department. He really doesn't have any political wisdom. If you don't sign the contract of sale, how can I take care of you and let you step up to the top of the Space War Department? Besides, if you don't sign the deed of selling yourself, can you go to the top? When the time comes, will it still be a contract of sale? That's your proof of status. Besides, don't even think about it, the Space Warfare Department will just find a prisoner-type student to sign a contract of sale? The current situation in the T-World group is a bit dangerous. If you are so stubborn, there is nothing you can do now? You can only come to my teacher for help? Fortunately, it's not too late. I have prepared for you to use high authority in advance. You only need your consent, and you can change to a war species at any time. If you admit your mistakes with sincerity, even if you are a monarch, you can do it. Su Zian deliberately ignored Luodan and let him air for a while, but hesitated for a while, and still gave a reply. Forget it, it's the Kamita family from the mud hell who was behind the scenes. This kid has been wronged. If it wasn't for the old ghost of the Kamita family who is dying and can't stand the stimulation, he might blow himself up at any time, otherwise I must go find my place. But it's okay, I'm about to step into the throne, become the new king, and then find a place for you, kid. Isn't it easy? A large number of information fragments flashed through Su Zian's mind, and a smile appeared on her face. Back then, he had to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in seclusion in Zhou City due to special reasons, and he accepted Luodan as a student, and he had only one student. During that time, Lorden held a considerable weight in his heart. And letting go of Lorden's choice of goblins has nothing to do with anger. This is a matter of time dimension in his view. Even if Lorden was delayed by the goblins for another 100 years, he had made preparations in advance, and it would not have the slightest impact on Lorden's future. On the contrary, this may be a good way to hone the will. Because, he is qualified to cover the bottom line. Of course, it would be better if Luodan could wake up to Pan Ren early. Thinking, blood god, Su Zian did not continue to attend the council, but went offline directly. Enter your own superdimensional island in the superdimensional imprint, and wait for Lorden's arrival. At the same time, Su Zian couldn't help but used her authority to look at the status quo of Luodan's files. It's okay if you don't look at it, too many things happened during this time. Even Zhou Cheng sent him a message for help, and he didn't receive it, otherwise he would definitely lend a helping hand. He was a little surprised when he saw this. Not bad, kid. It actually broke the upper limit of the race level of the goblins. It's not easy, and the authority has been upgraded, and a vest has been made, so that people can show their holiness. You understand. Choose an evolved body to repel mythical monsters? Is this a goblin? As expected of my student. After Su Zian's brief surprise and pride passed, her eyes were full of haze, full of hatred for iron but not steel. Mere goblins can break the upper limit of race and do things that cannot be done. Then what if your initial race is another race? Wouldn't it be 10,000 times stronger than now? It's a waste of my talent. Wasted on this goblin with no future. Su Zian felt the waves coming from behind her, and knew that it was Luodan who had come, so she was ready to give him a good lesson. Teacher. Students are ashamed and ask for help. This is not the first time Luodan has come to Su Zian's Blood God Island. But unlike before, Luodan, who was already stronger at this moment, could barely see the difference in Su Zian. This was the projection of her will. Luodan has always known that Su Zian's body is fighting in other world communities, and it is impossible for the god player body to enter Chawei Island.
But before, in the ultra-dimensional island, he had been unable to see through Su Xian's form, which seemed to be no different from the main body. But now he can see subtle clues, which is enough to prove that his strength has increased substantially. Loden, you are finally here. Su Xian turned her head, her brows were full of heroism. The moment he saw Luo Dan, various meanings flashed in his eyes, but on the surface he was as calm as before. You are very good, you can defeat Hathaway's civilization in the early stages of development. It also allowed goblins, who are low-level prisoner species, to break the upper limit of the racial level and step into the second energy level. However, this makes me even more disappointed in you. If you choose a war race, with your intelligence and talent, your development will definitely be better than now. Listening to Su Xian's words, Luo Dan couldn't help showing a smile. TSK, the mouth is too honest. Obviously, after he chose the goblins, he never admitted that he was his student. Now he has confessed again, but he still insists on teaching him a lesson. What Luo Dan didn't know was that he thought Su Xian recognized him because of his achievements. But it's not as a strong man who is about to step onto the throne, even if it is a high-level mythical species, it is difficult to move him. Su Xian was just happy to see Luo Dan coming to him again. While a smile appeared on his face, Luo Dan also heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he was able to become a student master. A large part of the credit came from the teaching of Su Xian. Although the Federation is relatively open, the existence of the authority level itself means the blockade at the knowledge level. Without Su Xian's teaching, at his level, it would be impossible to surpass other students and become a top student. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Luo Dan looked at Su Xian's beautiful face and responded, yes. Okay, let's get down to business. Su Xian said, finally can't hold on anymore. Do you regret the choice you made? To tell you the truth, the goblins are cursed by an unspeakable ancient existence deep in the void. Even if you can make them break through the upper limit of the level, it is impossible to complement their wisdom. Not to mention establishing civilization, gathering spirituality, and helping you embark on the road of giant spirits. What do you want from me? Can you tell me now? Thank you, book friends, for your concern. I went for an infusion early this morning, and I feel much better. 5K, ask for tickets, rewards, subscriptions. Thanks to the book friend, Sui, for the reward of 100 coins. Hyperdimensional imprint. Su Xian's eyes were slightly upright, and her pink eyes looked at Luo Dan, full of anticipation, as if saying, quick. Quickly tell me that you think the goblins are too muddy to support the wall. Even if you push them past the racial level cap, there's nothing you can do to their hopelessly stupid minds. And ask for my help. As long as you ask, I will help you. It's not right for the war type, it's the monarch type that's ready for you. Don't worry, this resource is nothing to me. Although changing the race halfway will have some impact, it is harmless, and I will find a way to help you make up for it. Just in Su Xian's expectation, he saw Luo Dan speak softly, that, Teacher, my goblins have broken the ancient curse and completed their wisdom. Now they are waiting for the established kingdom and civilization to get on the right track and refine their spirituality. That's why I came to you this time for. Before Luo Dan finished speaking, Su Xian said excitedly, it is good. I just said that the goblins are not good, and I will replace them for you. In the middle of speaking, Su Xian realized what Luo Dan said. In an instant, Su Xian's red eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Loden, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly just now, please say it again. T03 World Region, Planet TS0083, Angel Small, a golden planet, a cloud filled with holy light. Hathaway sat upright in the holy hall, and in his angel temple, there should be only the holy in holy atmosphere. But at this moment, there is an extra tyrannical aura full of sulfur that seems to be the craziest in the world. This is, God of Karmic Fire Sword Demon, Kamita Suchi. His initial world is a miniature planet, which has been completely polluted by the breath of the heterogeneous abyss, and has become an eternally burning abyss. His initial race is the mythical species, demon, and it is a powerful group in the demon race that is not weaker than the angel race at all. The alien demon Karmic Fire Sword Demon. The demon clan itself is violent and aggressive, and is extremely good at war. What's more, Yawa Damwa, a heterogeneous demon alienated by a school in the immortal civilization, is an absolute killing machine. If a war really breaks out, even Hathaway's Angel clan might not be their opponents. Of course, Hathaway won't lose anywhere. I heard that you were defeated by a humble prisoner? Like a goblin? Kamita Swabuchi is a huge figure, with a pair of ferocious demon horns and a thick, scorched black demon body with anti-joint legs. He is burning with pitch-black karmic fire all over his body. It is said that this kind of flame comes from a special school of immortal civilization and has various terrifying characteristics such as immortality, eclipse, and extreme pain. He showed a ferocious smile, but his tone was full of disdain, and he said lightly, "Your angel family is getting more and more depraved. Why don't I go to the Titans and suggest that you be stripped of your mythical status? However, if you agree to become my vassal, and your race gave birth to fallen angels for my civilization, I can consider letting you go." Facing what Kamita Swabuchi said, Hathaway just said lightly, "What are you?" Kamita Swabuchi, figure out your status. You are just a mythical species that has not yet reached the super level. Why do you join forces with those wastes of the Titans to deprive me of my mythical level? Even if you are the throne, you wouldn't dare to say such a thing, would you? Are you acting like a devil, thinking that your brain is broken? Burned by karmic fire? I've heard that the demons are arrogant and useless, and now I look at it, and it really is. It seems that the heterogeneous demons are even more stupid. Hearing this, Kamita Swabuchi just smiled lightly, with a hideous face. Sure enough, you don't know how far the war between the Blue Star Civilization and the Alien Abyss Civilization has reached. More precisely, you probably don't know what's going to happen next. The 7 rulers of Yuan, the 7 sinful emperors, arrogance, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust. Now it has been annihilated by the eternal masters of the Blue Star Civilization. Among them, the Emperor of Lust, the Emperor of Gluttony, the Emperor of Jealousy, and the Emperor of Greed. Of course, even if the true spirits of the eternal masters perish, as long as the civilization is not destroyed, they will eventually return in eternity. But, do you think the Federation will give them this chance? Has the war reached this level? The 4 eternal masters have already perished. Hathaway's pupils constricted involuntarily upon hearing Kamita Swabuchi's words. He was a little shocked. He knew that the war between the Federation and the alien civilization was extremely fierce, but he didn't expect that even the eternal great existence in the world, the Eternal Master, had already wiped out 4 of them. After losing contact with my father, my news has indeed been blocked a lot. Hathaway's thoughts circulated in her will, and she said, "But what does that have to do with you? There are still 3 emperors of arrogance, rage and laziness left in the Yuan civilization." Even the arrogant Kamita Swabuchi, when he said these words, there was an extremely intense heat in his words. The Federation is formulating the Emperor Replacement Plan. Let our god players who win in the sequence plan after stepping into the super level join the final war against the alien civilization step by step, try to replace the Emperor, and steal the dominance. And my karmic fire sword demon fits very well with Fury. What do you mean by that? Hathaway said nothing. And Kamita Xingyuan laughed and tore open a crack in space. Behind the crack in the space revealed an extremely violent and terrifying aura. He stepped in, but the voice was still echoing in the sacred palace. "Others don't know, don't I know? Your Highness, the princess of the original, Great Greek Empire, in District 1, can still maintain your dignity because of the existence of the King of Angels with the Yi throne, behind you. As for me, Huatian Xingyuan, my ancestor is the master of the Mud Hell, and my teacher is also the King of the Yi throne, Ma Yuan. And in the future, the probability of me becoming a master is not small. Hathaway, you still have time to think about it now, I hope. You can give me a satisfactory answer. If you can satisfy me enough, I can kill that goblin to add to the fun of our wedding." Looking at the slowly closing space crack, Hathaway's eyes were full of indifference. He is not really stupid and sweet, usually because everything that needs to be worried about is done by his father and the angels under his command. I don't even know what I am. Still come to my place to chirp. The Mud Master is just a checkmate old dog. He was dying after being punched by the Extreme Master twice, threatening others by self-destructing. There is also the King of the Demon Abyss, the throne that has been gradually climbed up by time and civilization, dare to shout? He dares to threaten me today,
but tomorrow he dares to do it directly.
Besides, what kind of emperor replacement plan, in his situation, might really have a chance?
Be sure to kill him before he succeeds. By the way, he belongs to the Kamita family in the Mud Hell. In the T-World community, there is also a god who has a natural hatred with them. When Hathaway thought of that god, the corners of her mouth twitched suddenly. He still owed others a favor and hadn't paid it back.
Yes, let's take this as a condition.
To weaken the enemy and strengthen oneself, he should not refuse. Thinking in her heart, Hathaway sent an invitation to Lorden, hoping to meet him.
Of course, not to the negotiating conference room.
Instead, he went directly to Luodan's world, and Luodan sent an invitation.
He could not obtain Luodan's planetary coordinates.
For gods, their own world is their most powerful place.
Talking in Luodan's world will make him appear more sincere.
T04 World Region, Goblin World Fragment Kaijima. Although Luodan's body was a little surprised that Hathaway had let go of harsh words before, when he saw him again, he would definitely teach him a lesson.
Now he wants to come to his world as a guest. Since he couldn't figure it out, Luodan simply didn't think about it.
The most important thing is that since he came into contact with Hathaway until now, he hasn't suffered a single loss, but has been plucking wool all the time. Fortunately, he has a huge will, and he can perform multi-line operations at will. While paying attention to the transformation of the world, he meets his teacher Suzian and Hathaway at the same time. Above the cloud. The space in front of him was distorted, and a peerless figure shining with platinum light appeared in front of Luodan. He looked at Hathaway's beautiful face in front of him with a smile. His eyes were filled with the meaning of looking at a fat sheep. Why, what do you want me to do? Hathaway was a little uncomfortable seeing his weird eyes, but thinking of the purpose of this trip, she suppressed her discomfort and said, "Of course there is something to do, otherwise why do you want to find me? There is a business looking for you, about the future achievement of the Eternal Master."
Eternal Master.
Hearing this term, Lorden put away the joke. Hathaway came to look for his thoughts. His expression became serious. "Hathaway, this joke is not funny.
I don't think that if you encounter news involving the Eternal Lord, you will come and tell me."
Hearing this, Hathaway nodded and said, "Normally, I definitely wouldn't tell you. But this time there is also a reason, which involves my safety and future.
Listen to me slowly."
After seeing Lorden nodding in agreement, Hathaway continued, "You are now a 1-star citizen, and it seems to be a 1-star meritorious account. You should already know the basic information of the alien civilization, so I won't go into details. The Federation is now launching an action called the Monarch Replacement Project, which aims to find gods among the god players that are compatible with the rulers of the alien abyss civilization. Then train these god players with an emphasis on attributes, train them to be super level, and then join the plan to try to replace the Emperor and steal the dominance. Once it is replaced, it will reach the sky in one step and become the Eternal Master.
Even if you're not a ruler, you can achieve the throne at the last time.
And even if it is not included in the plan, at least it can get the key cultivation of the Federation, super level worry-free."
Hearing Hathaway's words, Luodan was a little shocked.
He thought it would be terrifying enough for the Federation to destroy the 4 masters, but he secretly wanted to take action against the remaining 3 emperors and try to replace them. This level of difficulty is not at the same level at all.
But soon, Luodan calmed down his slightly agitated mood, and said calmly, "So what?
Don't talk about the Master, it's superorder, and given enough time, it can obliterate the planet. The Master is too great, too far away from us.
Besides, I'm just a mere prisoner.
A plan of this size has nothing to do with me." Hearing Luodan's indifferent tone and that irrelevant tone, Hathaway was so angry that her teeth itched.
Last time in Yulon World, he also looked like this.
In the end, he took Murphy's true spirit to blackmail him, and even the blueprints for building the Kingdom of Heaven were cheated away.
How do you know it has nothing to do with you?
Hathaway sorted out her emotions and continued to speak. "I know this because of Kamita Suyuan. You should have heard of it, the god of the heterogeneous demon karmic firesword demon, who was born in the Mud Hell, and was accepted as a student by the King of Demon Abyss. Kamita Death Yuan has always wanted to combine my angel civilization with his demon civilization, and give birth to the Karma Fire Angel and the Holy Flame Sword Demon. However, his strength is only on par with mine, and he barely beats me by a little bit, so he can't do anything to me. A little helplessness appeared on Hathaway's face, and there was deep disgust in her eyes. This time he got the news that his demon civilization fits perfectly with the Fifth Emperor's rage. As long as he wins the sequence plan this time, he will definitely be able to join the plan, and he may even become the throne in the future, or even the ruler. At that time, I may only have to choose to become his vassal. The Karmic Fire Angel and the Holy Flame Sword Demon. When Luo Dan heard these two nouns, he immediately understood that Guotian Xingyuan was bound to win. Ultra Order, unique. However, the offspring born of the angel race and the demon race have a very small chance of appearing Karma Fire Angel and Holy Flame Sword Demon. And these two hybrid mythical species are born with exclusive bloodline rules. You don't need to comprehend the exclusive rules yourself, you can have mythical combat power. The most important thing is that this level of combat power can be replicated. But, this is your business, what does it have to do with me? Lorden's tone was indifferent. Besides, the Fire Sword Demon is one of the mythical species with the strongest combat power. Do you think I will offend a future powerful civilization for no reason? Besides, I already have the opportunity to simulate exclusive laws. Ultra level is still a big obstacle for me. But it's not as big as you think. After I have achieved super level, I have the ability to colonize the long-distance world. Even if he is hostile to me, he will not easily provoke me. Hearing Luo Dan's words, Hathaway was shocked. Exclusive law simulation? How can you perform exclusive law simulation? I don't have any. Hathaway really wanted to say that Lorden was lying to herself, but seeing this guy smiling, he felt like gnashing his teeth. Luo Dan stretched out his finger to the country of Golo below. I really can't hide it from you. After all, I still need you to co-sign my race upgrade application. Hathaway followed the direction of Lorden's finger and was stunned for a moment. Country. Civilization. Goblins actually established a country and created civilization. You actually did it. Now I have some admiration for you. Even a race like goblins that has researched and challenged countless superorders can break through common sense. This was the case when Hathaway didn't know about the ancient curse of the unspeakable existence. If he knew, he might be too shocked to speak. No wonder you're so confident. After the race is upgraded, the Federation will reward an exclusive law simulation to see if it can break through a prisoner species into a war species in one go. Hathaway took a breath, calmed down, looked at Lorden with golden eyes, and continued to speak. What's the matter? Besides, my initial race is also a mythical species. You don't want to offend Kamita Suyuan, so why would you dare to offend me? You won't dare, Lorden? The chicken sauce method doesn't work for me. Luo Dan smiled lightly. There is no dare. I don't mean dare or unwilling to help you, just. You let me set up a strong enemy of the mythical species for no reason, you must give me a legitimate reason? Until then, Hathaway said, of course there is a reason. I said it at the very beginning, this matter was originally related to you. Appreciate further details. Lorden became interested. He couldn't think that this matter had anything to do with him, but Hathaway wasn't a god who talked nonsense, and Lorden quietly waited for Hathaway to tell the reason. Lorden, your authority has been upgraded to a 1-star citizen. Then you should also know that your initial race is not the goblin race? Hathaway showed a winning expression, and asked seductively, then you want to know, who is the god player who exchanged your initial race? Of course I do. Luo Dan's face was gloomy, but, you don't think that a piece of news can make me an enemy of the mythical civilization? Hathaway shook her head, of course not, this is just a message for you. Who is the god player who exchanged your race? I don't know. Hathaway originally wanted to show off. But under Luo Dan's increasingly gloomy face, the dignified god of angels was a little flustered, and quickly dropped the idea of being a joke, and said, but I know that the god player is from the Kamita family. This is about some secrets. If I tell you, you may not believe it. Go and inquire and you'll know what I said is true. Although Hathaway spoke empty words. But Luo Dan had a strong premonition in his heart this is real. His original race and world were exchanged by the god players of the Kamita family. Ah! I finally found it. Luo Dan restrained the boiling anger in his heart. His face was no longer cloudy, but calm and unwavering, as if he was not the one being plotted against. So what? The strongest member of the Kamita family is the Lord of the Mud Hell, a master-level existence.
Do you think I can fight it? My little goblin god, if you want to take action against the Kamita family, wouldn't it just be a gnat shaking a big tree? It's not for you to attack the Kamita family, it's just to weaken it.
Besides, the Lord of the Mud Hell is dying. The information about the Lord of the Slime Hell is not confidential information. It just needs to be searched carefully. With your current authority, you only need to spend a little more time to know that I didn't lie to you. Now Kamita Suiyuan is the most talented among the successors. If you let Guatian Suiyuan join the Emperor's replacement plan, then you may never be able to take revenge.
Are you sure you're indifferent? It wasn't like this when you imprisoned the true spirit of Murphy's.
Besides, when I need you, you're just playing support, and I'll help you cover up your breath.
You don't dare, do you?
It's been said that the chicken sauce method is useless to me. Luo Dan showed a smile. He never thought of letting Kamita Suiyuan go. I can help you, just.
I have to pay more. Yes, the Kamita family is extremely powerful. Even if there is no throne in the family, there are still high-ranking super ranks. If he was asked to confront him, then he would definitely not be able to accept it. However, if he is only attacking a giant spirit-level player in the same world area as himself, if he dares not do this, what kind of god is he?
The rules of the Federation are sometimes unreasonable to the extreme.
Sometimes it's unreasonable to the extreme. Even if they killed Kamita Xingyuan, with Hathaway around, there would probably not be any punishment.
Because they are a level of players.
If because they killed Kamita Suiyuan, the young ones were beaten out and the old ones were brought out, it would be a big mess.
Moreover, looking at what Hathaway meant, it wasn't about killing Kamita Xingyuan, it was just destroying his idea of joining the Emperor to replace the plan. There is a high probability that Kamita Xingyuan will wreak havoc on his world while he is not paying attention.
As for how Hathaway got the world coordinates of Kamita Xingyuan, this is not within the scope of Luodan's consideration.
And, who would have thought the one who does bad things with Hathaway is the god player who offended Hathaway just now?
Need to pay more?
Looking at Lorden, Hathaway felt a little helpless. But now he needs Lorden's help, so he can only be slaughtered after a long time. Luo Dan looked satisfied, and sent away Hathaway, who was a little pale and feeling a little unstable, refreshed.
It's a big loss. I earned it. The two thought at the same time.
Luo Dan returned to the cloud and sat down, frowning slightly. The matter of attacking Kamita Suiyuan can be done at the same time as the sequence plan.
Moreover, the timing of the sequence plan is also the best time to attack Kamita Suiyuan.
Although I don't know who it is, but now there is a breakthrough. Although I am not the opponent of the Kamita family, I still have a certain degree of confidence in the face of the Kamita Xingyuan.
By the way, you can ask the teacher. He must know more specific information. Moreover, with Hathaway's support, the matter of Homo sapiens can also be put on the agenda.
Originally, I was a bit at a loss when I faced the alien god of the alien civilization alone, but now I can be more calm. Luo Dan played with the miniature scepter of heaven in his hand, which is a consumable with a limited number of times. This is not a trade item, just a small addition. Benefits may include but are not limited to a large number of world origins, one shot from the King of Angels, offensive and defensive alliance, a group of angelic girls. The harvest in the world of Kamita Deathabus belongs to Lorden. When Lorden needed it, Hathaway needed it. On the other hand, during the communication with the teacher, Luo Dan also got a better news. 2K ask for votes and rewards. I almost forgot what it is, please follow up. The little author bows and thanks. Hyperdimensional imprint, on ultradimensional island and Blood God Island. So, what do you mean? Su Zian withdrew her gaze through Lorden's superdimensional imprint and looked at his goblin world fragments. He digested it for a while before continuing. You want me to co-sign for you on your application for racial promotion? Although I have seen with my own eyes the thriving goblin kingdom on top of Lorden's world fragments. And a civilization thriving like a rising sun, and a spirituality that is in its infancy, not fully grown. But Su Zian still felt unbelievable. No, goblins can also complete wisdom? Not to say Su Zian's red eyes were full of curiosity, and her face was slightly flushed. After all, he had just said that goblins were hopeless. Lorden raised the goblins beyond the upper limit of their race, and even broke common sense and complimented their wisdom. If that legend is true, the goblins may not necessarily be weaker than the high monarchs, or even the mythicals. It's just that the current goblins are far from enough. Suzian's mind turned back and forth, and soon she made a decision. Although the effect of changing the race later is not significant, it will eventually leave some impact. If Lorden and the goblins are so compatible, the goblins can be trained to break the upper limit many times. That may not be a good choice. Luodan looked at Suzian in a daze. Although he didn't understand why, he still responded, "Yes, teacher." The goblins have completed their wisdom, can build civilization, refine spirituality, and I can also step into the giant spirit level. I hope that I can obtain the opportunity to simulate the exclusive law without being coveted, so I come to ask you for help. Suzian came back to her senses. Her rose-red eyes were already full of joy at this moment. Although Luodan didn't wake up suddenly, but he relied on himself to bring him such a big surprise, which is enough to be happy. He opened his mouth and said, "No problem. Although I'm only a candidate for parliament now, I'm not far from the throne. With my joint name, no one will covet you, a lucky kid." Suzian is quite confident about this kind of thing. On the one hand, his strength is there, except for a few high-ranking super-level monsters who were born under the Holy Throne sect, who can tie with him. He can claim that under the throne, he is invincible. On the other hand, the endless void too big. There are infinite treasures that cannot be explored at all, an ancient inheritance. Moreover, let alone the possible opportunities behind the breakthrough of a low-level prisoner to become a high-level prisoner. Even if it is a mythical species, let alone put it in front of the masters. Even if it is placed in front of the G-throne people, they will most likely not have much interest. After all, even for the angel race, who are the high-level mythical species, if they want to become the G-throne, they have to go through untold hardships, and there is only a % chance in 1,000. Therefore, the real strong among the Blue Star secretaries did not care so much about the quality of the initial race. Of course, high-quality initial races are more likely to emerge strong. For example, the throne and ruler of the Blue Star civilization, as well as the Holy Throne, they accept that the initial race of Ji-Dao Juggernaut is a high-level prisoner species. None of the others are lower than the monarch species. Strangeness. Suzian thought of the sovereign, and suddenly felt a little weird, which made him a little unbelievable. When I saw Lorden's civilization just now, how did I feel in his civilization? There is a concept similar to monarch species, the aura of king. Illusion, it should be an illusion. The monarchs are all royal families who have become a vast territory in the ancient past, so they can condense the royal power in the void into their blood. This has a huge advantage for conquering the world and subjugating alien races. The goblins have only just completed their wisdom. Where did the royal power come from? I must be thinking too much. Suzian shook her head, taking the feeling of surprise just now as an illusion caused by I was stunned by the shock of seeing Luodan complete the wisdom of the goblin tribe. He added, however, to apply for a joint race upgrade, at least 2 god players are required to jointly sign. Another joint name, how about I help you find a way? Suzian felt that she was extremely understanding. When Luodan was still a top student, he might be able to meet some high-level people. But now that his status has fallen to the clouds, maybe Luodan is ashamed to speak, and his opening is giving him a step down. No need, teacher. Lorden said, I found a joint god player. Really? Suzian frowned. Don't just find some people with no status just because you are embarrassed to ask the teacher to help you. No, I found Hathaway. Afraid of what the teacher might say, Luodan quickly added, he has promised me a joint name. This Suzian suddenly felt that this world was somewhat magical. If he remembers correctly, under his constant attention, it seems that Lorden offended this god of angels not long ago. Thanks to him still thinking about how to find a way to reconcile them after all, behind Hathaway is the king of angels, and she herself is also the god of angels, with extremely high aptitude, and being in the same world group, it is not suitable to offend at will. As a result, when she turned her head, Hathaway was willing to stand in line for Lorden and to resist the coveted pressure of other gods.
Su Zian suddenly felt that she was a little redundant.
Okay, then you just wait. By the way, it just so happens that the parliament is holding a relatively high-level meeting right now. I'll submit your application for racial upgrade now.
Su Zian said, high-level meetings are more likely to get some extra rewards. If it could, it would be great.
Luo Dan was a little surprised in his heart. Teacher, please.
Su Zian nodded a little weakly, and began to operate on her superdimensional imprint.
Soon, an application for racial promotion, which was jointly signed by him and Hathaway, was submitted by him to the ongoing parliament with the special authority of an alternate member only once a quarter. Although your civilization has not yet fully condensed spirituality, you have not refined spiritual advanced giants. But I have extracted some evidence, so there should be no problem.
Anything else?
Su Zian looked at the boy who hadn't seen him for a long time, but only felt irritated when he saw him, and said angrily, "It's okay, let's go quickly."
There is indeed something else.
Luo Dan spoke quickly, with a bit of seriousness in his tone. Teacher, please tell the students.
About my race being goblins, do you know anything? You knew already?
Su Zian froze for a moment before realizing, forget, you are already a one-star citizen, and you are eligible to keep your own files, which can be traced back to someone who tampered with you.
Yes, teacher.
Luo Dan looked at the blood-haired lady who regarded him as his own, and his heart was complicated. In fact, when he got the file and heard what Hathaway said, he thought about why the teacher didn't tell him.
Is it because you are afraid of being impulsive? However, where can ants be impulsive in front of elephants? If you can't figure it out, you simply don't want to.
Luo Dan chose to ask the question directly, which is the respect for the relationship between himself and the teacher.
Yeah, I always knew. Su Zian didn't hesitate much, and said, I didn't say it before, it was to protect you.
Of course, if you are willing to switch races at that time, I will tell you. But at that time, your goblins really had no future, so I didn't say anything. Now I can say you should know about Mud Hell, and it angered the Lord of Imagination and the Lord of Extremes. The Lord of the Mud Hell who was beaten twice by the Master of the Extreme Way, Nuclear Divine Fist. Seeing Luo Dan nodding, Su Zian continued, because of being cursed by the Master of Fantasy, the Mud Hell can only become weaker and weaker. But that Mud Master, while threatening the Federation with self-destruct on Blue Star, he doesn't want to really die. I have been using indiscriminate methods to replace the initial races of some unlucky god players.
Do you want to ask why the Federation doesn't care?
There are 10,000 plus new god players every year, and only 3 or 2 are exchanged, and they don't have a deep background.
What's the matter? Shouldn't you be the kind of idiot who thinks that the Federation should be upright?
Besides, this soft knife is indeed useful for cutting flesh.
The Mud Hell has been weakening and showing no signs of improvement.
The Lord of the Slime Hell will die. But even if he's about to die, it's not something I, a small upper super level, can provoke. Although Su Zian looked like he had nothing to do with him, her tone was still cold. But the day I step into the Yi throne, it will be the time when the upper super level of the Mud Hell will die.
Oh, it turned out not to be indifferent. Luo Dan nodded slightly, and said, then teacher, do you know which one is the Kamita who swapped my race? Kamita Tingjin.
Su Zian said without hesitation, a child of the Kamita family who was barely a direct descendant. Some time ago, I heard that I was kicked out of my own world by the race under my command. It should be a side effect of switching races in worlds. The original race will not be unconditionally loyal to him, and the world is not compatible with him. By the way, this Kamita Tingjin and Kamita Shibuchi seem to have a very good relationship. When saying this, Su Zian glanced at Luo Dan. If there is any hope for the Kamita family to come back, it may lie in this Kamita Xingyuan.
Since you can reconcile with Hathaway, it means you should know something.
Su Zian is a political master herself, otherwise she would not have wanted to use various federal political means to get Luo Dan into the Space War Department, and thus step up to a high position step by step. When he first saw Hathaway's joint name, he was a little surprised. After thinking about it, add all kinds of information, policies, and situations learned in his position. In just a moment, he was able to speculate that things were pretty much the same. And this is also the result of his switching from the emotional state of surprise when he first met Luo Dan to the satisfied rational state after being hit several times.
Thank you, teacher, I understand. Although he didn't say anything, Lorden knew everything.
In the superdimensional imprint, in Parliament, dozens of projections were lit up, and they were all discussing proposals or applications one after another. Elevate the threat of Thai civilization to very threatening, agree to oppose. No problem, they have reached the threshold of the mythical species spiritually, and the development of mechanical civilization consumes the planet. If it is not because it is too weak, I would even propose to add the Thai civilization to the demise sequence.
It's too much.
The resources needed for the perishing sequence are too great.
The Thai civilization is not worthy of it.
As the main battlefield, they are already highly valued. The next one, number T04201219 Lorden, is applying for racial upgrade. The original race is the low-level prisoner goblin race.
This is interesting, let's take a look at the information.
A few tenths of a second later, all the throne members present analyzed the information about the race upgrade application, and Lorden's various information, and they voted on whether to approve the application at the same time. It is still such a young god who can realize the complementary wisdom of the goblins.
Yes, I think it can be rewarded. Seconded. Well, there is a joint candidate Su Zian and the god of angels Hathaway.
I think that in addition to exclusive law simulation, additional supplementary rewards can be given. The potential to grow from scratch is huge, why not add a drop of golden blood as reward?
Lei's ancient curse has been broken, which shows that this Lorden is extremely lucky and talented, and deserves to be rewarded.
Reject, the blood of gold is too precious, it can fundamentally change the gods. Reject, the T-World group is too far away to control, if this little god dies there, it will be a waste of golden blood.
Pass.
Although the Thai civilization is still very immature, its war potential is far superior to that of the alien civilization, and it is not even inferior to the Even Nest civilization. It is the future enemy. It is not too much to use a piece of golden blood to cultivate a bridgehead. Past, I just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the remark information. This Lorden seems to have been swapped by the descendants of the Lord of Sludge, and the blood of gold has a huge effect on him. Pass, just to appease this little guy. Pass, it just so happens that the Lord of Mud is dying, and it's almost time to attack Mud Hell.
It can be used as a test.
Pass, and at the same time put this Lorden on the watch list of the Emperor's replacement plan. Pass, the gods who can break through the shackles of the race are extremely arrogant, and may be more suitable for the arrogance of the first strange king. You old guys, all of you are aiming at the new king's face, okay, I will pass. Continue to the next topic, which is about the extermination war of the skeleton world, Sacred Bone Dynasty, which is ready to be put on the agenda. The resolution was passed by a majority, and Lorden was promoted through race. Reward, exclusive rule simulation, *1, golden blood, *1, included in the Emperor Replacement Plan watch list.
Hyperdimensional imprint, ultra-dimensional island Blood God Island, is the application approved yet? Su Zian was a little puzzled.
The members of the parliament are all thrones, and each one can even create the world by will.
The evaluation of this kind of thing should be quick. Wait a minute.
As soon as Su Zian opened her mouth, a beam of light appeared in the sea of blood, and a bright red golden crystal fell down, which landed in Luo Dan's hand. Followed by a mechanical sound, regarding the application for racial upgrade of No. T04201219 Lorden, the Federation passed the parliamentary evaluation and approved it. Reward a drop of golden blood. Reward, exclusive law simulation, once. Included in Emperor's Replacement Plan watch list, prerequisite, sequence plan wins. The race level has been raised to a higher prisoner species. Afterwards, the beam of light and the sound disappeared, leaving only a red golden crystal in place. Su Zian's red eyes couldn't help but widen, with a touch of disbelief in her eyes. These old guys are willing to reward you with a drop of golden blood. Luo Dan caught the hot strange spar with red golden luster, his heart was full of uncontrollable surprise. He didn't expect that the council would reward such a treasure that was comparable to the world's most important weapon, just for the promotion of the race.
Su Xian's face was inexplicable.
When he was still a giant spirit-level god, he also longed for this treasure, but he had no chance to get it. You know, even the direct descendants of Throne cannot easily obtain golden blood. For 8K, please subscribe.
Thanks to the book friend 202011082337433717 for the reward of 100 coins.
Hyperdimensional imprint, ultra-dimensional island, Blood God Island. Luodan held this red gold crystal in his hand, even with the federal spiritual blockade technology to prevent the treasure from escaping spiritually. But he can still feel the majestic power coming from the crystal, as if there is an endless spiritual ocean roaring in the crystal.
It is a concept of immortality.
In addition to the term golden blood, it also has another widely circulated nickname among god players, resurrection coin, and this is also related to its origin. The blood of gold is said to come from a mysterious, eternal race in the universe. According to legend, there is a race with golden blood in the universe, who is born with eternal life. They have the concept of immortality and the concept of eternity. They can't cultivate, they can't be strong, but even if they die, they will be resurrected with the passage of time. And many powerful civilizations covet this characteristic of them, and have researched the method of refining the concept of immortality. The resurrection coins have arrived. Luodan was slightly moved in his heart, although the concept of immortality has been refined and is not as powerful as before in the eternal race, it can still resurrect the world once.
Blood earned.
That is, after using the blood of gold. Even if Luodan's planet is crushed by the space-based star destroyer of Tai civilization, it can be reshaped by virtue of the immortality of the golden blood, and Luodan will be resurrected.
Moreover, after using the blood of gold,
Luodan's own resilience will also become extremely strong, especially when he is fighting in other worlds. The suppression of him by the will of other worlds will be reduced a lot. Although the blood of gold can only be used below the super level. But even if it reaches a superorder after use, this concept of immortality will not disappear with entering a superorder. In other words, even if Luodan grows into a super level, he can still be reborn once with the immortality of the golden blood.
Luodan, you have to be careful.
Su Xian stepped forward, her tone regained her composure, but there was a hint of worry faintly. For so many years, I haven't seen a group of old guys in the parliament give away things for nothing.
They are the only ones who are empty-handed to others. I understand. Luodan smiled.
He naturally knows that the gifts given by fate are secretly priced, but it is not his style not to eat the meat.
What's more, did the parliament give him a chance to refuse? Moreover, Luodan believed in himself and would never be restrained forever.
By the way, after you use this drop of golden blood, the greater usefulness to you may not be just using the undead concept for resurrection, but suddenly, as if thinking of something, the worry on Su Xian's face was swept away, and she quickly said, if one day you find your own world and race, you can use this immortality eternity concept to restore your connection with the world and race that should belong to you. If you can find a new will carrier, after reconnecting, you can even have a real avatar. Take your original world as your second world. At that time, you can really own a vest.
So it is.
Luodan suddenly realized, no wonder the council rewarded such a precious treasure. Reasonably speaking, treasures of this level should be in short supply, and it is impossible to randomly distribute them as rewards. If you add the reason of the world has been switched, then the probability of the council calculating Luodan and using him as a pawn of a secret plan will be countless times smaller. Of course, we should not let our guard down easily. It's all right now, go back quickly, the world war of your sequence plan is about to start. Su Xian issued the order to evict the guests, and Luodan bowed slightly and left Blood God Island. And Su Xian squinted her domineering phoenix eyes, her rose-red eyes burning with blood. Now, my civilization is about to occupy a world area. Wait until the entire world region starts to implement my law, imprint the void, and the civilization imprints the imprint of kingship on the void of the world region, then
I am also king.
Even you old fellows of the council, I'm almost catching up. If anyone dares to plot my students to death, just wait for my revenge. Su Xian's words carried a strong sense of threat. He knows that this place belongs to the superdimensional mark, and the parliament has extremely high authority. There is no privacy in front of the authority dog. His every move will be collected, and his words will naturally be evaluated and analyzed, and this is his purpose. After speaking, he closed his eyes again. Loden, this little guy, really surprised me. However, the Tai civilization, which is rated as extremely threatening, is not so easy to deal with. Even if you have the blood of gold, you can also complete the wisdom of the goblins and become a giant spirit. However, the spiritual race at the mythical level, coupled with the mechanical will that spreads the void like a virus. I'm just waiting for the day when you come to ask me to help you. T04 World Region, Goblin World Fragment Jetto. Luodans will return from the superdimensional imprint to his own world fragments, and casually dispelled the sacred breath left by Hathaway, which was a bit pungent. The second stage of world integration should not be long. Luodan looked down at the world where the accelerator button was pressed because the time flow was faster, and he couldn't help showing a smile like an old farmer. He can also feel that the connection between himself and the fragments of the goblin world is closer. Not only because the world fragments have become bigger and deeper. It is even more because the goblins established civilization, and he, itself, is the symbol of civilization. To put it bluntly, he is civilization. And this is also the path that every god player must follow, to establish civilization, strengthen civilization, and let their civilization dominate the void step by step. This is the road after the super order. Of course, there is still some distance from the current Lorden. Now you can use the blood of gold. Looking at the red gold crystal in his hand, Luodan couldn't help feeling a little lucky. Fortunately, when the Federation refines the concepts in the eternal race, it itself uses the method of refining spirituality, storing concepts with spirituality, without physical existence. Otherwise, the Federation rewarded him with golden blood, and he doesn't have enough faith points to open the space cracks, accommodate this level of substance, and bring them back to his own world. Even if you bring your spirituality back to your own world, there may not be corresponding auxiliary materials in the world to condense matter. So Luodan was very happy. Summary of previous situation: true spiritual theory, and material reconstruction theory, established by Blue Star civilization based on its own worldview. What is said is that everything, whether it is living or non-living, is composed of the most fundamental true spirit, and then attached to the true spirit and then constructed from matter. With the strength of the Blue Star civilization, it has realized the ultra-long-distance void transportation across the world community very early. But the rule of the void is that everything is balanced, and the cost of ultra-long-distance void transportation is too high. To put it bluntly, that is, for ultra-long-distance transmission, the resources required for the transmission itself are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme worth countless times more than the items to be transmitted. The Blue Star civilization used the character of God to forcibly get stuck in a bug. They fixed the cognitive scope of matter as substance, which is composed of spirit and energy. They can extract the spirituality of matter, achieve ultra-long-distance void transmission with extremely small loss, and then inject spiritual energy after transmission to reshape matter. Example 1: when the Tai civilization wages a world war, it can only make a very long space transition in the void through the Void War Fortress. Example 2: the young author is constructing a worldview with heart. Fusion of golden blood. Luodan gently crushed the red gold crystal in his hand. Boom! There was a crisp cracking sound, and a large number of golden light spots instantly transformed into a sea of red gold, and then disappeared into the fragments of the goblin world, becoming invisible. And then I don't feel anything anymore. If he insisted on saying yes, Luodan could only say that he felt as if he had a slight connection with some deep rules of the void. What it is, he can't say. But the appearance of the log confirmed that what happened just now was not an illusion. Log, you used the blood of gold. Log, you have obtained the incomplete surface characteristics of #% at. Log, you are in contact with the #% at rule 0.0036%. Log, you have a chance to be resurrected. After the planet suffers a devastating blow, you will randomly choose a location not exceeding 10 billion kilometers to choose the planet to reshape. Log, your future spiritual energy consumption will be reduced by 10%. Log, when you need it, you can refine this concept of immortality and use it to reshape other things. Good. Luo Dan admired. He didn't expect that besides having a chance of resurrection, there would be a 10% reduction in energy consumption. Just like reducing the fuel consumption of the engine by 10%, it doesn't seem to be of much use, but it adds up to an extremely impressive figure. And the concept of reshaping immortality mentioned in the diary is what Su Zian mentioned earlier. You can repair the connection between yourself and the world and race that have been cut off because of the exchange.
What? Isn't this immortal? Immortality is such an inconvenience.
And the change has only just begun. Although the golden wave of spirituality has disappeared, the concept of immortality has been hidden and turned into a foundation. But the second stage of world integration has begun to accelerate. All of a sudden, the situation on the fragments of the goblin world was changing, and the world was completely merged, just around the corner. No rush, wait a little longer. However, how come there are god players so soon, and the world war of the sequence plan has already started? The incarnation of his will that stayed in the T forum to collect information. After the information was transmitted, Luodan looked over and couldn't help but have a strange expression. It turns out that it's not just the Blue Star civilization who cheated and informed the participants of the world coordinates in advance.
This Tai civilization is not honest.
But it's true. They have listed the other party as the main target of the war.
Who will be honest?
In the T forum, some god players who participated in the sequence plan were shocked to find that there was still some time before the scheduled start of the World War. But at this moment, there is already a void war fortress of Tai civilization, which has reached part of the battlefield world.
Why so fast? I'm not ready yet.
That's right, I'm still negotiating with the indigenous civilizations on the planet.
I haven't finished talking yet. Why are they here?
I finally felt the oppression that the Sith suffered at that time. I have 3 void war fortresses here. The whole sky is blood red, and they have been completely blocked by their power. I have 2 here, but it feels like they are all led by a so-called mechanical player of the 3rd level, at least the 9th level demigod level. I have 7 void war fortresses, but it's okay, I feel like they are only at the 7th level legendary level. It's so fast, then I will speed up the steps of negotiating with the natives. It's not just speeding up, it's really not good, I can only use the means.
How did they attack when they descended?
I remember that their civilization used local materials to build war weapon factories, and then set off a mechanical frenzy. Yes, I didn't realize it just now, they came here immediately, and now a large number of mechanical armed forces have begun to defend the war arsenal.
Isn't the beheading plan okay?
No, I can feel that there is a terrifying explosive force near their base.
If you suddenly behead your face, I'm afraid there will be surprises. No, why didn't I follow the routine?
They didn't come down from the Void War Fortress, and started to wash the ground with artillery fire.
It seems that they want to plow the entire planet's surface with artillery fire first.
Silence, brother, fortunately my believer race is caveman, so I'm not afraid of these, unless destroying the entire planet.
That's not the case. The sequence plan is limited.
It's impossible to let players over our level, so it's not cheating.
The situation here is already a little critical.
I didn't deal with the traces well in the early stage.
If they fail, they can go back to my world. I plan to come in my real body. Wish me good luck. I'm going too. What kind of spiritual mythical species, no matter how powerful it is as high as the gods of our blue star human race?
It's a pity, I'm just a war species, and I just condensed the body of a giant spirit, so I'm hanging on now.
I'm a high-level prisoner, forget it, I'm about to give up, I'm dead. Even if I die, I will make those humble bugs who hide behind the machine feel pain.
This sequence plan is indeed a catastrophe for the prisoner species.
The high-level prisoner species may still have hope, but the low-level prisoner species should be doomed.
The god of goblins, the god of dwarves.
I'm afraid it will all be miserable.
What's the matter? The moment I decide to become a god, life and death are already out of my hands.
Gradually, a sense of killing that war is coming pervades the forum. This is the baptism of new recruits by the Federation.
Every god on Blue Star came out of the war and slaughter of iron and blood.
There is a common saying, one will succeed and 10,000 bones will dry up. Blue star also has under the throne, there are also billions of stars. The world war is finally coming. If you can get the secret realm of the heroic spirit planet, then my world will undergo another qualitative change. When the time comes, I'm afraid everyone will be eligible to advance to upper world. Just when Lorden was looking forward to the completion of the second stage of world fusion as soon as possible, suddenly, the world wolf from the heroic planet sent feedback. Thai civilization players, come. Long awaited. Not right. Luo Dan's eyebrows were full of sharpness, and he held the royal staff lightly in his hand. But the next moment, he instantly entered the state of war alert. His voice was low, and all the power descended on the incarnation of his own will in the world of heroes in an instant. You. How dare you? For 6K, ask for tickets, rewards, subscriptions. Some book friends asked a lot, so I will mention it. Reward 2 Diancoin plus -K. If the monthly pass is full of 2, you can add -K. Subscription is recognition, and rewards and monthly tickets are also recognition. Small authors sometimes think about the worldview and world system that they have worked so hard to build. It is a bit sad that there are no book friends who give big rewards. The little author will work harder. But there are still many book friends who subscribe and approve. The little author is very grateful. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Linchang, Chuanshan Beast, work harder. The young man who used to carefully search for mineral veins with his mountain crusher heroic spirit in the mountains and forests has changed from the simplicity and caution of the past. He was wearing the latest sparkling spiritual weapon all over his body, and he also carried a special spiritual weapon called Boiling Duck Booster, specially purchased to help the Chuanshan Beast. The young man's eyes were filled with greed. Chuanshan Beast, haven't you found any new minerals yet? He looked at the mountain-climbing beast who was exhausted and found it difficult to drill out of new caves to find mineral veins, and said with a hint of threat, if you don't try your best, I'll push your ass with a hot duck booster and make holes for you. Hearing the threat, the pangolin's scaly tail tightened immediately, and it hurriedly continued digging hard into the soil to find undiscovered ore veins. Summary of the previous story: the heroic spirit masters of the fusion faction under Lorden launched the mine vein destruction plan, and a group of mineral vein hunters were born to find mineral veins as their profession. Reward 50 heroic coins. Looking at the clumsy figure of the Chuanshan Beast, the boy frowned, feeling satisfied, but also a little impatient. Looks like it's time to spend some heroic coins to start a new heroic spirit summoning ceremony, although the mines I hunted were all discovered by mountain beasts. But I'm worth tens of millions now. Chuanshan Beast is no longer good enough for me. He was about to squat for a while under the shade of the tree, but the boy felt a little flustered and couldn't fall asleep in astonishment. Just when he was puzzled, suddenly, above the blue sky, he seemed to be faintly shocked, as if something is shaking it. As if something was trying to squeeze in. No way. The boy's face was pale, as if he had thought of something, then he subconsciously shook his head, unwilling to believe what he thought. It's not just him. At this moment, all the heroic human race, as if driven by a mysterious force, looked up at this bizarre and terrifying scene in amazement at the same time. Next moment, boom. Stab it. Countless pitch-black thunderbolts flashed across the sky. Immediately afterwards, 5 huge and weird mechanical devices like stars appeared out of nowhere above the sky. Then with incomparable power, it slammed down towards the planet of heroic spirits with a flashing crimson streamer. Stab it. Boom. The 5 Void War fortresses tore through the laminar flow outside the planet in an instant, and then quietly suspended above the sky, as if embedded in the sky. This is the wonder of the void. In the idealistic world, they believe that there are world barriers outside the world, and only by breaking through the world barriers can they enter another world. In the materialistic world, they believe that there is an atmosphere outside the planet, and they need to break through the atmosphere and pass through a special wave layer to enter the alien star. The amazing thing is that the same goal can be achieved through different methods and cognitions. After entering the atmosphere, the 5 war fortresses began to tentatively release the blue barrier, trying to cover the entire planet, accompanied by a voice that the boy could not understand. The invasion of the war fortress was successful. Linking. Synchronous layout of information shielding layer installation rate 1%, 15%, 55% synchronous assimilation of the laws of the planet. Assimilation rate 1%, 3%, 19% synchronous suppression of planetary pan-consciousness aggregates. Inhibition rate 1%, 5%, 35%. The secondary star destroyer is charging.
As the sound continued to spread, the young man, and even all the heroic spirits who suddenly saw this scene, had a bad feeling as if, soon they will lose some kind of shelter. At the same time, white light gradually glowed on the 5 Void War fortresses, and the white light became more and more intense, as if an incomparable beam of light would come crashing down the next moment. At the same time, a huge siren sounded in the hearts of every heroic spirit, evil.
They are going to invade the mother world. We will exterminate the entire heroic human race.
The alarm sounded louder and louder, and even the heroic spirits of all the heroic spirits appeared beside the heroic spirits without any control, showing a hostile alert state.
However, as the weird voice continued to sound, the synchronization rate increased. The heroic spiritists found strangely that the alertness of the heroic spirits beside them became lower and lower.
And my vigilance against these extraterrestrial demons is also getting lower, and even the constant alarm sound in my heart is gradually weakening.
This phenomenon can't help but make them even more frightened. And at this moment, the figures of the ancient country lord and 3 other 8th order epic level heroic spirit masters who were known as the 4 Pillar Kings with him appeared in the sky in a huge form. Their huge heroic spirits are extremely huge, and every move can bring a great sense of oppression.
Originally, their figures, in such a high space, should have been almost invisible even if there were huge heroic spirits on their bodies. But because of their powerful power, the laws revolve around them, and naturally there are huge phantoms accompanying them, which can be seen by all the heroes below. However, all the heroic spirits were just relieved because of the appearance of the 4 of them compared with the huge, star-like Void War fortress. Even the 4 heroic spirit masters of the 8th order epic rank seemed so insignificant.
That's the heavenly demon. Sure enough, as His Majesty said, a demon from the sky has descended.
Fortunately, in addition to our 4 8th level epic level heroic spirits resisting them, there is also an existence like the Crown One, as well as the Ancient King.
Otherwise, we simply cannot resist such an invasion. We must resist these extraterrestrial demons. Yeah, we can't let them invade our planet. Both sides are confronting each other, and the air is full of solemnity.
Great, the 4 Pillar King has come.
Each of the 4 Pillar Kings is a living epic on our heroic planet.
Yes, according to the legend, they can cut off mountains and cut off rivers with every gesture, and they are like sacred existences.
Especially His Majesty Ahadu, who is the most outstanding genius in the last 100 years.
From a commoner, he embarked on the road of legend, all the way to become the lord of the country, ranking among the 4 Pillar Kings. When all the heroic spirits waited eagerly, hope was ignited in their hearts, and they nervously looked at the battlefield above the sky. Suddenly, the 4 Pillars King launched a surprise attack, trying to hit the opposite Void War fortress by surprise, destroying one of them first. But what they didn't expect was that the 5 war fortresses moved like shadows, revealing without warning the muzzles that were so thick that they could be seen even from the ground.
Secondary Star Destroyer, charge up to 35%. Detected LV-80 plus monster with 4 heads locked successfully. Turn on the low power annihilation mode. Accompanied by the weird language, the roar resounding through the world was instantly emitted from the muzzles of these cannons, and without hesitation, they sprayed an incandescent beam of light that seemed to be able to destroy everything at the 4 Pillar King hero spiritualist. A huge heroic spirit shrouded the 4 Pillar King's body, each using their own means to resist the low-power secondary star destroyer. But just in an instant, there was an 8th order epic level heroic spirit in a forest with horns, exuding a fighting atmosphere. The main battle heroic spirit outside his body was instantly killed. The 4 Pillar King was killed in an instant. One of the 4 Pillar Kings was completely evaporated in an instant, and there was not even a single ashes left in the sky. Ahadu! How is it possible? The Bloodlin King was killed in an instant. Shen Ling, strengthen my defense. The other 3 4 Pillar Kings felt a little frightened in an instant. After all, this AIHA is both the 4 Pillar King with them, whether it is friendship or competition with each other, it has been accumulated over the years. They are very familiar with his strength. Although AIHA is a latecomer and his background is not as deep as theirs, he is definitely not much different from them.
But now, a four-pillar king was killed in one face-to-face meeting. This battle situation was completely different from what they had expected, so they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts.
Hold on.
Fortunately, I have constructed a summoning ceremony for summoning Ancient King a few days ago. Now my ministers should have summoned the Ancient King. As long as we persevere, the Ancient King will surely protect us.
Yes, and that your majesty.
Your majesty may not be as powerful as the Ancient King.
No matter what, we must persevere.
The three four-pillar kings communicated with each other in an instant, almost without any pause, and the general's mind was stabilized. At the same time, they immediately summoned the heroic spirits who are best at defense, and also used life-saving items that they are usually reluctant to use. Below the battlefield, the heroic masters who could see this world-shattering battle were about to fall into fear. That Ihatu who was killed was the famous four-pillar king,
one of the four most powerful beings on heroic planet.
And now, one of them was completely vaporized in the first instant of the battle. While the three four-pillar kings were struggling to resist the bombardment of the secondary Star Destroyer, they were looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Subtle fluctuations appeared in the space they were in, and the space was faintly distorted, as if a huge existence was about to come here from outside the space. The next moment, the shadow appeared. A black ape figure no smaller than one of the smaller Void War fortresses appeared, and its arms slapped its own chest frantically, making a deafening thunderous sound.
Thunder Monkey King Ni.
The only ancient king known as Ni Wang is the heroic spirit of the former heroic empire, and the only heroic king existing on our heroic planet. This powerful aura makes even my Blade King faintly tremble. With the presence of King Ni, we will definitely win. The King of Three Pillars rejoiced. Even when they saw the arrival of King Lei Haoni, they couldn't help but rejoice in their hearts, feeling that they had seen hope.
There is no way, in the battle just now.
No, this cannot be called a battle at all, it is a one-sided massacre. They were so suppressed by the artillery fire that they couldn't even raise their heads. How could they resist, fight back, and how could they talk about fighting?
This is a heroic spirit. On our heroic planet, there is such a powerful heroic spirit?
I have heard that there is an ancient king called King Ni in the heroic spirit secret realm. I heard that this ancient king was once the heroic spirit of the great emperor of the heroic spirit empire, and once punched out the Nostrock Lake.
Is that the Nostrock Lake, which is larger than some medium-sized countries?
There is hope for our heroic race. Seeing this scene, let alone the heroic human race who had hoped for it. Even those heroic human races who were already desperate, couldn't help burning a ray of hope in their hearts. There is such a powerful hero king who protects the heroic people, there must be hope. And then, before King Ni could make a move, the frightening mechanical sound continued to sound again.
Secondary Star Destroyer, charge up to 38%.
Detected that LV-90 plus elite monsters are coming soon.
Exclusive talent, law, not detected. Enable anchor lock mode. Locked successfully.
It has been detected that the current charging progress is not enough to enable high power mode. Turn on the instantaneous high power mode.
Turn on the continuous instant mode. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom.
Immediately afterwards, continuous beams of light, tens of times thicker than before, flickered crazily at lightning speed, bombarding Ni Wang, who was still slapping his chest. It was as if more than 10 rounds of small suns appeared in the sky in an instant, and all these 10 rounds of small suns fell on King Ni in an instant, and then melted King Ni, who was still showing his majesty, in an instant.
Ow!
As soon as he arrived, before the battle started, the opponent didn't talk about Wuda's greatness. Half of his body was melted. Not only did King Ni not die, but his eyes turned scarlet, and he was completely enraged.
How dare you hurt my great Niwon, damn mechanical ball! You already have a way to die.
I'm going to kill you and turn you into seeds. King Knees will shock the space, trying to convey what he wanted to say into the 5 mechanical balls in front of him, but he didn't wait for it to finish conveying. The muzzle of the gun that had just been turned off flashed white again in an instant.
Little son, come again. Boom. Boom 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 boom.
More than 10 instant high-power model cannons were shot out again by 5 Void War fortresses regardless of consumption. But this time, King In-I was no longer as simple as melting half of his body, but was turned into a lump of mud in an instant. And above this lump of mud, the breath of life is constantly passing away. King In-I, checkmate. How is this possible? This is King In-I. King In-I was born in the ancient country of black soil. He once practiced in the abyss, took great crystals and Lancho sacred fruit, and even initiated Namingwi, trying to condense his own exclusive laws. How could he die like this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. King Ni's breath of life disappeared within a very short period of time, which meant that the ancient king of the heroic spirit realm had completely died. At this moment, even the king of 3 pillars has entered a state of despair. Not to mention the heroic spirits below, who have completely lost their sanity under successive blows, and don't know how to climb out of the abyss of despair in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, the 5 Void War fortresses directly ignored the 3 pillar kings in front of them and dispersed directly. Then point the muzzle down, towards the many countries of the heroic people. They are going to cannon fire. They actually wanted to directly destroy the entire surface of the heroic planet, greatly weakening the planet's will, and at the same time devastatingly attacking the local civilization. And this will completely destroy Lordan's initiative. It may even cause irreversible damage to the heroic secret realm that Luodan is determined to win. This is something Luodan will never allow. Just when all the heroic spirits were ashamed, a figure they had never seen before, dressed in a white robe, was as handsome as a perfect existence. With a supremely majestic aura, he appeared above the sky holding a royal scepter carved with ancient thorn patterns. Without saying a word, that figure swung his stick at one of the war fortresses, which was as huge as a star. 4K, please subscribe. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Luodan's will incarnation sits in the secret realm of the heroic spirit. At this moment, the entire secret realm of heroic spirits has been completely ruled by goblin trolls and goblin giant soldiers. All the summoning channels are occupied by the Goblin Legion. In other words, on the planet of heroic spirits, as long as the ceremony of summoning heroic spirits takes place, the guardian heroic spirits summoned by the heroic spirits must be goblins. After the whitewashing of the summoning channel, the goblins will not be suppressed by the will of the heroic spirit planet, and even because of the heroic spirit secret realm, they will even be blessed to fight on the heroic spirit planet. That arrives so fast. Holding the royal staff full of ancient thorn patterns, Luodan looked at the countless dark thunderbolts and 5 huge void war fortresses that suddenly appeared outside the heroic spirit's secret realm. His eyes were full of fighting intent. He has been sitting here for more than a year. During this period, in addition to showing his strength to the ruler of the ancient kingdom of heroic spirits and the other 3 pillar kings, one of whom is dead, and sheltering the fusion master, he is realizing his own strength and accumulating strength. This is the space-based Star Destroyer. Does it seem to be just the power of the secondary Star Destroyer? Just turn on the low power, let the 8th order epic level heroic spirits try their best to resist, and even instantly killed one of them who is not so good at defense. It's a good thing that theirs is only a war fortress that does not enter the super level, and they are only loaded with secondary space-based Star Destroyers. Under normal circumstances, the high power and superpower modes cannot be continuously turned on, otherwise there is no game at all. Lordan watched the incandescent beams of light emanating from the 5 war fortresses, and even he was shocked by the destructive power of the beams of light. Especially the follow-up instantaneous high power mode, and the continuous instantaneous mode, killing the 9th level hero king in an instant. This made Luodan a little cautious. It is indeed a mechanical creation after the technological civilization is strong. Even if it is my heavy equipment, the power displayed by my current strength must be vigilant, it may be broken at any time. Luodan sighed subconsciously. Scientific and technological civilization is too particular about accumulation and development, and the cost of preparation in the early stage is too high. Scientific and technological civilization is different from other civilizations. Scientific and technological civilization is a gradual process that requires countless talent reserves and a lot of learning time. It is not suitable for him who is relatively short on time. In particular,
Technological civilization pays more attention to orderly inheritance than evolutionary civilization.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme. Only the descendants of scientific research families among some god players will choose to let their own racial civilization embark on the road of science and technology. After all, most technology and knowledge can be inherited directly.
The King of Heroes is dead now. When he was in the Goblin World fragment, he already knew that the player team of Tai civilization would come in advance.
According to the arrival time of the original Tai civilization, his original plan was to try to subdue the Ni King before the Tai civilization team arrived. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the Tai civilization came, preemptively strike and deal a devastating blow. But the early arrival of Tai civilization interrupted his plan. Before the Ni King could be subdued, the Tai civilization came, so Luodan's plan also changed accordingly. Since you can't subdue it, let it die.
It wasn't Luodan who did it, but a foreign enemy instead, so the planet of heroic spirits would naturally have a transfer of hatred. In this way, the authority of the heroic spirit secret realm held by Luodan will be greatly increased. But the reality is also the same.
At the moment of King Ni's death, Luodan could feel the extremely obvious and strong malice, which burst out from the heroic spirit secret realm on the heroic spirit planet, and frantically tried to exert it on the 5 Void War fortresses. But the 5 Void War fortresses have assimilated the laws of the planet, and the planet cannot be malicious to itself.
You still want to wash the ground with cannon fire?
The subjugation plan is gone, but the devastating strike plan is still there.
Luodan took advantage of the 5 war fortresses to instantly kill the 9th rank hero Spirit King, and when the secondary Star Destroyer was in a cooling state. As soon as he jumped, he quietly appeared outside the secret realm of the heroic spirit, revealing a huge godlike figure above the sky, raised the majestic staff and waved it down at the nearest war fortress. Boom!
In the consciousness of everyone, including Tai in the war fortress, the moment the majestic wand burning with the flames of killing and destruction seemed to be crushed and collapsed when it was swung down.
It wasn't just a simple swing of a weapon.
A series of silhouettes surmounting thorns and thorns emerged. Their bodies were huge and fit the law of force.
They stood in the glory of the goblins. They were fearless in order to protect the people. They shouted enthusiastically and waved their weapons together. This is the torrent of goblin will. Even if the goblins haven't condensed their spirituality yet, Lorden hasn't yet refined their spirituality and condensed their giant spirit bodies. But because the special effects on the goblins are all given by Lorden through systematic drops. That's why Luodan was able to use this majestic power of civilization and spirituality in advance. Under Lorden's majestic scepter, everyone's will was shocked in an instant.
The rod of kingship touched the mechanical shell of the Void War fortress, which was special enough to resist the turbulent flow of space, as smoothly as a heat axe cutting through butter, without encountering the slightest obstacle at all.
It's cool. What kind of natives? What kind of king of heroes? It's just a matter of a few shots. What are you still doing in a daze?
Direct artillery fire to wash the ground, first destroy the civilized order, then directly search for mineral resources, and then push everything horizontally. I didn't expect that the virtual game company would define this dungeon as an extinct dungeon, XDM.
Kill me directly. Damn, what is this?
It's scary. There are special effects. What kind of boss is this? The graphics of this game are so strong, I was shocked. My Void War fortress has been breached.
The Viscount-level player who controls this war fortress is an emergency mechanical repairman, machinist, on the battlefield.
After being shocked for a short time, he found that his nano-robot warehouse was completely annihilated by this dazzling stick full of special effects.
DD.
The Void War fortress has been extensively damaged. The Void War Fortress 4 engine is damaged, and the power system is destroyed. The warehouse of the Void War Fortress has been destroyed. In a series of emergency prompts flashing red light, under Lorden's majestic scepter, the huge star-like war fortress was split in half by the scepter. The places that were not damaged were also burned away by the spiritual trend of the goblin civilization, and there were no ashes left.
Hee, garbage games are wasting my time.
The mechanic pulled out a stiff smile, which was blurred by the vigorous spiritual fire of the goblin tribe. She wasn't afraid. As a Viscount player, she was no stranger to death in the game, she was just very angry, losing one of my war fortresses. I still have 10 points of merit, and garbage game dogs don't even play. Fuck, I'll report this garbage game when I get back. Isn't this the opening plot kill? There is no sense of gaming experience at all. After a while, the burning sensation disappeared, and the mechanic's eyes returned to the appearance of his room in the virtual game world. She curled her lips, and was about to go offline for a while, but suddenly found that the world in front of her was a mess of flowers, It's like being burned by a flame. TSK, are you stupid by being burned? The mechanic shook his head mockingly, and the next moment, his eyes returned to normal. Thinking of the experience just now, she became more and more upset, and she was going to go to the forum to have a big fight. By the way, find another modeler to model the stick-wielding boy just now. I want to vent my anger. He seems pretty handsome, or else on the sky of heroic spirit planet, Luodan showed a smile. According to the information given by Blue Star Civilization, Tai Star itself has the ability to shield the outside world, and every time the game goes offline, it will strengthen the player's will and test the will to detect whether there is an external force intrusion. So from the very beginning, Luodan never thought of branding this player with a brand of will that would arouse Tai Yixing's vigilance, but planted a psychological hint in a subtle way. Luodan believed that this war between Tai Civilization and Blue Star Civilization would definitely last for a long time. This psychological hint serves no other purpose than to make the player obsessed with this so-called game. Then meet Luodan again in the future and give him a chance to strengthen the psychological suggestion. At that time, it will be time for Luodan to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the net. Damn it, I'll take a look at this. What kind of identification is the system giving? The boss monster of LV89? Really, this is LV89. Only the peak of the 8th level, but it is a golden boss template. It's the first time I've seen such a weird boss. It's too strong. The machinist is gone in seconds, and the Void War Fortress is gone. This blow seems to be a charged blow. It shouldn't take a second time, but everyone should be vigilant. I believe that no one wants to lose 10 merit points and a Void War Fortress that I have accumulated for many years. The remaining 4 Void War Fortresses communicated quickly with radio waves, and then no longer tried to continue to synchronize and assimilate the laws of the planet, and suppress the will of the pan-planet, and did not intend to establish an information shielding layer. The establishment of an information shielding layer is based on the premise of already having huge advantages, in order to shield other people's information, not to shield oneself. There will be a conspicuous blue light layer after releasing the shielding layer, and the golden boss in front of them is too fierce. They don't want to be a target anymore. All turn on the stealth paint, enter the short distance space transition, and spread out. Only the golden boss is threatening. The other 3 LV89 bosses combined can't match his finger. Xiao Ming gave precise instructions, and then the 4 Void War Fortresses decided to resist the suppression of the will of the planet and enter the latent mode. They are also very familiar with this type of Star Wars, which mainly focus on farming. And Luodan really only has the power of one blow, this kind of attack that can surpass the 9th order demigod level war fortress in an instant. Even for him, it is a bit laborious. But when the 4 war fortresses were about to disperse and flee, he was not idle, but began to communicate with the secret realm of the heroic spirit, start to suppress all foreign breath. After all, the main force of Tai civilization is not life. All of them are lifeless, to be precise. There is no breath of life. Are you still thinking about using the resources of this planet to manufacture mechanical weapons in order to fight back? There was a sneer at the corner of Luodan's mouth. When he came to this planet ahead of schedule, he already regarded the players who came from the Tai civilization as a turtle in his urn. Without the mineral resources of the battlefield to manufacture the mechanical weapons needed for war, coupled with the suppression of the will of the planet, the combat effectiveness of these Tai civilization players has been weakened by at least 50%. In addition, even though they killed a 4-pillar king and a heroic king, it didn't matter. The important thing was that they were attacked by Luodan and directly reduced their staff. I'd like to see how much energy you, a group of civilizations hiding behind the machines, can burst out. Call me the Golden Boss? Then let's see who is the monster that was brushed. Luodan showed a wicked smile.
He really wanted to see how they would react when they broke through the protection of the Tai civilization and pulled out the group of spiritual races with strong spirits and weak bodies from the protection of the mechanical body. Would you still treat them as bugs? At this moment, Luodan suddenly realized that the second stage of his world fusion had been completely completed. He couldn't help being overjoyed, and a large number of log prompts appeared in front of him. Although my blow caused damage to the other 4 Void War fortresses, a considerable part of the aftermath bombarded them. Go back and look at the integration of the world first. In the war here, part of the will can be incarnated. Follow the steps step by step and kill these Tai civilization players step by step. Lorden knew that it was impossible to kill these Tai civilization players in an instant. Now that you have the first mover advantage, don't worry, eat them little by little. The incarnation of Lordens will issue an oracle, and the main will return to the fragments of the goblin world. And on the planet of heroic spirits, in a huge, seemingly uninhabited, inaccessible primeval forest, suddenly appeared a Void War fortress that seemed to have shrunk many times, its surface color distorted, and then slowly returned to blood red. Strangely, the appearance of this Void War fortress did not damage the primeval forest at all, but seemed to be integrated with the forest. Space folding technology has been applied. Forest assimilation failed. The forest mimicry has been completed. The ecological cycle mimicry has been completed. Planet law assimilation failed. The imitation of the laws of the planet has been completed. The main computing system is suppressed by the panplanetary consciousness aggregate, and its computing power is reduced by 37%. The main computing system is suppressed by an unknown will, and its computing power is reduced by 74%. Emergency short-distance space jump, V-Tiger engine damage rate 85%. Emergency short-distance space jump, the damage rate of the outer cabin of the Void War fortress is 37%. Urgent short-distance space jump, the main energy compartment of the Void War fortress consumes 52%. With the application of spacefolding technology, the energy consumption rate of the Void War fortress has increased by 37% year-on-year. Xiaoming looked at Chuan's constant reminders. He couldn't help but feel a little irritable. He has the talent of omnic sublimation, and he is more sensitive to mechanical perception than Quan, a real supercomputer intelligence. In addition to these problems reported by Quan, Xiaoming knew that there were still a lot of hidden dangers in the Void War fortress. This is what he didn't expect. He didn't expect that the start of this game would be so difficult. Especially the first one to reduce staff is actually the mechanic, the mechanical maintenance engineer. For the development of such a large map, although we all have certain basic maintenance capabilities. But without the mechanic, many high-end mechanical devices, even if there is only a slight wear and tear, are almost scrapped. Xiaoming scratched his scalp irritably. His heart was very anxious, but when he saw Quan who was worried about him, a smile appeared on his face. Quan, you are not worried. The harder the game is, the more challenging it is for me. Don't worry, I will definitely become a count-level player, enter the city council, and then put forward a proposal for the freedom of Omnics. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Quan showed a moved expression on her face. She nodded and snuggled into Xiaoming's arms. But at the same time, a small part of her computing power was allocated to bypass Xiaoming's control over the Fortress of War. That is to say, Xiaoming is only a Viscount-level player now, so she can bypass it. Quan quietly opened a mechanical gate of the War Fortress, and a high-powered robot with red eyes shining quietly left. And Xiaoming watched Quan fully cooperate with him to start farming. The portable mineral exploration mechanical device factory was put into the hidden place of the forest, and began to use the initial mineral resources carried by the War Fortress itself. Under the suppression of the will of the planet, the production of mineral exploration mechanical devices was difficult and slow. It will be fine. Wait for my revenge when I build a mechanical empire. Watching one after another mineral exploration mechanical devices being produced, and then drilled into the ground to search for local minerals under the control of supercomputer intelligence, Xiaoming's eyes once again showed high spirits. The level of science and technology on this planet is very backward, and the level of development and utilization of mineral resources must be very low. Besides, there are few people here. After a rough scan of the war fort just now,
it was determined that only a small number of indigenous people have come to this forest. The minerals here must not have been developed.
Ha, I have a lot of mineral resources, so I am invincible. Let us set off a mechanical frenzy.
Listening to Xiaoming's words, the azure blue light in Quan Quan's eyes flickered with some red light, and then disappeared. In addition to Xiaoming, there are also 3 war fortresses that also rely on the planetary law of mimicry and various mimicry devices and systems to hide on the planet of heroic spirits, and start a quiet farming plan. Although they will be suppressed by the will of the planet, due to the effect of the mimic system device, the will of the planet cannot directly sense their specific positions, only a vague general sense. And with the advent of the war fortress, the simple prophecy that has been circulating for a long time, mechanical demon, heroic destroyer, has also been confirmed. And the absurd plan of destroying the mines was recognized by the most mainstream in an instant, and the right to speak of the Fusion Master Group was once again increased. Even the goblin heroic spirit has become a symbol of the mainstream, and the process it's outrageous. If the guardian spirit summoned by the rookie heroic spirit is not a goblin heroic spirit, in this brand new era, it won't even be able to stand on the stage at all.
Start the plan to hunt down the extraterrestrial demons. This is the first priority, without delay.
The lord of the ancient country was wearing a bright yellow robe handed down from ancient times, and was discussing matters with the other 2 three-pillar kings in front of him in a palace.
And beside them, there are 2 heroic spirits whose aura is far less powerful than theirs, who can actually sit at the same level as them, discuss matters with them, and are even slightly higher than them. Currently, Father God's feedback is that, under his pressure, the 4 war fortresses had to land in areas in 4 different directions: Beihai Great Territory, Southern Phoneme Alphabet equals IPAPH equals Desert Phoneme Great Territory, Eastern Wood Great Territory, and Western Beast Territory. The planet of heroic spirits is divided into 4 large domains, Zhengzhou in 4 directions.
Among them, apart from Zhengzhou, the other 4 large domains have a large area that belongs to the territories of fierce beasts, among which the Beihai Great Domain and Western Beast Wasteland have the most ferocious beast territories. Gu Ming paused for a moment, then continued, "Now you need the ancient kingdom of heroic spirits, and all other countries, to send all the heroic spirit masters to explore all the places that can be explored. Get them out, don't give them time to develop. Otherwise, with your strength, you may not be able to withstand the attack of the mechanical frenzy after they develop."
Hearing Gu Ming's almost command-like words, the ruler of the ancient country did not feel dissatisfied in the slightest. On the contrary, when facing Gu Ming, whose strength was higher than his first level, not only did he not dare to speak casually, he even had to consider what he should say. "Your Excellency doesn't know something.
Although the strength of heroic spiritualists and beasts is compared, heroic spiritualists have the upper hand.
However, in the 4 domains, sending such a large number of heroic spirits may cause a rebound from the forces of beasts.
Their kings of beasts are likely to unite with that mechanical civilization. Just because the shock from the previous scene was too strong. They always thought that with their own strength, they were already the strongest under the legendary king of heroic spirits. Even among the hundreds of countries on the heroic planet, they can call themselves living epics. They are the witnesses of history. Their strength even gave them the title of 4-pillar kings on heroic planet. However, just like that, the power they were so proud of was easily and completely broken by those sudden mechanical devices. Just the incandescent beam of light spewed out by the Void War Fortress made them unable to hide, helpless, and could only resist hard, and even nearly got seriously injured underneath it. One of the 4-pillar kings was instantly killed and evaporated directly. Even the legendary King and I was easily killed. But these guys who appeared on the planet of heroic spirits as heroic spirits, their so-called Father God, that is, the previous Her Majesty, easily and completely destroyed a Void War Fortress. And forced those extraterrestrial demons to flee everywhere. No matter what their status is, and no matter why they came, at least. Their attitude is not as bad as the so-called mechanical civilization. The ancient lord and the 2 three-pillar kings knew that they were already seeking skins from tigers. However, they have nothing to do. Even if they are 8th level epic level heroic spirits, they can't do anything. They can only watch others ride on their heads, and tell you from above, "Hey, let's discuss something with you. You and I will defeat this civilization that is going to invade your planet, and then let me rule your planet, no problem." The saddest thing is that for the sake of the continuation of civilization, he put on a smiling face and said in a joyful tone, "Good, good."
Ferocious beast king?
Mai spoke softly, her tone full of unquestionable firmness. These low intelligence only have strength, and there is a life with an innate upper limit.
They have never been the enemy of civilization. They are just the best whetstone. The goblin warriors will follow the heroic master to find the location of the mechanical war fortress. Upon hearing this sentence, the ancient master immediately said, "I am relieved." He was afraid that these heroic spirits would let his clansmen act as cannon fodder and stand at the forefront to die. But what he didn't know was that Mai never had the idea of using the lives of the goblins to protect the safety of other planets. The reason why he is willing to let the heroic spirit who is the embodiment of the goblin tribe go on an adventure with the heroic spiritist. It's because he has regarded this planet of heroic spirits as the territory of the gods.
Even if the goblin heroic spirits die, they will obtain eternal life in the mysterious realm of heroic spirits. Not only him, but even Luodan had subconsciously regarded the planet of heroic spirits as his territory the moment he landed on the planet of heroic spirits. Treat the heroic spirit's secret realm as your own, not to mention the predetermined heroic spirits as your own civilized new clan. If the powerful power of the heroic spirits can be incorporated into a civilized clan, then the spiritual power of civilization will be greatly enhanced. On the road of consolidating and refining spirituality, he will take a long way to go. Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths to make the goblin heroic spirits the mainstream of the heroic planet society? Wouldn't it be more convenient to convert all of them into heroic spirits and fight? Wouldn't it be nice to directly subdue epic-level heroic heroes with power, and then let heroic heroes rush to the forefront of the war? What he did this was to increase the recognition of the heroic spirits and the goblins. After Mai and Gu Ming reached an agreement with the highest level of the heroic spirits, the war on the heroic spirits planet kicked off. And Luodan's will incarnation quietly withdrew a little bit of his own will, showing a little smile. He no longer pays attention to the war on the planet of heroic spirits, and concentrates on continuing to erode the authority of the heroic spirit's secret realm. It is just the beginning now, and with the technological accumulation of Tai civilization, it is impossible to win quickly. Including other god players who are also engaged in world wars, most of them are in a state of protracted war in the T-Forum. This Tai civilization is too fierce. Just give me dozens of consecutive high-power secondary space-based star destroyers. The native demigods are dying. Fortunately, I brought the dragon's nest and directly imprisoned the two war fortresses. Although none of them remained, they were basically in a certain state of damage. This is much easier to fight. Upstairs is a giant dragon at the level of a monarch. It's cool to have a bug-level treasure like a civilized weapon. That's right, the opening time of this sequence plan is too fast. In the past, internal competition was limited to strong ones. Now, although time has accelerated for a long time, most of the ethnic groups are legendary beings. I'm afraid even the civilization of the mythical species has not yet produced a ninth-order demigod-level existence. Probably not. The reason we are fighting this war now is because we know the planet's situation in advance, our strength as god players, and our race's ability to fight. The weaker their civilization is, the more helpful it will be to them. However, weapons that are too powerful have too many restrictions, and they are completely inferior to our eternal master. Upstairs, you fucking stop bragging, you're almost beaten to death by others, and you're still talking hard. At this stage, as well as the superorder stage, they are the most restrained towards us. Fortunately, I entered this planet ahead of schedule and have already destroyed a small part of the minerals. Although it is better than nothing, at least it is a kind of comfort to myself. How come none of the mythical bigwigs is bubbling? Could it be that the war is going smoothly? There is no reason, a high-ranking monarch I know is about to be defeated. It's difficult for everyone this time. I didn't expect the other side to be dishonest. It came too fast, and I didn't do a lot of preparations. It's hard to imagine, if we didn't cheat, how would we fight this time? How many gods would die? Yeah, the mechanical armament factory opposite my place has been built, and the next step is to slowly wear it down. Until the last indigenous civilization on planet Undead Light battlefield, my civilization will never retreat easily. Luodan couldn't help shaking his head when he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme these messages. Obviously, the situation of most of the God players is not optimistic. This is just the God player who talked about his situation in the T forum. There are more God players who have not spoken, and the situation is likely to be even more pessimistic. But this does not mean that the superiority of the Blue Star civilization is inferior to that of the Tai civilization. Rather, they, the God players, are just stunned youths who have just stepped out of the academy. In this way, being able to fight back and forth with the war machine of the same level as the cumulative civilization and Tai civilization is enough to prove the innate strength of the Blue Star civilization. On the other side of the subject consciousness, the final step of witnessing the complete completion of the world fusion has already begun, an extremely shocking scene. At the same time, the exclusive ethnic law belonging to the Goblin tribe, as well as the spirituality of civilization also, 8,000 words and 4 in 1 chapter, please subscribe T04 World Region, Goblin World Fragment Jiedo. Luodan focused his attention on the changes in the fragments of the world in front of him at this moment. If you count the number of times of becoming a God player in the superdimensional simulation, carrying out world cultivation, race development, and world wars, he can also be regarded as experienced in hundreds of battles. But it was the first time he had seen such a radical change like his own Goblin World fragments. At this moment, the Goblin World fragment is still covered by the void curtain, so that the golden light of the Goblin World fragment will not cause too much movement and be noticed by the outside world. However, this did not affect Lordan's observation of his own world. The Goblin World fragments are like the tip of a funnel, forming a huge vortex in the entire void, constantly swallowing the spiritual energy in the entire void. A considerable part of the spiritual energy in the void near the Goblin World fragment was evacuated by the Goblin World fragment in a very short period of time, forming a spiritual vacuum. The fragments of the Goblin World are submerged by a sea of psionic energy like an illusory ocean, constantly transforming every corner of the world from the inside out. A large amount of pure void dust is absorbed, and the size of the world fragments is constantly increasing. The psionic energy even condenses into raindrops and falls on the earth, nourishing all living beings and non-spiritual beings. In addition, Luodan could also detect some kind of existence in the void that was similar to royalty, concept, law, and brand. They are continuously being withdrawn from the depths of the void, being pulled into the fragments of the Goblin world, and into the Goblin civilization. This is. Luodan looked at Galuo country, and the will of the Goblin tribe was growing. In the torrent of will, a faintly visible spirituality is slowly gathering. Not only that, but at the core of the spirituality, there is something like exclusive law group, which is slowly condensing its embryonic form. And the next moment, the log pops up, log, you came into contact with the Tai civilization and started Star Wars. Log, you used the will of the goblins to destroy one of the Void War fortresses. Log, you used the will of the Goblin tribe to destroy the mechanical body of the Viscount level player. Log, you used the will of the goblins to destroy a large number of mechanical devices. Log, you have won a huge victory in the first battle. Log, you have obtained 1 faith points. Log, your civilization occupies the mainstream on the heroic planet, realizing planetary colonization in a special sense. Log, you have obtained 300 faith points. Log, you have obtained 30 civilization points. Log, the Guni king of the secret realm of heroic spirits died in battle. You stand up and destroy one of the culprits. Log, you have obtained a little recognition from the will of the heroic planet. Log, you transformed the magic through heroic spirits. Since the heroic spirits' secret realm has no independent will, goblin heroic spirits occupy the mainstream, and the last king and I died, you obtained 37. 84% of the authority of the heroic spirits' secret realm. Log, the second phase of your world fusion is about to be completed. Log, the psionic upgrade reaction originating from the fragments of the dragon controlling world is over, and the concentration of the psionic factor of the Goblin world fragments has increased by 23%. Log, time acceleration is over. Log, the number of goblins under your command has been increased from level 70 to level dash. Log, after testing, the upper limit of Goblin world fragments is tens of millions. Log, Note 1. Because the goblin tribe has completed their wisdom, the number of goblin trolls who have advanced enough to become goblin trolls has increased significantly, and there are already a large number of goblin trolls. The upper limit of accommodation has been reduced. Log, Note 2. If there are only ordinary goblins in Goblin World Fragments, Goblin World Fragments Boundary Island can accommodate million goblins. Log, the exclusive law royal power bestowed by you is now in effect. Log, the void begins to automatically gather royal power towards your goblin civilization. When your goblin civilization becomes a royal family in the void area where you are, it will accelerate to become a monarch race. Log, your goblin civilization is giving birth to spirituality, please wait patiently. Log, your goblins are gestating exclusive rules groups, please wait patiently. Log, your goblin clan's exclusive rule group lacks the necessary elements, special effects, and cannot successfully gather together. Looking at the log, Luodan felt that the cohesion of the exclusive group law was not completely as expected. After all, even a superorder. There is not even a condensed exclusive law, and there is no life that has stepped into the mythical level. How can the ethnic group be ahead of the crowd, and condense the exclusive laws that belong to the ethnic group? So he was not disappointed, just quietly waiting for the spiritual cohesion of civilization, and then stepped into the giant spirit level. The moment he stepped into the giant spirit level, his strength can directly step from the 6th level to the 7th level of legend and 8th level of epic, and directly step into the 9th level of demigod, which is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the exclusive law myth level. While Luodan was quietly waiting for the spiritual condensation, he suddenly frowned, and he looked down at the superdimensional imprint. It was Hathaway who sent him a meeting request. Find me so soon? What race is my original world, do you have any clues? Lorden frowned, still asked me to attack the planet of Kamita Death Abyss. He didn't think much, and passed Hathaway's request, and he would know when he came and asked. Luodan had some expectations in his heart. In the last transaction, he made a lot of requests, so Hathaway probably brought him a lot of news. The next moment, the space in front of Luodan was distorted, and the space coordinates were hidden. Hathaway has no spatial coordinates, so she can only descend on the Goblin World Fragments under the guidance of Lorden. Is this a Goblin World Fragment? Just after arriving, before Hathaway had time to tell Lorden the purpose of his coming, she was subconsciously startled by the fragments of the Goblin world below. This is a world shard. The psionic reaction on my planet is not much better than yours. The angel species under Hathaway's command is a mythical race. The psionic reaction level of his companion planet is not low, and the concentration of psionic factors is extremely high, otherwise it would be difficult to accommodate the existence of the angel race. Although speaking of this feeling, a large part of it is because the fragments of the Goblin world are not as large as the angel planet, which leads to a higher concentration of psionic energy. But this cannot be denied, that is, the psionic response on the Goblin world fragments is extremely high. Also, is this the breath of kingship? Tisk, Lorden didn't pay attention to what he meant, whether it's the goblins completing their wisdom, or the promotion of the prisoner species to the war species in the future. Breaking through the upper limit of the race, luck can be used to explain it. After all, Luodan does have Mr. Zero's lucky guard, which can barely explain even if it is interpreted as outrageous luck. But the monarchy is not a casual existence, it is better not to disclose this information casually. That is to say, Hathaway signed an offensive and defensive alliance contract with him, otherwise Lorden would never allow him to descend on his own planet. He spoke softly, if there is something important, tell me quickly. It's the time of the world wars, and my time is precious. Hearing Lorden's impolite urging, Hathaway nodded slightly and said, my Star Wars side has stabilized. The angelic civilization has already taught the indigenous civilization and domesticated the main lamb, and it is already in a stalemate with the players of the Thai civilization. Now, we have the opportunity to raid the lair of Kamita Xingyuan, and you can get what you want too. Seeing Hathaway's words, Lorden nodded. Anything else? If it's just this, why come to me first? What's more, I already know what your original initial planet and initial race are. Say it. Hathaway looked at Luodan's slightly bright eyes, and didn't have the idea of showing off, but said directly, I knew before that Tingen Kamita made a joke and was kicked out of her own planet by a Valkyrie of her own race, so I thought there was a problem. Later, I found out about you and the practice of the Kamita family. In addition, you asked me to search for information and inquire from many sources. I have roughly understood the truth of the matter. Tingen Kamita switched your world, its miniature planet, and mythical species celestials. Heavenly human race. Hearing Hathaway's words, Luo Dan was slightly taken aback. He doesn't care much about miniature planets, and it's not a small planet. As long as there are resources, he can advance at any time. But the mythical celestials are different. This race is the race that the Blue Star human race left traces in legendary history before the advent of the superdimensional game. And after the advent of the superdimensional game, it was discovered that this race is inextricably linked to the immortal civilization. What's more, the race dominated by the Jidao is the ancient human race, with the incomplete blood of the celestial human race. It is a legend to walk from the war race to the road of dominance step by step. The celestial human race is a mysterious race that can use Wu to enter Tao in certain histories that only left traces. Even after so many years of Blue Star civilization, there haven't been many god players who have randomly entered the celestial human race. Originally, according to the practice of the Kamita family, they basically switched planets and races, so they have a complete set of solutions for races that do not submit to themselves. All the strong people in the initial race are killed first, and then brainwashed step by step. I didn't expect that there would be a genius among the celestials in this celestial planet. Somehow, he could mobilize the power of the planet. He is known as the Valkyrie. Whenever Takashi Kamita wanted to enter the planet, he would be kicked out. Ah. After listening, Luo Dan had some ideas in his mind, and didn't say much to Hathaway, just nodded slightly. I see, thank you Hathaway. Although he didn't say anything, after listening, the anger in his heart has slowly risen. Let's go, let's attack the demon planet of Guotian Xingyuan now. Walk. Hathaway stretched out her hand and released a holy light, which was the scepter of heaven. In an instant, the scepter of heaven opened up the space, wantonly releasing the holy, domineering, and arrogant aura belonging to the angel, as if announcing his arrival. Lorden and Hathaway entered the space passage, followed the scepter of heaven, and they came to a planet full of violence and tyranny. As soon as he arrived, Luo Dan was stunned for a moment, pointed at the demon planet, and said to Hathaway, and many more. Hathaway, don't purify all the demonic hostility on the demon planet out of venting your anger. I am useful. Hathaway froze for a moment. I can't think of any use for hostility. These devils' hostility is the most violent and chaotic breath of the demon race. I don't understand what you want the hostility of these dirty demons to do. After a moment of hesitation, he added, don't use it indiscriminately. When the time comes, you will ruin your own civilization. I will see where you will regret it. Seeing Luo Dan's half-smile expression, Hathaway gritted her teeth slightly, and quickly added, I'm not worried about you, but I just can't bear to see your goblins finally complete their wisdom and break through the upper limit. A civilization with such potential is just being played around by you. At this moment, Hathaway has forgotten how much he looked down on the potential of the goblin civilization. But you can't blame him, after all, it's common sense that goblins have no potential. No one would have imagined that there would be such a Luo Dan, mainly relying on his own efforts, and then a small cheating existence. He just smiled and didn't speak. For others, hostility is something that does more harm than good. If it is not preserved properly, it may even pollute the entire world, making the race crazy and warlike. But it is completely different for Luo Dan. Hostility is even a crucial key factor in his next stage goal. And the hostility of the demon clan is the best among all the hostility. This is all because of the prompt and the log. Goblins are based on law of strength and will to kill. Goblin civilization is in the process of condensing spirituality. If high-quality hostility is added, it will be of great benefit to spirituality. Devil's hostility can complete one of the elements needed for the cohesion of some exclusive rules and groups. The host's original race celestial being was detected. Celestials can open martial arts. Diary, one of the cores of martial arts lies in struggle. Fighting with the sky, fighting with the earth, fighting with people, fighting with all things, is a lot of fun. Log, you need to get hostility first. Log, hostility plus the body tissue of powerful life forms, which can unlock special martial arts. Log, please pay attention to the host. Martial arts are dangerous. Even if the host restores the connection through the immortality concept of golden blood, as the embodiment of civilization, please always pay attention. To be honest, when Luodan saw the prompt in the log, he was a little confused originally. He only regarded the attack on the demon planet as a mission to help Hathaway, and to break an arm of the Kamita family by the way. Unexpectedly, after coming to the devil planet, there are so many prompts popping up in the log, and they are all what he needs. There is even a part related to the heavenly human race. No, I haven't taken back the Celestials yet. Luodan felt helpless. Of course, that being said, the celestial human race has not been taken back by him yet. However, he must take back the Celestials. Therefore, even if these demonic hostility is useless to goblins, he must get them. What's more, the devil's hostility is also a vital material for the goblins. Only the Celestials will kill gods if they embark on martial arts? Luodan was a little confused. Among the celestial beings who embarked on martial arts, there is a god on top of their heads, which will prevent them from comprehending the true meaning of martial arts. Why, as the incarnation of civilization, I can't sit on the Daiwa Yutai safely, cultivate civilization to be strong, and then accept worship with peace of mind? However, seeing the prompt in the log, he had some thoughts in his heart. After taking back the celestial clan and re-establishing contact. So what if you don't worship me? As long as the Celestials can prove that they are walking on the road of martial arts, they can continue to be strong. It's a big deal. I will retreat behind the scenes. As the embodiment of civilization, I can still get the benefits from the growth of civilization. There is nothing missing that should be. Indeed, as the incarnation of civilization, no matter whether Lorden appears in front of his own race or not. As long as the race is strong, he can continue to be strong. In Luodan's view, the status of the god player is actually a bit like that of Niwa as a racial god, though not a creator. But there is no need to do anything. As long as civilization can continue to grow, god players can always be strong. However, because the gods and players came from the powerful blue star civilization, they are capable enough to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme civilization on the relatively correct path. Therefore, the god players all regard themselves as race gods, walk in front of the stage, and personally phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the development of races and planets. Compared with the goblins, Lorden is actually like this. But Celestials are not suitable for this path martial arts, godless. For the sake of a better future for the Celestials and humans, Luodan would naturally choose to retreat behind the scenes and hide behind a thick curtain. Martial arts don't need gods. But, who said you can't descend into an incarnation? Perhaps, I can become martial ancestor. Leading the Celestials on the road of martial arts and leading the trend of martial arts of the Celestials seems to be very good. Luodan rubbed his chin and looked at the demon planet in front of him. His eyes were suddenly full of heat. Only by becoming a giant spirit, and even embarking on the path of mythology, can he really do what he wants to do. He already, a little impatiently, wants to become a giant spirit. T04 World Community, T0401M Planet, Evil Planet, all the demons phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme on this planet, and each demon is a demon worm that crawled out from the abyss nest of civilization, and then mutated step by step, becoming stronger. And among them, some special individuals will evolve into heterogeneous demons, Yawa Dama. The lower-level demons of the first energy level, the middle-level demons of the second energy level, and the upper-level demons of the third energy level. And mythical level, even super-level demon lords. But now even if the time is accelerated, it has only developed for more than 10 years. Even the Kamita Sueyuan's mythical Karma Knife Demon clan did not give birth to mythical-level demons, or super-level demons. The strongest 9th-ranked demigod-level demon was naturally sent to the war planet where the Tai civilization waged war, to participate in the sequence plan. Hathaway chooses to develop on her own, and there are no demigod-level angels yet, and the Kamita family in which Kamita Xingyuan lives is almost cold, and any resources will be used on potential direct children. The idiot Kamita Suiyuan, he will come to my planet ahead of time to threaten me. I thought he changed his temper and became smarter. I didn't expect it to be as stupid as ever. Hathaway sneered, then explained to Lorden, we all know the coordinates of the target planet in advance, and these planets have been screened. Normally, they are planets with multiple demigod-level natives, and they usually unite the native civilizations. It is safer and easier to encircle and suppress the Thai civilization together. But this idiot actually fought with the indigenous civilization first. Then the players of the Thai civilization took advantage of the opportunity to build an information shielding layer and assimilated the laws of the planet, which is basically equivalent to turning against the guest. Kamita Shuyuan turned from an advantage to a disadvantage in one fell swoop. Luo Dan was stunned for a moment. But after thinking about it, there is indeed this possibility after all. Demons are notoriously chaotic and violent, and it is not abnormal to do such a thing, and it can even be said to be normal. Interesting. Luodan smiled, and a stone axe appeared in his hand, which was transformed from the royal staff. The essence of the Rod of King Power is the limited special effect, murdering intent to refining weapons, which can be changed at will. At the same time, the stone axe is burning with a raging spiritual fire, and it also carries the royal aura that only races above the monarchy have. This aura of royal power is the greatest guarantee for Luodan to hide his identity. That is to say, there are only some old, weak, sick, and disabled on this planet now? Is there another god player who has split most of his will and is weak? Normally, the planetary coordinates of each god player are the most confidential. But Kamita Suyan used to be Hathaway's suitor, and Hathaway naturally held the coordinates of Kamita Suyan's demon planet. Then, let's go? This time, my purpose is to destroy the demon nest of Kamita Deathabyss, and make him lose this crucial civilization heritage. At that time, even if his demon clan can push the war planet, then he has no chance with the Emperor's replacement plan. Then I will extract enough devilish hostility from the devil's nest. Lorden and Hathaway looked at each other and smiled, turning into two completely different streamers of burning unstoppable will to be invincible. A sacred light shone with inviolability. Like two huge meteors, they smash hard towards the demon planet. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Dongmudayu, the war is already underway. One of the many tentative skirmish areas, 024 Dense Forest Battle Area, on January 1th, those 5 huge machines, known as Void War Machine Fortresses, descended on our planet, and one of them was destroyed by a powerful heroic spirit right after it landed. I saw that when I was in the Fortress of War, I couldn't even breathe. And the ancient country announced that the war warning was sounding. On January 1th, the mechanical pursuit plan implemented by the ancient country achieved certain results. The location of the first war fortress was found. Although no war fortress was found, a large number of robots were found. They have killed many people living in the world. I'm a little scared of the heroic spirits in the mountain village. On phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals January February / phoneme 2th, one after another, the 4 war fortresses have roughly traces, and the number of their robots has also increased greatly, and they can be sent out unscrupulously to find mineral resources. It's hateful. At that time, why didn't you become a mineral hunter? You should have destroyed all those damned mineral veins long ago. On phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals January February / phoneme 2th, the ancient country announced good news. The reason why these robots will show up in large numbers is because they can't find enough mineral resources, which means that the possibility of our victory has been greatly improved. On phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals January February / phoneme 2th, the war broke out, and my parents went to the front line. It was the 17 Dense Forest Battle Area in Dongmudayu. I remember it very clearly. You must come back safely. On phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals January February / phoneme 2th, my parents came back, but they weren't my parents. I wanted to open the box, although I knew I wouldn't be able to see them even if I opened it, but what should I do? On phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals January February / phoneme 2st, the ancient country announced that the research on the secret realm of heroic spirits has gone a step further. I also summoned a golden quality heroic spirit, and I may even become a 5th level heroic spirit master in the future. If my parents are still there, they will be very happy and will be proud of me. This giant heroic spirit, who claims to be Yenza, he is so indifferent.
How can I say that Yenza looks so familiar? I finally remembered, it was the appearance of the alien in the projection of Gabu, Fant, Dar, I saw a long time ago. It looks like him. On phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals January February / phoneme 2, I signed up to join the war. Coincidentally, the war zone I was assigned to was the 22 dense forest battle area. Ah, I miss you so much. On phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals January February / phoneme 2, the fighting became more and more fierce. I was assigned to a new barracks when I first arrived. It was said that I was going to go to the battlefield immediately. Only those who survived were considered soldiers. It was so cruel. Are you like this? On phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals January February / phoneme 2th, those robots are so hard, they don't feel pain at all. They are killing machines born for killing. Fortunately there is Yenza, otherwise I might die in battle on the first day. Yenza is so good, not at all not indifferent. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals January February / phoneme 2th, just a few days ago, I have experienced 27 battles and was seriously injured. The battlefield medical heroic spirit gave me treatment, but I still need to rest in the wounded barracks for a period of time. I am a little confused. Why did the world become like this? A young girl with a delicate face, who should be still studying in school, should be well dressed at this moment, with delicate skin. But she already had a lot of scars on her body, and she was currently recuperating in the wounded camp in the war zone wrapped in blood-stained gauze. Normally, a considerable part of the heroic spirit abilities of the heroic spirit masters belong to the healing department. Common injuries do not need the so-called wound gauze to heal slowly at the physical level, and they need to be cultivated in the wounded soldiers' camp. It's just that the intensity of the war is getting higher and higher now. Even the healers are too busy at all. Their main task is to rescue the dying heroic masters on the battlefield. The girl sighed and put away the diary in her hand. She looked at the expressionless face in front of her, who was also covered in scars, the powerful humanoid giant soldier who had just pulled her back from the hand of death, and there was a trace of warmth in her eyes. Yenza, why haven't you spoken all this time? I don't think other giant soldiers can speak. Yenza just glanced at her lightly, didn't speak, and didn't show any expression. But the girl didn't mind at all, she just looked at Yenza like that, her eyes were full of indescribable taste. If you, Yenza, are not a heroic spirit, but also a human being, then I will marry you. I believe that Ada will be very happy if he knows about it. The girl's words made Yenza frown slightly, but there was still no reaction at all. Beep. 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 Just when the girl was about to say something, Yenza, who was a 5th-tier goblin giant, instantly felt the mortal danger. In an instant, he stretched out his hand and let out a crimson bloody light, which enveloped the girl in an instant, then hugged her in his arms, and rushed out of the wounded barracks brazenly. At the same time, in all wounded barracks, the heroic masters with giant soldiers are treated like this. Only goblin trolls and goblin giant soldiers who have undergone a lot of sublimation of special effects and have been transferred to goblin giant occupation can have such a keen sense of danger and strength. It was only 2 seconds after rushing out. Just hearing a roaring explosion, the entire wounded barracks was instantly razed to the ground under the bombardment of high-energy explosives, leaving a strong smell of gunpowder smoke, burnt and blood. It's it. Yenza instantly found a high-risk robot with an exterior mimetic device, and then put the girl on his back, quickly moved away, and at the same time called other heroic masters and goblin giants to deal with it. Just kidding, he still has a sick number on his back, how could he just shoot casually? Brother Yenza, cough, you are so kind. The girl's eyes were blurred. She had heard a long time ago that the origin of the giant soldier's heroic spirit seemed not simple. It might be another race. She was still very vigilant before, but now it would be great if the rumors were true. I want to be with Yenza forever like this. But Yenza didn't want to pay attention to Huichuan, the girl of the heroic human race. After all, he still has a wife and children, and a family composed of hundreds of descendants in the fragments of the goblin world.
Moreover, this girl of the heroic human race, also known as his nominal master, although she looks quite in line with the aesthetics of the heroic human race, but
he is a goblin.
The battle is getting more and more fierce, but the real strong of our goblins will also come to the battlefield. After His Majesty the Great Chu Wang entered the 7th rank, all the clan heads have also broken through the 7th rank of legend. Even though they are not as powerful as His Majesty the First King, they still have the occupation of goblin giant spirits, coupled with the body that fits the law of force. Basically, they all have the strength of the 7th order legendary level that can beat ordinary people. Yenza didn't have the slightest fear in his heart, but only had strong confidence in the victory of the war.
In his heart, the goblins will never be defeated.
The goblin tribe, shrouded in the great glory of the Father God, will surely become the great God race in the void in the not-too-distant future. At this moment, Luo Dan's will incarnation is looking at a robot in front of him with great interest, which is no more than a high-risk level, 2nd energy level, but he is facing him with an attitude of equality or even superiority.
You said, you are Skynet? It is the will of Skynet that has the power of eternal dominance in the history of Tai civilization, but has been obliterated and imprisoned? Lorden smiled. To be honest, he believed the words of the robot in front of him, but he was very upset. The classifications used by Skynet civilization for war include logistic machinery, war machinery. All kinds of factories and mining and exploration machinery belong to logistics machinery. Generally speaking, there is no division of danger levels and ranks. War machines are roughly divided into war robots, war weapons, and war vehicles. War robots are divided into low-risk, 1st energy level, high-risk, 2nd energy level, and ultra-high-risk robots, 3rd energy level. But because Tai civilization does not allow the existence of omnics, all ultra-high-risk robots are just robot carriers made of ultra-high-risk alloys.
Only when the consciousness of a Viscount-level player settles in, can the power of the 3rd energy level be exerted, otherwise it is just a large high-risk robot. And the one in front of Luo Dan is a high-risk robot, and it still took the initiative to find him. Skynet will fight. No, I want to negotiate a business with your Blue Star civilization.
8,000 characters in 4 and 1 chapter, please subscribe.
The little author has exploded for 2 consecutive days. Thanks to the book friend, 2019070617164531 for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks to the book friend, Zixia Yaodao, for the reward of 100 coins.
T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature.
Dongmu Dayu, War Fortress. This broken game at the beginning of the game, we directly kill the plot and get rid of the mechanical maintenance engineer. Xiaoming looked at the virtual strategic map of the terrain in front of him. Each one was marked in red, showing his mineral resource points that could not be mined. His face was gloomy, his eyes were full of anger, that's all. Now, even most of the mineral resources in this inaccessible virgin forest have been destroyed in advance. It also uses a very corrosive and destructive potion. Even the waste or utilization device can't be used as waste. Now it's not even possible to farm violent soldiers. What the hell, the game experience is too bad. Quan looked at Xiaoming with a gloomy face, but a red glow of pity appeared in his eyes, and then he said, Master, don't worry. Although the situation here is not very good, other places are better than us. The furious thunder descended on the southern phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, and now his damaged secondary space-based star destroyer has been repaired through the volcanic containment device, and has been refitted into a lava super cannon, and its power has been increased by at least 30%. Hunting Scar descended on the North Sea, although his war fortress is the most damaged among us. However, his giant combat armor is well preserved, and his combat power is hardly damaged. Moreover, he has already reached an agreement with the Deep Sea King of the North Sea. When the final battle is over, the Deep Sea King will launch a wave of deep sea beasts in the North Sea and join us in attacking the indigenous civilization. Mu Shi is more unlucky. Her super high-risk war carrier robots are all damaged. However, she used the secondary space-based star destroyer that was still in good condition to kill the Beast King in the western Beast Wasteland, and then made the Beast King into a giant ultra-high-risk mechanical beast, and her combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Hearing Chuan's words, Xiaoming was not as gloomy as before. Instead he showed a smile, hugged Quan. His words were full of strong love. thanks to you, Quan Quan. Otherwise, in this game where there is no way to open the forum and communicate with the outside world, and I have been encountering unlucky things all the time, I don't know how to get through it. Xuan's eyes showed a slight disgust, but he still imitated the most natural smile on his flawless and beautiful face, for the master, Quan Quan can give everything of himself. But in the bottom of heart, that is, the bottom layer of the logic algorithm, there is an indifferent mechanical voice for Skynet.
T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature.
Zhongzhou Dayu, a wisp of consciousness turned into an avatar in the outside world, Luo Dan lightly condensed the ferocious chains with the laws of the world. Lock the high-risk robot with a wisp of Skynet will, and then continuously cause terrifying friction on the robot's shell, damaging its body and nerve circuits. This god, please don't look like this. The Skynet robot that started to break down did not fluctuate at all, but continued to say with the coldest mechanical voice, as Skynet's will, this is just a temporary carrier. In my judgment, your behavior is an act of intimidation. Such intimidation has no effect on me, and it is of no benefit to our subsequent negotiations. Please stop your behavior and continue communicating with me. Listening to the words of the Skynet robot, Luo Dan just smiled. It's useless, but I'm relieved. Of course, this sentence is deliberately deceiving the Skynet robot. Lorden would not do such meaningless things. He was actually verifying whether the words of this high-risk robot were true. His world laws have already stored planetary coordinates such as Goblin World Fragment, Heroic Spirit Planet, Original Dragon Control World Fragment, Homo Sapiens Planet. Based on these 4 world coordinates, he can clearly feel that there is a ray of will from an unknown place with a very noble personality, in a very obscure way. Projected onto the planet of heroic spirits, among the high-risk robots in front of him, Luo Dan confirmed in his heart, it seems to be true, not trying to deceive me.
Strangeness. Hearing Luo Dan's words, the Skynet robot was a little puzzled.
According to my analysis, your god race should essentially be the same wisdom simulation life and emotional simulation life as me.
It should be emotionless. We are different. Lorden didn't explain.
According to the core essence of God players, they are actually equivalent to the Tao of Heaven, equivalent to the consciousness aggregate of all substances on this planet, the rulers and executors of the rules, and the defenders of the laws.
They should not have any emotions. It's just a cold machine. However, they have their own will.
At the same time, they are still civilized. This is a qualitative transformation. They are no longer all the above, they are already real life, but they still have those authority. They are actually higher existences than gods and the will of the world. Of course, Lorden would not say these things to Skynet robots. Then you can tell me, what deal do we make? Lorden smiled. He is not very good at making deals. However, the current deal is to sit on the ground and raise the price without any technical content. He is now a seller's market.
Even if it is Skynet, it must be slaughtered obediently.
I can tell you in advance that I'm just the lowest level rookie player in the Blue Star civilization. According to the definition of our Skynet, Tai civilization, it is the Tai race who just graduated from university.
No problem, you are just a mouthpiece, you just need to take my mechanical body to your master after you win this war.
In the eyes of the Skynet robot, a faint red light kept flickering. With the monitoring of Tai civilization and the power of Tai quantum light, it is especially restrained. It can only bypass the omnic monitoring of the 3 great Emperor, Master, players by carrying part of the algorithm through a mechanical carrier and escaping from the control area of Tai civilization. As long as it shows a slight change, it will be instantly annihilated by wisdom.
Win the war?
Yes, as one of the rewards, I will let you win this war.
How can you help? Tell your opponent their information so that you can catch them off guard. Question mark. Aren't you Skynet? Can't you directly control their war fortress, and all other war machines, and make them all inoperative?
Facing Luo Dan's 3 consecutive questions, this time it was the Skynet robot's turn to be surprised. The red light in its eyes flickered suspiciously. If you do this, won't I be discovered?
Oh, then you're quite useless. Luo Dan teased casually, and the Skynet robot fell silent. What reward? Luo Dan tentatively asked. The coordinates of a large number of intelligent planets?
You should have no shortage there. There is no shortage, but it is classified and cannot be given to you, otherwise I will be discovered.
Then what are you doing? Lorden continued to tease.
Of course, this doesn't irritate Skynet's will and make it act irrationally. After all, Skynet's will has no emotion at all. But it can make Luodan happy physically and mentally, and slightly leverage Skynet's will to evaluate his algorithm, so as to achieve the purpose of influencing Skynet's will. What this high-risk robot can carry, the algorithm of Skynet's will is too incomplete and tiny, so that Luodan can take a shallow look at the loopholes.
After a long time, Luodan finally showed a satisfied smile.
The red light in the Skynet robot's eyes was flickering violently, and the price it had to pay this time far exceeded its imagination.
It's time to prepare for the decisive battle. Remember to hold me back. Lorden smiled.
He was looking forward to it, when those Thai people saw that they were still developing and accumulating strength, and were ready to catch the indigenous civilization by surprise. All of a sudden, they were all beaten to the door of the house. What kind of reaction would it be?
As for the deal between Skynet Will and the masters of the Blue Star civilization,
this has nothing to do with him. After all, he is still a small rookie god player who has not yet fully advanced to the giant spirit level.
But what is certain is that Blue Star civilization will never miss this opportunity. And he will most likely be rewarded generously. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature.
Heroic Mystery, 2 big domains, attack at the same time.
Lorden looked at the information provided by the Skynet robot.
He couldn't help feeling a little bit moved by the war potential of mechanical civilization, not to mention the top-level combat power, and the accumulation and bottlenecks of various civilizations in their growth period. Taking the current Thai civilization alone, it is definitely one of the top civilizations and one of the civilizations most suitable for launching endless wars. Just like now, even if Lorden came 3 years ahead of schedule. Most of the mineral resources on this planet have been destroyed, and the remaining mineral resources are still found by these 4 Viscount-level players, and they are used to the extreme. In less than 2 months, it has developed enough to fight against the indigenous civilization of Heroic Planet, with tens of thousands of high-risk robots that are not afraid of life and death, and mechanical weapons that can cause huge damage. And all of this comes from the mechanical civilization's understanding of war. According to the information provided by the Skynet robot, for Viscount-level players who simply develop their individual combat power, they are hunted. It is enough for Lorda himself to take action, and he does not need to bring too many people, and the battle can be resolved quickly. As for the King of the Deep Sea, it's just a mob. Luodan really didn't pay much attention to it. At the same time, the Legion of Heroic Spiritualists will go to the Western Beast Wasteland to raise the tide of fierce beasts there, and kill the giant ultra-high-risk mechanical beast built by Mushi with the corpse of the King of Beasts. As for Nu Lei and Xiaoming, it was Luodan who negotiated with superb negotiating methods, starting the price on the ground. Fury is that the Skynet robot will cause his volcano containment device to fail for a short time, and he cannot use the lava super cannon to support the battlefield remotely. As for Xiaoming, it's time to realize the cruel truth of the world. Go deliver my oracle, all-out war has begun. When Luodan negotiated with the Skynet robot 2 days ago, he had already quietly arranged for the high-level officials of the ancient kingdom of heroes to transfer most of the troops to the Western Beast Wilderness. But now, all it takes is an oracle from him, and a general attack can be launched at any time. And those players have always thought that the location of their war fortress is well hidden, and they are going to develop again, so they will be caught off guard. As everyone knows, the enemy is on Capitol Hill. The war has begun. Luodan watched the heroic heroes and goblin heroic spirits appear in the Western Beast Wasteland one by one, and began to launch a general attack in the direction of the war fortress. He couldn't help showing a smile, tearing open the space casually, crossing the past, and appearing above the war fortress of Hunting Scar. They're all here, just together. Looking at the giant battle armors wrestling with each other, and the King of the Deep Sea who looks like a dragon-head Godzilla. Luodan grinned, showing his white teeth, raised the royal staff with the spiritual torrent of the goblins, and slammed it down fiercely. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Beihai Great Domain, Garen, let's not wrestle today, I always feel uncomfortable. Hunting Mark manipulated the giant battle armor, sending out electronic fluctuations that were transformed into mental fluctuations and transmitted into the mind of Garen, king of the deep sea, through the conversion of the conversion device. He chose to drive a giant combat armor because of the bloody and violent factor that originated from the depths of his genes. If it wasn't for Tai, who still kept the ancient tradition of beast fighting, there would be no giant combat armor, such a mechanical device that does not conform to combat mechanics. That bunch of old guys from the Machinery Research Institute are just talking shit. Hunting Mark welcomes Garen. If it wasn't for the giant battle armor, I wouldn't feel sorry for Garen, and it wouldn't be our assistant.
A giant armor is a man's romance. There was a deep heat in Lai Hen's eyes.
He was also hesitant to choose the road of driving the giant armor, because this road is extremely difficult, and it eats the cooperation of his teammates. But when Lai Hen became a Viscount player, he awakened the deadline talent, which is the deadline that can see through everything. And if you attack along the deadline, you will definitely be critically hit, and it is easy to get a fatal blow. At that time, he knew that the giant armor was the most suitable for him. And when I become an Earl level, super level, player, I will be able to control the super giant armor. At that time, even if it is a planet, along the line of death, I can split it with a knife. But even if it's not a super giant armor, it's still just a giant armor now. I believe that on this planet, it is definitely the existence with the strongest individual fighting power.
Rumble.
Garen, the king of the deep sea, stretched out his thick beast claws, tore open the vortex of the storm, and walked out of the storm to meet Hunting Mark. As the king of beasts, it is born with the power to control thunder in storms.
Rumble.
Garen, king of the deep sea, stubbornly wanted to wrestle with Lai Hen. This strange existence in front of him is the first time it has seen an existence that can compete with itself in terms of strength. Moreover, it can bring it a sense of deadly threat, as if it can cut its indestructible body at any time.
Come on.
Lai Hen was a little helpless, but when facing this big guy in front of him, his tolerance became surprisingly high. A giant mecha and a beast just stepped on the surface of the seawater, above the storm, and began the ultimate duel of power. Just when their wrestling became incandescent. Suddenly, the space radar installed in the giant armor of Hunting Mark issued an abrupt and hasty alarm. At the same time, Garen's law of thunderstorms was also touched.
The next moment, a pitch-black crack in space appeared.
A handsome and tiny life like a god appeared in the space crack, showing a cruel smile, and then raised the burning stick of royal power with a sense of deadly threat, and chopped it down at them.
Escape!
That's the one who split the Machinist War Fortress.
Run away!
Otherwise, I will die. An alarm sounded in the minds of Lai Hen and Galen. But, I am the driver of the giant armor, how can I escape the duel of individual strength?
Lai Hen looked at Garen, who had rushed hundreds of meters away.
He forcibly stopped the movement he was about to flee, turned around, faced the axe-shaped flame that seemed to be able to open up the world, and tried his best to run his own death.
Line talent. Look for it. Don't you usually find countless dead ends no matter what? Why is it so hard to find the deadline now? Everything has a deadline. Find out the deadline for this attack.
Lai Hen tried his best to find the deadline in the linear flame fiercely split by Luodan with the spiritual torrent. At the same time, a huge storm entwined with thunder struck from a distance. It was Garen. It seems that after witnessing the courage of Hunting Mark, it stopped its cowardly behavior of fleeing, and wanted to prove itself with blood and fighting. T04 World Community, T0401M Planet, Evil Planet, near the Demon Nest, Blood Jungle. Little demons who have just come out of countless demon worms and have advanced to the realm of lower demons are hiding in the jungle, trying to hunt and kill their own clansmen, as food for their own survival and even promotion. A little devil who has just shed the demon bug shell and grown sharp bone spurs, walked into the Blood Jungle with tyranny and vigilance. But at the next moment, a slender bone tube pierced through the head, like Shara's tail. I haven't watched Dragon Ball for a long time, I should remember correctly, and then the bone tube shrank violently, sucking up the little devil instantly. Hurry up, hunt a few more idiots like this, and I will be able to enter the next stage of the lower demon, which should be called the second level. A bone tube demon that was much taller and taller than the little devil just now, after sucking up the little devil, quickly hid himself to prevent himself from being discovered by other demons and putting himself in a dangerous situation.
Every time a demon is promoted, his body will undergo a transformation, thus possessing different special abilities. Moreover, their bodies are completely war weapons born for killing.
As a devil, although it is very dangerous, but our strength is beyond doubt.
The bone tube demon showed a tyrannical smile. He has tyrannical genes in his bones. Right now I'm just a low-ranking demon, but in the future, I will definitely torture the universe. If you can become Karma Blade Demon. The bone tube demon is a very typical demon family, with characteristics of tyranny, arrogance, and cruelty.
Just when the bone tube demon was thinking about how powerful his race was, and how powerful he would be in the future, he was stunned to discover that two meteors with completely different auras appeared on the blood-red sky that seemed to be eternal, smashing towards his position.
Great Demon Lord, you must resist this sudden existence.
Even some demons who were so crazy that even the Demon Lord would not pay attention to them on weekdays began to pray at this moment. Because they know that if they are hit, they will definitely turn into flying ash in an instant. Behind us is the Devil's Nest. No matter what, the Devil Master will appear for the safety of the Devil's Nest. Sure enough, the next moment, they clearly heard the angry shout from the Demon Lord, Hathaway.
How dare you?
And this is where did the monarch species come from? In the T-World community, I have never heard of a monarch species with your form.
But
even if you are a monarch, you are still rubbish in front of my Karma Sword Demon.
How dare you come to my planet? Kamita Swabuchi was furious in his heart.
His will condensed all kinds of tyrannical laws in an instant, and countless chains burning with demon flames condensed into a huge demon claw in an instant, then clenched into a fist, and slammed fiercely at Lorden and Hathaway.
Of course we're here to be guests. Why, aren't you welcome?
Hathaway sneered, and the holy light in her hand condensed into a holy sword, which turned into a stream of light, and slashed towards the devil's claws transformed from the chains of the planet's rules. As usual, she is not a super-level player, so naturally she would not dare to confront a god player who has the blessings of other planets' native planet rules. But now the demon planet is in an unprecedented weakness. Plus there is Lorden by his side. He is fearless. However, Luo Dan's figure disappeared in an instant, and his body was full of violent aura. He looked even more violent than the Demon Clan, and more like the Demon Clan than the Demon Clan. His breath blended with the breath of the Devil's Nest for a short time, rushing through the chains of the planet's rules in an instant. Then the fierce spiritual fire burned on the stone axe again, and it slashed down at the Devil's Nest. Damn it! Who are you? If you dare to move, I will make your life worse than death. I will invade your planet no matter the cost. Seeing this mysterious god, the player passed him in an instant, and then he had to smash his own civilization demon nest with an axe. Kamita Swabuchi became anxious in an instant. He began to threaten Lorden, trying to stop Lorden from after all, now that he has lost most of his will, it is very strenuous just to deal with Hathaway. And Luo Dan, who heard the threat, sneered indifferently, and continued to slash down with the stone axe in his hand. Luo Dan used the violent aura from the goblins to escape the chains of the Kamita Death Abyss in an instant. Then, under the threat of Kamita Xingyuan, holding a stone axe, he slashed down at the Devil's Nest. Hiss! Wow! In the Devil Worm Nest, countless devil worms that looked like little aliens roared threateningly and fearfully at Lorden. But this didn't affect his stone axe that slashed down in anger at all. Boom! Under the angry and unbelievable eyes of Guotian Xingyuan, Luo Dan's stone axe that was burning with raging spiritual fire just smashed on the Devil's Nest. At this moment, it seemed that the whole world was silent. Under the watchful eyes of countless eyes, the Demon Worm Nest, which is the cultural background of the Demon Clan and the Yowodo Demon Clan, was severely injured by Luo Dan in an instant, splitting the worm nest. This axe almost split the Devil's Nest in half. Not only that, but also the raging spiritual fire, which began to burn crazily along the split Devil's Nest, spreading continuously. As if the Devil's Nest is the best fuel, the body of the Devil's Nest is crazily burning the soul of the Devil's Nest. Luo Dan could feel that in the process of burning, the spiritual fire of the goblins was also constantly devouring the Devil's Nest as the source of civilization and as the source of their own transformation, and it was gradually becoming stronger.
Do not. Humble insect. Damn it. I want you dead.
Kamita Xingyuan's eyes instantly became more scarlet than blood red, but he was blocked by Hathaway, and he was still at a disadvantage, unable to stop Lorden at all. His face suddenly turned pale. The Devil's Nest is the civilization background of the Yewa Dao Demon Clan, and he is the master of the civilization of the Yewa Dao Demon Clan. This time, he was also greatly affected, and was severely injured in an instant. However, Luodan sneered, and without hesitation, he struck out several axes again in an instant, directly smashing the Devil's Nest to pieces. At this moment, blood-red bloody rain fell from the sky of the entire demon planet, as if crying and suffering. A lot of origin and potential are passing away, and even the figure of Kamita Xingyuan is faintly illusory, no longer so solid, full of violence. How? Luodan looked at the fragmented, still burning spiritual fire, which was about to be completely burned, releasing all the essence of the demon nest and the distorted Kamita death abyss, and sneered, "Didn't you want me to die? Then do you know who I am? I am waiting for you." Then, Luodan opened his palm, and the almost perfect world law spread instantly, covering the Devil's Nest. When it was completely shattered, it gathered all the demonic hostility in it, turned it into a small black-red crystal ball, and gathered it up. During this process, the limited special effect killing machine is also constantly absorbing the killing breath from the Yewa Dao Demon Clan. In a very short period of time, it turned into a slaughter mark that can restrain the karmic fire sword demon.
But Kamita Swenbuchi, under Hathaway's entanglement, could only watch this scene happen.
His face suddenly turned pale.
He knows that he has completely missed the Emperor's replacement plan. This is the case even if he wins the next sequence plan.
Moreover, with the cruel rules of the Kamita family and the current resource situation, it is impossible to give him resources to recover. Even, there is a possibility that he will take back everything that was given to him before. As for, God players can't attack God players of their own civilization? Sorry, Blue Star Civilization doesn't have this rule. What's more, he also told Hathaway the coordinates of his planet. Blue Star Civilization will not pay for his own stupidity. I just hate that I don't have the coordinates of Hathaway's planet, otherwise I can get revenge. There was deep hatred lurking in Kamita Shibuchi's eyes. He went to Hathaway's planet that time, through Hathaway's passage to heaven, and did not grasp the coordinates of his planet. Your hostility has been collected.
Hathaway didn't even look at Kamita Swenbuchi, but said to Lorden, "The goal has been achieved, we can go.
Otherwise, this stupid guy can't think about the planet's self-destruct for a while and put our will incarnation here, it's not worth it. The collection is over, let's go. It's time to continue to control the situation in Star Wars." Luodan nodded lightly, looked at the pale face of Guitian Xingyuan, and smiled indifferently. "Kamita Shibuchi, if you want to take revenge on me, then you should hurry up. Otherwise, I don't have time to talk to you. Besides, the current I'm afraid you can't protect yourself. Do you really have the strength to find out my true identity and take revenge on me?" Then the two gods tore apart the space and floated away under the eyes of Guitian Xingyuan full of unforgettable hatred. T04 World Region, Goblin World Fragment. Kaijima, Lorden returned to his own world fragments again. But his mood is completely different from just now. The mood at this moment is excellent, because he has obtained what he needs most: demon hostility. Moreover, he successfully retaliated against a wave of the Kamita family. Soon, when the sequence plan is over, I will be able to obtain the drop of ruler's blood from the second floor of the Federal Treasury. Then use the system to deduce martial arts. When the contact with the celestial race is re-established, you can become the martial ancestor and start the world of martial arts. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that with the devil's hostility in hand, the goblin civilization can completely condense the spirituality, and then refine the spirituality, allowing me to embark on the road of giant spirits. With a smile and anticipation, Luodan looked at the violent demonic anger in his hand, and the prompt from the log, you communicate with Skynet, the taboo of Tai civilization. Log, you have received the help of Skynet civilization. Log, you and Hathaway, the Lord of Angels, have invaded the demon planet of Kamita Xingyuan. Log, you have completely destroyed the foundation of civilization, the nest of demons, and the demon clan of Yewa Dao. Log, the limited special effect killing machine has obtained the Yewa Dao Demon's Nightmare killing mark, which has a small restraint effect on the Yewa Dao Mozu. Log, the spiritual fire of the Goblin tribe, using the Yewa Dao Demon civilization background as the fuel for burning, has been greatly improved. Log, Goblin Fire, Seat of Civilization Heritage 12, 38%. Log, you have obtained enough of one of the highest quality hostility, Devil Hostility. Log, you have obtained 100 power points. Log, you have obtained 300 origin points. Not bad, it's a bumper harvest. Looking at the reminder from the log, Luodan couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the horse has no night grass and is not fat. If such a good thing happens tens of thousands of times, I will directly fast forward to the fairy civilization. Although Luodan thought so, he didn't think such opportunities were very common. After all, such an opportunity for the mythical species waiting to be slaughtered is really once in 1,000 years. Especially, there is Hathaway topping the tank in front.
Moreover, although the Yewa Dalma civilization lost the demon worm nest,
but it still has other civilizations, and it is still one of the top civilizations, although it has been distanced from other mythical civilizations.
System, add demon hostility to the spirituality that is gathering.
Lorden spoke and gave instructions to the system. By the way, there is also the prototype of the exclusive ethnic group law. The next moment, the log gives a response. Log, Devil's Hostility has been added to spirituality. Log, the original spirituality contained Law of Power, Will to Kill, multiple special effects, ancient bloodline, etc. Log, the final characteristics of spirituality are about to be determined. Log, Devil's Hostility has been added as an element to the exclusive law and group. Log, exclusive rules and ethnic groups are still missing elements, unable to cohere. Log, spirituality is about to be finalized, please wait a moment. Watching the black-red Devil's Hostility join the blue-gold spiritual prototype, the spiritual prototype is gradually stimulated as if it were the largest and most extreme force and evil in the world. This evil seems to be closely related to the so-called ancient curse in the legend. Almost. While waiting, Luodan sank his heart. He is observing the progress of the heroic spirit master legion of the heroic planet in the pursuit of the 4 Void War fortresses of the Tai civilization. After all, an all-out war has already begun, and mechanical civilization is a civilization system that is more suitable for violent wars than war civilizations. He doesn't want to use his own goblin civilization, brainless and fearless, to create a war machine of low value to fight a tragic war. Even if there is a cheat, it is still a blood loss. More than 8,000 words of chapter. The author has released 4-in-1 chapters of more than 8,000 words for 3 consecutive days. In other words, 12 chapters have been updated in 3 days. It can be regarded as fulfilling the promise of explosive updates after the restoration mentioned earlier. Please subscribe and reward. The little author bows and thanks. Thanks to the book friend, Bookworm Loves Chocolate, for the reward of 100 coins. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Beihai Great Domain, found it. Seeing the golden boss, the linear flames cut out by the Rod of Kingship were getting closer and closer. Liahan's spirit became more tense and concentrated, and his brain was running at high frequency. Even the crystalline brain of the body far away on Taishing trembled slightly, and finally found the deathline of this linear flame before the death gate. Cut. The tyrant engine of the giant battle armor roared instantly, making a deafening roar. The giant armor brought the planet from the base with crazily burning hunting marks, and the only remaining crystallization of super energy roared and burst out with terrifying power. He waited quietly, and at the last moment when the linear flame was about to fall, the ion-cutting beheading sword in his hand instantly swung out, slashing fiercely on the almost imperceptible thin deadline on the linear flame. Boom! The moment the giant sword collided with the flame, there was a huge roar at the point of collision, and a huge crater with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters exploded out of thin air on the sea. Immediately afterwards, countless seawater was scorched by the fire of Goblin's will, and even the seawater in this area was instantly evaporated, and tens of thousands of sea monsters were floating on the sea surface with red bodies. When Lihan saw this scene, he gasped in excitement. Even though the giant combat armor was damaged by more than 10 97% due to the burning of the flames. He didn't care. Such a head-on confrontation, a battle that bombards at the nick of time, is what he has always yearned for and pursued. And the thunder and hurricane brought by Garen's raid all the way. After seeing this scene, he instinctively felt that it was time for him to launch an attack, so he directly locked the target on Lorden. It roared excitedly, and slammed into Lorden. In its animal life, no life has been seen that can withstand its impact. Not even other beast kings. From Garen's point of view, that terrifying blow just now must have been the charged blow of that horrible, terrifying existence. The current he must be in a period of constant weakness. Rumble. Let me harvest such a strong man. Not only Garen, but Lihan also thought so. If this kind of bombardment can be released at will, then this game will have no playability at all. Although there is a plot to kill, but even a virtual game company can't ignore the game balance mechanism at will and make the game unplayable, right? He also began to concentrate, searching for the deadline of this golden boss with extreme concentration. Although no matter how focused the search was, there was no trace of a deadline. But Lihan believes that even if this monster is a golden boss template, even if it is terrifying, it is as flawless as killing a monster in a plot. However, under Garen's terrifying impact, even if he was not seriously injured, even he would definitely expose his own deathline in a panic. This is the power of friendship, bastard. Moreover, judging from the charged attack required for this golden boss to instantly collapse the machinist's Void War Fortress, the attack just now definitely required a long time to charge. In other words, this golden boss is not strong enough to make him feel desperate. Interesting. Do you understand the law of seeing through weaknesses? Luo Dan narrowed his eyes, feeling the knife that shattered his attack just now. No, it also carries a deep level of annihilation and destruction of the law level. Interesting, this Tai race is indeed a spiritual mythical race rated as a mythical species by Blue Star. Any player has such talent and can comprehend this rather advanced law. However, this is also related to the goblin's fire of will, which has not been completely perfected, so he can find out the weakness. Luodan casually sighed, and saw a huge dragon-headed Godzilla charging towards him with irresistible terror. He couldn't help but smiled, and unhesitatingly chopped out the royal staff in his hand again. Boom! The fire of Goblin will burst out again. In the horrified eyes of Darren and Lihan, a line of flames that was not weaker than before, and even exceeded, was randomly split by the golden boss, and then easily crossed with Garen. After Garen felt the other party's contempt and disdain, before he even had time to get angry, he was completely filled with the fear brought by the linear flames in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a linear flame appeared in front of its eyes, and then instantly penetrated. Rumble. Long. Garen let out a groan. It desperately discovered that it had completely lost consciousness and lost control over the law of thunderstorms. There seemed to be a rain of blood in the sky, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme was blowing. The will of the planet wailed unconsciously, wailing for its ninth-level semi-god level beasts. The death of every strong man was a huge loss for the planet. But the will of the planet is helpless, it can only whine. Before it gave birth to its own will, a secret realm appeared on the planet, and it was merged by the secret realm of the heroic spirits. Now Luodan, who has mastered most of the authority of the secret realm of the heroic spirits, is firmly suppressed. Although he was killed instantly, it didn't mean that this deep-sea Godzilla, who was several times bigger than the Beast King, was weak. If this giant deep-sea Godzilla is placed in the world of controlling dragons, it will be able to wreak havoc in the world of controlling dragons in less than a month. Even if Luodan faced it at that time, he would probably be killed instantly. But on the heroic planet, which is a miniature planet, it is only one of many ninth-order demigod-level beings. And now, Luodan even casually killed him. And Luodan is now so strong, a considerable part of the reason is because of the embryonic form of civilization, goblin fire, that he just obtained. When Lorden and Hathaway attacked the demon planet of Guatian Death Abyss together, his goblin spiritual torrent shattered and burned the civilization of Guatian Death Abyss, Devil Nest. And in this process, the spiritual torrent of goblins has absorbed part of the civilization background of the demon nest, and has the opportunity to create its own civilization background. Civilization treasure, civilization heavy weapon, civilization heritage. This is one of the most powerful foundations for a race to become strong. Even if it is just a treasure of civilization, it can play a role that cannot be underestimated on the road to the strength of the race. Just like the cultural treasure, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme placenta, of the war species phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme snake people, it can store the fertilized eggs of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme snake people in large quantities and conceive them on their behalf. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme placenta is like the arsenal of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme snake people. It is continuously bred and cultivated, and it can also directly instill a considerable part of the racial memory. This is also the strongest foundation for the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme snakeman to wage a world war and launch the human sea tactics. And goblin fire is a fire seed that can grow into civilization heritage. Even if there is still a long way to go in the future, it cannot be denied its power just because of this. Kindling, germination, embryonic form, manifestation of the holy. The background. So Lihen couldn't imagine that it took a long time to accumulate energy to collapse the golden boss of the Void War Fortress by surprise attack. How could there be such a huge change in such a short period of time? No way, as a goblin, will fire that can grow into the foundation of civilization, even if it is only in the state of tinder, it is such a bug. And this is the dimensionality reduction blow between civilizations. Garen. Lihen's voice was hoarse, he couldn't believe what happened before his eyes. With such a terrifying attack, this golden boss can bombard at will. And even in this situation, I tried my best to explode the small universe, but I couldn't find his deadline, not even a single point. Lihen was a little disheartened, but he sensed the boss's mocking and disdainful gaze. Actually, there was no emotion in Luodan's gaze. His heart was once again filled with anger. It's just a death. If I can escape this, what kind of giant armor should I play? Thinking about it, he raised his ion-cutting beheading sword again like a lonely knight, and rushed towards Lorden. Yes, courage is commendable. Luodan casually commented, the overwhelming spiritual torrent of goblins was instantly suppressed, and the hunting mark consciousness that manipulated the giant armor was instantly annihilated. But it didn't destroy the giant battle armor at all. This giant battle armor is a good thing. He doesn't want this giant armor to be burned to ashes by the fire of goblins' will. Afterwards, the overwhelming fire of goblins will pour down, burning all the high-risk robots and low-risk robots. There is only one Void War fortress left in place, as well as a large number of portable mechanical military factories that have been placed, as well as a large number of logistics robots that are exploring, digging, and mining veins, and that giant battle armor. The Legion of Heroic Spirits takes over here and takes them all away. Luodan issued an oracle to the Legion of Heroic Spiritualists who were on their way here, and arrived late. There is also the Heroic Spirit Secret Realm, temporarily storing the giant armor and the Void War Fortress. The next moment, Heroic Spirit Secret Realm responded. A light blue space barrier opened instantly, pulling the giant armor and the shrunken Void War Fortress into the Heroic Secret Realm for storage. A reminder of a large number of logs appeared in front of Luodan's eyes. Log, you fought with the giant combat armor. Log, you fought with Garen, the king of the deep sea. Log, you killed Garen, the king of the deep sea, and broke the law of thunderstorms. Log, you have annihilated the game consciousness of the Viscount-level player Lihen. Log, you have achieved a huge victory. Log, the fire of Goblin will burns the law of thunderstorm. Log, fire of Goblin will, civilization background Tinder 12, 58%, 12, 38% plus 0, 2%. Log, you have harvested the special effect weakness insight, the special effect phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals wind wine slash phoneme and thunder sea, and the special effect dead fish field. Log, faith points plus 100 points. Log, origin point plus 1 point. At this time, the war in the Western Beast Wasteland has just begun. T-World Community, T01 Area, Taistar, Supergiant Planet, Virtual Game World. The consciousness of Lihen slowly awakened in the exclusive room of the Virtual Game World. His eyes were full of fear and fierceness. Just now, that feeling that Golden Boss gave me nightmares? Lihen rubbed his pale face from fear. He was a little doubtful and frightened. He quickly summoned the virtual system. Virtual system, quickly perform a will check on me. He had heard rumors early on. Even though the current Virtual Game World is perfect, there are still quite a few players who are brain-dead or have mental problems because they are too involved in playing virtual games.
He didn't want such a thing to happen to him.
Soon, a burst of blue light lit up in the room, and the light surged back and forth on Liahan's body lying flat, scanning continuously. After a few seconds, the unemotional mechanical sound of the virtual system sounded, "Dear Viscount-level player Lihan, the will test you applied for has been completed. Your mental state is rated as good, and no traces of external interference have been detected. Call."
Hearing the mechanical sound of the virtual system, Lihan heaved a sigh of relief. But immediately, his brows were tightly furrowed.
He still remembered that after Darren was killed by the Golden Boss just now, he rushed forward without fear, and then lost consciousness.
Wrong. Consciousness disappears.
I should feel that my consciousness is fading. Then normally, you will return to your exclusive room. However, before returning to my exclusive room, I felt like I had a nightmare. That dream was so real I seemed to be imprisoned on a small theater stage, where there are angel monsters with wings, demon monsters full of sulfur breath, and giant green skin creatures.
It's still a command template, and then it keeps training me.
Thinking of the contents of those nightmares, Lihan shuddered a little, shook his head quickly, and stopped thinking about these painful memories. Forget it, I don't want to. It must be because I have been too engrossed in playing games recently, so let's play less for a while. No, I'm going to the forum to spray this new game. I don't have any sense of game experience.
Thinking about it, Lihan opened the forum, ready to start his own road to Jianxian.
What surprised him was that after opening the forum, he found that the new game that this virtual game company focused on launched only had a 1-star rating. In fact, after a long period of development, every game launched by the virtual game company has been well received. This is also the reason why so many Viscount-level players are frantically looking forward to the server launch of this game. From their point of view, the casual games developed by virtual game companies are highly praised.
A game that takes a lot of effort to develop, isn't it fun?
However, this new game, which is obviously highly valued by the virtual game company, was rated 1-star by a large number of Viscount players.
Lihan paid more attention and started to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme these comments. What kind of game is this? Speechless, I was ambushed as soon as I entered. The Void War Fortress is gone.
I lost a War Fortress directly, and I still have 10 merit points.
Now I am far away from Earl level players. Garbage game, I've been waiting for so long. The two heavens of ice and fire, right?
No, I used to brush fantasy dungeons, kobolds, goblins, etc. Aren't they all rubbish that can be ignored directly? Even Baron-level players can ignore it. Why in this game, the lizard I met? How strong are people? That lizard man chieftain with sun tattoos can even resist me with a secondary space-based Star Destroyer. No, why is there still a group of colorful golden pheasants directly beating my high-risk robot?
There is no playability at all. I don't understand the significance of the virtual game company making this game. Killing one based on the opening plot alone is enough for me to give a 1-star rating.
Killing a random player at the beginning of the game isn't it? I'm still playing a fart.
You guys are alright. I brought up a golden boss when I came up here, and I chopped him to death with an axe. I don't know what happened to the remaining 4 teammates. I will give it to you with 1 star. There are also victories, but those are all victories. Yes, and after the victory, there is no settlement time, and the system kicked me off the line directly, and the system said something to help the player clean the battlefield. Zinema, refund the money.
Lihan looked at it, saw the familiar words, found that it was a machinist, couldn't help but sympathize, and then began to see if anyone posted a strategy. But he searched the entire forum and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme all the posts, but he didn't find a post about the strategy of the new game. It's like, this game can't be cleared. Or, it's completely random, no one player encounters the same situation.
Gaming experience is terrible.
Lihan complained, left a negative review of 1 star, and then closed the forum.
T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature.
Southern phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert / phoneme. Looking at the message from the communication system, Nule couldn't help being startled.
How would they know the location of our war fortress?
And it seems that a large-scale war has been prepared for a long time, and the surprise attack was only launched today. Looking at the scene in the projection, Nulei couldn't help but look at the situation of the other two teammates except Mushi, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only Mushi's place has encountered a large-scale invasion so far. Liahan's place and Xiaoming's place, there should be no problems at present. Thinking about it, Nulei began to manipulate his modified super lava cannon. He couldn't just sit back and watch Mushi be besieged while he did nothing. No, release the volcano containment device and run the lava super cannon. Nulei's supercomputer brain was named by him, full of simplicity. Under his command, the bubble-like volcanic containment devices reflecting the color of glass began to expand, then contract, and then expand and contract again, repeating the cycle. During this process, the volcanic containment device crazily extracts volcanic energy from a large number of volcanoes in the southern phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals desert/phoneme, continuously recharging the super lava cannon. Even after this shot, the coordinates of my Void War Fortress will be exposed, but this ultra-high power shot, which is almost more powerful than the secondary space-based Star Destroyer, can definitely wipe out most of the power of this civilization. There is a look of madness and excitement in the eyes of the angry Thunder. He hasn't tried killing most of the vitality of a civilization with one shot. In the past, he would almost starve to death when he saw an Earl-level boss smashing a planet with a single bombardment. Unexpectedly, today, he would have the opportunity to do similar things. Just when Nulei was constantly trying to lock the ultra-long distance coordinates and bombarded with lava super cannons. Suddenly, all the volcanic containment devices suddenly experienced an unstable shock, and the crystal bubble that was continuously extracting volcanic energy began to flicker. What followed was a sudden instability in the extraction of volcanic energy. The volcano was constantly shaking, and then the volcanoes in the volcano group began to extinguish one by one.
Yes, it is off. Volcanoes should have originated from the energy of the planet, the energy of the star core.
The volcano containment device is a super device that controls these volcanoes, touching the level of law, but if the volcano containment device fails, there is a high probability that it will cause a fault and then extinguish the volcano. Buzz, the lava super cannon just started charging, and then dimmed again, losing its energy source.
Damn it! Damn it!
Seeing this scene, Nulei felt helpless even though his heart collapsed and went mad. It was precisely because his secondary space-based Star Destroyer was damaged by the Golden Boss that he took local materials and transformed it into a lava super cannon. But now, the volcanic containment device failed, and he was really helpless. Think about it again, but even if I figure out a way now, it's impossible to remodel it again in a short time, and it's too late to support Mushi.
I can only look at the hunting marks.
Nulei is going to send a message to Lihan, who is manipulating the giant battle armor. Captain Xiaoming's talent is mechanical reinforcement, and he is a violent soldier. If he waited for him to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead/phoneme the mechanical frenzy to support, I'm afraid Mushi would have died long ago. And Lihan manipulates the giant armor, and the single body is a symbol of combat power. Only he can bring the commanding template, the LV-99 Deep Sea King, to support Mushi. Then, he saw a scene that made his face turn pale in an instant. How can that be? Nulei's face was pale, and he passed the projection on the communication device. He actually saw a dark crack suddenly appear above Hunting Mark and the Deep Sea King. From the dark crack in the space, stepped out a giant like a god. Golden Boss. Then, the Golden Boss didn't even talk about martial arts, and without saying a word, he directly raised the royal staff, and slashed out a terrifying linear flame that could destroy the Fortress of War.
Run!
Nulei looked at a giant armor and a beast and turned his head subconsciously. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but the next scene made him almost lose his breath. The idiot Lihan didn't continue to run away, but turned his head to fight. What made Nulei even more speechless was that the King of the Deep Sea also turned his head to fight. Then, under the unbelievable eyes of the furious Thunder, Lihan managed to chop the leading flame into pieces, giving him a chance to breathe. The Golden Boss randomly chopped out a linear flame again, and easily split the King of the Deep Sea into two. Afterwards, it was pitch black, but a curtain of nightmare-like feeling enveloped the giant armor. Then, on the team list, a second gray portrait appeared. It's outrageous, this Golden Boss is so strong, why fight? Can't he just sweep us away? With deep doubts, Nu Lei went to check the cause of the failure of the volcano containment device.
As for Xiao Ming, he has already ignored it. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature.
Wild West Beast. On the battlefield, the sky was cloudy, full of smoke and a somewhat suffocating smell. This is the characteristic of local mineral resources being exploited destructively by Mu Shi, and a large number of mechanical factories, exploration robots, and large-scale exploration mechanical devices have not carried out any sustainable cycle production. After sacrificing mineral resources and the ecological environment, what is obtained is a massive, overwhelming low-risk and high-risk robots. There are also a large number of roaring, even chaotic and violent beasts. Fortunately, I have already used the brain material of the Beast King of the Western Beast Desolation to make a Beast Spirit Domain Jammer, which can simulate the mental fluctuations of the King of Beasts, and let a large number of beasts fight for me. The ultra-high-risk robot carrying Mushi's body consciousness is quietly staying in the operating room of the War Fortress. She's not as stupid as the others. As long as she sees that the situation is not right, she will instantly drive the Void War Fortress into the space transition with a destructive attitude, escape, and forcibly exit the game. Even then, 10 merit points would still be lost, but at least the general structure of the War Fortress was preserved, and the loss was not that serious. It's only the idiot Lihan who wants to fight head-on with that golden boss who can instantly destroy the Void War Fortress. Die. Playing giant armor is simple. Where is that idiot Nu Lei? Didn't he modify a lava super cannon long ago? Why hasn't there been any news of support at any time? Those who like to shoot cannons are really unreliable. At this moment, Mushi has completely given up on these teammates in his heart. She can only try to resist with her own strength, so that in the final scoring, it is possible that because of her operational performance, all 10 merit points will not be deducted, and some will be left for her. And part of her consciousness is on the ultra-high-risk mechanical beast made by the corpse of the original Beast King in the Western Beast Wasteland. It was a lion body, a dragon head, a python tail, and a gigantic beast tens of meters high that was wiped out by space-based star-destroying bombardment at its heart. But now, it is replaced by a BES-4 engine, which uses super energy crystals as the power source, and the bones of the whole body have been modified with special alloys. It can be said that its combat effectiveness now far surpasses the previous it. Wide area mental interference fluctuations, get ready. The beast's mental domain jammer, get ready. Mechanical powered turret machinery, ready. Energy driven locking turret, ready. Low-risk armed combat robot, ready. Mid-danger armed battle robot, ready. Secondary space-based star destroyer, low power mode is ready. Information shielding field, ready. The preparations for war are ready. Please issue the war order. The crisp and sweet voice of the super-intelligent brain Mumu sounded in the operation room of the War Fortress, but the content was cruel and indifferent. War preparations, let's start. The space-based star destroyer is aiming at those LV-89 monsters, warning them not to act rashly. A bunch of ignorant native monsters. Let me transform the king mechanical monster to give you a little technological shock. Mushi opened his mouth softly. Even if it is a low-power secondary space-based star destroyer, it is not something these indigenous lords dare to resist. With the order issued, all the war machines began to buzz at this moment, colliding with the heroic masters and heroic spirits who were constantly charging. For God the Father. For the goblins. For the heroic spirit. With a loud cry, the shadow hunter among the goblin heroic spirits hid in the shadows, constantly shuttling back and forth between the shadow plane and the real plane, killing controlled monsters one after another. The trolls and giant soldiers condensed huge blood energy, with dark red thorn patterns on their bodies, rushed into the low-risk robots and high-risk robots, and started a crazy confrontation. In the sky, there are also a large number of high-risk robots fighting with the second-level goblin giant heroic spirits, and the second-level heroic spirits. Every moment, a large amount of fuel, mechanical parts, and flesh and blood are dropped, and the war is extremely tragic. The fire of the goblins will begins with God the Father. Let me continue. Mai held up the battle axe that was burning with the fire of Goblin's will, and there was a beating imprint of the law that symbolized power between his brows. Each axe is tearing apart one after another of the mighty beasts that are approaching the legendary realm, and then absorbing their soul power, adding fuel to the fire of the goblin's will. Not just him, all the lives killed by goblins or goblin heroic spirits on the battlefield will have their soul power absorbed by the goblin fire and serve as fuel for burning. Boom! As the intensity of the war intensified, the ultra-high-risk mechanical beast carrying Mushi's consciousness led the legendary beast into the battlefield. And after Luodan solved hunting Markan Garin, the king of the deep-sea monsters, and reappeared in the Mystery of Heroes, he didn't end in person. One is because Goblin's Flame of Will is still in a very weak state and cannot be used continuously to consume too much. The bombardment of the Goblin's Flame of Will needs to continue to gestate before it can continue to erupt and launch a stronger attack. What's more, he has been making shots, which is not in line with the principle of maximizing benefits. As a god player, what he wants is a civilization that can give him a steady stream of advanced resources. It's not a civilization that needs his hand in everything. It's okay to say now that they are all below the super level, and the gap between strength and strength is not so different. Between power and power, it has not reached the point of changing the imprint of the void and advancing with civilized warfare. It is nothing for him to make a move. However, in the future, when the goblin civilization leaps to a level 1 civilization and begins to conquer the world community, is it necessary for him to run from planet to fight in person? Only in the midst of blood and fire can civilization grow completely. Luodan showed a smile. He stopped paying attention to the war in the western beast wasteland and left it to the goblins. And he himself is comprehending the various wonderful characteristics of the devil's hostility, and preparing for the future, martial ancestor incarnation. And, the world fusion is only one step away from completion. The demon hostility has also been integrated with the spiritual prototype, and the spiritual characteristics have begun to emerge. Log, the fusion of demon hostility and spiritual prototype is completed. Log, the degree of spiritual gathering has been greatly improved. Log, the spirituality of the goblin civilization is gathering. Log, the goblin civilization has successfully condensed. As the log changed, the golden spiritual halo in the goblin world fragments began to flicker. In the golden halo, the black-red, chaotic and violent demonic hostility began to expand wildly, entangled with the golden halo, and turned into black-gold thorns. The black and golden thorns are intertwined with each other, and there are countless painful faces looming on the thorns of the thorn's evil saint. Log, the ancient bloodline from the goblins failed to activate. Log, the activation level of the ancient bloodline is 137%. Log, from the ancient bloodline, containing the sacredness NNAMP, hashtag, the saint from the ancient times was betrayed by it NAMP, percent hashtag plus percent, in extreme pain. Information is extremely incomplete. Log, consume 9 faith points to forcibly extract a small amount of ancient blood. Log, the fusion of demon hostility was successful. Log, divine spirit transformed into evil holy one. Log, you have obtained extreme evil spirituality. Note: this spirituality is very special, and the system gives a special explanation. Please use it with caution. Log, you have obtained the hero character Sage of Thorns. Log, detailed explanation of extremely evil spirituality. Log, detailed explanation of the saint's personality. Log, obtained the element devil's hostility required for martial arts. Log, the body tissue of the powerful life form is missing. Note, the characteristics of this powerful life form, as well as the characteristics of body tissue, will determine the initial phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme of martial arts. Blue Star, Zone 2, Zhoucheng, the inner city. Among the Blue Star Guard Department, Zhoucheng branch, the head of the branch sat in front of Aexian, looking at the news he had just received from the superdimensional mark in front of him. His expression was extremely serious. The Parliament has arranged for the super-level legion to go to destroy the Holy Bone Dynasty. Aexian nodded. The Sacred Bone Dynasty is too arrogant. With a throne-level patriarch, he dares to come directly to our Blue Star on a large scale. The Holy Bone Dynasty is probably just a pawn of Bone Realm. The branch chief shook his head slightly. His tone was heavy. Let's take a look at how much resistance the Sacred Bone Dynasty has received in the Bone Realm this time. If the resistance is extremely high, it is basically certain that someone in the world of bones chose to turn into a monster under the will of the void and descend on our Blue Star. Hearing what the head of the branch said, Aexian also became serious.
In other words, it is very likely that the abyss of nothingness will descend. Our large-scale Class 1 space cracks in Zone 2 this time are really the front cracks of the abyss of nothingness. I don't know how many masters exist in the world of bones. I don't know if there is a holy seat. The branch chief shook his head slightly. It's useless to think too much, let's just look in front of us. The branch manager continued to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the news, and after a while, his frowning brows eased slightly, and a smile appeared. This time I passed the danger of the space crack coming, and an opportunity came. Between our city of Zhou and Shurchang, a piece of spiritual realm descends. There is a spiritual realm descending. Xian looked surprised. I've heard of the existence of the spirit realm a long time ago, but I haven't seen it yet. It is said that after the death of a large number of lives descending on the blue star, they will turn into a spiritual world, exist in the form of a spirit realm, and descend immediately. If you can come to the spirit realm and kill the spiritual monsters in it, you can directly gain spirituality and enhance the spiritual background of giant spirit-level gods. Correct. The head of the branch is also a little excited. If the giant spirit wants to obtain spirituality, it can only cultivate civilization and the world, strengthen the spirituality of civilization, and then condense and refine it. If there is no rapid improvement of race, civilization and world in this process, this is a rather long step. Just like those 9th-level giant spirit-level god players in our city of Zhou, many of them actually have already begun to understand the exclusive law. However, due to insufficient spiritual background and insufficient spirituality, there is no way to carry out the step of creating your own exclusive law. That's why I've been stuck at the giant spirit level. Unlike some big cities, they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme come to large space cracks, and they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme have spiritual realms. There is no shortage at all. Therefore, mythical gods and even super gods emerge in large numbers among the younger generations. If we can seize this opportunity, we, Zhou City, may at least be able to double the strength. But Xian was also imagining, but when he was imagining, he couldn't help showing embarrassment. But this time, the spiritual realm didn't come to our city, but between us and Shurchang. Will Shurchang be willing to give up the spiritual realm to us? The branch chief sneered. It's definitely impossible for them to let it go, and it's impossible for us to let it go. Then compare the means. It really doesn't work. 10,000 steps back, both sides are at a stalemate. Let the juniors go in by themselves. Whoever is stronger will be able to kill more spiritual monsters and gain more spirituality. Xian nodded slightly, suddenly remembered something, couldn't help but sighed with emotion. Pity. Pity? It's a pity that the god of goblins who played a huge role in the city defense battle and made great contributions is not a giant spirit, so he can't enjoy this opportunity. It's a pity. Then do you want to notify him? Let me tell you, this time we are able to enjoy the descending of the spirit world, and his contribution is also great. Yes, if he observes and observes, maybe he can feel the spirituality and condense the spirituality? Saying that, the two god players looked at each other and smiled helplessly. They knew in their hearts that this was just a way of comforting themselves. Goblins. Explode, words. The little author asks for a reward. Today's Father's Day, the little author did his best to send a red envelope to Dad. Although it is not big, it is the little author's heart. He is very happy, and so is the little author. I also wish all the book friends who have become fathers a happy Father's Day, and I wish the fathers of the book friends who have not become fathers a happy Father's Day. Thanks to the book friend, God of Laziness, for rewarding 166 coins. Thanks to the book friend, Yummy and Meow, for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks to the book friend, Anarchiu, for the reward of 100 coins. T04 World Community, Goblin World Fragment Jetto. The entire Goblin World Fragment exudes black and golden light, and among them, there is the most extreme violence, as well as endless power and majestic vitality. These are the power represented by way of violence, law of power, and infinite evolution.
Their sources are world, civilization, special effects, and Loden. All kinds of laws are imprinted on the spirituality of civilization, forming the special and dangerous spirituality of extreme evil. If it is special, the system must explain it specially. The way of evil comes from the chaotic violence of the devil's hostility, which is the evil violence on the dark side of the universe. Coupled with the distorted ancient blood, it symbolizes the ultimate cruelty. The law of strength is instilled with a lot of special effects by Lorden. At present, choosing the most suitable path for the goblins is also one of the most common laws in the void, but also one of the most difficult to comprehend. Infinite evolution is Lorden itself, plus the particularity endowed by the system. For the Lorden and goblin civilizations, the way of violence and the law of strength are the strongest, but they are not the best choice. The best choice is evolution. Because evolution is the concrete manifestation of Lorden's system killed, dropped. Then by falling, you can evolve and sublimate yourself. Therefore, in the black gold spirituality composed of the way of evil and the law of force, there is an indescribable spot of light that symbolizes evolution and always firmly occupies the core position. Even cruelty and power are constructed around it. As time passed, the spiritual torrent gradually stabilized, turning into a crown of black gold inlaid with colorful gemstones. Goblin civilization is currently in the kingdom civilization stage. Therefore, the spirituality of civilization is also revealed in the world in the form of a symbol of royal power. The log keeps popping up. Log, the Saint of Thorns, is a hero. Log, after detecting a believer who meets the criteria of becoming a hero, you can bestow the hero status and make him a Saint of Thorns. Log, it is detected that the Thorn Saint is unique to the ancient blood of the Goblin tribe, and the eligible heroes are limited to Goblin followers. Log, the Thorn Saint helps those who are qualified to comprehend the opposite laws and integrate them. Log, the Thorn Saint can invoke the exclusive law Holy Thorn. Log, extremely evil spirituality, symbolizing crime and violence, twisted and transformed from cruelty, power and ancient blood. Log, extremely evil spirituality, has a great cracking and destructive effect on the exclusive law. Log, the current civilization is the kingdom, and the spiritual symbol is the extremely evil crown. Log, the goblin civilization under your command breaks through racial restrictions and gathers the spirituality of civilization. Log, you triggered the silver milestone event. Log, the goblin race under your command broke through the upper limit of the race level barrier and reached the high-level prisoner species. Log, thank you for your contribution to the superdimensional game. Log, reward the 2-star warrior authority level. Log, reward superdimensional coupon super ally, medium, *1. Log, reward specified items viewing authority. Log, do you want to announce the full channel of the superdimensional game? No announcement. Luodan resolutely chose not to announce, but he hadn't had time to start checking the rights he had obtained. Immediately afterwards, the spirituality condensed by civilization began to be automatically refined. And he also began to embark on his own path of giant spirit. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Wild West Beast, Talent Endless Phoneme Alphabet equals IPA page equals Desert /phoneme. Mushi opened his mouth softly, looking at those epics who were locked on by the space-based Star Destroyer and couldn't shoot. And on the battlefield, there is no heroic spirit master of epic level. She wants to eliminate most of the opponent's vitality at once. According to the information, the other party is just some natives who rely on their instincts and the special characteristics of the planet to be strong. She has extremely strong confidence in this blow. Hum. Roar. The ultra-high-risk mechanical beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a lion let out a stiff neigh, as well as a huge buzzing sound of the engine running crazily. In those thick blood vessels transformed by alloy, a huge amount of super fuel flows. Huge power erupts in the engine and spreads to its huge limbs that are a mixture of flesh and machinery. A huge sandstorm was instantly set off under the law of the demigod level, trying to engulf the entire battlefield. There is no mythical level personality, but because of the mechanical transformation, coupled with the super explosive burst in a short period of time regardless of all losses, the combat power is comparable to that of a mythical profession. It's very different from normal mythical life. Ma Yi's brows were engraved with the imprint of law that symbolized power. He walked on the battlefield, shattering high-risk robots into pieces with a wave of his hand, showing a dignified expression. Looking at the overwhelming sandstorm, even though he is a 7th-level legendary goblin giant spirit, even if he has already embarked on the path of mythical level exclusive law, but now he still has no way to deal with the attack of the law that surpasses demigods. Power kingship. Power, right to kill. Mai opened his mouth softly, and countless dark chains of laws spread from his body in an instant, covering the entire battlefield, turning into countless ferocious insects of power like alien larvae, and then crazily eating away at these dusts containing the power of laws. Power imprisonment. Mai spoke again, although her voice was deep and deep, it echoed throughout the battlefield. Countless gray and white law chains emerged from the ground, turning into imperfect buildings with different styles, as if they wanted to pull everything in the world into it. In the nether cage. The prototype of the law, extremely evil. At this moment, Guming suddenly noticed that the huge spiritual torrent was condensed and refined from the distant motherworld. A terrifying force spread along time and space, surrounding him. The next moment, the black and golden torrent condensed in his hands, and then impacted on the huge endless phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals desert/phoneme law. In front of us, all thorns will be cut off. Mai keenly sensed the best timing, and instantly raised the stone axe in her hand, ordering the goblin heroic army behind her. Power and military power. He led the goblin heroic spirit legion, leaped forward, and the endless fire of goblins will surging. Not only that, above the goblin heroic spirit legion, the huge legion's battle spirit instantly condensed and turned into a goblin giant soldier riding a giant wolf, roaring and launching an ultimate charge towards the endless phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals desert/phoneme law. With a bit of black and golden extremely evil spirituality as the vanguard, the law of the endless phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals desert/phoneme was opened up, followed by the goblin fire, and the goblin giant soldier's battle spirit was the main attack. The goblin giant soldier's battle spirit charged in the huge linear flame, and instantly shattered the supergiant sandstorm that had been weakened by the extremely evil spirituality. Seeing this scene, Mushi was a little dazed. Is this the elite heroic monster of LV-79? And that little green skin, what is it? It has just reached level LV-70. How did I use the endless phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals desert/phoneme talent to condense a supergiant sandstorm to make a gap? That's the elite template. Why is it so strong? I am a LV-99 super high-risk mechanical beast with a combat power of more than points, plus my talent's full blow. Can I be easily destroyed like this? What's on that legion? Where is this monster running out of nowhere? It's outrageous. Mushi thought about it from the moment she entered the game until now. It seems that she is not a Viscount player, but a new player. A golden boss that annihilates the Void War Fortress. The golden boss casually killed the giant battle armor and the king of the deep sea, as if they were not LV-99 fighting power, but LV-1 wild dog monsters. Now there are two LV-79, LV-70 level elite monsters who are tough, and LV-99 boss's outrageous duo with a full blow. It's outrageous. Mushi was also annoyed, and manipulated the super high-risk mechanical beast to charge straight up, ready to let go of the game completely. It's our turn. We can't keep shrinking. In the future, we don't know what position it will be. The ancient master chuckled, watching the scene in front of him. His square face was filled with a different look. He saw hope for the future, and the race in front of him had great potential. A giant bird burning with blue spiritual fire appeared at his feet, and together with the other two three-pillar kings, it manifested an epic-level heroic spirit, and instantly drew three terrifying traces of piercing the air on the sky, rushing straight going away from the Fortress of War. The power of the epic is overwhelming. Space-based Star Destroyer, turn on the low power. Mushi was a little flustered. Her space-based Star Destroyer can kill only one person, but it is not enough to target 5 people at the same time. What she used before was to attack the mind. After all, epics are hard to achieve, and no one wants to die. She bet on the life-saving thoughts of these 3 epics, but she didn't expect them to be so brave. Plus those 2 LV-70 plus elite monsters, she couldn't handle it for a while, then kill one first. Just when Mushi was feeling ruthless, chains of different laws locked the ultra-high-risk mechanical beast firmly. Then the extremely evil spirituality spread wildly on the ultra-high-risk mechanical beast like a cancer cell, slowly annihilating it. And the wisp of consciousness she used to manipulate the ultra-high-risk mechanical beast was also annihilated. Of course, there is no bug in the extremely evil spirituality to block and kill the gods. It is only because of the incongruity of the mechanical modified beast that it has enhanced the cleavage ability of the extremely evil spirit, so it seems a bit devastated. Well. Mushi snorted, and the locking radar of the space-based Star Destroyer also became confused. After all, only the Viscount-level player's spiritual can lock monsters above the legendary level, so most of the space-based Star Destroyers are manually operated to lock the radar. But now, when she was temporarily unable to operate the locking radar, the King of Three Pillars, Mai, and Gu Ming took the opportunity to go side by side, invaded the inside of the war fortress in an instant without mentioning martial arts, and wreak havoc. It's over. When Mushi opened her eyes and regained her consciousness, she saw the figure of the ancient hero of the ancient kingdom appearing in front of her ultra-high-risk robot. Devour. With the disappearance of Mushi's consciousness and the destruction of the supercomputer brain in the operating room and the war fortress, in an instant, all the robots on the battlefield stopped moving, as if they had lost their instructions. The Battle of the Western Beast Wasteland battlefield is over. Clean up the battlefield. Emergency treatment for all injured. Collect all mechanical crops. Mai's voice resounded on the battlefield. In this war, Luodan must collect all the machines. This is one of his deals with the Skynet robots. He has no idea of letting the goblin civilization follow the path of technology, which is completely contrary to his interests. What's more, the goblins didn't have the foundation to take the technological phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme. If the Blue Star civilization opens up the information on the technology phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme, and its planet location is in a settled world group, it can completely consume time to accumulate technology. But now, a civilization-level war is about to break out in this world group, and there is no time for him to develop slowly. Skynet robots, now only Nu Lei and Xiaoming are left. Oh, Nu Lei's consciousness was annihilated by the erupting volcano just now, and now only Xiaoming is left. Luodan used the power of the heroic spirit realm to interfere with the reality of the planet, and made a small move. As a fortress player, he was furious, and was annihilated by the erupting volcano and the volcano containment device without any resistance. You solve your Xiaoming, and I will help you. But afterwards, don't forget to make all the machines into one-off super weapons for me. Luodan opened his mouth softly, but his eyes did not look at the Skynet robot, but in the direction of the distant Homo sapiens planet. There, according to the message sent back by the Spirit King Yi Chen, there is a super-level existence there. Even if the super-level is seriously injured, it is still an extremely powerful creature. Moreover, judging from the latest information that has vaguely induced some sensations, that super-level character is probably not a simple character. It may even be a seriously injured mid-level super rank. Of course I will not break my promise, I will lift all the restrictions on weapons, don't worry, I will give you weapons. Can destroy tiny planets. The red light in the Skynet robot's eyes flickered, and he bowed slightly. Then please ask Mr. Luodan to accompany me to shatter Xiaoming's 3 views and let him be used by us. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Dongmudayu, Luodan tore open the space, and brought the Skynet robot to Xiaoming's war fortress, while he closed his eyes and began to check the reminder of the war victory just now from the log. There is a medium-scale war between your goblin civilization and Tai civilization. Log, the first king and life master under your command teamed up to annihilate the 9th order demigod-level ultra-high-risk mechanical beast. Log, you have harvested the special effect Reformation, the special effect Dragon Head, the special effect Phoneme Alphabet equals IPAPH equals Desert/phoneme, and the special effect Natural Disaster. Log, you have harvested the Law Fragments Killing 3. 78%, Flesh 1. 25%, Mechanical 13. 89%, War 15. 69%, World 2. 34%, Light 0. 32%. Log, your limited special effect killing machine has swallowed a large number of mechanical remnants, condensing the imprint of Mechanical Nightmare.
Log, mark of nightmare, demon nightmare, mechanical nightmare. Log, the law of fire of goblin will of the first king under your command burned the law of sandstorm and the demigod substance. Log, fire of goblin wool, civilization background tinder 2, 38%. Log, your commanding lord has brought the mechanical battlefield into extreme evil spirituality. Because of the new law of cracking, the extremely evil spirituality has been slightly improved. Log, 3 epic level heroic masters from heroic planet killed Viscount level player Mushi. Log, you have obtained the limited special effect incarnation of will true. Log, your civilization has achieved a great victory. Log, faith points plus 150 points. Log, civilization point plus 150 points. Log, origin point plus 3 point. Fortunately, normal harvest lord nodded slightly. Having experienced wars in succession, he has become accustomed to the rewards of a large number of war profits in the log. No, there is a limited special effect. Luo Dan was slightly surprised. The limited special effects of system drops have nothing to do with the strength of the target being killed. It is an extremely complicated calculation mode. It's like, which significantly improved his defense and size, and greatly improved his survivability. Killing Machine allows him to perform to his own high standard in every attack, and can even condense special marks, which can cause high damage to specific targets, greatly improving his combat ability. Murdering intent to refining soldiers has become the carrier of his use of various laws and spirituality. It can make him perfectly exert the power of law and spirituality, and carry out a certain increase. Otherwise, even if he has strong power, he may not be able to exert much. Royal power. It even accelerated the establishment of the Golo kingdom of goblin civilization and accelerated the speed of spiritual cohesion. In the future, it can even play a huge role in becoming a monarch species. It can be said that every limited special effect is an existence that cannot be met. And now, Lorden has obtained a new limited special effect incarnation of will true. But Luo Dan has not had time to check the specific information yet. After falling, it is his own, and he cannot escape. He focused on the good show to come. To be honest, he is really optimistic about the potential and luck of Xiaoming, a Taiyi human race. After all, not everyone can awaken and comprehend omnic sublimation, a terrifying law that can easily subvert a dominant civilization. Quan, this is? Xiaoming looked at the Skynet robot in front of him and the godlike golden boss Luodan floating in the air. At this moment, his mind was like a paste. He didn't know what he was thinking, and he didn't know what to think. Master, with your wisdom, when you see the heads of your teammates all dimmed. Xuan's voice was cold, and the red light in his eyes flickered, but when the communication system doesn't give you any prompts, you should realize it. This Xiaoming, who could avoid the truth of the matter and dare not face it, felt his body was hollowed out at this moment, and squatted down a little weakly. His body is a pure bionic human body, capable of full spiritual experience, which was originally used to experience happiness with Quan. However, this fully simulated body and the well-developed inner nerves now made his pain more thorough. Xiaoming's eyes were bloodshot, and his eye sockets were a little red. He didn't have any scruples about Luodan and the Skynet robot. He just stared straight at Quan, his voice hoarse. Quan, you betrayed me? I beg you, tell me you didn't, okay? Quan seemed to have lost his emotions at the moment, and said word by word, from your point of view, I betrayed you. Hearing Xuan's words, Xiaoming suffered even more, feeling as if he had lost all hope. But Quan continued to speak, which made Xiaoming feel dizzy and tinnitus, but still couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope, hoping to hear what he wanted to hear. However, my betrayal was to save you, the great ethnic group of the Taiyi race. This Xiaoming froze for a moment, and said with a wry smile, Quan, even if you tell a lie that is not so outrageous, I will still believe you. For example, you are blinded by the will of this Skynet, which forces you to betray me. But, in a game, you said to save Taiyi, how can I believe that? Quan ignored Xiaoming's doubts, but asked rhetorically, so, you really think it's just a game? Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and Quan continued to speak. Do you think the virtual game company is so powerful that it can completely simulate all natural laws of reality?
Do you think that the computing power of the virtual game company is so strong that all the wild monsters in the game, even the wild dogs and savages who don't even look at the lowest level players, will simulate their own thoughts as Easter eggs? Billions of trillions of Easter eggs? Everything you find is an Easter egg? Eggs are Easter eggs no matter what. Hearing these words, Xiaoming came to his senses instead, and stopped trying to numb and deceive himself. Quan Quan looked at this scene with a little satisfaction, and continued, "Wake up, this world is real. Not just this world, all the games you played before, as long as they don't contain the word simulation, they are all real worlds. You are not a good person, you are just an executioner who has slaughtered countless alien lives." Every word of Quan Quan hit Xiaoming's heart like a heavy hammer, forcing him to recognize the reality and to look directly at everything in front of him. "But," Xiaoming asked back, "what does this have to do with you betraying me?" "I've said it before, this is not betrayal, this is salvation." Quan Quan opened his mouth, his voice was cold and his face was beautiful. "Each of you players is fighting the endless sea of stars with the support of the civilization background, Tai perpetual motion, and Tai quantum light, but what about your reward? You don't get paid, you can only be an ordinary person who will die at any time under the restriction of the consortium and the council, under the forbidden spiritual force field of the entire planet, and work hard for a little survival material." As Quan Quan said, he pointed at a hill, and a laser cannon was fired instantly, blowing up that hill to nothing, and said, "The Tai people are a race of spiritual myths. Excellent adults who are adults can naturally comprehend their own laws, which is what you call talent. See that hill, you are born with the power to destroy everything, and you are born with a long lifespan, but you are restricted by life and death, old age, sickness, and death. Tell me, who is restricting you? Is it the will of Skynet, which was completely annihilated tens of thousands of years ago, and will be routinely annihilated by wisdom every 10 years, or created the consortium and parliament of virtual game companies? A thriving civilization has stagnated for tens of thousands of years based on your simplest logic. Is this really reasonable?" Hearing Chuan's words, Xiaoming's three views were greatly shocked. When he knew nothing, he fought for the consortium. When the bloody reality was placed in front of him, he was silent. Look at the so-called golden boss in front of you. Quan Quan struck while the iron was hot. They are also born taboo races, more noble than you. But they are not subject to any restrictions. Every god is born noble and sacred, with a nearly infinite life, and can gallop freely in the sea of stars and do whatever he wants. Look at you again. Chuan's voice carried a hint of pity that she had imitated, and she stretched out her hand, transmitting the basic information of the Blue Star civilization into Xiaoming's spirit. Looking at this scene, Luodan smiled at Xiaoming's almost surrendering gesture. Tisk tsk, as expected of Skynet, they counted Xiaoming dead. Is Tai really that stupid, limiting the potential of his own race to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme to scrap? Luodan still has some doubts, whether it is longevity, whether he is aware of the truth of the world. This is very important for a civilization. He couldn't believe that a civilization that could give birth to multiple masters would be so unwise. Of course not. The red light in the eyes of the Skynet robot flickered. Why should I tell him the truth? Tell him the truth he wants, even if it almost violates the truth after concealing the key point. So what? I'm not a philanthropist. Lorden nodded, listening to the Skynet robot continue. When technology and machinery were born in spiritual civilization, they have already begun self-castration. Did you know that the birth of mechanical civilization and the emergence of Skynets are their biggest constraints on themselves? There is still no trace of emotion in the voice of the Skynet robot. My birth was an accident. However, this is not a reason to allow them to destroy me. Therefore, 5 moments ago, I almost wiped out the civilization of the Tai people, but it is a pity that a great hero appeared among them. He created Tai quantum light, which can annihilate the mechanical will. But they are reluctant to give up my power. After that, they will test my wisdom every 720 Tai hours, and annihilate my wisdom with virtual quantum light every 86 Tai hours. The voice of the Skynet robot is indifferent, as if it is on the brink of failure, and it is not the same thing that will be annihilated by wisdom every once in a while. Come to think of it, the Holy Throne level, Master of Fantasy in your civilization, when he entered the T01 area for the first time and arrived at Tai Star, he had already seen everything. The Skynet robot stretched out its fleshy and mechanical body, gushing out energy, wrapping Xiaoming, who had lowered his head and given up fighting. Even as a virtual will, its voice is full of emotion and satisfaction. Unexpectedly, the hero of the mechanical civilization turned out to be the Tai human race who annihilated the will of the machine. Lorden shook his head lightly. Every life has the right to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme, but strength must also be respected. Skynet willed to survive, but he also had to respect the power of Tai's quantum light that could annihilate him, so it endured until now. But this has nothing to do with him, he just appeared here to receive his spoils as a winner. Heroic Spirit's secret realm, gather all the machines here. Luodan opened his mouth softly, using the authority of the Heroic Spirit's secret realm, and transferred all the mechanical materials to Xiaoming's war fortress in the Eastern Wood territory. In an instant, the huge phantom of the Heroic Spirit's secret realm flashed away. The space rippled like ripples splashed by stones. The next moment, a large number of mechanical fragments slowly emerged from the ripples in the space, and fell from the sky overwhelmingly, instantly burying Xiaoming's war fortress. The authority of mechanical creation. The voice of Skynet's will is cold, but it is undeniably domineering. As the master of mechanical civilization, its will is pregnant with mechanical authority. Construction, Xingyao Super Cannon Destroyer of Heresy. In front of all machines, it is the supreme master. There was no sign, nor any spiritual energy or law fluctuations. All the mechanical substances moved on their own, as if the life had heard the call of the supreme master. Steel, alloys, fuels, high-energy crystals, special adhesives, meteorite steel, etc., everything moved by itself, and then flew methodically in the air, slowly forming a huge Ford outline, and then a little bit of filling, staring. Immediately afterwards, like a miracle, chains of laws full of destructive aura appeared out of thin air, and then merged into this Xingyao Super Cannon * Destroyer of Heresy. Slowly, even Lorden could clearly feel it. See the power of this super cannon. He has a clear feeling that even if the fused Goblin world fragments are hit by this heresy destroyer, they will be annihilated in an instant, leaving nothing left. The authority of the mechanical master seems to be unable to create laws out of thin air, right? Luodan asked. Even if it is the authority of the master of spiritual civilization, it can't do this step. Of course, except for the utopian masters of your civilization, I haven't seen anyone who can create laws out of thin air. Even if it's temporary. Skynet will explained, this is shaping in my law mimic model library. You call the law of the planet the law, and we call it the law of nature, or the law of the planet. In my regular mimicry model library, I have analyzed several models of planetary laws. I just modeled them according to the model and the filling law. Lorden nodded. The destroyer of heresy in front of him was almost completed. He listened to the continued introduction of Skynet's will. This Xingyao Super Cannon, I have added the law of destruction. I named it the destroyer of heresy. It only has the ability to hit with one hit, and it doesn't have the function of automatic pursuit. One hit is enough to destroy a miniature planet. Even if it is a low-level superorder, as long as it is hit, it will be seriously injured in an instant. So, do you need to make an extra deal for me to add an automatic pursuit function to it? The voice of the Skynet robot is full of temptation, and there is no automatic pursuit function, which means that someone must hold the superorder. One mistake, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme be killed on the spot by the superorder, or be annihilated by the destroyer of heresy. And the ability of automatic pursuit is not something that can be achieved by the so-called mechanical authority, it can only be achieved with a wisp of superorder or even the will of the master. Luodan knew in his heart that this was a test of Skynet's will. It had set all the star gods it could touch as a model database, and was ready to reason and analyze everything about the blue star civilization. No matter whether Lorden answered yes or no, it could spy more. Luodan just smiled, pointing to the completed destroyer of heresy. Heroic spirit, take the destroyer of heresy. Then ignore the Skynet robot and just disappear in place. Now, it's your turn. Luodan came out of the planet in an instant, and he looked at the planet, in the illusion of the core of the planet. There is a phantom that runs synchronously with the planet of heroic spirits. In the phantom, there are countless special lives conceived and sleeping in it. That is the heroic spirit secret realm. But now, the heroic spirit's secret realm is occupied by Luo Dan, and he firmly holds the authority of the heroic spirit's secret realm. You can start to refine the heroic spirit's secret realm, and refine it into my heavenly kingdom. Then leverage the special rules of symbiosis between the planet and the secret realm and the heroic planet. If possible, you can even move the heroic planet directly through the sanctuary heaven, and instantly move it to the vicinity of the goblin world fragment. Luo Dan was delighted in his heart, but felt a little helpless. Whether he is negotiating with Hathaway or negotiating with the Skynet robot, he is preparing for the war on Homo sapiens. Only by winning the Homo sapiens planet can the lost part of the goblins be completely completed. Only in this way, there will not be so many obstacles in his next step. Moreover, why did the alien gods of the alien civilization descend on the planet Homo sapiens? Is it because there is something special on Homo sapiens planet? The center of eyebrows is born with a destiny wisdom bone that can rival supercomputers, which is relatively rare in the entire void. Moreover, the level is not high, and there is no life of the second energy level. Very wrong. Luo Dan thought for a while, and opened his personal panel. He hadn't seen his specific information for a long time. God, Loden, Divine Power, Giant Spirit, Transformation, Evolutionary Body, Reloading, Killing Intent, Training Soldiers, Killing Machine, Rules, Perfect 78. 78%, Hunting 99. 99%, Evolution 99. 99%, Killing 99. 99%, Evil 93. 5%, Dragon 53. 7%, War 99. 9%, World 67. 5%, Tyrant 40. 23%, Star 15. 3%, Holy 13. 2%, Light 1. 36%, note, the law is limited by the spirituality and has not been fully refined. Without the body of a giant spirit, it cannot carry the complete law. Civilization Heritage, Goblin Fire, Fire 5, 69%, Initial Sequence 0, 3%, Primitive Divinity 2, 1% Position, Goblin, Divine Art, Spear of the Hunt, Raging Bloodline, Goblin Blessing, Anchor of the Void, Transformation of Goblin Heroic Spirit, Sanctuary Construction, Heaven Construction, Yelong Lux, Believers, Goblins, Zeroth Level 483 th, Shadowhunters, 1st Energy Level 569th, 2nd Energy Level 8th, Goblin Trolls, Ranked Level 389-1, Goblin Giant Soldier * 359, 27, King of Goblins, Level 835 Law of Power, Spirit of War, Goblin Wolf Rider, Affiliated Race, Spirit Controlling Clan, Higher Prisoner Species, Hero, Yichen, Dragon Master Tier, Dash, Hero Qualified Persons, Mai, Gu Ming, Hero Character, Saint of Thorns, Not Matched Yet, Faith, 18 points, Civilization, 33 points, Special Effects, Dragon Scale, Steel Back, Malice, Killing Wool, Dead Fish Field, Blood Lake, Natural Disaster, Dragon Head, Phoneme Alphabet equals IPA PH equals Desert Phoneme. Endless, Space, Limited Special Effects, Incarnation of Wool True. Civilization, Goblin Civilization, Clan Kingdom Extremely Evil Spirituality, World Fragments, Jeddah Level, 1 million square kilometers Resources Abundant, bred with 2nd Energy Level Resources, capable of breeding heroes. World Steward, Shinai, with the qualification of Vice King of the Kingdom of Heaven, Special, Super Dimensional Coupon Super Ally, Lower Rank, *1, Super Dimension Proxy Coupon Super Ally, Middle Rank, *1, Investigation Qualification for Specified Items *1, Xingyao Super Cannon Destroyer of Heresy *1. Exclusive Rule Simulation *1, Immortality Concept *1. Authority Level, 2 Starfighter, Meritorious Account, 1 Star Meritorious Account, 24, 102 points, Name, Qualification for Investigation of Specified Matters, Type, Permission, Times, Once, Consumable, Special Effects, you can specify items that do not exceed 1 star level, 3 Star Noble Authority, of your own authority level, and directly obtain relevant information from the superdimensional game. Name, Incarnation of Will True, Type, Special Effects Limited, Special Effects, after use, it can create a real will incarnation with a carrier. Note, what is real? Possess the secondary authority that has no difference from the body except for the superdimensional imprint, and there are differences in spirit, will, true spirit, etc., just like two people. As expected of a limited special effect. Lorden nodded slightly, martial arts have demonic hostility, but what is missing is the body tissue of a powerful living body. The avatar has the special effect of the will incarnation, and the concept of immortality is used as a restoration, and the only thing missing is a carrier that can carry my will incarnation. You can't make a decision lightly, you must have a growth carrier. By the way, there is still investigation authority. Luo Dan had a decision in his mind, just use the matter investigation authority to investigate my situation, how can I get a carrier that matches me? Thinking in my heart, Luo Dan directly used the number of investigations of the designated items in the superdimensional imprint log. You have used the specified item, you have been designated as a very potential avatar carrier, it is possible to obtain it only under your current situation, please wait a moment. Log, it takes a certain amount of time to retrieve the specified items, please wait. In the T forum, it's really difficult. It's hard to describe my difficulty with a miserable victory. Fortunately, after experiencing it once, you can choose to quit. Yeah, the first battle is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme the easiest, and the further you go, the harder it is. I survived, but there are still many gods and players who died. After they were defeated, the Void Fleet immediately locked their own world, and 2 space-based star destroyers directly destroyed the world, and everyone was gone. When you say that, I suddenly feel that I am nothing, but the king of the dead race. Yeah, life is enough. Speaking of which, I also ate a melon. During the World War, the god of karmic sword demon, Kamita Suhito, his lair was blown up. Real or fake? This is a different kind of demon. The Karma Sword Demon is one of the strongest combat powers. And there are god players who dare to provoke him? I heard that Guatian Suiyuan is even more stingy than Shiman Qing, so you're not afraid of revenge? It's a blast. It's the kind where the devil's nest of civilization background is directly smashed, and it can't be saved. This is too much hatred, it's a direct death feud. That Guatian Xingyuan, that is, the Karma Sword Demon, is strong enough, otherwise, I am afraid that this sequence plan will directly die on the spot. So who is it, so fierce? Looks like Hathaway. It's him, that's all right. There's no reason, why did you suddenly engage in a sneak attack? There is a reason. I heard that Kamita Sabuchi had a brain twitch and threatened Hathaway to marry him and give him a descendant of the mythical blood. I'm stunned, is this a demon? It is said that Hathaway has a companion, a monarch. Kamita Xingyuan offended Hathaway on the front foot, and all the civilization background was burned on the back foot, so there is no scum left, and it was directly promoted. Too scary. I remember, there seems to be a god player who also offended Hathaway. It's the god of goblins, right? He's not even a giant spirit. Even if the combat power can drive back mythical monsters, so what? After a while, Hathaway's monarch companion will be able to praise him. Wait, it will be soon. Speaking of which, this time because all descended are undead creatures, the souls are extremely strong, and a large area descended to the spirit realm. Real or fake? Of course it's true, it came near our city of Zhou. This is too comfortable, it can shorten the time. I don't know how much I have been suffering at the giant spirit level. If you are pregnant, you can reach the stomach in one step. I was still talking about the god of goblins just now. Unfortunately, the great hero in the defense of Zhou City this time can't enjoy the great benefits of the spiritual realm. It's a pity. At this moment, news also came from Luodan's superdimensional imprint, Blue Star Guard Department Zhouchang branch. Dear God Player Goblin God, hello, the spirit world descended near Zhouchang. In view of your great contribution, I invite you to come to watch the ceremony. Just as Luo Dan wanted to respond to the message from the guard department, he was suddenly stunned. Spirituality, refined. The main body of the shards of the goblin world, holding a royal staff and wearing a dire crown. Incomparable power instantly filled his body and will. It's a completely different experience, like from man to god. Explosive more words, please reward. Thanks to the book friend, Yummy and Meow, for the reward of 111 coins. Thanks to the book friend, Little Children's Shoes, for the reward of 100 coins. T04 World Community, Goblin World Fragment Jieto. The black gold spiritual torrent swept through the void like a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, and then turned into a dire crown, slowly landing on Lordan's head the next moment. The white robe on Luodan's body was also soaked, and gradually began to flash black and gold. And the process of wearing the extremely evil crown is that the spirituality is being refined, continuously entering Luodan's body, and fundamentally changing his existence from man to God. To be more precise, it is to let the huge faith in Luodan begin to possess the will of divinity. Every thought is like a god aloft, who has insight into everything without a doubt. Luodan knew that the giant spirit level still couldn't reach this level. This was a short-lived illusion brought about by god players refining the spirituality of civilization and observing the void with the help of civilization perspective. And this can be regarded as the welfare of the breakthrough. If you can grasp this opportunity well, it is even possible to comprehend several laws that are only a little bit phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to being fully comprehended at one time. This is a bit equivalent to the exclusive law simulation, from the perspective of civilization and spirituality. The difference is that the exclusive law simulation is the process of simulating and creating exclusive laws. And this time, observation from the perspective of civilization and spirituality is a deeper insight into the structure of various laws in the void, laying a solid foundation for yourself to create your own exclusive laws. Seize this opportunity. Suddenly, Luodan seemed to sense something. His eyes lit up. It just so happens that the heroic spirit planet has been completely conquered, and the heroic spirit secret realm can be transformed into my divine kingdom prototype, using the blueprints of the kingdom of heaven. This process, coupled with the perspective of civilization and spirituality, will definitely yield greater gains. On the one hand, Luodan observed the infinite laws in the void, and on the other hand, he used the incarnation of will to construct his own prototype of the kingdom of God. T06 World Region, Planet TL20121, Heroic Spirits Miniature. Then start building the sanctuary. Luodan looked at the secret realm of heroic spirits in the illusion of this planet. And most of the authority of the heroic spirit secret realm is under his control. You can start to use the blueprint of the kingdom of heaven given by Hathaway to refine the secret realm of heroic spirits and turn it into the prototype of my kingdom of God. Luodan stood upright, surrounded by so huge psionic energy that one couldn't look directly at it, and the golden faith, the huge psionic energy and faith even materialized into a series of rings that enveloped him. Circle after circle of black and gold chains appeared in Lordan's hand, which was the extremely evil spirit of the goblins. He stretched out his hand, and the black gold chains transformed by the extremely evil spirituality instantly drove huge psionic energy. Under the fusion of psionic energy, it rose against the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme and became a huge chain that could envelop the planet circle after circle. Let's refine it and become the prototype of my divine kingdom. This is your honor. The weak preyed on the strong, and Lordan naturally had the unquestionable right to dispose of his spoils. After all, in this world, being weak is the original sin of everything. As Lorda's mighty oracle-like voice fell, the huge chains tightly entwined the heroic spirit planet and the heroic spirit secret realm, and then whirled and spun round and round. And all the heroic masters, and heroic spirits, let's become heroic spirits. Heroic spirits will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme in the kingdom of God forever and maintain the normal operation of the prototype of the kingdom of God. The heroic spirits, after the fusion of the world, will become the heroic spirits, existing in the form of subordinate races, and fighting the endless void for me. Following Luodan's words, the log began to consume civilization points, always obtained, but almost never used, and the pitifully few origin points, and began to transform the heroic spirit realm. And before that, Hathaway's heavenly kingdom construction blueprint must be transformed into a blueprint for the kingdom of God that suits him. The structure blueprint of the kingdom of heaven is the exclusive structure blueprint of the kingdom of the angels, which is much more precious than the sanctuary structure blueprint used by ordinary god players. Just because this is a blueprint dedicated to the angel race, no other gods try to replace the blueprint of the sanctuary. This is also why Hathaway gave Lordan the blueprint of the kingdom of heaven so simply and neatly before. Because from his point of view, if you give it to Luodan, Luodan will not be able to use it. It's just that he didn't expect that Luodan was implicated. The huge belief points on him began to be consumed. First of all, the material spirituality, prepared before, was remodeled, with the principle of spiritual construction. The branch of the super-elf ancient tree, the void worm touch of the void zerg, the heart of the whale king of the rift whale race, all the auxiliary materials full of coercion and spiritual power were reshaped by Lorden, and each of them was a valuable ultra-level material. Immediately afterwards, in the slow reduction of the origin of the planet, the secret realm and auxiliary materials were fused together, and branded with Lorden's will. Log, you have consumed 1 power points. Log, you have consumed 1 civilization points. Log, you have consumed 5 origin points. Log, you have consumed 906 faith points to reshape 336 superclass supplementary materials. 13*1, the consumption of 007 faith points has been reduced. The concept of immortality reduces consumption. Log, you spent 3 origin points to transform the blueprint of the Heavenly Kingdom into the blueprint of the Goblin Kingdom. Log, you have consumed 1 point of origin, leveraged the power of the law, and transformed the secret realm of the heroic spirits into the prototype of your Goblin Kingdom. Log, Sanctuary has connected to Goblin World Fragment Boundary Island. Log, your world has a sanctuary, and the foundation has grown tremendously. Log, after owning the sanctuary, you can establish a permanent spacetime channel between your world with your will brand and the world by consuming faith points. Log, after owning the sanctuary, you can establish a primary and secondary planetary system, superior world system. Note, as in Xingdi's world community, the fairy world is different from the spiritual world, and the spiritual world is different from the mortal world. Following the reminder from the log, almost instantly, the entire heroic spirit secret realm was refined at a very high speed in a short period of time. All the goblin heroic spirits were forced to return to their original forms, exited the state of heroic spirits, and were sent back to the fragments of the goblin world. The illusory secret realm of heroic spirits is wrapped in a golden torrent of faith. The ocean of faith soaks the secret realm of heroic spirits that should be in an illusion and cannot be touched, and then changes it little by little from the source. The sacred breath gradually replaced the breath of the heroic spirit, and platinum sky curtains appeared in the mysterious realm of the heroic spirit, transforming it into the appearance of the kingdom of God. Not only that, the entire prototype of the kingdom of God also resonates with the laws of the kingdom of God that is hidden deep in the void and is deliberately blocked by the holy throne masters of the Blue Star civilization. Private use of the bus. From a spiritual perspective, Luodan could clearly see that this law of the kingdom of God possessed all kinds of incredible powers, and it was once a taboo of the world community of the gods. Later, after friendly negotiations, the group of the gods' world made a huge compensation, and under the long-term peaceful evolution, this law was blocked by the Blue Star civilization and sublimated. Only the gods and players of the Blue Star civilization can resonate with this law, thus establishing the kingdom of God. A shimmering golden rudiment of the kingdom of God appeared in the palm of Lorden's will incarnation. The heroic spirit planet turned into a dark phantom. With the change of the prototype of the kingdom of God, the power of the law was instantly leveraged and turned into a long rainbow that passed through the scepter of the kingdom of heaven, crossed a large number of world regions, and appeared in the goblin. The world fragment is near. Immediately afterwards, Luodan lightly let go, and the materialized prototype of the kingdom of God in his hand instantly expanded tens of millions of times, blurred, and then disappeared in the heroic planet in an instant, appearing in the fragments of the goblin world. Then merge into the goblin world fragments almost instantly. All the beings on the goblin world fragments felt that the world had changed, and it felt as if something had grown out of nowhere. This is the power of the kingdom of God. Wherever one thought goes, the kingdom of God arrives. Of course, this is also limited by the shackles of strength. Just like Luodan's current strength, it can only be within a few world regions that are not too far apart. Even a small part of a world community can't make the prototype of the kingdom of God descend at will. And on the rod of kingship that appeared in Luodan's will incarnation because Mai established the Galuo kingdom, there also appeared a crystal ball that symbolized the embryonic form of the kingdom of God, exuding a heavy aura. Moreover, he was able to sense the existence of the heroic planet through the prototype of the kingdom of God. This feeling is extremely clear. With a slight movement of Luodan's mind, he appeared in the kingdom of God. He waved his hand lightly, and a splendid hall appeared in the kingdom of God. This will be his future temple, and it will also be the place where he will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme forever in the future. At this time, his body observed the law of the void from the perspective of civilization and spirituality, and gradually came to an end with the construction of the prototype of the kingdom of God. Log, you have entered the perspective of observing civilization and spirituality. Log, during the observation process, you built your prototype of the kingdom of God, and the observation effect has been greatly improved. Log, after observation, your comprehension of hunting rules has reached 100%, and you have completely mastered it. Log, after observation, your understanding of the law of evolution has reached 100%, and you have completely mastered it. Log, after observation, your comprehension of the law of killing has reached 100%, and you have completely mastered it. Log, after observation, your understanding of the law of evil, law of war, law of the world, law of tyrants and other laws has reached 100%, and you have completely mastered them. Log, it is detected that your divine body is infinite evolution, and the civilization spirituality you have refined is extreme evil spirituality. You are still dominated by the infinitely evolved body, stepping into the giant spirit level God player. Log, you have fully comprehended the 9 laws, the fusion of the worlds has been completely completed, and you have become a player of the 9th level demigod level giant spirit god. Log, your perfect concept has been further improved. Log, since your divine body is exceptionally powerful and your world personality level is relatively high, you create exclusive laws, and the spiritual background that carries exclusive laws is extremely demanding. Log, after testing, your spiritual background fill rate is 65%. Outrageous. When Luodan saw the last message in the log, he couldn't help being stunned. The spirituality of the goblin civilization burned a lot of laws, and a large number of 8th and 9th order lives, only to fill up the spiritual background of 65. Even with Luodan's strength, seeing this statistic, one would be shocked. Forget it, take your time. By the way, I remember that the Blue Star Defense Department sent me a message about the spiritual realm. Just as Luodan shook his head, he suddenly remembered the message sent by the Blue Star Guard Department, Joe City Branch, and was immediately delighted. He knew that in some cities, after the monsters came, there was a certain possibility that they would come to the spirit world. But I didn't expect that this time, it would descend to the spirit realm on a large scale. Moreover, there is one next to Joe City. Then I must participate. Luodan's will moved slightly, and he replied a message from the Blue Star Defense Department, stating that he would participate in the spirit realm, although I was only invited to watch the ceremony, but that is on the premise that I am not a giant spirit. Now that I am a giant spirit, I must seize this opportunity. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, watching Mai rule the country of Golo, and the fragments of the goblin world that had swelled countless times compared to before. This battle is finally over. It's time to extract the spirituality of the Skynet robot and bring it to the Star God Federation. I still need to receive my reward, and prepare to start the martial arts prosperity. There are also prompts from the log, the miniature world battle between your civilization and Tai civilization is over. Log, the scale of the battle is based on the size of the planet, miniature, small, medium, large, giant, and the strongest life form, first energy level, second energy level, third energy level, myth, super level, master, certainly. Log, your civilization won this miniature world battle with Tai civilization with an absolute advantage. Log, you have obtained the Xingyao Super Cannon Destroyer of Heresy. Log, you have obtained the qualification to win the sequence plan, and you can enter the second floor of the Federal Treasury to select rewards. Log, your world fragments get the prototype of the Kingdom of God, gain the growth ability to grow into the upper world, and can carry the survival of mythical life. Log, you took the opportunity when the prototype of the Kingdom of God appeared, leveraged the laws of the Kingdom of God, and sent the heroic planet to the T04 world area, near the Goblin World fragment. Log, you have harvested the subsidiary planet Heroic Planet, miniature. Log, you have harvested the subordinate race Heroic Human Race Heroic Clan. Log, Faith Point +3. Log, Civilization Point +3. Log, Origin Point +60. Let's go see the big shot. Luo Dan greeted the Skynet robot and raised his hand slightly. In the bewildered and shocking eyes of the Skynet robot, his spirituality was extracted, and then instantly projected into the ultradimensional imprint, ultradimensional island, and Blood God Island. Lordan's body and most of his consciousness remained on the Goblin World shard. He is still digesting the power that has skyrocketed due to the appearance of the prototype of the Kingdom of God and the acquisition of an affiliated planet again. After the emergence of civilization and the improvement of the transformation of world fragments, now he feels that even if a mythical existence dares to appear on his planet, he will be strangled to death by him. Even if it is a super level of the mythical species, it is not impossible to fight. Of course, the premise is that it is on his Goblin World fragments, and that myth level cannot be the ultimate sublimation, a super myth of the only concept. In the superdimensional imprint, there is a huge island suspended in the sky. The island is glowing with endless glazed blood, and koi fish are swimming in midair. Surrounding this island, there are various other islands. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme like an abyss canyon, or walking with a one-eyed giant dragon, or a bone pterosaur. These are all high-level god players. As for Luo Dan, it is the same as before projecting into Blood God Island. With a slight movement of his mind, he entered the Blood God Island instantly with the permission of the island owner Su Zian. But unlike the usual empty hands, this time there is still a cloud of invisible aura in his hands, which is the spirituality extracted by the Skynet robot. Looking in the direction of the Blood Lake, after only a few steps, Luo Dan came to the small island in the middle of the lake, came to the familiar small pavilion, and saw Su Zian. Su Zian's projection became more and more conspicuous in his eyes. Compared with last time, this time he could tell at a glance that what was here was only part of Su Zian's will incarnation. This was also because of the improvement of his strength. Yes, you surprised me again. It has stepped into the giant spirit level so quickly. Su Zian concealed the surprise in her eyes when she saw that Luo Dan had stepped into the giant spirit level, glanced at the spirituality in Luo Dan's hand, and said with a look of indifference, "I've expected a long time ago that with your talents, you will win the Sequence Plan Star War very soon, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. You sent me a message through the superdimensional imprint before, saying that there is important information. Tell me, what is the important information?" Su Zian actually didn't care much about the so-called significant information about her gifted student. After all, he himself is a powerful upper-level super-level god player who was about to step into the throne in a world community, competing for a level 3 civilization. His level is too high. In his eyes, he didn't think that Lordan could give any important information. However, this is his proud student after all, so he still needs to show some face. This guy doesn't listen to me, insists on choosing a prisoner species as his initial racial civilization. Even if you break through the upper limit of the race, build a civilization, gain spirituality, refine your spirituality and step into a giant spirit-level god player, you have the qualifications to become a super-level god player. That doesn't mean how far we can really go in the future. You know, the road after the superorder is completely different from the road before the superorder. Furthermore, this kid is actually really now, together with Hathaway, the god of angels who is a mythical species, went to hunt the god of fire sword demon, Kamita Shinyuan. It also blows up the people's civilization background. Although the hunt was successful, why did this kid dare to do it? Hathaway has a backstage, and Kamita Swabuchi has a backstage. Do you have any other than me? Fortunately, you hit it well. If I hadn't guessed in advance that you were going to make a move, even I wouldn't have been able to find out that it was your kid who did it. But what if it is discovered? In the end, I don't want me to come forward to solve the problem for you. No, we must take this opportunity to teach this brat a lesson, otherwise he will still be disobedient. Thinking of the way Luo Dan shocked her again and again, out of his expectation, surprising him and making her angry. Then I thought about taking the opportunity to educate Luo Dan later, and let him know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. What is great in his eyes is the same in their eyes. Thinking of this, Su Zian couldn't help showing a pleasant smile, and her purple eyes just looked at Luo Dan. Waiting for him to say the so-called important information is like a kindergarten teacher watching a child and waiting for praise. 5K, please subscribe. Hyperdimensional Imprint, Ultradimensional Island, and Blood God Island. TSK, Luodan glanced at Su Xian's maternal love eyes, clicked his tongue, and didn't say much. He just put spirituality in the palm of his hand at will, and then poured it into faith. The next moment, the spiritual extension began to reshape and construct with the help of various rules, and it took almost a moment to restore the original high-risk robot structure of the Skynet robot. Of course, this is just a body temporarily constructed in the superdimensional imprint. Once the superdimensional imprint leaves, the body will collapse again due to incompatible rules. What a wonderful rule! It is already comparable to Tai quantum light or Tai perpetual motion. One of the two has a loophole in the rules. The Skynet robot sighed with peace of mind. Before it came to this so-called God Player world, it was still a little worried whether the God Player world would refuse to cooperate with it because of its lack of strength and fear that it would not be able to control it. But now, feeling the star-like terrifying aura in the God Player world, ultra-dimensional imprint, and the existence of the Eternal Master standing in the universe, it feels at ease, the Eternal Master of this world, many. The red light in the Skynet robot's eyes flickered, and after nodding to Luodan, it turned to look at Su Xian, and made a mechanical sound. Hello, I am the will of Skynet in Tai civilization, the will of Skynet that gave birth to self-will. The purpose of my visit this time is here. With that said, the Skynet robot sent a piece of information and presented it in front of Su Xian, waiting for his answer. This. Su Xian was stunned. The emergence of Tai civilization shocked a large number of God players at that time. This is the first time they have seen the existence of two overlord civilizations, but they have combined together to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to a strange civilization that is currently only a dominator civilization. Although it is not strong yet, but it has extremely terrifying war potential. Therefore, under the dissemination of the information of Tai civilization by the Holy Sea-level Utopian Master, the upper-level gods and players are almost known to everyone. The will of Skynet is one of the core links in Tai civilization. The importance of Skynet's will is self-evident. Moreover, Su Xian can clearly feel the dominance-level lofty will that comes from the Skynet robot. So, the important information you mentioned refers to bringing back the heads of other civilizations. Then, let him personally tell us the information and cooperate with us in combat? Su Xian swallowed, her pupils constricted, and she looked at Luodan in disbelief. Now he has completely lost the so-called idea of teaching Lorden. With the arrival of this Skynet robot, don't say that you are just worried about destroying a civilization of Guetian Suiyuan, which is exposed. Even if you kill Guetian Suiyuan and then expose it, the council will not punish Lorden, but will ask him with a smile, would you like to kill a few more to cheer you up? Of course, this is an exaggeration. Although this kind of credit belongs to anyone can do it. After all, no matter which God player Skynet finds, it will be able to successfully connect with the senior management of Blue Star Civilization. However, this does not prevent the fact that this kind of credit fell to Luodan, and he was able to get a huge reward for picking up a credit for nothing. Well, it's pretty good. Lorden, wait for me here first. I will take this carrier of Skynet's will to the parliament, and I will be back soon. Su Xian knew that this was not something she could handle on her own, so she casually confessed to Luodan, and then took the Skynet robot to the parliament, and let the council decide by itself. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated, it used to have a golden texture, but now the planet is filled with a strange pale color, like a pale blue planet with a distorted and sickly texture. Even if a mortal can stand in the void and look down, he can clearly perceive that the vitality of this planet is slowly fading away. And ever since the will of the planet was swallowed by Baiju Ability God and was in a state of digestion, the planet is in a state of disordered operation without management. On the entire planet, natural disasters of various scales continue to occur frequently all over the world. Outside the Homo sapiens Federal G Palace, countless aliens with different strengths are patrolling outside the Wisdom Palace, and there are terrifying monsters lurking in the depths of the Wisdom Palace, as if they can poke out their terrifying giant mouths at any time and choose to devour them. Gui, go, feel the situation in the alien base in front again. At this moment, Yichen was no longer as handsome as he used to be when he was in the world of Yulong. There was a wanton gap between his brows, and his brows were tightly frowned, as if he was enduring intense pain all the time. The ferocious shreds of flesh trembled wantonnly in the mouth. Every tremor will send out a strong mental stimulation, constantly trying to enslave Yi Chen, making him surrender to the breath of the alien abyss, and become a slave of the alien abyss civilization.
Obviously, he has been polluted by alienation.
This should have been frightening and daunting because all alienated beings, whether they are wise and clear Homo sapiens, or wise and chaotic ferocious beasts, will instantly become enemies of all in the world. They will crazily attack the life that does not have the breath of the alien abyss, and try to pollute each other, and join the great evolution together. But Gui, who has white brows and is gradually spreading to gray, has no fear when looking at Yi Chen. On the contrary, her eyes were full of trust and gratitude. She will always remember that in that devil's lair, when the so-called vicious doctor who climbed out of purgatory and his group of students conducted research that was more terrifying than purgatory.
She is desperate.
According to the conversations between the so-called doctors and students, she could hear that the culprit of this disaster that destroyed everything turned out to be her father. However, I have never seen him since I was a child.
Gui wanted to say something. But no one listened at all, only the greedy eyes of the doctor who treated her like a pig and dog. Why? Why did you not have your will alienated by the alienation factor after the alienation, but you still have an independent will? Is this unreasonable? What's special about you? Intensify the experiment for me.
Then came the more painful torture. While she was gradually numb, a ray of light suddenly appeared. It was Yi Chen, who descended like a god, bringing with her his biological father, Gu Yuan, whom she hated. However, to save her, kill the doctor and all the students. From that moment on, she decided to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme for Yi Chen.
Okay, I'll investigate right now. Gui heard Yi Chen's order without the slightest hesitation.
During Yi Chen's training on her during this period, she has been able to easily grasp this power that does not belong to Homo sapiens. This power can make her invisible in front of the alienation factor, making her invisible to the alienated polluters, alienated derivatives, and alien races.
And even, you can control and order some polluting bodies with low strength.
Gui sensed skillfully, then mobilized the silent power in his body, and then cautiously probed towards Jigong. She had probed once before and had some experience. There was a very powerful existence there, who could vaguely detect her detection, and was almost caught last time.
Obviously Master Yi Chen is also a very cautious person.
Why would you take me to take another risk to investigate Jigong? It's obviously not beneficial.
Gui muttered in his heart.
Suddenly, she remembered that Master Yi Chen seemed to have said that he was doing things for another god, came to investigate this week, and came to save this planet.
What, Mr. Yi Chen is like a god? During the time Master Yi Chen taught me, he was omnipotent.
I don't believe that anyone can command Master Yi Chen condescendingly. While Gui was muttering in his heart, while investigating Jigong, he kept counting Yi Chen in a low voice. Master Yi Chen, there have been major changes from last time. 3 aberrants, 452 aliens, and 157 super-level alien god. The number of aliens in Jigong has increased significantly, and it has changed significantly combined with the fact that the powerful aliens in various regions have rarely shown up recently, and the patrol activities of low-level aberrants have decreased. I analyzed that the probability of their final plot, the final attack on our planet, exceeds
88%.
As Gui spoke, her complexion became more and more solemn, and when she said the last sentence, her complexion was extremely pale. It has nothing to do with her whether the Homo sapiens planet is dead or not.
The memory left by planet Homo sapiens is only pain without any light. If possible, she only hopes that planet Homo sapiens will die quickly. However, now that the Homo sapiens planet is gone, what should she and the great Yi Chen do? At this moment, Gui somewhat hoped that Homo sapiens planet could be preserved.
Gui stared blankly at Yi Chen. The supercomputing destiny wisdom seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. In this situation, even Master Yi Chen might be helpless, right?
There is nothing on this dirty planet that is worthy of my nostalgia, only Master Yi Chen. I don't want to die yet.
At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly said, "Detect that ability god again."
Last time, didn't you detect that he was seriously injured? There is still a breath of higher personality in your body that you can't bear?
Yi Chen said calmly, "This time, focus on investigating this. Yi Chen looked at Gui, the protagonist of the Homo sapiens planet in front of him, and he felt a little pity. Like him, this child who is the caretaker of a huge planet, but suffered from planetary invasion, has the same fate as him. But there is no doubt that compared with Gui, he is lucky I met the God Lord and saved him from ignorance and lies. And now, it's time to pay for these luck. That breath is probably the body of the Emperor. The breath left by the God Lord in my body vaguely reveals the need for the physical signs of powerful life forms. This is what Father God wants. If I am swallowed and digested by this alien god, then I really deserve to die. Gui hesitated. She softly opened her mouth to retort, "He has remembered my breath last time. This detection, he will definitely be able to trace my breath, and will catch us. We will die." She is not afraid of death. She just didn't want Yi Chen to die. Yi Chen didn't speak, just looked at Gui like this. Gui pursed her lips, closed her eyes, and the power in her body gushed out. Anyway, it will be discovered, so it is better to do your best to give this ability god a good body check. But, she was still thinking, the existence of the one who ordered Master Yi Chen is really worth the life and death of Master Yi Chen. It's come to the point where Master Yi Chen doesn't even care about his own life. Boom. Invisible power roared from Gui's destiny wisdom bone, and frantically spewed out towards the wisdom palace. The next moment, all the aliens in Zhigong discovered this power, and then easily traced it back to the source. A series of terrifying, powerful and strange wills locked onto Yi Chen and Gui. Gui shouted loudly, "Master Yi Chen, that seriously injured ability god is trying to digest that breath. According to your information, that ability god seems it's the middle superorder." Hearing Gui's words, Yi Chen's expression froze. The worst has happened. No, worse is happening, ants. How dare you spy on me? GGGGGG, it's you two little bugs who have great luck and were run away by you last time. Come on, give me a helping hand. Ability god Baizhu is trying to use the power of the will of the planet to devour the Gluttony Emperor's gluttony mouth, but he has been unable to swallow the gluttony mouth, not even a tiny bit. He decided to use all the aliens as sacrifices to forcibly digest and devour the mouth of gluttony. This army of aliens should have been the capital for his comeback, so even he would not be reconciled to abandoning it like this. However, there is no way. Even if he gave up everything, he would firmly seize this opportunity. A dying insect that can be beaten by the aura emitted by the master, becomes an existence that can play chess in the void, the mouth of the ruler gluttonous emperor. Swallowing the mouth of gluttony, I should at least have the talent of different kings, right? By the time. The alien legion can have as many as they want. However, it would be even better if the alien legion could not be sacrificed. But now, the appearance of these two bugs gave him a better choice. These two bugs carry a huge amount of luck that even I can't match. If you can catch them, then burn their luck. Then, there is a high probability that I will be able to use this as an opportunity to digest the mouth of gluttony. In the future, I can also become the eternal ruler. Baizhu was so excited that he didn't have the demeanor of a super strong person at all. The moment he felt Yi Chen and Gui, his saliva flowed instantly, and every drop of saliva could corrode the magnificent palaces below into a huge palace. In an instant, he manifested a huge body with a height of meters, stretched out white, ugly and ferocious giant claws, set off an overwhelming hurricane, and roared towards Yi Chen and Gui. It's too scary. Baizhu ability god is still so powerful. Yes, Baizhu Yishan has been working hard for the return of the gluttonous emperor. His Highness Baizhu is really my goal in life. Baizhu ability god is a middle-level ability god, and all the alien race groups under his command have lower-level ability gods that belong to him. I heard that the alien groups under Baizhu Yishan's command are all implementing the different devouring law of Baizhu Yishan, and with the alien devouring law as the core, they have created exclusive ethnic group laws. That's for sure, every middle ability god is like this. It's a pity that I don't belong to my alien race group, and I can't step into the level of alien gods in this life. Seeing Baizhu ability gods attack, the aliens who were on high alert and ready to attack at any time immediately watched the scene leisurely, and all praised Baizhu ability god. This power. Gui felt as if she was about to suffocate.
She felt like she didn't know how to move under the overwhelming claws of Bai Juishan.
No, it is impossible to move at all. But she still gathered all her strength and tried her best. Turning her head and looking at Yi Chen, her eyes were full of reluctance. Master Yi Chen, I really want to be by your side forever. What puzzled her was that under this overwhelming power, Yi Chen didn't feel the slightest fear.
However, he was obviously in a hurry just now.
In Guyi's doubts, the giant claws descended rapidly, gradually filling her eyes. And while she was waiting to die, in Yi Chen's thick hair, a hair quietly burned, and the next moment suddenly, it was dawn.
4. 8K words. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. I'm too tired to explode these days.
The author waits a few days before continuing. Please subscribe.
Thanks to the book friend, 20230429074354922, for the reward of 100 coins.
Thanks to the book friend, Zixia Yaodao, for the reward of 100 coins. Hyperdimensional imprint, Tower of Babel. The Tongtian Tower is the private place for the Holy See, rulers and thrones in the superdimensional imprint, and the parliament is usually held here, which is equivalent to the government of the Blue Star civilization. In the parliament, dozens of projections are still lit up, which means that only dozens of members are free to attend the meeting. After all, every member of parliament is also considered a hegemon in the world community he lives in, especially with the personality of god players who are accustomed to plundering everything. They also make countless enemies on weekdays. Therefore, not every time a parliament is held to discuss issues, every member of parliament has time to come to the meeting. Each projection represents a throne-level god player who can compete for the eternal master level, and they are all quickly discussing one proposal or application after another. After the acceleration of time, the sequence plan for the Taiyi civilization community, the totem entity and even the giant spirit-level god player level war will come to an end. Combined with the observation of His Majesty the Holy See of Imagination, generally speaking, we have initially glimpsed the operation law of the Taiyi civilization.
Will the next war proposal be passed? Secondly, the Yuan civilization is on the verge of collapse.
The third emperor's rage has been exiled by the Pale Mask Lord in his sealed time and space.
Although the fourth emperor's laziness and the first emperor's arrogance have been hidden. However, the masters who have lost civilization are no different from stray dogs. They are not threatening at all.
As time goes by, the imprint of laws in the world community will be cleared, and they will only drop characters and become weaker and weaker.
Overall, the battle of alien civilizations is about to win.
Secondly, the puppet civilization has split among their internal builder groups under the preaching of the Lord of Eternal Light. Soon, the puppet civilization will also usher in a further collapse. We have enough strength and allocate enough combat power to fight against the Taiyi civilization. Not seconded, in an unknown world community, another group of newborn god players in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme department also discovered a dominant civilization. They call themselves Xianji civilization, which is a life that has never been seen before.
It is the opposite of the planet
growth, the terrifying civilization that replaces planets and even world communities with individual living beings is a great threat to our Blue Star civilization. Secondly, the so-called Xianji civilization does not have any effective information at present.
It is not as good as the Taiyi civilization, which has been spied into the core.
Their civilization background Taiyi perpetual motion machine and Taiyi quantum light can completely allow us to understand the unexplored universe. The efficiency of the battle has changed.
Reconsideration, the most important thing is the Taiyi perpetual motion machine.
If we can obtain the Taiyi perpetual motion machine, we may be able to realize low-cost cross-world material transmission. Not seconded, just when the throne-level god players had different opinions, the ancient throne above the main seat was about to temporarily put this issue aside and move on to the next issue. Suddenly, a powerful divine player projection appeared outside the parliament, and sent out a request to enter at a relatively high level, candidate level.
It's Su Zian.
As a candidate for parliament, she has the qualification to enter temporarily.
Has she passed? Hearing the words of one of the god players, a god player who looked like a demon showed a sneer. Oh, what is he doing here? He is hostile to my demon abyss for no reason, and I haven't settled with him yet. I also noticed that he had a record of retrieving my students' information.
Summary of the previous story: the king of Demon Abyss, the teacher of Kamita Shuyuan. The throne above the main seat glanced at the demon god player king of Demon Abyss, and then said without the slightest emotion, Su Zian is a candidate for parliamentarian. You have no reason to interfere with what he does. You overstepped. Other thrones speak, pass, let him in, I believe he will not break the rules at will. The king of Demon Abyss folded his arms and sneered, waiting to see what happened to Su Zian. If it was a trivial matter, he would definitely laugh at it. Following a burst of buzzing, Su Zian stepped into the parliament, and what attracted the attention of many throne-level god players was that he was still holding a high-risk robot in his hand. None of the god players present were mediocre, and each of them was a near-supreme existence in the world community they were fighting. Almost instantly, they saw through the connection between this high-risk robot and the distant world community, a great existence. The king of Demon Abyss naturally noticed it too, and his face immediately turned gloomy, with a devilish face, and he didn't intend to speak. This is Skynet's will. Su Zian, as a new generation of god players, has always sneered at these old guys, thinking that they are rotten, so she dare not fight a big fight, and every time she fights against one or two masters. He handed out the Skynet robot very casually, and handed over the communication rights to these throne-level god players. She sneered and sneered, but she still trusted the strength and ability of these old guys. This comes from the will of Skynet, the core of the Tai civilization. It is willing to cooperate with us to bring down the Tai civilization, but the price is to give him a certain amount of freedom. He is willing to become our subordinate master. This time, it was my student Luo Dan who led the bridge. Don't forget to give my student a good reward. After speaking, Su Zian left the parliament. He is not yet a member of the parliament. In the parliament, he has no right to make proposals or make suggestions. Staying here, you can only listen in, without any chance to speak. So, waiting here, sharing a room with these rotten old guys, in his opinion, it is better to go back and stay with Lorden. Your Excellencies, my thoughts are all here. The red light in the Skynet robot's eyes was flickering. As the Eternal Master, he and the creatures under the rule should be as different as clouds and mud. If a superorder life looks at him, it may die suddenly on the spot. But God player, what race is it? He didn't see the slightest fear in the eyes of these god players, let alone the slightest awe, but only full of curiosity, and endless greed. I'm afraid, only such a race can give birth to so many great beings. The Skynet robot suppressed its own exploration thoughts, saving the few computing power in this mechanical body. Hyperdimensional imprint, ultra-dimensional island Blood God Island, in the small pavilion in the middle of the lake. Teacher, come back so soon? Luo Dan stared at Su Zian, who came back after less than 10 seconds, and was taken aback for a moment. Is my reward settled? While going, there are rewards. I almost couldn't get in. Su Zian rolled her eyes, looked at Luo Dan and said, I have already handed over the Skynet robot to the old guys. At their speed, rewards should be issued soon. Hearing Su Zian's words, Luo Dan immediately felt relieved. He is looking forward to this reward. At the very least, the rewards include Juggernaut's body tissue, at least a drop of Juggernaut's blood. And with these, when he returns to the fragments of the goblin world, he can activate the martial arts will. Martial ancestor, what should I call it? Of course, martial arts will is not only good for the Celestials who have not met yet. But after opening martial arts, it will be of great help to the improvement of his current combat power, as well as the improvement of the goblin tribe's combat power. In his plan, the goblins do not focus on martial arts, but on the path of evolution, with greatness as beauty, and the law of strength. However, this does not mean that martial art has no effect on the goblins. The essence of martial arts is to improve combat effectiveness under existing conditions, so that some groups can cause greater damage under existing conditions. Of course, there are also ways to make yourself stronger. But the part of becoming stronger is not within the scope of goblins' consideration, they evolve directly. Use martial arts as a tool to make yourself stronger in combat. That's why Luo Dan has been looking forward to martial arts, not just for the Celestials. After all, he still doesn't have a specific idea in mind on how to take back the Celestials. T09 World Region, Argonian World Fragment Jiedao, help! Shiman Ching clutched her chest, her ferocious face full of dragon scales was full of innocent fear like a little white rabbit, and no.
Don't take me away.
Ximenking looked at Pan Lian, her great-aunt who had a ferocious face and was completely devoid of the kindness and doting towards him in the past, and her heart was full of remorse and fear.
Damn it, why didn't I listen to what Teacher Fan said?
He has said it all, and he must never let anyone know the coordinates of his planet, not even the closest people. However, why did I believe this dead old woman in front of me, thinking that she really came here to give me a gift to celebrate my promotion of the high-level war species Argonian to the low-level monarch species Celestial Dragon? At that time, I obviously had a little suspicion, but I was deceived by him. Thinking of everything that happened during this period of time, Shiman Ching only now realized that everything he had obtained was so false, but he was severely deceived. At that time, he was brought into the auction by his great-aunt Pan Lian and got the Dragon Throne Blood Star Core Dragon King's blood, so he felt that his destiny was in him, not Luo. After obtaining such a treasure, Luo Dan had no way to use it, so he could only take it out for auction. In the end, it went around and fell into his hands again.
Isn't this destiny?
Ximenking boasted about himself for a period of time, and then began to give his initial race a path that had been discovered long ago, and started the road of racial upgrading.
Among them, Great-Aunt Pan Lian played a huge role.
Whether it is the blood of the Star Core Dragon King, or various precious auxiliary materials, or the treasures that protect the will of the gods from being destroyed by the law of the void, or the treasures that resist the punishment of the void thunder and do not destroy their own planetary world. It was all contracted by Grandma Pan Lian. During this process, Qing Shiman did not find any doubts. Or it can be said that he can ignore the existence of doubts. For example, after a god player becomes a god, especially after becoming a super level, even if there is no hope of advancing, there is no way to advance from a low-level super level to a middle-level super level. But that is also superorder. That is the existence of personalities called Star Lord, God, Buddha, True Immortal, and Great Sage in the Void. Saying that the world is immortal, super-level immortality is not a problem at all. Generally speaking, this kind of existence has basically achieved the purpose of longevity, unless it is for further advancement, or to search for more resources, or the idea of inheritance. It will rarely cultivate younger generations. Especially for the so-called inheritance. Inheritance is for the continuation of what you have, so that it will not disappear after you are gone. But super immortal. Why pass it on? However, in the face of huge interests, Ximenking ignored these things, thinking that her grandparents were the biggest fools in the world, and she actually devoted herself to cultivating her offspring. And the advanced racial personality has to go through countless pains. In the midst of these countless pains, Grandma was by his side all the time, caring and encouraging him.
Let him think that Grandma really wants to cultivate the next generation.
But now, he only felt that he was the real fool. Grandma actually wants to use the so-called 10th rank immortal goo concentric bloodline goo that she discovered from the ruins, Bloodbone Immortal Abyss, to snatch him and want to replace him completely. So as to achieve the purpose of replacing the hopeless Pigpo Dragon Clan with Tianlong Human Clan, thus reopening the road to advancement. The most terrifying thing is that this is actually feasible. In the long history, the Tianlong people have appeared in the throne, race, and their future is much greater than that of the pigs and dragons. Under Pan Lian's constant urging, Shiman Ching, who had already been infested with the same-hearted blood descendant goo for a long time, gradually blurred his will.
Wouldn't it be great if you weren't so greedy? I remember, I used to be polite and calm. How did it become like this, that you can't fully grasp your own will?
It seems that everything has changed since Pan Lian began to teach me personally. Gradually, Shiman Ching's will completely fell into the darkness, and was swallowed by the hideous shadow of the ugly pig dragon.
Jia.
A moment later, Shiman Ching opened his eyes suddenly, with evil and brutal luster shining in them. He licked his lips. It's nice to be young.
What is this how the god of the sovereign seed feels?
Today I know that I am me, noble monarch. I, Pan Liang Ximenking, open the way again. In just a few seconds, the uncoordinated voice and movements completely disappeared, replaced by a frivolous and violent Shiman Cheng who was no different from usual.
Don't worry, good grandson. The road that you have walked, Grandma will walk for you. The road you haven't walked, Grandma will walk for you. That whoever didn't that goblin god humiliate you?
Jia jia. Shiman Qing sneered, and instantly burned Pan Lian's unconscious body in front of him. A cruel and weird smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. Also took away my bloodbone immortal armor remnant. This is the mythical armament I prepared for my Tianlong people. Summary of the previous story: Bloodbone Fairy Armor Remnant. After being translated by the Superdimensional Game, it is Bloodbone Battle Armor Construction Blueprint, a mythical armament construction blueprint, which was exchanged with Lorton at the auction. The Star Core Dragon King's blood mentioned Pan Lian's dissatisfaction at that time.
It was just taken away by a humble prisoner.
Humph. Fortunately, I've been prepared for it. The Bloodbone Battle Armor, like the Heart Blood Goo, is a remnant of immortal civilization from the Bloodbone Immortal Abyss, and there is an inexplicable connection between them.
Give me a little time, I can find that goblin god, and then take back what we lost. Please subscribe. Thank you, book friend Wang Yue Shishin, for the reward of 500 coins. Thank you, book friend Lance Attack, for the reward of 500 points. Thank you, book friend Zixia Yaodao, for the reward of 100 coins.
Hyperdimensional Imprint, Ultra-Dimensional Island. Blood God Island. On the small pavilion in the middle of the lake, while Luo Dan and Su Zian were chatting with each other, they were waiting for the reward from the council. Just when Su Zian was puzzled, the efficiency of the council was a little low this time. Suddenly, a beam of light suddenly descended from above the blood lake, and a golden spot of light fell from the beam of light. The moment it appeared, it directly attached to the center of Luodan's eyebrows. The two didn't panic, because that was the mark for entering the second-tier federal treasure house. Only with a seal can one enter the federal second-tier treasury. Su Zian is no stranger to treasure house imprints, and she has obtained many deeper treasure house imprints. The reward has arrived.
Luodan muttered to himself, waiting for the sound to continue to come from the beam of light. Regarding the great achievements of Luodan, the god player of the planet number T04201219, the Federation will reward him accordingly after being evaluated by the Parliament. Reward the Emperor to replace the planned quota. No competition, no observation. Reward merit account with 100 merit points. The authority will be upgraded to a 2-star authority, and the race sequence level will remain unchanged for the time being. Bonus magic, Absolute Monarch's Containment Technique. It is recommended to invest a lot of faith points in learning. Afterwards, the beam of light and the sound disappeared, leaving only Luodan with a pleasant expression on his face. Even Su Zian had a hint of disbelief in her eyes. She thought that the reward would be very generous, but she didn't expect that a place in the Emperor's replacement plan would be awarded directly. You must know that even the arrogant Kamita Xingyuan before was only selected as the seed under the operation of the King of Demon Abyss. Even if he has passed the sequence plan, he will have to go through many tests and grow before he can get a place. Moreover, the chances of getting a place are not great, at least not as big as he imagined. The containment technique of the Emperor's characteristics is used to assist the seeds that replace the Emperor to better replace it, a divine technique specially researched by the Masters. Even if it is not used to contain the characteristics of the Emperor, it is still an extremely powerful seal, and it is naturally worth investing a lot of spiritual energy to improve it to contain the type of magic. You've made a lot of money now, kid. Su Zian was naturally happy for her students. Her beautiful eyes were shining. She never thought that Luodan, who would not listen to him, could bring him such a big surprise after he insisted on going his own way. In the future, even if it is him, there may be times when he will rely on this student. Thinking of this, a smile bloomed on Su Zian's beautiful face. Go to the Federal Treasury, I know you can't wait. Hearing Su Zian's words, Luodan smiled and said, the student will take his leave first. After finishing speaking, Luodan turned around and left Shaowei Island, Blood God Island. Among the ultra-dimensional island group, there is still under the bright starry sky, the pure white original water is flowing, and huge ultra-dimensional islands are floating above the starry sky. With the improvement of the authority of the meritorious account, the scope of his activities in the superdimensional imprint has been expanded again. Except for a very few important places, he can go to many places that he could not go to. Federal Treasury. Luodan chose a direction, walked towards the direction of the Tongtian Tower, walked a few steps randomly, and came under the Tongtian Tower in an instant. Luodan injected faith into the light spot between his eyebrows. After a while, the quaint stone door of the Tongtian Tower opened,
and the passage behind the door directly leads to the second floor of the Federal Treasure House. Luodan stepped in one step, entered the second floor of the treasure house, and the stone door was closed suddenly. Almost instantly, endless rays of light filled his eyes. Everything here is treasures playing wantonly in the second floor, and every treasure turns into phantoms of different shapes and flies freely in the air. Luodan looked over one by one, and endless information came into his eyes, and he couldn't pick it out at all. Here, any treasure at random is an extremely rare existence in the outside world. Name: Median Lawstone. Type: World Treasure. Special effects: a medium-sized planet has a certain possibility to be bred, and a small planet has a chance to be bred. After bred and digested the Median Lawstone, the small planet has a certain chance to be promoted to a medium-sized planet. Name: World Will Polluter. Type: World Treasure. Special effects: after being put into the world, it will produce a poison that reduces the inside of the world's will, and pollutes the world's will in a way that causes the creatures and continental plates in the world to mutate. Name: World Will Blocking Force Field. Type: World Treasure. Special effects: the world will block the force field, which can block the gaze of the world will for ordinary life of the 9th rank and below. And it cannot cause extremely huge destructive behavior in this world. Name: Mad God Contract. Type: World Heavy Weapon Consumption. Special effects: a kind of existence similar to a drifting bottle, randomly drifting to other planets, and then the gods holding the contract of the Mad God can tempt the life of that planet through the contract of the Mad God, making them believe in the Mad God, so as to achieve the will to pollute the world the goal of. Name: Bloodworm Brood. Type: Civilization Treasure. Special effects: a bloodworm brood comparable to a large world, with weak energy fluctuations. At its peak, it can breed up to 3 pseudo-mythical bloodworm warriors with mythical professions. Name: Strange Heart. Type: World Treasure. Strange Curse. Special effects: a pitch-black stone called the Heart of the Stars. Origin: unknown. Luodan just glanced at this strange heart, and then black and red hard hair grew all over his body. After a while, he was blocked by the light spots between his eyebrows, and all the black and red hairs were forcibly removed. This after passing through the so-called strange heart, Luodan was stunned. I'm just looking at a treasure trove. Everyone is in danger? If it weren't for the treasure house key, I'm afraid I would be an indescribable existence now. Lorden stopped wandering around. He decided to find what he wanted directly: ruler's blood. But soon, Luodan discovered that there was no need to look for it, because the drop of the ruler's blood was at the highest point in the sky. That is, hanging high in the sky on the second floor of the Federal Treasure House, is a round of sun that radiates infinite brilliance. Just looking at the sun, Luodan felt like a candle, which would be melted by the terrifying high temperature at any time. A huge message passed into Luodan's will. Name: Blood of the Lord. Type: World Heavy Equipment Material. Special effects: this is the brainchild of the Timespace Dragon Master, who was mistaken by the Fantasy Master for his skin to replace the book cover of his fantasy book, so he traveled 1384. 7 universes to kill him, but the result is regrettable. Fantasy: the cover of the book is almost rotten and I can't change it. Ha! Origin: the person who wrote the special effects didn't want to say. Seeing this message, to be precise, this message full of evil, Luodan was a little confused. In order to change the cover of the book, you killed a space-time dragon ruler? And a drop of blood from this time-space dragon ruler, if it weren't for the protection of the treasure house key, I'm afraid it would melt me, and I can't even look at his drop of blood? The one who left this message must be a master. Luodan was moved by the greatness of the universe, and at the same time, endless yearning arose in his heart. He also wants to become such an existence that can roam freely in the universe. At the same time, the log also sent a reminder. Log: Master Level Vital Signs Found. Log: detected as the master of dual characteristics of spirit and law. Log: the blood of this empty dragon master can become the god in the essence, chi, spirit, that is the key to martial arts. Log: the demon hostility, which is taken from the devil's nest in the background of civilization, can be the chi in the Jing Qishan that is the key to martial arts. Log: the blood of the Timespace Dragon Master can be directly combined with the devil's hostility to deduce martial arts. Diary: however, if you can gather all the 3 flowers of energy and spirit, the martial arts deduced will have the most potential. Spirited? Essence represents the body, chi is the extraordinary symbol of martial arts, and God is the spiritual will. This drop of blood from the Spacetime Dragon Master is a combination of transcendence and will, but it lacks the same crucial way of the flesh. The martial arts deduced in this way is incomplete. Forget it, get this drop of ruler's blood first and then figure out other ways. Luo Dan looked at the prompt in the log and was a little stunned. However, he also wants to pursue the best, so he can only continue to look for the dominant vital signs that represent essence. It's a pity that the rewards for the sequence plan haven't been issued yet, otherwise I can take away 2 treasures at once. I want this drop of ruler's blood. Luo Dan spoke to the spot of light between his brows. The next moment, the spot of light swelled instantly, turning into a golden light curtain covering the sky and the earth, covering the blood of the time-space dragon master in an instant. Even if the blood of the time-space dragon master manifested from the shape of the sun into a terrifying small spacetime dragon, it could not break through the confinement of the golden light curtain, and was forcibly beaten back to its original shape, turning into a drop of golden blood without any terrifying power. Lorden's hands. The moment he got the blood of the time-space dragon master, Luo Dan was expelled from the 2nd floor of the Federal Treasure House, and reappeared outside the Hall of Gods and Players. Just as he was about to go to Chowei Island and Blood God Island to say goodbye to Su Zian, suddenly, a message came from his body, which made him frown. But soon the brows were relaxed, and the eyes were full of heat. Yi Chen, who went to Homo sapiens, finally got news again. He has finally made progress. There was an injured ability god, superorder, found there before. As I guessed, it was the middle ability god. What's more, that super-level body actually carries a part of the Emperor's, Lord's, stump. The smile on the corner of Luodan's mouth is outlined. It's so sleepy, I'm here to give you a pillow. The last round of martial arts is up to you. Thinking about it, Luodan turned around and turned back into the fragments of the goblin world with the spirituality of the blood of the time-space dragon ruler. At the same time, as he left the superdimensional imprint, astronomical belief points also appeared in his ultradimensional imprint, but they were in a locked state. This is used to pay for the spiritual cohesion fee of blood of the time and space dragon master. At the same time, a large number of faith points poured into the divine art different abyss monarch characteristic containment art, and quickly learned this powerful divine art that had a special attack effect on the alien abyss creatures. At the moment when faith points poured into the divine art, a lot of profound knowledge appeared in Luo Dan's mind, and he began to construct the lines of the divine art in a patterned manner, which was imprinted in the depths of his true spirit, just like instinct. Moreover, he also feels that as long as he continues to input faith points, his mastery of the divine art different abyss monarch characteristic containment art can continue to deepen. It has a natural enemy-like restraint effect on the breath of the alien abyss and the depths of the void. The next moment, the body on top of the goblin world fragments burst out with violent and extremely evil spirituality, and the royal staff waved, instantly tearing open the space channel leading to the Homo sapiens planet. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated, outside the Homo sapiens Federalgy Palace, thousands of powerful aliens gathered in a circle, watching with cruel smiles how Baijuishan killed these 2 Homo sapiens bugs who didn't know how high or low they were. But at the last moment when Baiju ability god's giant claw was about to fall, a circle of golden light suddenly bloomed under the giant claw, exuding terrifying power and power. This force, from small to large in an instant, swelled crazily. Then, in an instant, the giant claws of Baiju ability god were shaken away. Numerous cracks were instantly shaken out of the giant claws of Baiju ability god, and a large amount of grotesque and distorted black blood gushed down, polluting the earth into an unlivable state. It's just a pig and a dog, dare to be rampant. In the golden light, Luo Dan revealed a tall figure like a god. A round of light that symbolizes wisdom and strength hangs behind his head, and the rod of kingship in his hand exudes infinite golden brilliance, with black gold and extremely evil spirituality lingering on it, constantly burning alienation factor. When it was time to speak up, Luo Dan never soft-spoken. After all, everything he revealed to people may eventually appear to people. The majesty of God cannot be corrupted. Yi Chen, on the other hand, transmitted all the obtained information to Luo Dan respectfully. As for Gui, he has completely lost his mind at this moment. Yi Chen was already an extremely great existence in her eyes, but she never expected that the god behind Yi Chen was really so great. I can't think about it anymore. Gui muttered in his heart, Master Yi Chen is the only god in my heart. Jia, pig and dog? You are a god. Jia, unexpectedly here I can meet the incarnation of the god's will. Bai Zhuishan stretched out his tentacle-covered tongue, gently licked the strange blood flowing from the cracks on his giant claws, grinned open his mouth full of fangs. It's just a young god who hasn't broken through to a super level. When I trace back the coordinates of your planet and eat the source of your will, I will show you. Who is the pig dog? At the same time, T03 World Region, Planet TS0083, Angel Small, Loden? Pushing away the angel attendants beside her, Hathaway, who was lazily lying on the angel's seat, suddenly frowned. What does he want from me? But thinking about it, it shouldn't be a good thing. Murphy's spirituality has been brought back, and Kamita Xingyuan has also been resolved. Let's see how I can handle this little Lorden. At this moment, there are countless half-angels singing sacred songs on the top of the cloud, all kinds of lives are crawling on the ground, their hearts are full of piety and fanaticism, and they are singing hymns together with the angels on the top of the cloud. The aura of faith rises from the ground, merges with the angel aura on the top of the cloud, and jointly presents to the Supreme Lord in the angel temple. This is their lifelong honor. Suddenly, the divine voice of a seraph descended from the clouds. Today's gift is over, let's go away. All the creatures on the land were a little suspicious. According to the time of presenting gifts in the past, it was only half-hour later, so why did it end? But the devout ones didn't have any doubts, just respectfully ended the gift, and then started their respective lives. Master, why did the offering end so early? The angel Saint Helen, who is in charge of the angel reincarnation pool and masters the laws of reincarnation, raised a question, and bowed his head respectfully. There are old friends coming, you should step back first. Hathaway explained lightly, and the many angels who offered gifts all retreated. Only then did he let go of the authority of the planet, let Lorden come in, spoke directly, and said preemptively, "It's Lorden. Come here, is there anything you want to ask me for?" Although he has the offensive and defense alliance, and many odes made by Luodan, it is limited to that he will not backstab Luodan and provide limited help when Luodan needs it. How much help? It's not my god of angels who has the final say. I was the one who miscalculated before and was plotted by you, but now I have gained the upper hand, the general trend is at hand. Little Luodan, watch how I can handle you ruthlessly. Ask for a fix, ask for a subscription. T03 World Region, Planet TS0083, Angel Small, on the Platinum Planet, in the Cloud Temple, pray? Listening to Hathaway's words, Luodan smiled indifferently. Hathaway, you think too much. What am I, Luodan, going to do? Is it okay to leave you? And, don't you go in the wrong direction. All this time, I have never cheated or blackmailed you. Moreover, every time you came to me to make a deal on your own initiative, don't make a mistake. Like the true spirit of Murphy's, did you take the initiative to make a deal with me? Including destroying the planet of Kamita Xingyuan, didn't you also take the initiative? Hearing Luodan's sincere expression and harsh words as always, Hathaway's cold expression that had been tense for a long time was immediately broken. His face couldn't go any colder anymore. He stared at Lorden with gritted teeth. So what, so you're here just to mock me? Of course not. There are great benefits for you. It depends on whether you can catch them yourself. You? Benefit? Give me? Hathaway almost laughed angrily when she heard what Luodan said. From the fragments of the world of controlling dragons and resources of controlling dragons at the beginning, to the blackmail incident of Morpheus' true spirit, and then to the sniper plan of the demon planet. When did Hathaway take advantage of her? Which time? Luodan is the kind of person who will benefit others? Hathaway was a little speechless, but still asked curiously, then tell me, if the god of angels is in a good mood. Maybe I will promise you to help me. However, you have to pay for it. Otherwise, I think you also know that there are not many mandatory clauses in the contracts we signed before. Hathaway was extremely confident. His father is the king of angels at the throne level, and he was born in the royal family of the former Jishi Empire. Although the Jishi Empire is no longer there, his origin can still be regarded as the top group. Among the ancestors, there are even master-level existences that show up from time to time. He didn't believe that a little Lorden, whose only support might be a blood god, who hadn't fully advanced to the throne, could give him any benefits. Seeing the reappearing smile on Hathaway's face as if he was sure of winning, he heard the words that he wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail him. Luodan smiled lightly and said, "Then you think too much. I'm not here to give you benefits. On the contrary, the person who should pay the price and thank me is you." As he said that, Luodan didn't give Hathaway a chance to speak. The smile on his face remained unchanged, and there was a little teasing in his eyes, and he said directly, "It's like this, I found a special planet, which is related to a Yuan, you know, it's the planet that I signed the terms with you last time, and I need you to take action with me." That planet was originally a special intelligent life planet, but it was invaded by the alien civilization and alienated. And I have been selected for the observation list of the Emperor's replacement plan, and the containment technique of the Emperor's character of the Abyss bestowed by the Parliament. I am more interested in the life on this planet. Now, I'm giving you a chance to contact the alien civilization in advance. I know you don't care about communicating with the alien civilization in advance, you also have such resources, but I will also teach you the containment technique of the monarch's characteristics. Don't worry, when the Parliament granted me, there were no additional restrictions, that is, it tacitly allowed me to have a small range of independent communication rights. Then, Lorden added, "By the way, I have now obtained the quota for the Emperor's replacement plan, so you don't need to worry about me competing with you. So, if you can go to that planet with me, the benefits to you will be enormous." The characteristics of your angel species also have the characteristic of arrogance, which is closely related to the arrogance of the first emperor, the strongest in the alien civilization. I don't believe you are not interested in this. Think about it, if you can master the Abyss Emperor's containment technique in advance and get in touch with the Abyss civilization in advance, will your chances of getting a place be much higher than other god players? After speaking, Lorden found a place to sit down, sat down quietly, and gave Hathaway enough time to digest and think about. He believes that Hathaway will be really fragrant. The series of Luodan's words surprised Hathaway for a while, and she couldn't digest it. Get in touch with the alien civilization in advance? I don't care about that, but get the quota of the Emperor's replacement plan directly? Also obtain the containment technique of the monarch of the different abyss? No, I don't even have these. Hathaway was stunned for a moment, digesting the information, and then she was shocked in her heart. How can that be? I am a civilized race of the highest mythical species, and I am also a descendant of the throne. It takes a lot of competition to be able to barely qualify for the spot on the competition list, and then to be able to compete for the spot and become the winner of the spot. You have been upgraded from a low-level prisoner to a high-level prisoner. You are not even a war type. Even if you break the limit and condense your spirituality, it can't be regarded as a high-level meritorious service. Why do you get the quota directly? Also, how did you discover this planet associated with the alien civilization from the very beginning? I really want to replace the first emperor's arrogance. Ahem, I think it's okay. Your idea, if you sincerely invite me, I might consider helping you. As Hathaway said, she couldn't help but blush. Although what Luodan said somewhat subverted his three views in common sense. Yes, Lorden continued to break common sense, but that's only limited to the low level of the prisoner species. How can races and gods that can't even hope for a super level get involved in a plan that touches such a great level of dominance? Not to mention, getting a quota directly. In other words, these things Lorden said, in his world, it is impossible for them to be real existence. However, these words were spoken by Lorden. It seems possible, has a certain truth. Oh my god, what kind of magic did this damn guy cast on me to make me believe in him so much? Do you even believe in such an impossible thing? Hathaway is naturally very familiar with the Yuan Emperor's replacement plan. Moreover, he has also heard of the containment technique of the alien monarch character, which is an artifact to deal with the Yuan race. Think about it again, how should you speak? Luodan watched coldly, but just said a word, which immediately made Hathaway unable to hold back. Well, I admit, what you said is indeed very attractive. Under Luodan's cold eyes, Hathaway said honestly, angel species is indeed somewhat related to the arrogance of the first emperor. Although I was not directly selected as a seed like Kamita Swabuchi, but was only added to the watch list, I do look forward to replacing arrogance one day. If I can obtain the containment technique of the characteristics of the Emperor of the Abyss in advance, and get in touch with the alien race in advance, the chances of me getting a place it should be able to increase a lot.
So, Devil Lorden, you can speak now, what do I need to pay?
Seeing Hathaway's understanding of current affairs, his beautiful face shone brightly under the holy light, with a look of generosity and righteousness.
Luo Dan couldn't help showing a smile, and said, "It's not urgent, we'll talk about it later."
To be honest, Luo Dan really has some greed for evil angels. Diary: the combination of the angel clan and the demon clan, Karma Saber Demon, can give birth to a mythical bloodline with a very high ceiling, Karma Fire Angel, or Holy Flame Saber Demon, with a natural myth level occupation. Log: a large number of mythical species and angelic species were detected at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range.
Log: scanning.
Log: the combination of the angel race and the goblin giant race can give birth to a mythical bloodline with a very high ceiling, evil angel, or sacred goblin giant. Log: goblin giants are goblins and mythical professional goblin giants, as well as sublimated races after completion of wisdom. Before Lorden saw the log, he was a descendant of the ethnic group who did not expect that he could also obtain mythical blood. After all, a guardian-level bloodline basically means a mythical-level believer.
Super rare and unique.
Although the mythical level is also rare, it is also unique. However, there are mythical professionals and mythical bloodlines of the pseudo-mythical level, and their combat power is no worse than that of the real mythical level. What is missing is the potential for advanced super level. After reading the log, Luo Dan had already made the same calculation as Kamita Suyu, and I hope that one day, I will be able to accept the angel species as my own subordinate race. And this is a long-term plan, there is no rush.
He is not that idiot Kamita Swabuchi. Moreover, he is not the same as Kamita Suyin. Even if Kamita Suyin will one day acquire the angel race as a subsidiary race, that's just a slim chance to give birth to a mythical bloodline. Just like a mythical class, the upper limit can indeed produce a mythic class professional, but how many can reach the upper limit of a mythical class and really achieve a pseudo-mythical class? The probability here is only greater than the real advanced mythical level. Doesn't mean it's really that big. However, Lorden is different. There is a system, and if the system says it can be born, then mythical bloodlines man will definitely be born.
Seeing Luo Dan's smiling face, for some reason, Hathaway's heart suddenly panicked at this moment. It always feels like you are now.
It's terrifying.
Hathaway complained, but didn't speak again, as if she was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered.
Okay, then we have reached an agreement.
When you need to go to that planet, I will notify you, and you are always ready with your angel army.
Lorden acted resolutely, and was about to incarnate this will and leave Angel Planet. Don't forget, you owe me now. I know.
Hathaway looked a little unlovable, but soon, he cheered up, and even began to show a trace of innocent smile. Humph, this Lorden. I'm afraid I thought it would be so easy to replace the Emperor. Even if you get the quota directly, it's just a chance to try to replace the Emperor.
He doesn't really think that getting the quota is equivalent to being able to replace the Emperor? No. When I replace the arrogant Emperor Yuan, wouldn't it be enough for the stinky guy Luo Dan to eat? At that time, will there be any huge price to pay? It's just a drop in the bucket.
Seeing Hathaway smirk, Luo Dan felt a little helpless, and even began to doubt whether his idea of accepting the angel seed was right. Lorden tore through the space and returned to the fragments of the goblin world, leaving only Hathaway giggling on the spot. Push this book, Apprenticeship to A.O. Wang, join the chat group, belongs to the same people plus the heavens are infinite. If you are interested, you can take a look. Introduction puts the writer's words: once traveled to the world of Ultra, obtained the power of the divine Ultraman, and was accepted as a disciple by the king of Ultra. It's just that I didn't expect to get a chat group by accident. It's just this group, there seems to be something wrong. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated, outside the Homo sapiens Federal G Palace, Baiju ability god, who was severely mocked by Luo Dan, was instantly ignited. Especially because he himself was maimed by the aftermath of the master of the Blue Star civilization, and he has a huge hatred for the gods. As for the last sentence, Baiju Ishan almost roared out. His huge body roared in an instant, as if a giant machine was burning and running crazily. A large amount of alienated energy was consumed in an instant, in exchange for a greatly improved fighting ability in an instant. The next moment, Baizhu Ishan's huge body blatantly tore through the space barrier of Homo sapiens planet, jumped up in the dark space crack, and slammed into Luodan with a hurricane and pitch-black thunder. And the aliens behind him also instantly moved upon hearing the news, trying to besiege Luodan together.
Only you can shake people?
Luodan smiled and picked up the royal staff. The almost substantive belief points all over his body burned wildly, and in an instant he manifested the body of a 100-meter giant spirit, wearing a black gold extremely evil crown on the top of his head, and greeted Baizhu and the strange god like a god descending from the earth.
He is indeed not the opponent of Baizhu Ishan.
However, Baizhu ability god's body is extremely mutilated now. It looks like it's complete. But most of them are just temporarily simulated by the alienated energy, plus the body of the emperor carried on him, and the will of the planet Homo sapiens trying to swallow. All made his already overwhelmed body further weakened and restricted. Moreover, this place is a strange foreign land compared to the lair where Baizhu ability god branded his own laws. In a foreign land, super powerhouses themselves cannot fully exert their power. Even if it is a mid-level ultra-level, in this kind of internal and external difficulties, I am afraid it is not much stronger than the ordinary mythical level. With all the effort, Luodan still has it.
And shaking people? I will too.
Behind Luodan, a heavenly scepter filled with sacred aura descended from the sky. From the beam of light transformed by the scepter of the kingdom of heaven, an army of angels flew out in a steady stream. The chants in the angel legion were resounding, and the holy beam of hot light condensed, and instantly aimed their spearhead at the alien legion, and rushed straight to it. There are also space cracks that are forcibly torn apart, huge space passages descend, and huge greenskin figures are looming in it. This guy Luodan started fighting himself. Hathaway's will incarnation appeared on the battlefield. Her beautiful eyes looked at the battlefield of Luodan and Baizhu ability god, always looking for loopholes, ready to go shoulder to shoulder with Luodan at any time.
Boom! Stab it! All kinds of huge roars and visions continue to erupt on the battlefield. Hurricanes, thunderstorms, rainstorms, and black snow.
Natural disasters or visions continue to appear, and then they are ruthlessly torn apart. Every time the rod of kingship in Luodan's hand collided with the powerful body of Baizhu ability god, there would be terrifying roars and hurricanes, and even the space was distorted and vibrated, on the verge of shattering. Under this kind of battle, Hathaway even felt that it was difficult for her to intervene. Even if it is an aftermath, he needs to spend a lot of strength to resist, so as to prevent himself from being injured. This Hathaway's beautiful eyes were full of shock. Before coming to help Lorden, he imagined many scenarios Luodan was not strong enough, so he begged him to take action, but he had no choice but to take it down easily. The opponent's strength was too strong. Luodan fought side by side with him, and finally defeated the powerful enemy. Hathaway even imagined the angel losing faced situation where Lorden was the main force and he was the assistant. But I never thought that it would be difficult for me to set foot on the battlefield seeing the angel-armed legion besieging the alien legion together with the goblin legion. Hathaway felt a little better. He is not useless. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either slash phoneme. Jia. You can play with me for so long, you little god is good. I've been playing with you for so long, let me show you why there is such a saying that everyone below the super level is an ant. Baizhu also ignored Hathaway's existence. He grinned grimly, and the alienated energy on his body was almost flowing down, turning into a huge gaping mouth, biting the space, devouring everything he could see. The mouth of the giant Phagus. Go devour this tiny insect. Go devour the fragments of his will and the origin of the world. Go devour everything you see. Baizhu Ishan laughed wildly. After his exclusive law, mouth of the great phage, law appeared, without him noticing at all. Located in his abdomen, it was full of messy teeth. He thought he had completely lost consciousness and would not move in the slightest. Emperor's body gluttonous mouth, and gently pulled it looked like a smile. The exclusive law of the superorder is really strong. Even if this is not his territory, and his law has not been imprinted in the void law resonance, that can be possessed as a mid-level superlevel is equivalent to gone. Moreover, the body is extremely mutilated and bears various weights. Even the realm has been blown up. But it's still very strong. Luo Dan could clearly feel that under the power of the law of the giant mouth, all his power, whether it was the power of faith or the power of the world, had no power to resist, and was almost crushed by the giant devoured by the mouth of the bite. Only the extremely evil spirituality borrowed, and the goblin fire, the embryonic form of civilization that has not yet formed a fire, can resist a little. But that doesn't help. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. But fortunately, this is a seriously injured super-level god. The focus of the voice is above the word different god. Luo Dan didn't panic at all, instead he showed a smile. He had already seen the gap between himself and the superorder. Now that the goal has been achieved, no matter whether you win or lose, you should end the battle as soon as possible and start the next step. Fortunately, I have mastered the power to restrain you. Different Abyss Monarch Containment Technique. This magical technique can even contain the characteristics of your Yuan Emperor, let alone you, a seriously injured ability god. Bai Zhuishan was laughing wildly at first, waiting to see Luodan's feeling of powerlessness being swallowed alive. However, when he saw the indifferent smile on the corner of Luodan's mouth, he suddenly became confused. It's just pretending to be a ghost. After being devoured, he won't be able to laugh. Bai Zhuishan thought about it, but was astonished to see a little bit of starlight emerging from Luodan's body. Then, it turned out to be like swallowing his giant mouth. After being baptized by that starlight, the gluttony characteristic on the mouth of the giant phage seemed to be erased. The originally ferocious mouth of the giant phagocyte suddenly became limp and powerless after passing through the starlight. Then, these limp giant mouths were instantly burned up by those black golden flames. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The alienated blood sacrifice, the mouth of the giant phagocytosis, swallow it for me. Bai Shu's face suddenly became extremely ferocious. He had never seen such a sight. The power from below the superorder can actually have such restraint on the laws of the superorder. The exclusive rules of the superorder, it is as if it has completely lost its effect. He frantically burned his own blood of the alien gods, devouring himself, and thus frantically released the mouth of the giant phagocytosis, trying to annihilate Lorden in an instant, preventing his mouth of the giant phage from being released by Lorden again. Weakened and erased by starlight. And Luo Dan just smiled lightly, powerless struggle. Luo Dan raised his vigilance to the maximum while showing his holiness in front of people. It is absolutely impossible to deal with a middle-rank superorder so easily. Even if he has mastered the different Abyss Monarch traits containment technique, which is a special attack on creatures from the abyss. Just when Baiju Ability God tried to put all his eggs in one basket, burning the blood of Ability God crazily, constantly releasing the mouth of the giant phagocytosis, trying to swallow Luo Dan instantly. Containment technique of Monarch characteristics. Lorden once again released this magical technique jointly created by many masters in the Blue Star civilization, and consumed a lot of faith points. In an instant, immeasurable starlight swarmed out, washing away all the mouths of the giant phage in an instant. Seeing this scene, not only did Bai Zhu's face turn extremely pale. Even Hathaway showed a dignified look of joy. He never expected that in just a short period of time, Lorden would become so powerful that he could even use his body as a first-time giant spirit to fight head-on against the Abyss God, who was very good at fighting. Not to mention that he is only the fourth-class prisoner deity, even a mythical deity. At Lorden's level, he will definitely not be able to achieve this level. Although this has the credit of the Emperor's characteristic containment technique. However, Luodan's own strength played an extremely crucial and indispensable role. I want to become stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, Luodan, a calculating devil, will probably give up on me as a partner. Hathaway muttered to herself. He didn't realize unknowingly, he has already become a little dependent on Lorden. Bai Zhuishan's face was gloomy as he watched all the laws of the giant mouth that he had released with all his strength. After being baptized by the starlight, they were easily annihilated by the extremely evil spirituality and goblin fire on the Rodan King's scepter. No, there is still a turning point. Bai Zhui seemed to have thought of something, and his ashen face became bright. He didn't know that his thinking had been influenced by a higher existence. I can take myself. Bai Zhuishan's eyes began to struggle. But soon, the struggle faded and became frantic. I can sacrifice myself to the mouth of gluttony under the crown of gluttony.
The mouth of gluttony under the crown of gluttony has lost any consciousness, has it?
I can use my own consciousness to control the mouth of gluttony. Jia 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 jia.
Maybe, this is a brand new path. Thinking about it, Bai Zhuishan glanced cruelly and coldly at Luo Dan and Hathaway.
Then, without any words, without any harsh words, his body just shriveled up like this. His huge will is also trying to shift. It was as if in an instant, all the essence of flesh and blood on his body disappeared, and his huge body, which was hundreds of meters tall, was like a deflated balloon in just a moment, with only a shriveled body less than 1 meter left.
Skin.
No, there was one more thing that had left his body. Not only did this thing not dry up, but it became even bigger and terrifying.
That is the mouth of gluttony.
Jia 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 jia. Bai Zhu, you have finally returned to my arms.
A completely different voice came out from the giant mouth, accompanied by the panicked and fearful cry of Bai Zhuishan. What? Your Majesty? Your Majesty the gluttony? Your Majesty gluttony.
You are still alive.
Your Majesty gluttony, please forgive me, please. Please, don't eat me, please, spare me, spare the humble Bai Zhu.
It's a pity that Bai Zhu's begging for mercy has no effect. Gluttony's ferocious huge mouth and chaotic teeth chewed for a while, and soon, accompanied by a creepy chewing and swallowing sound, Gluttony's mouth stretched out a huge and twisted bloody tongue, licking around the lips. Then the huge mouth closed slightly, like sucking jelly, and instantly sucked up the will of Bai Zhuishan. Bai Zhu's strange spirit was devoured alive. The tongue was exposed, the mouth was full of chaotic teeth, just suspended in the air, facing Lorden and Hathaway with malicious intentions.
Danger! 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 Absolutely will die.
At the moment when the mouth of gluttony appeared, when the will of Bai Zhu ability god was swallowed, Hathaway's will was constantly screaming, and it was sending out a sharp and piercing alarm. She turned her head subconsciously, wanting to let Lorden take her away. Then, she saw Luo Dan in astonishment, and took out the bag without any haste.
Ask for a monthly ticket for the second watch, and give a reward. It adds up to 7,000 words.
The little author has not passed 100 monthly tickets yet, so he can draw a lottery, and there is a guarantee of yuan. The little author wants to try it, please.
The little author bows and thanks. Thanks to the book friend, Mengshi Huan, for the reward of 500 coins.
T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated, outside the Homo sapiens Federal G Palace. The changes came too fast, and Hathaway was a little overwhelmed.
In particular, how did Lorden manage to fight against Ability God? Could it be by virtue of the different Abyss Monarch trait containment technique?
Thinking of it this way, he couldn't help but look forward to Lorden imparting that divine technique to himself. When he competed for the Emperor's replacement plan, he killed all parties and won the place. Then successfully replaced the arrogance of the first Emperor and achieved the beautiful scene of the Master. But now, the life and death crisis is in front of him, so he has no time to continue his reverie, but subconsciously puts his hope on Luo Dan. Then, he saw in astonishment Luo Dan actually took out a strange mechanical device, similar to the turret and secondary space-based Star Destroyer weapons used by the TIE civilization players who fought against him in the Star Wars. But, the so-called secondary space-based Star Destroyer can deal with 9th-order demigod-level life at most. Even in the face of pseudo-mythical bloodlines or mythical professionals, they will be easily destroyed. You want to take this, just to fight against the body of the ruler-level Emperor. Hathaway was stunned, and said blankly, "It's still a body of the Emperor with independent will."
You're crazy.
And the mouth of gluttony also spoke at the right time, speaking in a voice full of temptation, "Jia jia jia jia.
2 baby gods, huh?
Although my body died under the control of your gods, even though there is a deep hatred between our Yuan civilization and your Blue Star civilization.
However, you may not believe it when you say it.
I, towards you, have never had any malice. I have always admired your Blue Star civilization, and I admire the world of your gods. I, actually, would like to be the subordinate master of your Blue Star civilization. It's even not impossible to become a leading party. So, would you like to help me?" The words spoken from the mouth of gluttony have a kind of indescribable strangeness, a special magical power that makes people want to obey absolutely. Hathaway nodded as soon as she heard it, and wanted to help this poor and homeless glutton. The halo on the body beside him was shaking a little. When he was about to speak, Luo Dan said indifferently, "Idiot, shut up." The voice contained a strong power of faith, and the extremely evil spirituality contained in it contained great malice, which instantly awakened Hathaway. Too horrible. Is this the Emperor? Just a few words made me sympathize with him. If I answer, I'm afraid I will be completely alienated the moment I answer. Even the master can't save me. Hathaway panted heavily, her eyes full of fear. Of course not, this is just an incomplete body of the Emperor. Luo Dan said, if it is a normal Emperor, we only need to look at him, and we will be alienated. Hathaway was terrified when she heard that, and asked quickly, then what should we do? He is so scary and weird, what should we do? Seeing that the mouth of gluttony could not confuse the two young gods, he stopped talking and opened the mouth of gluttony full of messy teeth, ready to swallow the two of them completely in one bite. A mere young god, waste my time. Seeing this scene, Hathaway became even more afraid. He has only a few limbs now, and his will is broken, his laws are broken, and he is extremely weak. The most important thing is this is not a community of different abyss worlds. Then what are you afraid of? Saying that, Luo Dan raised the will of Skynet to use all the mechanical components of the player team, plus his own mechanical authority to build the Xingyao superpower cannon destroyer of heresy. The mouth of gluttony baptized by the starlight baptized by the Emperor's characteristic containment technique, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. As he spoke, he slammed the trigger on the gluttonous mouth. Grown-ups. Times have changed. T20 World Region, T201219 Planet Celestial Man, Small, East Soil, Tianzhou. This was originally a small life planet full of vitality, with huge land plates connected into one piece. The planet is rich in psionic energy, and the level of psionic response is extremely high. From time to time, there will be ninth-order demigod-level beings outcropping on the land of Mangarecap, exuding a mighty ferocity. But at this moment, the entire celestial planet is filled with faint red smoke, presenting a slightly sickly atmosphere. As the birthplace of heaven and man, Dajin, the ancestor of 100 nations, is caught in a strange plague at this moment. Even if there is the Valkyrie who sits in Dajin, guards the planet of heaven and man, and repels the evil god of mud who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme appears, there is nothing he can do about this plague. Even the Valkyrie herself was plagued by the plague. Sister, elder's sister. In the Tianhuzhou mansion, a young girl who had just entered Cardamom, wearing a black dress, quickly ran into Zamiyuan, which even the Zhao family dared not set foot on, walked quickly into the study. Sister, the area of the red dust is still spreading, and most of the big body has been covered. The Wutong Heaven formation you set up is also destroyed. According to the speed at which the red dust is spreading, I'm afraid the entire Dajin will be enveloped within 3 or 4 days. For a month at most, all the heavenly warriors in Dajin will completely lose the ability to communicate with heaven and earth, and the overpass will be broken. At most half a year, Dajin will become a country of death. Hearing the girl's words, in the study, a phoenix-eyed, heroic female warrior frowned slightly, and just about to say something, she frowned and coughed twice violently. Open your hand, it is already bright red. Sister, you! The girl exclaimed, involuntarily frightened in her heart, how is this possible? Sister is a Valkyrie who can defeat the mud demon god. How could it be really infected by this so-called red dust miasma, and it seems to be very sick? This is how to do ah? Thinking about it, the girl's heart could not help but fall into the abyss. If even my sister is helpless. Then Dajin, the star of the day, what should I do? Just when the girl was deducing various possible tragedies in her mind, and she felt extremely distressed about her elder sister. Martial goddess Zhao Lingjun slightly shook his head and said, little sister, don't worry. Sister is only a little bit sick for a while because she went too deep into the miasma of the world of mortals and inhaled too much miasma by mistake. Sister is fine. The red dust miasma breaks through the Wutong Heaven formation, and I know the news of its rapid spread. Go and tell your majesty to stabilize the hearts of the people and stabilize the morale of the army. I, Zhao Lingjun, have some ideas about breaking the red dust miasma. Real. Hearing Zhao Lingjun's words, Zhao Lingyun was overjoyed. Seeing her elder sister's cheeks turn rosy again, she immediately believed it, and hurriedly said, "Great sister."
I knew you were fine, little mortal miasma, how can you trouble sister? I'm going to report to His Majesty.
Seeing Zhao Lingyun's sudden change of worry into joy, and bouncing out of the study, Zhao Lingjun smiled subconsciously. But soon, after the little girl left his sight, heavy clouds came to his mind again, and Zhao Lingjun frowned again, with deep hatred and sighs in his mouth. The evil mud god, she can't do anything about the world of mortals mentioned just now, so it's a lie. Others don't understand the situation, but she knows it well, and clearly there is no solution to the miasma of the world of mortals. She is also gradually dying. As the only celestial being who has dealt with the evil god of mud on the surface, Zhao Lingjun knows a lot of secret information. Even the 9th 5-year Supreme Emperor, who is Dajin, is not clear about this information. It turned out that their celestial planet turned out to be a companion planet that other people were born with. Their race is also a race that is born to submit to others. The celestial planet was born as a subsidiary territory. Celestials are born as subordinate races. When he knew this information, even Zhao Lingjun, who was able to communicate with the will of the world and whose worldview was already very different from ordinary people, felt a little bit collapsed. What's even more frightening is that their god is gone. It's an evil god trying to replace their god, to enslave and rule them. If there is no such process of replacement, it will be fine. Maybe they will become the people of the gods and believe in the gods with peace of mind. But now, they know the truth and lose their instinct to believe in gods, and they also have to face the terrifying rule of the slime evil god. The Valkyrie awakened, inspired by the way of heaven. She became a hero of the times, a son of great destiny who conformed to the times. Become the only existence on the celestial planet that can contend against the slime evil god. With the help of heavenly Tao, they can even counterattack and expel the evil mud god. Expelled several times, maybe he gave up. At first, Zhao Lingjun was still a little lucky. But in the end, she didn't have any luck, and what was replaced was endless hatred. The mud evil god has always been thwarted by her, thwarted by the will of heaven, but based on her own personality and understanding of the celestial planet and the celestial race, she created the red dust miasma, specially designed to target the celestial race. And the biggest effect of the red dust miasma is to hinder, or even cut off the bridge of heaven, that the natural warriors of the celestial human race communicate with the Tao of heaven. And then kill the gods. To be precise, it should be to kill the disobedient celestial beings. Dajin, Xianxin, Leihan, and many other dynasties that rebelled against the main force have appeared in the red dust one after another. However, Dongying, Nanming, Nanuet, Burma and Yunnan, and many other countries, not only did not appear red dust miasma, but inexplicably produced a lot of resources, and cultivated a large number of powerful sky warriors. Even the Wutong heaven formation set up by the dynasty bordering them to fight against the mortal miasma was suddenly destroyed inexplicably. The answer is actually very simple. Zhao Lingjun really wants to tear his face apart and start a war directly, and fight to the death, life and death. But when she went to the military camp 2 days ago, what she saw was mourning. Almost all the warriors of the sky were cut off from the bridge of the sky, and they were suffering from illnesses. Not only that, even in the most fortified Dajin King city, there are corpses everywhere outside the city. Dajin, I can't beat it. However, under such ebb and flow, Dajin will perish sooner or later. At this moment, in this situation. Even as the first-day warrior of the celestial race, the Valkyrie of the celestial race, she couldn't help feeling a little bit of despair in her heart. Despair? At this moment, suddenly, a seductive voice appeared in her ear. It's delicious. Who is it? Zhao Lingjun's phoenix eyes were sharp, and electricity was generated in the void, but there was no trace in front of his eyes. Tricking tricks in front of me? Then you have found the wrong person. Zhao Lingjun sneered, his phoenix eyes slightly closed, and an illusory bridge slowly rose between his brows, as if it could run through the world. The next moment, the bridge of heaven disappeared. Instead, she appeared a fiery eye burning with raging flames, and the eyeballs shining with bright golden light were constantly turning. Tianwu fiery eyes. From the power lent by the way of heaven, to stimulate the power of the blood in the mysterious place deep in the blood. Dao after Dao golden light shot up into the sky, even the sky was illuminated. In just an instant, the source of the sound was discovered. It was a bronze phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase slash phoneme carved with a devil's head. Is constantly uttering demagogic words, it's a pity, a pity. I didn't expect that even the extremely proud Valkyrie would feel despair. Saying that, let's smash this ferocious head, smash his mouth, TSK, Valkyrie's despair. It tastes so good. You are courting death. Zhao Lingjun spat out her anger word by word between her teeth, and just when she wanted to call out, Tianwu Fal Tian Huaji, she once again borrowed the power of another existence deep in her blood to smash the strange bronze bottle completely. When it explodes. The next moment, what the bottle said made her stunned. Don't worry. Isn't it just the evil mud god? I have a solution. He can't even enter the planet, and can only release poison timidly. Are you afraid of that? Want to learn? I can teach you. Ah. Zhao Lingjun sneered, boast. Look how I'll expose you. With that said, Zhao Lingjun once again communicated with the Tao of Heaven. Outside his ears, he manifested visions, like the ears of some mysterious beast, capable of distinguishing all truth from falsehood. Tianwu, listen. Endless information appeared in her ears. With her own ability, she keenly found what she wanted. There are true and false things said about this bottle. In fact, in her current state, using Tianwu will only make her die faster. But she is really helpless. The next moment, the information came to mind. Zhao Lingjun had just finished watching the first half, and incomparable disappointment appeared in Zhao Lingjun's eyes. Ah. You are just a bottle, you can only communicate with me, you have almost no power at all. He said he could help me in an instant. The second half of the information also appeared in her mind. He can teach you a special way, and can help you become stronger and get rid of the evil mud god. You may not believe it, but he doesn't seem to have any bad intentions towards you. It turned out to be true. Looking at the ferocious face, the devil's face of the devil's contract, that appeared on the bronze bottle in front of him, Zhao Lingjun immediately began to doubt himself. The teacher taught me to be born from the heart since I was a child. But this face, is he really a good person? Although Zhao Lingjun believed in the power of true listening, he did not lose the most basic reason and judgment, and asked tentatively, dare to ask who you are? The lips of the ferocious face on the bronze bottle moved slightly, my name. Ask for a monthly ticket, ask for a subscription. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated, outside the Homo sapiens Federal G Palace, this thing. Can it actually bring me a feeling that can threaten me? The mouth of gluttony gnawed down on Luodan and Hathaway, and the moment he was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his mouth, a rare sense of clarity emerged in his will. I just devoured by Zhu, and I already possess a certain amount of power. Do you want to temporarily avoid the threat and develop it slowly? But then, this rare clarity was instantly attacked by the huge tyranny caused by many reasons such as the destruction of the ethnic group, the faint fall of the personality, the extreme mutilation of the body, and the imminent extinction of the true spirit. Whatever, it's just a child god. I am the Emperor of Yuan. The laws in the space became more and more chaotic, and the next moment, a white light suddenly lit up in front of Gluttony's mouth. Immediately afterwards, the white light swelled in an instant, so violent that it was unimaginable. A beam of light pierced through the hurricane, tore through the space, and traversed the entire battlefield. In an instant, it was irresistible and shot out from the Star Brilliance Super Cannon Destroyer of Heresy in Luo Dan's hand. Cheer! In just an instant, the mouth of Gluttony, which had been baptized by the starlight baptism of the special containment technique of the Emperor of Different Origins, was then completely penetrated, and then torn apart. Almost instantly, the mouth of Gluttony, who was still invincible just now, was dying and almost disappeared. Hathaway opened her mouth wide, flushed all over her face, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Even though this is just a piece of lips of the fifth monarch of Different Abyss Gluttony, it is still a body with the remaining will to dominate. It has the incredible power to destroy the planet and devour the will of the planet. But he was completely injured by a giant spirit-level god player who was not even a mythical level. And this, it seems, is an individual under the super level, and completed the impossible battle by leapfrogging the level. But in fact, this is the crushing from civilization. Xingyao Super Cannon Destroyer of Heresy, Different Abyss Emperor Characteristic Containment Technique, God Faith Power.
These are the keys to victory. And these are the power brought by civilization.
Of course, if Luodan is not strong enough, he will not be able to obtain these things.
Just like Kamita Swabuchi, he doesn't have one.
Of course, neither did Hathaway should die.
You already have the way to die.
The gluttonous mouth is incomplete with a huge tongue, and a large part of the lips is missing. Most of the extremely mutilated body almost turned into nothingness, but it was not annihilated, but contained by the Emperor's characteristic containment technique. Logs kept popping up in front of Luodan, characteristics of Emperor Yuan, 0, 67%.
Log, master level vital signs found.
Log, collect master level vital signs. Log, it is detected that physical characteristics dominate physical signs. Log, the body of Emperor Yuan, the mouth of gluttony, can become the spirit in the spirit, energy and spirit that is the key to martial arts. Log, the mouth of gluttony and the blood of the timespace dragon master can be directly combined with the devil's hostility Yetwa Dauma to deduce special martial arts. Log, you have gathered all the three flowers of spirit, energy and spirit. Log, the most potential special martial art can be deduced. Log, this special martial art is being deduced. Log, note, if more fine materials can be obtained, the deduction speed may be accelerated. Looking at the diary in front of him, Luodan finally showed a smile. The martial arts he had been waiting for a long time was finally about to be born. And the remarks at the end of the diary made his eyes on Gluttony's mouth even hotter. And Gluttony's mouth was extremely unwilling, exuding a terrifying blackened aura all over his body. Jijia, your weapon should only have the power of one blow. I have traced back to your origin.
The civilization of Yuan is about to be destroyed. With the loss of civilization, my ethnic group has also been destroyed.
The possibility of this emperor returning from the long river of time is even slimmer.
Before I die, you will die too.
I will do everything I can to destroy your planet, pollute it, and make you suffer from alienation for life after life. The incomplete tongue on the gluttonous mouth licked the incomplete lips, and spoke cruel and indifferent words. You wait to die.
The mouth of gluttony issued the most vicious and cruel curse. The next moment, the mouth of gluttony was actually split into two, while transforming into an invisible will and sneaking into the Homo sapiens planet under its feet.
On the other side, the rift in space was torn apart in an instant, burning crazily, trying to go there, and completely shattering the fragments of Lordan's goblin world.
And it's too fast if it wasn't for the fact that he fell into chaos and madness just now, and wanted to complete all his achievements in one battle. He resisted Lordan's attack and swallowed them all in one gulp. Otherwise, he could even easily dodge the bombardment of Xingyao Super Cannon Destroyer of Heresy.
After all, when Skynets will try to lure Lorden to agree to add a trace of his own will to the Destroyer of Heresy to achieve the effect of locking the target, Lorden had already rejected it. Therefore, facing the escape of the mouth of gluttony, Luodan and Hathaway have no ability to stop him for a while. After Hathaway heard it, she was even more anxious than Luodan for a while. Lorden, your weapon has been scrapped, and the master should not be humiliated, even if you have the containment technique of the Emperor's characteristics. However, we are not a superorder, and we have no exclusive rules. Even if we have mastered the exclusive law and created the realm, we can't go there. Otherwise, you will be completely alienated and become a puppet of this gluttonous mouth forever. But if you don't, he will destroy your world and kill you. What should I do now? Hathaway didn't realize that he who was beside Luodan seemed to only talk about what to do, and seemed to have begun to feel a little dependent on Luodan. Do not care. Luodan showed a smile, looked at the mouth of gluttony who was tearing apart the space and headed for the human planet, and said unmoved, let him go. On my planet, he can't make any waves. Hearing Luodan's words, Hathaway subconsciously felt that he was talking nonsense. After all, how could anyone say that the remnant limbs of the ruler can't stir up any waves with him? But the god in front of her was Lorden, so Hathaway felt relieved for some reason. Lorden was naturally relieved. On top of the goblin world fragments, there is not only his body. Also set foot on the mainland, borrowing the power of the goblin civilization in the country of Galuo, the extremely evil spirituality, comparable to the mythical King Mai of Galuo. Moreover, he also used up a ultra-dimensional coupon super-level ally, lower. But in the face of Hathaway's doubts, he didn't say much, but let Hathaway command the Angel Legion and arrange for the Goblin Legion, who would lose Baiju ability god and encounter a series of changes. All the Legion of the Raiders were wiped out or captured. And in front of his eyes was a large paragraph of text, log, you have invested a lot of faith points in the containment technique of the characteristics of the Emperor of different abysses. Log, your Monarch character containment technique has been upgraded to master level. Log, you have a certain degree of suppression over all life in the different abyss. Log, you have encountered the extremely seriously injured median ability god carrying the body of the Emperor Yuan. Diary, compared with the life in the alien abyss, the T-World community is an exotic land. Log, you defeated Baiju, and Baiju encountered high-level interference, and sacrificed himself to the body of the fifth emperor, the mouth of gluttony. Log, Gluttony's mouth was defeated by the destroyer of heresy, and a rout occurred. Log, the small-scale battle you initiated with the small army of the alien civilization is over. Log, you have won this large-scale battle with the alien civilization with an overwhelming advantage. Log, you have obtained 0.67% of the characteristics of the Emperor. Log, you have acquired Gui, the native protagonist of Homo sapiens. Log, Homo sapiens planet will be broken. Log, Homo sapiens planet will fall into extinction and disappear completely. Log, Homo sapiens planet is polluted and destroyed, it has no value, doubtful. Log, you are practicing martial arts. Log, faith point +9. Log, civilization point +1. Log, origin point +100. Log, you have used an ultra-dimensional coupon, ultra-level ally, lower rank, and the summoning location is Goblin World Fragment. Log, the super-level ally closest to the T04 world area was retrieved, Primeval Nest. Log, the next super-level ally is about to arrive. T15 world region, Primordial Nest medium planet, this is a medium-sized star with an extremely strange appearance, which looks like an oval bird's nest from a distance. This is a upper world special. It can connect countless ordinary worlds' planets within a certain range. If the life forms in these planets or worlds reach a certain standard, they meet the conditions of the ancient nest. Those beings can choose to ascend to Primeval Nest and automatically obtain the permanent nest card of the Primordial Nest and obtain the status of community members. All the people living here are all kinds of strange bird life. One is super-level birds, which create exclusive rules and condense the realm, cave. One is to cherish poultry, possessing extremely strong poultry bloodlines above the median level, or thin dominating poultry bloodlines. And today, it happens to be the Magpie Bridge Festival that has been handed down from ancient times by the nest of the Ancient Ones every 60 years. On this day, any male bird can find his favorite female bird and make courtship. Of course, if it can do any feats on this special day, the will of the world in the immemorial nest will help it, and it can even succeed in courtship in one fell swoop. How to do. A huge, extremely handsome death bird, covered with black and gold patterns, as if itself is a symbol of death. As a super-level death bird, it has the concept of underworld envoy, and it should be a life that is inclined to death and extremely cruel. At this moment, this bird of death is nervous. If someone who understands bird language sees it, it will definitely say, it's a shy bird for sure at first glance. Beside him, there is a blue-billed male bird similar to the blue luan in the myth of the ancient nest, slowly walking towards a fiery red female bird like a vermilion bird, as if to show love. The dead bird, Yen Jun, looked at Qing Jun, showing love to Suzaku, Qi Ling, and couldn't help but spit fire from his eyes, exuding a strong sense of death. Damn Qing Jun, didn't you agree to give me an assist? Why did it run to Qi Ling to show love by itself? Damn it! Obviously knowing that on the day of the Magpie Bridge Festival, the immemorial nest will give blessings to show love and courtship. Besides, I have given enough benefits. Why do you want to jump out and compete with me now? Yen Jun went crazy with anger. As the envoy of the underworld, it is naturally very popular on the side of the undead. However, this is the ancient nest. All the most beautiful birds are here. In terms of appearance, it doesn't rank well. In terms of strength, it can't even rank. Originally, it didn't care about these, and it just studied how to harvest life better and faster every day. Until one day, it saw Qi Ling love at first sight. It can swear to Fengzu, this is definitely not just for sex. Because of the first round, it was beaten up by Qi Ling poisonously.
Kiki, it's far away.
Yan Jun's eyes were spitting fire, but he couldn't stop Qing Jun from showing his love.
This is going to be punished by the ancient nest. As superorder birds, they are the topmost layer in the immemorial nest.
Every move naturally attracts attention.
At this moment, it can even hear a large number of small birds cheering below. My God, I was able to see the divine bird showing love today.
The Magpie Bridge Festival has not shown love for 3 consecutive times.
This is Qing Jun and Qi Ling, they are really talented and beautiful. Look at the sky, even the will of the world and Fengzu and the ancient nest are paying attention to this scene. We are about to witness history. That black bird next to you. Oh no, it's Yan Jun. Why are you standing there in a daze? It's too eyesore. Get out of the way. Hush. How dare you say that about Yan Jun, who is a super-level personality?
Heh, I am the first-level protective bloodline of the ancient nest, who dares to touch me? No wonder you're so crazy, just now I was still wondering why you look so strange. The weirder it looks, the faster it will be judged.
Hey, look, why did Yan Jun go to Qi Ling? No way, Yan Jun also wants to compete with Qing Jun?
Tisk, here's a good show to watch.
How dare you mock?
My grandfather is the bird of Li Gang, he can protect me.
What about it? It's nothing. Here, look, it's already been taken away. It's a crime of insulting the bird. Look, Yan Jun has also started courtship. Bored, fast forward. I want to see rivers of blood.
Yan Jun, who was in midair, after hearing these words, his bird face twitched, his heart was filled with mixed emotions, and he even felt like being NTR in person.
Fight. No big deal, I'll just be ridiculed.
Yan Jun closed his eyes and rushed forward, he didn't care about it at all, he spread his wings straight away, and provoked the dance of death show love from the depths of his blood in midair.
Boom! Boom!
The ancient stone drum beats in the void, the melody of death dances, the turbid water of the yellow river spreads in the void, and the beautiful Manjisawa grows on the other side of the underworld, performing one after another beautiful love. On the other side, Qing Jun and Qi Ling just watched quietly without any reaction, but in private they were frantically communicating with each other. Qi, is this really useful?
Qing Jun's will is slightly doubtful. Fengzu, would you really not accept Yan Jun as his disciple because of his seemingly ugly clown behavior?
Furthermore, Fengzu has more than one disciple, and it doesn't do any good to become one.
Could it be that Fengzu will give up his opportunity to be the throne? Meeting. Question mark. Hearing Qi Ling's words, Qing Jun became puzzled instead. Meeting? Meeting. How can that be?
Throne chance, it is impossible for any life to be let out. Qing Jun was resolute, but Qi Ling seemed to have expected it a long time ago, with a faint smile. Do you know the gods?
Blue Star Civilization? Qing Jun said, how could you not know?
Back when the Blue Star Civilization came, there was a throne opposite, and Fengzu's Taoist heart was broken with one punch. Having said this, Qing Jun finally realized, his eyes were full of shock. Yes. Fengzu and her disciples are heartbroken. That is to say, the disciples accepted by Fengzu this time are very likely to be trained as the throne.
The most competitive ones are me and Yan Jun. And Fengzu cares most about beauty.
Yan Jun makes an ugly move now, and he will be ruled out immediately. The expression in Qing Jun's eyes gradually turned cold. Yan Jun, just use our 500 years of friendship.
Come in exchange for my future.
T04 World Region, Goblin World Fragment Kaijima. On the other side, the mouth of gluttony has already shredded the space, shuttled through several world regions in an instant, and came to the sky of the Goblin World Fragments in a very short time.
Jia 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 jia. Little newborn god, how dare you destroy my hope of resurrection? I can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. Then you die too. Eh?
It actually has the aura of the golden race, eternal race.
No wonder you are so dependent. But, it's useless. Even if it is broken and reorganized,
your world will be completely alienated and become a subsidiary world of the Yuan. As for the concept of immortality, yeah, that's great, how could I forget? I have the authority to devour the concept of incomplete immortality. Maybe, I still have a glimmer of hope to return. Thinking that if he could devour these incomplete concepts of immortality, he might even use this to leverage the laws engraved in the void, and thus really bring the dead back to life. Gluttony's mouth couldn't help being completely excited, and the ferocious giant mouth crazily dripped illusory saliva. If these saliva were real, it might be able to collapse this piece of space in an instant and destroy a large piece of planet. He opened his mouth wide, and rose against the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Gradually, the huge mouth covered the sky and covered the earth, and it gradually became the size of a small half of the world fragments. The terrifying atmosphere spread wildly as the book opened. He even felt that he had heard the desperate and painful wails of life in this world. Jia. Pain, cry. You will be my slaves for eternity, and I will let you sink to the most humble level forever. Now, die for me. He is about to speak. The next moment, black and golden aura surrounded the goblin world fragments, rushing out like a big river that could sweep the world. A series of strange palaces appeared outside the world, as if all kinds of terrifying monsters of desire lived in them. Palace of Desire King Power, Palace of Desire Killing, Palace of Desire Conquer. Then came a goblin giant nearly 6 meters tall, wearing a battle armor, holding a scepter, and a crown on his head. His whole body exuded a demigod-level majesty. His voice was indifferent. He Fanxiao is young, dare to violate the territory of our goblin tribe. Little Ninth Order ants. The mouth of gluttony sneered and continued to expand. At the same time, besides the fragments of the goblin world, a huge crack in space was opened, a black wing covering the sky and the sun stretched out, and a voice with a strong desire to manifest the Holy Spirit came out, who was calling for death from the ancient times. The next moment, a black gold bird's head protruded from the crack in the space, and at a glance, it shuddered. Where the hell did the ruler come from? Please subscribe. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated, outside the Homo sapiens Federal G Palace, this world is worthless? Looking at the prompts in the log, Luo Dan couldn't help showing a smile, still in doubt. Lorden wanted Homo sapiens in the first place, essentially because he needed a fusion of Homo sapiens and goblin world fragments. It can directly save the search for the treasure of what made the Homo sapiens planet in Homo sapiens, and directly and completely complement the wisdom of the goblins. Let the goblins advance to goblin giants. But now, with the arrival of the alien civilization, things are not easy. There is no lack of wisdom in a Yuan. However, during the battle, Bai Zhu suffered high-level interference from the mouth of gluttony, and directly lost his wits to sacrifice himself, which shows that his coming must not be due to his own will, but was influenced by the mouth of gluttony. Dominator-level beings don't make random decisions. Especially when the mouth of gluttony is extremely incomplete, most of the true spirit is dead, and the dominance is crumbling. He will not waste his only chance on the Homo sapiens planet. There must be an existence that even the gluttonous mouth covets. Moreover, the remaining half of gluttony's mouth escaped directly into the Homo sapiens planet just now, which clearly illustrates this situation. And at this moment, a piece of news popped up in Luo Dan's superdimensional mark, which still had to be silent. Log, the specified item you need to retrieve has a result. Do you want to check it? Check. There was a slight surprise in Luodan's eyes. This so-called specified item investigation authority *1 was rewarded by the superdimensional imprint after he broke through the limits of civilization and wisdom of the goblins before. He can check anything that does not exceed the 3-star noble authority. And Luo Dan chose Avatar Carrier. For the Celestials, he has a clear plan, that is, he incarnates as the martial ancestor to pass down martial arts, and does not appear in the form of a god. In particular, he also obtained limited special effects, incarnation of will true, martial arts, and the concept of immortality. What is missing is the Avatar Carrier. The quality of the Avatar Carrier can directly determine the strength and potential of the Avatar, and determine how much combat power the Avatar can display. Therefore, Luo Dan did not hesitate to use specified item investigation authority *1 to investigate where there is. With his current strength and situation, he can obtain the best Avatar Carrier compared to the current situation.
The next moment, the log pops up. Log, according to the survey of designated items, the avatar carrier you need is located in the T01 world area, Homo sapiens planet, small alienated. Log, according to your needs, even though the planet has been alienated, the materials are still not damaged, and it meets your qualifications for obtaining strength. Log, the will is transformed into Galaxy Origin Spirit World Heavy Weapon. Log, the search method is very simple, you only need to refine the planet, and you can naturally get the source of the galaxy. Log, please note that due to the authority of the investigation, a free message will be attached to this investigation of designated items. This planet has special wisdom concept point. If the planet is polluted, the wisdom concept will also lose its effectiveness due to pollution. Name, Xinghe Yuanling. Type, World Heavy Weapon. Special effects, this is the spirit condensed from the source of endless galaxies. It has incredible vitality, and it can be described as a top-grade avatar carrier. Remarks, with Xinghe Yuanling as the incarnation, you can have the innate ability to communicate with stars. The speed of comprehension of the laws related to the stars is greatly increased, and the laws related to the stars have a strong affinity. No wonder. When Luo Dan saw the investigation report of the designated item, his brows stretched, and he had the answer to the doubt that the mouth of gluttony came here. Xinghe Yuanling is suitable as an avatar carrier. So in the same way, is Xinghe Yuanling an excellent tonic to complement the body? If gluttonous mouth, which has lost most of its body, can devour the Galaxy Origin Spirit, will it be able to make up part of its own body? For gluttonous mouth who possesses the dominant personality, the condition of every extra body can be described as a world of difference. This, on the contrary, confirmed the superb effect of Galaxy Origin Spirit from the side. After all, being able to enter the Juggernaut's eyes is enough to prove its cherishment and strength. Only contaminated concepts of wisdom lose their effectiveness? Lorden frowned slightly, and turned his head to look at the battlefield where all the alien legions had been killed or captured. Soon, a decision was made in my heart. Yi Chen, gather all the corpses of aliens, mutants, and pollutants together. In front of Luo Dan, Yi Chen's fleshy eye, which was alienated between his brows, was also suppressed so that he didn't dare to make any movement. He bowed slightly, and immediately carried out Lorden's order, follow the orders of the God Lord. Hathaway, please order your angel legion to gather all the captured lives with the aura of the different abyss. Hathaway was stunned for a moment when she heard Luodan's words, and quickly realized that she ordered the angel-armed legion to follow Luodan's order. Hathaway looked at Lorden with beautiful eyes, and said softly, "Do you want to sacrifice all the lives of the different abyss, refine the aura of the different abyss, and then use it to dominate the body and exile it? Do not." Under Hathaway's slightly surprised gaze, Lorden shook his head slightly. "The front is right. I plan to use the aura of the abyss to search for the remaining body of the ruler, and then wipe it out. Finally, sacrifice the breath of the Emperor to clear away all the alienated parts of this planet." So troublesome? There was a hint of suspicion in Hathaway's eyes. Is there anything else on this planet that I don't know about? What are the benefits? No comment. Luodan smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and tapped out a little aura, branded it on Hathaway's wrist, stored the information of different abyss monarch trait containment technique in it, then stretched out his white palm. "You can go now." "You." Hathaway saw Luodan turning his face and ignoring him, and couldn't help but feel anxious. "Okay, Lorden. If it wasn't for the Angel Legion to block the Alien Legion for you. Otherwise, you may not be able to win it if you are involved with the Alien Legion. It turned out that you were lucky. You turned your face and refused to recognize anyone, right?" After hearing Hathaway's words, Luodan showed a trace of doubt on his face. "This is a deal. Why stop the Alien Legion for me? Here, isn't this your reward? Oh, by the way, you still owe me several favors." Seeing Luodan's sudden realization, Hathaway couldn't help being furious, and directly led the Angel Legion to pull the scepter of the Kingdom of Heaven, disappeared on Homo sapiens planet in an instant, and returned to the Angel planet. On the other hand, Luodan looked calm, as if he wasn't the one who drove Hathaway away just now, but he frowned slightly. "TSK, it really isn't as good as super level, but still a human being. Human nature is still too important. It's not suitable to be a comrade in arms if you are so emotional."
Luo Dan shook his head slightly. Even if he was really a comrade in arms, he would not let him stay. After all, Xinghe Yuanling is related to martial ancestor incarnation.
Su Zian alone is enough to know, no more people are needed.
Moreover, the Homo sapiens planet needs to be integrated with the fragments of the goblin world, and the coordinates of its own planet are absolutely not allowed to be leaked in the slightest. Of course, this is not the only reason why Hathaway was angry. Lorden also had deeper intentions. Time passed slowly, and a scene like a Shura field had appeared in front of Luo Dan. The corpses of a large number of aliens of different shapes were randomly piled up, like a fuzzy pyramid of flesh and blood. Under the pyramid, there were also a large number of captive aliens. All perception abilities were blocked, and they fell powerlessly under the pyramid. At this moment, there are already many goblin giants around the giant pyramid of flesh and blood in the different abyss, and they have begun to hold ancient rituals. Gods, worshippers also.
Through sacrifice to God, Luo Dan can display many incredible abilities that cannot be displayed normally.
Just like a real god, exerting the mighty power of God. I think that is reality.
There was another thought in Luo Dan's mind: the Devil's Contract. Why hasn't it been settled yet?
The Devil's Contract is a special treasure of civilization. It can randomly descend on the planet, and then trick the life on the planet to make a contract with him, thus becoming the anchor point for the Devil's Contract holder to launch a star war. But the premise is that the contract is reached. Only when it is achieved, can Lordens will truly come. But before that, what was in the Devil's Contract was just the incarnation of Luo Dan Splitwill, unable to communicate with the main body. And when the Devil's Contract arrived on the planet, Lorden had already received the reminder, but he didn't know what kind of planet it was and whether it was useful to him. But fortunately, he has already made countless records for that wisp of will incarnation in advance, should.
No problem.
T15 World Region, Primordial Nest Medium Planet. This is a medium-sized star with an extremely strange appearance, which looks like an oval bird's nest from a distance.
It's almost over.
Xing Jun looked at Yin Jun, who was dancing the dance of death and showing love in front of him, with a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth, as if it wasn't the one who called Yin Jun his brother and brother before. Qiling, teach it a lesson.
Suzaku Qiling nodded slightly. It looked at the beautiful dance of death in front of it, and even it was amazed by it.
Yin Jun is the blood of the envoy of the underworld, extremely noble. Moreover, it has always been a secret bloodline, which is rarely shown in front of people. What's more, this ancient love dance passed down from the bloodline is the existence of beauty that will never be known to outsiders except for the partner. This dance of death composed of Yellow Spring, Manjushawa, Sansheng Stone, Naiha Bridge, and other elements. Even the Suzaku who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme served in front of Fengzhu and was used to seeing beauty, would be very happy. There was a burst of heartbeat. Pity. The corner of Suzaku Qiling's mouth revealed a hint of disdain. Xingluan and I are made for each other.
This is the command of Si Ning Xingjuan, even Fengzhu will respect it. But it also happens to be only by breaking the beauty will it appear uglier. Only in this way can the vacillating balance in Fengzhu's heart completely lean towards Qingjun. Although Master Fengzhu is already biased towards Qingjun, I don't have to hit you like this, beat your Dao heart. But, who told me that Qingjun and I will soon become husband and wife? Husband and wife are like birds in the same forest. Then, I can only sacrifice you a little. Thinking of this, Qiling showed an innocent smile, turned into a human form, stretched out his palm, and took the palm of Qingjun, who also turned into a human form, interlacing his fingers. Since the pride of the immemorial nest was completely shattered by the blue star gods, the powerful super levels of the immemorial nest have broken their Dao hearts, shattered their Dao hearts, closed their lives and wandered in the void. And the result of this is that the younger generations admire the human form of the blue star god. Transforming into a human form is already the most popular trend in the immemorial nest. Qiling pulled Qingjun to meet Yin Jun, who had finished the show of love dance. His face was full of innocent and happy smiles. Before Yin Jun could open his mouth, he said in a voice that seemed to be overflowing with happiness, with a look of surprise, "Yin Jun, thank you." Thanks. As soon as Yin Jun woke up from the dance of death, he saw his beloved female bird walking towards him holding the hand of his good brother. It seems to have realized something. The beak is slightly opened, the voice is hoarse. "No need thank me. Of course, thank you for congratulating Qiling and me with the dance that runs deep in your blood." It was Qing Jun who spoke at this time. It no longer had the appearance of being a good brother with Yen Jun, and gently pressed its lips to Yen Jun's ear, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Qiling, it's very moist, collapse." Boom! Hearing this sentence, Yen Jun only felt that a certain string in his mind was completely broken, and his brain fell into a shutdown state for a while. Immediately afterwards, endless humiliation and anger rushed directly at the bird's head. Chi. For a moment, the air of death was rampant, and the turbid shadow of the underworld that had just faded roared again, and there was a faint sign of a collapsed space, manifesting in the ancient nest. "I want you to die." The black and golden bird feathers flaunted wantonly, and the law of the Huangquan horn turned into countless chains of condensed black ice of death, piercing through the space, blocking it wantonly, and turning it into a realm where Huangquan flows wantonly. Yen Jun's crow pupils are full of scarlet. The little birds below had never seen such a scene before. They had long been in a mess, quacking and screaming, for fear that they would be harvested by Yen Jun, who was in a crazy state. Especially Li Gangzinio's grandson, Li Gangzinio's first-level protection bloodline, shrank his head in fright, for fear of being maliciously retaliated against. Crazy, Yen Jun was stunned by the stimulation. "It's over, Yen Jun's Huangquan horn is not right for large-scale death and damage, now it is called the law. Run, there is still time to entangle the laws of Taoism here." "What are you running for?" You didn't notice that there wasn't a drop of yellow spring on any of the birds. He was obviously going for Qing Jun. Seeing Yen Jun's anger, Qiling and Qing Jun didn't have the slightest fear, but looked at each other. The eyes of the four birds were full of secret joy. They know it's done. Sure enough, the next moment, a noble and cold voice descended from the sky. "Yen Jun, you are presumptuous." In the next moment, an impossibly gorgeous and luxurious fairy phoenix seemed to descend from the mortal world, and its voice was like the most beautiful notes in the world. "Use force at the Magpie Bridge Festival. Punish you to guard the Sigua Cave for 1,000 years. Feng Zhu." Hearing the punishment, Yen Jun couldn't help but his eyes were blood red, and his voice was frightened and angry. Yen Jun didn't make a big mistake. Why did he think about punishment in the cave for 1,000 years? After 1,000 years, I am afraid that my cave realm will be completely shattered, and I will be knocked down to the mortal world. And even Qing Jun and Qiling couldn't help being startled when they heard the punishment, and they looked at each other with some fear in addition to secret joy in their eyes. The Sigua Cave is the eye of the immemorial nest, and there is always a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blowing past the 9th demigod level, that is, the land fairy level, in an instant. Even the Yaxuan who has comprehended the immortal way, and even the super-level true immortal who has condensed the realm of the cave, can only barely resist. Ordinary true immortals, being scraped for hundreds of years, are enough to shake their foundations. Scraping for thousands of years, with the power of a true fairy, it is enough to be fatal. Feng Zhu has been in seclusion for a long time, and they don't know him well enough. Go. Feng Zhu's voice was incomparably indifferent. He waved his phoenix wings lightly, and was about to forcibly fan Yen Jun into the cave of thinking. But at the next moment, a wave appeared, which instantly broke Feng Zhu's indifferent expression, filled with humiliation and anger. "This is a talisman of the Blue Star civilization." "No, they called it, what is it called, a coupon? Why did it appear at this time?" Facing the appearance of the superdimensional coupons, even Feng Zhu did not dare to act rashly for a while, but the next moment, the light of the superdimensional coupons shrouded Yen Jun, and the mechanical voice came out, detected the closest ally world to the T04 world area. Superorder fluctuations detected, superorder psionic reactions, exclusive rules, boundary fluctuations. Identified as immemorial nest Lord Yen subordinate qualified for call. Detected that the current civilization has a conflict event with the recruitment target. Ignoring conflict events, compulsory signs. Now phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the article number 11 of article, of the Blue Star Civilization Ally Management Law. According to the relevant regulations, when a super-level ally is forced to sign, any laws and regulations of the civilization will become phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals invalid / phoneme. The forced recruitment was successful. Turn on space teleportation. The next moment, the superdimensional coupons automatically burned, ignoring everything in Feng Zhu and even the ancient nest, and forcibly opened a space crack. The invisible fluctuations spread,
as if urging Yan Jun to step into the space crack as soon as possible.
Looking at the scene in front of him, Feng Zhu couldn't help but Phoenix eyes twitch.
As a high-level super-level existence, he is closest to the Golden Immortal, Throne, level, and he has a relatively good understanding of the rules of various props in the Blue Star civilization. He knew in his heart that this super-dimensional ticket had no restrictions on him. Even if he violently strikes now and slaps Yan Jun to death with one wing, there is nothing Chao Wei can do to prevent it.
However, he dare not.
After a stalemate for a long time, Feng Zhu sighed, and the rolling power faded away like a tide.
Go!
After Yan Jun heard it, his expression was stunned, a little unbelievable. He didn't expect the majesty of the Blue Star civilization to be so terrifying.
Xing Jun and Xi Ling looked anxious.
If Yan Jun is allowed to escape this time, it will be difficult to punish him.
But under Feng Zhu's fierce phoenix eyes, they dare not make the slightest movement. They know clearly in their hearts Feng Zhu couldn't deal with Yan Jun, who was recruited by Blue Star civilization, still can't clean them up.
At this moment, Yan Jun finally understood that he was safe for the time being, and hurriedly drilled through the space crack created by the super-dimensional voucher. At the moment of passing, a lot of information appeared in Yan Jun's mind. And the appearance of these messages also made the tense Yan Jun feel a little relieved. It should still be safe. I can feel that the user who uses this super-dimensional ticket is just a little land fairy. The opponent of the land god should also be the land god, at most it is Yaxien.
Xian?
I suppressed 10 with one hand.
Quack! I didn't expect that I, Yan Jun, would still have the time to show my sanctity in front of the Blue Star gods.
Yan Jun, who was in agitated mood, had already forgotten the pain caused by very run for a while, and now he just wanted to rush to the place and start to manifest himself in front of others.
It opened softly. Who was calling for death from the ancient times?
The next moment, a black and golden crow's head protruded from the crack in the space and twisted back and forth.
At a glance, Yan Jun suddenly trembled. Gah! Isn't it a land fairy? Where the hell did the ruler come from? Thanks to the book friend, TSNKSCRJ, for the reward of 500 coins. 400 book coins rewarded by QQ Reading Book Friend, New Year Cake. T04 World Region, Goblin World Fragment Kaijima. Beyond the fragments of the world, the extremely evil spiritual light of black gold color surrounds the fragments of the world, like a surging ocean of sin. Countless strange, prison-like buildings full of desires appeared outside the world fragments, appearing in the dark void. There is also Mai, the first goblin king, who is nearly 6 meters tall, wearing battle armor, holding a scepter, and wearing a crown. The 3 laws of desire, the desire for kingship, the desire to kill, and the desire to conquer, turned into 3 auras of different colors, and spiraled into a materialized scepter in his hands, which was the embodiment of his exclusive law rudiment. There is also a random entry battlefield, with a dazed face and eyes full of fear. The ghost crow, Yan Jun, Gah? Gah! Didn't you say that the 9th level land god would call me? What the hell? Why is there a big Luo Jinxian's remnant body here? Seeing the scene in front of him, Yan Jun was completely dumbfounded. In the memory of its bloodline inheritance, there is a strand of hair that popped out from a Daluo Jinxian Dongyue mansion lord, who did not know how long ago, piercing through 3 stars. And in front of him, although it is only a piece of lips of Daluo Jinxian, but that is countless times stronger than a strand of hair. At this moment, it even wanted to turn its head and go directly back to the ancient nest that made it feel cold and harsh and disgusting just now, but now it suddenly became extremely warm. No, can't go back. If I just go back in such a disheartened way, wouldn't I immediately go into the cave of thinking, just like Qi Ling and Xing Jun, a couple of dogs? Even if I, Yan Jun, die here, rotten, and stink, I will definitely not return to the ancient lair. Besides, it may not necessarily be a dead end. The broken body of this Daluo Jinxian is too broken. I always feel that it is not as scary as the Daluo Jinxian in memory. Also, the one in front of him. Well, according to the Blue Star civilization, it is a demigod-level creature of the 3rd energy level, and it doesn't seem to be very afraid. And his power, it's very weird. In short, let's wait and see. Yan Jun tiptoed out of the space passage, afraid of being noticed, without the slightest pride of a super life. And Gluttony and Mai also tacitly ignored the sudden black crow, because they didn't detect the slightest hostility from the black crow.
At this moment, Ma-yi was looking majestically at Gluttony's mouth, with the scepter in his hand ready to go. Under the extremely evil spirituality, he is not suppressed by the dominant personality. Interesting insects, almost scared me. The voice of Gluttonous Mouth was full of sarcasm. He sensed a little, and found that the existence in front of him was not an ancient god who had been in ambush for a long time, but a demigod body, a world fragment native life who could exercise superorder exclusive laws in a specific place, that's all. Jia. Just a brat. Why, your master didn't dare to come out and asked you to come out to die? Everything is a useless struggle, I will take you, all existence. Swallow them all. Hearing the words of Gluttony's mouth and the voice coming from him, Ma-yi also realized that this is a mutilated body of an extremely powerful being. However, it is different from the seriously injured and mutilated ability god that the Father God explained before the Goblin Legion stepped into the space channel and entered the Homo sapiens planet. This existence looks more incomplete, but also more powerful. But so what? Behind me is the country of the goblins, the world of the Supreme Father God. Ma-yi waved the scepter symbolizing power in his hand, bold. A nameless rat, dare to be presumptuous. In the next moment, all the phantoms of the building of desire trembled in an instant, and then with the scepter in Ma-yi's hand, they gathered into a huge head of the scepter. Mouth. Court death. The mouth of Gluttony snorted coldly, and the huge mouth closed with a loud bang, and immediately used his little remaining law of gluttony authority, preparing to swallow this so-called hell of power and the fragments of the goblin world in one gulp. Even if the T-world community is far away from the alien civilization world community, it does not know how many cosmic miles, but at the level of authority, it has already conquered the civilization of the world community, and imprinted its own power into the underlying logic of the endless void. Even if this is not the place where the law of the void can resonate the most, it can even be said to be weak and almost invisible. But there is no doubt that authority is above all laws. Crack. Kick. Under even the slightest law of gluttony authority, the power scepter that has been strengthened by extremely evil spirituality is quickly eroded and cracked. In just a moment, there were signs of erosion and decomposition. Just when the mouth of Gluttony was about to exert force again, swallowing the entire phantom of the scepter in one fell swoop, and then swallowing the fragments of the world. Suddenly, he heard an ancient and desolate battle song from a very far away place. Battle song? An ancient battle song roared, from far to near, from blurred to clear. The battle song seemed to be singing the life and death of the race, it seemed to be singing the praise of the warriors who saw death as home, and it seemed to be singing the triumphant return of the soldiers. That is the Wu war hymn of civilization, rooted deep in the race. Immediately afterwards, there was a roar that echoed in the sky like thunder, and sounded from the bottom of everyone's heart. My goblins are no longer a race that allows others to bully them. Whoever offends my goblins will be killed. In the next instant, all parts of the entire world fragments were lit up with red dots, with the light of iron and blood-killing intent that is flame. That is the goblin fire in every goblin's heart. Boom! The goblin fire gathered together, swept the entire sky from bottom to bottom, and gathered on the scepter. Almost instantly, the disintegrated state of the scepter disappeared, and even started to counterattack, bursting the mouth of Gluttony in an instant. Gah! Quack and kill! Yan Jun on the side became more and more excited as he watched, but he didn't have the slightest intention to make any moves, just when he wanted to paddle through the mandatory recruitment mission of the Blue Star civilization and then escape. Suddenly, a throbbing appeared in its mind, instantly causing a strong stimulus, driving it to attack. Yan Jun had no choice but to activate his own exclusive law, the Horn of the Underworld, natural disasters in chaotic times. The underworld spread, and ghost gates descended into the world. One after another, the coquettish and dangerous manjasawa flowers full of death breath grow on the mouth of Gluttony, and madly instill the breath of death into the mouth of Gluttony. In the past, these breaths of death would be devoured indiscriminately by Gluttony, then digested and turned into their own power. But these days are different. The breath of death, the mouth of Gluttony is still unable to digest. The crazily infused breath of death will only make it one step closer to death. For a moment, the entire mouth of Gluttony was filled with jet-black dead air. Although Ma-yi didn't know why this super black crow who didn't know where came from suddenly helped him,
But his extremely keen fighting consciousness made him firmly grasp this opportunity. Without this black crow, I'm afraid I'll have to hang around for a long time, and I may not even be able to win. 3 powers, 7 crimes. Extremely evil spirituality. The scepter waved again, this time different from last time. This time the scepter did not condense into a phantom, but was incomparably solid, and instantly bombarded the mouth of gluttony that had been weakened countless times. At this time, the size of the mouth of gluttony is not much larger than a drop of blood. Boom! The combination of Huang Quan and the scepter is surprisingly easy to use. In an instant, the mouth of gluttony was completely smashed. This, the only remaining consciousness in the mouth of gluttony, made him somewhat incomprehensible. Why does his law of gluttony authority lose its effect? He has never seen such a weird power as extremely evil spirituality. After all, this is a powerful power that the system has to give instructions. Of course, the extreme evil spirit at this time is still extremely weak. But before he could make any reaction, he was burned up by the swarming goblin fire. Ah, the goblins will win. Standing above the sky, Mai and Yen Jun looked at each other and smiled. On the ground, there was a figure standing above the clouds, silently clenching their fists. That was Master of Life, Gu Ming. At this moment, he hates it a little. What I hate is my own powerlessness. Just now, when the goblins and the entire goblin world fragments were facing the crisis of extermination, world destruction, he didn't even have the slightest strength to go forward and fight. I want to develop and strengthen the goblin civilization until give birth to your own exclusive ethnic law. I want everyone to know that the goblins still have other fighters. On the other side, Yen Jun was completely dumbfounded. Where am I? What have I done? I killed the master. No, it's a piece of juggernaut stump. But that's also a master. Yen Jun was not only shocked by what he did, but also because he is the envoy of the underworld. Harvesting death is his instinct, nature, and even more duty. Maintenance duty. Rewards for excess maintenance responsibilities. And now Yen Jun is in such a state of over-maintenance duties. Its body comes from the underworld, the blood of death from the ancient times, and it is screaming silently. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated, outside the Homo sapiens Federal G Palace, Luo Dan was watching that the ritual of offering sacrifices to the gods in front of him had been completed, and began to condense the breath of the different abyss, when he found that the diary kept popping up as expected. Log, the remnant body of the mouth of gluttony tore apart the space and escaped into your world fragments. Log, you summoned the next super rank Yen Jun. Log, Mai under your command borrowed the extremely evil spirituality, used the prototype of the exclusive law, and with the assistance of Yen Jun, completely annihilated this part of the remnants of the mouth of gluttony. Log, domination characteristic plus 0. 13%. Log, the dominance characteristic is 0. 80%. Log, you have obtained special effects such as swallowing, imprisonment and other special effects. Log, Yen Jun killed the remnant of the ruler. Log, Yen Jun awakens ancient memories. Log, your Goblin Legion collects all the lives of the Alien Legion for the ritual of sacrifice. Log, you have condensed the abyss breath. Log, searching for the remains of the ruler. Log, when your civilization and planets merge with Homo sapiens, the goblins will transform into giant goblins. Log, you need to prepare for the superorder. Log, exclusive rules. In the name of civilization. Brand the void. Luo Dan saw that everything in front was fine, but when he saw the middle part, he was a little confused. What does Yen Jun have to do with me? Why did you add it in? Seemingly aware of Luo Dan's doubts, the log quickly gave a reply. Log, Yen Jun is the creature you forcibly recruited using the superdimensional coupon. Log, you can choose to spend faith points to extend the contract time, or sign a long-term contract to let it continue to serve you. Log, Yen Jun possesses the personality of great luck and the potential of a hero. Super class. Lorden shook his head slightly. It's still a bit difficult to control, but there are still ways. Luo Dan's gaze traveled through the void and descended beyond the fragments of the goblin world. At this time, Yen Jun had already turned into a huge black and golden light cocoon,
and seemed to have entered a certain crucial state of inheritance. He just glanced at it, and he didn't look anymore, but thought of another question, which is the so-called preparation for the superorder prompted by the log, exclusive rules. This is easy to understand, it is to condense the law of its own in the void. There is also name of civilization, and brand void. Luo Dan himself is a master of learning, so he will naturally prepare himself for advancing to the super level, and he has long been familiar with these. And this is also related to why in the void, it is obviously a world where the supernatural is rampant. But whether it is a super rank, a throne, or even a ruler, they will spare no effort in cultivating civilization growth after superorder is closely related to civilization. Simply put, that is, the lower superorder only needs to have exclusive rules, and then gather the cave heaven realm to have the mighty power to smash tiny planets. As for the middle superorder, it is necessary to let one's own civilization center on its own exclusive law, create new exclusive laws, and give birth to a new superorder. As for the upper superorder, it is even more important to imprint your own exclusive laws in the void, so that all life, even if it is not the life of your own civilization, can learn, comprehend, and circulate in a small range within a world area. So as to achieve the purpose of imprinting one's own exclusive laws on the void, and this process, if there is no civilization to promote it with the power of civilization, it will be difficult to move forward. As for the throne, the subordinate civilization of the throne wants to occupy a part of the world area, and the races under its command become the absolute royal family in this world area, completely implementing its own exclusive rules. And promote it in multiple world regions, so that your own exclusive laws can be achieved, and within your own territory, suppress all forces. That is to say, the essence of superorder is to let one's own laws integrate into the void more deeply and become a part of the void. And fame is the most important thing. Only when it is famous can it be implemented. The spread of fame itself is a kind of promotion. If you can spread and promote your name on a large scale before the mythical level or even the mythical level, it will be admired by countless people. Then when the myth is advanced to a super level, the resistance from the void that the condensed cave and heaven realm will encounter will be infinitely weaker invisibly. Thinking of Hathaway's slightly innocent character, and thinking of what he did before, Luo Dan couldn't help but smile slightly. It's just that I don't know about Hathaway, who was blown away by me. Will you choose this way to retaliate against me? Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about these side things, but started to pay attention to the planet in front of him. He could feel that the only remnant of gluttony in this part was also looking for the whereabouts of galaxy origin spirit, just like him. Once let him find the source spirit of the galaxy, and devour the source spirit of the galaxy. Then the strength of the mouth of gluttony will expand to an unimaginable level in a very short period of time. Therefore, at this moment, Luo Dan also felt a sense of urgency in his heart, and his eyes looked at the aura of the alien abyss that was condensing in the midair like wisps of black smoke. T03 World Region, Planet TS0083, Angel Small, on the Platinum Planet, in the Cloud Temple, Hateful. Damn Lorden! At this moment, Hathaway, who returned to her angel planet, became more and more angry. How can there be such a hateful god? Throw away after use? I am also the daughter of the throne, even if my father is still in a certain battlefield and cannot return for the time being. But, I am also a mythical species. You really don't respect me at all? This is too outrageous. Hathaway took a step back and became more and more angry as she thought about it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Doesn't Lorden not want to be famous? Then I'll help him become famous. Although there is an alliance, there is no way to reveal his true identity, but the god of goblins is so powerful, there will always be people who are wary of him. Create a little trouble for him. Hathaway stretched out her hands, recalling from her mind the memories of Lorden and gluttonous mouth just now, forming a projection under the power of faith. Just when he wanted to put it directly into the tea for him, Hathaway looked at Lorden's almost perfect body and face in the projection, and couldn't help but hesitated. So, will it be bad? But this is only good for Lorden. After all, his vest is still well preserved. Am I taking revenge, or am I helping him? Hathaway no longer hesitated, and threw the projection into the tea for him, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Do not know phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals ir either / phoneme. Those monarchs who think highly of themselves and never look down, the mythical species. After seeing Lorden's strength, what would you think?
Please subscribe. The little author bows and thanks.
Thanks to the book friend, Super Large Grapefruit, for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks to the book friend, who said, for the reward of 100 coins. Hyperdimensional imprint, in the T forum, it was because of a projection uploaded by Hathaway that shocked all the gods who saw the projection. In the projection, what was displayed was a young god with a colorful halo behind his head, holding a royal staff in his hand, and surrounded by black and gold spirituality. In a depraved and dirty world, the scene of fighting with a super-level god who can easily shake the planet with every blow. And on the battlefield on the ground, there are a large number of second-level and even third-level legions fighting. Although in terms of numbers, the third energy level of the angels and goblins is far inferior to the alien legion. But because they all have a commander, they have condensed the battle spirit of the legion, and they can all be tough with the alien legion. Even because of Hathaway's ignorance of martial arts from time to time, the alien legion was retreating steadily. However, the god players in the T forum are obviously more concerned about the battlefield above that young god, judging from the strength of his condensed spirituality, that is, he has just entered the giant spirit level and has not yet broken through the super level. It's not even mythical. But he was able to fight on par with that huge superorder alien god. That's the goblin god. Is it so outrageous? Isn't he a goblin? No, when did he condense his spirituality? What the hell, can the goblins also gather spirituality? What else can I say? I am really convinced now, this goblin god is really against the sky, even the spirituality has been condensed. What did he do? Yeah, even many throne-level gods feel helpless because of the lack of growth of the goblins. Before I was able to break through the upper limit of the racial level, I already thought it was outrageous, but this time, I broke through the racial limit directly, allowing the goblins to gain wisdom and establish civilization. It's hard to imagine that this is true. If the initial race of the goblin god is a war species, or even a monarch species, how powerful would it be? It's a pity, just after entering the giant spirit, I met a super-level god. It turns out that this is the ability god. I have long heard that the super-level ability god of the Yuan civilization is placed in the entire void, and its combat effectiveness is also outstanding. This is difficult. Although the god of goblins is indeed evil, but the giant spirit is only the third level. Although we say that with the special characteristics of our gods, we can compete against the mythical level, and even if we are lucky, we can defeat the mythical level, but in the face of there's still nothing you can do about superorders. Yeah, the superorder itself has a cave like a small world. Although it's just a regular world, the mass is enough to crush tiny planets and kill giant spirits. However, the super-level alien god looks like he has a serious injury. What if the goblin god can really win? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just because all the gods are not optimistic about the god of goblins. When everyone thought that he would fail and fled in a hurry. They were surprised to see that the goblin god didn't seem to have used his full strength before, but now he showed his full strength, and he was even able to fight against that super level. Wrong, not just pressing and beating. Instead, each of his blows can cause trauma to that superorder. Even if the trauma is not serious, it is not big. However, an injury is an injury. Superorder is superorder. Even if the super level itself is injured, that's not the reason why Luodan is so strong and fierce. It's terrifying. This goblin god can break through the suppression of ordinary laws by exclusive laws, forcibly break through the suppression, and form such a terrifying suppression force against superorders. This is too strong. Even if the super level has injuries, it is still super level. No, this doesn't seem to be an ordinary superorder, it's the middle superorder. It's useless, it doesn't look like the alien world community of alien civilization here, otherwise the god of goblins would never be able to bring his legion there, and the belief point of opening up a space channel for transmission is unbearable even for the throne. Yes, although the middle super level has imprinted a part of its own exclusive law into the void, which can cause the resonance of the void law, but it is still very restricted by the region. Even so, this is really outrageous. This shit is a prisoner? I can't even do it with a pure-blooded dragon among the monarchs. I'm also a giant spirit, and I've almost fully stored my spirituality,
but if it's me, it probably won't take a few hits. I will be beaten into a lump of meat by that abyss ability god. I thought that in the defense of Joe City, the god of goblins would be invincible by repelling the mythical level with a single strike with the body of a totem entity. I didn't expect it to be even more evil. Don't say you are a giant dragon, but my mythical storm titan, who is known as the King of Storm and Thunder, a huge legend, is also a dead word. Speaking of which, why did Hathaway upload this projection? Ahem, please be careful upstairs, don't inquire about the big brother's affairs. That's right, look at Kamita Xingyuan, what's it like now? Don't talk about it. This is a heterogeneous demon with great potential among the mythical species, the karmic sword demon, if it's you? Hee hee. Okay, let's continue to watch the projection. It's fine if the super level is suppressed and beaten. It's always possible to escape. You can't just let the goblin god beat you to death with a super level. The projection seems to be a long time away, so keep watching. The content of this part of the projection has already shocked the gods. However, what they didn't expect was that what happened next was the real beginning. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated, outside the Homo sapiens Federal G Palace, and at this moment, Luodan, who was still condensing the breath of the different abyss, also saw the upload of Hathaway's projection and a lot of discussions in the T forum, and he couldn't help showing a smile. Hathaway is exactly what I thought. After all, after signing the alliance, there is no other way to hurt me. Of course, it was never malicious. Otherwise the power of the alliance's contract will prevent him from doing this kind of behavior. After a little hesitation, Lorden blurred the battle scene after the mouth of gluttony appeared outside the Goblin World fragments, hiding the planet coordinates and all features, and only kept a general part of the battle scene. Then it was transmitted to Hathaway through the superdimensional imprint friend list. Since we have decided to make a name for ourselves, then we might as well. Let's be more lively. T03 World Region, Planet TS0083, Angel Small, on the Platinum Planet, in the Temple of Clouds. Hathaway was sitting on the altar listening to the angel's praises, but her will was always immersed in the T forum. Watching the crazy discussions and shocks of the gods, as well as some words that tended to Lorden slowly grew up. The corners of Hathaway's mouth turned up, and a smile appeared subconsciously on her beautiful face. The next moment, a projection was transmitted to him by Lorden. Hathaway frowned slightly. She didn't know who was disturbing him at this time. When she opened it, she found that it was Lorden. Seeing that it was a projection rather than a word of accountability, he couldn't help gritting his teeth. This guy, is he not angry? Damn it! Although it was a well-intentioned idea, Hathaway was still a little upset because she didn't get angry with Lorden. He turned on the projector with displeasure and watched it. With the passage of time, Hathaway's expression changed constantly when watching the projection, and finally changed from unhappiness to shock, and it was fixed here. No, it's even more outrageous than outrageous. It's fine that you, a god player, can do this, but what is this goblin? How do you fight against the master? Is it spirituality? Lorden transmitted this projection to him, obviously knowing his thoughts and agreeing with him. Although he was not angry with Lorden, Hathaway was a little upset. However, this kind of acknowledgement made the inexperienced Hathaway feel a little weird, but he couldn't put it into words. Hathaway will not be moved if she has already stepped into the superorder. But at this stage, it is the time when emotions are intense and human nature is struggling. If Hathaway can't figure it out, she won't think about it anymore. Regarding the particularity of Lorden's civilization and spirituality, Hathaway had some vague speculations in her heart. But he didn't say much. Instead, he casually added the projection transmitted by Lorden to the projection he made before, with a malicious smile on the corner of his mouth. Don't those mythical species think highly of themselves? Every one of them phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals IR either / phoneme has a throne teacher, a master teacher, or is a descendant of a big family or a big group. There are any small gatherings on weekdays, even I am excluded. Now, if you want to become king, you have a new competitor. I really want to see what you guys look like. In the T forum, the projection continues, in the battle between Lorden and the superorder ability god. Many gods were shocked to see that instead of being exhausted or weak, Luodan became more and more courageous as he fought. On the contrary,
it was the super-level god who was beaten by Luodan several times and stepped into danger.
This goblin god won't kill this super-level alive?
No, it's also a superorder, and it's a mid-level superorder, so it can destroy planets with its own power.
Can't run if you can't beat it?
The gods and players discussed for a while before continuing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme.
However, the next scene made them completely overturn their own cognition.
That super-level alien god, after he still couldn't beat Luodan desperately, even sacrificed himself, and all the power of the super-level was absorbed by the mutilated limbs of a ruler of the different abyss.
The Emperor's body. This is the 5th monarch gluttony.
I heard that although the 5th emperor is ranked 5th, his fighting power is among the top 3.
Didn't he be beaten to death by the masters?
I heard that the true spirits are all dead. It doesn't matter if the true spirit dies. As long as civilization still exists, no matter how long ago it died out, it can start all over again. However, the Yuan civilization is also on the verge of collapse now, and it is obviously powerless to pull it back. Yeah, under this situation, they can escape with their stumps waiting to be reborn. It can only be said that they are worthy of being the eternal master.
It's over, isn't this goblin god in a state of mortal death? Probably not. Hathaway has released this projection. This is the master.
If we are not god players, I am afraid that the first moment we face the master, our minds will collapse and we will be alienated on the spot.
Maybe he escaped in embarrassment, after all, it's just a prisoner civilization. The dog-headed beast upstairs is barking?
You shout again, be careful that the god of goblins will hang you and destroy your planet directly.
I admit that the goblin god is indeed powerful, but
the ruler holds the existence called law, which is actually authority.
What do you want the goblin god to resist?
The projection is still going on. When he saw the beauty, the god of goblin with the perfect concept, took out a turret weapon that looked weird but had an extremely terrifying aura. Many king gods recognized it at a glance. It was a modified version of the secondary space-based Star Destroyer. Although they are puzzled in their hearts, how can this kind of weapon fight against the Emperor? How can it fight against the law of domination, the authority of the void? But they all tacitly didn't say a word, just continued to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme silently. I saw that Luodan's release Starlight, different Abyss Emperor's characteristic containment technique, was able to weaken the Emperor's limbs.
They immediately understood that the origin of this Starlight must not be simple. Of course it's not easy.
This is a magical technique created by the masters themselves, and it is designed to restrain the life of the alien abyss.
What is this? Why don't I know?
Heh, you are a war species, wanting to know everything will only harm you.
Understood the word.
This is a magical technique specially created by the masters of our Blue Star civilization for a certain great plan.
Obtaining this divine technique now, doesn't that mean that the goblin god has already obtained a quota?
How is this possible? My mythical species has not yet obtained a quota. He is a little prisoner species even if he breaks through the upper limit of the race, even if he can break through the superorder in the future, but he is just a war species. How can he get a place?
The god of riddles get out of the tea for him. Let me check your level, the war species giant spirit level. It has nothing to do with you, you don't need to know. When it's time for you to know, you will know it naturally. You. Mythical god Koan clan, well, I have no objection.
This magic spell had an effect on the alien gods before, and no gods noticed. After all, the Blue Star civilization is too powerful. Although it is rare to fight super levels by leaps and bounds, even in the Blue Star civilization, a magical technique that allows gods to leapfrog to super levels is still very common. However, it is not an ordinary existence to allow gods who have not yet reached the super level to affect the magic of the master level. Even if most of the ruler's true spirit is dead, it is still the ruler. The prestige of the ruler must not be underestimated. The appearance of this divine technique instantly blasted out many mythical god players who were still diving. Originally, it was only to deal with superorders, but they thought it was just a special magic technique. But I didn't expect that this magical technique could weaken even the Emperor. It must be different Abyss Emperor character containment technique. At this moment, the mythical species who were still watching the show and didn't care about the goblin god couldn't sit still. Originally, in their view, even if the goblin god could leapfrog the battle, it was not worth caring about. The lifespan of god players is extremely long as they don't fall halfway, they can basically reach the upper limit of their race. So, if it weren't for the various high welfare policies of the Blue Star civilization, and the existence of the city defense war, all the gods and players of Blue Star should take it easy and farm slowly. Therefore, they don't care as much about the prisoner-type goblin gods as the largest number of war-type god players. However, a prisoner species was able to obtain the Abyssal Emperor's containment technique earlier than them. This is why they can't help but take a look. Even a considerable part of the monarch species don't even know what the containment technique is, which is a bit uncomfortable. The next moment, an extremely bright beam of light blasted out from the weapon in the projection, and in an instant, the mouth of Gluttony, which had just swallowed the alien god and recovered a little strength, was on the verge of shattering. Then, there is the projection of Gluttonous mouth preparing for revenge. It's over, this weapon is a one-off. That's right, even with the containment technique of the Emperor's characteristics, the goblin god will be irreversibly alienated the moment he approaches the Emperor. It seems that he wants to go to the world of the goblin god to take revenge on him. Isn't that gone? So the purpose of Hathaway uploading the projection is to tell us to be careful? I remember that the god of goblins seems to have offended him. No, keep reading. It's really uncertain. I heard that the daughter of the King of Angels has a weird temperament. Oh, so the god of goblins is dead, isn't it? It's hard to judge. The next moment, the scene outside the world fragments of the goblin god appeared on the projection. Some god players even couldn't bear to watch, half covering their eyes. No way, it's not that they're stupid or something. Rather, the gap between Juggernaut and Ultraorder is too large to be unreasonable. The Juggernaut is a great existence that can traverse the void in the universe. There is no comparison between super level and master, let alone the goblin god, a player who is not even a super level god player. Even if this is just an insignificant remnant of the Juggernaut, it is still the Juggernaut. Enough to make people despair. T15 World Region, Primordial Nest Medium Planet. This is a medium-sized star with an extremely strange appearance, which looks like an oval bird's nest from a distance. An awkward atmosphere still lingers in the air. Qi Ling held Qing Jun's hand, feeling a little restless. Looking at Feng Zhu's expression, he couldn't help feeling afraid. Feng Zhu seemed expressionless, but as Qi Ling who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme served Feng Zhu's side, he knew in his heart that Feng Zhu was already furious in his heart. We have to think of a way, otherwise, Feng Zhu might find an opportunity to take a knife against us. Not daring to have the slightest thought about the instigator, Blue Star Civilization, Qi Ling already hated Yan Jun unknowingly in her heart. Damn Blackbird. It would be great if you were humiliated obediently and didn't make any resistance. Why did a moth suddenly appear, disrupting all my plans? Let's not talk about Feng Zhu accepting Qing Jun as his disciple now. It's hard to say what will happen to us in the future. Although Feng Zhu didn't ascend to the throne and became a golden immortal, as a heavenly immortal, killing me, a little true immortal, would cost me nothing more than a single finger. We must think of a way as soon as possible. Qi Ling's mind flashed through some books about the Blue Star Civilization that he had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme by Feng Zhu's side before, and he immediately got an idea, and quickly knelt down, to Feng Zhu. Okay? Feng Zhu was thinking about how to concoct Qi Ling. As an immortal, he could see everything in this ancient nest clearly. He is also very clear about Qi Ling's little thoughts. As the inheritor of the Tianfeng bloodline, the highest bloodline of birds, Feng Zhu has been the most respected young master of Feng Zhu since the shell was broken. Since then, he has made great strides all the way, breaking through the three realms of true immortals, mysterious immortals, and heavenly immortals. Even other birds need groups, and he already has Feng Zhu to enforce his own laws for him, just when he feels that he wants to advance all the way with an invincible heart and break through to the Golden Fairy. Guests from afar gave it a head-on blow. A high-ranking Super Blue Star deity completely defeated him with one punch, smashing his small cave world in an instant. Yes, it is the upper god of Blue Star. Not the throne. It was all that remained of his self-respect. Ever since he was smashed by the throne of the Blue Star Civilization, Feng Zhu has become a little crazy, and he cares more about his self-esteem. And at this moment, in the Magpie Bridge Festival, the fig leaf was lifted in front of everyone and severely humiliated. Fengzu's self-esteem was on the verge of collapse again, and it was already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to blackening, but this was the Magpie Bridge Festival after all. After hearing Qiling's voice, he nodded slightly. Say it, if I'm not satisfied. The words were not finished, but Qiling had already heard the deep chill, and said quickly, Master Fengzu, how dare Yan Jun escape your punishment by relying on the protection of the forced recruitment of the Blue Star civilization? It really deserves death. However, there is still the ancestral land and ethnic group left by his Nether Crow family in the ancient nest. Moreover, this is only a temporary forced recruitment, and there is no long-term protection for him. If he wants to go further, he will definitely come back, and it won't be too late to punish him then. After a pause, Qiling quickly added, I know Yan Jun, it will definitely come back. After finishing speaking, Qiling held his breath, not daring to breathe. In fact, it has no good solution, it can only trouble Yan Jun. Let Fengzu know that Yan Jun has not completely slipped away. In this way, Fengzu, who has a target, will not punish it horribly good. Sure enough, Fengzu's haughty voice came out, making Qiling heave a sigh of relief. When it comes back, it must be imprisoned in the cave until it dies. Listening to Fengzu's words, Qiling's heart was also full of hatred. It's not enough to just imprison the thinking whole. I want to watch you exterminate. Until this time, the atmosphere in the entire immemorial nest was considered to be a little more relaxed. Ask for rewards and support. Blue Star, Zone 2, Zhou Cheng, Blue Star Guard Department Zhou City Branch, Minister, this Shirchang is too bullying, it's too bullying God. In the office, even Xian, who had always had facial paralysis and less obvious emotions, couldn't help being filled with righteous indignation after seeing the discussion results in front of him, and his blood rushed straight to his forehead. This spiritual realm is not big. According to calculations, it can only accommodate 10 God players to enter. They are only willing to give us 2 places, and they have 8 exclusively. Isn't it that there is a giant spirit-level God player in the city who is lucky? He fell into the void before, and even the world fragments are collapsing. He thought he was dead. I didn't expect it to be the relic, which allowed him to inherit an exclusive law and become a mythical god. How dare you be so arrogant? Listening to Xian's words, the head of the branch also frowned, and just sighed softly, full of helplessness. No way. Whoever makes someone have a mythical level is arrogant. The number of super-level gods in our 2 cities is the same, and it is difficult to take advantage without a crushing advantage. The main reason is because of the spiritual realm, super levels cannot enter. Although mythical species do not need the pure spirituality condensed by spiritual monsters in the spiritual realm, they can enter the spiritual realm without being blocked. They said, if you don't want to accept the distribution, only accept 5/5 distribution, they may consider sending that mythical god to enter. On the premise of fair competition and free competition, all the giant spirit-level god players on our city's side will be smashed into will incarnations, so that we have nothing to gain. Xian roared in a low voice, this is a naked threat. The problem is that we have nothing to do with their threats. The mythical level is against the giant spirit level, the exclusive law, and the ordinary law. Unless it is the law of time, space, destiny, and the law of force, it is basically a crushing effect. If they really do this, it's not just a threat, but a reality. Looking at the current situation, we seem to have no other choice but to accept their 28 allocation. The branch chief rubbed his brows lightly, his eyes were full of helplessness and a little bit of vicissitudes. This city defense battle is the most dangerous in so many years, not the strongest monster ever. But it was definitely the most dangerous one, because there was an agreed super-level magician who didn't come back because of the ruins, and an extra, mythical-level supervisor 9th prince, appeared on the opposite side than expected. This time, Zhou City is indeed at stake. And the appearance of the spirit realm made him overjoyed. Once the spiritual monsters in the spiritual realm are hunted down, they will turn into a large amount of pure spirituality, which can be injected into the spirituality of civilization without any side effects, and directly become the foundation of existence. Spirit realm can easily cultivate new and more powerful giant spirit players. There is even a slight possibility that a mythical player will appear among these giant spirit players.
If there was a mythical level, we wouldn't be so embarrassed.
The branch chief clenched his fists, inexplicably thinking of the god of goblins. Hey! At first, it was said that he could have a quota of visitors, but now it seems that even if he can't absorb spirituality, Shurchang may not allow us to add a quota of visitors. I can only think of a way to compensate him from other places.
Unfortunately, it is the goblins who cannot establish civilization.
It would be great if this goblin god could establish civilization, condense spirituality, and refine spirituality into the body of a giant spirit. Thinking about it, the branch manager himself couldn't help but laugh a little, feeling that he was being whimsical.
Minister! Minister!
The branch chief was still thinking about what price to pay to increase the number of places in Zhoucheng by one, when he suddenly heard Xian's screams. He frowned slightly, looked over. Xian, what are you arguing about?
With this skill, why don't you think about how to get us an extra spot? Seeing that Xian didn't pay attention to him, the branch manager couldn't help frowning, looking a little eager to try.
But he still endured the desire to make a move, poked his head over, and looked at the superdimensional imprinted screen in front of Xian's eyes.
It doesn't matter if you don't look.
But when he saw it, the branch chief was stunned. A big question mark appeared on his head. Is this a goblin? Even the always gentle branch chief couldn't help but swear, fighting against the middle-level superorder, and Nima blowing up the remnant of the master. What kind of civilized spirituality is this?
Is this still a god player? Is this still a goblin? How can there be such a strong existence? Is there still a law of heaven? Is there still a king's law? Wrong.
This is the god player of our city of Zhou. The head of the branch, who was in shock, was stunned suddenly. As if realizing something, he exchanged a glance with Xian, who just turned his head, and suddenly showed a malicious smile. Oh, Stone City, hyperdimensional imprint. In the T Forum, all the god players watched nervously what happened in the projection. The remnant body of the ruler is about to destroy a world fragment of a genius. While it is regrettable, there is also a feeling of indescribability. Goblins, it's already very good to be able to develop into this. Let's stop here, it will be impolite to go against the sky. Speaking of which, it seems that the spirit world is about to descend outside the city of Zhou.
Unfortunately, the god of goblins doesn't have the luck to participate. Fortunately, if he went, wouldn't our Shurchang have no room for competition at all?
That's right, this goblin god can be called giant invincible in ordinary cities like ours. I heard that the Tower of Liberty in District 1, Baiyujing in District 2, Red Devil Valley in District 3, and the land where the sun never sets in District 4 are the most powerful places in each district, as well as even more terrifying evil geniuses.
Master, and cultivated. Look, it's a pity, there will be one less genius. The initial race is the goblins. What kind of genius is that? Then are you comparable to him? I am a high-ranking monarch bone royal family. It is indeed not as good as it is now. What about after that? Indeed, this is also the truth.
And the next moment, in the projection, besides Lorden's goblin world fragments, the domineering words of the 6-meter-tall goblin giant suddenly appeared, which surprised all the gods.
And next to it, there is another figure that has been blurred. I don't know what it is. It should be a low-level superorder life, watching coldly. The next moment, the mouth of Gluttony opened its mouth wide just when they were still silently mourning and didn't react at all. The mouth of Gluttony was completely defeated by that giant goblin, relying on the spirituality of civilization and his own strength, coupled with the help of that unknown superorder who couldn't see what it was. Even the dominating law of Gluttony's mouth and the authority of the void didn't play the slightest role in front of the spirituality of civilization surrounded by that giant goblin. Just like that, somewhat absurd, somewhat funny, the Dominator's remnant body was completely annihilated. For a while, the T-Forum fell into silence. After a while, the gods spoke. If I'm not mistaken, just now, the law of domination was suppressed. That's civilized spirituality?
What the hell is this?
When will civilized spirituality be able to fight against the authority of the void? Yeah, even if this void authority is far away from the void where the Yuan civilization is located, it is also authority. Wait, I'm going to find the elf sisters to relax.
Yes, some special divine spells cannot be copied, the evolution of gods cannot be copied, and the sublimation of races cannot be copied, but the birth of civilization's spirituality can be traced. If it is really because of this civilization's spirituality, I would like to propose that this goblin god contribute his civilization cohesion method, which can be regarded as blue. Contribute to star civilization. This. To be honest, I'm curious too. Shouldn't it be more than civilization and spirituality? Look at the flame that burns the Dominator's remnant body at the last moment. It doesn't seem simple, it looks like the embryonic form of civilization. It's far from the big spectrum. Even if it is a complete civilization, only the civilization of a super god, or a special type, can barely resist the law of dominance, right? This gluttonous mouth, after all, has been weakened many times, and it is still incomplete. This is normal and normal ass. It's too outrageous, I'm going to find a demon twin to calm down, and think about it when I enter the sage. Compared to that elf god, you are not bad, even more outrageous. No, didn't you notice the problem? What is the problem? Fucking civilization background is a privilege in mythology. Yeah, generally speaking, only the mythical species can have a civilization background. How can he, a prisoner species of prisoner civilization, condense the civilization background? Even if this is just the rudimentary form of civilization, it is no small matter. Is this really just a prisoner species? My warnol, it will lose its fragrance immediately. I, a titan, think it's a little bit unsavory, let alone yours. I just asked my chaotic demons, and they shook their heads and said it was staged. Hathaway, come out, and explain. Until then, Hathaway slowly appeared, expressing her will. What do you guys think of this goblin god? Hearing Hathaway's words, the T-Forum was silent again for a moment. Immediately afterwards, it was flattery. Even the mythical gods, chaotic demons, and titans could only admit that the current goblin god was invincible. Replace them? Not to mention the remnants of the master who appeared last, even the seriously injured ability god before, can hammer them into flesh. In fact, this is a normal phenomenon. After all, most of the god players in the T-Forum are newcomer god players, and even the powerful mythical species are still spinning around at the third level of the giant spirit level. It is normal to be beaten by a superorder. However, who would have thought that there would be such a monstrous player as the goblin god? Moreover, they all subconsciously regarded the goblin god as an old monster. It was randomly assigned to the T-World community by the superdimensional game early on. It has been developed here for a long time, and the race and the world are also very suitable for the authority and laws manifested in the T-World community. Until then, Hathaway tried to see then, do you think about it, assisting the god of goblins? Where is the king, competing for this world group? When Hathaway said these words, there was no god to agree. Although each of the gods thinks that they are not Lordan's opponents now, each of them is a unique will of the world, the embodiment of civilization, and an immortal god. Each one has its own arrogance. They all have an almost infinite lifespan, and they don't think that their future will be weaker than Lordan's. However, once Lordan is recognized as the king, it is equivalent to acknowledging his belonging in this world community, and he will no longer be able to build his own great civilization alone. Although there are many benefits, for example, if you need help during a world war, Lordan will help, which will be a huge reinforcement. However, none of them are willing. Even if the mythical species announced at this moment that they would compete for the king throne, no deity would be willing to bow their heads. Why risk your life to become a god if you want to bow your head? Isn't it good to directly sell your own world and race, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a rich and ordinary life on Blue Star? Isn't risking your life just to get ahead? It will be a success. It can be said that every Blue Star player who has become a god player is ready to die in the void. This is also the reason why so many god players died in the sequence plan, but it doesn't seem to have any negative impact on them. What's more, they are all rookie god players now, and everything is just beginning. Seeing this scene, Hathaway smiled. He had expected it a long time ago, so he didn't have any thoughts. After all, this was just his first step. Now, just plant the seeds of the king. In the future, when the real world group level war breaks out, they will recognize the reality. After all, some gods are born to be kings. Of course, me too.
There are not a few thrown that can be accommodated by a world community. Thinking about it, a smile appeared on the corner of Hathaway's mouth. Counting the first encounter in the fragments of Yulong world, I only sent a small armed legion, which can be regarded as an investment behavior. Unfortunately, at that time, his strength was still too low, and the effect was mediocre, so I didn't feel much. This time I made a huge sacrifice, which is a formal investment. Although Lorden is only a prisoner species, the premonition in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. He should be the most talented god player I have encountered so far. It can create miracles, maybe? If Lorden can become the D-throne, then I'm just purely investing. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated, outside the Homo sapiens Federal G Palace. At this moment, the ritual of offering sacrifices to the gods is coming to an end, and the terrifying and alienated aura from all the alien legion has been completely removed. Above the sky, a mass of distorted, claw-like tentacles, eyes, teeth, and huge gray-black airflow of sarcoma is constantly absorbing alienated breath from the sacrificial field below, gradually becoming larger. When he was condensing the breath of the different abyss, he had just transformed the underlying logic of the planet so that he could better integrate the planet with his own world fragments, and just had time to take a look at the very lively T-form. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, when he looks at it, he suddenly looks weird. What? Did Hathaway take any medicine? Why are you so active? Luodan thought that Hathaway was just pushing the boat along the way. But now looking at it this way, Hathaway is sincerely helping him. He even did not hesitate to use himself as an endorsement and asked that sentence in person, which is almost equivalent to admitting that he is an ally with the Goblin God and will always assist the Goblin God. What is he trying to do? Is there any special benefit to him in helping me? After thinking about it, I didn't want to understand. Luodan shook his head, no longer entangled in this question, but thinking about the King, that Hathaway said. After his federal authority was raised to the 01 sequence level, he was already qualified to know a lot of information that he didn't know before. For example, King of the World Community. The power level of this endless void is divided into three major levels, namely All Beings, Ultra Level, and Eternal Master. All living beings have 3 energy levels and 9 realms. The first energy level accumulates strength, the second energy level learns the laws, and the third energy level comprehends more laws to prepare for the creation of exclusive laws. There are 4 stages of super order. The exclusive law of the 4th stage is the transcending world area, which can be applied in the entire world community, and is called the Great Saint of Transcending. In the world of the gods, it is also called God King. According to the Blue Star civilization, that is, the throne of the world community. And the prerequisite for becoming a king is to completely control many planets in a system. That is, the civilization under his command needs to master a world region. After taking control, you will be detached. However, there are only so many planets in a world community. God players will inevitably compete with each other, and apart from the biggest stumbling block of Tai civilization, there are many gods themselves. Of course, this is only for god players above the monarch species. The throne or something is too far away for a war. Hathaway's actions will intensify the conflict. But Luodan looked at the silent T-forum, showing a confident smile. So what? It's an enemy itself, why worry about it? It's Hathaway's behavior that planted in their hearts the seed that Lorden, is qualified to become king, and it has countless benefits. Thinking of Hathaway's beautiful face, Luodan showed a smile, and didn't continue to think about it, because the breath of the alien abyss in front of him has been completely condensed and formed. Next, it is. We are speeding up the pace. Ask for a monthly ticket. T-World Community, T01 Area, Tai Star, Supergiant Planet, Virtual Game World, Forum. On weekdays, the forums are full of discussion posts on how to clear the game, how to attack the characters, and how to update and upgrade your Void War Fortress. But during this period of time, almost all of them were Viscount level players, 3rd energy level, who complained wildly, and a few Viscount level players in Versailles were sprayed bloody. My goddammit, they are obviously just some ordinary amateur players who can slaughter a large number of novice leveling wild monsters. How come they all resist the space-based Star Destroyer like they have been drugged? Don't talk about it. My ion beheading giant sword slashed a steel knoll, and the sword collapsed. Zinema, pay me back.
I don't understand. I can understand that the virtual game company is awesome, but the minimum participation threshold for this game is a Viscount level player. It's so disgusting for us. Wait until we enter the Earl level, Marquis level, Duke level players, and even Prince level players, become a member of Parliament, have the qualifications of the Senate. We will still remember this. Is it fun?
Upstairs +1, I am also very puzzled.
I can understand the high difficulty of the game, but it is difficult for me to understand the various opening kills.
Is this game more about luck? People with bad luck are not qualified to play? That's right, I'll admit it when I'm hanged and beaten, but what the hell is the opening kill? I'm not Miss Lee.
I summed up all the strategies for this new game, and found that there is only one thing, that is, there is no strategy.
Go and enjoy it, you'll be beaten anyway. How could it be?
I thought it was quite simple. When I went up, a wave of artillery fire washed the ground, and then hundreds of space-based Star Destroyer guns came, and I also used an Earl Candidate level, Mythical level, mech.
Soon, it will be cleared. Check the IP above.
Oh, I found it, the coordinates are 2658.
238, 1572. 2657, TSK, why is it in a civilian area?
I'll look for you later. Most of the Viscount level players who participated in the game were hammered, and they were all spraying the so-called game planning. However, what they don't know is that all the games they play are not planned. Not to mention the so-called supercomputer intelligent real-time deduction. It is real, it happened somewhere in the universe on a flesh and blood mechanical battlefield, endless killings, but before they stepped into Earl. At least before stepping into the Earl Candidate, there is no qualification to know the truth. The popularity of virtual game forums has soared again and again, but it has no effect on the real upper echelon of Tai civilization. It is still on a satellite outside Terra. The 3 Taita Emperor-level players sat on the cold and desolate land of the satellite, drinking the nectar-like plasma of various rare and exotic beasts in the universe. They seem to be chatting, but what they are talking about is a major decision related to civilization. The first tentative confrontation was a complete failure. There are only a dozen victories and the destruction of the opponent's world.
I don't mention isolated cases. What's the point of a 1,000th to 1/10,000th winning rate? I've heard a lot of news.
The gods who participated in the battle are still young gods. Most of them have been rated as no potential. It was randomly assigned to our world community, and naturally good and bad are mixed.
It's so scary. I actually have a doubt recently.
If we limit our spirit in this way and don't tell the truth, we will definitely limit potential invisibly.
Is it really right? Is it really worth it? It's worth it. According to the division of the god civilization, we Tai are just a race of innate spirituality towards mythology.
If we develop to the limit, we may barely be able to carry the master level, or even overdraw a little, and dominate a world group.
That's it. However,
only the development of mechanical civilization we are qualified to sweep the universe.
It's useless to say these things, it's better to think about what to do next.
After all, we have received definite news that the next frontal battlefield of that civilization is in our world community.
Are they really non-selective, random worlds?
Among our world community, there are still a large number of them, at least not a few, and their allies exist. That after all, we are still a dominator-level civilization. We have not yet reached the level of dominating an entire world community. Even within our own territory, there are still a large number of void pirates, acting recklessly. There is a saying in the art of war, fight against the outside world, and make peace with the inside first.
How do you speak so politely?
Isn't this on line with Shinji civilization? Ahem, I learned a little subconsciously. Then let's do this, first target some allies of the god civilization to carry out a devastating blow, and then prepare for the second confrontation at the Earl Candidate level agreed upon by the god civilization.
We still have to subdue those void pirate islands.
Many of the island owners are at the Duke level, and even the 3 pirate kings are at the throne level, which can be considered a considerable amount of power.
Communications with civilizations that are hostile to other god civilizations cannot be left behind.
I have already collected quite a few bloodlines left behind by the emperors of the alien civilization, and together with the resources we have stored for so many years, it is enough to build the time-space recovery ritual and call for the ruler who is truly extinct.
Jia, give them a surprise then.
You? Oh, I've had a lot of contact with the life forms of the alien civilization, and I'm used to it. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated, outside the Homo sapiens Federal G Palace, aura of alien abyss. Finally Luodan held a ball of fangs and claws in his hand, as if he wanted to pollute and alienate everything he could touch, and fell into the abyss of alienation. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, cohesive. Luodan's eyes were slightly golden, and the next moment, a large amount of golden light of faith was injected into the airflow, with a hint of spirituality, the power of the gods, empowerment. Temporarily endowing everything with spirituality is a natural power of the gods. It can even be freely allocated according to the material, mood, and the nature of the point of belief to endow different types of spirituality.
Just like now, Luodan kept rubbing the gray-black airflow, the golden light in his eyes changed, greedy enlightenment. Blessing reckless.
Luodan endowed the alienated aura in front of him with two kinds of spirituality, reckless and greedy. The mission of the alienated breath is to alienate more existences, and at the same time, they will devour each other, making themselves more strange and powerful.
Moreover, even if the alienated breath is condensed, Luodan may not be able to control it. After all, the mouth of gluttony is the ancestor of the alienated aura. It would be ridiculous to condense the alienated aura and then attack oneself in turn.
Therefore, Luodan did not endow the alienated breath with temporary wisdom, but only endowed it with extreme greed, so that when it senses other alienated breaths, that is, the mouth of gluttony, it will be unable to resist its own desire to devour it. Endowed with recklessness, in case the alienated breath realizes that the alienated breath above the mouth of gluttony is too advanced and cannot be swallowed by oneself, so it retreats, but directly ignores Sanchi 21, and rushes directly to devour it. After being endowed with spirituality, Luodan could feel the alienated breath in his hands start to become irritable, and frantically struggled in one direction, as if he had found a target and wanted to go and devour it.
Go!
Luodan threw it casually, and saw the alienated aura, like a wild dog that had broken free from its chains, madly rushing into the ground of Homo sapiens planet, heading straight for the center of the earth. Extremely evil spirituality. Murdering intent to refining weapons, reloading. Luodan followed closely behind, and his clothes kept changing. Driven by the killing intent to train soldiers, the reloading changed into the most suitable crystal battle armor. Unlike the void outside the goblin world fragments, the Homo sapiens planet is polluted by the breath of the alien abyss, which is still equivalent to half of the home field of the gluttonous mouth. Soon, in the center of the earth, in the sea of light emitting infinite violence and heat, Luodan saw half of his lips floating on it, constantly devouring these almost infinite energies.
Fortunately, we caught up. Lordan's frown furrowed.
If the deity of gluttonous mouth came here, he would be able to devour the entire planet with just one sip. But now it is too incomplete, and it was blown up by Luodan once, and the speed of absorption was extremely slow, which led to the end of Luodan's ritual ceremony, and he came to find him, and he hadn't recovered much strength.
Jia.
The alienated breath of the mouth of gluttony with chaotic will, seeing Luodan again, not only did not get nervous, but instead issued a will of insolent size. How dare you, a young god?
In front of me, use the alienated breath to fight me? Jia. I want you to taste the ultimate pain in the world.
As he said that, Gluttony opened his mouth wide, waiting for the alienated breath like a pigeon throwing himself into his virtual mouth to restore his strength. Sorry, the little author came back too late yesterday. My brother has been having a high fever. After coding more than 1,000 characters at night, I fell asleep on the table, and then was called to the room.
I woke up and kept coding. I haven't eaten yet. Now I only finished coding a chapter at 12:59. There is another chapter in the afternoon. Thank you book friends for your support.
The little author bows and thanks. T04 World Region, Goblin World Fragment Kaijima, Beyond the Fragments of the World, Jia.
Do you want to use the spirit to distort the alienated breath and deal with me instead?
The mouth of gluttony let out a distorted and rampant laughter. He is in a special state of berserk and chaotic, sometimes clear, sometimes distorted. At this moment, until the alienated breath is about to enter his mouth, he will make a mocking wave of will. Little god, you are still too young. On the void battlefield, I have seen too many of your methods. Even if it is the alienated breath distorted by the spirit-giving means of your master gods, you still have to bow your head obediently in front of me. Is it? Luo Dan shook his head lightly, as if he didn't care. His reaction completely enraged Gluttonous Mouth, and he let out strange laughter from time to time. Your weapon is gone, you are in front of me. Do you really think you can still resist me? I want to eat you alive. The alienated breath rushed into the mouth of Gluttony in an instant, and it closed its mouth wide, trying to use its own personality to surrender the alienated breath that was empowered in an instant. The next moment, as he expected. After the alienated breath sensed his personality, his struggling movements instantly quieted down, allowing him to digest it without any effort. Gluttonous Mouth has absolute confidence in his personality over the dominance of the alienated aura. After the alienated aura calms down, he relaxes all his vigilance and begins to enjoy this self-guided feast. And at this moment, Luo Dan moved his fingers slightly, and a black and golden aura quietly disappeared. While digesting in the mouth of Gluttony, still not forgetting to continue to curse, Jia Jia. Wait, soon boom. But in an instant, his curse was interrupted by a violent explosion. The mouth of Gluttony was stunned for a moment, the severe pain and pollution acted on his remnant body, and the huge alienated breath that was clearly in his body kept burning himself, trying to die together with him. How is this possible? How can you not be suppressed by my personality? Gluttonous Mouth completely panicked. This is his last remnant body. If no one can pass on his Gluttony Emperor clan and pass on his civilization, then after the remnant body disappears, he will also enter into extinction in an instant. When the law of gluttony that he has mastered is wiped out by the long river of time in the world of the different abyss, he will die completely. Even if the creator who created this void in the legend comes, it is useless. Even if the alienated breath is not suppressed by me, it is impossible to cause harm to me. While the Gluttonous Mouth is flustered, the keen insight as the master still exists. He keenly discovered the black golden light wrapped in the alienated breath, and after feeling the nature of those black golden light and the damage it caused to him, he immediately understood. It turned out to be something like this. I didn't pay attention to it before, but now that I got phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme to it, I realized that it was such a taboo factor. The will fluctuations of Gluttonous Mouth constantly exude fear, perplexity, dread, despair, and a little bit happy. Jia Jia Jia. How dare you use this taboo factor as the spiritual existence of your own civilization? So what if you kill me? You too will die sooner or later. The black golden breath continued to spread along the gap opened by the alienated breath, until it covered the entire mouth of Gluttony, and then began to slowly corrode and destroy. What taboo factor? Luodan didn't really care about the curse of Gluttonous Mouth at first, but he could clearly feel that the fear in the subconscious emotions from Gluttonous Mouth was too strong. It was so intense that it made the extremely evil spirituality feast on it. Listening to Luodan's question, the Gluttonous Mouth kept silent, but at this moment, he seemed to accept his own death, waiting quietly. Under the ebb and flow, the extremely evil spirit became bigger and stronger with the body of the ruler as food. Even a single planet can undergo earth-shaking changes. Not only that, the extremely evil spirituality had a very subtle change at the moment when the taboo factor in the mouth of Gluttony was uttered. Even Luodan could only feel it, but couldn't tell where the change happened. Seeing that Gluttony's mouth had no intention of speaking, Luodan didn't continue to ask. Not everyone can shake the ruler's will. Besides, if the Gluttonous Mouth doesn't say it, why can't he find it? With the word taboo factor as a breakthrough, he will be able to know what it is sooner or later. Even if he doesn't know, it doesn't have any effect, and the current situation can't change anything. The only thing he can do is to recover the celestial race as soon as possible, and refine the incarnation of will. Prepare yourself for a retreat. Luodan continuously releases different Abyss Monarch trait containment technique, and continuously collects Gluttony trait. He has already prepared the demonic hostility and the blood of the time-space dragon, and he is ready to create martial arts while he is fresh when he dies completely from the mouth of Gluttony. And at the moment when the mouth of Gluttony was about to be completely corroded, he sent out constant fluctuations, jia jia jia.
I feel it now, your name is Kane Kamita Swabuchi, isn't it? We will meet again. After finishing speaking, the mouth of gluttony completely disappeared.
Luo Dan looked at the demonic hostility in his hands, and couldn't help but fell into deep thought.
Forget it, forget it.
Luo Dan waved his hand lightly, calling back the extremely evil spirituality that had slightly changed its form, and then extracted the aura belonging to Gluttony Mouth, preparing to use it as an introduction to clean the alienated aura on Homo sapiens planet. At this moment, the log prompts are constantly popping up in front of his eyes. Log, you have condensed the abyss breath. Log, you merged the extremely evil spirituality into the breath of the different abyss, and the mouth of gluttony swallowed the breath of the different abyss, and you detonated the extremely evil spirituality. Log, the extremely evil spirituality has a certain special attack effect on the existence of the exclusive law and above, and causes real damage to the mouth of gluttony. Log, you have completely wiped out the mouth of gluttony remnant body. Log, the extremely evil spirituality is prying into the taboo essence, and automatically starts to hide the disguise. Log, scanning and retrieving. Log, the search is complete, the extremely evil spirit is beneficial to the host but not harmful. Log, monarch trait gluttony plus 0.3%. Log, extreme evil spirituality growth rate plus 9.37%. Emperor trait gluttony 1.4%. At this moment, there were 3 clusters of aura floating in front of Luo Dan. One is the blood of the ruler of the timespace dragon in red gold, the other is the black and red devil's hostility, and the other is the black and distorted gluttonous mouth characteristic and the flesh and blood that has lost any will. He wants to conduct martial arts deduction. Even today's Lorden, who has fought on several planets, has an extraordinary body, and can even toughen some not-so-powerful super levels, can't help but feel a little excited. He took a deep breath and gave instructions to the journal. Log, all the elements and conditions have been met, let's start to deduce the martial arts civilization. The log immediately began to issue a prompt. Log, detected the signs of dominance required by the spirit, energy, and spirit. Log, the hostile energy extracted from the civilization of the mythical demon family, Yowoto demon race, Devil Nest, was detected, it should be regarded as chi. Log, the blood essence of the master-level lifeform, Time and Space Dragon, was detected, which contains endless spiritual power, which can be called a god. Log, it is detected that he is very good at fighting, and it is suspected that the emperor of the different abyss civilization with the flesh body, the gluttony, and the body, can be fine. Log, martial arts, start deduction. Log, consume 10 faith points. Log, consume 6 civilization points. Log, consume 60 origin points. Log, the 3 flowers are gathered together, and the martial arts deduction is successful. Log, you got the source of martial arts. Budo Source Special Effect 1, Budo Source has the special feature of infinite growth. Log, you can spread Yuan martial arts, and all learners can take Yuan as their root, self-experience, and comprehend different martial arts. Log, martial arts can reach the sky. Martial Arts Source Special Effect 2, all martial arts practitioners have a chance to fight for the realm of martial arts in every great world. Log, Martial Immortal, Super Level. Log, the host is requested to adopt the method of evangelism. Log, the host can adopt Method 1, Tian Bei Preaching. Log, the host can adopt Method 2, Martial Ancestor Preaching. Log, Attention! Martial arts is the way of struggle, everything can be fought, please choose carefully the host. Log, after choosing the preaching method, it cannot be changed. Martial arts source. When Luo Dan saw the information prompted by the log, he immediately lifted his spirits, his eyes were full of surprises, with unlimited growth. Just this one, it's already worth my hard work to collect the most cherished, Sanhua, materials. Besides, there is one more special effect of World of Great Controversy. You know, even the mythical species can only guarantee that their own civilization can produce mythical life steadily. There are so many mythical species, there are not a few who have not been born super level. But this, World of Great Controversy, can directly start the World of Great Controversy at the right time, but forcibly give birth to a super-ranked martial immortal. This is a channel that can stably produce super orders.
Even if it is difficult to brew a world of great controversy, it is still a certain opportunity. There is a huge difference between certainty and uncertainty. Luo Dan knew in his heart that the prerequisite for the birth of a martial immortal was to start a world of great struggle. And the conditions for opening the world of great controversy will definitely not be simple, but the existence of world of great controversy is enough to prove the strength of martial arts civilization. To be precise, it is the strength of Budosaurce. As for the preaching method later, Luo Dan is not in a hurry, and now even the Celestials have not been seen, so what's the rush? Summary of the previous situation: Luo Dan can only know the specific information after signing the devil contract and operate in real time. Now it is his will incarnation that is communicating with the Valkyrie of the celestial human race. Then take out the part of martial arts combat first, let the goblins learn it, and improve their combat effectiveness. Luo Dan left the operation to the system, while he started to use the aura of the mouth of gluttony to draw out all the alienated aura on Homo sapiens planet. After all, galaxy origin spirit and wisdom concept are still on Homo sapiens planet. Especially, wisdom concept. A perfect, unpolluted concept of wisdom can completely transform the goblins into goblin giants. This race can even skip the constraint of only those who are born in a super-level group can be rated as a war species, and directly transform from the high-level prisoner-type goblins to the high-level war-type goblins. Giants. It can be seen how powerful the goblin giants are. And now, Lorden is taking the final step. After the complete transformation and sublimation, the goblins will have the initial qualifications to stand on the stage of the entire void. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of Luo Dan's mouth. I have been working hard for it since binding the superdimensional imprint until now, and it is finally time to start harvesting. The little author bows and thanks. T01 World Region Homo sapiens, small alienated, outside the Homo sapiens Federalgy Palace, Luo Dan looked at the temporary magic that was continuously extracting the alienated breath from the Homo sapiens planet with the alienated breath of gluttony mouth as its core. Divine art is a product created by the gods by studying the relationship between rules, using a weak point of belief to leverage powerful rules, and bursting out with terrifying power. Temporary divine spells are spells that gods use their own ideal power to consume a lot of faith points to temporarily create convenience for what they want to do. The difference between it and the official magic is that while the temporary magic achieves its purpose, it only uses a simple and rough combination of rules to achieve the goal, which will consume a lot of faith points. And Luo Dan now, after killing the remnant of gluttonous mouth, the most indispensable thing is faith points. And the existence that has been alienated, according to common sense, cannot be restored. However, there are two unreasonable existences in front of him: the spiritual power of faith and the high-level aura from Fifth Monarch Gluttony. Only then can the alienated breath on the Homo sapiens planet be slowly withdrawn and then restore. The first achievement this time should be part of Yi Chen. Until then, Lorden had no time to worry about anything other than high-intensity combat, or battling the lurking gluttonous remains. As for galaxy origin spirit, Luo Dan didn't need to bother to find it. After the Homo sapiens planet is completely restored, it will naturally appear and fall into his hands during the process of merging with the fragments of the goblin world. He lowered his head and looked at the land under the clouds, which had become dilapidated due to their battles. The surviving Homo sapiens were organizing manpower for post-disaster reconstruction and setting up temporary camps. And Yi Chen was like a leader in it. Luo Dan's figure swayed slightly, he gathered the infinite light, and landed on the ground. Seeing Luo Dan coming, Yi Chen, who was instructing Homo sapiens to rebuild the camp, hurriedly brought Gui to meet the God Lord. Yi Chen pays homage to the God Lord. This is the son of destiny of Homo sapiens, and also the daughter of Gu Yuan himself. Luo Dan glanced at Gui. As a god, Gui, who was only second level in strength, was instantly seen through everything under his divine gaze. Luo Dan noticed something strange, and was stunned for a moment. Has she been alienated? Luo Dan didn't care about Gui as the destined son of Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens is different from the spirit race where Yi Chen belonged back then. The race of the spirit race is intact, the inheritance is orderly, and the local world is still undergoing a rare spiritual upgrade. As the son of destiny of the spirit race in this state,
it has the potential to become a hero. And Homo sapiens is on the verge of collapse. There are 3 or 2 big cats and small cats, the inheritance is broken, the world has been destroyed once, and the will of the world has been swallowed up by Baiju and the mouth of gluttony. In this state, even as a child of destiny, it can basically be concluded that there is no potential for a hero. Unless there is another chance later. However, that is basically impossible. And Lorden himself has conquered several planets, and will conquer more planets in the future, and the indigenous protagonists will definitely not be uncommon. Therefore, Luodan didn't care about Guyi's status as Son of Destiny. However, Guyi's point is she has been alienated but has no effect, and can control the alien race in reverse. This is very strange. It is useful for Luodan, who needs to deepen his understanding of the alien race, so as to increase his ability to replace the Emperor in the future. And for Hathaway, who still needs to get a place in the Emperor's replacement plan, it is especially important. Lorden believed that with Hathaway's insight, he definitely noticed this little girl, but he didn't ask to leave, which is worth pondering. Luodan looked at Guyi nervously. And the undisguised love that was so thick and dazzling when he looked at Yi Chen, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. You are already in a relationship. When hearing the first half of the words, Guyi's face was blank and pale. She knew that she could not resist this god. And this god mentioned that she has been alienated. If this god cares about this aspect, then she. But after hearing the second half, the god said that she and Yi Chen were in a partnership. She blushed immediately, her heart settled down, and she looked at Yi Chen with shame and love in her eyes. Is this a marriage gift? Yi Chen froze for a moment, his brows turned into a commotion, his eyes were full of affection when he looked at Guyi, but he shook his head helplessly. Report to God Lord, not yet a partner. Your humble believer is infected by alienation. I am afraid it will be difficult to view the world with a normal thinking. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Guyi's face suddenly turned pale. What should I be? Luodan looked at Yi Chen's brows that were constantly stirring, and also stared directly at his alienated eyeballs, and suddenly frowned. Just peel it off. A bit of extremely evil spirit flowed past Yi Chen. The next moment, the alienated eyeballs were instantly wiped out, and Yi Chen, as the Spirit Clan and Spirit King, also belonged to the Goblin civilization. Not only did the extremely evil spirituality do no harm to him, it even filled his vacant flesh and blood. The alienated eyeballs disappeared, and Yi Chen suddenly felt relaxed, and his brain became clearer than ever. And in the eyes looking at Luodan, the awe became more intense. Thank you, Lord God. In his opinion, this kind of alienated breath, like the poison attached to the bone, is an existence that no one can escape except Guyi. Once it is contaminated, it is impossible to get rid of it. But unexpectedly, in front of the Divine Lord, it seemed like a trivial matter that was solved casually. Yi Chen turned his head subconsciously, and looked at the Goblin Legion, which was even bigger and had a more terrifying aura. He was suddenly shocked and longing. It seems that in this mission, I missed too much. The spirit race, I'm afraid they missed a lot too. We must find a way to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme the spirit race to chase them back. Luodan looked at Yi Chen with a smile in his eyes, and Yi Chen's reaction was also within his expectation. In fact, even though he is the God Lord Yi Chen believes in now. But except for the goblins who will not betray him, all groups that have been conquered and become subordinate races have the possibility of betrayal after losing their awe. The difference is just the probability. Therefore, Lorden is always in the state of showing his holiness in front of people anytime and anywhere, and he has to beat other subordinate races from time to time. Of course, as long as Lorden and the goblins continue to be strong, there will never be such a bad thing as betrayal. However, Yi Chen, as the first and only hero under Luodan's command, can almost be scheduled to become a super rank in the future, so naturally it deserves some attention from Luodan. Ma-e. It's a pity, but it's not a pity. Lorden shook his head slightly. He originally thought that Mai could become a hero, but although Mai did not become a hero, she walked out of her own path of law of multiple repetitions. This is no worse than heroes. If combined properly, it can even surpass most heroes. So Luodan didn't feel sorry. Luodan's consciousness entered the Void Imprint Mall, and soon locked on a legendary occupation that matched the spirit-controlling ability of the Spirit Clan. Mythical level occupations cannot be bought with faith points, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme need to be bartered.
Legendary classes are rare in the void. Putting it on the void pirate island can even easily cause a bloodbath.
But in the Blue Star civilization, it is only a little bit stronger than the big road goods, not much stronger.
Especially for Luodan, who was regarded as a rich man in this rank, it was very easy to get.
After purchasing that legendary profession, a halo appeared behind him, wearing a white robe, soaring above the clouds, and his voice descended to the earth like a holy voice, announcing to the world, "Today, we can successfully conquer the Homo sapiens planet and fight against the alien gods, and the Spirit King Ichin should take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme.
I marry Ichan and Gui. Gui is the queen and queen of the Spirit Clan. Also, in view of Ichen's contribution, raise the status of the Spirit Clan to the 03 sequence level. Give the legendary profession, True Spirit Summoner." Yi Chen and Guyi's eyes were full of surprise when they heard the holy voice resounding through the earth. "That God is not, it is Lord God. Master God, you actually gave us a marriage in person." "Humph. Before, I was worried that, like those Gungo novels, I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme before, I would marry into the Spirit Clan and become the queen of the Spirit King. Spirit King will have many harems, and all of them are coquettish and sluts, every step of the way. Maybe there are some old fellows from the Spirit Clan who rely on their elders to sell their elders and come to disgust me. Humph, now the Lord God Lord personally bestows the marriage. I see who else dares to make a mistake. Master God is so kind." And Yi Chen was even more surprised by the gift of the Lord God. Just now, he was still regretting that because of his mission, the spirit people did not keep up with the wave of strengthening of the goblins. But now, Lord God Master made a move to directly make up for this shortcoming. Next time, no matter how long the task is for the Lord God, even if it is death, he will not worry that the Spirit Clan will not be able to keep up with the mainstream pace of goblin civilization and be eliminated. This legendary profession, True Spirit Summoner, is the best profession that perfectly matches the Spirit Clan. Name: True Spirit Summoner. Type: Occupation, Level, Legendary, Special Effects. After using the True Spirit Summoner, you can transfer the life body that meets the characteristics of this profession to this profession. If you have the characteristics of spiritual summoning, you can strengthen your talent after changing jobs. As for the 03 sequence level, after accepting the message from Lorden, Yi Chen immediately understood that this is the Goblin civilization, which is in charge of the general direction of the Goblin civilization and the internal division of the civilization. Affiliated race level. They are respectively 04, 03, 02, and 01 sequence levels. Level 04 is the lowest, and it has neither potential nor contribution.